Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Skill, a powerful energy gathered in the guy's hands. Monsters, a huge monster stood in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, he jumped up. Battles, the protagonist jumped high above the enemy. Suddenly, his body was cut into two halves. And death, both pieces fell heavily to the ground. There was no life in the protagonist's eyes. In a dim consciousness, he heard a familiar mechanical voice. The system notification reported that the character died and the mission failed. The cashier stood behind the counter and punched gum. It was the protagonist. Raising his head, he said that the customer was 401. The man threw him coins and rudely said, "Here." A 20-year-old student named Kibong thanked the customer and wished him luck. The guy saw the customer off with a smile on his face and said in his head that he worked part-time in a store and was quite happy with his life. As soon as the customer left, Kibong's face changed and he said with displeasure that the man was a bastard. He sat down, collected himself from the half coin and asked himself how he could be happy with such a life. The light was shining brightly from the windows of the store, and in the life of the main character, every day was the same. The scenario of what was happening was repeated over and over again. The guy silently looked out the window. The next second, he exhaled heavily. Suddenly, the phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, Kibong saw a message from his mother, who asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he was working, and then asked why she suddenly wrote to him. His mother replied that she looked at the calendar and remembered that today was payday, and she already missed her son and the chicken. After reading this message, Kibong smiled and happily said to himself that he would get his salary today. After a short pause, he answered his mother that he would buy spicy chicken and batter today, to which she replied to him not to take it in batter, but in soy sauce with garlic. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from the street, which made the protagonist very scared. Coming to his senses, he turned to the window in surprise. Without thinking twice, he jumped up. The guy opened the front doors, asking himself what it was, adding that it looked like an explosion. Suddenly, a black shadow eclipsed his face. Raising his head, fear appeared in Kibong's eyes. Huge and scary monsters towered over the houses. The protagonist looked at them in fear. The entire city, captured by monsters, was burning. Looking around, the guy asked himself if he was really sleeping, immediately answering himself that this was not so, because he clearly remembered that he was in his right mind. Suddenly, he heard a roar from the side and tensed up greatly. Turning around, he saw a huge monster looming over the house. Fear enveloped Kibong. The first thought that came to him was that he should run away from here as soon as possible. At that very second, he turned around abruptly. Then he ran as fast as he could. His mind was clouded. Without stopping, he ran, asking himself where these monsters suddenly appeared from. But suddenly he lost his balance. Kibong fell to the ground with a crash. Gritting his teeth, he cried out in pain and thought that he had made a mistake when he stumbled. Lying on the ground, he said to himself that he shouldn't have. When suddenly turning around, he saw his legs. "Why are they there?" the protagonist asked fearfully. Suddenly, blood spurted from his mouth. Then his head became heavy and fell to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned around. Behind him, the guy saw a huge monster and wondered if it had really hit him with a tentacle. Thinking about it, he saw a sharp blade at the end of the tentacle. The protagonist cursed at last. After that, there was darkness. Then, the crackling sound of fire was heard. The protagonist slowly opened his eyes and saw a system screen that reported a notification. The entire city was burning, and the system notifications reported that the Human Awakening program had been activated, so the awakening trial was beginning. S1 was lying in the same place where he had died just recently. Awakening, he asked himself. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared in the area of his severed body. The next second, his body was connected and the guy fell to the ground with a crash. Raising his head, he rubbed the back of his head and wondered what it was. Around him, he saw walls that consisted of numbers and letters running along them. Suddenly, he was very scared. Looking down, he saw that his body was safe and sound. Are his legs back together? He asked himself. Sitting on the floor, S1 said nothing, not understanding what was happening at all. His mind was empty. His expression showed that he was lost. Standing up, he saw notifications in front of him, informing him that he had entered the awakening space. Looking around, the protagonist asked himself in surprise, what kind of voice was that? What is the awakening space? He asked himself. S1 was there completely alone, saying that this place was like a hologram inside a computer. Suddenly, a voice was heard, informing him that the awakening trial was beginning. Hearing this, the guy was very scared. At that very second, a huge monster appeared behind him. After that, a notification appeared, informing him that the guy must destroy the monster, which would be destroyed automatically if his attack was successful. Seeing the monster, S1 was horrified. Looking up, he screamed, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Did they really want him to successfully defeat this monster? The monster with glowing eyes looked at the protagonist and growled. Suddenly, it stretched out its paw towards the guy. The protagonist covered his face with his hands in horror and said to himself that he would die. Immediately after these words, the monster's hand hit the ground. The blow sent dust and smoke into the sky. A system voice was heard announcing that the awakening test had failed, so the player's body was undergoing regeneration. The next second, Saiban appeared without a single scratch. Looking at his hand, he did not understand anything. Was he really alive? The guy asked himself, looking to the side. There he saw a huge pool of blood in his hand. Horror appeared in his eyes from such a sight. Then his cheeks puffed out. Suddenly, he vomited. Regeneration, he asked himself, really? But before he could finish, he heard a roar behind him. When the protagonist turned around, he saw a giant monster in front of him. Tears immediately appeared in his eyes. Slowly opening his mouth, he tried to say something. He screamed loudly and ran. But in an instant, his head was torn off his body. His separated body parts fell to the floor. The boy looked at his body with tears in his eyes. The system voice sounded again, saying that the awakening test had failed, so the player's body was regenerating. The next second, Saiban reappeared without any injuries. The system voice said that the protagonist needed to destroy the monster. Hearing this, the boy was overcome with primal horror. He raised his head and screamed loudly, asking what he was suggesting to do, how he could kill such a huge monster. It was impossible to kill it, the system voice said. Hearing this, Saiban was shocked. The boy also read in bewilderment that the monster was programmed and was transcendental, so it was initially impossible to kill it. Saiban gritted his teeth and wondered if he had really been answered. He began to look around excitedly, asking what this place was and why he was here. In the system window, the protagonist read that this place was called the Space of Player Awakening and was created in the name of justice. The boy looked up in confusion. The system said that humans are a species of beings that can awaken, and the training will end after the player successfully passes the awakening test and can return to reality. It asked the boy not to be afraid of dying during the training, because no matter how many times he dies, the body will regenerate. Saiban angrily thought that the system really thinks that life is some kind of game, and this is increasingly similar to the scenario of some novel, but there is no choice but to believe in everything. Looking around, the boy saw traces of his dead bodies on the floor. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from fear. A huge, enraged monster suddenly appeared in front of him, while the boy thought that he had no choice in the first place. A bright magic ball appeared from the monster's mouth. It screamed menacingly, releasing a large stream of mana forward. Jumping back, the protagonist quickly slid along the ground. Kibong looked at the crater, thinking that now he could only die continuously, suffering from pain, or just accept everything. Lightning appeared from the guy's body. Enveloped in mana, the protagonist carefully rose to his feet. The system said that the awakening was successfully completed, and now skills and abilities are being generated, after which it opened the Kibong status window. Sparks of lightning began to emanate from the protagonist's fist. He knelt down, pushing off the ground. The awakening skill and physical strengthening were used. Kibong rushed forward, attacking the enemy because there was only one conclusion. His fist was thrust forward and the protagonist screamed loudly in rage. Flying forward, he had to accept everything and finish this trial. Gritting his teeth, Kibong hit the monster with all his might. The enemy's body was shattered into small pieces, while the system said that the awakening trial was complete. It congratulated the player on awakening. After listening to her, the protagonist smiled maliciously. He laughed with joy after reading that the quest was completed and the physical strengthening skill was obtained. Strong mana was magnetized to Kibong's body. Suddenly, his face changed. The guy began to look around sharply in bewilderment. The protagonist angrily screamed that the trial was over, so he needed to send him back. The system immediately began to repeat that an error had occurred. Kibong spread his arms to the sides, hearing that he could not leave the awakening trial. The guy opened his eyes wide, unable to say a word. A huge monster grew in front of him, when suddenly the guy read that the awakening trial was beginning. The protagonist took a step back in fear, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. The monster quickly hit the ground. Saiban wondered if he couldn't leave the trial. His body regenerated and appeared next to a bloody trail. The guy smiled nervously. Clenching his hands into fists, he screamed, "What kind of nonsense?" The monster hit him again, tearing his body apart. Saiban thought that this was some kind of bug in game terms. Because of this bug, his character was stuck in the trial forever. After some time, the protagonist sat on the ground, thinking that he was constantly dying but reviving, and so a week, a month, and then a year passed. With a crazy look, the guy thought that with each passing day he was losing more and more sanity because his body was regenerating, but his mind was not. The system said that Saiban's health points had been increased, so he needed to change the backup data. A status window opened in front of the protagonist, in which he looked at his characteristics. He screamed loudly, did his HP increase? The system explained that the HP was increased by repeated attacks. Kibong wondered if it was because of him that the backup data was changed. He raised his head up with hope and asked if the error was fixed then. The system suddenly said that the error was not fixed, so the protagonist would never be able to leave this place. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. The monster abruptly slapped its paw on the ground. Time began to flow again. 2 years, 3, 4. Kibong tried his best to run and resisted the monster in the test. In this way, he began to greatly improve his abilities. The protagonist's body was torn apart again, and everything made no sense. Drops of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the memories of the first day constantly visited his thoughts, so the guy stopped resisting. The 10th year. Looking down, Kibong asked what was happening on the ground. The system replied that there had been no major changes and the time difference between the world and this place was significant, as 10 years in the trial meant about 12 Earth days. The protagonist remained silent. He clenched his teeth in anger. The guy remembered his mother's messages on his payday. Looking down at his hands, Kibong said in frustration that he should have bought some chicken. The monster hit him again with all his might. 500 years had passed. Sitting on the floor, the guy thought that he had lost everything, namely his family and friends. He was tormented by only one question. Perplexed, Kibong repeated, asking why him. The monster standing next to him growled menacingly. He quickly began to lower his paw down. A small distance separated them, while the guy asked why. He raised his hand up, knocking the monster away from himself. The protagonist turned away. He clenched his teeth hard. Kibong's face changed and he screamed furiously in anger, thinking what kind of awakening? Justice, player, because he didn't need answers to these questions. The guy sat down a little and thought about why the error happened to him. He thought that he just wanted to enjoy life. The protagonist clenched his teeth and blood spurted out of his mouth. Standing with his back to the ground, he felt it quickly approaching, not knowing what to do with his anger. The monster approached him, when suddenly the guy furiously turned around, directing it to only one place. Kibong stretched out his hand, furiously rushing forward. Time passed, there was a bright sunset outside. 10 years had already passed since the beginning of the awakening of people. A bright lightning strike appeared in the sky. The system began to repeat the error. A black hole was breaking through the sky. The system added that the server was damaged from the inside. The firewall in the system was destroyed when suddenly Kibong burst out. Behind him lay a motionless monster in blood. Being in the sky, the guy's body was illuminated by bright lightning. The awakening test lasted 3,000 years. The status window showed the main character's characteristics, which were increased to the maximum. The system voice said that it was impossible to connect to the main menu due to a system error, so offline synchronization was launched. The main character, shrouded in a magical aura, looked into the distance. There were no emotions in his half-open eyes, and he said to himself that he had thought about this every single day for the past 3,000 years. The guy remembered the messages from his mother on the day of the disaster and finished what he would do first if he managed to return to reality. The system voice reported that the system synchronization was successful, adding that 10 years had passed on Earth. The main character was flying over the city. A system window appeared in front of him, after which he asked the system where his mother was. After a short pause, a red cross appeared, and the system replied that it was impossible to determine the location since the function is not available in offline mode. Hearing this, the guy exhaled heavily. Everything is always useless, he said discontentedly. The sun was slowly setting, coloring the sun, while Kibong said that they needed to go home. A few minutes later, he was standing at the ruins of his house. The guy looked at it in horror and asked what happened to the land and the house. Suddenly, 2 soldiers saw him. They immediately called out to him. Approaching him, one of them said that civilians cannot be here since this is a forbidden zone, so the guy needs to go to a safe area. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked himself if these soldiers really said that his area was in a forbidden zone. After these thoughts, he turned around and asked what happened here. Then, without moving from his place, he asked why this whole place was in ruins. The soldiers looked at each other. After a short pause, one of them closed his eyes and asked where he had been all this time, because this is all because of the rift that appeared 10 years ago. Hearing this, Kibong had an idea. Looking away, he asked himself in fear if that soldier was really talking about those monsters. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the house and asked if they knew what happened to the people who lived there. Everyone died, the soldier answered firmly. As soon as the protagonist heard this, horror and fear appeared in his eyes. His jaw trembled. Everything around him changed color, while the boy wondered if his mother had died. But the soldier suddenly spoke. He put his hand to his chin and said that the people who managed to get out were safe, adding that he heard that the state evacuated them to a safe zone. Kibong silently listened to the soldier who continued to talk. If he was looking for someone, he should have heard. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the soldier. He asked where they were with eyes full of madness. The soldier was very scared from this. Taking the boy's hands, he answered that it was in the bad city of Zone B. Hearing this, the protagonist let go of the soldier. Then he started to run. The soldier exhaled heavily. Suddenly, the radio began to vibrate. a voice was heard, which reported that a rift had been discovered. The supposed location was the refugee village in Lunar City. The soldiers were shocked to hear this. Area B, the refugee village. Lightning appeared in the sky. At this time, a military vehicle was driving towards them. Upon arriving, the door of the vehicle opened. An old man with a scar on his eye got out. He was from the city defense force. Turning to the soldiers, he ordered them to cordon off the area and call for reinforcements because they would not be able to destroy all the monsters. Then he turned to his subordinate and shouted, asking where the reinforcements were, why they were so late. The soldier saluted and said that they were heading towards them. Hearing this, the old man could not help but slam his fist on the vehicle. He frowned and shouted furiously that these bastards were in no hurry because this was Lunar City, which meant they wanted to collect money from them again. While he was shouting, a girl approached him. It was First Lieutenant Juan. She asked what they should do with a worried face. The old man rarely turned around and shouted, ordering them to build a line of defense and deal with the small monsters, and they would deal with the rest when the reinforcements arrived. Hearing this, the lieutenant was very surprised. She waved her hand and asked if the general was serious, adding that then all the people would die. The old man looked at the girl and asked with displeasure if she was really suggesting that they go there without support and die with them. Then he ordered her to shut up with her opinion and build a line of defense, because if the monsters escaped to other zones, they would all die. Juan was horrified by these words. After a while, the soldiers were busy building walls. Suddenly, the protagonist's legs appeared not far behind them. He stopped and looked towards the soldiers. Seeing the cars, he asked himself what was going on, why were there so many soldiers here? Slightly lowering his head, he asked the system in his head what was going on here. The system suddenly reported that a rift was opening here, and that the full formation time was 3 minutes. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. He immediately remembered the monsters that appeared on the day of the disaster and asked himself if they would really appear here. He clenched his teeth in rage. Cyber realized that his mother was in danger. He stepped towards the soldiers. The soldiers immediately left him and said that there was a rift there. The soldier put his hand on Kibon's shoulder and asked him to go to a safe place. The protagonist pushed him away, quickly walking forward, which the soldier was very surprised by. The guy stood between the soldiers and pushed them to the sides. They looked at the guy in front of them in shock. The leader shouted loudly, asking what they were doing and how they allowed a civilian into the cordoned area, when suddenly Juan turned to the side in shock. The soldiers abruptly raised their guns up, pointing them at the guy. He calmly stood in the center. The protagonist covered his face with his hair. Menacingly, he ordered the soldiers to get lost. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces in fear. Kibong quickly walked forward. Juan screamed loudly, asking what was happening and why the guy was not stopped. The soldiers fell down in horror. One of them whispered, "Player," after which the girl turned to him. The guy added that this person was a player. Lightning suddenly appeared high in the sky. A strong rupture occurred, opening a portal. The soldiers raised their heads with wide open mouths. One of them asked in a trembling voice if the sky had cracked. Huge claws suddenly appeared from behind the rift. The soldier frowned in horror. His teeth began to chatter and his voice continued to tremble. Seeing the monsters, he screamed if this was a rift. All the soldiers froze in place while the guy screamed that this was suicide. Juan coldly looked ahead when suddenly she clenched her teeth in anger. She broke away from her place and quickly ran forward. The frightened soldier looked after her with bewilderment. The girl rushed forward without a single doubt. At this time, silence reigned on the other side of the city. Kibong slowly climbed the stairs. The system said that the route was generated. His rank was 5 stars. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. The monsters lay on the edge of the buildings, carefully watching him. Baring their teeth, they growled furiously. The monster abruptly pushed off from the building. It opened its mouth wide, approaching the protagonist. Without looking back, Kibong hit the enemy in the face. The monsters looked at the corpse lying on the stairs in bewilderment. One of them opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. It stuck out its teeth and advanced on Kibong. The guy dodged the attack without flinching. Stretching his hand forward, he ordered not to interfere. Frowning, the protagonist grabbed the tongue with both hands. He quickly turned around and pulled it with all his might. The monster's body trembled with pain and gushed blood. Kibong came closer to him and pressed his tongue back. Trampling him, the monsters loomed over the protagonist. One of them changed his expression, frowning menacingly. The guy jumped up and hit him in the chin with all his might. He clenched his teeth, turning over in the air. Kibong looked up, examining all the opponents. The protagonist began to swing his legs in different directions. The guy clenched his fists, attacking the monsters. He spun in the air, forming lightning strikes. His body was surrounded by torn parts of the monsters. The enraged dragons quickly flew down with their mouths open. Kibong spun menacingly in the sky. He straightened his leg and hit one of the opponents in the face. The guy continued to attack, breaking their bodies into small pieces. The frightened monsters retreated back. Kibong watched as the parts of the monsters quickly flew down. The guy pushed off, quickly accelerating and flying forward. June quickly ran forward. She wondered where he was because he was just coming here. After climbing the stairs, the girl suddenly stopped. She raised her head up, saying in a trembling voice, "Impossible." The girl looked at Kibon's back, asking if he really destroyed the 5-star rift alone. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from the side. A huge monster stood above the houses, roaring loudly. Shock suddenly appeared in his eyes. He saw his dead relatives. His eyes were covered with rage. He leaned towards the protagonist, screaming furiously. At this time, the system informed Kibon that the leader had been found. The guy heard this and looked at the monster. The system again said that the rift would be closed after it was destroyed. The protagonist's eyes were full of hatred and anger. He turned to face the enemy. Without a drop of fear or doubt, the guy walked towards the monster. The monster looked at him, showing a terrifying aura. But the protagonist did not stop and showed his aura in response. From his expression, it was clear that he would never lose. At this time, under the influence of a powerful aura, the soldier fell to his knees. June was shaking with fear. She looked at the huge roaring monster and said that it was a class 5 leader. Suddenly, she turned around and saw people. They were all terrified, and the girl realized that they were survivors. While the monster was distracted, the lieutenant realized that it was now or never that she had to save them. After these thoughts, she stood up and shouted at the people to save themselves. The survivors stood there, not daring to move from the spot. Suddenly, a furious scream was heard. Hearing it, June turned around. Horror appeared in the people's eyes. They clenched their teeth, trying not to give in to fear. But the next second, they ran away screaming. They all ran past the protagonist. Among them were even small children. The girl hurried with all her might, and there were tears in her eyes. Then suddenly she stumbled. The girl fell with a crash. Screaming in pain, she called for her mother. The woman immediately rushed to her daughter, but the monster was already behind. Jumping on them, it opened its mouth. Seeing this, the mother hugged her daughter tightly. Blood spurted everywhere. The girl closed her eyes and cried, but not feeling pain, she opened them. The monster was held tightly by the mouth. The protagonist saved the mother and daughter. Thanking him, they ran. Kibon looked at them out of the corner of his eye. There was sadness and sorrow in his eyes. Without taking his eyes off, he ordered the system to find his mother. Then he raised his head, listening to the system say that scanning the area from the player's memory had begun. Standing in place, the protagonist listened to the system count down to the end. "Scanning is over," it said, and at that very second, the guy saw the light. Standing in the square completely alone, he heard the system say that the scanning object was not found. At first, there was hope on the boy's face, but after hearing this, he sank. Kibon remembered his parents and sister. Leaving his memories, he looked down in disappointment. 3,000 years, he said to himself. He remembered them again and again, unable to forget all that hell. But now his memories are blurry. Thinking about this, the boy closed his eyes. The leader monster roared furiously. The next second, it swung, screaming even louder. Unable to bear it, June covered her ears, asking what it was. Suddenly, what she saw shocked her. The monster opened its mouth wide. Magic projectiles began to appear in it. The next second, they flew towards the protagonist. The monster's attacks quickly flew towards the boy's back. He gritted his teeth and decided to activate the skill. Kibon wrapped himself in mana and activated his physical reinforcement, when suddenly the system said that the activation was successful and the awakening mode was on. The guy's eyes glowed with mana. Swinging his arm, he threw an attack forward. Covering his face with his hair, he looked down. Kibon remembered his mother's messages about how she missed her son and the chicken. The protagonist pushed off the ground with all his strength. In his mind were memories of a happy payday. He gritted his teeth from the pain in his heart. Messages with his mother continued to pop up in front of his eyes. Wrapped in lightning, the guy rushed towards the attacks. He quickly swung his fist, defending himself from the blows. June's mouth opened in shock, thinking that it was incredible because the guy redirected the monster's attacks outside the monster. Kibon landed on the ground, bracing himself with his hand. The girl watched him carefully. She excitedly thought that he did not miss any of them. With glowing eyes, the monster quickly looked forward. He immediately opened his mouth wide. A magic ball began to activate in his mouth. He let out a menacing cry and released a huge stream of mana forward. Simon stood straight, waiting for the attack coming towards him. Streams of lightning began to form in his palm. The guy quickly put his hand behind his back. Gritting his teeth, he menacingly pointed his fist forward. A tear from the guy's eye fell to the ground. Covering his face with his hands, he quickly rushed forward. A large whirlwind of mana flew towards the protagonist. The monster's face changed, greatly surprised. He opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. His body was thrown back sharply. It dissolved into thin air, leaving no trace. The survivors and soldiers looked up in excitement. The protagonist stood in front of the crater, looking at the bright sun in the sky. June, with her mouth wide open, fell to her knees. With beads of sweat on her face, she could not utter a word. S1 turned back, turning off the skill. After a couple of seconds, he returned to his previous state. The boy stood above the crater, looking down. He pursed his lips in pain. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he was tired. Careful footsteps were heard on the stairs. Jun turned around in surprise, sensing someone's presence. The woman's hands and body were shaking violently. She looked at Kibong's back and called out to him. The protagonist stopped, turning around abruptly. He froze in shock, opening his eyes. They were standing a few meters away from each other. The system said that it had started scanning the voice, and it matched the data from the player's memory. The boy was speechless. He thought that the last 3,000 years had flashed before his eyes. The protagonist thought that all his emotions hidden deep inside had suddenly burst out. He pursed his lips and tears began to flow from his eyes. The tears quickly began to fall down. With pain in his heart, the boy said, "Mom." The woman covered her face with her hands, looking forward. Both suddenly took steps towards each other. They broke away, accelerating forward. The papers about the missing son flew out of the woman's hands. The mother and son merged into a warm embrace. The mother was shedding tears, screaming that she had been looking for the guy for a very long time. The protagonist listened to her and could not hold back his tears. Kibong asked her for forgiveness for not being able to bring the chicken. Suddenly, the whistle of a spear was heard behind her. The woman suddenly rushed forward, opening her eyes. A huge spear flew into her back at great speed. Blood splashed on the protagonist's face, and he called out to his mother in fear. The protagonist became stronger, standing on a mountain of his corpses. But thick blood dripped onto the ground. This power, the spear pierced the body of the protagonist's mother. It passed through, touching Kibong. It was useless because he could not protect the most precious person. The spear was slowly pulled out of the woman's body. The next second, the protagonist's mother fell to her knees. Having fallen to her, the guy did not know what to do. The monster behind him was waving a tentacle with a blade. Suddenly, it attacked again. Screaming loudly, its tongue flew towards the protagonist. But Jun was already there. She opened fire on the monster with a pistol. She fired bullet after bullet. Smoke came out of the pierced flesh of the monster, and it let out a shrill squeak. The next second, it died. At this time, Kibong was holding his mother in his arms and asking her to wake up. The woman slowly reached out to her son's cheek. The guy looked at her with tears in his eyes. Smiling warmly, his mother finally told him not to cry because she loved him. After these words, there was silence. Kibong sank to the ground. Putting his mother down, he slowly got up. Tears were streaming down his face. Raising his head, he wanted to scream. The protagonist raised his head to the sky. The next second, he screamed with all his might. He did not see anyone around him. There were only him and his mother. Time had passed since that incident. Seoul Defense Force, 39th Battalion. Control Center. The commander-in-chief of the city defense forces was sitting inside, saying that he was imagining things or that they had gotten worse lately. Yes, Jian answered. The old man lit a cigarette and asked what he was doing, since everyone was talking about him lately. The lieutenant replied that he was moving through the most dangerous sectors and destroying all the monsters in the area. She kept her hands behind her back and continued to report that there was growing discontent in the guilds, so it was believed that they would soon begin to act. The commander-in-chief put his hand in his pocket. From there, he took out some papers and said that these were instructions for the girl. He then ordered her to bring the protagonist to him before he lost control. At this time, the forest was silent. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. After that, several more were heard. Incredible magical power was in each explosion. The protagonist attacked furiously. He hit the huge monster in the stomach with all his might. Blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. Kibong's terrifying attack pierced the monster through and through, destroying it. Then the guy turned around abruptly. He immediately rushed to attack another monster. In an instant, the protagonist delivered a powerful uppercut. An explosion was heard, stronger than all the others. Smoke and dust covered everything. A minute later, the monster's blood was dripping onto the ground. Kibong held the monster's severed head in his hands. His kin, seeing the death of their comrade, screamed furiously. Then the guy released the monster's head. It splashed onto the ground. A huge army of monsters rushed to attack. At their head was a monster several times larger than the others. The guy took a weapon out of the monster's head. Raising his sword, he stood in a stance. Without moving, he ordered the system to activate the physical strengthening skill. The protagonist took on a form and looked forward menacingly, while the system said that the first level awakening had been activated. The guy carefully extended his hand forward. He released a huge stream of mana, after which the system reported that all the monsters were destroyed and the cleansing was successfully completed. It was pouring rain outside. Kibong was sitting alone on the edge of a cobblestone. Cold drops of rain were running down his face. An umbrella suddenly appeared above his head. The guy coldly looked up. He noticed a girl in front of him. Jun said with a smile on her face that she had been watching the protagonist and then introduced herself. She added that they had met before, but this was not the best time to get acquainted. Kibong remained silent, looking down. The girl pursed her lips, looking at him pitifully. She said that she understood his feelings because he was trying to destroy all the monsters and rifts. The girl said that it was pointless because as soon as time passed, the rifts would start appearing again. With understanding, she added that the guy was just trying to throw out his anger. Jun continued to hold the umbrella over him. Kibong asked if that was really why he had to stop. The boy interrupted the girl and said 3,000 years. After a short silence, he added that his bones were broken and his flesh was torn apart every day, and he returned after an eternity in that nightmare. He stood up menacingly, saying that even when his body was cut into pieces and turned into dust, he continued to be reborn in that hell and also endured in order to find himself again in the place where he belongs, and that is next to his family. The boy came closer to Jian and said that all this effort was in vain. Kibong shouted, asking if she was telling him to put up with it. With tears in his eyes, the protagonist asked to relive it again. Putting his umbrella down, they continued to stand in the heavy rain. Kibong quickly walked past the girl. Without turning around, the boy walked further and further. Jian gritted her teeth, looking down. She turned back sharply and shouted that she would help the boy with his revenge. The girl confidently said that she would help him destroy the monsters and rifts. She sincerely asked the protagonist to go with her. 6 months later, the doors to the ward were closed. The pulse was normal. The woman was breathing with an oxygen mask. Kibong's mother was unconscious in the ward. The protagonist stood behind the glass, putting his hand to it. The guy looked down, upset. He whispered tenderly, "Mom." The guy sadly said that he became a civil servant. With a smile on his face, he added that he was a high-ranking one. Kibong said that he didn't think he would be able to come often. He explained that those who worked for the government were terribly busy, so he asked her not to be upset because he would be back soon. The woman continued to lie on the bed without moving. The guy said softly that it was time for him to go. Slowly, he released his hand from the glass. The protagonist turned around and walked forward importantly. He approached the sensor and put his finger on it. The door suddenly swung open and he walked inside. The employees stood in a row in front of him, putting their hands to their heads. The guys on the other side were standing in the same way. They cleared the way for the protagonist. Kibong immediately loosened the tie on his neck. He walked forward quickly. His leg began to be enveloped in mana. A black suit appeared on his body. The guy's hair suddenly began to turn white. The protagonist stood up straight, putting on a tight suit. He looked ahead and firmly said that they were moving out. Angry crows and owls were flying in the mountains. Kibong came closer, raising his head up. Once in the air, the leader of the birds appeared in front of him. The raven opened its mouth menacingly, looking forward. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, emitting a strong flow of mana. Enveloped in magic, the guy continued to float in the air. He looked menacingly forward from under his brows. A bar. The news was on TV, in which a man said that the government had officially announced that the work of the Shield Guild and the defense service of the capital region was finished. There was only one person in the bar. The man was drinking whiskey with ice. He quickly drank the drink in a few seconds. Then he put the glass on the table. Suddenly, he asked what he was doing here. A man in a suit sat down next to him. He smiled and replied that he was here to drink the same thing as the captain of the Scout Guild Chiel. The man in the hat lowered his head. After a short pause, he picked up his hat. Taking off his hat, he said, "Get to the point." While Chiel drank whiskey, his companion said that this is why he values him so much, and then asked if he had heard of him. He continued to speak with a smile on his face. The source of the recent commotion, he was talking about it. Hearing this, Chiel stopped the glass of whiskey at his mouth. The man on the news reported that experts say that this is due to the recent destruction of the rift. Most likely, the state has found a way to destroy the rifts themselves. The man put his hands in his pockets and said that he is like a thorn and an obvious problem for their business. Chiel put the glass on the table. Looking down, he asked if he should eliminate him. Hearing this, the man leaned towards the captain and asked if he could not talk about such terrible things, adding that every time he talks about something, the conversation always ends in murder. Having said this, he handed the paper to the interlocutor. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that they had orders, after which he ordered him to find him and recruit him, and also offer him to become a captain. Hearing this, Chiel turned to the man, but he closed his mouth and remained silent. After a short pause, he began to leave, saying that he understood everything, and the man looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really leaving. He had not even finished his drink. Opening the door, the captain said that he had already finished. When he left, the man looked after him. There was an unfinished glass of whiskey on the table. At this time, a 5th-class rift called the Monstrous Bird's Nest opened in the forest. Many monsters were flying through the air. A portal suddenly opened on the cliff. The main character appeared from there. The other players followed him. They stood on the edge of the cliff. There was no emotion in his eyes. The system suddenly informed him that he was in the rift zone. A breakthrough of the rift was inevitable. Kibong and his subordinates looked at the hordes of flying monsters. A comrade approached the protagonist from behind and informed him that this was the last rift to be destroyed this month. Kibong turned around and replied that he understood, then ordered everyone to stay on the high ground. After saying this, he jumped forward. The guy rushed towards the flying monsters. Upon seeing him, the monsters screamed furiously. Hovering in the air, Kibong asked the system where the boss was. The monsters immediately rushed to attack. The protagonist attacked in response. He dealt a powerful blow to the monster, smashing its head. Then he did a somersault. After that, he braced his feet on the defeated monster. Pushing off from it, he heard a system message informing him that the scan would be finished in 5 seconds. With 4 seconds left, he pierced the monster with his body. After that, he prepared to kick. With 3 seconds left, he smashed the head of another monster. With 2 seconds left, the other monsters furiously rushed to attack. In a second, they surrounded the protagonist. More than 24 monsters were a meter away from the guy. When suddenly the system reported that the area scan for the boss was complete, its location was 12.5 kilometers to the southeast. Hearing this, Kibong released a bright flash from himself, destroying all the monsters around him. His hair turned white. His body was enveloped in an immeasurably powerful aura. The system reported that the awakening mode was turned on. The guy's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. The next moment, he took off. Without a drop of fear or doubt, he aimed at the boss. During the flight, he left an energy trail behind him. After a few seconds, he stopped. The system told him that Kibong had reached the boss, so the navigation function was disabled. Hearing this, the guy raised his head. In front of him, he saw a huge monster. It was the boss monstrous albatross bird. The protagonist looked at him with hatred in his eyes. At this time, a guy was looking through binoculars. It was one of Kibong's comrades. Their comrade turned around and asked how things were going. Watching the protagonist's battle with the boss through binoculars, the player replied that they would be done soon because Kibong was devastating. Hearing this, the other players began to look at each other and say that their captain was the only monster. After receiving the report, the vice captain approached his comrades and said that they would be moving out soon, so everyone should restore the spiritual stones and leave no one behind. But suddenly, a bright glow appeared behind them. Turning around, the vice captain wondered why a rift was opening here. Suddenly, a knife flew out of it. Seeing it, the guy's eyes showed shock. At the very last moment, he managed to bow his head. But the dagger still left a small cut on his cheek. Suddenly, a man jumped out of the portal at him, raising his sword behind his back. The next second, he made a quick strike at the vice captain. The protagonist's comrade fell to the ground. Blood dripped from the invader's sword onto the ground. The vice captain was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. The person who killed him was a girl, and several more people came out of the portal behind her. Seeing them, Kibong's subordinates waved their hands and asked who they were. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard asking if the man was dead. Hearing this, the protagonist's comrades became scared. Another man in heels came out of the portal. The man approached the vice captain and thoughtfully said that he died from such an attack. It was Chiel. He closed his eyes and thought. Opening them, he said that he probably was not Kibong. Hearing this, the protagonist's subordinates became very tense. Chiel put his hands on his hips and said that he would ask the rest of them one single question, after which he asked which of them was Kibong. At this time, the protagonist, with glowing eyes, was eager to attack. The next second, he dealt a strong blow to the boss. A terrifying magical force pierced the monster. Blood spurted out of its mouth. Suddenly, the boss opened its mouth and began to gather terrifying energy in it. Seeing this, the guy tensed up greatly. After a few moments, the monster released a huge stream of flames. It hit Kibong, becoming even larger. Feeling a surge of such energy, Chiel was surprised. Slightly lowering his head, he said to himself that this was not an earthquake at all, since the sound was far away from here. Could it be, he thought. The man exhaled heavily. After that, he told the protagonist's comrades that it seemed that Kibong was not here. Closing his eyes, he calmly said that there was nothing to be done about it. He looked at the protagonist's comrades with hatred in his eyes and added that they would all die before Kibong showed up. Deep night, forest, he is here, he firmly said in his head. Looking around at the dark places, he said to himself that he was scared. After that, another voice asked why he was here now. Under the starry sky, the answer was heard that he did not know, because it could be because of the previous rift. What does the rift mean? The voice asked, to which the interlocutor replied that he did not know. No one knows, so they need to check whether this rift is safe for them or not. 2 black silhouettes were visible on the edge of the cliff, and one of them happily said that he found it. This was said by a guy with short white hair. The fire was blazing, absorbing the protagonist, when suddenly the system reported the assignment of a new ability. The protagonist's hand appeared from the fire. Kibong was absorbing the fire of a huge monster. His eyes were full of hatred. In his status window, the S rank resilience skill appeared. When the fire went out, the guy saw his opponent. The boss looked at him and growled furiously. The protagonist looked at the monster with contempt in his eyes. After a short pause, she said that it was time to end this. Having said this, he clenched his hand into a fist. Then the guy stood up. The next second, he furiously rushed into the attack. His blow created a powerful magical wave that pierced the heavens. Blood spurted from the boss's mouth. With his attack, the protagonist tore the monster into two parts. Both of its parts fell to the ground with a roar. Then the system reported that the boss was destroyed, the rift was cleared. A red moon shone in the sky. A few seconds later, it changed its color to normal. After the death of the boss, something fell out of it. It was a small black ball. The protagonist picked it up and asked himself if it really came from the monster's body, but he had never seen anything like it before. Looking at the ball, he asked the system what it was. The system performed a scan and reported that it was complete. After a short pause, it reported that it was a daystone. Without taking his attention off the stone, Kibong asked what he could use it for. The system replied that it was unable to provide more information due to the autonomous mode. Hearing this, the guy looked away and asked discontentedly if she knew anything else. Unexpectedly, the system informed him of the danger several times. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. The system reported that a battle had begun at the entrance to the rift. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. At this time, on the cliff, Cheel rushed to attack. He hit the protagonist's comrade in the face perfectly. From such a blow, the guy flew back. His comrade rushed to attack with his sword at the ready. But before he could do anything, Cheel dealt him several precise blows. Blood spurted from the guy's nose. At that very second, the captain knocked the enemy down. Then he suddenly tore off his feet. He jumped on the guy who had not yet lost his balance. In midair, Cheel grabbed his head and hit him in the face with his knee with all his might. After such a blow, the guy flew back. Cheel, however, landed neatly on the ground. He alone defeated all of the protagonist's comrades. No one, he said discontentedly. The captain turned around and added, none of them are Kibong. Suddenly, they saw how the sun changed. A subordinate came to Cheel and reported that someone killed the boss and cleared the rift. Looking at the sky, Cheel said in his head that he then decided that the shaking happened because of Kibong's battle. After these thoughts, he began to leave, telling the others that they needed to find a way to get off this cliff. But before they could leave, a powerful surge of energy was heard behind them. Cheel immediately turned around. Their view was blocked by raised dust. The protagonist's comrades raised their heads with the last of their strength. When the dust cleared, boots from Kibong's team appeared. Then a familiar figure appeared. The guy watched it with one eye. And finally, the protagonist's head appeared. Seeing this, the boy was very happy. "Captain," he exclaimed, looking at the protagonist who had no emotion on his face. Kibong took a step. He walked towards Cheel. The captain kept his hand in his pocket and said mockingly, "Park finally came." Looking at him intently, he said that they were all looking for him, adding that he was the captain of the Shield Guild, the scout team. Suddenly, what he felt shocked him. The protagonist showed his terrifying aura that engulfed everything around him. Cheel felt Kibong's power and just stood there. The protagonist walked towards him. The captain did not move. There was shock in his eyes and cold sweat on his cheeks. His eyes suddenly sparkled. He saw a huge snake in front of him. The drool from its tongue dripped straight onto the shaking Cheel. Kibong was already standing in front of his opponent. Cheel looked up, shaking with fear. Suddenly, he came to his senses and looked forward. In front of him, he saw the main character. The captain bit his lip in horror. He wondered what this overwhelming aura was. Cheel couldn't even raise his hand. Suddenly, the main character turned to the captain with displeasure. Cheel shook even more. Kibong, without moving from his place, asked if he really said the Shield Guild. Hearing this, Cheel's comrades pointed at the guy and shouted furiously, asking who he was to talk like that. Was he really looking for death? But unexpectedly for everyone, Cheel turned around and shouted furiously, ordering everyone to shut up. The guys were confused, but obeyed. Gritting his teeth, the captain did not know what to do. He remembered how the man in the bar said that they needed to recruit the main character and offer to become the captain. Leaving the memories, Cheel said in his head that everything was bad. The captain did not tell about his power. He understood that they needed to make him their ally under any circumstances. With these thoughts, he stepped towards the protagonist and asked him to listen. Then he gently asked the boy if he had heard of the Shield Guild, and then added that they were the strongest guild in South Korea. After saying this, the man asked him to join them, adding that they could grant his every wish. The protagonist's comrades were lying beaten on the ground. There was no lie in the captain's words, since the salary of someone like him was determined to be at least 3 million won. This was the usual salary common among players. That was why so many players were eager to join the largest guild. In addition, they had such influence and power that no one could resist them. Hearing this, the protagonist's comrade thought that without him, their team would be lost. The protagonist silently looked at the captain. Accepting such an offer from the largest guild in the country could completely change one's life. Any player would give everything for these words. Cheel's subordinates waited for an answer. This was an offer that could not be refused. The protagonist remained silent. After a short pause, he said that he had one question. The captain slightly lowered his head and asked what it was. Kibong stared at the man and asked if the Shield Guild was responsible for protecting the city back then. He remembered the day he returned and his dead mother. Clenching his jaw in rage, he angrily asked if the Zeta Guild was responsible for protecting the migrant sector in the moon city of Zone B. Cheel smiled and replied that not only this area, but before he could finish speaking, he took a powerful blow to the face. The captain flew back to his comrades. From such a blow, he lost his teeth and consciousness. The guys immediately took out their weapons and shouted that the main character was just a brat who did not understand what he did. Then Kibong asked if they really did not understand. He explained with a dissatisfied face that this was payment for his people. His eyes filled with anger, after which he said that this did not compare to how he really felt. There was a red cross on the white shield. The Shield Guild is the strongest guild in South Korea. They protect the capital and surrounding regions from high-ranking rifts. They are the shield of South Korea. Giant monsters surrounded the tall buildings of the city. The creature's body was cut into small pieces. The monster opened its mouth wide, falling down. A hero stood in front of a group of people with a flag in his hand. The flag had a shield with a red cross on it. The guild has 5,000 people, including 3 S-rank players. The man's silhouette was dark against the bright light. The man opened his mouth wide, saying that he never imagined that on Earth he only brought elite guild members with him. The guy wiped his feet on them as if they were dirty rags. Moreover, the hero looks like nothing happened. The guy punched one of the people attacking him in the face. The hero kicked the man in the face. He swung his hand, delivering a punch. The people in brown cloaks were lifted into the air. 3 people were thrown to the side, flipping in the air. Several more people were thrown to the other side. Chaeol lifted his body, lying on the ground. A guy in a black suit was spinning one of the men in a circle, holding his legs. He let go of his hands, letting him go to the side. The man screamed. The people opened their eyes in surprise. Chaeol clenched his teeth. One of his front teeth was missing. The guy raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. There was a tall building in front. This was Bangbidong, the office of the Shield Guild. The car had flashing lights. The staff was hospitalizing the victim on the couch, shouting that they had 5 patients in critical condition. One of them had internal bleeding. The doctors asked to urgently prepare the operating room. The man stopped. He put a cigarette in his teeth, saying that this is why he asked the man to do everything peacefully. The doctor turned his head to greet the director. The man closed his eyes, saying that this evening was not very kind. He needed to talk to Captain Chaeol, so he asked to leave them alone. The man was lying on the bed. The doctor noticed that the captain was still unconscious. The director came closer, saying that he would think of something, so he asked them to leave the room. The man reached into his inside pocket, asking the captain to look at himself, all painted in blue and black. He picked up an unusual syringe in his hand, saying that he still needed to find out what happened there. The director injected it into Chaeol's chest. He pressed the button on top. The captain began to move his fingers. The man's body convulsed from the bed. Chaeol opened his eyes wide, rising from his seat. The man opened his mouth wide and breathed heavily. The director looked at him, saying that he looked terrible. He asked if the man was still the famous Captain Chaeol that he knew. The man looked at the director in surprise. He looked down, asking for his forgiveness. The director sat down on the next bed. The man closed his eyes and took the cigarette between his fingers, asking him to tell him what happened there. Chaeol frowned. He opened his mouth slightly, saying that the entire team was defeated by one person, Kibong. The director frowned. The man removed the cigarette from his mouth, asking if the guy was really that strong. The captain gritted his teeth, saying that he was. His strength was immeasurable. The director closed his eyes. He thought that it looked like the captain was admitting his defeat and apologizing to his opponent. The man opened his mouth slightly, saying he had one question. He pointed at the captain with his cigarette, asking how the boy would act against the guild masters. Chaeol looked at him, saying it was obvious. The man pursed his lips nervously. 2 male images appeared. Captain Chaeol couldn't give an exact answer. Kibong, the master of the Shield Guild, these 2 were beings beyond his understanding. A short man wouldn't see what was behind a wall if he stood in front of it. Chaeol was in a different category. The captain clenched his hand into a fist, saying he couldn't answer that question. The director took the cigarette between his fingers. He leaned forward, asking if they could lure the protagonist to their side. The captain closed his eyes, saying the boy was hostile towards them. Chaeol looked forward, remembering the moment when Kibong beat up the guild members. The man got up from the bed, saying he understood everything. The director headed towards the exit, saying that the captain needed to get a good rest, since he had woken him up using medicine, so he would feel unwell. Chaeol looked after him, saying that he understood. The man left the room, lighting a cigarette. He raised his lip nervously, saying that they needed to cooperate with the protagonist before the other guilds suggested it to him. The director held the phone in his hand. The man brought it to his ear, introducing himself and saying that they needed to send the assassin to the vice master. The protagonist frowned, holding the phone to his ear. The director walked down the hospital corridor, saying that if they couldn't get him, they should get rid of him, then the guy wouldn't stand in their way. The man smiled, holding a cigarette in his mouth. The shore was washed by blue waves. It was a fourth-rank rift, a bottomless beach. A giant crab raised its claws. A bright stream of light cut through its body. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Kibong opened his mouth, addressing the system and saying that he had a question. The system said that he could ask anything. Air bubbles appeared in the water. A giant black monster rose from the depths of the water behind the guy. It opened its mouth wide. Kibong raised his fist to strike. He put it forward. A bright stream of light appeared behind his body. The giant creature fell apart into small pieces. The guy froze among the falling parts of the monster's body. Kibong froze, asking to tell him more about the Daystone. The system reported that the request was accepted. The Daystone is a black sphere that the hero picked up before. The guy remembered himself with an object in his hand, saying that he knew this. He was interested in whether the system knew anything else. The system reported that it was impossible to find more information in the offline module, so it cleared the Daystone. The protagonist waved his hand, asking it to forget about it. Kibong opened his eyes wide. He raised his head, asking if she really purified the Daystone. The hero reached into his pocket. The boy widened his eyes, looking at the bright sphere in his hand and asking why she did that. Kibong froze in place. The system reported that when absorbing the Daystone, two effects can appear. The first, increasing the level of the system, and the second, access to the source of the rifts. The hero tightly clutched the sphere in his hand. Kibong widened his eyes, looking at the object in his hand. The protagonist frowned, thinking about the source of the rifts. He allowed the system to absorb the stone. Blue waves washed over the sand. The system reported that the absorption of the Daystone began. There was a blue sky above the buildings. People were walking down the street. They opened their mouths in surprise, looking away. Passers-by widened their eyes. Among the crowd, a guy in a blue robe was walking. The hero looked at the piece of paper in his hand, saying that this was a bit problematic. Kangwee turned to the girl, holding out a sheet. He asked if she had ever met this man. The girl's eyes widened. She looked at the hero in surprise. Bright streams appeared around the sphere in the hero's hand. They grew larger, surrounding his body. Kibong frowned. On Kangwee's sheet there was a crookedly drawn man. The girl stepped aside, saying that she did not see him. She thought that the guy was crazy. The hero scratched the back of his head, saying that this drawing was strange. A bright stream of light fell on the body of the protagonist. There were bright highlights in his palm. The system reported that the process of absorbing the Daystone was complete. The system expanded. Kangwee smiled. He put his hand out, frozen in place. The hero stood among the people passing by. The guy lowered his head and grinned. Kangwee pulled his hat down. The hero raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he had found Kibong. The system reported that new features had been added: human analysis and expression of emotions. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy looked up, asking how the human analysis skill differed from human search. The system reported that it allowed him to find out additional information, including height, weight, date of birth, and if the object was a player, then his profile could be additionally checked. Blue particles flew across the sky. Kibong thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that it was interesting, at least some benefit. He asked what the expression of emotions was. The system showed a satisfied smiley. The guy folded his arms across his chest. White clouds floated across the sky. The hero asked if that was all. The system answered, yes. The protagonist landed on the roof of the building. He lowered his head, telling the system to deactivate the skill. His hair began to darken. The guy's clothes changed to a business suit. The hero opened the door, asking the system to find the nearest bus stop from which he could leave. The guy was walking down the stairs. The system reported that a route of 1.5 kilometers from this location to the bus stop was laid out. The protagonist went outside, thinking about the length of the distance. The system asked if Kibong preferred to walk or fly. The guy's eyes widened. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the system asked him a question because of the new expansion. Kibong closed his eyes, remembering an adult man and saying that Lieutenant Colonel asked him not to fly. He said that the protagonist was creating chaos among the Air Force. The system showed a surprised smiley. There was a scarlet sunset above the city. The protagonist noticed that these emotions were strange. The system showed him a sad smiley. The guy asked to forget about it. The guy was walking along a busy street, thinking about something of his own. He frowned and looked back, wondering who this person was who was chasing him. Kangwee was standing among the crowd of people on the street. Kibong's eyes widened, thinking that it was someone from the Shield Guild, but he decided that something was wrong with the guy. The protagonist continued to move forward, thinking that he did not feel hostility from him. The guy looked to the side, thinking that this was a great opportunity to try out a new ability. He ordered the system to analyze the hero. The system started the analysis. Kangwee was standing among a lively crowd of people. The hero was smiling. The system gave an error. The analysis failed. Kibong raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was a scarlet sunset in the sky. The guy said that this is a useless skill. The system showed a sad smiley. A bus stop was visible ahead. The hero sat down on a bench. The guy closed his eyes. The system reported that the pursuer was approaching. Kibong frowned, seeing the guy in front of him. He thought that the hero was finally here. He looked at the smiling Kangwee, wondering who he was. The guy pressed his hat to his chest. The hero stood in front of the guy sitting on the bench. Kangwee sat down next to him. Kibong looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. He had never seen him. The hero did not understand what the guy needed. Judging by this frank smile, he did not even hide the fact that he was stalking him. The protagonist raised his head, seeing the bus arriving. The system reported that the transport had arrived. The guy got up from his seat. He entered the bus, thinking that something was wrong here. The hero sat down on the seat and folded his arms across his chest. Kibong noticed that Kangwee had disappeared from the bench. The hero did not understand where he had gone. The guy sat next to him, clutching his hat to his chest. The protagonist's mouth fell open. The bus moved forward on the road. Kibong, 3,020 years old, was shocked for the first time since he escaped from the awakening zone. A hissing sound was heard. The snake opened its red eye wide. The giant red snake wriggled, sticking out its tongue. It was a swamp snake. Its body was intertwined with another giant snake. A large sword was stuck into the ground. The cloak fluttered in the wind. The hero held the hilt of the weapon in his palm. There was a large scar on the guy's face. The giant swamp snake wriggled, approaching him. The hero pulled the tip of the sword out of the ground. Taram grabbed the sword with both hands and swung. The snake hissed, opening its mouth wide. The hero gritted his teeth, looking forward. The guy swung, cutting through the open mouth of the swamp snake, leaving a bright mark in space. A stream of energy moved forward, cutting the body of the giant red snake. Two snake heads appeared next to Taram, their mouths wide open. The hero swung his sword. The boy gritted his teeth and frowned. He swung, cutting through the body of the giant snake. Behind him, the huge snake opened its mouth, preparing to swallow the hero. The snake slammed its mouth shut, raising streams of dust into the air. Its eye was wide open. Something caught the snake's attention. It looked to the side. The body of the giant snake was cut from the inside. The boy came out of it. The hero took a few steps forward. Small pieces of the snake's body fell from the sky. Taram put the sword on his shoulder. The hero frowned, looking to the side. He tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The boy threw the sword to the side. Streams of raised dust rose into the air. Taram leaned over, looking forward. The boy opened his mouth, telling him to come out. Streams of raised dust began to dissipate. The man was standing by the trunk of a tree. James Lee smiled and leaned on his sword, telling the vice master that it was close. Taram frowned, looking at him. The hero belongs to the Shield Guild, the Emperor of the Sword. The boy looked at the director, saying that he was a coward as always. The man laughed, saying that the hero was nasty as always. James Lee smiled, saying that the poison of large snakes corrodes equipment, even if he is a liar master. He must remember that their condition is not rubber. Taram put the sword behind his back, telling him to stop talking idle and tell him why he came. The hero arched his eyebrows, saying that he ordered him not to come to him unless it was urgent. The director picked up a cigarette, asking if he didn't get the message. Then he realized that the hero really lived in the dungeons. James Lee took a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he needed to eliminate someone. Taram's hair was fluttering in the wind. He turned his leg. The hero turned around, saying that he was not interested. The man should give this matter to the scout team. The director exhaled smoke. He smiled, saying that he had already done it, but they did not leave a scratch on the guy. He destroyed them. Taram's eyes widened. The scout team is a special force of the Shield Guild that only encounters players. They are talented fighters that the guild raises with special care. They are trained by the best masters of the guild. They are the priority of the guild and receive the best inventory. The scout team has never failed a mission, until now. The girl stood in front of the two guys. The heroes were dressed in brown cloaks. There was a large sword against the dark background. Taram turned around, his eyes wide. He pursed his lips. The hero thrust the tip of the sword into the ground. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword, standing in front of the man. Taram smiled widely, saying that the director had just interested him at first, but now he was all ears. Above the tall building, the sky was scarlet from the sunset. In the corridor, there was a long red carpet that went to a brown door. On the sign was the inscription, "The Prime Minister's Office." Blood was dripping from the tip of the sword. There were dark stains and debris on the floor. The guy smiled. Taram was sitting on a chair in front of the window, resting his sword on his shoulder. There were bodies of dead people on the floor. The hero smiled, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sangren stood in front of the two guys. The girl frowned. Sangren clenched her hands into fists, looking forward. She is the Prime Minister of South Korea and an S-rank player. The girl is a player with one of the best abilities. She decided to go the path of politics in order to save more players than she could if she continued the path of a warrior, a South Korean hero. The girl and two guys behind her were standing in a room full of corpses and broken tables. Taram smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked how she was doing. Sangren frowned, saying that she didn't need his concern. She asked not to call her ma'am. The hero sat on a chair in front of her, saying that she was still as heartless as before. He asked if that was too rude, since it had been 3 years since he last saw her. The girl silently looked at the corpses of people on the floor. She opened her mouth, saying that it was true. It really had been 3 years. Sangren frowned, summoning a red sword and a magic seal on the floor. The girl's eyes widened, asking if he had forgotten her character in just 3 years. A bright stream of lightning shone in front of the guys. The heroes gritted their teeth, looking forward. There were pink streams of energy on the dark background. An S-rank player, the current Prime Minister, however. The girl has a unique feature. 10 years ago, she was one of the first to awaken. In other words, she is the first. The city was being destroyed by giant dragons and snakes. Sangren put her hands in front of her. The girl opened her mouth, ordering the skill to activate mass teleportation, the magic of the 7 stars. The magic seal occupied the entire room, shining brightly. A stream of light illuminated the entire floor of the building. The guy arched his eyebrows, covering his face with his hand. The girl and Taram disappeared from the room. Above the sea, the sky was scarlet from the sunset. It was the coastal cliff of Gangwon-do. A bright stream of light struck the ground. Sangren stood in front of the guy, holding a sword in her hand. The hero smiled, saying that she has not changed. The guy stood opposite, asking if she really thinks that by teleporting them here, no outsiders are involved. Sangren frowned, pointing her sword at him. The girl opened her mouth, addressing the vice master of the Shield Guild. She took a fighting stance, saying that he was under arrest on charges of treason. There was a scarlet sunset in the sky. The bus stopped. The driver announced that this was the stop, the headquarters of the Seoul Defense Forces. The protagonist walked forward. Kang-wee followed him. The guy looked around in surprise. Kibong closed his eyes, listening to the hero's words of admiration. The military at the entrance greeted the protagonist, raising his hand to his head. One of them widened his eyes, looking at the guy behind the hero. The military opened his mouth, asking if this was his brother. Kibong put his hands in his pockets, saying that he did not know him. The guy stopped Kang-wee. He arched his eyebrows, saying that he cannot go there because this is a military zone and civilians are not allowed inside. The protagonist sighed heavily, lowering his head. The boy walked forward, wondering who it was. Kibong took off his jacket, saying that anyway if he asked the system about the cause of the rifts it wouldn't answer. He wondered if he should collect more daystones and absorb them because it might make the system smarter than it is now. The protagonist froze in place, looking at the sphere in his hand. The system reported that information about the cause of the rifts might be available. The boy gripped the daystone tightly. Kibong pulled his tie down. The protagonist took off his shirt, looking down. He looked out the window, seeing Kang-wee huddled under a bowler hat. The boy took off his pants, looking at the protagonist in the window. The military ran up to the building, saying that they needed to catch Kang-wee. The boy jumped off the window and ran forward with a smile on his face. Kibong sighed heavily, closing his eyes, saying that it was driving him crazy. There was a scarlet sunset in the sky. The military shouted after the boy, telling him to stop. A gust of strong wind swept over the green grass. Taram gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword forward. Sangren frowned, holding the weapon in front of her. The boy approached her, the swing of their swords leaving bright flashes in space. Their weapons crossed. Sangren bent her legs, trying to resist the onslaught of the giant sword. Taram opened his mouth, telling her to hand over Kibong to him. This was his demand as the vice master of the Shield Guild and the emperor of the sword. Sangren frowned. She pursed her lips, thinking that she now understood what the Shield Guild was doing. The girl held the sword with both hands, saying that thanks to the protagonist, who had recently dealt with all the rifts, the government did not renew the contract with the Shield Guild to defend the capital. The news anchors on the TV screen reported that the government had officially announced that the people did not need the Shield Guild. The man was sitting at the bar. Sangren put away her sword, saying that because their guild didn't receive money from the government, they were having difficulties, so they tried to recruit Kibong by offering him money and status. Taram's eyes widened. Sangren swung her sword, sending the boy flying back with a bright stream of energy. The girl recalled how Captain Chaeil frowned, saying that none of them were Kibong. She was saying that until now, everyone had turned a blind eye to the crimes of the Shield Guild. The people were thrown aside. 3 people were thrown back. The girl noticed that neither money nor status affected Saibon, and he destroyed their team, flipping in the air. The hero opened his eyes wide, flying upward. On the black background were blue streams of energy. Sangren said that this is why the only thing the Shield Guild can do now is kill Saiban. The boy presented a white shield with a red cross, saying that it would be a waste to kill a hero like Saiban, but they have no choice if they want the government to renew their contract with them to protect the capital. Sangren frowned, saying that he made a terrible mistake when he decided to attack her. She asked if he thought that his threats would make her hand over Saiban. The girl remembered looking at the corpses on the floor, saying that the boy also dared to attack her people. Taram opened his eyes wide, looking at the bright stream of energy. Sangren raised her hand and smiled, saying that the guy needs to be beaten up well. The girl snapped her fingers. Bright streams of energy rushed towards Taram's body. There was a scarlet sunset above the building. Kanghui was sitting tied up on the floor. The protagonist came out of the office, looking at him. The sign said, "Team Captain, Kibong." The guy asked if they really caught him. The heroes noticed that the young man was standing at his door. He did not resist, so they just tied him up. Kanghui smiled, looking at the protagonist. Kibong arched his eyebrows, saying that they needed to talk. He asked why the guy was following him. The hero opened his eyes wide, looking at him. Kanghui smiled, saying that he just wanted to meet the protagonist. The people opened their mouths in surprise, looking at him. The girl clenched her hands into fists, touching the guy. Kibong leaned closer, asking who he was and how he knew him. The guy laughed. Kanghui smiled widely, saying that of course he knew, since he came from there. The silhouettes of the heroes froze in front of each other. The protagonist frowned, asking what did he mean by from there. The boy sat on the floor, saying that he was curious to know what came to their world, and in order to understand it, he would follow the hero. It was logical. Kanghui smiled slyly. The hero widened his eyes. Kibong sat on the floor with bright numbers, realizing that the boy knew about him. Kanghui looked at the protagonist, saying that he would be in his care. The boy smiled widely, asking him to take care of him. Ji-woon brought a knife to his throat. He frowned, telling the reckless boy to watch his language. The hero froze, saying that this was the army and not a place where he could just come. Kanghui widened his eyes, asking to be accepted into their ranks, then he too would be a soldier. Ji-woon widened his eyes, looking at him. The hero laughed. The boy looked at him in surprise. Ji-woon moved his lips, saying that he agreed. The heroes widened their eyes in surprise, looking at them. The boy put away his knife, saying that there is a rule if he wants to join their team. Ji-woon gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, saying that the boy must fight him. If he can win, then they will accept him as one of them. Kanghui widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. The protagonist turned to the vice captain. Ji-woon turned to him, asking him not to stop him. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that he can't ignore this, even at his request. The boy looked away, saying that if he needs to defeat the hero in order to join the team, then everyone here is stronger than him. The girl and the boy laughed nervously, standing to the side. Ji-woon looked at them with displeasure. They looked away. The hero punched his palm, saying that it was true, he was the weakest here. Bright streams of energy shone above the ground. They reached for Taram's body. The hero gritted his teeth and thrust his sword forward. Taram swung, cutting through the streams of bright energy. Sangren frowned, looking at him. The boy smiled maliciously. He pressed his hand to his shoulder and lowered his head, asking if this meant that she would not give up Kibong. The hero thrust his hand in front of him with the precious stone. The girl's eyes widened, wondering if this was the stone of return. She rushed towards him, telling him to stop. Taram smiled, asking her to think about it. After all, one of the titles she defended was the strongest in Korea. The boy clenched his hand, breaking the stone. Sangren swung her sword, preparing to attack from above. The hero smiled, saying that he would be happy to see if she could protect those dear to her. Taram widened his eyes, looking at her. A bright stream of energy rushed into the sky. The girl stopped. Sangren raised her head. On the ground in front of her was a magic seal. Sangren gritted her teeth in displeasure and thought that her enemy was truly strong and that his resilience skill had undoubtedly reached rank S, remembering how Taram tried to hit her with a sword. The girl realized that he had a mythical class weapon, Dragon Tooth. Frowning in irritation, the woman realized that this was the most terrible opponent for Kibong. The setting sun painted the sky orange. The man cracked his knuckles, offering to begin. With his reddened eyes widening, he called himself the weakest member of the party. Rushing forward, the player wished death on the enemy. The fighter swung his fist. Kanghui raised his leg high, kicking his hand. The man's eyes widened in shock. The boy smiled innocently and asked if he had to defeat him to stay. The boy clenched his fist. He pointed it straight at his opponent's face. Looking up in fear, the player felt the difference in their strength. The fist rushed forward. The fighter noticed it in front of him. Someone raised a single finger. The protagonist was able to stop the duelist's fist with it. Kanghui raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing this. Kibong looked at him attentively. The boy smiled and felt his body break out in cold sweat. The boy lowered his hand. Standing in front of the newcomer, the young man reminded them that he had never introduced himself. Closing his eyes, the player said his name. The guest smiled widely. Resolutely looking forward, the awakened one said his name. Raising his hand, the man wanted to say something, but the main one interrupted him and said that they were not rivals. Narrowing his eyes, Kibong explained that being aware of an opponent's abilities was a skill. The fighter frowned in frustration. He looked down in confusion. Frowning, the warrior said that he understood everything. The man clenched his fist. The boy turned around to look at him. The young man frowned sternly and said nothing. Kangwei looked at him and repeated his previous words about the enemy's abilities. Smiling happily, the boy asked if this phrase was addressed to him. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, the player offered to fight him, noticing his interesting abilities. People watched their conversation from the sidelines. The awakened one replied that he had no choice and said that he had thought about it a lot. The main character asked what they were talking about. Frowning in disbelief, the guys realized that whoever decided to fight their leader would come to an end. The people in cloaks stood next to each other. The captain's team was a rift cleanup group. They had been next to their leader for half a year. Menacingly frowning, the man mentally called the newcomer stupid. Remembering how Kangwei kicked his hand, the fighter thought that their captain's strength was on a whole other level. Getting into a fighting stance, the boy suggested starting the fight. Putting his hands in his pockets, Kibong asked him to attack. The awakened one jumped up and ran forward. The boy easily dodged his blow. The guest gritted his teeth and swung his fist. The opponent's leg appeared in front of his face. The young man hit his opponent hard on the head. Frowning, he said that it was an imitation of his own blow in revenge for his subordinate. The people's mouths opened in shock. The man's eyes widened in amazement, thinking that nothing less should have been expected from the captain. Seeing that the opponent was still standing, the player was surprised. Kangwei was able to block the blow by putting his hands in front of him. Shaking his hand, the protagonist asked if he was okay, because the blow was quite strong. Kibong tried to hit him with his fist, but the boy dodged. The boy furiously knitted his brows and asked who he really was and who sent him. The awakened one smiled, continuing to block his blows. The guest slammed his foot into the ground, kicked his opponent in the shoulder. Kangwei replied that it was a secret. The powerful blow threw the player into the air. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Looking to the side, he realized that this was the first time he had been sent flying. Swinging his burning hand, the boy declared that it was too early to be surprised. A wave of light energy flew out of his hand. It approached the frightened Kibong. He managed to hit the projectile in time and change its trajectory. The boy looked ahead tensely. Frowning, he assumed that it was magic, but immediately rejected this idea. The young man landed on his feet. Finding himself in front of his opponent, the player asked what kind of energy it was. The awakened one smiled. A light aura appeared around his body. The fireball shot forward and headed towards the opponent. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Kangwei spread his burning arms. He began to throw energy projectiles forward one after another. The other people watched in shock. The man's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this man was really strong. The exhausted boy smiled and lowered his hand. Seeing a cloud of smoke in front of him, he asked if this was really a victory. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared in the smoke screen. The protagonist declared that he was still alive and could hear everything perfectly. His t-shirt was torn. The awakened one, with his mouth open, called him resilient. Kangwei said that his opponent looked whole, taking off the shreds of his t-shirt. Kibong was indignant that his clothes were finished. The boy grinned and asked if this was all his opponent could do. The young man tensed his fingers and declared that it was his turn. Raising his hand, the boy decided to capitulate and said that he had done all he could. He said that the leader of the group proved to be a worthy opponent. The people frowned in confusion, wondering if the newbie was running away. Pointing a finger at the man, the awakened one reminded him that he had defeated him in battle and asked if he could stay here. Kangwei happily raised his hand and said that he would be very happy if the captain agreed. The player opened his mouth wide and said that he was not finished yet. The boy asked what that meant. At that moment, a fist flew into his face. His body flew high into the air. It fell a few meters away from the main character. Kibong took a step forward. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked the newbie to unpack his things. The people stood silently by the craters from the explosion. They looked shocked. The awakened one was lying on the ground unconscious. He had just been named the youngest member of the group. A bloody sky hung over the mountains, the Ancient Guild Rift, the lair of the 8th class fire dragon. A man in a formal suit was shown on TV. The 8th grade was the highest of all existing. Regarding the faults, a lot of theories are being built, but there is one thing that all experts agree on. Taram grinned maliciously. If the fire dragon opened its eyes, then South Korea would be in such a critical situation that it had not been in since the time of Tangam. Having plunged the sword into the dragon's head, the former leader of the Shield Guild laughed. The baby dragon opened its mouth, accepting death from his weapon. Because of this, the monster woke up, a huge wing hanging over the city. Numerous explosions were heard in the sky. The reptile destroyed buildings, raising dust around itself. The monster spread its wings, standing on one of the streets. A fire ignited in its fanged mouth, a real catastrophe awaited people. About 10 minutes before the fire dragon woke up, the baby opened its mouth and wheezed. The beast tried to crawl forward. The people from the cleanup team were standing around him. Lighting a cigar, the director said that it was more difficult than one might think and concluded that the hatchling was still just a fire dragon. Taram stood next to him. Looking at his colleague from under his brows, the Sword Emperor suggested not to waste time and asked how to lure Kibong here. The man smiled and said that it was very simple. He sat down next to the reptile. Frowning angrily, the director said that they only needed to kill the monster and awaken its parent. Sitting in front of the monster's face, the man said that when the fire dragon woke up, the government would send out a special forces unit to save some time. Hearing that this team would be the Rift cleanup team, the vice chief of the Shield Guild opened his mouth in surprise. With a stern frown, Taram asked what they should do next when the enraged lizard appeared, even if they managed to deal with the player. The director put his hand in his pocket and explained that this was the main part of their plan. Taking out a metal sphere, the man said that they would seal the enemy with this thing. The Sword Emperor's eyes widened in amazement as he realized that it was a daylight stone. The monster laid its head on the ground, breathing heavily. Saudi Arabia had finished experimenting with the stone. The Vice Guild leader's pupils narrowed as the director said that this sphere could be used to put the fire dragon to sleep. Taram pierced the baby's neck with his sword. The reptile stuck out its tongue and trembled. The monster fell to the ground, unconscious. The Sword Emperor grinned and laughed. Without removing his sword from the monster, the Vice Guild leader burst out laughing. Raising his hand, he said that he liked it. The man shouted that he would wait for his enemy here. A huge fire dragon towered over the city. Children were playing on the playground under the supervision of their parents. A small boy stared at the sky. The teacher approached him and asked what had happened. The child asked her to look up. The girl looked up in surprise. The sky above the city had turned blood red. The tank treads began to move. Armored vehicles were driving along the road. A helicopter was flying over the buildings. The news started on TV. The presenter said that the sky had turned red and that this was not an exercise. Passers-by stared at the outdoor screen. They looked scared. The journalist said that all citizens should immediately evacuate to the nearest underground bunkers as instructed by the guide. Fighter jets soared into the sky. The news presenter repeated his words once more. Hearing that the government had declared martial law, the city's residents widened their eyes in horror. Confusion engulfed everyone. Monsters filled the streets of the city. Looking at the guests, the journalist said that the same thing had happened 10 years ago and introduced the viewers to a doctor of science from Seoul National University who studies faults. Taram spread his arms and declared that a real disaster had begun. There was a similar case in Russia. A radiation hazard sign appeared. People were watching the news through the window. The man explained that the Russians had given up on cleaning the rift and had barely managed to seal it by dropping nuclear bombs. This was only possible because this situation had occurred in Siberia, where no people lived. Hearing that such a scenario was impossible in Korea, the city's residents opened their mouths in fear. South Korea was plunged into chaos as if a helicopter was flying over the city 10 years ago. Sangren pursed her lips tensely. The Prime Minister frowned and was outraged by the actions of the Shield Guild. Looking at the employee, she ordered to immediately contact the National Intelligence Agency and find out where the Shield Guild was now. The girl frowned sternly and asked where the president was now. Frowning, the subordinate reported that he had been successfully evacuated to an underground bunker and that all powers had now been transferred to the Prime Minister. The woman put her hand to her temple, thinking that he had signed his own death warrant. The pilots were looking ahead. One of them, his mouth wide open, announced that they were approaching their target. The helicopter was approaching a huge dome, 3 kilometers away from the ancient rift. Sangren looked out the window. Her subordinates widened their eyes in surprise when the Prime Minister asked them to convey an urgent announcement to the commanders of each guild. Sitting in the recording studio, the news anchor asked if the government could do anything about the current situation. Karam assumed that the government staff would do it. Frowning menacingly, the girl ordered that all players whose level exceeded 100 be called. Bright lightning flashed across the dome. Someone stepped forward. The protagonist's cleansing team approached the dome. Looking sternly ahead, Kibong announced that they had arrived. His friend tensely pursed his lips. His whole body began to shake. His hands were shaking. Looking down, the man realized that this was not a good sign. Imagining the man being torn apart, the fighter assumed that their role was to pay with their lives. The boy with the mohawk, his eyes wide in fear, thought that they were sent on a suicide mission just to buy time. The heroes approached the dome closely. The government had gathered players with a rank above 100 so that they could hold out as long as possible, but passing through this place meant 100% death. With his mouth wide open, Kangwee was surprised at how huge this dome was. He jumped happily, realizing that this was the lair of a fire dragon. The other warriors watched his reaction in confusion. Their anxiety level was lowered. Looking at the jumping newbie, the hunter asked what they should do with him, because due to the urgency of the situation, he had not yet been added to the official lists. The guy replied that he could just follow them. Remembering their fight, the young man thought that maybe he could be of some use. Approaching the red dome, the player gave the order to enter. The people passed through the portal. The dome was covered with a white grate. The rift seemed to spit the uninvited guests back out. The man landed on his feet, while his comrades fell to the ground. Shocked, his eyes widened. The fighter wondered what was going on here. Looking at the shimmering edges of the dome, the warrior realized that they had just been thrown out of the rift. The protagonist turned around. There was no one behind him. All his comrades remained outside. Looking down, Kibong realized that this was the first time something like this had happened, and wondered if the Class 8 rift had always been like this. Pursing his lips, the boy decided that something was definitely wrong here, and that even he would have a hard time clearing this place. Suddenly, Kanghui approached him. The boy asked how he managed to do this. His eyes widening with glitter, the boy asked what they were talking about, and the captain decided not to continue the conversation. Someone ran forward at a rapid pace, leaving behind traces. The unknown person ran down the street. The members of the rift clearing team appeared in front of him. Noticing something strange, the player looked back. However, there was nothing behind him. Suddenly, Taram attacked him. A crazy smile shone on his face. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock and thought that this person was much faster than all those he had dealt with before. His hair turned white. His body was covered in a blue aura. The system reported that the awakening mode and physical strengthening skill were activated. Kibong extended his hand forward. He put it in front of the enemy's sword. The man cut his body with the sword. A deep cut appeared on the guy's chest. The system reported that physical defense was disabled. A helicopter flew across the red sky. The man stood on the roof of the building. Looking ahead, he said that a war had begun. Seeing military helicopters in front of him, Yubin wondered if the fire dragon had really awakened. Hearing the call, the man put his hand in his pocket. The phone screen showed the words emergency call. The player sighed, lowering the corners of his lips. The city was in ruins. Someone waved. The girl happily closed her eyes and greeted the viewers. Holding a selfie stick in front of her, Yui said that she decided to do a live broadcast outside the house. Pointing to the destroyed city, the woman said that the sky above Incheon had turned red. The streamer squinted and asked if someone was actually trying to awaken the fire dragon. Her phone screen lit up. A red emergency call alert appeared. Yui lowered her head and sighed heavily. The rank 44 man looked back as his phone vibrated. The man in the latex suit picked up the phone. The girl pouted when she saw the message. There was a bright flash. The message said that martial law had been ordered and that all players over level 100 were to gather. Red mountains towered over the city. Blood dripped onto the rocks. In a second, there was too much of it. The protagonist lowered his head. There was a cut on his chest. Saiban's eyes widened in shock, not understanding how he could have been injured in awakening mode. A pool of blood formed on the ground. The guy frowned menacingly, unable to believe that the physical defense had simply turned off. Placing his sword on his shoulder, Taram stated that he expected more and that this was too boring. The man expressed his disappointment with a frown. The young man looked at him with disdain. The Shield Emperor had a tattoo on his arm, indicating that he belonged to the Shield Guild. Pursing his lips, the player decided that this was not the best time for such a meeting, because the most important thing was to restrain the fire dragon. Turning away, the protagonist asked the enemy to leave because he did not have time to play with him. The Vice Guild leader cut the ground with his sword and ordered the enemy to forget about the fire dragon. Squinting furiously, he promised to kill him. Saiban raised his hand. Blood dripped onto the ground again. The guy took off his mask. He had to completely tear his suit. Swinging his fist, the young man invited his opponent to fight. He rushed forward. The player thrust his fist forward. Waves of blue energy swirled in the air from the blow. Taram's eyes widened in shock. A blast wave rolled across the city. Smoke filled the entire area. The awakened one knelt down and leaned his hand on the ground. Standing firmly on his feet, the man held his sword out in front of him. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, silhouettes of people were visible. The director smiled broadly, holding a cigar in his teeth. The old man took it with his fingers. Opening his mouth wide, he laughed loudly. The protagonist lowered his head in confusion. The Sword Emperor looked at him with disdain. The red dome emitted a strong glow. The members of the cleanup team looked at it in fear. A bright light illuminated the ruined city. Frowning, the man wondered if they were really going to stand there and do nothing. Someone took a step forward. Hearing the footsteps, the fighter turned around. Sengrin came out into the light, looking worried. She was standing in front of the Rift cleanup team. Approaching the vice captain, the prime minister asked where their leader was and why they did not enter the rift. The warrior explained that they could not enter because of the fire dragon's protection. The girl approached the dome. The woman put her hand on the force barrier. She frowned silently. After a while, Sangren said that it was not the fire dragon's fault. Looking at her, the man asked what this meant. Gritting her teeth, the Prime Minister realized that the Shield Guild had come here to kill her comrade. Hearing a strange noise, the girl looked back. A film crew had gathered outside. The reporter said that they were in front of the fire dragon's lair and that the current situation was critical. The woman frowned sternly and ordered her subordinates to get rid of these people. The boy, widening his eyes, said that they could not do this because this was no longer just a matter for Korea, and foreign TV channels were also broadcasting. There were many people in front of the dome. Gritting her teeth, Sangren realized that things were bad. Blood sprayed into the air. Taram struck his opponent again. A grin was on his face. The man continued to advance, striking one after another. Smiling widely, the director said that it was all because of the dragon tooth. In the background of the magic circle, the most powerful weapon that was obtained in the raid on the 7th class rift appeared. The old man said that it was light as a feather and so sharp that it could even cut through metal, with the guild staff standing behind him. One of them raised an eyebrow and said that according to rumors, this was a powerful mythical class item. Standing on the cliff, the director confirmed this and added that this sword received the title of mythical item not only because of its sharpness and durability, because it also contained a large amount of magic and secrets. Many cuts appeared on the protagonist's body. Kibong looked up. The system reported that the dragon tooth reflected all the damage inflicted on the enemy. The guy realized that he had received a wound from himself. The Sword Emperor looked at him in surprise. Opening his mouth, the young man decided that a weapon that could disable physical defense was pretty good. The Vice Guild leader frowned. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, he was surprised that the enemy had the strength to talk such nonsense before dying. Swinging the weapon, Taram wished death on the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the man rushed forward. With a dash, the Sword Emperor found himself behind the enemy. Blood gushed from the player's chest. The Vice Guild leader sadly lowered his gaze. The protagonist raised his chin. Squinting, Kibong asked the enemy to give him this sword. Extending his hand, he asked to pass this weapon to his subordinates. The villain's eyes widened in horror. Lowering the sword, Taram asked how a man who had shed so much blood could say something like that. The guy scratched the back of his head. Looking ahead indifferently, the young man said that he had a lot of blood. Unlike the others, it turned out that he had 90% of his health left. The system reported that all the damage received was caused by reflected attacks. Frowning, the player thought that it was useless. The man gritted his teeth menacingly. Making a dash forward, he ordered the enemy to stop talking nonsense. Squinting, the protagonist said that his words sounded more like nonsense. Straightening his shoulders, Kibong swung his fist. An explosion of light energy occurred in the center of the city. The Emperor of the Sword was able to block the blow with his own weapon. Clouds of smoke swirled around the opponents. Blood gushed from the wounds on the guy's body. All the damage was reflected again. The young man barely smiled. The Vice Guild leader opened his mouth in fear. His hands holding the sword trembled. Taram looked tensely to the side. Seeing the huge crater from the explosion behind him, he couldn't believe that his enemy was capable of something like that. Blood poured out of the player's mouth. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that his own attacks were quite painful. Clenching his fist, Sibon laughed. Frowning menacingly, the guy asked how long the enemy would be able to reflect his blows. His health had hardly decreased. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. The reptile swung its tail. The monster destroyed several houses with it. Cracks appeared on the force barrier. At the same moment, they were restored. Baring its teeth, the monster growled in displeasure. A wave of fire washed over the dome. Spewing flames, the lizard tried to break through it. The director looked at the sky in amazement. His subordinates were scared. Lighting a cigar, the man asked them not to be indignant. Closing his eyes, the old man explained that it was almost impossible to overcome the 8th class rift from the inside, so breaking through it was also not an easy task. The fire dragon flew up above the fire. The Shield Guild still had time before the rift collapsed. The monster flashed its fiery eyes. Rearing up, the reptile roared loudly. Looking up, the director thought that this was the boss of the 8th class. Frowning, he realized that the barrier was weakening with each passing minute. Holding the daystone in his hands, the man decided to use it only as a last resort. Hearing the noise, the old man looked away. Another explosion was heard in the city. The director thought that first they needed to sort out this situation. Someone asked what they were talking about. Squinting, the man replied that he was talking about Kibong. Finding himself next to him, Kangui raised his hand to his forehead. The old man looked at him in surprise. His subordinates rushed after the boy, deciding to catch the imposter. A wave of red energy appeared in the air. The protagonist swung his fist. He hit the enemy's sword with all his might. His hand trembled. The system reported that the damage was reflected again. Blood flowed down the boy's chin. Grinning, Taram assumed that his enemy decided to make up for the lack of mental capacity with his strength. Drops of blood ended up on the ground. The man was confident in his strength because his powerful attacks could not go unnoticed, and the player received more and more damage due to reflection. The protagonist hit the sword with his fist again. This was a fight with a physical monster that was already considered the winner. This was the essence of a mythical class weapon. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the Sword Emperor suggested that the enemy surrender because his chances of winning were simply negligible. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Kibong hit his sword with all his might. A new cut appeared on his stomach. The damage was reflected again. The Vice Guild leader smiled and called him crazy. The boy gritted his teeth. He struck the dragon tooth again. Blood splashed onto the floor. The boy stepped on it. The player swung his fist again. Strong gusts of wind appeared on the battlefield from the successive blows. Taram's eyes widened in horror. He had to step back. His pupils narrowed. The man did not understand how this was possible. Sangren's group stood in front of the dome. The Prime Minister's mouth opened in surprise. Approaching her, the fighter called out to her. Pursing her lips, the girl realized that these vibrations were not caused by the fire dragon. Gritting her teeth, the woman thought about her comrade. She put her hand on the dome and realized that the Shield Guild was to blame for everything. Standing behind her, the employee asked her to calm down. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that his boss was the leader of South Korea at the moment. Looking at the dome, he added that if the boss left this place, her raid on the fire dragon would be considered a failure even though they had gathered all the high-level players. In that case, South Korea would be finished. Sangren silently looked at the dome. She gritted her teeth and said that she understood everything. The red sky hung over the destroyed city. Smoke filled the surrounding area. In the middle of it stood the protagonist and his enemy. Taram lowered the corners of his lips and noticed that the enemy had finally stopped. Kibong lowered his hand. His lips were covered in blood. The boy looked up determinedly. The man smiled happily and called him a real monster. The ground around them was completely destroyed. The young man clenched his fist. Frowning confidently, he ordered the enemy to parry his attack. The player struck the dragon's tooth. The marks from the blows remained on the blade of the sword. Swinging his arms, the protagonist continued to attack again and again. The Sword Emperor gritted his teeth in horror. Another blow created a bright flash. While one attacked, the other did nothing but parry. This was an unusual battle. The attacker was bleeding. The Vice Guild leader's legs trembled. He fell to his knees. Blood gushed from his mouth. Taram could not understand how this was even possible. With his mouth open in confusion, the man could not believe that he was receiving damage because his sword was able to parry it. The Sword Emperor looked at his weapon. A crack appeared on the blade. The villain's eyes widened in shock. Sitting on one knee, the Vice Guild leader of the shield looked up. Flashing his crazy eyes, the protagonist urged him to continue parrying the blows. The villain's tense face was covered in sweat. Simon swung his fist again. With his mouth wide open, Taram asked him to stop. Gritting his teeth, the guy prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The powerful attack pushed the man into the ground. The blade of the dragon tooth began to crack even more. Blood gushed out from the mouth of its owner. The young man extended one hand and swung the other. His fist slammed into the blade of the sword. The weapon broke in half. The player's fist appeared in front of the enemy's face. Seeing him, the Sword Emperor opened his mouth in shock. The fist hit him right in the face. The tooth flew out of his mouth. The ground on the battlefield shook from such an incredible attack. The nose and jaw of the vice leader of the Shield Guild were clearly broken. The protagonist lowered his head. The broken sword fell to the ground. Kibong stood next to the defeated enemy. Kanghui continued to run away from the guild members. The boy held out his index finger and said that his friend had won. The people's mouths opened in shock, unable to believe it. They looked at the destroyed city. The boy raised the hilt of the sword. He looked closely at the remains of the dragon tooth and was upset that the weapon was broken. Standing on the cliff, the staff said that this could not be. Taram was lying on the ground with his arms outstretched. No one could believe his defeat. The director raised his eyebrows in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The Sword Emperor was in the top 3 strongest players in South Korea, and no one could even imagine that he could lose. There were dead people lying on the floor of the office. The only prerequisite for all the reckless actions of the Shield Guild is strength. But everything collapsed in an instant. The guild members stood on the cliff in front of the ruins. Only one person was to blame for everything. The protagonist lowered his eyes. Approaching the leader, the people in uniform asked what they should do with their plan now. The fire dragon spread its wings. Taram attacked Kibong. The Shield Guild wanted to kill him, having previously awakened the 8th level boss. The director held the Daystone in his hand, which could be used to seal the dragon. The boy was wearing a special uniform. According to the plan, he was to be declared a true hero who died in battle while trying to resist the monster, in which case he would be quickly forgotten. The white flag fluttered in the wind, having lost the youth who was the substitute for the capital's defense forces. Sangren and the state organizations would have no choice but to bury the truth about the death of their comrade. Then the entire nation would recognize the victory over the monster as an achievement of the Shield Guild. Frowning, the old man thought that this was their plan. The man narrowed his eyes in disdain. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the director ordered the use of a teleportation stone to leave here. Raising his eyebrows, his subordinate asked if they would not use the day stone to prevent the fire dragon from leaving the barrier. The old man closed his eyes and explained that even though South Korea had gathered level 100 players, successfully raiding a class 8 boss would be no easy task, and most of the Shield Guild members were level 100 players, and without them, the raid would be impossible. The blonde man lowered his head and asked what they should do now. The man grinned and explained that they would appear at the climax to use the day stone at the crucial moment. The guild staff widened their eyes in shock. Taking out the sphere, the director said that they would become the country's heroes who saved everyone from the fire dragon anyway, and then even the prime minister would not touch them if he knew the truth. The old man walked forward and called his subordinates to follow him. One of them widened his eyes and asked what would happen to the vice guild leader. Taram was lying unconscious on the ground. The man looked at him from the cliff. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Turning away, the director ordered to leave him there. The brunette reminded that this man was their master. Frowning angrily, the old man suggested that he go down himself and take the sword emperor, which was lying in front of that monster. The protagonist stood in the ruins. Kibong looked up and looked up. The man took the cigar in his hands. He threw it off the cliff. A magic circle appeared on the ground. A bright pillar of light flashed on the cliff. Looking at it, the guy sighed with relief. Running up to him, Kanwi asked if his comrade was not going to catch them. Closing his eyes, the young man asked his comrade to forget about them because they had a much more important matter. The fire dragon opened its mouth. A bright flame shone in its throat. The monster belched flame at the protective barrier. The people standing next to it noticed the energy fluctuations. Holding a special device in her hands, the girl reported that the barrier had been destroyed by 89% and that there were 5 minutes left until the rift was completely destroyed. Sangren looked at his subordinate with excitement. The man, opening his mouth wide, suggested that his colleague send the players inside the barrier since they only had 5 minutes left. The woman looked at the dome in fear. The force field began to disappear. The part of the city hidden behind it began to clear up. Soon, the dome completely disappeared from Incheon. The operator, his eyes wide in shock, asked if the barrier was really disappearing. The man opened his mouth in horror. A fire dragon was standing in front of a huge funnel. Looking at the device's screen, the girl shouted that the barrier had not yet been destroyed. Pressing buttons on the screen, she explained that only the part that prevented one from seeing the inside of the dome had disappeared. Sangren brought her hand to the force field. Frowning, the prime minister concluded that only the Shield Guild's barrier had disappeared. The woman looked down and thought that her friend was already dead. The reporters looked forward in surprise, seeing the person inside the barrier. The girl frowned in disappointment. Hearing the crowd's screams, she looked forward. There were silhouettes of people in the ruins. The protagonist was standing next to Kangwi. There were many abrasions on his body. The reporters adjusted the camera to record what was happening. The image of Taram, who was lying on the destroyed ground, appeared on the screen, and the people recognized him as the vice leader of the Shield Guild. Hearing this, Sangren smiled happily. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. With a tense pursed lip, the prime minister wondered if her comrade was so strong that he could defeat the Sword Emperor. Looking back, she asked if there was a way to contact those inside, because they needed to get Kibong out of there right away. Looking up with a worried look, her subordinate reported that they had tried to contact several times already, but the rift waves were so strong that the signal was not getting through. The boy gritted his teeth as he heard the terrible roar. The fire dragon reared up and let out a battle cry. The reptile rained flames down on the walls of the barrier. The employee frowned and shouted that the barrier was 97% destroyed and that the rift would collapse any minute. The woman frowned furiously and realized that they had to stall for time and not let the monster break free. Looking at the players gathered near the dome, she thought that it was too early to announce a raid. People were sitting on the rocks waiting. There were about 30 people there, since it would be very difficult to gather everyone. Looking ahead, the employee reported that they had managed to establish contact. Sangren snatched the radio from his hands. The prime minister was looking closely at the device from which strange sounds were coming. She brought the radio to her mouth and asked who it was. Putting her finger to the earpiece, Kangwi introduced himself. The woman asked him to pass the phone to the player. The boy looked at his comrade and agreed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked what happened. Looking away, Sangren asked if he was okay. Kibong replied that he was still alive. The hunter approached him to eavesdrop on the conversation. The prime minister clenched her teeth tensely. She bit her lower lip, not knowing how to start the conversation. The guy looked down. Opening his bloody mouth, he asked what he needed to do. The girl lowered her head. Sweat appeared on her face. Squinting, the woman explained that they needed a little time. The boy, opening his mouth in surprise, realized that this was the announcement of a death sentence because he was essentially asked to die. Sangren held the radio to her ear. A humble agreement was heard from the speaker. The Prime Minister frowned, hearing a hiss. The radio fell to the ground. The girl stood silently next to the collapsing dome. Holding a microphone in front of her, the reporter announced that there was a man inside the fire dragon's lair. An image of the player and his friend appeared on the screen. Judging by their direction, they were heading straight for the boss of the 8th stage. Pointing at the dome, the man asked what the man was doing there alone and who would take responsibility for everything if something went wrong. The woman, with her eyes wide and crazy, ordered him to shut up. The employee's mouth fell open in amazement. The heroes walked through the ruined city. Sangren explained that the man was the hope that South Korea would see tomorrow. Frowning angrily, the Prime Minister said that she asked him to sacrifice himself for the future of the entire country. The radio was at her feet. The protagonist approached the fire dragon. His hair turned white, lightning flashed around him. Kibong looked forward with determination. He did not have much health left. Blood was dripping from his body. More blood appeared under his feet. The boy lowered his hands. The system reported that his vitality was below 8% and that he needed to rest. Lowering his head, the boy thought that he also wanted to rest. Blood stains remained on the stones. The system explained that as a result of blood loss, vitality continued to decrease. Stopping, the player realized that he could not rest. The system reminded him that he had the right to avoid the battle. The protagonist silently lowered his gaze. Pursing his lips, he thought that he could not run away because otherwise everything would turn into a sea of fire and then his mother would be in danger. Kibong looked up when the system suggested that he take his mother and go abroad. The sky was red. The boy called his companion useless. The system apologized. Smiling, Kang Wei called out to his friend. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide. Seeing a giant lizard in front of him, the boy asked if they really needed to fight it. Standing in the middle of the street, the boy confirmed this. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise, admiring the size of the enemy and asking how they could defeat it. The monster rose into the air and belched flames. A powerful explosion was heard in the city. The force field shook. Looking at the screen of the device, the girl shouted that a high temperature was recorded inside the dome and that the boss's breath was probably to blame. Explosions were visible behind the barrier. The flames were so strong that the inside of the barrier could not be seen. Sangren clenched her teeth and thought about her comrade. Flames filled the streets of the city. Ashes rose high above the ground. The recruit managed to protect himself and his friend with a spell. Closing one eye, Kang Wei said that he barely made it. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at his friend, the protagonist said that his skills were truly impressive and concluded that energy had nothing to do with it. Smiling, the boy replied that there were certain similarities between energy and his abilities. Suddenly, something hit him in the face. The dragon's tail threw him back. The hunter fell to the ground. Blood was pouring from his nose. Looking away, Simon thought that he hadn't heard his words again. The fire dragon approached him. The boy realized that he would have to fight alone. Frowning, he called the lizard to attack. The monster bared its fangs and growled. The reptile extended its clawed paw forward. It hit the ground with force. The asphalt crumbled under its claws. The boy jumped on the monster's paw. The boss swung his paw, throwing him into the air. The fire dragon swung its tail. It managed to strike the destroyed part of the city. Dust filled the entire area. The player was able to stop the tail with his hand. The powerful blow pressed him into the ground, but he managed to stay on his feet. Blood gushed from the wounds on his chest. Blood was also flowing from the protagonist's mouth. The system warned that his vitality level had decreased by 7%. The monster opened its mouth wide and its eyes flashed with fire. The reptile struck the ground with its tail again. Kibong, brows furrowed in determination, blocked this blow as well. The tail did not touch the ground because the boy stopped it. Clenching his fist, he resisted the beast's power. The monster raised its tail. It stuck out its tongue to spit out flames. The boy dashed forward. The player swung his fist to counterattack. The boss turned its head and looked at him. The awakened one, skirting his paws, approached the enemy closely. A bright flash illuminated the fire dragon's face. The monster raised its paws when it was struck in the neck. Its body fell to the ground. The protagonist landed not far from it. The blood coagulated on his body. The system reported that his vitality had reached 4% and that the recoil from the attack was also lowering this indicator. Kibong opened his mouth and swallowed nervously. He bowed his head and clenched his teeth. Leaping high into the sky, the boy headed towards the enemy, leaving a bright trail of energy behind him. Flames shone in the mouth of the reptile. The monster released a stream of fire straight towards the enemy. The young man saw a wall of fire in front of him. Tensing his teeth, the player thought that this was quite dangerous. The awakened dodged the wave of fire. His judgment was correct. Flames shot into the sky. The breath of the 8th level boss could melt even steel. The protagonist spread his arms, trying to dodge the attack. Even resistance would not help him withstand it, because it was a fatal attack that simply had to be avoided. Kibon's eyes widened. Noticing something, he looked to the side. Turning around, the boy noticed where the fireball was heading. The fiery projectile approached the edge of the dome. The people on the other side opened their mouths in shock. The almost destroyed barrier was covered with a net. The breath of the fire dragon was impossible to avoid. Turning around, Sengren asked everyone to be careful. Someone ran forward, leaving traces behind them. Kanghui jumped into the air right in front of the fireball. A cloud of purple energy appeared in his hands. It was able to disperse the enemy flames. Waves of fire flew in different directions. Smiling, the boy closed his eyes. The Prime Minister widened her eyes in amazement. Gritting her teeth, the girl wondered who had just helped them. The people saw someone summon a sphere of light energy that protected them from the fire. The protective barrier almost cracked under the pressure of the dragon's breath. A powerful explosion was heard in the air above the city. The hunter lost consciousness and fell down. His body collapsed somewhere in the ruins. Smoke rose above the destroyed houses. Suddenly, the recruit rose to his feet. Throwing up his hands, he shouted that he had succeeded. The monster shuddered in amazement. The protagonist grinned. Putting his hand to the earpiece, Kibon praised his comrade. Closing his eyes, Kanghui was happy with the praise. Having risen into the sky above the city, Kibon decided that it was time to end everything. The reptile looked at him and bared its teeth. The guy frowned menacingly. Spreading its wings, the monster roared loudly. A fireball appeared in front of its mouth. Soon the flame turned into a giant sphere. The young man's fist was covered in a blue aura. His entire body began to emit a bright glow. The player swung his fist. A wave of blue energy went straight to the enemy. The awakened one spread his arms to rush forward. He managed to get close to the level 8 boss. Traces of cuts appeared in the air. The protagonist broke through the body of the fire dragon thanks to the force of his blow. Many flashes sparkled around the monster. There were more and more of them. As a result, the reptile fell on the city. The system reported that the suppression of the boss was successful. Kibon lowered his hand. Clearing the fire dragon's nest rift was carried out for the first time. Blue particles glowed around the guy. His characteristics increased and his skills improved. The dead monster lay on the ground. The young man became the first to kill the fire dragon. Looking to the side, the player sighed in relief. He had very little health left. The awakened one landed next to the boss's head. He lowered his hands. The system warned that his physical strength level had dropped to 3%. Notifications reported that the user needed treatment. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist said that he understood everything and asked the system to be silent. A joyful Kanghui ran up to him. Closing his eyes, the boy asked if the captain saw how he managed to reflect the fire dragon's breath. Pushing his friend in the shoulder, the hunter waited for praise from him. The system continued to remind him of treatment. Hearing a strange sound, Kibon's eyes widened tensely. He turned around. His eyes sparkled. The reptile's body began to sparkle. Its heart was the place where a huge amount of energy was stored. The monster's eyes lit up. Its heart collapsed before the enemy spent most of its strength. As a result, the remaining energy in the dragon's body began to flow out at an incredible speed. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. A bright light illuminated their faces. The dead monster exploded. Sengren opened her mouth in surprise, hearing a strange sound. Standing in front of the dome, the employee reported that the energy of a fire dragon had been detected, which was the strongest of all the previous energy surges. Gritting her teeth, the girl wondered what was happening inside the dome. The boy standing behind her reported that the gathering of all ranks, except for those belonging to the Shield Guild, was over. People were looking at the glowing barrier intently. There were tanks outside, and the auxiliary firepower troops were also on guard. The woman pursed her lips. A sparkling spear appeared in her hand. Frowning furiously, she ordered the barrier to be destroyed and the troops to enter. Sengren brought her hand to the force field. It began to disappear. Suddenly, the dome crumbled into red particles. Spreading her fingers, the Prime Minister realized that the barrier had disappeared. The girl saw a small spark in front of her. The frightened people noticed how similar sparks began to fall from the sky. Someone raised his hand to catch it. The players watched in surprise. Yui's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the sparks. The woman looked at the spark that fell in confusion. The reporter said it had started snowing. Frowning, Sengren realized it wasn't snow at all. She jumped up and ran forward. Looking back, her subordinate noticed his boss heading somewhere. The Prime Minister was confidently moving forward. It turned out that ash was falling from the sky. The girl continued to run towards the closed rift. Ahead of her was only the ruined land. Sternly knitting her brows, she hoped that her friend had survived. Dust rose above the ruins of the city. Suddenly, the woman stopped. Lowering her arms, Sengren tried to catch her breath. Leaning forward, the Prime Minister opened her mouth to catch her breath. Hearing sounds coming from under the rubble, the girl looked back. Raising her eyebrows in fear, she shouted out the name of her comrade. Having escaped from under the rubble, Kanghui called his name. The heroes looked at each other in confusion and were silent for a while. The city was completely destroyed. The woman asked where Kibon was. The boy replied that he did not know. Raising his hand to his forehead, he noticed something ahead. The hunter waved his hand and called Sangren. The recruit pointed his hand at the protagonist. The awakened one put his index finger forward. The wounded guy was standing by the wall. The young man lowered his head because he had no strength. The Prime Minister raised her eyebrows. She opened her mouth in amazement. The girl stood in place for a while. Then the woman took a step forward. The player leaned against the wall, illuminated by a bright light. Sangren walked in his direction. The Prime Minister almost approached her comrade. She stopped right in front of him. Smiling, the girl praised her friend for a good job. The corners of her lips turned down. The protagonist remained silent. A smile appeared on his face. He sighed. The status window showed that he had only 1% of his health left. Military helicopters circled above the heroes. In the center of Seoul, in the Pangbi district, the Shield Guild office building towered. Someone ran down the corridor. A worried man ran into the boss's office. The director stood by the window and smoked a cigar. A subordinate reported that a reconnaissance team from the Fire Dragon's Nest had just contacted them and asked what they should do now. The old man took a drag and remained silent. He threw the cigar on the floor. The man headed for the exit of the office. The guild employee opened his mouth in amazement and called out to the boss. The director approached the door, continuing to remain silent. A blue sky hung over the city. The news began on the street screen. The presenter reported that the South Korean government officially announced that the cleanup of the 8th class rift was successfully completed. The screen showed an image of Sangren and the officials. The cleanup was done thanks to the tactics of the Ministry of Defense. Looking at the sheets of paper, the journalist said that an urgent message had arrived. The police had stormed the guild building. Law enforcement agencies announced that the vice leader of the Shield Guild and his henchmen had been arrested. The Prime Minister put her hand forward, ordering her subordinates to detain the villains. People led Taram out by the arms. The sin of the Shield Guild was very serious. All its members involved in what happened betrayed their country and were preparing to receive severe punishment. A seal was placed on the image of the guild leader. Law enforcement agencies announced James as a wanted person. A clear sky hung above the building. Blue clouds floated above the ODBC center. People were sitting in front of their laptops. The film crew was preparing for a live broadcast. There were many microphones in front of the girl. Smiling, the woman introduced herself and said that she was very glad that she survived and was now standing in front of them. A lot of flashbulbs appeared in front of him. Journalists wanted to know what really happened before the rift. Sangren raised her eyebrows and said that everyone already knew about the event from the news channels, and suggested that they were probably interested in the person who saved them. The Prime Minister stretched out her hand to the side. She closed her eyes and wanted to introduce her comrade. The girl pointed at the commander of the Special Rift Clearing Team. The protagonist sighed, lowering the corners of his lips. Kibong took a step forward. Scared of the cameras, he shrugged his shoulders. Smiling nervously, the guy greeted the audience. Looking up, the young man introduced himself to the cameras. There were huge satellite dishes outside. A bright light was on in the room. The player walked forward with his assistant. Someone called out to them. The heroes turned around. Holding a folder with documents in her hand, Jaein praised her comrades. Pointing at herself, Kangwei asked if she had seen his performance. The girl answered in the affirmative and praised him personally. Joyfully clenching his fist, the boy was simply delighted with what he heard. The main character grabbed him by the ear. The hunter closed his eyes. Kibong asked him to be quiet. Looking at them, the woman closed her eyes and laughed. Raising her eyebrows, the second lieutenant asked if this was their first time here. Looking to the side, the guy confirmed it. The heroes were standing in a huge laboratory. A bright lamp illuminated the strange installations. The young man squinted in disbelief. He approached his friend and called out to her. Jaein flinched when the player mentioned the people behind her. The TV channel staff had gathered in the room. The man was setting up the camera. The girl called her comrade a hero who saved the entire country. The main character frowned in displeasure. Smiling widely, the woman explained that these people were very interested in their savior. Kangwei clenched his fist. Stars were flying in front of him. Raising her hand to her mouth, the second lieutenant added that he was also considered a hero and that, according to rumors, he had his own fan club. The delighted boy asked if this was true. Covering his mouth, Kibong asked why he was called here. Raising her eyebrows, Jaein replied that it was necessary to conduct a test on his body. Introducing a muscular, shirtless guy, the girl explained that after he joined the military, they did not have the appropriate equipment to conduct the test, so the test data had not yet been entered into the headquarters database. There was a large computer against the wall. When the young man joined the military, the headquarters simply did not have measuring devices. Looking at his hand, the player remembered that the official test had never been conducted, so his data was not in the database, which made him free from human eyes. The main figures of the Shield Guild stood in front of their crest. If they had access to data on the Awakened, they would not have made such a mistaken decision. In the past, the protagonist knocked Chaeol down. He managed to pin Taram to the ground. Grinning, Kibong laughed. Scratching the back of his head, he asked if he could take the test. Closing his eyes, the woman said that the person who was supposed to conduct the test had not yet arrived. Scratching his head, the guy wondered what this meant. A bright light came on in the corridor. The white cat raised its ears. Yui waved to the viewers and said that she had already arrived at her destination. A white kitten was sitting on her shoulder. Looking at her, the junior lieutenant said that this was the person responsible for testing. The girl approached the heroes. Extending her hand, she greeted them and introduced herself. The young man looked at her hand with distrust. He shook it and said his name. The girl shook his hand and said that she had been waiting for their personal meeting for a long time. Looking at his hand, the woman said that this was the hand of the hero who saved South Korea and called it beautiful. Squinting with disgust, the player suggested that they start the test as soon as possible. The streamer jumped several times and agreed. Pointing at the awakened one, Yui told the viewers that this was the long-awaited hero of South Korea and that they would now test him. Looking at Kwang-hee, the girl added that she would test him too. The boy clenched his fist. The heroes went to the test site. They entered a bright room. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Raising her hand, she said that this test was very different from the one she had to take herself. There was a lever on the wall. Next to it was a special platform. Raising her eyebrows, Jun explained that it was very difficult to conduct an accurate test for her comrade, so they created new equipment. The junior lieutenant stood on the platform. She pulled the lever. Taking the handle in her hand, the girl suggested conducting a muscle strength test first and explained that if the old equipment could take measurements up to level A, then this machine is capable of recording measurements up to level S. Heroically landing on the platform, Yui said that she wanted to try the device first. A phone on a tripod was filming everything that was happening. Jun asked her colleague to take the device in her hand and squeeze it with all her strength. The girl took hold of the special handle. Her eyes widened. She decided to give it her all. The veins in her hand bulged from the strain. The machine with the wires started making strange sounds and glowing. Gritting her teeth, the woman with the glowing eyes decided to give it her all because her favorite viewers were watching her. Taking the tablet in her hands, the second lieutenant said that the measurements had been taken and that it was time to go down. Walking down the stairs, the huntress wondered how many points she had. Kangwee thought it was very funny. Showing the guys the tablet, Jian said that her colleague had received rank A like last time. Showing her biceps to the camera, Yui said that she never misses her training. While the heroes were fooling around in front of the camera, the protagonist approached the device. He took hold of a special handle. The second lieutenant asked him to squeeze it as hard as he could for a more accurate measurement. Worriedly knitting his brows, Kibong asked if everything would be okay. Putting her hand in her pocket, the girl asked him not to worry because this new equipment is made of a special material so it cannot break. Cutting her off mid-sentence, the boy clenched his fist and broke the handle, which shattered into small pieces. The huge machine began to hum and smoke. The woman opened her mouth in shock. The streamer's eyes widened in amazement. Kangwee's eyes sparkled with admiration. Smiling nervously, Jian asked how this could happen. Scratching the back of her head, the young man apologized. The second lieutenant fell to her knees. The people in the chat did not understand what was happening. The guys froze in place, puffing out their cheeks. The boy was upset that he would not be able to pass the test. The player struck the device created to test physical attacks, but it could not withstand his force and collapsed. The giant machine was smashed to pieces. The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise when the mana measuring machine broke right after he filled it with his energy. His friends' mouths opened in shock. The rookie pursed his lips in frustration, thinking that he should have gone first. Kibong apologized. Picking up a pile of wires, Jian explained that there was a problem with the equipment and said that the test went great. Yui agreed with her. The second lieutenant lowered her head. Smiling, the girl suggested changing the order of the procedures and moving straight to the interview since the testing went well to some extent. The guy frowned in excitement. The cameraman was looking at the camera. The film crew was sitting next to him. All the cameras and microphones were pointed towards the heroes. Smiling widely, the girl asked her friends to introduce themselves. On the screen, under the video, the name of the interview and the channel appeared. Now more than 100,000 viewers are watching the broadcast. Looking around, Kangwee asked where all these people were. Running up to the film crew, he began to look for them behind the boxes. Lifting him by the collar, the young man apologized. The player sat his comrade back on the chair. The woman covered her mouth with her hand to hold back her laughter. Looking at the guys, she asked if this was his concept or his real style. The main character looked away in embarrassment and replied that this was his real style. Sticking out his tongue, the boy said that he really liked steamed buns. Kibong asked him to be quieter. He sat down on a chair. Pointing at him with her hands, the streamer asked him to introduce himself again. Frowning, the guy greeted the viewers and called himself the captain of a special group for cleaning up rifts. Looking down, the young man became nervous because he did not know what age to tell him. The system suggested that at this point in time he was 30 years old. Lowering his hands, the player named this number. Putting his palms together, Yui said that her friend looked much younger than his age. The viewers could not believe that this was not a joke. Looking at his friend in surprise, the rookie said that he was much older. With a wide smile, the girl said that she wanted to ask the questions that all her viewers were interested in and asked how her comrade could be so strong. The main character frowned thoughtfully. The woman asked why he used his powers for their country and what his annual salary was. The streamer widened her eyes, waiting for an answer. Jian lowered her head tensely, realizing that her comrade was not using his powers for the country, but for revenge. Kibong sat silently on a chair and looked ahead. In the memory, he hugged his mother. The injured woman put her hand on his cheek. She ended up in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask. The guy did everything for her. The girls stared at him when the boy said that he had a family. The second lieutenant raised her eyebrows in surprise. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the boy calmly continued the conversation, speaking slowly and clearly. The cameraman opened his mouth in amazement. The player looked away. The viewers in the chat were touched by his story. The main character looked at Yui. Tears were running down her cheeks. Seeing this, the film crew was very surprised that Yui was crying. The lieutenant saw this and was also surprised. "So that's it," she said to herself, closing her eyes. Covering her face with her hands, the streamer cried because she, just like Kibong, lost her family members to monsters. At the same time, in another place, in the house of one of the families watching this live broadcast, two people were sitting. They were having dinner. They were Yui's mom and dad. Looking at the TV, the woman said, "It's starting again." She suddenly started beating her chest, screaming that these mom and dad were now completely alive and well, and their daughter had betrayed them by putting them in the grave. The man adjusted his glasses and told his wife to stop, because their daughter was popular, so she needed to play to the public because she was trying to do everything well. Yui wiped away her tears. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the father suggested leaving his daughter. After a while, a shout was heard in the studio that the interview was over. Everyone had done a great job. Yui approached the main character and said that he had also done well, to which the guy scratched the back of his head and replied that she had done well too. Kangwei sadly lowered his head and thought about the fact that he had not even been given the floor. Kibong flexed his fingers and asked if that was all. He looked at the confused Jian, who raised her hand to her chin, and said in his head that although he did not set this schedule, it was somehow awkward to say that he had other things to do. The lieutenant pointed at the streamer and said that she would tell him the rest. The protagonist lowered his hands and said that if that was all, then there was no need to manage his time anymore. He looked at the girls with a displeased look and said that it would be much better to clear another rift at this time. Jian laughed awkwardly and said that it was true, but she thought that something could help him. "Help?" the guy asked with disdain in his eyes. The lieutenant felt the protagonist's intimidating aura, after which she said that she made him a promise. Then Kibong remembered how a month after his return, the lieutenant found him and said that she would help him take revenge. She looked at him and said that she would help get rid of monsters and rifts. When the protagonist stopped, Jian called him with her, saying that they would find a way to end all this. Leaving the memories, Kibong silently looked at the girls and said to himself that these were Jian's words when she took him to her side. The protagonist did not take his eyes off her, saying in his head that he kept thinking that all these words were just so that he would go with her. Jian broke the silence, saying that all this time. She smiled and added, "They all tried so hard." The disdain disappeared from the protagonist's eyes. Without moving, he asked the girl what else they found out. A few minutes later, the thick metal doors opened. In front of them stood the protagonist, Jian, and Kangwei. Entering inside, Kibong saw a research center. Kangwei, looking around, was very impressed. There was a rift in one of the capsules. Not far from it were scientists who were developing something. Jian walked forward and called the protagonist to follow her. The guys came closer to the flask. The girl explained that a phenomenon such as a rift has many ambiguities that are difficult to explain from the point of view of modern physics. However, each time they managed to clarify more and more of these points. Kibong replied that everything is clear. Jian said that in order to clearly understand a phenomenon, you first need to know its energy. The guys frowned, looking at her in surprise. The girl said that they were conducting research on where the energy of the rifts comes from and how it is stored, and also thought that if it is possible to block the energy, then it will be possible to block the rift itself. She firmly added that they were able to get a small answer. The main character shouted, asking if the soldiers really understood how to block the rift. Jian shook her head, answering that it is still unknown. The girl turned to the side and asked to look there. Kibong turned around with interest. The system announced that in front of him was a fragment of an ancient stone. The guy whispered that it is a daystone. Jian asked in surprise if he knew about the daystone, to which the protagonist replied that he had heard of it. The girl said with a smile that Yui would tell him everything in detail, but there was a high probability that the rift that the guy would be exploring with the girl could contain the daystone. The protagonist coldly asked if she knew that too. Simon was very surprised, because until now, the only thing he had been able to find while exploring rifts and killing boss monsters was the Daystone. Jiwon replied that thanks to the byproduct that came out during the clearing of the Fire Dragon Rift. She turned to the side and added that they had the opportunity to make such an assumption. The girl said that now they considered the Daystone to be the most important item that could block the rift. The protagonist thoughtfully asked why he had to go with Yui, because couldn't they do everything one by one? Jiwon lowered her head in confusion, saying that the rift could only be activated by 3 people above rank entering it. She said that there weren't that many players they were in contact with. Frowning, she was afraid that if they asked a large guild for help, secret information might leak out. Kibong asked curiously if the people he would be going to the rift with were worthy of her trust. Jiwon nodded, saying that it was true. The girl said that a person who was close to the Prime Minister would be going with them, and all of these people could be trusted since it was Sangren who gave Yui permission to hold a personal live broadcast. Her phone vibrated and she asked to wait. Jiwon took her phone out of her pocket and saw an incoming call from Yui. Suddenly, she said who was calling her. The girl smiled and asked if they could all go out and talk together. The sun was shining brightly outside. Kangwee jumped up and down, shouting that he wanted to go too. Kibong turned around and firmly answered, no. With tears in his eyes, the rookie asked why. The protagonist turned to the side and ordered him to look there. On the protective barrier, they read that only 3 people could enter the rift. So far, there was no one inside. The guy explained that more than 3 people could not enter. Kangwee waved his fists, shouting that if 3 people could enter, it would be him, Kibong, and 1 other person. The guys suddenly heard strange sounds from the side. Turning their heads, they saw a car flying towards them. It fell to the ground, making loud impact sounds. The dust began to dissipate quickly. The door immediately swung open. Raising the camera up, Yui happily said that today she had a date in the rift with the hero Kibong. The chat was happy, writing that the real game was beginning. The protagonist said that she should go with them, when suddenly Kangwee interrupted him, shouting that there were only 2 of them. The other door of the car suddenly swung open. Kibong menacingly replied that there were 3 of them now. The guys were walking from the side of the car. Kangwee lowered his head down in disappointment. The 4 of them suddenly met. The guy extended his hand forward. Kangwee stepped aside, squatting down. Yubin extended his hand towards the protagonist, saying, nice to meet you. With a smile on his face, he introduced himself, saying that he was the guild master of the H-Warring Guild. Yubin is the guild master of the H-Warring Guild, and 10 years ago, when the rift was first discovered in the world, as the first awakened, he, along with Prime Minister Sangreon, slept South Korea. He was one of the heroes of the fatherland. Currently, Yubin extended his hand to the protagonist. The guy looked at him and said to himself that this is the person Jian was talking about. Yubin stared at the protagonist, who was saying to himself that he was the Prime Minister's colleague. After a short pause, Kibong shook his hand. After that, he looked him in the eye and introduced himself as the commander of the Special Task Force for clearing the rifts, and then added that he hoped that they would get along. At this time, Yui started the live broadcast and exclaimed that they had content with Kibong and Yubin today. She moved the camera to the wall, on which it was written that 3 players were needed to enter the rift, and then finished saying that she was going to clear the rift. Pointing her hand at the guys, she asked the viewers if they were also interested in how outstanding the hunting skills of the hero Kibong, who cleared the nest of the fire dragon, were. The protagonist, hearing this, became worried. Yui pointed the camera straight at him and said that it was the rift they would be clearing today. She moved the camera to a dense forest and added, Moth Camera, a 6th class rift, which is famous for its difficulty among this class. Then the streamer moved the camera to her comrades, whose faces expressed different emotions, and said that she, with only 3 people, was entering a 6th class rift for the first time. Moving the cameras to herself, she said with a wide smile on her face that since there were 2 more with her, she should not worry. Viewers in the chat wrote that they were very interested in who would appear this time, adding that they should be more careful. After reading this, Yui brought her hand to her face and said upset that she would not be able to continue her live broadcast in the rift. Having said this, she waved her hand and said that they were done with this and would see each other after the clearing. The viewers wished the guys good luck. A few seconds later, Yui pressed the end button. After that, the girl lowered the phone. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly and exclaimed that she was very grateful to the protagonist for coming. With a wide smile on her face, she asked if Jian had told him everything. Kibong nodded and said yes. After saying this, he looked away. The guy remembered how the lieutenant put her finger up and asked him to take out the Daystone, adding that although she trusted Yui and Yubin, he should be the one to do it. After leaving the memories, the 3 of them stood next to each other. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that it would be better if he took out the Daystone himself. His comrades stared at him. Kibong pointed his finger towards the rift and asked if they wanted to go inside. Yes, Yui exclaimed happily, raising her hand. Kangwei was sitting to the side with tears in his eyes. The protagonist saw him and called him. Without taking his eyes off him, he ordered them to return to the squad, adding that if he had any doubts, he should first discuss it with his deputy. Hearing this, the guy lowered his head in disappointment and quietly said, "Okay." The girl's foot stepped forward. The guys slowly approached the rift. They looked forward seriously. There was not a single person inside. A few seconds later, the three guys entered inside. Mana began to appear around their feet. Their bodies rose up, shrouded in magic. They carefully watched what was happening. A huge stream of mana glowed with a bright light. The protective barrier suddenly disappeared, leaving dust behind. Magic immediately hit the ground with all its force. The guys' bodies shifted and the system reported that they had entered a 6th class rift, the moth chamber. Because of the dissipating dust, they looked forward. Kibong turned back, asking if it was time to start for real. The guys frowned and looked at Yui. The girl grabbed the camera, saying that since they don't know what might happen inside the rift, she can't use a selfie stick, and besides, this isn't a live broadcast. Yubin said in confusion that she has a precise professional mentality, to which the girl replied in a trembling voice that they can go now. There was complete silence inside the rift. The guys carefully walked forward. The guys walked calmly, while Yui happily jumped forward. Yubin looked to the side and said, "Strange." The girl turned back and asked embarrassedly, "What was strange?" The guy noted that they had entered the rift quite a while ago, but in all this time they hadn't met a single monster. Yui asked if that was bad, because she thought it would be enough if she filmed them catching the boss mob. Yubin grabbed the handle of his weapon, saying that it was important. He explained that there were a lot of flying monsters in the moth chamber from the very beginning, and this was already the initial middle zone of the rift field, but not a single monster had shown itself yet. The girl waved her hand and asked what of it. With a smile, she pointed at the protagonist, saying that they had a hero who had cleared the 8th class rift, so there was no need to worry about anything. Yubin nodded, saying yes, of course. Yui happily asked if they should continue on their way, because there was still a long way ahead. It was a bright evening outside. After some time, the sky darkened. The protagonist stepped forward. All three of them stopped abruptly. Kibong thought that they had entered inside in the morning, however, it felt like not much time had passed. The girl said that the moth chamber had short days and still very deep nights, so it was not easy to move in the dark. Yubin added that the moth chamber was very large in size and would take 3 days to walk around it, so he thought they should call it a day and stop here. Yui stretched out her hands, starting to activate the mana flow in her hands. She released fire, saying that it was time to light a fire. The fire suddenly flared up brightly. The boys all sat down next to the fire. The girl said that because this place was very large, night came here quite quickly. She added that the moth cage was one of the rifts that took a long time to clear. Kibong thoughtfully raised his head up. With a serious face, he recalled Yui's words. The boy thought that you could see the sky turning black. Looking closely, he did not notice the moon or a single star, so it was a truly pitch black night. At this time, in the headquarters, a stack of papers lay on the table. The boy quickly tapped on the keyboard. Jun said that after the commander came, they were all cleaning up the rifts and no one was doing any paperwork. He said in confusion that the capital didn't expect any rift collapses for a long time, so it could be said that it was good. Suddenly, an alarm started beeping near the administration office. Jun frowned, warily tearing his gaze away from the keyboard. The guy ran down the hallway, loudly calling for the deputy commander. He rushed to Jun, shouting that an unexpected rift collapse had occurred in the province. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The guy asked in confusion what they should do. Beads of sweat appeared on Jun's face from excitement, thinking about the fact that they needed Kibong. He knew that without a commander, this was an impossible task for them. The guys stood opposite each other. The assistant pursed his lip, fearfully saying that he would gather all the team members, because they were soldiers who were obliged to protect civilians. Jiwoon clenched his trembling hand into a fist. The guy looked down. He immediately opened his eyes, looking forward. Looking at the guy, he ordered to call all the team members. Frowning, he added that it was just his thought. The guy looked at the list of team members, adding, however, he thinks that they have. Kangwei was lying on the bed, turning away. Jiwoon shouted, "There is still hope," while the guy was crying, angry at the protagonist. At this time, the protagonist's team was sitting by the fire. At the same time, everything was quiet in the headquarters. Next to the room, Kangwei's name was written on the sign. Kibong's team members were standing near his room. Jiwoon looked at the door with horror in his eyes and said in his head that they ended up going to him. Thinking about this, he grabbed the handle. Opening the door, he saw a guy lying on a bed at the end of the room. Kangwei saw the light and was surprised. Then he turned around with tears in his eyes. Seeing the guys, he stood up. Jun suddenly remembered how he put a blade to the guy's neck and ordered him not to overdo it, but at that very moment, Kangwei attacked him. Leaving his memories, Jun stood in the doorway in fear. Looking at the floor, he asked himself with a cold sweat on his face if he should really call him Makni. Kangwei looked at him and asked with tears in his eyes what he wanted. Then Jun remembered his destructive power and said to himself that this guy was too strong for a Makni. Makni, his comrade exclaimed in fear. Hearing this, Jun turned around in shock and screamed in his mind that he couldn't believe that he called him Makni without any hesitation, then asked himself what they would do if he got angry. Kangwei sat on the bed and quietly asked why the guys came to him. The guy raised a finger and confusedly replied that they needed to move, then asked if he didn't hear the siren. Kangwei turned away and said that he didn't want to go anywhere without the protagonist, and then added that he wasn't in a very good mood either. Hearing this, Ji-woon was terrified because he knew that from the day the rift suddenly collapsed, if they couldn't take this guy with them. He imagined a city on fire and added that he didn't even want to think about what kind of losses they would have. After thinking these thoughts, he coughed into his fist and turned to the guy. Spreading his arms, he said that if they cleared the collapsed rift, he was sure that the protagonist would definitely praise him. His comrade brought his hand to his mouth and quietly said that Kangwei was not a fool either, and then asked if the deputy really thought that he could be fooled by such words. But Kangwei, with tears in his eyes, imagined walking into the office and exclaiming that he had figured everything out. Then the protagonist would say with open arms that he had tried hard, and then he would pat him on the head. With these dreams, he sat on the bed, then shouted, "Right." Hearing this, the guys were shocked. Kangwei raised his fist and exclaimed with a big smile on his face that the protagonist would definitely praise him, so he would go ahead. After saying this, he ran past the guys. Looking after him, Ji-woon quietly said he will understand ahead. Kangwei jumped with happiness and said that he would go first. At this time, it was night in the rift. The protagonist's team was walking along a foggy path. Kibong closed his eyes and asked the system to find a monster. The system replied that it was starting to search for monsters within a radius of 3 kilometers. Then it quickly scanned and reported that the search was complete, after which it reported that no monsters were found nearby. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his eyes and thought that this was strange. At this time, Yui adjusted the camera on her shoulder and said that all this was somehow suspicious, after which she asked why the monsters did not appear. Then Kibong said that there were none within a radius of kilometers either, so they should go faster. Turning around, Yubin asked how he understood this. The boy looked down, saying that he just knew. Yubin wondered, this is what an SS-ranked player who cleared an 8th class rift means, so he can even sense the presence of monsters. Yui smiled and asked if they were really going to pick up speed now. The girl took off, saying that they needed to run to the top. Yubin listened to her and ran after her. Kibong wondered if he would be unable to do his job if he continued to follow them. He thought that he should get the day stone. The protagonist's body began to fill with mana. The boys turned around in surprise. They were in a state of confusion. Kibong quickly flew past them, leaving a magical trail behind him. Yubin asked if this was flight magic, to which Yui replied that if Kibong used magic, she would have understood it, so it wasn't her. The boy frowned, wondering if this wasn't magic, then what was? The protagonist flew up, soaring above the trees. The guy ordered the system to find the Daystone, to which it began searching for its location. The system quickly began a countdown from 5. It reported that the search was complete. The system released a bright beam downwards, guiding to the appropriate location. Saibin pushed off from the air, swiftly heading forward. After some time, he arrived at the location, squatting. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy confidently rose from the ground. The system reported that Saibin had arrived at the destination, and the guiding was complete. The protagonist carefully looked at the stone in front of him. He looked at the Daystone with joy. Saibin took a confident step forward. A strong stream of black mana suddenly appeared under his foot, rising upward. He gritted his teeth in bewilderment. The system suddenly sent a warning. Huge monsters suddenly began to appear in the air, and the system reported their reaction. The protagonist gritted his teeth in surprise. The system said that the monsters were formed, the number of which exceeded more than 100. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. They immediately charged. The protagonist took a stance, looking up. The guy frowned as the monsters approached. There was a strong impact at the top, which the guys heard. Yui asked in a trembling voice what happened there, when suddenly Yubin ordered them to go faster. The guys jumped up, quickly running forward. The girl shouted that if they wanted to get to that hill, it would be pitch black before they got there. The guy shouted loudly if they had a plan. Yui replied that this method might be a little different, but she could use it now while the monsters were not around. She stretched her hand forward, enveloping Yubin's body in a ball shield. The girl formed fire in her hands, apologizing to the guy. She raised her hands up, adding that she could not think of anything else besides this. Yui shouted loudly, "Fiery." Yubin frowned as the girl suddenly added, "Magnum," pushing them back at high speed. The boys flew rapidly towards the top of the hill. After a while, they both found themselves on the hill. Their ball shields collided with each other. Opening their eyes, the boys were very surprised at what they saw. In front of them stood Saiban, surrounded by the immobilized bodies of monsters. Yubin thought that not even 5 minutes had passed since the protagonist flew to the hill. Looking around, he noticed dozens of monsters. The boy turned his gaze to the protagonist, wondering if he could defeat them all alone. Not far from Saiban was the Daystone. It continued to stand unwavering. The stone sparkled brightly from the light falling on it. It immediately began to be enveloped in magic emanating from the air. Yui patted her legs. Then she waved to the protagonist and asked if he was okay. On the ground lay the severed head of the monster. Kibong spread his hand and said that he was fine. After that, he stepped towards the guys and asked if they were coming, to which the girl raised her hands and exclaimed, "Yes." The guys continued on their way. Suddenly, black lightning was released from the protagonist's legs. The team stopped, and Yui said, however, this. She touched the magic wall, and black lightning came from her fingers. Suddenly, they became larger and threw her back. Rubbing her injured hand, the girl said that this was the first time she saw something like this. Yubin looked forward and said that he did too. Yui turned to her comrades and asked them to step back for a second, because she wanted to try to destroy this thing. After saying this, she gathered magical energy in her hands. But suddenly, the protagonist's fist flew forward. Kibong smashed the wall in front of him with one blow. His blow caused a powerful wave. Seeing this, his comrades were scared. The protagonist created a path to the Daystone. Then he turned around and asked if they were coming. Yui answered fearfully, yes. The team moved on. A few seconds later, the guys stopped in front of the Daystone. Then the system told the protagonist that it was a Daystone and then asked if he wanted to absorb it. Looking at the stone, the guy answered to himself, no, and then added that research was more important, so he would not absorb it. The Daystone was firmly fixed in the socket, and the system said that it was not being absorbed. After that, Kibong extended his hand. He slowly reached for the stone. The next second, the guy carefully touched it. Suddenly, everyone felt something strange. Black lightning was suddenly released from the Daystone. Looking at this, the protagonist excitedly asked himself what it was. Suddenly, the guys saw dark magical energy above them, which looked like hands. They were getting bigger with each passing second. Then they suddenly slammed shut, absorbing the protagonist's team. So silence hung in the night. At this time, the rift was clear. A military helicopter was flying across the sky. Many military vehicles and tanks were parked on the road. Soldiers were on every corner. Colonel was also among them. He was suddenly called out too, and the old man turned around. Behind him, he saw the protagonist's squad, who saluted him. While he was taking out a cigarette, the deputy asked him what happened. The guy looked at the old man who put a cigarette in his mouth and said that they had cleared all the rifts that could collapse. Colonel closed his eyes and said with displeasure that he did not understand anything either, after which he said that a report had once come in that there had been suspicious activity in the rift lately, so he thought that it was somehow related to what had happened. Without taking his eyes off the old man, Jun said that he had also read that report, but lately there had also been a lot of erroneous predictions regarding the rifts. After that, he frowned and said in his head that he thought that it was just some kind of computer error, but seeing in reality that the prediction about the rift was wrong, it makes him worry. The lieutenant asked menacingly what happened to Kibong, is he really not with them? The guy confidently answered that the main character is now on a mission on the orders of the Prime Minister. A cigarette fell out of the lieutenant's hands and he said that things are bad. He hoped that they would have enough bullets and gunpowder because while Kibong was nearby, they relaxed too much. Jun answered, even if the captain is not with them, there is still a way. The lieutenant was very surprised, saying that the lives of civilians depend on it, so is the guy sure. Jun silently looked down. Looking up, he replied that he was sure. The colonel looked ahead attentively. He ordered to begin. The deputy put his hand to his temple and shouted, yes, Lieutenant Major. He frowned, thinking that among the people in South Korea, who could replace Kibong? The only person he knew and trusted. The guy looked at Kanghui, thinking it was him. Yui was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the girl began to move cautiously. She opened her eyes abruptly. Jumping up on her knees, she asked where she was. The cave was quite dark. Yui wondered, was there such a place in the moth's chamber? Resting her hands on her knees, she thought that she had already cleared the moth chamber several times during this time. The girl carefully shook herself off, thinking that she had never seen the cave. She worriedly thought that maybe all this was because of that Daystone. Looking around, the girl asked where the others had gone. She began to shout, trying to call the guys, and asked where they were. It was quite dark in the cave. The system said that there was not enough light source, so it activated night vision. The guy suddenly began to see differently. The protagonist held the Daystone in his hand. Raising his head up, he asked the system where he was. The system answered that this was an unknown area that had no rank. Kibong looked around, asking why he was transferred here. The system answered that there was a possibility that it happened because of the Daystone. However, she did not know for sure, but She happily added that if the protagonist absorbed the stone, perhaps she would be able to find out the reason. The protagonist firmly answered that it was not possible yet. The guy looked down, thinking that he was so absorbed in the thought of taking the daystone. Thinking about the guys, he could not react correctly to the sudden incident, and everything became complicated. With a cold gaze, Kibong looked ahead, thinking that there was no way except to quickly resolve everything and get out of here. Quiet rustling sounds were suddenly heard in the cave. The protagonist felt someone's gaze on him. He turned back questioningly. Yui slowly walked forward. Turning on the backlight on the camera, the girl began to give an interview to subscribers. She asked what kind of place this was because she was so scared now. The girl looked ahead in surprise, thinking that things were bad. Yui remembered how she thought that there were no monsters and used magic in excessive quantities. Now she had almost no mana left. From shock, the girl suddenly opened her mouth. Her expression changed greatly. Looking back, Yui noticed wolves. Their bodies and faces were disfigured. The girl was frightened and wondered if they were wolves. A low growl was heard in the cave. The wolves jumped forward, baring their teeth. The monsters quickly surrounded Yubin. The guy knew that the monster of the moth camera was a moth, so why did wolves suddenly appear here? He knew that he could tell for sure. Yubin quickly grabbed the hilts of the swords. The guy took them out, quickly spinning them in his hands. He said menacingly that something had gone wrong. The wolves broke away, quickly running towards Kibong. The guy asked if they were dogs. After examining them, he added that it was cute. At this time, Kangwei came out to the rift. At the same time, drool was dripping onto the ground. The wolf monsters with glowing eyes looked at the prey. They slowly approached Yui. Taking her hand, the girl said to herself that she needed to stay calm as the situation had changed a little. She touched the heart-shaped necklace and said, "It's okay." The heart lit up. "Inventory," Yui exclaimed, and the system screen immediately opened in front of her. Without thinking twice, she stuck her hand in there. From there, she took out an artifact. It was a selfie stick, similar to a baton. Taking a stance, the girl said that she was a nationally recognized rank hunter. The monsters growled, approaching her. Suddenly, they rushed to attack. At this time, the protagonist attacked. He smashed the wolf into pieces with one blow. The rest of the monsters rushed at him. But the next second, Saiban destroyed them in one fell swoop. Dead and torn bodies of monsters lay everywhere. The protagonist jumped up. He suddenly jumped sharply in front of the wolf, larger than all the others. The next second, he flew into the monster's head with both feet. After that, nothing was left of the monster's head. Suddenly, its body began to swell. The guy looked at it in surprise, when suddenly the body was torn into pieces, releasing a powerful shockwave from the protagonist. Kibong stood up from his crushed head. Holding his nose with his hand, he said that the smell here was disgusting. He looked at the monsters and said to himself that these wolves were much tougher than he thought. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist added that he was fine, but he was not sure about the other two. Standing among the corpses, he asked the system to find those two. The system immediately began searching. Exploring the entire cave, it counted down. At the second, it checked the second part of the cave. At the last second, the system checked the last part. After that, it reported that the search was complete and now it would enter the map on the display. The system opened the map where it marked the guy's comrades and enemies. At this time, Yubin masterfully twirled his swords. He made a quick strike at the wolf that rushed at him. The monster flew back into the wall. The guy stood his ground. He suddenly smiled and thought that it had been a long time since he had fought in such pitch darkness. He saw the monster's eyes glowing in the darkness and said to himself that due to the lack of light, it was quite difficult to recognize the location of the monsters. The wolves slowly approached him while he said in his head that 10 years ago, the first ones had survived in a much more difficult situation than this. As soon as he thought this, the monsters rushed towards him. Yubin reacted by raising his swords. He began to swing his swords, killing the wolves. Having cut one, he saw that they were rushing at him from both sides. Then the guy spun the sword in his hand. Spinning, he delivered perfect blows, cutting the monsters. In a few minutes, he killed every monster. After that, he put his swords back in their sheaths. The guy confidently thought that he had no worries about Kibong, but he was very worried about Yui, who had recently spent a lot of magic power. The guy knew that magicians with insufficient mana were easy prey for monsters. Dust suddenly flew up. Yubin ran forward, thinking that he needed to move faster. He quickly ran along the cave. It was very dark inside the cave. The wolf lay motionless on the ground. The bottle of magic potion was empty. Streams of mana flew in different directions. Yui formed a protective barrier, defending herself from the monsters. Gritting her teeth, she thought about what to do. At the moment, Yui did not have the opportunity to use attack magic, because if there was enough mana, it would be possible to defend and strike at the same time. But now she can only hold on due to shield magic. The girl opened her status window, thinking whether she should take extreme measures. She looked at the monsters, thinking that Mr. Kibon and Mr. Yubin would come to her aid. But if all the mana ran out, she would have no chance to counterattack and would simply die. Yui looked forward in fear. The girl suddenly looked to the side. She looked at the camera on her shoulder. Yui smiled, thinking that the audience was already watching, so she would show them. The girl happily added to her thoughts on how she survived. Humans had never fought confidently up until this point, and Yui was also a human who survived a battle without that same confidence. The girl suddenly activated the release of the shield, and it began to dissipate. She grabbed the weapon tightly, pointing it forward. The enraged wolves immediately rushed towards her. Strong mana began to emanate from Yui's weapon. She suddenly activated a fire explosion, releasing mana forward. The wolves opened their mouths in rage. Yui dodged the attack, quickly jumping to the side. She placed her hand on the ground. The girl somersaulted in the air, landing neatly on her haunches. Gritting her teeth, she released powerful mana forward. She activated lightning, releasing an attack at the monsters. The bodies of the wolves began to smoke from the lightning. Yui carefully took a few steps back. She tried to catch her breath, opening the status window. The girl thought that she used up all the mana she had, so now her head was spinning. She looked at her injured arm, thinking that she should have completely dodged the wolves' attack. Yui's legs began to buckle. The girl turned around, thinking about Yubin and Kibon, if they were okay. The body of the monster lay on the ground. The wolf suddenly opened its eyes sharply. Its body began to tremble with anger. The monster abruptly broke away, jumping towards the girl. Yui turned back in shock. Suddenly, the whistle of weapons was heard in the air. The sword quickly cut off the head of the wolf that attacked the girl. The weapon immediately stuck into the stone wall. The girl looked away in surprise. She slowly turned back. In front of her stood Yubin, who said that he saw light coming from here. There was silence in the cave. Yubin and Yui walked forward together. The girl took a few sips of the drink. She said that she now felt alive, after which she thanked the guy. Yui said that this cave was very strange, because suddenly wolves with eggs stopped appearing. She added that the creation of eggs is typical for monsters that were infected with moths, but initially there were no wolves in this cave too. Yubin frowned, looking up. He sensed something was wrong. The girl opened her mouth, asking what that strange sound was. The guy looked at her and shouted that they needed to hurry. The guys quickly broke away, running forward. Yubin shouted that if this place was like the other rifts, he thought they could get out after they defeated the boss. Yui shouted that she hoped so, but then they had to find the boss. The girl suddenly pointed ahead, shouting that they needed to go there. She shouted loudly that she saw a light. Yui turned to the guy, ordering him to run there quickly. Yubin suddenly put his hand on her shoulder. The girl turned around in confusion. The guy frowned, putting his index finger to his lips. He immediately pointed it to the side. Yui carefully peeked out from around the corner. She was trying to see something in the distance. Suddenly, a drop of sweat appeared on the girl's face, after which she covered her face with her hands. The guys looked at the monsters with bewilderment. Yubin asked with disgust what kind of creature it was. Yui's mouth opened in horror. She looked at the huge, unlike anything else monster and said in her head that she had seen many different monsters during all this time, but this was the first time she had seen one like this. Looking at the jaws, she said to herself that, of course, there were monsters that looked like people, however. Looking at the monster's head, which had no uniform shape, the girl said to herself that they only had external similarities, and the appearance of these creatures was just a mixture of a man and a monster. Yubin looked at the monster in horror and said to himself that he had never met a monster that he had such a strong feeling of disgust for. The guys were hiding behind a rock, but suddenly the monster looked in their direction. Raising his head, he said that he smelled human. Hearing this, Yubin and Yui were shocked and horrified. They did not stick their heads out and asked themselves if this monster had just spoken. Yubin did not move and thought that this was not Korean, but it felt like he had heard something similar somewhere. The monster took a step with its paw. It walked forward and looked around. Luckily for the guys, the monster went further. Then Yui turned to the guy. Yubin nodded, when suddenly a shadow covered them. A huge monster looked at them and said, "Here they are." The guys were consumed by primordial horror and fear. The monster did not think long and attacked. At the very last moment, the guys managed to dodge. They jumped back. Yubin immediately took hold of the blades. He deftly began to spin them in his hands, and Yui put her hand in the inventory. The next second, the guy firmly grabbed the handles of the swords. In front of him, he saw a black silhouette emerging from the dust. Frowning, he said that this creature is very fast. The monster came out to them and laughed. Suddenly, Yubin saw many scars on the monster's body and realized that initially he was not like this. Everyone stood still. Yubin turned around abruptly and asked the girl how much mana she had left. Yui, with a drop of sweat on her face, tensely replied that she had enough for about 4 or 5 magic attacks. Hearing this, Yubin rushed to attack, shouting that it was enough. He quickly reached the monster. Seeing the guy, the monster was surprised. The guy with an extended sword was flying towards its neck. He shouted with burning eyes that it was time for the monster to die. A bright flash illuminated the cave. But when the light died down, Yuban saw that his sword did not even pierce the monster's flesh. The monster suddenly laughed and asked what the guy was doing. Horror seized Yuban, and he said in his head that he did not believe his eyes, and then asked himself if his blade had not passed. Suddenly, he saw the monster swung. The next second, it attacked. Suddenly, 3 stalks burst out of the ground. They quickly entangled the monster's paw. Yuban immediately pulled out his sword. After that, sliding along the ground, he jumped back a distance. Stopping, he turned to the girl and thanked her. The guy knew that this half-monster was not alone. He noticed that there were 2 more, as if the creatures were focused on something, who were having a strange dialogue with each other. Yuban gritted his teeth, thinking that if they also entered into a fight, the situation would be dire, so they should finish before then. He suddenly called Yui. Turning back, Yuban asked if she could make a boost from the remaining mana. Yui suddenly raised her weapon up. The girl protected the guy, activating the fire sword. Yuban was given a bonus to agility, strength, and also a fire attribute. The guy's eyes lit up and he thought that his whole body was simply boiling with strength. His legs suddenly became bigger and stronger. Jumping up, Yuban quickly flew to the monster, cutting it. The monster opened its mouth in rage, frowning menacingly. The boy suddenly soared above him, swinging his weapon. He quickly began to approach the ground. Swinging his swords, he cut the entire body of the monster. Yui opened her mouth in joy, thinking that this was amazing, because this was expected of Yuban, the so-called strongest PvP player. Frowning, the boy swung his weapon furiously. He thought that with his original strength, it would be impossible to pierce the monster's skin and cause a cut when he suddenly kicked it with all his might. The boy knew that with the received enhancement, it was now possible to do so, but still, blood spurted from the monster's body. For a moment, Yuban was overcome with fear. The monster screamed furiously. Scarlet blood, fresh blood that flowed from the body of a half-monster. He had fought many monsters, but he had never seen one so similar in appearance, as well as one with blood that was just like a human's, before. Yuban, who had acknowledged this fact, asked himself the same question in his heart several times: was he really cutting the monster? The monster's paw fell to the ground with great force. Its body fell, making a loud sound. Yuban tried to catch his breath, opening his mouth. Yui covered her mouth with her hand, wondering if the monster had fallen without strength. But if she said it out loud, then this could actually happen, so she would just think in her head. Her face changed, opening her eyes wide. The girl screamed loudly, calling out to Yuban. The guy sensed something was wrong, quickly turning around. He frowned, seeing the monsters behind him. A strong blow suddenly hit the ground. The monsters looked at the dispersing dust in bewilderment. Suddenly, their faces changed, looking down in shock. Having stuck their paws in, they noticed that the guy had disappeared. They said that he had managed to dodge. Yuban stood behind, covering Yui with his body. The guy asked her what was wrong with the mana. The girl replied in confusion that she had spent everything on the enhancement, so the remaining mana would only be enough for 1 or 2 weak attacks. Yuban gritted his teeth in anger. Grabbing the handle, he thought that he had to. Then he jumped up and ran forward. The guy ran forward, menacingly thinking that he needed to destroy these 2 creatures before the enhancement wore off. The walls of the cave shook violently. From the strong pressure, it suddenly flew apart into small pieces. A silhouette suddenly appeared from the dust. The system sent a warning, which the protagonist paid attention to. The system said that a battle had started inside the rift again. According to the map, Yuban and Yui were quite far from Kibong. The guy asked how long it would take to get there. The system replied that if you go on foot the shortest way, the road will take about half an hour. The protagonist shook his head and replied that it was too long. Suddenly, the system answered him that since this is a cave, it will not be possible to get there by air. Kibong listened to her with a frown. He said that if you think about it, he just can't move through the air. Traces of mana appeared near his feet. The protagonist took off, leaving a bright light behind. The guy flew forward rapidly, breaking the walls in his path. With his fist extended forward, he continued to break the walls. From his blows, the stones quickly flew to the sides. Yuban and the monster suddenly collided with blows. The guy's body was thrown back when suddenly he stuck his sword into the ground, trying to slow down. He frowned menacingly, looking ahead from under his brows. Yui raised her weapon up, enveloping Yuban's body with mana. The monsters menacingly raised their paws up. The system began to calculate the approximate time until arrival at the battlefield, when suddenly it answered that it was about a minute. The beam destroyed the cave wall. The monster struck next to Yuban. He pushed off and jumped towards him. He struck. The monster screamed. The guy struck him with blow after blow. He twirled the weapon in his hand. The guy jumped. A monster appeared behind him. Yui looked at it in shock. Kibong looked away. Yui's phone lit up. She screamed slash. She struck the monster. Yuban looked at the monster. He jumped back and landed next to the girl. Yui looked ahead and said that she was remembering the old days. He agreed with her and said that he thought it would be better to indulge in memories after they killed these creatures. The monster took a step forward. One monster was defeated. One of them looked at the players and said that they were much stronger than the humans who invaded here before them, but of those who saw them, few were left alive. The guy and the girl looked ahead in shock. The monster's eyes darted about. He said that they were injected with something that made them reborn again. His brother said that they were the new humanity, immortal creatures. Guts fell out of the monster's mouth. Yuban frowned and thought what this creature was saying. The monster stood up and said that they would show them their superior strength. The creature stood up to its full height. It stabbed its paw into its fellow. Then it stabbed into another one. The players looked at it in shock. Yui raised her eyebrows and asked what was going on. This monster was absorbing that dead monster. It turned into a huge mutant. Yuban and the girl stood in front of it. He frowned and said, "How can it consist of 3 bodies? He is not a robot." She replied that she had already stood up. She looked ahead and thought that all the mana and stamina had almost reached the limit. The guy closed his eyes. The monster's eyes were glowing. The players thought that this was a complete disaster. Yuban clenched his jaw and thought that now fighting this creature was equivalent to fighting 3 monsters at once. He squeezed the sword in his hand and thought that this was not the first time for them. During this time they had been in many battles in which they were on the verge of death. Yui looked forward when the guy called out to her. He fingered the knife and said that he understood that it would be hard, but he asked her to squeeze out all the remaining mana. Yuban twirled the swords in his hands and asked to make another buff for him. The girl frowned and said that she could use magic one last time. She would stretch it and make him 3 different types of buffs, though their duration could be reduced from 3 minutes to 1. A glow appeared around the guy. The girl cast the spell Fire Sword, Haste, Strength. Yuban twirled the sword and thought that he would show them the survivors in hell itself, the strength of the first. He smiled. The guy jumped forward. He rushed towards the monster. Yui turned around. She looked up and thought that the vibrations that she began to feel recently were gradually increasing. Her eyes widened. Loud sounds were coming from the ground. Suddenly, a rift appeared. A hero flew out of it. He was approaching. The guy swung his arm to hit. Kibong ran towards the monster. The girl looked ahead in shock. Yuban frowned. The monster ran towards the hero. They got very close. The guy hit it. An explosion occurred. A flash of energy blew the monster away. Dust rose. Yuban looked ahead in shock. A man's shadow appeared in the cloud of dust. The players looked at him in shock. Kibong smiled and said that thank God they were both okay. After a while, the group looked at the monster. The system window reported that the energy of the Daystone was found. The hero turned around and thought about what a Daystone was. The system window reported that this creature could not be identified. The energy of the Daystone was felt from the nameless living creature. The monster was covered in blood. Yui turned away and said that despite the damage the monster had received, its parts were still moving. Yuban looked ahead and said that he would finish it off. The hero stopped him and told him to stop. He mentally asked the system if he could absorb this energy. He frowned. The system window reported that the energy was dirty and there was not much of it, but he could absorb it, in which case this living creature would die. Kibong frowned and said to absorb it. A glow appeared on the monster. The system window reported that absorption had begun, although the energy was dirty. The glow intensified. The players closed their eyes. The hero was absorbing energy. The system window reported that the energy of the Daystone had been absorbed. This amount of energy was not enough to master a new skill, but if he absorbed the energy of the Daystone he carried with him, he would have more strength. Kibong closed his eyes and thought that it felt like the system was getting better at expressing emotions each time. The monster's flesh began to dissipate. Soon he almost completely evaporated. The system reported that dirty remnants of energy and the rift boss were felt inside the stone wall next to the player. The guy looked to the side. Yui looked ahead and said that they still hadn't seen the Queen Moth boss. They would only be able to return back when they killed the boss. Kibong looked ahead. He took a step forward. The guy destroyed the wall. He made a hole in the wall. The girl smiled and asked why he suddenly decided to destroy the wall. He walked on. The red-haired man became worried and offered to follow him. The players followed the hero. They walked forward. The guy and the girl froze in shock. There was a huge monster in front of them. The system reported that dirty remnants of the Daystone were recorded in the boss's body. Kibong looked ahead in shock and thought, could this really be the Rift boss? Isn't he already dead? The system reported that upon absorbing the Daystone that is inside the boss, he will die and the rift will be cleared. The monster left. The system reported that this monster is currently unable to fight and also seems to be asking to be killed. The hero frowned. He looked ahead and asked the system if it could read the monster's feelings. The system reported that it could not make them out in detail, but it could understand simple expressions and emotions. It felt anger, sadness, as well as despair and fear. The players looked at the boss. Simon frowned and thought that monsters, like people, can also experience emotions. He clenched his jaw and thought that moreover, the monster itself was asking to be killed. He was not the only one who found what was happening strange. Yui looked ahead in shock. The boss is the queen of moths, who was bound to appear in the moth chamber. But now, being mortally wounded, she is imprisoned by a magic spell inside an unknown cave of rupture, in which creatures never seen before appear. Regarding what was happening, the doubts of the rank hunters, who had a lot of experience in the raid on the moth camera, were replaced by some kind of firm confidence. Yubin looked at the monster's hand. Yui studied the magic field. Lightning was forming on her fingers. She looked at them in shock. The girl stood up and said that this was a confinement spell. The blue-haired girl frowned and said that not everyone could wield a spell of this size. You need to have skills of at least a rank, although no, S rank and above. The guy turned and said that the cut on the monster's body also looked very strange. He frowned and said that when you get cut wounds during a battle, in most cases they are rough and not systematic. Yubin looked ahead and said that this section was done very clearly and as if according to some rules. He frowned and said that it felt like only the necessary parts were separated from the body. The girl bit her lip and said that they had similar thoughts to him. However, if what she was thinking was actually true. She looked ahead and said that this gap was created artificially. Baines appeared on the guy's lobby and he said that he was looking at everything with his own eyes, but he still could not believe what was happening. Something like vivisection was carried out on the monster or something like that. He looked at the hero. Kibong frowned and thought that there was nothing incredible about this. He thought that even in South Korea, experiments were already being carried out based on the byproducts of the fire dragon. The guy looked ahead and thought that before the situation changed in any direction, he needed to get out of this place quickly. He took a step forward. The guy looked down. He frowned and told the system to absorb. The system reported that absorption was in progress. A glow appeared on the boss. It began to grow. Yui opened her mouth and thought what it was. Yubin frowned and thought that it was a glowing piece similar to what they had seen recently. The light grew stronger. The monster grunted. Soon the light illuminated everything. The hero closed his eyes. The system reported that the energy of the Daystone had been absorbed. The boss began to evaporate. Parts of his body flew apart. Soon, there was nothing left after him. Suddenly, a black crack appeared in space. It began to grow. Yubin frowned. The hero looked at him. He looked away and said that he would tell them everything in detail a little later. The rift was cleared, then they needed to leave. Yui ran to them and said that he was right. First they needed to get out of here. The guy exhaled in irritation. He looked at Saiban and agreed. The players went into the portal. The hero went forward. The girl was the last one. She disappeared into the portal. It began to shrink. It almost collapsed, and then it disappeared. The system reported that night vision mode was disabled. The brunette closed his eyes. They found themselves in the forest. They were surrounded by soldiers. One of them looked up and said that they had found them. They needed to report it immediately. The hero looked at them. The girl looked back and asked what was going on here. The players turned around when they were called. Jiun looked at them worriedly. After a while, the girl closed it and said that 2 months had passed since the 3 of them entered the rift. Yui frowned and said that she didn't believe her. The moth cage was one of the rifts that took a maximum of 3 days to clear. Kibong raised his eyebrows and asked the system if this was true. The system reported that it was correcting the time difference that had occurred. 72 hours had been spent inside the rift, and 1,441 hours had passed in this place. The time had been corrected. The guy frowned in shock. He widened his eyes and thought that the same time error that happened to him during training was happening again. The second lieutenant looked at them and said that they reported to the Prime Minister about their location and so she would arrive soon, and first she suggested going to the research center. The players followed her. The woman turned around. Kibong looked at her. After a while, the research center, there was a video surveillance system everywhere. The hunters were sitting at the table. The Prime Minister burst into the room. Everyone looked at her when she said that they were okay. The woman smiled. After a while, with the help of the camera, Yui, Sengren and Jian saw everything that happened inside the moth chamber. The woman was watching the filming. She frowned. Sengren looked ahead sadly. She looked at Yui and Yubin and said that they did a very good job. She would contact them later, but for now they can go home and rest. The girl got up from her chair. They walked towards the exit. Yui looked at the Prime Minister when she called out to her. The brunette looked at her and said that she would delete the X files from her video and return the camera back. She smiled and said okay. The door slammed shut. The women looked at Kibong. He put his hand in his pocket. He held out an artifact and said that he had received a Daystone. The woman extended her hand to him. She smiled and said that this was great work. The guy got up from his chair. Sengren said that she couldn't even imagine what the limits of his abilities were. It seemed to her that he surpassed his limits every time. He scratched the back of his head and said that she was exaggerating. The Prime Minister smiled and said that at such moments he looked like an ordinary young man. She looked at the artifacts and said that thanks to this Daystone, their humanity would be able to put an end to the current situation and take a step forward. The guy nodded. The woman smiled. They looked at each other. After a while, the hero walked down the hallway. He stopped. Kibong remembered the Prime Minister saying that someone was waiting for him. The boy walked forward and wondered who could be waiting for him. He went outside. There was a group of people in front of him. The hero frowned and asked what it was. The man in front of him was barefoot. His clothes were torn. The hero looked at the group of boys and asked if they had seen themselves in the mirror. The system reported that the personal information had been updated. The red-haired boy had glowing eyes. The other boy frowned. The system reported that everyone had awakened as players. The group of people had glowing eyes. The system reported that an error had occurred, resuming information search and making adjustments. The hero looked forward in confusion. The system reported that an unknown force different from the players had been detected. One boy was smiling. The system reported that a new category of power classification had been formed. The white-haired boy was smiling. The system reported that all team members along with Kangwee were included in the existing category. Kibong looked ahead with confusion and thought, do they really have the same strength as Kangwee? The guys shouted that they were congratulating him. The red-haired one frowned and shouted welcome back. The gray-haired one frowned and called the hero their commander. Everyone saluted and shouted that they wished him health. Kibong looked at them without understanding. The guys looked at him seriously. The hero raised his hand and said it was painful. He looked at the squad and said that they had worked hard without him. Kangwee raised his hands up and shouted that he was praised. He ran and jumped. The brunette looked at his squad and asked his deputy what happened during his absence and why everyone was like this. Jian frowned and said that he would start a lot of things happen to them in the 2 months that he was gone. The guys looked at their commander. Returning to the past, one day when the hero went into the gap, the cries of monsters were heard. They fought with people. Kangwee fought back. More monsters appeared from the portal. The old man looked ahead and said that he couldn't believe that there were more like this besides Kibong. That guy was clearly not made of sand. Jian looked ahead in shock and said that he was familiar with their man's strength before, but despite how he destroyed monsters, he seemed even stronger to him. The guy frowned and thought how things would have turned out if the commander hadn't saved him at that moment. He remembered that moment of salvation. The monster fell dead to the ground. Its head flew off to the gray-haired man. He looked at it in shock. He thought that the same thing would obviously happen to him as to that monster. Deputy Commander Jian felt awe towards Kangwee and peace from the fact that he was safe. However, then he felt anxiety bubbling inside. His fist trembled. Jian frowned and thought that he could no longer just stand aside. He wanted to become stronger. Kangwee smiled. The gray-haired guy thought that he wanted to be as strong as him. After a while, the monster was carried away on a stretcher. The soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. The guys walked forward. The red-haired guy looked at the deputy and asked, how is this possible? He looked ahead and said that they weren't even players. Moreover, even if there was such a way, he didn't think they would have been told about it. Jian frowned and said that they couldn't continue to depend on the commander and Makni. He walked forward and said that if it seemed possible, then great. Even if not trying is not torture, they should grasp at any straw. The guy walked behind him and said that he was worried because the Makni didn't have good feelings for him. He, without turning around, told him not to worry. The gray-haired guy walked forward and said that he would figure it out himself and called out to Kangwee. He turned around. After a while, the white-haired guy thought seriously. He looked at the squad and asked, are they really asking him to tell them about his power? Jian frowned and said that even if commoners like them could become stronger with this power, they would follow him enthusiastically. The white-haired man looked at him. He smiled and asked, do they really want to know if they can become stronger? Everyone looked at him in shock. Kangwee smiled and said of course they can. After some time, the next day, in the mountains, the guy was breathing heavily. The squad ran after Kangwee. Jian looked at him and asked how much longer. He smiled and said that they were almost there. He walked forward. The squad ended up at a waterfall. They heavily asked, is this the place where he became stronger? Jian frowned and thought that this place was like something out of a historical drama. He looked at the white-haired man and asked, is it really the place where he trained right under that waterfall and ate something strange that looked like grass? He smiled and said that he hit the nail on the head, but how did he guess? Jian frowned and asked, is that really true? Kangwee looked at him and said yes. The squad looked at him seriously. The guy took off his uniform. He threw it on the floor. The red-haired guy looked at him in shock. The gray-haired guy frowned and said that he agreed. Then they asked him to take care of them. Kangwee smiled. After a while, everyone was standing under a waterfall. The white-haired guy was teaching them how to hit. There were almost no traces on the ground. All the guys were in the trees. They were climbing the rock. After a while, day after day, they went through grueling training. A squirrel galloped past. The squad chased a boar. In the evening, they had a hearty dinner. They slept on the bare ground. A sprout began to break through the soil. The guys meditated under the waterfall. Kangwee demonstrated a powerful punch. The sprout became more and more powerful. The guys practiced their punches. They were climbing a rock. A plant appeared from the ground. At this time, at the top, Jian landed on a tree. The sprout was growing. The guy was doing exercises. His feet were bare. The plant was growing higher and higher. Gray-haired stood in a stance. The sprout grew even stronger. The guy frowned. There was an explosion. The plant blossomed. The squad was more powerful than ever. The hero looked at them and said that he now knew what had happened in these 2 months. Jian looked at him and turned to him. He frowned and asked if he would allow him to be his rear now. The brunette looked at him seriously. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Kibong smiled. He looked at gray-haired and asked what it meant now. He always believed in them and trusted them with such a duty. The squad cried. They hugged him and said that they would always be loyal to him. He said that he understood and asked to let him go. Kangwei watched them happily. He put his finger to his nose and laughed. Those 2 months that Kibong was missing in the moth chamber became a time that helped strengthen the friendship between the team members even more. At that time, the room was dimly lit. A mysterious figure was looking at the dossier. On his desk were photos of the players. He took one of them in his hand. His eyes were ominous. He looked ahead and said to come in. The door swung open. 3 unknown people entered the room. They approached the mysterious man. The leader said that it was a great pity, the witch of the black eye. The man frowned. One of the group said that they did not expect this, however, he will fix everything. The unknown put the papers on the table and said that it should be so. He widened his eyes and said that it should be so. His employee said that he was leaving. The man frowned. The wind stirred the curtain. The woman frowned and said that she was leaving for Korea. After a while, the military vehicles drove forward. The soldier said that they had crossed point A. They were going to enter the outer road. He put down the radio. The soldier was sitting behind the wheel. He looked at his comrade. The guy frowned and said not to sleep. Does he understand how important it is to transport the corpse of the fire dragon? Is he really thinking of dozing? He yawned and said that he was right. Why does he feel so tired today? He closed his eyes and said that even the Shield Guild has disappeared, who in Korea would need to hunt the fire dragon. The driver looked ahead and said that for him the corpse of a rank 8 monster is just some kind of toy. Many in the country raised a fuss and for the desire to possess at least a part of it. Of course they should do all this. The car was moving forward. Suddenly, something was approaching them from behind. A helicopter was flying above them. The dispatcher looked ahead and told car number 1 that there was a tunnel ahead. They should cross it as quickly as possible. They were approaching the tunnel. The driver took the radio and said that he obeyed. They would cross the tunnel as quickly as possible. He was distracted by snoring. The guy fell asleep again. He frowned and said that this was bad, but let him sleep. The cars were approaching the tunnel. They almost drove into it. The first car was already in the tunnel. Suddenly, the concrete began to crumble. The tunnel collapsed. The driver looked ahead in shock. He was informed over the radio that an accident had occurred. The rearview mirror showed a blocked exit. The radio told truck number 1 to get out of the tunnel as quickly as possible. The soldiers were approaching the blockage. The driver frowned. He was told the other cars to go around. He replied yes, they will get out of the tunnel at a fast pace. The guy frowned and said that after the gates opened in the tunnels and on the bridges, a lot of accidents happen. Why is this happening at such an important moment? He clenched his teeth. The soldier pointed and said stop. The driver hit the brakes. The tires sparked. The truck stopped. The guy raised his hands and asked what was this? Was there a car that left before them? What is exactly the same truck doing in the tunnel? The driver frowned and said that it was all somehow strange. His partner opened the door. They got out of the truck. The guy aimed the sight. One of them reached for the door and asked to cover him just in case. He started to open the door. They pointed a gun at him. The criminals shot the guys. They started shooting at the car. The man landed. He put his foot on the guy. The criminals looked ahead. A hissing sound came from the car. They asked on the radio how many minutes were left until they crossed the tunnel. The man took the radio. He pulled it and said that there were about 2 minutes left until they crossed the tunnel. After some time, the truck left the tunnel. The helicopter controller was informed that car number 1 had left the tunnel. He told him to move along the original route, the second group to hurry and after moving along the bypass route to join car number 1. The criminal held the radio in his hand. He frowned. The gray-haired man turned his gaze to the squad. They were loading the truck. They got in and drove forward. The truck was driving along the highway. After some time, already in the city, there was a poster announcing a special lecture from the Prime Minister. The girl smiled. Everyone was looking at Sengren. The girl raised her hand and said that they were proud of the Prime Minister, who thanked her. Her assistant looked at her and said that she had a meeting with members of the party group in the parliament on her schedule next. The group walked forward. The girl continued that she had an official dinner scheduled after that. The people were happy to see the Prime Minister. The girl walked forward. Suddenly, she stopped. The woman frowned. She turned around. The people's faces were zombified. Even her employees were zombified. They looked at her with empty eyes. Sangren thought that this could this really be hypnosis? There was a magical field around her. The woman frowned and thought that in order to stupefy even one person, a huge amount of mana would be needed. She thought that looking at how the whole crowd was hypnotized, one could understand that this was a spell of a high-class mage. An unknown person appeared next to her. The Black Witch stood nearby. Sangren bit her lip and said that only she, the master of the Shield Guild Park Urim, could do such a thing. The brunette looked up at her. She looked at her and asked why she did that. Urim frowned and asked if she really hated them that much. Sangren looked at her and said that since she committed a crime, she had to pay for it. The girl smiled. She exposed her body and asked if she really had to pay for the crime too. The Prime Minister answered of course. She frowned and said that disobeying the law was the same as committing a crime, for her and for anyone. Urim smiled and asked if she really did, and she was still as stuffy then as she was now. She smiled and said that if she could, she should make her pay for her crimes. The girl went behind her and said that she would be looking forward to it. She had wanted to fight her once for a long time. Sangren turned around and shouted her name, but Urim had already disappeared. Her assistants looked at her with empty eyes. Suddenly, the hypnosis wore off. The brunette looked ahead and asked what happened. Sangren turned around and said to cancel all future plans on the schedule. She frowned and said to quickly gather a security council. After a while, in the forest, the monster's head was lying on the floor. John kicked it. The squad moved forward. The hero said that they really had changed. The brunette looked ahead and said that even though the gap was low ranking, they could handle it without his help now. Good job. The hero turned around. The bald man showed the phone and said that he was told to report to the 3rd Troops of the Joint Headquarters right away. He frowned and asked about what. The guy frowned and said that the fire dragon's corpse was captured by unknown forces. Kibong frowned. A small, unknown building in the suburbs of Seoul. Loud sounds were heard. Someone was going to a secret floor. In the basement of this place, the elevator doors opened. Sangren looked ahead. She walked forward. At the entrance, she swiped her card. The doors opened. The military was already sitting at the tables. The generals of the 3rd Army were there, as well as the officials who were in charge of national security and defense, as well as the commander of the Special Task Force for clearing the Kibong rifts. They opened an informal meeting that concerned security. All the men stood up and saluted Sangren. She looked ahead and asked them to sit down. She said that the agenda was the case regarding the theft of the fire dragon's corpse by unknown forces and the unauthorized entry into the country of the master of the Shield Guild, who was abroad. The projector was working. It showed footage of her appearance. People in cloaks were coming out of the airport. Then they walked to the side. The camera zoomed in on the group. One of them turned around. The signal was lost. The man pointed to the side and said that it was all a video. He frowned and said that since the Shield Guild Master's hypnosis magic was very powerful, it was only after checking the CCTV that they found out that it had entered through the airport. Sangren shouted at the head of the National Intelligence Agency that this showed that South Korea's security had become weak. How could the citizens trust and rely on them after this? The man looked at her and apologized. The woman bit her lip. Her skills had improved. She thought that she had been skilled in the art of hypnosis before, but not to the point of taking control of an entire airport. The brunette looked to the side. She looked at the general and asked if they were tracking the location of the fire dragon's corpse. The man closed his eyes and said that they had looked at the road CCTV cameras, but since the enemy already knew the location of the cameras and destroyed them, he thought that surveillance would not be easy. The woman gritted her teeth. She slapped the table. Sangren looked at him and shouted, "Do they really have one camera in all of South Korea? On the streets, in cars, there are cameras everywhere. And besides, people have cameras in their phones. Does he really think such an answer is normal?" The man bowed and apologized. Sangren frowned and said that this situation was a complete headache. The official looked at her and asked, "Isn't the primary task now tracking down the corpse of the fire dragon? If it is taken abroad, then the consequences." He was right. The value of the corpse of the fire dragon is simply astronomical. To put it bluntly, no amount of money can even estimate it, because before there was not a single country or organization that could clear the 8th class rift. Sangren leaned forward and spoke to Commander Kibong. He looked ahead and answered. The official looked at him. The generals frowned. The woman frowned and told the hero to pursue the Shield Guild Master. The general jumped up and asked what to do with the fire dragon's corpse then. It was safe to say that it was a terrorist group consisting of players. The other said that even if they asked for help from other guilds, they still had to be able to exercise control at the government level. The Prime Minister looked ahead and said that she knew, but they had no other choice because they only had one Commander Kibong, and there were 2 incidents. The brunette frowned. Sangren looked ahead. The general looked at her and asked what they would do with the corpse then. The woman replied that she had assigned a task for Commander Kibong separately. The hero looked ahead as she said that Commander Kibong would be pursuing the Shield Guild Master with the National Intelligence Agency, while the rest of the commander's team would be pursuing the fire dragon's corpse with the National Armed Forces. She frowned and told them to remember that since both incidents were important first-tier priorities in ensuring the country's security, the South Korean government should handle them on its own. The official looked at her and asked if Kibong would act alone since their enemy was the Shield Guild Master. Sangren replied that this was why she had called another person in advance. The generals were gossiping. The other men were talking about business. The woman pressed the button and told them to come in. They could hear footsteps. The brunette walked forward. The men looked at her in shock. The officials tensed up. The man looked at her in shock. The girl stood in front of the hero and said that it was nice to meet you. Kibong looked at her in shock. Ju smiled and said that she was an agent of the 1st Division of the Foreign Counterintelligence of the National Defense Agency. The man frowned and shouted that the agent was currently on an important mission in Israel. How could she make such a decision without even consulting him? Sangren frowned and apologized. The matter was very urgent. Ju stood in front of the men. The official looked away and said that it was somehow strange to send an ordinary agent on such a dangerous mission. Would it not cause trouble for Commander Kibong? It would be better to call some player or divide the special group for clearing the rifts in two. The Prime Minister frowned. The man stood up and said that regarding this, do they by any chance remember the name Tamer? The generals looked at him in confusion. He said that there was a heroine named Tamer, who during the Battle of Seongnam on December 10th, helped the residents who did not receive help from the first ones to evacuate to a safe zone without a single casualty. The man said that it was later revealed that the Tamer was just an 18-year-old girl. He said that after solving the rift collapse problem, the country highly valued her skills and gave her special employment at the National Defense Agency. The officials looked at him in shock when he said that even now, 10 years later, the Tamer is operating as the top veteran agent inside the National Defense Agency, which is responsible for ensuring Korea's security on the front lines overseas. The man said that he was now talking about the agent whose real name was Ju. The general frowned and said that now he remembered that when he was a commander in an open area at the time, every time someone tried to express gratitude, this hero would suddenly disappear. Sangren stood up and said that she thought. She smiled. The woman frowned and said that everyone here had agreed to some extent, so how about we discuss the real strategy? After a while, a loud sound echoed through the hallway. Kang-hui jumped up and asked if he couldn't go with him this time too. The hero looked at him and said that he knew there was no other way, so he had to try hard this time. The guy blushed. He turned away, offended. Kibong looked forward when he was called. Ju smiled and said so that's where he is. The brunette looked at her. The brunette looked at Kang-hui and asked who that person was. The white-haired man froze. The girl's eyes were glowing red. His eyes widened. He hid behind his friend. The brunette frowned and asked what was wrong with him. The agent smiled and said that she was surprised that he was going with that impudent child. Kibong looked at Kang-hui. The girl smiled and said that he was a little for a child, and without finishing the sentence said that he understood her. Kang-hui said that it was her. He widened his eyes and asked how they knew each other. Kibong looked at him. Ju smiled. After a while, Prison Island. No one has ever escaped from it alive. It is called the Island of the Devil's Sky. A prison officer held out a tray and told prisoner 4882 to take the food. He snatched it and slammed the door. The policeman looked at him in shock. He looked at the prisoner with displeasure and said that the traitor to the country had a good appetite. He stuffed spoon after spoon into his mouth. The guy stuffed his mouth. The stranger walked down the street. The red-haired man was finishing off the remains of his former luxury. A group of the Shield Guild approached the prison. The tray was clean. The spotlight shone right on the squad. The employees shouted at them to stop and asked who they were. The guys pointed their guns at them and told them to state their official title and name. If they refused, they would open fire on them. The red-haired man exhaled, having eaten his fill. The girl smiled and said that she belonged to the Shield Guild. The soldiers looked at her in shock when she said that her rank was master. She smiled and said that she had come for her younger brother. The island was covered in fire. The siren was screaming. Orders to block were heard. The soldiers opened fire on the unknown. Bullets bounced off energy barriers. The unknown were approaching the squad. Shell casings fell to the floor. The witch stepped forward. She put her hand forward and cast magic. The soldiers looked at them in fear and asked how they could get here. The island was burning. In order to get closer to it, you need to go through several dozen checkpoints. Urim smiled and said that everything depends on the person. She waved her finger. A magic circle appeared under the soldiers' feet. The villainess smiled and said that they were just extras. Her fist clenched. There was an explosion. People burned alive. They fell to the floor. The unknown walked forward, walked through dark corridors, stopped. Urim looked forward, touched the grate. There was an explosion. The villainess entered the room. She looked to the side. The squad was looking at her. The players tensed up. One said he couldn't believe they had made it all the way here. The girl smiled evilly and said that if they wanted to live, they should get out of the way. The guy just grinned. Soldiers came out from around the corner. They aimed their machine guns. The players and soldiers looked at the enemies. The guy shouted that they were expecting the Shield Guild Master to arrive and therefore increase the number of their defensive troops. Magic circles appeared around Urim. The guy said that her hypnosis magic was useless here. Combat drones appeared in the air. The Great Mage would not be able to hypnotize equipment. The Shield Master just laughed. She looked at the player with a smile and asked if he had given all the boring lines. The guy raised his finger. The drones turned. Each of them aimed a laser at the attackers. The player ordered them to surrender. The girl smiled and began to shoot lightning. A light flashed behind the bars. Tarim was lying on the floor and sleeping. There was noise behind the doors. The guy opened his eyes and heard screams. He sat up, and there was an explosion. The big guy looked away in surprise. He looked at the player's corpse. His entire face was burned. Tarim was silent and slowly turned around, hearing his name. People from the Shield Guild were looking at him against the light. Nuna smiled at her brother. Helicopter blades. It was approaching the island. The helicopter landed. People disembarked. The hero and Ju looked ahead. The walls were destroyed. The courtyard too. Ju looked ahead in surprise. It was expected that the enemies would come here. She turned to the others and ordered them to find survivors. People began to spread out across the island. Kibong closed his eyes. The system reported that no survivors were found inside the building. He looked at the girl and said that no one survived. He was asked how he understood that. The man looked away, promising to tell the details later. He suggested going inside first. Ju nodded sheepishly, noting that the hero was more severe than she thought. The pair walked forward. They began to pass through the corridors. Both froze and looked ahead in amazement. In front of them lay the corpses of players and soldiers. The hero began to peer at the dead bodies. Ju approached him and said that the magic circles were activated as they should. Kibong looked at her and said that it was natural when one force was suppressed under the influence of a more powerful force. The girl looked down and said that they were late. Kibong looked at her and asked where they should go now. Ju stretched out her hand. A light lit up in it. She released it forward. It fell to the floor. Rats appeared from the cracks. They began to scurry around the room. The girl crouched in front of them. Kibong looked at her in amazement. The girl asked her not to be scared. She smiled and said that the animals were her friends. A tamer, a person who is able to get along with animals and plants as friends, is a rare ability among players. Ju listened intently to the mice. Moreover, such craftsmen can do more than just give instructions. The Mike's eyes lit up. The hero watched the girl's actions with curiosity. He pursed his lips and mentally asked the system what Agent Ju was doing now. The system reported that she was in contact with animals. Kibong was surprised. The agent said that the guys, after organizing a massacre, escaped from prison and then moved towards the south. She looked at the hero and suggested to start the pursuit again, but from the southern direction. She said that even though hypnosis is an outstanding ability, she looked forward seriously and said that not all eyes can be deceived. The shield fighters were guarding an abandoned building. Tarim examined his clothes. He looked at his sister and asked how she got in there. He looked down in fear. He didn't think that his sister was just watching all this with folded arms. Urim turned to him. The guy turned a questioning look at her. His sister looked at him angrily and said that in the future he should not call Sangren Nunam in front of her anymore. Tarim staggered. The girl said that that fool couldn't even say thank you and that she was the one who ungratefully spat on their backs. The brother nodded and noted that his sister had hated Nunam for a long time. The shield master smiled contentedly and said that it should be so. She looked at the fire. Tarim looked up and asked what they were going to do now. Go abroad or recreate the shield guild. Urim smiled and laughed hysterically. Tarim looked at her in confusion. His sister said that he would find out soon enough. She approached him and said that there was something they had to put an end to here. She smiled and said that they had risked their own lives, but South Korea had betrayed them, and that fool had become the leader of a movement to kill them. She introduced Sangren. She looked at her brother and said that they had to punish them all and tear them all to pieces. Tarim opened his mouth. He was worried. His sister hovered over him and he said that Kibong could not be defeated alone. Urim grabbed his shoulder. She smiled and noticed that Tarim had become a coward while they were apart. The guy shuddered and suggested that his sister just go abroad, because if she stood up to this monster, then too. The girl squeezed his hand. The guy's face twisted. He didn't know if his sister had always been this strong. The girl lifted him up and told him to listen carefully. Everyone looked at their leader in surprise. She said that she was no longer the same as before. Their veins bulged. Urim smiled madly and said that no one would be able to stop her. Tarim darkened. Urim said that neither Sangren nor Kimba knew. The harbor. Seagulls flew over the ships. One landed on Ju's hand. She let them go and thanked them. She looked at the hero and said that the enemies were hiding somewhere nearby. They walked forward. The hero asked what the master of the shield guild was like. The agent looked forward seriously and said that she was a terrible person. The hero calmly asked again. The girl nodded silently. She introduced Urim and said that she was one of the first awakened and the first. Ju said that she was stronger and more ruthless than anyone else. For the sake of gaining power and killing monsters, she was ready to make any sacrifice. Ju hugged herself. She remembered the horrors and said that because of this, many people began to die among the citizens. Kibong looked at her sullenly and said that there is someone like her, up until now, just lived quietly and did not grieve. The agent lowered her gaze and said that that time was exactly like that. Kibong clenched his jaw. The girl pointed to the western hill, where the folding complex is located. The tops of the buildings appeared above the trees. The heroes made their way through the forest and found themselves in front of the entrance. Kibong looked at the girl and asked if the enemies were here. Ju said that they could not avoid being seen by animals. Kibong looked ahead and ordered the system to find people in the area. The search began. The player saw images of shield people. He closed his eyes. He opened it and looked ahead terribly. He turned around and said that inside the warehouse there was the guildmaster and Tarim, who had escaped from prison, and 10 more of their accomplices. He crouched down and began to draw on the ground, saying that he would prefer to go head-on. But in order to reduce the number of unnecessary deaths and to obtain information, it would be good if they penetrated from the right side. He pointed to the diagram. He imagined the action as on the map. He said that like in a blitz game, they would finish everything quickly. The agent looked at the hero in amazement. She understood the approximate number of enemies, but how did he manage to find out the number of opponents and find out their location without even looking anywhere? Kibong looked at her questioningly and asked what was wrong with her. The girl said that nothing. The man looked at her seriously and suggested acting. Warehouse. Ju jumped off the fence. She looked ahead. Both turned to the question, "Who are you?" The shield's accomplice looked at them. He began to take out his sword and angrily look at the couple. Kibong scowled at him and said that this was a very annoying turn of events. The man said menacingly that entry was prohibited and ordered them to get out. The second accomplice approached him. Ju covered the hero and said that she would deal with them. She waved her finger. The guild members rushed to attack. Ju clicked. The enemies were right in front of them, and they were thrown aside. Kibong looked closely. An energy cat appeared in front of them. The girl said that there were a lot of cute guys on the pier. The beaten fighters stood up in surprise. Ju covered herself in energy and said that she would show them what class the tamer is. Kanghui meanwhile sniffed. The others looked at him. Jun narrowed his eyes and asked the guy if he was sure they were doing everything right. The soldiers chuckled. The younger one turned around and said that the fire dragon has an unusual smell, so he can recognize it. He cheerfully pointed to the side and said that they needed to go straight there. The redhead scratched his head guiltily and told the colonel that Kanwi's information was accurate. The colonel turned to the soldiers and ordered them to move in that direction. The deputy scratched his head. The boy scratched his nose contentedly. Meanwhile, the enemy flew to the side. 3 were already lying on the ground. The cat attacked them furiously. He hit the fighter, driving him into the ground. The ground under the body with a member of the shield began to crack. The wall under the body of another almost cracked. A moment and the fighter's body flew in along with the fragments. It fell in front of the others. The guy's face was swollen from the blows. Tarim and Urim looked at this in surprise. 3 menacing silhouettes appeared from the smoke. Kibong and Ju slowly walked forward. Tarim stepped back. The dust cleared and the heroes became visible. Urim looked at Ju in surprise. She said that there had been no news about her for 10 years. She thought that the girl had died, but fortunately, she was alive. The agent calmly looked at her and asked, should she really thank her for this? Urim licked her lips. She opened her mouth and said that Ju was too annoying. Did she forget what she said once? She screamed and said never to call her Ani again. The girl covered her eyes from the loud scream. The glasses were broken from the scream. Kibong calmly twirled in his ear. Urim took out a blue stone and said not to build illusions in her head. She said fortunately because. She raised the stone above her head and said that she wanted to tear her and Sangren to pieces with her own hands at all costs. Ju screamed. Seeing the stone of return, she said that they must stop her. The cat jumped to attack. He approached the brother and sister. The faces of the guild members began to blush. They turned into monsters and attacked the cat, making deep cuts. The cat screamed. The girl shuddered. Kibong looked closely at the monsters, which were an exact copy of those he had met in the cave. A magic circle appeared under the shield master's feet. She smiled and said that if the hero wanted to stop them, let him try. The monsters jumped on Ju. Her eyes widened. There was a flash. Body parts flew in different directions. Kibong ran forward. The brother and sister began to teleport. Both turned around at the hero's scream. He had already raised his fist to strike. The girl just grinned. The fist was approaching her face. There was a flash. The fist pierced the force field, and it cracked. The girl shuddered. Kibong gritted his teeth and growled. Energy was released beyond the building, and light illuminated everything around. There was devastation all around. Kibong looked at the sky. He did not move. I looked at my hand and thought it was strange. He clenched his fist because he was sure that he had hit them. The agent approached the hero. He said that they had missed. The girl frowned and assumed that the enemies had started some kind of intrigue since they had the stone of return. The cat was shaking in pain. The agent said that things were bad. Kibong turned around. He said that they had not gone far since they had moved with the help of the stone. He went forward and suggested that they begin the pursuit again. A destroyed factory. Gyeonggi Province, the city of Sihyum. A beam struck the sky. An explosion was heard. The brother and sister appeared on the portal mark. Yurim was breathing heavily. She raised her trembling hand and noted that the hero had managed to break through her defense in such a short moment. Blood spread under the bandages. The girl's cheeks swelled. She vomited. Taram looked at her worriedly and asked if everything was okay. The sister wiped the blood and said that it was normal. She smiled at her brother and said that compared to the pain he had experienced, hers was nothing. The boy looked at her nervously and said that she needed treatment. The girl shook her head. She looked ahead, said that Taram was tired, so she sent him to rest first. The boy was sweating. The sister said that she would call him later. He glanced briefly at his sister and agreed, and walked away, touched the door handle, looked at his sister again, and left. Yurim silently looked at the city. She turned around, walked to the edge, and stopped. The shield master looked at the people. They walked carelessly below. The girl's mouth opened. She ordered them to get out. Black smoke appeared behind her. Feet and shoes appeared. James bowed and greeted the master. The girl turned around and asked what he had been doing all this time that he had only just come here. The man spread his arms and said that he was preparing to be able to conduct quiet activities. He said that now armed forces were gathering in this city, not to mention the mercenaries who stole the corpse of the fire dragon. The director took out a cigarette and said that if he went to the front lines, he would not be able to do all this. Yurim glared at him and said that he was still babbling. The man smiled and noted that the master had become much stronger than before. Yurim turned away and asked, did he really think that she would just have fun? Yurim looked at the city. James Lee said that she was a master who would do anything for strength, wasn't she? She glanced at him and said enough of this idle chatter. She asked him to tell her everything about Kibong. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that the hero just suddenly appeared at some point without any hints about it. Yurim frowned. James looked ahead. He remembered how they were going to hire the hero for themselves, but failed, and then thought that he was a threat and decided to eliminate him. He remembered the defeated Taram and said that she knew very well what happened as a result. The director lit a cigar. They were trying to dig up information on the hero. He came closer and said that they only managed to find out that for 10 years nothing was known about the hero's location. His father and younger sister went missing when the rift collapsed, and his mother was now in a coma. The girl looked ahead and asked if the hero had any relation to Sengren. The man twisted his mouth and said no, none. Yurim opened her mouth and said that it simply couldn't be. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. She asked where there was a person who did not like power and money. She twisted her mouth because she was sure that there was a connection between them and that Sengren definitely gave him something. The director took the cigarette out of his mouth. Yurim raised her hands above her head and said anyway. A magic circle began to form in the sky. A pattern was created, and a huge circle hung over the city. People looked up in surprise. Their eyes began to glow pink. The director frowned at the girl. She said that it was time to show. She laughed and said what would happen to the earth that abandoned her when she protected it. People looked up and went on. The shield master looked at the city and said that it was finally the beginning. Canby sniffed. He pointed to the side and said that the smell was going there. The others looked at him silently. The red-haired one asked if the thieves had really gone to the city. Another said that it was best to hide in the mountains. The car drove forward. Canby said that his nose was right. A military column was driving behind the car. They were entering the city. The deputy took the radio. They said that he was not even a dog. He looked ahead. The voice asked if it was logical to continue pursuing only by scent. It was the 21st century. The deputy looked away in confusion. He said that it sounded strange, but could they trust them? Kangwee looked out the window. He looked at the driver and asked to stop here. The car braked sharply. Kangwee jumped out the window. The soldiers looked ahead. The commander ordered them to get out of the cars and follow the rift-clearing squad. Everyone went outside. The soldier looked ahead in disbelief and asked what kind of fool would hide the corpse of a fire dragon here. Everyone looked around and noted how many eyes there were. Someone was approaching them. He looked at the soldier's back. The soldier said that they needed to get promoted quickly. He turned around. His eyes widened. 2 fighters attacked him, but they were thrown to the side. They hit the asphalt. Jun extended his hand forward. The commander looked at the enemies in shock. They stood up. Their eyes were bloodshot. The squad looked at them. Jun said that they had come to the right place. The column was surrounded. Kanwee licked his finger and said that his nose could not be fooled. He ordered everyone to gather their will into a fist. The enemies in balaclavas looked at them. The guy clenched his fist and smiled. The squad rushed into battle. They fought on the road. 2 enemies appeared on the roof. They aimed sniper rifles. One of the snipers was thrown back. The remaining one looked at the column in surprise. Can we hit him? He snapped his fingers and grinned. The commander looked at them in confusion. At first he did not believe that they would succeed without Kibong. The redhead threw back another enemy. However, compared to the rumors, a squad member gritted his teeth and hit another one. The commander noted that they were much stronger. The deputy and the red-haired man stood back to back. The commander asked himself, is this the true face of the rift-clearing squad? The enemies were lying on the road and groaning in pain. They began to get up and called the heroes loyal curs of the rotten government. The deputy looked at him questioningly. The guy took off his mask. He turned out to be Korean. The red-haired man looked at the deputy in amazement. They saw tattoos on the enemy's wrists. The guy said that these were the remains of the Shield Guild. The deputy looked angrily at the Koreans and said that they were all wondering where they had been washed up, and here they were. The Shield member smiled. He reached into his pocket and said that it was disgusting to look at the arrogant faces of the heroes. He asked if they had studied Hapkido. The player frowned. The enemy said that compared to the hero, they were just extras. The guy looked questioningly at the fighter. He asked, what had they studied? The deputy kicked him and said it was Taekwondo. The guy fell to the pavement. The man looked at him angrily and said that he was ashamed that an idiot like him was also Korean. The members of the Shield were pointed at the machine guns. The player asked how the citizens of South Korea dared to join the guys and commit terrorism. The deputy recoiled, hearing laughter. The guy smiled and asked, do the heroes really think that they have already won? He reached into his pocket. He took out an ampoule and asked not to delude themselves. The special squad stared at them. The Korean said that it was not they who caught them, but they who caught the heroes. The column was surrounded by shield reinforcements. The Korean stuck a syringe into his neck. The commander looked at him questioningly. The heroes shuddered. The enemies began to build up muscle mass. Their clothes were torn. The soldiers looked at them in fear. The enemies suddenly increased in size. The team was surrounded by a group of steroid monsters. Their eyes were glowing red, and they all jumped to attack. The special squad frowned. The monsters stretched out their hands to them, but suddenly they got hit in the face. Kangwee threw them aside. He flew over the people, landed. He looked at the squad and asked, really, he shouldn't have interfered. He smiled and said that he didn't understand why they were standing there like a pillar. The squad's hands were burning with energy. The guy realized that they had a plan. The deputy looked at him menacingly and asked, really, he thought that they were scared of steroid idiots. He reminded them that they had years of experience in the rifts. The redhead looked at the guy seriously and said that compared to the rift monsters, those guys were no bigger than punching bags. The jocks lay unconscious. The others were blowing steam from their mouths. The fighter noticed that there was something inhuman about them. Kangwee smiled and asked if they should be destroyed. The commander looked at the soldiers and mentally asked how a guy with such an innocent face could say such terrible words. The deputy said no grimly. He looked ahead and said that they should take the enemy alive and expose those behind them. They ran to attack. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Yui's studio, the girl winked and said hello to the viewers. She asked if they knew that next week she would be doing a joint broadcast with YouTuber Chinta, who has 1 million subscribers. The chat was filled with admiration. The girl was sitting at the table and said that she couldn't wait to see their joint broadcast too. The studio light was on above the monitors. Yui smiled and said that for now she was finishing the broadcast and therefore said goodbye until next time. She pressed the end button of the broadcast and stretched, sighing with relief. The streamer took out her phone. She looked at the calls and asked why Chinta hadn't picked up since yesterday. She looked at the screen with excitement. They needed to discuss a lot of things about the content, and if everything continued like this, everything would end. She shuddered from the call. She answered. The subscriber was out of range. The girl put the phone down. She got mad and asked if she had really been screwed. They had agreed to film the collaboration. She looked at the cat and it meowed at her. Yui straightened up and sternly said that she needed to go and search on her own. The screen lit up again. Clouds hung over the city. In one of the districts, handcuffs clanked. The shield members were sitting in front of the column in shackles. The commander looked at the deputy and said, great job. The monsters were sitting silently on the road. Jun said that these handcuffs were made of a special alloy and they were even able to hold the strength of an average player, so these guys had no escape. Jun picked up the ampoule and asked what it was. He twirled the syringe in his hands, trying to understand what it was. Everyone turned around. The commander was called. A soldier approached them and said that they had found a truck. People approached him. The body was open. The division commander looked into it. He thought they had found the dragon's corpse, but it was no use. Now they had to extract information from these terrorists. Jun lowered his eyebrows and asked the colonel to transfer them to the joint headquarters, and they would continue the investigation with their special squad. The colonel looked at him and asked if the squad had any plan. The man fell silent. He pointed at the player and said that they would start acting again. Kangwee rubbed his nose. The deputy said that it was a little incompetent, but a proven method. The commander drooped. Meanwhile, in the 5th rank rift, Kill a Swamp, the monster screamed. He swung his sword. The player twirled the dagger. 2 monsters stood against him. Yuban stood opposite. He gritted his teeth and said no. The man and the monsters ran to attack. The battle began. Yuban cut the monsters into pieces. He remembered Kibong, how easily he fought. The guy looked at his feet and said that it was not that. He made a dash. He ran at the huge monster. He raised a pair of swords and screamed. It was the boss kill. Yuban accelerated and jumped straight at the boss. Many swings flashed. He landed and was covered with a rain of body parts. He gritted his teeth and began to think about the strength of the hero and his overwhelming power. The partners ran to the guy. Yuban turned away. The guy noticed that Hyunam became sharper than before. Did something happen to him? Yuban looked away and said nothing. The guys looked at him in surprise. Yuban grabbed one of them and said that he told them not to interfere with him. Why did he listen to him? The guy said that several members of the guild just haven't been in touch for several days. Yuban looked at him questioningly. The player said that the strangest thing was that they all lived in the city of Sihyung and they were supposed to go on a raid, but they all disappeared. The leader looked at them in surprise. The guy made a face in pain and said yes. Yuban went ahead and said that it was all suspicious for several people to disappear at the same time. His partner stretched his neck. The leader said that all this time he was absorbed in attacks on the rifts and therefore he acted a little indifferent towards them. He looked at them and said that they were going to Sihyung together. The road to the city was blocked. The photographer aimed his camera. People were collecting evidence. Kibong watched them work. The agent bit her finger. She looked at the hero and said that Yuram would not retreat so easily. The hero frowned and assumed that her ward stole the dragon's corpse. The girl looked ahead and said that even though they used firearms instead of player skills in order to hide their true identity, she said that there was still no reason to doubt it and it was definitely Yuram's doing. Kibong looked at her and asked if they had taken the corpse overseas. The girl shook her head and said that it would be impossible to teleport between countries, so Yuram, who could use teleportation, had specially entered Korea through the airport. She said that the National Intelligence Service had made a statement that even if Yuram could find a moment to teleport. She introduced the laboratory and said that teleporting the corpse of a fire dragon that was full of magical power would most likely be impossible. Kibong, who heard her words, still had doubts in his heart. He looked ahead gloomily and mentally asked himself, why did the enemy grab the corpse of a fire dragon? The column was driving along the road. The hero assumed that all this was just for money. The invaders simply would not have enough time or space to do something with the corpse inside Korea. He looked at the girl and said that the enemies wanted to do something with the corpse of the fire dragon. The agent frowned and said that she had recently received exactly the same information from the National Intelligence Service. Kibong looked at his feet. He was lost in thought. Even if he said that the Arabs who showed themselves in a form similar to a monster were close to the monsters he met in the dungeon, the Arabs still had a form similar to a human. The agent looked at the hero's phone. Kangwee called him. He answered. The guy shouted that he found. The hero became wary and asked what exactly. The player looked at the road and said that he found where the enemy hid. Kibong bewilderedly moved the phone to the side. The voice screamed that it was there. The white-haired man looked away with resentment. The hero asked to give the phone to the deputy commander. Kibong was silent until he heard the deputy commander's voice. The guy walked forward and asked what place were they talking about. Jian looked at the road and said that the specific location was unknown. He looked at the sign and said that it was somewhere near the city of Sihyung, which is located in the province of Gyeonggi. He said that they were heading there now. Kibong looked ahead and said that he would also follow them. He hung up. The agent looked at him in surprise and asked if this was really the same child. The guy looked at her and asked if they really knew each other. The girl coughed into her fist. She did not know how to express herself, but asked not to trust the guy too much. She could not say more. The hero calmly looked at her. She said that first they should go to the place that Hanwi said and try to get on Yuram's trail again. The investigators took pictures of body parts. The fibers moved. The man recoiled. New monsters emerged from the body parts. They opened their mouths and screamed, and they began to attack the team of investigators. A light flashed. Bloody shreds rained down on the people. Ju looked at the hero in amazement. He landed. He looked at her and said that he missed a little because he hit in a hurry, but these creatures are too annoying. The girl raised an eyebrow. Kibong turned and suggested that they quickly set off. Meanwhile, a magic circle was burning above the city. Yuram looked at the city. The installation was working behind her. The shield master folded her hands together. Beams hit the roof behind her. The master turned to the call. Loyal supporters were kneeling in front of her. Chief Secretary Lerk, Commander of the Special Unit Minseok, Commander of the 1st Magic Group Mai, and Commander of the Scientific and Technical Group of the Shield Guild Hudok. Everyone bowed and said that they would follow any order. Yuram frowned. The supporters said that they were waiting for instructions. The girl smiled. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. She said that it was all because they did a great job. They were great. This is just right for the fighters from the Shield Guild, who are able to make the enemy tremble in fear. Yuram glared at them. She was sure that they did not run away, abandoning her younger brother. Everyone shuddered and said of course not. Derek said that they were hiding, waiting for them to gather their strength again. Yuram looked at him and said that she hoped that was how it was. Ampules flew into the air. The supporters looked at them and asked what they were. Yuram looked at them madly and ordered them to be injected into herself. The ampule was lying on the roof. Yuram said that this thing will pave the way for them to a new world. Everyone became wary. The secretary grabbed the ampule, and with all his might he injected himself into the neck. The veins in his neck bulged. His eyes glowed red, and devilish screams rang out. Yuram smiled and said that they were no longer the weak scum they had been before. Minseok screamed. The girl said that they were reborn thanks to this powerful force. Mia's veins throbbed. The master said that they now have no equal among people. Hudok smiled in anticipation. Yuram told them to rejoice and revere. She spread her arms and screamed that everything will start here. Sweat dripped onto the roof. Yuram smiled and said that under the blessing of their hype. She looked at the piece of dragon flesh. She was going to create a legion and destroy the country that treated them with disdain. She screamed and said that then they will make a protected Korea the world of hype. The supporters stupidly looked at the sky. Taram watched from the side. He swallowed nervously and thought about hype. The car drove forward, stopped in the middle of the street. Yui tried to call the guy. She asked if something really happened. Something like this had never happened before. The taxi driver looked at her. The girl said that she would like to believe that nothing serious had happened. The man glanced sideways and asked if she was that girl by any chance. Yui smiled and asked if he knew her, a YouTuber who still lacked so much experience. The man laughed and said that he did not understand what she was talking about. The girl smiled embarrassedly. The man confused her with another person. The driver drove the car and said that 6 years ago he and his son were saved by a man who looked very much like her. Yui looked questioningly at the man. She touched the pendant on her neck. The man turned around at the light that appeared. Yui showed a cat and said that his son was saved by this little one. The car slowed down. Rodeo District. The girl handed over a bill and thanked the taxi driver. The man waved his hands and said that she saved his and his son's lives, so he felt uncomfortable taking money from her. The streamer smiled and said that she had only done what she had to do. Words would be enough for her as a thank you, and besides, the fare was not small. The man shook her hands, offering to do at least that. He said that if she needed to go somewhere else, she should contact him. He would give her his business card. Yui laughed shyly. She did not know if this would be the right thing to do. The man got into the car and said that if she walked a little in that direction, she would get to the center of Sihyum. The sky turned red. Yui walked forward. She was very glad that the taxi driver was living well now. She looked ahead and said that it was the first half of the day. There was an empty street in front of her. The girl looked into the store. She became wary and thought that something was fishy here. She looked in the direction of the noise. She ran ahead and asked to stop. The streamer entered an alley with red lights. She looked at them in surprise and froze. Her eyes widened. She shuddered in horror. People absorbed by biomass stood in front of her. The commander watched the soldiers work. They shouted that they were currently heading towards the capital district. An unidentified flying object was moving on the screen. The commander shouted and demanded to know what it was right away. The signal disappeared. The commander looked at each of the soldiers and suggested that there might have been a mistake. The subordinate looked sharply at the screen and said that the object had appeared again. The guy quickly clicked on the keyboard. He began pursuing and radar identification of the UFO. A dot burned on the screen. The soldier looked at him in amazement. The object had disappeared again. The commander angrily shouted at him and asked how this could be. He put his hand on his face and asked what was the last location. He looked at the map. The soldier pointed to the last location. The beam destroyed the buildings. Ju covered herself from the wind. Together with the hero, they flew to the outskirts of the city of Sihyum. Yui looked at the infected people in amazement. The biomass was devouring their bodies. People looked around blindly. A drop of excitement ran down the girl's face. She did not understand what kind of creatures were in front of her. She opened her mouth. The light in front of her sparkled. The girl shuddered. The automatic shield activated. The automatic shield is a defensive magic that instantly reacts to a sudden enemy attack. This is an essential skill for a high-class mage, which was invented in order to increase the survival rate of a fragile mage from an unexpected attack. Yui looked at the sky and the shining dust particles. People's eyes were glowing red. The streamer realized that they were the ones who turned people into monsters. She ran forward, past the monsters, wondering what caused the destruction. It was not a rift. She ran forward and was sure that somewhere there was a source of everything that was happening. She was going to find it. A silhouette appeared ahead. It was a small child. Yui reached out her hand to him and screamed. She asked him to stop. Meanwhile in the sky, the system reported that there was 1 minute left until arrival. Ju was covering herself from the icy wind. The hero left a blue beam behind him. A minute later, the couple arrived in Sihyun and landed. Ju grabbed the hero, she needed to catch her breath. Kibong looked at her and asked if she was okay. The girl said that she just saw this way of moving for the first time. She fixed her disheveled hair, said that time was short and therefore it was good that they arrived. The hero's hair began to darken again. The couple walked forward. Ju noted the fact about the change in hair color. Kibong looked ahead. The system reported that an abnormal sign was recorded in the city. Ju asked who the hero was talking to. He waved it off and said nothing. He frowned and mentally ordered to continue. A circle was burning above the city. It was overflowing with magical power. The system reported that an undetectable magic was spreading throughout the city. Hypnosis magic was scattered throughout all places of the city of Sihyun. The guy looked ahead and said what he thought. He introduced Yuram and said that she was here. Ju looked at him and asked how the hero knew that. The hero walked forward and called her to follow him. Ju silently watched him go, and she was tensely silent. But a moment later she ran after him. The system reported that it was starting to resist the abnormal state. Dust specks were burning in the air. Ju looked around in surprise. The system reported the appearance of immunity to the abnormal state. Ju pinched her nose, thinking that there was poison in the air. She reached into her pocket and drank from the bottle. In her hands was an immunity potion with a daily effect. The couple arrived at the park and looked ahead in surprise. In front of them, people were stuck in the biomass. They stupidly stared into the void and groaned. Ju took a closer look and asked what kind of creatures these were. Kibong frowned and asked the system to analyze. The analysis began. The creatures began to be surrounded by scanning icons. The system reported that these were people infected by an unknown magical force which caused deformation into a human monster. The hero looked at the infected. The system reported that if the source of the magic was destroyed, the deformation process could be stopped. The girl looked at the hero and asked if they should deal with them. The hero said no. The infected groaned in front of them. The hero said that they were still people until the situation worsened even more. He said that they should avoid fighting and quickly pass through them. Both rushed forward. Kibong looked ahead and told the system to find the source. The couple ran forward. The system began searching. It reported that the magic was too strong and that they needed to move along elevated terrain. Kibong rushed forward and said that he would be back soon. The man flew into the sky. He bounced off buildings, moving towards the roofs. A building grew in front of him. Someone jumped from 3 roofs. The hero was surrounded by monsters. They screamed and said that a rat had appeared. The monster licked its lips and noticed that the hero had some guts to come here alone. Kibong was silent. The monsters were getting closer. One shouted that if someone was talking to you, you had to answer. They swung their blades. The player kicked one monster away. It crashed into the building. The hero looked at the others. He hit one. He ripped out the jaw of the second and cut off the head of the third. The force field threw everyone aside and tore them into pieces. The man looked forward angrily and jumped onto the roof, landed, looked forward. His hair was tousled by the wind. Kibong ordered the system to find Yuram and the magic source. The search began. His gaze was directed to one of the roofs. A silhouette stood on its edge. Yuram was looking straight at him. She smiled and said that here is the hero. Kibong looked at her from afar. The system was scanning all the other buildings. It was in the process of detecting the magic supply device. All the buildings were scanned. The hero looked at Yuram. He looked away and asked why the system was so slow. She showed a bashful smiley. The circle flashed over the city again. The system reported that this magic was too powerful and therefore assumed that people on the streets did not feel the abnormality of this place. So if everything was left as is, neither the police nor the army might arrive. The hero looked away sullenly. He looked at one of the buildings. He shuddered. The system reported that it had discovered a device for supplying magical power. It was the installation on the roof behind Yuram. The system reported that there was currently one main device. The system showed 4 frames of auxiliary devices. It showed a map. Kibong clenched his fist. He looked ahead, asked to mark them so that he could destroy these devices right now. The system reported that this was impossible. The main source of magic supply could only be destroyed by simultaneously destroying the other 4. The man angrily pressed his lips. The system reported that otherwise the auxiliary device would automatically begin restoration. Kibong looked down and thought how complicated it was. The system showed frames of people who were not hypnotized. The hero smiled. He looked down and spoke just in time. He flew forward like a beam. Dust rose on the roof. The hero hung in the air. He landed next to Ju. The girl waved her hands. She scratched her forehead and laughed embarrassedly. Kibong looked at her gloomily. The girl said that he knows how to surprise. The man approached the girl and said that they needed to go somewhere. Ju looked at him in confusion. The hero pointed to the side and said that he had found a place that would end everything. Meanwhile, Yui, she ran forward, approached the store, opened the door and called the baby. Armed men stood in front of her. They swung bats and sticks. Yui tensed up. The woman hugged the child and asked who she was. Yui slowly raised her hands and said that she would not do anything bad to them. She asked if they knew her. The people froze in confusion. Yui pressed the pendant. She took out a selfie stick and said that she was broadcasting live. The man pulled off his mask, recognizing the girl. Another guy shuddered and said that he saw her on YouTube. Another said that she was shown on TV. The streamer sighed with relief and thanked them for recognizing her. The boy hugged his mother. Yui looked at them seriously and asked what happened to the city. The woman looked down and said that something strange had been happening to people for a few days. Yui asked worriedly how they had managed to stay safe and sound. The woman pointed to the pollen flying in the air. It seemed to her that it was the cause of everything that was happening. The girl frowned. She knew that the problem was the red dust. She imagined a diagram, decided that when pollen penetrates the human body, such changes occur. All the people here are united by one thing, masks. Apparently thanks to this they managed to survive. The man looked at the girl and asked if a rescue team would come. Yui smiled nervously and said of course. But then she looked away seriously, deciding that judging by this unidentified magic, there would be no rescue team. She began to dial on the phone, realizing that things were bad and she needed to somehow report to the people outside that they were here. The phone could not connect to the network. The people looked at the girl with resignation. The woman's eyes widened. Sweat ran down her face. A crowd of infected grew behind the streamer. Glass shattered. Yui turned around. A crowd of zombies burst into the store. She screamed and told people to be careful. She pressed the pendant, created a projection, intercepted the modified selfie stick. Light burst out of the phone. A shockwave shot at the monsters. A bunch of little people flew out of the store. Yui looked at the mayhem in front of her. She worriedly apologized if they were badly hurt. She said that their lives were not in danger. The streamer abruptly turned to the fleeing people and told them to cover their mouths and noses with a mask and run to the building on the opposite side. A car shot up in front. It flew straight at the girl. A giant appeared in front of her. The streamer looked at it in surprise and asked what kind of huge creature it was. The monster came closer and laughed. He gritted his teeth and ordered not to interfere with the great work of the master. Yui curled her lips, noticed that he could talk. She looked from under her brows and asked if it was possible to finish him off. The monster grabbed a pole, tore it out of the ground, and threw it at the player. Yui's pendant burst into flames. She used the windbreaker. The wind began to cut the monster's skin. He suddenly turned his back and growled, cursing at the player. He grabbed another car, threw it at the girl and said that he would crush her. Yui dodged. She jumped. The pendant caught fire. The monster screamed. A fiery tornado rushed towards him. Yui screamed that he would not be able to defeat her with his size. She screamed and told the monster to go to hell. There was an explosion. The monster covered himself in fire and screamed. Flames rose above the city. Yui landed. She looked at the fire. The monster's corpse was on fire. The streamer wiped her sweat and said that it was over. She quickly looked ahead. Someone appeared behind her. The girl took a fighting stance and asked who it was. She was told that she was still noisy. The player's eyes widened. Yuban and his team were standing opposite. Yuban looked at her and asked what the streamer was doing here. Yui rubbed her eyes and asked if she was under magical hypnosis. The guy said that it was not hypnosis. The girl leaned forward and asked how he got here then. The player frowned and said that he asked his question first. He pointed to the building behind the fire and asked who those guys were. Did she know anything? Yui sighed and said that she didn't know the details either. She pointed to the red dust and said that ordinary people turn into monsters after absorbing the red dust. The pollen sparkled against the shield. Yuban frowned and said that no matter how you look at it, it was not an easy matter they needed to contact. Suddenly, he looked to the side. He took out knives. The players stood in fighting stances at the leader's order. The girl looked at them in surprise. She shook her head. The guy told her to be careful. He raised a knife and said that someone was approaching here in a large group. Both players looked at one turn. They froze. Yui opened her mouth wide. A question was asked, can't they just throw this away already? The special squad was approaching the players. Kangwei held the monster's hand and said that this was the only way he could smell it. He said that this place gave him unpleasant feelings. The guy looked at the streamer. The players lowered their weapons. The soldiers pointed their machine guns at them. The monster's hand fell on the road. Kangwei greeted Yui. Jian looked at the soldiers and ordered them to lower their weapons. Kangwei cheerfully ran towards the players. Jian looked at Yuban and Yui. He was glad to see them. The girl smiled and said that they met for the first time since last time. Yuban put away the knife and asked what was going on here. The deputy looked at him solemnly and said that the master of the Shield Guild was in this place. The players looked at the pollen in surprise. The man said that everything that was happening here was her doing. Yuban looked away in fear and said the name Urim. The streamer shuddered and said that if they had to fight Urim, they would not win with this composition. She said that they needed to contact Sangren. Yuban stopped her with his hand and asked her not to tell him. Jian nodded and said the right thing. Kangwei looked at the sky. A blue beam streaked across it. The hero landed next to them. The man held Jaya under his arm. The deputy said that he had already arrived. Yui looked at Kibon in surprise. Yubin only frowned. Kangwei laughed, greeting the hero. The couple silently approached the group. The deputy saluted the commander. Kibon told him good job. The streamer was amazed. Ju flinched when she was called by the nickname Tamer. They shook hands. Ju smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The streamer said that there was no news from the girl and they had long thought that Ju was dead. She smiled guiltily and said that everyone has their own circumstances. Yui smiled embarrassedly and said that no matter what, it was good that they met again. She looked at Yubin and noted that he hardly thought so. The guy looked away offended and said yes. Ju sighed. Kangwei looked at the hero with a smile and asked what they were going to do now. Kibon opened his mouth. He looked at everyone seriously and said that they must destroy all the enemies and save civilians. Everyone looked at him seriously. Kibon looked at the kid. He asked how they would do it. Kibon looked at everyone and said that in order to stop this state, he showed a map and said that it was necessary to destroy the main source and 4 auxiliary ones. Kangwei raised his hand. The hero said that Jun and the guy would take on the first sector. Ju nodded. The hero said that she would be responsible for the second sector. Yubin looked at the hero. He would take on the third sector. Yui looked forward seriously. She had the 4th sector on her. Everyone stood in front of the hero. Kibon looked at them seriously. The system reported that the error range must be destroyed in 30 seconds, otherwise all magical sources will be restored. The man took out his phone. The time was 20 to 2. Everyone looked at the hero. He said that all sources must be destroyed exactly at 2:30, no earlier, no later. The hero looked at everyone and wished everyone good luck. Everyone looked forward with concentration, and they began to disperse. Ju turned to Yubin. She smiled and asked him to be careful. Yubin froze slightly. He turned away and silently walked forward. His assistants were catching up with him. One noticed how touchy their captain was. They egged on the leader. Ju smiled warmly, and she went. Team Kibon's operation had begun. Kangwei ran forward. The squad was running along an empty road. He was going to hurry. The deputy looked ahead and said that the first sector was further than the others and therefore they should finish their work before the commander was ready. Kangwei smiled and said yes. He pointed to the main installation and asked if this was it. He slowed down, jumped up and said that he would go first. A silhouette appeared near the installation. He jumped. The guy looked at him in surprise. Tarek was flying at him. Everyone shuddered. Kangwei was thrown back by the impact. The fall raised a rumble. The villain landed. He opened his mouth and said the end of the road, said that they can no longer think of stepping closer. The fighters tensed up. The changed Tarek looked at them. The wreckage. Kangwei calmly climbed out of them. He went to his men and said that he was already scared. Tarek looked at him in amazement. Kangwei waved his hand and called the secretary a pig with muscles. The man came closer and said that the heroes had completely lost their fear. He screamed and said that he would tear them to pieces, which would prove his loyalty to his master. The guy pinched his nose and said, "You." Tarek checked his breath after the player said that it was terrible. Jun pointed at him and asked him to be a little careful. Tarek trembled. The deputy said that their junior had a very sensitive sense of smell. The veins on the villain's face began to bulge. His shirt began to tear. He said that some lower creatures dare to mock him, part of the new humanity, reborn under the blessing of hype. He tore his shirt and said that he would crush everyone to the last one and rushed to attack. Kangwei pinched his nose and disappeared. He raised his burning fist to strike. He began to hit and scream that he would never forgive such an abomination as him. Meanwhile, Yubin slid back. The assistants were lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Minxiang was approaching the player. Yubin raised a knife and said how many years and winters. The guy licked the knife. Yubin thought that he would rot in prison. The villain shuddered and flew between the player's legs, stuck the knife in his back. But Yubin was able to intercept and go behind him. He spun his knife. Minxiang smiled madly. A series of clashes began. Yubin watched the enemy, trying to understand if he was always so fast. The enemy's eyes turned red. He said that the guy became much faster compared to before. He asked if he ate any good thing. He swung the knife. Yubin managed to block the blow and replied that he now had a mountain to climb to the top. He gritted his teeth and introduced the hero. Minson intercepted the knife and shouted that nothing would work because he would kill him right here and now. Yubin smiled and said to try if he could. The two fighters approached each other. There was a flash. Red pollen flew out of the installation, slowly descended across the sky, landed on the streets. Suddenly, blood splashed. The corpses of monsters fell to the ground. The hero destroyed another one. He looked ahead and froze. An enemy appeared in front of him. The hero looked at him and said that's where he ran off to. Taram looked at him silently. He sighed and turned to the hero. He intercepted the handle. The hero asked if the guy really decided to stop him, even without the tooth of a crazy dragon. The redhead shook his head and said no way. He took out an ampoule. Kibon looked at him silently. The guy started to raise it for a jab, but suddenly he broke it. He swung his sword. Kibong looked at him questioningly. The big guy smiled all in sweat, even though he was in this form, but there was a Nuna behind him. He pointed his sword at the hero and said that he would not let him pass by just like that. He shouted and told Kibong to attack. Yui meanwhile was walking slowly. She looked around. An installation appeared in front of her. Yui looked at it in surprise. The cat screamed. Yui looked ahead and shouted that she knew she was there. A magic circle began to appear near her. Streamer dodged the tongue of flame. He did a backflip. Mai appeared and laughed. She looked at the girl and said that she had long wanted to tear her apart and how good it was that they met now. Yui looked at the enemy and called her aunt. Mai asked irritably. She aimed the staff with the eye and asked how dare the little one. Lightning shot out from the circle. Yui looked at this attack in amazement. Dust rose above the buildings. Mai laughed again. Yui managed to create a barrier. The mage said not bad. The cat arched her back and hissed. The streamer looked at her seriously. Red dust was hovering between the enemies. It was descending from the sky. The hole in the ground was smoking. Jiu was already sweating. Hudok smiled sweetly and called the girl's nickname. He spread his huge arms in front of her and said that he had caught a big fish. Jiu looked at him fearfully and said that he was a first-level wanted person. Noticed that he had abandoned his human form. The monster only grinned and said that everything was only for the best. He always wanted to become such a villain. The player angrily asked if he was happy now, being a villain. She waved her hand and asked what he would say to that. She clicked it. Clouds were floating across the sky. A flock of birds emerged from it. Their eyes glowed blue. Hordes of mice were running through the alley. Cats on the other side. And dogs, too. The animals gathered around the monster. He looked at them in surprise. He swung his claws and said that they were all cute. Jiu pointed her hand at him and told him to get ready. In the hero's area, a swing of the sword. Kibong dodged the blow. The wave began to crumble the stones. Kibong jumped back. Taram rushed forward. He was approaching the man. He screamed and swung. The hero looked at him angrily and stopped the blade with his hand. He began to hold it. The enemy looked at him in amazement. The hero swung his leg and threw the big guy back. He destroyed the wall with his body. There was now a gaping hole in the building. The guy crawled out of the rubble and coughed up blood. Kibong silently looked at how Taram laughed. He smiled and said that it hurt a lot. He stood up, grabbed the sword, and again blocked the hero's path. All trembling, he swung the sword and said that he was coming. Taram screamed. He ran at the player. Kibong silently looked at him, easily dodged the blow, and hit the red-haired one. He again plunged into the wall. He intercepted the hilt, and with a cry, rushed to attack. Kibong hit him in the face, and threw him aside. But Taram jumped to attack again. Kibong threw him away. He fell far to the side, and attacked again, and again flew aside. Taram was imprinted on the wall. His hands were shaking. He began to crawl to the sword, reaching for it and groaning. Kibong seriously looked at the enemy. He screamed that he was not finished with him yet. The hero came closer and asked if the guy really didn't transform into a monster. He said that he would have a better chance of winning that way. Taram laughed. He stood up and said that it was his last source of pride. The player said nothing. He came closer. He stood by the sword and said that pride wouldn't help protect loved ones. Taram looked up with difficulty and said that the hero was lying. He asked what the hero even knew. His eyes widened. He saw a leg in front of them. Kibong crushed the guy with his foot. The ground cracked around them. There was a rumble. Having fallen through, the player stopped. He removed his foot from his head and said at least. He looked angrily at the guy and said that he knew it better than him. The time was 10 minutes past 2. The main installation was releasing particles. James approached the master and said that there was a commotion in the city. Urim looked at the streets and said that Kibong was going to bother her until the very end. The man lit a cigarette and ordered not to engage in battle for now. He looked at the girl and said until the auxiliary sources of magic were destroyed, he said it was safe here. Urim hissed irritably. She looked down and asked if he really thought she would lose to Saiban. The director lit a cigarette again and said that the hero was strong. The girl was silent. Urim did not move. She said that she was not the same as before. She said that Saiban was no longer her equal. James took out a cigar and said that there was nothing wrong with being careful. Urim grinned and said that it was not she who needed to be careful, but the hero. She spread her arms. People were walking along the streets. They were covered in biomass. The master smiled contentedly. A large crowd gathered under her feet. Urim laughed and asked if the hero could kill innocent citizens. James frowned at her. The girl laughed. The infected were walking at the foot of the building, and she still could not wait to see what choice he would make. Meanwhile, Tarek attacked Kangwi. Minseok and Yuban attacked each other at the same time. The mages shot lightning at each other. Jiu fought the mutant. Kibong flew across the city. He looked ahead angrily. The time was 13 minutes past 2. He approached the crowd of infected. He landed in front of them. He looked at them in surprise. The crowd turned to him. Disfigured people. Kibong backed away. The installation emitted particles. The hero looked up. Urim screamed that they had arrived. She created lightning. She looked at him and said that last time. She laughed. She threw lightning and said that the hero hit her hard. The charge was approaching the player. The system reported that when dodging the attack, nearby civilians would be drawn into the explosion area. It was recommended to intercept. The hero looked angrily at the enemy and said that she was cunning. He curled his fingers, swung at the lightning, started to hit. The lightning was approaching. The blows touched. There was an explosion. Urim recoiled. A powerful beam cut through the building near her and flew far into the sky. Urim nervously clenched her teeth, jumped, landed in a crowd of infected, and laughed hysterically, saying that it would be a lot of fun. Kibong silently looked at her. The shield master smiled and said that their long-awaited meeting had come. People began to approach the hero. The girl said that in her absence the hero had made a lot of noise. Kibong looked at her angrily and said that he had a favor to ask of her. Urim asked again with displeasure. Kibong was covered in electricity and said not to beg for mercy. Urim only laughed. She looked at the man and said that she had been hanging around abroad for too long to hear such things addressed to her. She turned around. Something burst out from under her cloak. Urim grew wings. Kibong gritted his teeth. The girl smiled demonically and said that whoever collided with her could already be considered a loser. Bands of energy emanated from the Maestria. People began to be covered in Urim's energy. She smiled and ordered to kill Kibong. People looked at him, and their gazes were filled with anger. They screamed and rushed to attack. The player did not move, calmly looked at the enemies. People were already reaching out their hands to him. Clouds floated over the city. The monster swung and asked which toilet flushed the player's confidence. Kangwee blocked. Tarek began to strike a series of blows. He made a powerful swing. Kangwee was able to dodge it. He jumped. He appeared above the enemy's head. His hand was filled with energy, and the guy dealt many blows to the monster. There was a roar, energy flared. A huge hand jumped out of the dust. It managed to grab the guy by the leg. He looked nervously at the secretary. He just smiled. He slammed the guy to the ground and screamed that the games were over. The player's eyes rolled back from the blow. The deputy looked at the guy and screamed. Kangwee lay lifeless on the ground. Jin crawled on the ground. He could not believe that they all lost to Tarek. Was he always this strong? The monster swung to strike and began to beat the younger one. Jun trembled. He understood that if things continued like this, they would fail the mission of Sector 1. He watched the beating. He put his hand on the ground. He couldn't stand still. His hand filled with energy. Tariq froze. He looked in the direction of the deputy's scream. The man jumped to attack. He was going to buy time for the younger one. The monster immediately hit the player, and he crashed into the wall. The deputy's eyes rolled back. Kangwee rose up and screamed. Tariq approached the man and said that he was a worthless bug. He raised his leg, but a shot flew into his neck. Tariq turned around in surprise. Kangwee was looking at him. The smile disappeared from his face. He said, "Enough, pig." Tariq looked at him and said that the guy was digging his own grave. He said not to worry, because he would send him to the next world properly. The guy opened his mouth and said that this was exactly why he didn't want to come down from the mountains. His body began to change, and his hair began to lengthen. The villain was amazed. The player's claws extended. The enemy did not understand what was happening. The changed Kangwee looked at him. Energy emanated from his body. An alien voice suggested playing. The monster turned around. Kangwee looked at him angrily and asked, "Is his gut as strong as his skin?" Installation. People were running towards the hero to attack. Kibong looked at them and said that he would have to use this for the first time. The system asked in anticipation, would they really use this? The man frowned and said skill activation. His body began to emit a red aura. It began to intensify. The red light filled the entire space. The biomass was breaking away from the people. One of the people looked at the hero in fear and screamed. The skill was activated. Kibong looked forward majestically. He used the Dragon Fear skill. Waves of energy spread across the street. People ran away. The hero drew the energy into himself. Urim was horrified. She fell to her knees, and she trembled. She looked down. She looked askance and asked what it was. The hero loomed over her menacingly. The girl asked what it was. Kibong opened his mouth and said that he would repeat his request. Electricity emanated from him. He said never to beg for mercy. Sweat was running down Urim's face. She asked herself, was she really scared? She glanced at the hero, considering him a simple human. She stood up. She flapped her wings. They began to emit energy. The villainess flew into the air and began to shoot lightning. The road began to crack. Debris began to fly out of it. Urim looked at the hero. She smiled demonically and said that she would tear the hero to shreds. Kibong looked at her and said that she had completely lost her mind. The master stretched out her hand and clenched it into a fist. Stones and lightning struck the hero. The stones were approaching the hero, closer and closer. The hero bent over, and he turned, jumped back. Smoke rose. The hero's silhouette appeared in the distance. He dodged, crouched, dashed forward, jumped out of the cloud of flashes. Yuram gritted her teeth. She pointed her finger at the hero and created a beam of energy. A black beam shot out of it. It was approaching the player. He glanced at it. There was an explosion. Rock fragments began to fall. The man looked at the rift that appeared behind him. Energy fragments flew at the hero. He calmly deflected them with his hand. Yuram flew up to him. He glared at her and asked if she was done with her tricks. The shield master gritted her teeth. Simon took a few steps forward. He looked at the demoness. She clenched her fist. She glared at the hero and asked again. She began to create black portals and asked if the hero really dared to call her death lasers, which she had risked her own life to master, tricks. She screamed and told Simon to turn to ashes. 3 beams hit the player. He began to run forward and dodge them. Yuram fired more lasers. There was an explosion. The man jumped out of the smoke. Yuram looked at the hero angrily. She smiled and screamed die. Many portals opened in front of the hero. A death laser fired from each. A cloud of dust rose. Yuram flew high into the sky. She smiled and said that this was the result of the hero's arrogance. She looked closely at the smoking building. The hero's silhouette appeared in the smoke. The girl's pupils shrank. Kibong was flying straight towards her. He clenched his fist to punch. The system reported that the death state was being resisted. He was approaching the enemy. Yuram pointed her finger at him, not understanding how he survived. The lasers fired again. Kibong dodged, resisting death. The system repeated the warning about resistance. The hero said that this was an abomination. He flashed like lightning. Yuram's hand began to transform. Kibong swung. Yuram screamed and struck. The blows clashed. Energy shot out in all directions. Light filled the entire space. The hero's fist crushed the shield master's demonic hand and began to destroy it. Yuram shuddered. Kibong growled. The girl flew to the side. Dust rose above the buildings. Kibong hung in the air. The light disappeared. Yuram lay in a crater on the ground. Her cheeks puffed out, and she threw up. She looked at herself in fear. She could not believe that this had happened. The man began to approach her. She looked at him and mentally asked why there was no scratch on him. Yuram grabbed his hand and turned to the hero. He silently looked at her and she asked him not to stare at him with such eyes. She looked from under her brows. Her hand began to transform. She swung and told him to stop staring at her. The claws approached his face. It became angry. There was a roar. Blood spilled on the ground. Kangwee smiled. Tarek groaned. There was a hole in his chest. He began to cough up blood. He fell to his knees and trembled in front of the player. A purple sphere appeared in Kangwee's hand. He licked his lips and said that the secretary was no different from an ordinary person. He was as soft as tofu. The monster trembled and asked who the guy was. He just smiled and asked if there was any point in the bug knowing about such a thing. The enemy looked at him with fear and said that the guy was not short of rudeness. He said that he would finish him off. Nothing would change anyway. Kangwee smiled and said that his gang was nothing to him. Tarek looked questioningly at the player. He showed him the sphere and squeezed it. The monster began to tear into pieces. A minute later, he fell to the ground. Kangwee looked seriously to the side. A cracked road. A hole in fragments. Strike. Kibong slammed the enemy into the ground. The girl's body tried to grow back. Kibong kicked her again. Shock waves flew across the street. Yuram screamed. The hero grabbed her by the hair and slammed her head into the ground, swung at her again, and threw her aside. A large shock wave arose. Yuram was lying on the ground, in the middle of a pit. Simon suddenly flew to her and grabbed her by the throat. The villainess trembled. Her eyes rolled back. The player turned to her. He opened his mouth and said that he did not care why she had arranged this whole circus. He remembered the horrors of his life and asked her to remember. For the migrant sector of the poor District B, was the Shield Guild also responsible? He said that you need to take responsibility for your actions and now the time has come to do it. He squeezed the girl's throat and told her to endure as much as she can. Simon covered himself in lightning and said that he would kill her in the most cruel way that only exists in this world. He threw her aside. The girl crashed into the wall. She does not admit. She screamed that she, Yuram, was simply losing. Her eyes filled with blood, she asked, "Is Simon really that strong?" The hero was already approaching her. There was a blow. The fist sank into the ground. Kibong looked ahead in surprise. He looked around. Yuram was flying away. She looked ahead and thought about what if she could absorb it. She was approaching the installation. The man looked at her and shouted that he would not let her go. He jumped up and flew after the villainess. Yuram began to restore her hand. She hit the glass with it. It began to crack. Blood began to spurt out of her hand. It began to transform and penetrate the dragon's flesh. It dug into it and began to pump blood. Yuram began to restore her other hand. It was illuminated by a bright light. Kibong looked at the flash in front of him in surprise. He frowned. The light illuminated the entire city. The player even closed his eyes. Then he looked ahead. A curtain appeared in front of him. A demonic silhouette appeared in the smoke. Meanwhile, at the installation, Yuban attacked. They exchanged blows again. The enemy looked at him and said that he was fast, but how much longer was he going to drag it out? Yubin attacked him and told him to shut up. Minseok flinched and managed to block the blow. A series of attacks began. Yubin swung at the enemy. He gritted his teeth, realizing that there was little time left. Minseok laughed evilly. He made the first cut at the guy. He tisked. He had no other choice. Minseok turned around cheerfully and licked his lips. Yubin hung there gloomily and grabbed the second knife. Minseok ran at him and said that it was time to die. Yubin did not move. He opened his mouth. Minseok screamed. Yubin did not move and shuddered. The silhouettes pierced each other. The knife pierced the player's body. The villain looked at him and laughed. He licked his lips again and looked at the knife in front of him. Yubin looked at him menacingly and said that Minseok was caught. He swung his knife and said that the plum tree withers instead of the peach tree. He struck the enemy's neck. Minseok groaned, and blood spurted from the neck. Yubin grabbed the knife and pulled it out. He fell to his knees, threw the knife back. He walked past the shield comrade. Minseok tried to stop the blood. The player told him to carve it into his head. He said that when you want to kill an opponent, Yubin went forward and said to be ready to put his own life on the line first. He touched the installation. He grabbed the wound and groaned. He smiled and said that it hurt a lot. In the third sector he emerged victorious. The sky turned red and began to pulsate. Kibong was alert. A purple flame burned above the horns. The changed Urim smiled and said that this is this feeling. She jumped and spread her huge wings. Lightning began to strike in the sky. She screamed it worked. The hero looked at her silently. Urim smiled and said that true greatness was in her hands. Kibong flew up. He looked at the enemy and asked what she had done. The demoness only smiled. She looked at the hero and said that she should express her gratitude for his recklessness. She opened her mouth and said that now the power of the fire dragon and even more was in her hands. She screamed, spreading waves to the sides. She said that she had become a global catastrophe that would destroy this world. The glass in the houses began to break. The hero looked ahead. The system reported the appearance of a creature of the dragon race. This monster is not in the database and its combat power cannot be determined. Kibong looked at the lightning and said that the girl had completely betrayed her humanity. Urim raised her hand above her head. Energy began to accumulate above her palm. It turned into a huge ball. The demoness silently looked at the hero, casting an attack. She smiled and turned to the hero and told him never to give up. Kibong sighed and said that this was already interesting. The widened mouth opened. Urim asked, was he really laughing? She released 4 spheres and offered to see how long the hero could grin. Huge balls of energy were approaching the roof of the building. Kanghui turned angrily at them. Yubin looked at the flash behind the buildings. Yu was fighting the monster. The beaten Yui looked forward heavily. The sphere was pulsating with a bright light. The player only clenched his fist. Energy began to accumulate around him. He got into a fighting stance. A bright aura began to form around his body, and the hero jumped into the sphere, flew through each one, and began to approach Urim. The system reported the privilege of the first Dragon Slayer skill. Kibong was approaching the silhouette of the shield master. Urim screamed. Now the hero could inflict 50% additional damage to the monster. He struck. His fist began to dent the monster's flesh. There was a flash in the air. It illuminated the entire city. The light began to pulse, intensifying each time more and more. Everything in the city was collapsing. Buildings were collapsing. Ymir was breaking through houses with her body. Kibong was floating in the air and watching her. He looked ahead and asked the system to show the location where Urim had fallen. The system began searching for the dragon's signal. The search circles began to inspect the entire city. The signal was weak, making it impossible to conduct a search. The hero frowned, and a second search began based on Urim's life signals. Her current HP was below 1%. The monster was sitting leaning against a wall. The system displayed the image on the display. Kibong flew forward and said that she needed to be finished off for sure. A warning appeared. The hero looked to the side. There was a minute left until the required time. The hero looked at the installation. The first thing recommended was to destroy the magic distributor. Kibong looked at it and said that they would start with it. Installation. Yui was breathing heavily. The corpse of the monster lay in front of her. The streamer tried to get up. Her face was covered in blood. She said it worked. Her hand reached for the selfie stick. The streamer looked at the screen. There was a minute left until 2:30. Yui stood up. She swung the stick and hit the installation with it. The pendant caught fire. In the Jew area, there were pieces of a mutant on the ground. Hudok's head was lying far from the body. Jai was treating the wounded animals. Tears had accumulated in her eyes. She said that she was very sorry. The cat in her arms was shaking in pain and meowing. The others looked at him with concern. The girl looked forward seriously and said that she would not forget their victims. She stood up and approached the installation. Kibong looked at her silently. He turned and asked what was wrong with the others. The system reported that it could not find information about their condition, but due to severe signal interruptions, this could take a long time. The hero nodded and said that he should believe in the guys. The time had come. The player touched the installation. The hand began to pass current. The surface cracked. The installation was covered with cracks, and it flew into pieces. A cloud of smoke and dust rose above the building. The streamer's legs were shaking. She began to send current through the stick. The pendant sent lightning. The girl used a shock wave. Yuban held his wound. He swung the knife and made a horizontal cut along the installation. It began to slide off its support and fell to the ground. The other animals tore the installation with their paws. Kangwei looked at the installation, frowned and said that your wish has been granted. He turned away and the installation overflowed with energy. An explosion was heard behind the guy. Kangwei jumped off the roof. A star lit up above his head. The lights were burning and the player's body was changing. He landed. He looked at the wounded deputy. The man was shaking in pain, but asked how the mission went. The younger one smiled and said that it was over. The man exhaled and staggered. Kangwei looked at him in surprise. He looked at the sky. He fell silent. It was 2:30. Kibong's team managed to destroy 4 auxiliary and 1 main source of magic at the appointed time. Some were wounded, some were saddened, everyone was looking ahead. The system reported that the mission had been successful. Red sky began to take on its normal appearance. The sky became light. Blood was pouring onto the ground. Yurim returned to her human form. The man with a cigarette in his teeth snorted. He dragged the knocked out Taram and told him to look at himself. Yurim looked at him angrily and asked him to help her. The man only grinned. The girl's eyes turned bloodshot. James smiled menacingly and said that the master should take responsibility for the failure of the mission. Yurim trembled. The director threw his brother's body aside. He said that it was all in vain. The beaten Taram looked at Nuna. The sister started crying and looked at her brother. James crouched down in front of her and said that he didn't have time, so they would meet again in the afterlife. He grabbed the stone in the girl's chest and said that he would put it to good use. The old man leaned over the crying girl and said that in his situation, he looked at the guy and said that he should take at least something. He pulled the stone and tore it out of his chest with blood. Taram looked at his sister and screamed. He tried to get up and fell. Yurim's eyes bulged at James. He smiled. She asked who he really was. The director stood up and asked, didn't they know all this time? He looked at the brother and sister and said that the hype was much bigger and deeper than they thought. Covered in blood, the girl looked at the man. Her eyes rolled back. Her hand went limp, and she began to disintegrate. Her body evaporated. The guy reached out his hand to her and screamed. James put the stone in his jacket and said that everything was too much trouble. He took out a blue stone. He looked forward menacingly. He shuddered. He looked to the side. Simon came too quickly. He looked at him angrily. James trembled from addressing him. Simon gritted his teeth, covered in electricity, and asked, what is the director doing? The man's body turned to dust. A cloud of black energy moved to the side. Smiling, James was surprised that they met again. Spreading his arms, he called the name of his sworn enemy. In his hand was a red crystal. Extending his hand, the protagonist ordered him to give it to him. Looking at him from under his brows, the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and called his greeting a little rude. Frowning menacingly, Simon said that they were not on the right terms to exchange pleasantries. The old man confirmed this. The enemy's leg appeared in front of him. Suddenly, an explosion was heard near the building. A cloud of dust enveloped the boy. His foot left a deep crater on the ground. The director moved behind him and called him too harsh. Grinning maliciously, James said that at this rate they would not be able to have a normal dialogue. Looking back, the young man said that they were not interlocutors. The man took a cigar in his teeth and called his enemy really strong. Spreading his arms, he explained that it was even hard for him to believe that there was a real person in front of him. Standing in front of him, the player suggested that they stop this pointless conversation. Taking a cigar in his hands, the old man called him narrow-minded and added that he should understand that this world is much wider and deeper. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist suggested that they were talking about a place called Hype. Waving his hand, the director realized that he knew about this place. Rounding his crazy eyes, James said that he had the right to accept him as one of the Hype members. Throwing a distrustful look at him, Kibong asked what kind of place this was. The man answered with a determined frown that it was the new humanity. Frowning, the boy asked what that meant. Throwing up his hands, the old man added that it was the future humanity and asked if he wasn't interested. A shield appeared in the background of Korea. Hype was on a different level than what could belong to such a country or the Shield Guild. Raising his hand above the entire planet, the director called this organization the Order of the New World. Scratching his chin, the young man said that it was a good idea. James, opening his mouth wide, confirmed this and expressed his confidence that such an offer was impossible to refuse. The player objected with the corners of his lips down. Looking sternly ahead, the protagonist said that it would be a good idea to tear them all to shreds. At that moment, he jumped up. Kibong approached the enemy closely. The guy grabbed him by the throat and raised him in front of him. The man raised his eyebrows in fear and wondered why his ghost skill was not activating. The old man was flailing his legs, trying to free himself. Hearing his laughter, the young man flinched in surprise. The blushing director asked if his opponent had rejected such an offer and chosen punishment. His eyes glowed red. James declared that nothing could bind him in this world, and dark energy appeared around him. The helicopter blades began to spin. Many military helicopters flew over the city. Medical workers carried the injured man on a stretcher. Ambulances drove along the streets. The road was empty. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the asphalt. A bright glow illuminated the street. Sengren frowned tensely. People from the ambulance were working next to the building. Frowning, the Prime Minister asked what happened here. With wide eyes, her subordinate reported that the fact that the hypnosis magic that enveloped the city had been destroyed had been confirmed. Looking back, the girl ordered the staff to immediately examine the situation and provide assistance to the victims, while the rest were to go look for Urim. There was a black magic circle under their feet. The woman took a step forward. Gritting her teeth, she thought that the hypnosis magic could not simply be destroyed, because the witch was not such an inept mage. Running forward, Sengren thought about what the enemies were trying to achieve. The Prime Minister looked around. The girl noticed a person ahead. Yui looked back, hearing a familiar voice. The woman sat down next to her, asking what happened to her. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she would explain everything right away. Sengren handed her a napkin to wipe away the blood. A meter away from them was an installation covered in dark energy. Seeing the corpse of a man, the Prime Minister recognized him as an employee of the Shield Guild. Turning to her friend, she asked if this was really her doing. The streamer smiled and laughed. The girl patted her on the head. Smiling back, the woman said that her friend had grown a lot during this time. Closing her eyes, the huntress replied that she was very pleased to receive recognition from her. Sengren pulled out her phone from the selfie stick. Seeing this, Yui's mouth opened in surprise. Taking the phone in her hands, the Prime Minister explained that she needed to study the video and promised to return the phone immediately after. Puffing out her cheeks, the girl said that this was unfair and reminded the mentor of her previous words. Hearing a strange sound, the heroes turned around. A bright flash appeared behind the houses. Frowning, the girl wondered what was going on there. White clouds were floating above the building. Blood was dripping from a person's body. Someone was dragging people in bags along the ground. Yuban carried them along with him as he walked down the street. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked why they were so heavy and assumed that all they did was eat and have fun. Suddenly, Ju appeared in front of him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The boy looked at her from under his brows. He walked past her, leaving her behind. With her mouth wide open, the woman decided to help him. Looking back, the player said that he did not need help. With a sad frown, the tamer apologized for not being able to help him. Yuban continued walking forward. Looking after him, Ju said that those were terrible times. Turning around, the boy asked if it was really that important now. The girl looked at him in confusion and wanted to object. The medical workers saw the wounded and ran up to the heroes. The medics bent over the bodies of people in bags. Looking at the boy, one of them invited him into the ambulance because he was bleeding heavily. Suddenly, an explosion of energy was heard from behind the houses next to them. The woman's mouth opened in surprise. Then she looked at the player. The tamer pursed her lips tensely. Yuban turned around to look at her. The room was dark. Someone was sitting at a desk. The unknown person put a paper on the table. The man picked it up and looked at it. Hearing a strange noise, he looked up. A bright flash appeared right in front of him. The man's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist was holding James by the collar. The director had lost consciousness and several of his teeth were knocked out. A blue stone was sparkling in Kibon's hand. Squinting, the unknown person thought that someone had opened an emergency portal and realized who was to blame for what had happened. The guy furrowed his brows decisively. The old man fell to the floor. Standing in front of the portal, the young man was surprised that a member of the new humanity recognized him in such an ambiguous situation. Grinning, the man said that he had no upbringing. The player lowered the corners of his lips and asked to listen to him carefully. Frowning, the protagonist ordered the villain to hide right now while he had the chance and promised to find everyone connected with hype and tear them to pieces. The stranger cast a stern look at him. Opening his mouth wide, he laughed and was surprised that his enemy had already managed to become arrogant. Kibong raised his eyebrows in confusion. Approaching the window, the man asked if he really had to hide. The villain pulled back the curtains. They revealed a view of the entire city. The guy looked down. Pointing his hand at the city, the stranger urged him to attack at any moment and said that they would be waiting for him here. The guy watched what was happening in the office through the portal. Suddenly, the portal began to disappear. Eventually, the rift shrank to a clot of dark energy. Soon, it completely disappeared from the city street. The young man silently looked ahead for a while. His friends approached him from behind. The player turned around and praised them for their excellent work. The heroes smiled. Yui winked at her comrade. Yubin closed his eyes in relief. Ju looked away. Smiling, Sangren praised the captain for his brilliant work. The protagonist looked at her confidently. Raising her eyebrows, the Prime Minister said that if it weren't for him and his team, they would have suffered much more serious losses. Frowning, the girl noticed that a lot of people died. Kibong looked down guiltily. Lowering her head, the girl said that this could have been avoided if they had found Urim's tracks a little earlier. Smiling, the woman countered, saying that thanks to them, everything ended much better than it could have. She looked at her colleague, wanting to say something, but a strange sound was heard. The heroes turned around. Behind them stood people in formal suits. Stepping forward, the man smiled and said that he would take responsibility for completing this matter. Yui's mouth opened in shock. Sangren's eyes widened in surprise. The guys immediately bowed. The president apologized for being late. Raising his hand in front of him, he explained that he was not allowed to teleport by law, so he was unable to arrive quickly. Looking up, the Prime Minister asked what brought him here, since there could still be enemies nearby. Frowning sternly, the leader of the country said that this was precisely why he came here. Some time ago, a strange slime covered the bodies of people. Remembering how the inhabitants tried to escape, the man said that his precious citizens were subjected to terror. The president clenched his fist and asked if he really needed to hide in a bunker when something like this was happening in the country. The girl brought her hand to her mouth and reminded him of the situation during the fight with the fire dragon. The leader closed his eyes and explained that he evacuated to the bunker because he could not resist the law during the appearance of the Class 8 rift. He raised his hand and laughed. Walking up to the player, the man realized that he was the captain of the cleanup team and said that he had heard a lot about him. The president extended his hand and said that he was glad to meet him. The protagonist shook his hand. They looked at each other in silence for a while. The leader of the country smiled and called him incredible and added that the rumors about him were true. Kibong looked ahead confidently and thanked him. The man placed his hand on his shoulder. Then he walked past him. Taram was sitting on the ground trembling. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, the bodyguard raised his hand to stop the president. Standing in front of the broken wall, the guard asked the boss not to come closer because it was too dangerous. Smiling widely, the leader of the country asked what kind of danger he was talking about and explained that the place where the captain of the cleanup team was the safest place in South Korea. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sangren frowned and remained silent. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Closing her eyes, the man said that they had nothing to worry about. The Sword Emperor was kneeling and trembling. Walking up to him, the president expressed his condolences about his sister. White clouds floated above the city. After all, justice must always prevail, and every person must be punished for their sin. Squinting menacingly, the leader of the country promised that this time it would not be easy for the criminal to get out of prison and said that no one would come to his aid. Squinting, Taram brought his hand to his face. The bodyguard took the handcuffs. The guard pointed a gun at the Sword Emperor. The law enforcement officers shackled the villain and dragged him aside. The man lowered the corners of his lips and said that it was time to think about their future plans. The young man and the Prime Minister looked at him tensely. The girl closed her eyes and decided to discuss the speech in front of civilians. The president explained that he was not talking about this, and the woman looked up in surprise. Frowning sternly, the leader of the country said that this time South Korea was not subjected to a rift, but to a human terrorist act. Looking at the player, he asked what his thoughts were on the matter. Resolutely knitting his brows, the protagonist replied that the villains must be destroyed. Smiling, the man agreed with him. Clenching his fist, the president said that they must eradicate evil. Standing in front of the players, the leader of the country said that he did not intend to leave alive those who dared to commit terror in this country. Yubin and Yui looked at him attentively. Sangren frowned. Ju lowered her gaze. Kibong looked resolutely forward. The roof of the building was empty. The blue sky hung over the city. On one of the buildings was a hospital sign. Yubin was sitting on a hospital bed. Smiling, the boy asked why his commander looked so worried and assumed that it was because of the tamer. The boy closed his eyes and denied it. The door of the hospital room opened. Entering the room, Kanghui and Yui asked how their comrades were recovering. Ju smiled. Looking at her, the young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Opening his mouth wide, his comrade laughed. The team member asked him to look at the commander's expression. Approaching the player, the girl asked how he was feeling. Without turning around, Yubin replied that everything was fine. Taking off his hood, the girl laughed. The boy looked around. Leaning towards his friend, the rookie asked what was wrong. Raising his fist to his mouth, the guy coughed. The woman frowned in disappointment. Kanghui asked if everyone was hiding something from him. Covering his mouth with her hand, the streamer asked what they decided. The young man got up from the hospital bed. He silently headed for the exit. His team members widened their eyes in surprise. The player stopped. Yubin lowered his hands. Looking back, the guy said that he was going to Hong Kong. Cumulus clouds were floating above the pagoda. The doors of the office were closed. The heroes were standing inside. The president expressed his desire for the captain of the cleanup team to carry out this mission. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was just about to ask him for permission. Shocked, Sangren asked what about protecting the territory. Opening his mouth wide, the man laughed and said that this is exactly what should be done. The heroes stared at him in confusion. The leader of the country slammed his hand on the table. He stood up from the table. The president gave the guests a stern look and announced that Kibong would be relieved of his post as captain of the special rift clearing team. The prime minister's eyes widened in shock. The man picked up the canvas. Standing next to the Korean flag, the country's leader appointed the boy to the post of commander-in-chief of the special forces. Closing his eyes, he added that he would now be treated like a lieutenant general. The girl called out to him with her mouth wide open. The men in uniform nodded and the president said that the general staff and the Ministry of National Defense had already expressed their consent. Smiling, the man promised to take full responsibility. Scratching the back of his head, he added that he would simply step aside if anything went wrong, and the woman asked if he was serious about that. Taking a step forward, the president called himself not so special and explained that this was his only way to help. Sangren looked at him in surprise. The leader of the country spread his arms and decided to say what would happen if he were caught abroad or if his identity was revealed. Frowning, the prime minister suggested that in that case, South Korea would deny the existence of the agent. The man placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. With a confident frown, the president promised to help him just as he had helped them. The soldiers bowed. Bowing to the player, the leader of the country thanked him for saving their lives and the lives of the citizens. The girl's mouth fell open in amazement. A smile appeared on her face. The sun illuminated the meadow in front of the pagoda. A medical worker pointed forward. Medics carried the injured on stretchers and helped other residents of the city. Clouds floated in the sky above Seoul. Far away in the mountains there was a military base. Someone was sitting on a rock and looking through binoculars. Raising the radio to his mouth, the stranger reported that there were no incidents near the base and asked if he was sure he was leaving the country today. A hissing sound came from the radio in his hand, a voice explaining that the target required special attention and that his movements could not be missed. Looking through the binoculars, the blonde replied that he understood everything. The man put the radio on the ground. The lenses glittered in the sun. A man in a black suit was hiding in the bushes. Another guard was hiding nearby, behind a tree. Smiling, the stranger realized that all the agents had run to the base. Lowering the binoculars, he thought that the news was getting through pretty quickly. The blonde lowered his hands. A view of the military base opened up in front of him. On the roof of the building stood a huge satellite dish. The protagonist and his friends were sitting in the lounge. A sparrow flew in through the window. The bird landed on Ju's hand and began to sing. Sitting on the windowsill, the girl said that, as expected, informants from each country were stationed outside. Sangren closed her eyes and realized that everyone was terribly interested in their next move, especially the commander's actions. Tilting his head, Kangwi asked if his friend was not allowed to travel abroad. The prime minister smirked and explained that there was no country in the world that would want to let in a strong man who could not be controlled. The boy, wide-eyed in surprise, asked if that was true. Frowning, the woman added that they would probably try to prevent him from entering their countries by any means necessary. Yubin looked up and said that this was exactly why they were trying to find out their destination. Sangren shook her head and explained that teleportation between countries was impossible and that they could only get there by plane, so they would do their best to find out where Kibong was going in advance. The boy stood up from his chair and said that there was no need to worry about it. The prime minister looked at him. Yui's eyes widened in surprise. Yubin's lips turned down. Ju's eyebrows rose in surprise. The boy looked ahead confidently and said that he knew a way out of this situation and that they should just prepare to leave Korea. A radio appeared and noise was heard from it. 2 cars left the military base and someone said that one of the cars was supposedly carrying a special target codenamed Dragon Slayer. Taking off his glasses, the spy said that he was starting the pursuit. The sun was shining through the bushes and noise was heard from them. It turned out that there was a motorcycle hidden under the leaves. The stranger put on his helmet. He sat on the motorcycle. The blonde pulled the lever and started the motorcycle. At that moment, the man left the military base. The spy was racing along the highway. There were cars ahead of him. However, their windows were tinted. The stranger was driving alongside them. He approached the windows, but still saw nothing. Frowning, the blonde realized that there was not much time left to the airport and it would be very difficult to conduct surveillance there. Suddenly, a black car blocked his way. The motorcycle wheel slowed down. The cars stopped in the middle of the road. The man's eyes widened, realizing that there were other people who were interested in this. 2 people got out of the black car. One of them knocked on the window of the Jeep. Nothing was visible through the window. A moment later, the glass began to roll down. Inside sat a man in a black suit. Raising his hand, the spy apologized for such inattentive driving. The motorcyclist ran up to them. The car door opened. The stranger saw the man in black get out of the car. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guard asked the guys to drive on and promised to sort out the insurance himself. The blonde man frowned sternly. The car was filled with members of the rift-clearing team and the Prime Minister. The bodyguard handed the strangers a business card and asked them to call him if anything happened, and the man with glasses thanked him. Sangren closed her eyes. The spy returned to the motorcycle. Putting his hand to his ear, he reported that the Dragon Slayer was not in the car and requested a search of the airport. The cars drove on, and a voice from the speaker gave permission for a search. The jeeps drove ahead. Kangwei flinched when Yui said that she knew they would be followed. Frowning, the girl said that she would do the same if she were in their place, since this was a job that people like them should do. Smiling, the boy asked where their commander was and if he would go with them. Raising her eyebrows, the tamer confirmed this. The tinted jeeps drove one after another. They drove onto a busy highway. White clouds floated in the sky above the airport. There was a board with flight schedules on the wall. There were a lot of people in the building. The spy stood in the middle of the crowd. Looking around, he tried to find a target. He had an earphone in his ear. A voice said that agents were stationed at the departure hall in the entrance. Kane turned his head and saw a rift-clearing team. The voice ordered him to board the same plane with them and find the Dragon Slayer. The blonde frowned and agreed. Suddenly, someone pushed him. The man had plane tickets in his hand. Clutching them, the spy ran forward. He threw something into the trash can. The earphones fell into the trash. Kane tried to squeeze through the large crowd. People looked back and looked at him. Pushing the man aside, the blonde asked him for forgiveness. The rift-clearing team members walked forward. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered where the Dragon Slayer was. The spy looked down when he heard the call. His phone screen lit up. A chat appeared on it. Someone reported that the Dragon Slayer would not be boarding the plane. Then the interlocutor sent a video from the news where the main character was shown. Kane opened his mouth in shock and asked what all this meant. A new message appeared on the screen about the cancellation of the red code. In the next message, the unknown person ordered his subordinate to wait for the agents in Hong Kong. Clutching his head, the blonde asked loudly what was going on. Next to the plane was a sleeve for passengers. The man looked angrily out the window. The plane took off. It rose high into the sky. On a green meadow there was a pagoda. The president pursed his lips, hearing that the live broadcast was over and that the dungeon clearing team had already taken off. Folding his hands behind his back, the head of the country asked if everything would be okay. Smiling, Sangren replied that everything would be fine. After all, this was Kibong. Closing his eyes, the man expressed regret that he had to send him there in such anxiety. The girl looked down and said that there was nothing she could do about it, because this was the man who was the center of attention of the entire world. The blue sky was reflected in the sea surface. Suddenly, a flash appeared above the water. Something rushed forward, raising waves. Leaving behind a trail of blue energy, the guy flew over the sea. Having raised waves, the young man rose higher. The system displayed the route to Hong Kong on the display. The player frowned decisively. The system reported that there were 2,000 kilometers left to the destination. The protagonist looked only ahead. His eyes sparkled. He wanted to meet the hype members as soon as possible. The unknown man's crazy eyes widened. Kibong spread his arms and rushed forward. A blue sky hung over the coastal city. Cars drove along the streets. Someone stepped forward. Two hooded men walked down the street. One of them bumped shoulders with a passerby. Turning around, the disgruntled man asked if he really had no eyes. The hooded stranger looked back and glared at him. Pointing his finger at him, the townsman decided to forgive him this time and asked him to watch his back in the future. Suddenly, another man crashed into him. The passerby fell on his back from the impact, and Yuban stood in front of him. Scratching his head, the man asked if all the people had gone blind at the same time. Looking at the offender, he ordered him to apologize immediately. The townsman grabbed his hand and repeated his request. The guy hit him to free his hand. The passerby fell to the ground again. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered where this man got such strength from. The young man narrowed his eyes in disdain. Deciding not to waste his time, the player turned away. He silently walked out of the gateway. Yuban came out onto a busy street. Soon the guy disappeared into the crowd. The young man walked forward. There were many people around. Looking to the side, the player noticed something. Two hooded men turned the corner. Frowning, the awakened one realized that he needed to go there. He started to follow the suspicious people. Yuban quickened his pace. The strangers continued to walk forward. The guy watched them like a hunter watching his prey. Water was dripping from a pipe. Suddenly, the young man stopped. A drop fell on the ground. The strangers also stopped. They took off their hoods. The tattooed man turned around. Looking at the pursuer, the stranger asked who he was. The player asked to give him a few seconds. The villains narrowed their eyes in confusion. The awakened one explained that he did not understand Chinese and inserted an in-ear earphone for instant translation into his ear, which allowed him to understand and speak foreign languages. Smiling, Yuban said that he should have learned Chinese in school, then he would not have needed this thing. Pouting, the bald man asked who he was. His friend asked who sent him. The guy grinned widely and said that they didn't need to know that and that he just needed to meet their boss. The stranger frowned menacingly and asked him not to regret his words later. The scoundrel put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. The men in uniform ran into the gateway. They blocked the entrance to the gateway, standing behind the young man. The player looked away. The man explained that he needed to meet the boss. The crowd of thugs laughed, holding weapons in their hands. One of them doubted that a corpse cut into pieces would be able to see the boss. The awakened wanted to take the blade in his hands, but at the last moment, he lowered his hand. Yubin smiled and said that there was no need for that. The strangers rushed forward, their weapons at the ready. They were rapidly approaching the intruder. A puddle formed on the floor. Someone's hand fell straight into the water. The tattooed scoundrel's eyes widened in fear. The guy cracked his knuckles. There were beaten people lying behind him. The man desperately asked him not to approach him. Seeing the gun in his hands, the young man said that it was not fair. Grinning, the trembling stranger asked him to stay put if he did not need an extra hole in his head. The player looked at him confidently. Despite the gun, the scoundrel asked who sent him to them and assumed that it was the Heavenly Dragon Gang or the Poisonous Snake Clan. Another man reached for the axe with his hand. He managed to grab the handle of the weapon. The thugs rose to their feet and headed towards the enemy. Without lowering the gun, the stranger noticed them. Frowning furiously, he ordered his pursuer to shut up and immediately raise his hands. Narrowing his eyes in disbelief, the awakened one reminded him that he had been ordered not to move. Opening his mouth wide, the scoundrel ordered his comrades to kill him. Rushing to the attack, the bandits wished death on their enemy. The blades on Yubin's belt caught fire. They flew out of their sparking sheaths. Leaving a red trail behind them, the knives flew into the air and pierced the body of each thug. The tattooed man's eyes widened in shock. His friends fell to the ground. Catching the knife in mid-air, the guy called it an excellent thing. Grinning, the young man explained that a mythical rank weapon was on a completely different level. Trying to crawl back, the stranger ordered him not to come closer, threatening to shoot him. Swinging his fist, the player said that it would be great if they just listened to him. The fist went forward. The sound of a blow was heard somewhere behind the tall buildings. Thick curtains covered the window. The protagonist was sitting in the National Intelligence Agency's hideout. Yu glanced around and thought it might be a trap. Kanghui agreed. They stood by the window. Ju said she had the same suspicions. Introducing a hype member pointing at the city, the girl explained that despite being confident in their strength, they had exposed their base, which was not such an easy decision. There were photos on the table. The one on the left was taken with Yu's camera, and the one on the right was an enlarged image of Hong Kong taken at the National Intelligence Agency at the same time. The boy put his hands on his hips and looked at the photos carefully. Looking down, Kibong asked the system to analyze them. Blue circles appeared above the photos. The boy frowned when the system reported that based on the position of the sun and clouds, it could be concluded that both photos were taken at the same time and place. The girls looked at their comrade as the young man explained that he didn't care if it was a trap or not, because the man was actually in Hong Kong. The woman frowned in surprise that he managed to figure it out the first time, and concluded that the target was indeed in that city. The streamer widened her eyes and asked how they managed to figure it out, and the rookie said that his comrade was simply incredible. The door to the room opened. Yubin threw the beaten bastard on the floor. The man closed his eyes and groaned in pain. Looking around, he asked what kind of place this was. The guy gave him a disdainful look. Approaching the stranger, Ju praised her friend for his good work, and the young man asked him to sit more comfortably. Pointing at him, Kanghui asked if he was really comfortable, and the bastard shouted that he was fine, and Yu smiled and asked them to be quieter. The girl squatted down and asked the man a few questions. He replied that she could ask whatever she wanted. The woman frowned sternly and asked if there had been any strange individuals among the group's leadership lately. The stranger asked what that meant, pursing his lips in fear. The tamer leaned forward and explained that they needed someone who could turn into a monster. The villain's eyes widened in horror. He jumped to his feet and asked how they knew about it. There were many illuminated signs in the city at night. Red lanterns burned at the entrance to the building. There were similar round lanterns inside. The lamps illuminated a long corridor. Someone picked up a bowl. There was a huge dragon tattoo on the man's back. The bandits' eyes widened in fear and said that their boys had been attacked. The man looked around and asked who had done it. The man lowered his hands and explained that they didn't know who it was. He looked up in horror. A huge man loomed over him. Looking up at him, the villain asked if they should ask those people for help. The stranger narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked if his subordinate really thought they needed help. The bandit gritted his teeth and trembled. The tattooed man approached him, and the villain replied in the negative. The man put his hand on his head. Passing by, the stranger said that it was nothing special and asked if the boys were badly hurt. Lowering his head, the bandit answered in the affirmative and apologized to his boss. The villain frowned angrily. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Approaching the door, the tattooed man declared that they were innocent and that they needed to tear to shreds those who dared to attack their people. Turning around, the crazy stranger said that for the first time in a long time, a war was coming. Clouds floated above the wooden house. Sunlight penetrated through the windows. The villain sat in a dark room. The subordinate approached him and said that everything was ready. There were many hooded men in the building. The leader scratched his beard and ordered them to start searching for the man who had beaten up their comrades. In the past, many gang members were lying around Yubin. The bandits bowed their heads and agreed. They picked up their weapons and headed for the exit. The man grinned and laughed. His eyes flashed as he smelled blood and said that this had not happened in a long time. Iron beams supported the roof. People were walking along the busy street. Cars were driving along the road. The protagonist and his comrades were walking along the pedestrian street. Looking at his friend, Kibong asked if this was usable. Looking at the blades, Yubin realized that he was talking about them and replied that mythical level weapons were undoubtedly incredible. Kangwee put his finger to his lips. The boy asked him what was wrong again. The boy said that he also wanted his own weapon. His friends looked at him in surprise. The rookie asked if he could have anything, frowning pitifully. The boy wanted to object, frowning. There was a military base under the cloudy sky. Someone approached Ju and Sengren. The girl put a suitcase on the table. It contained various artifacts. Seeing them, Yui's eyes widened in surprise. The hunter's eyes sparkled. Smiling, the woman explained that the corpse of a fire dragon and the weapon of the deputy of the Shield Guild helped them create new equipment. In the past, the Tarim sword broke in half. Pointing to the contents of the suitcase, the second lieutenant explained that it was all made based on the teeth of a fire dragon. Crossing her arms, the Prime Minister said that they could not send their employees abroad empty-handed, so they decided to make custom weapons for them. The girl stretched out her hands to the weapons. A bead of sweat ran down her tense face. Ju looked at her and shuddered. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that these were all mythical-grade items. Yubin squinted, unable to believe what she was hearing. The streamer widened her eyes and asked if they really deserved such a gift. Frowning, the woman asked what she was talking about and explained that they couldn't give them such weapons. Yui frowned in confusion and reminded them that she had said that these equipments were custom made for them. Sengren gave her a stern look. Lowering her head, the girl apologized for her greed. The Prime Minister smiled. Looking at her comrades, the girl explained that all these items were created with a huge government tax. Continuing to smile, the woman added that they couldn't use them as they wished. She placed her hand on the table. Standing in front of her employees, Sengren stated that she was lending them the weapon until the mission was over and asked them not to damage it. Streamer and Kangwee nodded in agreement. The boy raised his hand and asked which of these would be his. Ju shuddered in surprise. The girl closed her eyes and said that he was supposed to have a robe. There was a red cloak in the suitcase. Reaching out for it, the recruit said that it was wonderful. Suddenly, lightning ran through his hands. A small explosion of energy threw the hunter back. Looking at the burns on his fingers, he screamed shrilly. Yubin and Yui began to examine their new weapons. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the protagonist wondered what just happened. The system detected a resistance effect with the item. The woman clutched her head and asked what was wrong. Tears appeared in Kangwee's eyes. He raised his hand to grab the robe. The room exploded with purple energy again, and screams were heard. The boy pursed his lips in frustration. Kibong put his hand on his shoulder and said that his friend could do without the robe. The rookie looked at him and asked if that was true, and the answer was yes. The hunter clenched his fists in joy, looking at his friend. The rift-clearing team was standing on the street. The system told them that they needed an alley on the right. The boy looked at the turn. He frowned decisively and said that they needed to go there. There were many signs on the buildings. The passers-by widened their eyes in surprise. A crowd of thugs was walking down the street. The woman asked what was going on, her brows furrowed in fear. Someone suggested that a war had started. A townsman said that someone had been attacking gangsters lately. The man in the black suit straightened his jacket. Pointing to an alley, he said that they needed to go there. The gang ran around the corner. The villains raised their weapons when they heard the order to kill the enemy. There were screams, and someone threw the bandits into the air. The man in glasses opened his mouth wide and ordered them to disperse. His subordinates turned around in surprise. The stranger stepped forward. He took off his jacket. The bright light was reflected in his glasses. Someone was sitting on a pile of human bodies. Frowning, the bandit recognized the man who had maimed their guys. The girl closed her eyes. A smile appeared on her face. The sunglasses fell to the ground. The man furrowed his brows and asked how she had the courage to do something like that. He ran towards the enemy. The white shirt was tightly clinging to his body. Suddenly, his muscles grew so much that the fabric tore. The enraged villain ran forward. The stranger pushed off the ground. The woman jumped forward. The enemies ran towards each other. The girl grabbed the spear stuck in the ground. Spinning in the air, she thrust the weapon forward. The protagonist and his comrades were walking along the alley. Suddenly, they stopped. Kibong looked back, hearing his friend's voice. Squinting, Yubin said that there was someone else here. Clouds floated above the tall buildings. Turning the corner, the heroes saw many dead bandits in front of them. Covering his nose with his fingers, Kangwee smelled an unpleasant smell. The guys walked on. Hearing a strange noise, the guy frowned. Looking up, his friend concluded that everything was already over here and asked if there was something else ahead. The young man took a step forward. Suddenly, a rift opened up in front of him, emitting dark energy. The system reported that an instant rift had been detected. The player squinted menacingly and asked what that meant. The system explained that someone had created the rift on their own. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked how that could happen. The portal in the air grew larger. The protagonist frowned, realizing that someone had created the rift on their own. He reached out his hand to the rift. A moment later, the system notified him that a connection had been made to the instant rift, causing the boy to freeze. When the connection was complete, the portal shone brightly. Its light instantly filled the entire alley. Kangwee and Yubin were forced to cover their eyes because of the light. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared along with the rift, shocking the boys. He, along with the flow of mana, penetrated into the instant rift. Soon, all the mana dissipated. The protagonist looked at the hills. He noticed a path in the middle of the mountains. Kibong looked around while the system informed him of a limitation of functions due to the loss of signal in this dimension. Suddenly, something exploded behind him. The protagonist immediately looked in that direction. Blood was dripping from the spear. Akko stood among the corpses. He sighed in relief. The guy looked away in shock. The protagonist landed not far from him. Kibong frowned looking at the guy. Akko spoke in Chinese asking Kibong who he was and how he got here. When the system started the automatic translation function, the protagonist told Akko that he should be the one asking his identity. Squinting, he mentally asked himself if this guy created that rift. Akko suddenly began to spin his staff. He pointed its tip at the protagonist. Akko smirked and said that they were just asking each other without answering questions. Smiling, he suggested that Kibong settle everything with a fight. The protagonist looked at the spear in confusion. He sighed tiredly, realizing that a fight was inevitable. A moment later, he ordered the system to activate the skill, Physical Enhancement. His hair immediately changed color, and his mana raged. He involuntarily remembered how Jian told him that abroad, he would not be able to use a battle suit. Standing in front of the guy, she said that otherwise his identity could be recognized. The protagonist frowned looking at the enemy. He suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, he was above the protagonist with a spear. The events take us to an alley. Kangwee was crying, scared because of the disappearance of Kibong. He ran along the alley calling for his friend. Yubin frowned trying to understand if this was a trap and how the protagonist disappeared. He turned around abruptly feeling the approach of enemies. A crowd approached him from behind. Yubin became serious realizing that there were too many opponents. Turning to the enemies, he told Kangwee that they should first find others to deal with everything. The events return us to the dark dimension. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the mountains. Akko was chasing the protagonist at great speed. At this time, he was quickly spinning his spear. Saiban easily dodged the enemy's attack. Akko bared his teeth, feeling great in battle. The spear pierced the ground. Akko used the spear for support, jumping up. He pushed off, rushing after the protagonist. Saiban began to dodge all of the enemy's attacks. He smiled widely, saying that he had never heard of a warrior like him on this earth. The protagonist frowned upon hearing that he was called a warrior. Seeing this, Akko curled his lips. He gripped his spear tighter. Suddenly, the system notified that the energy of the Daystone had been detected. The protagonist exclaimed upon hearing this. Meanwhile, his opponent was approaching him with a scream. He made a sharp lunge with his spear. The tip of the spear rushed straight to the protagonist's face. Kibong finally took his hand out of his pocket. He waved his hand to deflect the opponent's blow. The opponent was horrified to see this. He could not believe that the guy was able to deflect an attack with a simple hand. Akai gritted his teeth in anger. The guy spun, gaining centrifugal force for a blow. A moment later, he threw his spear at the enemy. Kibong simply raised his hand. He deflected the spear with one wave of his hand. The spear flew down, straight to the owner. Akai shifted his leg slightly. He kicked his spear, causing it to fly back. The weapon pierced the afterimage of the protagonist. Akai became worried, realizing what had happened. Kibong instantly appeared behind him. Clenching his fist, he said that now it was his turn. The guy quickly turned around, feeling great fear. A moment later, he flew forward due to the power of the blow. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his consciousness was clouded. The guy raised clouds of smoke with his landing. Akai started coughing while holding the place of the blow. His whole face was tense because he couldn't breathe. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. Kibong stood next to him and asked if he was ready to talk now. Akai jumped up from the ground when he heard his voice. He involuntarily bared his teeth. Bowing his head, the guy said that his teacher told him not to limit himself for the sake of victory. Winking, he said that in some cases it is necessary to use the art of war, namely, to run away so that the heels will sparkle. The protagonist stared at the guy in shock when he heard his words. The same guy grinned, using the destruction of the instant rift. A powerful stream of mana burst out of his body. Kibong stood motionless, watching everything. A moment later, nothing remained in Akai's place. The system notified the protagonist about the disappearance of the instant rift. A second later, the system reported that the rift was forever isolated. Kibong, realizing what was happening, extended his hand. His fingers tore the space, opening a passage. The system immediately reported a dimension rupture, which would cause him to return to the real world. The protagonist looked into the emptiness of space, angry. Soon the space around him shattered like glass. Kibong frowned when the system reported the completion of synchronization with the real world. The guy stood in the middle of the alley, listening to the system inform him that the time difference between the rift and reality was 3 hours. He began to look around, but he still did not see anyone in the immediate area. The events take us to another part of the city. 2 girls were walking down the street. They were Ju and Yui. Yui, dissatisfied, asked the prisoner how much longer they had to go. He answered saying that there was very little left. The angry girl said that it was all suspicious. The man gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Yui put her hands behind her head asking Ju if everything would be okay and if the others were doing well. Ju answered saying that since they had Kibong, there shouldn't be any problems. Yui was happy saying that their Kibong would handle everything. Continuing to walk, the girl asked her friend what Kibong's true face was because during the Great War, there was no one like him. Ju nodded, agreeing with her. Opening her eyes, she involuntarily thought that if the protagonist had been with them then, many more people could have been saved. Looking into the distance, Ju said that she herself wanted to know more about Kibong as well as his family. Yui glanced at her friend saying that the guy's mother was currently being treated in the hospital. The protagonist's mother was indeed being treated. Closing her eyes, Ju said that after her mother was hospitalized, Kibong gave the order to find out the location of the rest of his family, and although he tried to look for them himself, no one could be found in Korea. Yui thoughtfully said that the guy could not fly all over the country, searching in every alley. He looked at his friend again and she asked if they managed to find at least someone. She smiled and nodded her head. Suddenly, axes were thrown at them from above. Ju, sensing danger, turned around. Yui was surprised and began to turn around. At the last moment, the girls managed to jump to the sides. Due to the force of the blow, the axe broke through the concrete. Those who threw it were on the roof. Their leader was a guy with blonde hair. He put forward a prisoner who began to laugh, telling the girls that they were good for following him. Laughing loudly, he told Yui that now she can consider herself a corpse. Suddenly, the guy behind him removed the rope, asking if those girls really attacked them that time. The prisoner said excitedly that they were attacked by them. Looking at the girls below, the leader said that the information did not add up, because the report said that the attacker was a man with long hair and a spear. The prisoner turned around saying that those girls had accomplices and he could very well be among them. The gang leader frowned, thinking about his words. Suddenly, the entire group jumped off the roof. They landed right in front of the girls. The gang leader, feeling displeased, said that they would first catch them and then take them to their older brother. The two groups froze, waiting for each other to act. Yui extended her hand. A moment later, mana began to concentrate in her hand. A bright mana light filled the area. Soon, a staff was formed from the mana. Yui immediately grabbed it. The girl held the staff in front of her. It was a staff of state taxes of legendary level. Frowning, the guy said that the enemy was only a worthless magician. The crowd suddenly rushed at the girl. Yui screamed, telling the gang leader that his words were terribly banal. The girl began to spin her staff. Meanwhile, mana began to concentrate at the tip of the staff. Yui sharply pointed the staff at the guys using chain lightning. Streams of lightning immediately rushed at the enemies. They stared at the lightning in horror. They were unable to dodge, and the discharge struck them all at once. Only the gang leader remained unharmed. He took his hand out of his pocket. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. In an instant, he turned from a weakling into a giant. Ju worriedly asked Yui if it was worth helping her. The girl refused to help, saying that she could handle him herself. The angry leader rushed at her. He swung his fist, telling the girl that he would crush her limbs. Yui easily dodged the blow. She smiled, telling the enemy that she would show him what it meant to fight with top items. Suddenly, mana began to form near the staff. A moment later, 4 magic circles appeared in the air. The enemy's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect 4 different spells to be cast at the same time. Yui winked and said that this was what their taxes were spent on. The staff glowed brightly. Yui immediately pointed it at the enemy. She used fusion magic with a smile on her face. 4 different elements of magic merged into one. Her enemy froze in shock, unable to dodge. He gritted his teeth, seeing how the spell almost reached him. A moment later, lightning and mana discharges filled the alley. Yui landed on the ground after casting the spell. she surprisingly became serious looking at the enemy. The girl involuntarily was surprised to see something. Her opponent remained unharmed, receiving only minor injuries. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, his jaw clenched with terrifying force. Suddenly, a bright light spread from him, illuminating the entire area. He shouted, saying that he would see if she could get out of this space. The girls were very surprised to hear his words. A pillar of mana fell into the alley, filling everything in it. The events take us to another part of the city, to one of the houses, the walls of which cracked. Aki was holding the wound on his side, enduring the pain. The guy removed his hand from the wound, saying that the wound was more serious than he thought. Closing his eyes, Aki tried to understand who his opponent was. He had seen such a strong opponent for the first time since he left Kano. He did not want to admit it, but even his teacher, the one who taught him everything, was weaker than that guy. Cursing, the guy drank the drink. He suddenly opened his eyes, feeling something. Aki jumped out of bed. Looking into the distance, he realized that a rift had opened somewhere. The boy clutched the kin in anger. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside. Aki suddenly jumped out of the window. He landed smoothly on the ground. His lips curled as he wondered if this was the place. Frowning and barely holding back his anger, he mentally told his teacher's killer to wait a little longer. The sky was bright red. The entire city was ablaze with furious flames. Yui and Ju looked around excitedly. There was no one around him when they asked each other where they were. Was it really teleportation? Ju asked fearfully, to which her partner turned to her and replied that it was not so, since she did not feel the movements of mana. Ju raised her head, greatly surprised. She looked at the sky and wondered if this was a purple sky, were they not in reality, but in a rift. Yui raised her weapon. It was suddenly enveloped in magical energy. The next second, a protective barrier appeared around them. After that, the girl lowered her weapon and said that any danger could await them, so it would be a good idea to leave the protective barrier. Ju looked to the side and said that she did not feel any traces of animals nearby, so she was breaking in, that she would not be of any help here. As soon as she said this, a furious scream was heard from behind. Loud approaching footsteps were heard, from which even the destroyed cars shook. Suddenly, a huge white foot stepped on her. The hand of this monster grabbed the roof of the building. The next second, a huge monster with glowing eyes appeared in front of the girls. It was the guy with a scar on his eye and a crazy smile on his face. Seeing him, the girl was horrified, and Ju quietly said that he was even bigger than the previous one. The monster slowly walked towards them, saying that this was his space. Stretching out his hand, he added that they were gods here. After that, a stream of fire was released towards the girls. A powerful explosion was heard from the collision with Yui's barrier. The streamer gritted her teeth, asking herself if this was magic, adding later that it was not so, because this time she did not feel the flow of mana. She did not take her frightened gaze off the monster and said that he did not even look like a mage, but used something very similar to magic. Ju looked at her partner and said that something strange was happening here. Even though they were in a rift, there were not even insects here. While she was saying this, Yui spun the weapon in her hands. Then she hit the ground with force. A magical seal appeared under the girl. Then Yui, without a drop of fear in his eyes, shouted that first they needed to get out of here, and they would think about it later. Her staff was enveloped in strong magical energy, and she screamed, using the skill Furious Tornado. Huge tornadoes rose into the sky. It slowly gathered fire. After a few seconds, it dissipated. Then Yui exhaled heavily and said that everything worked out, after which she said that it was time to get out of here. But before she finished, she saw something that terrified her. A huge monster was right above their protective barrier. Looking at it, the girls were very scared. Yui clenched her teeth and said in her head that she spent all her strength on this attack, but there was not a scratch on the enemy. Suddenly, another huge leg appeared from the side. From the other side, the monster's head appeared. The girls looked in different directions in confusion. 3 huge monsters surrounded them from all sides. Suddenly, one of them swung. His fist rushed at Yui. Seeing this, the girl screamed in horror. At this time, the city was silent. A guy was running quickly among the people on the road. It was a guy with long hair who said to himself that he had finally found it. He held the spear tightly in his hands, adding, "The teacher's enemy." The boy frowned, thinking that the protagonist was more likely his grandfather's enemy. He suddenly stopped abruptly. The boy stood a few meters away from the crater. He exhaled, wondering if there had been some kind of powerful explosion. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of him. The boy looked ahead with distrust. Coming closer to the portal, he stretched out his hand in front of him. He wondered if there would be another trick inside, and then penetrated the rift. A bright light suddenly burst out of the rift. The street was busy. The protagonist was quickly walking forward. The boy thought about having the system find his comrades. The system said that the command was accepted and it was scanning the area, after which it recognized Kanghui and Yuban's tracks. It said that unusual physical objects were found during the scanning process, which surprised Kibong. The system said about the Daystone and something processing it, and also in this place there are traces of the presence of a person requiring special care when suddenly the protagonist frowned. He thought about the communication portal, thinking about that same mustachioed man. Menacingly, Kibong ordered to show the location right now when suddenly the system accepted the command, saying that the object is in motion so it will adjust its location in real time. It immediately began to scan the area. The protagonist looked ahead warily. The entire sky was completely covered in mana. The villains swung their fists, furiously beating the ground. The villain raised his fists up, screaming loudly. He hit the protective barrier with all his might. The protection suddenly cracked in one place. Louis gritted her teeth in fear, exclaiming loudly. The girl thought that there were a lot of strange moments here, and it felt like even if she just stood still, her strength was leaving her. She grabbed the stick, not understanding the waste of mana, because even though she had used a powerful spell recently, she couldn't believe that she couldn't hold some kind of defense magic. Looking at the sky, she didn't understand what kind of space this was. Ju was very sorry that she couldn't bring any help. Yui frowned, shouting, "It's okay, she could still strike." The girl pointed her staff upward. 2 magic seals suddenly appeared in the air, which surprised the monsters. Yui squeezed the staff tighter in her hand. With glowing eyes, she activated fusion magic and Fang Flame. A huge stream of strong mana rose up to the seals. The girl suddenly fell to her knees. She began to cough when Ju suddenly asked in fear if Yu was okay. The girl raised her head up, answering, "Yes, so we need to leave as soon as possible." Before she could finish speaking, she opened her eyes wide. With glowing eyes, the monsters stood unwaveringly above the girls. The villain immediately raised his fist up, wishing them death. The monsters quickly rushed down. Turning back, they saw a glint in the sky. A sharp spear was flying towards them at great speed. It pierced one of the monsters through and through. Blood spurted out of its mouth in all directions. The silhouette was quickly approaching the monsters. The guy shouted loudly for the villains to expose their heads. He winked, adding that the evil fox of Shandong had come. The guy was quickly approaching the huge monsters. In flight, he stretched out his hand to the side. His spear was enveloped in magical energy. Suddenly, it flew out of the ground. The weapon spun in the air, and the guy grabbed it, after which he landed perfectly. Smiling widely, he shouted, asking the monsters if all they were doing here was standing in front of an open store like a bunch of inflated balloons. Hearing this, the monster turned to him and screamed furiously, asking if it was he who attacked their brothers. After asking this, he rushed to attack. The monster hit the ground with all his might, splitting it. After that, he smiled madly and screamed that they were just looking for him and planned to finish him off in the most painful way on earth, because here they are gods. But the guy was above him at that time. He said with a dissatisfied face that the main thing in a fight is not the size of his carcass. Hearing this, the monster raised his head in shock. The guy changed his grip and added that this space from the very beginning. Hatred and contempt appeared in his eyes when he finished speaking, belonged to his noble family. His eyes lit up and he rushed to attack. The girls looked at this in fear. The evil fox swung in flight. He begged for many quick blows towards the monster. The next second, his terrifyingly powerful attacks pierced all 3 giants. The angry fox hung in the air after the blow. It was clear from his face that he was very unhappy about something. Yui looked at him with wide open eyes. At this time, there was silence on the island. Its inhabitants with glowing eyes moved like zombies. They carried and put down boxes. 2 people were watching them. The man with a thick beard asked why S1 did not come. He clearly told him to be here. They looked at the working inhabitants. The guy in the cloak smiled and replied that S1 said that flies appeared, challenging the group, after which he added that he could handle it alone. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that this was the last puzzle of the great cause, so mistakes cannot be made. Staring ahead, he added that if suddenly something goes wrong, he directed his power forward at the working townspeople. It quickly approached the man. Suddenly, black lightning enveloped him, and veins appeared on his neck and face. The townsman couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees. The next second, his entire body began to turn into black dust. A few seconds later, his box fell to the ground. The man with a thick beard looked at the result. After a short pause, he turned around. Leaving the guy in the cloak, he began to walk away. In the end, he said with anger in his voice that he would go and restore order. As soon as he said this, a rift appeared in front of him. Entering it, it closed. Left alone, the guy in the cloak smiled and said that all this was for the glory of hype. As he left, he suddenly heard a strange sound. The guy turned around in surprise. Looking at the sky, he wondered if someone had broken through his obstacle to recognition. His gaze turned forward. A bright shine appeared in the sky from the silhouette of the protagonist, quickly rushing downwards. Kibong looked forward menacingly. The guy looked up carefully, thinking that this power gave him goosebumps. He looked at the dust that rose from the landing, wondering who the main character was. The dust around Kibong quickly cleared. The guy in the cloak looked ahead in surprise. Kibong, clenching his fists, looked at the guy menacingly. He firmly asked where. The guy in the cloak asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. The main character said something about the freak in the turban, asking where he was. The guy bared his teeth, grinning maliciously. With burning eyes, he answered that the main character was looking for someone who should not be looked for. The system said that there was resistance to the state of confusion, hypnosis, bewitchment, and decay. Kibong exhaled and said that the guy would be more serious than Urim. The guy's face changed, wondering if none of his techniques had any effect. He looked ahead in shock. He smiled, saying that he understood who the main character was. He said that he was always curious about why the Shield Guildmaster lost to him, and that was true. He was not affected by hypnosis magic. He added with a smirk that he was only interested in one thing. Even though the Shield Guildmaster had outstanding hypnosis magic, that was not all her power. With a red eye, he decided to check how the protagonist managed to deal with Urim. The subjects raised their heads forward. They suddenly threw the boxes off their shoulders. They quickly tore off, rushing towards the protagonist. S1 calmly closed his eyes. The guy whispered that their minions were all the same. His eyes suddenly lit up red. The enraged monster's gaze suddenly turned red. He roared loudly as S1 activated the dragon fear. The people looked forward in surprise. Their gaze was bright red. Feeling the dragon fear, their eyes changed to normal. The people ran back in horror. The guy in the cloak was surprised by the dragon fear. He asked where the man got this technique from, because as far as he knew, the dragon fear belonged to the dragon-like species. Kibong frowned, answering, now it seemed that it did not. The guy grinned maliciously. Suddenly, he put his hand to his stomach and laughed loudly. He shouted that he thought that Kibong was an ordinary dragon hunter, but he was not simple. The guy waved his hand, leaving a trace of mana. Extending his hand with a magic seal forward, he ordered to try to withstand this too. Balls of mana surrounded the seal. Its edges suddenly began to light up with fire. Suddenly, a magic circle of flame was activated. At great speed, it approached the protagonist. Kibong, with a cold expression, thought how hard the guy was trying. The system immediately sent a warning. It said that the enemy was a creature that had a temporary difference with reality, so this fact must be taken into account. She added that the guy had similar data to the user that was recorded, which surprised the protagonist, opening his eyes wide. The circle of flames was quickly approaching. Kibong stood unwaveringly, looking at the flames. He frowned, thinking that he would first neutralize the guy and then ask him what he wanted. The guy suddenly used a physical enhancement skill. At that moment, his appearance changed. The magic circle of flames continued to approach him. The protagonist looked up indifferently. He quickly swung his leg. Kibong raised it, kicking the flames hard. The cloaked guy looked forward in shock with his hand outstretched. The protagonist frowned, meeting his gaze. The fire dissipated, rising to the sky. Seeing this, the cloaked guy was surprised and said that this was the first time he saw magic being neutralized in this way. He then raised a finger and said that he was curious how the protagonist would respond to this. He used the splash technique, and black puddles immediately appeared under him. The guy was enveloped in strong magical energy, and the puddle under him became even larger. Suddenly, black figures began to crawl out of it. Monsters began to appear from all sides around the protagonist. The guy in the cloak arrogantly raised his head and explained that he created these guys with his sweat and blood, so it will be fun. The monsters screamed furiously. They immediately rushed to attack, while the S1 system said that life energy was not felt, but the energy of the Daystone inside was recorded, so it formed a new category of homunculus. The monster screamed and swung, when suddenly his hand changed shape and turned into a blade. He made a quick attack, but the protagonist dodged. Looking at the creature, he asked himself, the energy of the Daystone, can even such monsters be made from the Daystone? Looking at the disgusting ugly face of the monster, he thought that they looked like a mudman. Suddenly, the system reported that they were supposedly humans in the past. Hearing this, S1 was very surprised. What? He asked, dodged the attacks of the monsters. Suddenly, one creature stopped. The next second, its body began to tear apart. In a few seconds, he created many creatures from himself, which rushed to attack. Looking at the monsters with their mouths wide open, the protagonist listened as the system said that the bodies of the homunculi were begging for peace. S1 tensed up greatly when he heard the system's request to let them rest. He clenched his fist tightly in anger. At the same time, he launched a quick attack. With his blow, he created a destructive wave that swept away all the creatures. The wave reached the guy in the cloak, who was very scared. But at the very last moment, he managed to dodge. S1's destructive power demolished the huge building behind the enemy. Having destroyed everything, it moved on. The magician looked back in fear. The protagonist stood not far from him and said that they were all just vile creatures. Raising his fist, he added that he would destroy them, Hype's minions, every single one. At this time, silence fell in the other space. Blood spurted from the mouth of the guy with short hair. The evil fox stood in front of him and said that he deserved it, adding later that their vaunted gigantism technique had fallen apart. He looked at the opponent with his eyes closed and asked if he remembered him, after which he asked where the scumbags who came to S1-2 were. The guy with the scar on his eye laughed and sent the opponent to hell. Hearing this, the evil fox opened his eyes and became very angry. Without thinking twice, he stuck his spear into the opponent's shoulder. The guy bent over and screamed furiously in pain. Shaking in pain, he said that he would not hear anything from him. The evil fox closed his eyes and ordered the opponent not to expose himself to pain. The boy smiled widely and said that his elder brother would avenge his death so he could be finished off. Hearing this, the evil fox bared his teeth. Then he pulled the spear out of his opponent's shoulder. But what the boy with the scar on his eye saw next made him scared. The evil fox raised his spear. Swinging it, he immediately cut off the boy's head. The opponent quickly fell to the ground without moving. The evil fox said that he would get them all from under the ground, no matter how long it took. He suddenly felt someone's presence, after which he noticed the girls. The boy met Yui's gaze, sitting on the ground. The boy blushed sharply from embarrassment. Grabbing the spear, he bowed and greeted her. The boy asked if the girl had suffered at the hands of these monsters. Yui turned on the in-channel translator, replied that everything was fine, and then thanked him for his help. The evil fox put his hand to his forehead. He adjusted his hair, saying that he only did what he had to do. The guy introduced himself, then asked the girl's name. The evil fox replied with blazing eyes that she had a good name. He said that they should get out first, since a charming girl like you shouldn't be here, when Ju suddenly thought that she was clearly mistaken for a wall. Dust rose up from the crater. The cloaked guy slid forward on the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger, slamming his fist into the ground. The guy turned around, looking up. The protagonist walked closer to him and asked where the others had gone. He remembered that the guy had similar data to the user. Frowning, Kibong asked who he really was. The guy gritted his teeth in rage. He slowly began to rise from his knees. Grabbing a stick, he called the protagonist an insect that had only lived for a short time in this world. With a smile on his face, he turned back, releasing mana upward. The stick in his hand began to be enveloped in strong magic. The guy menacingly yelled for S1 to not act like he could defeat everyone. A bright light from the mana illuminated everything around. The system reported that an instant rift had been penetrated, and there were also restrictions in functions. The protagonist carefully walked forward, looking around. Frowning, he wondered if this was another instant rift, and the guy had the same ability as that spearman. He suddenly sensed something was wrong, after which he abruptly raised his head up. S1 jumped to the side, noticing a meteorite flying at him. The guy landed neatly on the ground. The guy behind him with a smile on his face said that he had endured a long and painful time in a place that the protagonist could not even imagine. He immediately grabbed his hood. With crazy eyes, the guy ordered to tremble before the overwhelming difference in time of their powers. Kibong turned around and said that he would ask something. He asked if the place the guy was talking about was by any chance the training space. The protagonist asked how many years they spent there. The guy in the cloak grinned, answering 200. He began to talk about the space of nothingness. The guy added that there were no people, no life, not even training monsters. With a crazy smile, he said that Kibong, who had not lived even 100 years, would never understand the hellish experience of being left all alone in that place. The protagonist thoughtfully put his finger to his mouth. The guy looked at Kibong in bewilderment. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in rage. Releasing magic upward, he shouted that he would fix the protagonist's impudent mug. Mana began to gather in the sky. Fiery projectiles quickly flew down, gaining more and more speed. Kibong raised his head, asking 200 years. He added indifferently that the guy was still a sucker. Fireballs were rapidly falling from the sky. There was a powerful explosion. More fireballs appeared in the sky. The protagonist stood in the fire and wondered if his opponent was aiming at him. A cooled fireball was lying on the ground. Suddenly, it moved. It and all the other balls turned into monsters. The magician, with madness in his eyes, said that his world had always been on fire. A huge army of lava monsters gathered from the fireballs, while he said that now it was time for his world to flare up. A few seconds later, monsters lined up behind him, and the guy said that this was his legion. Kibong silently looked at his opponent. The magician held a wand in his hand. Smiling madly, he ordered the legion to crush the opponent and burn him without a trace. Having received the order, the monsters opened their mouths. Suddenly, they rushed to attack. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his fist. Then he punched the air. The lava monster felt a monstrous force. But at that very moment, a powerful shockwave blew him to pieces. The other monsters also attacked. But Kibong easily jumped away from their attacks. While in the air, he deftly turned around. After that, he flew forward at great speed. He destroyed every lava figure in his path. He flew forward without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. The magician watched as the enemy easily destroyed his legion. Hearing the fall of a stone, he stood silently. It was clear from his face that he was very unhappy. Suddenly, he raised his wand up, which was immediately enveloped in dark magical energy. After that, his lava monsters were also enveloped in such energy, and the broken creatures began to slowly come together. Seeing this, Kibong was very surprised. He immediately stopped. Not far in front of him, he saw a huge cloud of dark magical energy. It suddenly rushed to attack in the form of a broken lava figure. With a tail of stones, it quickly entangled the protagonist. Seeing this, Kibong tensed up greatly. At this time, the magician's hand was also enveloped in magical energy. He sharply clenched it into a fist and shouted for his opponent to explode. A powerful explosion was heard. Stones began to fall like hail to the ground. The guy with a crazy look said that the protagonist was not bad for a human, but his strength was still not enough to defeat his legion in this space. Suddenly, he waved his hand from behind his back. The guy pulled the stick forward, activating the closure of instant space. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Turning back, the protagonist stood in front of him. Kibong's body was covered in small scratches. The guy was surprised that the main character didn't die from that attack. He added that S1 was pretty battered and all he could do now was barely stand on his feet. Beads of sweat appeared on the main character's face while he thought it was dangerous. In the system, he read about physical damage and damage to clothes. The guy thought that his pants were also almost burned. The system said, "Too bad," which made S1 confused. The guy apologized with a smirk for causing useless pain, because this time he would definitely finish him off. The rocks on the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, they rose up. Mana along with the rocks began to spin in the air. The face of the fire monster appeared in the air. It furiously looked down at the main character. The monster's eyes lit up with rage. It stretched out its hand, trying to grab S1. The guy frowned, clenching his hand into a fist. He waved his hand and quickly jumped to the side. A hole suddenly appeared in the monster's body from the blow. A strong stream of magic burst out from the ground, smashing the monster. The guy held a stick in his outstretched hand. His face instantly changed, his eyes bulging widely. There was a bright sunset outside. Kangwee crawled along the ground, sniffing it. He pointed to the cracks, saying that the sense of two people ended there. Yuban looked ahead, wondering where she went. With a smile on his face, Kangwee asked if the guy was worried about Ju. After a short silence, Yuban answered no. Kangwee began to say with a sly smile that the guy doubted the answer, to which he denied. The guy tried to smell the trail again, raising his nose up. He abruptly covered his face with his hands, shouting that he smelled a disgusting smell. Heavy footsteps were heard in front of them. Sitting on the ground, Kangwee began to growl at them. Yuban frowned, saying that this was an enemy. The guys with axes accompanied their leader. S1 stopped in front of the guys. Yuban asked menacingly why they came. Did they really need something? S1 replied in a low voice that he should say these words because this was his territory and the guys were uninvited guests. With a smirk on his face, he said that as far as he knew, their guys owed them. Yuban looked forward with a serious face. S1 turned around and asked his brother to get something. The guy frowned, thinking, now. The handle of his weapon slightly lit up. A bright red beam suddenly shot out of it. The dagger flew forward at great speed. It quickly approached S1's face. He gritted his teeth in rage, turning away. The dagger suddenly returned back. Yuban quickly grabbed it by the handle. S1 took out the axe, asking why the guy was so scared of him. The weapon fell to the ground with a thud. He frowned, menacingly asking if the boy was really attacking them from behind. Yuban looked forward furiously. S1's brother handed him what the leader asked for. S1 was holding photos in his hands. Suddenly, he threw them towards Yuban. They hit the ground. One of them showed the boys, the other one showed Yu and Ju. With a menacing smile, S1 said that it was because of them that he couldn't go on the elder's case, so he would have to pay off the debts of his younger brothers. Yuban and Kangwee looked at them in bewilderment. Blood suddenly started to flow down his neck. Wiping it with his finger, S1 looked at it and said displeasedly that he was already wounded. After that, he spread his arms and said that he had never seen such things before. I thought that during all the chaos he had to go through, he had already heard about most of the cool weapons. Yuban raised the blades and asked if this was the first time he saw it, adding that he could tell that it was quite good. S1 smiled ominously and said, as they say, a man by nature should talk about a good weapon, so he will collect the debt for his brothers with these knives. Kangwee suddenly grinned. Folding his arms over his chest, he said that the man on his chest said that he had a debt from his younger brothers, then he should give something in return. Hearing this, S1 proudly raised his head and mockingly said that the guy talks cutely, just like a snotty puppy. As soon as Kangwee heard this, he became very angry. A puppy, he screamed in rage and rushed to attack. Looking back, S1 raised his hand and said that children should play with children. Having said this, his servants rushed from their place. Surprise appeared in Kang Hui's eyes. There were several guys with weapons above him. Kang Hui stopped and his hand was enveloped in magical energy. The next second, he released a powerful stream of magic at the opponents. Seeing the magical projectile in front of him, the guys were horrified. A powerful explosion was heard. Those who remained rushed at the guy from all sides. Kang Hui's hand again glowed with magical energy. S1-2 looked at this without a smile on his face. Kang Hui, on the other hand, was smiling widely. He swung his arms sharply. Thanks to this, he released a powerful shock wave that threw all the opponents away from him. Hearing these cries of pain, S1-2 was confused. He bared his teeth in displeasure. The man looked at Kang Hui, who was standing among the defeated opponents, and said that he saw such an unusual power for the first time. Without moving from his place, he continued to say that it was similar to the energy from books on martial arts. Kang Hui suddenly smiled widely and exclaimed, "Something like that, but to be exact." "Cute," said S1-2, not letting the guy finish. He smiled widely and said mockingly that he was looking at a small puppy trying to be cute. Hearing this, Kang Hui was furious. He began to curse loudly, and the man ordered his subordinates who had stood up to deal with him. He himself stood in front of Yubin and asked why they, adults, did not talk about their own matters. He looked at him with disdain in his eyes, saying that he was giving him one last chance to give up his weapons and save his life. Yubin was clutching the blades tightly in his hands. Standing in a stance, he asked the man if he had heard of such an expression, "Excessive greed shortens life." S1-2 slammed his golden gloves against each other and said that there was also a phrase, "An undeserved thing kills a person." The opponents suddenly rushed towards each other. With his eyes burning, S1-2 swung his gloves, while Yubin dodged, holding on tightly to the dagger. The dust continued to clear. The system said that the destroyed spirits were reviving. The stone monster looked down menacingly. The guy raised the stick with mana up. The fireballs quickly began to fall down. They crashed onto the ground at great speed. Many monsters stood one after another. The guy with a crazy look shouted that Saiban was still far from him. He added that he was invincible in this space, while the protagonist was surrounded by monsters. The guy menacingly thought that the enemy had already gotten him. He suddenly jumped. Bouncing off the ground, the protagonist soared above the monsters. Saiban raised his palm up. Then he swung it down sharply. Dust from the impact immediately rose above the ground. The monster looked forward in surprise. The power of the protagonist fell on him. The next second, the monster's body turned into small stones. The protagonist landed neatly on the ground. After a short pause, he abruptly tore off. The guy with his mouth wide open looked forward, unable to squeeze out words. With beads of sweat on his face, he shouted, asking who the protagonist was. He shouted that no one could use his power properly except him, that he had created his place when suddenly the dust cleared. The protagonist began to flex his hand, saying that he imagined it. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he was somehow weaker than usual. The guy frowned in anger. Gritting his teeth, he called Saiban impudent. He immediately extended his palm forward. With burning eyes, the guy said that he recognized the protagonist's skills, which forced him to use the last resort. With all his strength, he suddenly pressed the wand into the palm. Pressing, the guy sharply drew it along. Scarlet blood splashed onto the ground in drops. Saiban looked at him in bewilderment. They met each other's eyes, standing not far from each other. Under the ground, a tremor was suddenly felt. To the side of them, the ground cracked. A stream of mana suddenly burst out. The protagonist said it was impressive, asking if the guy had spilled blood and the continent had split in two. The guy said it wasn't a continent. With a crazy smile, he added that these were the eggs of his children. He said that after his children fell from the sky as eggs, they hatched in the ground. The guy said with a smile that the place where Kibong was standing was the egg of his first child. A strong blow of magic burst out from the ground, breaking the earth. The system said that the spirit energy was recorded in the lair. A bright light of mana surrounded the protagonist. It was getting closer and closer to the guy. The system said that the analysis of the combat power was complete, while mana continued to envelop everything around. It said that this creature was called the spiritual king of fire, who was standing right in front of Kibong. With a malicious smile, he looked forward. The system said that the estimated rift level was 8. A huge boss stood in front of the protagonist. After looking at him, Kibong said that the monster was smaller than he expected because he thought that the creature would be the size of a planet. Suddenly, the boss swung. The next second, he hit the ground with all his might with his sword, causing an explosion. The magician laughed madly. He looked at the fire raging from the blow in front of him and shouted for the protagonist to try to show off some more. He furiously shouted into the fire, which of them was still a sucker now, answering immediately that he, who was trampled into the ground and smeared like mincemeat. At this time, the boss stood with his sword lowered. His weapon suddenly trembled. Feeling this, the monster was very surprised. The system reported that there was resistance to hellfire. The protagonist held a huge sword with one hand. Squeezing it, he said that the level was the same, but the monster did not reach the level of a fire dragon. Kibong suddenly grinned and added that it was so warm here that he almost fell asleep. Hearing this, the boss became furious. He looked at the enemy and shouted at him not to compare him to some worthless lizard. Immediately after that, he used all his strength, strengthening his flames. The protagonist stood in the fire and said emotionlessly that if that lizard heard him, she would be upset. Suddenly, a fireball appeared above the boss. The next second, he launched it, but the protagonist dodged, flying into the air. Then he rushed to attack. His dash created a shockwave in the air. He swung in mid-air. At the same moment, he flew into the boss with all his strength. His attack created a wave that traveled many kilometers beyond the monster. Suddenly, blood spurted from the mage's mouth. Having lost his strength, he fell to his knees. He looked up, full of horror, and said to himself that this was impossible because the Spirit King was using his life force, but he was still losing. His blood dripped onto the ground while he said that at this rate, he was first. At this time, the protagonist fiercely attacked the boss, pushing him back. The monster tried to hold on, defending himself with his sword. His feet slid along the ground, splitting it. Suddenly, the monster counterattacked, but Kibong saw this and flew up to the boss's head. After that, he swung. A powerful blow was heard throughout the entire space. The boss slid along the ground backwards. He stood in a stance. Looking at the enemy, he said that he was not bad for a human because he dared to inflict such an attack on the King of Spirits himself. Kibong grinned and asked, what kind of king in the 21st century? At this time, blood continued to drip onto the ground. The magician, drenched in cold sweat, said, enough. He took the wand with trembling hands and said, cancel the summoning. The boss covered himself in fire and screamed that he refused. The guy opened his mouth wide in horror. The system said that the spiritual king of fire was absorbing all the life force in the area. The monster looked forward furiously. The system said that there was resistance to the Spirit King's life leak technique. The Spirit King's body was shining brightly, blinding everything around him. He shouted loudly that he would make it so that the protagonist would no longer be able to utter such words in front of him. The monster clenched his hands into fists, screaming furiously. A bright light of mana surrounded the entire space. Kibong stood unwaveringly on his feet. Mana quickly enveloped him. The guy carefully began to raise his hand. He clenched it into a fist. His body suddenly found itself in a protective barrier. It began to glow brightly. The Spirit King angrily looked forward. A hollow space suddenly appeared in his body. His body was in pain. Immediately, it stopped glowing from the mana. Half of the monster's body suddenly dissipated. Kibong stood in the rising dust. Frowning, he looked forward. A voice was heard from behind, saying that this could not be. Falling to his knees, the guy wondered why he lost. He screamed that he could even endure that time that felt like hell. The protagonist slowly turned around. After a short silence, he replied, I don't know. The guy raised his crazy gaze upward. His pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the silhouette in front of him. The protagonist's bodies appeared in front of him, lying in a pool of blood. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. He suddenly smiled maliciously. He realized that S1 was not a sucker, but an elder. Rifts suddenly appeared in the scarlet sky. They cracked, throwing fragments to the sides. The system reported that the instant rift had closed, and S1 was returned to reality. The guy stood, looking forward. The system said that an unknown object had been detected, so verification was required. It said that it was displaying it in the field of view. The protagonist opened the box, approaching it. He opened his eyes wide, very surprised. Someone's body was lying in the coffin. Frowning, S1 wondered what it was. He wondered if it was a human. The system reported that the analysis was complete and the object was classified as a rift humanoid. It said that it was possible to connect to the humanoid through its system, which confused the protagonist. S1 asked if she meant that she would climb inside this thing, to which the system replied, exactly. It requested permission to connect to the humanoid, asking if the protagonist accepted the request. After a short thought, S1 replied that he did. A strong flow of mana suddenly appeared in front of him. The system reported that permission was received, so an attempt was made to connect to the humanoid. A flash of mana lit up behind. A blow of mana appeared in the air. He quickly fell into the coffin with the body. Mana completely enveloped him. Movement appeared in the humanoid's hand. The body with the mana was rising upward. The system said that it was reforming the body of the rift humanoid based on the user's memories. The humanoid's eyes sparkled. Clothes appeared on the girl's body. The girl jumped in place. She took a few steps forward. The protagonist frowned in surprise. He quickly looked ahead. He carefully examined the girl. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes. The girl came closer to the guy. She smiled widely. Kibong asked if it was Bensoon. The girl looked at the guy without any emotion. With tears in her eyes, the protagonist said his sister's name. The girl smiled and said that the summoning name had been accepted. She did not move and asked if Kibong wanted to set it as Bensoon. The protagonist looked at his sister in shock. Realizing that it was not her, he closed his eyes. After a short pause, he ordered her to remove this appearance. The girl looked at the guy and said that this image was formed based on the user's memories, so the appearance with which he was closest and which he missed the most was created. The protagonist interrupted the girl and discontentedly ordered to change the appearance. Silence hung between them. The girl suddenly closed her eyes and said that the order was accepted, adding that she would now reproduce a random appearance. Having said this, a bright flash lit up everything around. In the bright light, the girl's appearance began to change. When the light faded, there was a sacred stone in the forehead of the new appearance. In front of the protagonist stood a girl in a suit who suddenly opened her eyes abruptly. At this time in the city, Yuban's blade left a mark when it struck. S1 easily repelled the attack. Yuban's weapon, spinning, flew into the sky. Suddenly, it stopped abruptly. The blade turned around and flew towards the enemy. S1, with a wide smile on his face, stood in a stance. The next second, he began to dodge and reflect the enemy's attacks. In the process, the man, with a mad smile on his face, shouted that this was simply amazing, so he wanted to get this weapon even more. He saw the mark of the blade and swung. The next second, he hit it with all his might and sent the weapon towards Yuban. Seeing this, the guy was very scared. But he reacted, he caught the blade. From this, he flew back, sliding along the ground. Gritting his teeth in pain, he looked at his opponent. Yuban remembered who he had fought before and said to himself that S1 was stronger than those guys. He looked at his opponent with some excitement. The guy rushed forward, thinking that if he could not surpass him in strength. Yuban accelerated, thinking that he would have to rely on speed. S1 looked menacingly ahead. The dagger quickly flew through the air. S1 looked ahead, thinking that Yuban controlled one dagger from a distance and attacked with the other, holding it in his hand. He said, brilliantly, because he was sure that the guy had shown himself to be excellent in the Great War as well. Yuban jumped up, throwing the weapon forward, while S1 said that killing such a hero with his own hands. He added with a malicious grin, truly sad. He suddenly raised his sharp claws up. His hand began to quickly be enveloped in mana. Frowning, S1 menacingly rushed forward. He raised his fist up. The dagger quickly flew through the air, crashing into his hand. A strong blow suddenly flew into Yuban's cheek. S1 punched him with all his might. The guy's body was thrown back from the strong blow. The dagger quickly spun in the air. At great speed, it stuck into the ground. The weapon was stuck not far from Yuban's head. Kangui screamed loudly in horror. Angrily, he rushed towards the enemy, screaming loudly. S1 raised his leg up with a smile, kicking the guy in the stomach. The boy's eyes widened in horror. Dust rose up near S1. He frowned, asking why the dog was still running. S1 added that the boy should have been destroyed by his subordinates, who were lying motionless on the ground. He menacingly asked if the boys had really lost to some puppy, to which they apologized. Blood flowed from Kangui's mouth. He confidently answered that it was not a puppy. S1 smiled, raising the corner of his mouth upward. He smiled as he said that the boy was just a cute little dog. Kangui looked down. The sky was covered in scarlet mono. Akko suddenly activated the instant rift closure. Pixels quickly began to appear in front of him. The boy looked at the girls standing in front of him. He said that they could rest easy because they had returned to reality. Ju smiled and thanked him for saving them. She asked Akko what kind of space it was, since it was obvious that the guy knew something about it. The guy apologized, saying that it was a family secret, so it was hard for him to explain everything in detail. Yu said that it seemed to her that the power inside was being spent several times faster, perhaps it was some kind of unusual rift. Akko, embarrassed, answered that this was the correct answer and that they had just been in an instant rift. Ju wondered if the guy was Baron Asura. Yu came closer to the guy, asking him to explain more about the rift. Akko took a step back, saying that it was a family secret. With sparkling eyes, the girl asked if it was really impossible. The guy pursed his lips, asking his grandfather to forgive him. He said that in an instant rift, ordinary people cannot use their power properly, and only people who have learned the secret techniques of their families are able to do so, which surprised Ju greatly. Akko added, moreover, if you learn these very secret techniques, inside that space you can get a power that is quite comparable to a god's, and then the enemy becomes weaker, and the person, on the contrary, becomes stronger. Ju was absorbed by an incomprehensible feeling of defeat. The guy said with a smile that this power is the pride of their family, because thanks to it they were able to save a large number of people during the Great War. Ju lowered her head down, thinking about the family power. She said that judging by the situation, it seemed to her that the people who attacked them did not belong to their family, after which she asked how they could use this power then. Akko thoughtfully lowered his head down. He said that people stole the secret books of their family and killed his family. Grabbing his spear, he said that he could never forgive them. Yui looked at his weapon in confusion. She said that she was very sorry because she should not have asked about the instant rift. The boy laughed, saying that everything was fine since it was not their fault. Ju's hand suddenly glowed, which surprised her greatly. The girl took a step back in fear. Yui asked in a trembling voice what was the matter and whether it was a bracelet made of a fire dragon. She added that it was the same bracelet that Ju received from Jayan in Korea. The girl exclaimed that it was called a taming bracelet, and one of its functions was that the bracelet could detect nearby monsters. She was frightened, wondering if there was a creature nearby that could cause such a powerful reaction. The bracelet continued to glow with strong mana. An ear appeared on the boy's head. Kangwei's body began to glow with mana. H1-Woong frowned, laughing maliciously. Ears and a tail appeared on the boy. He said menacingly, a fleeting creature. With glowing eyes, he added that he would teach the enemy prudence. The city was silent. Kangwei suddenly rushed to attack. He quickly closed the distance and struck. H1-Woong gritted his teeth and blocked it with difficulty. Kangwei swung his other hand. His blows left bright marks behind them. He furiously struck blow after blow. A grin suddenly appeared on his face. Swinging, he mockingly asked where his arrogance went. H1-Woong gritted his teeth in rage. A powerful explosion of magical energy was heard. H1-Woong's feet stopped sliding on the ground. He looked down and saw that there were no gloves left. Then he spat out blood. Then he looked at his opponent and laughed, saying that he really was a monster. Kangwei looked at the man with burning eyes and asked how long he would laugh. Would he also find it funny when he ripped out his liver? H1-Woong took off his gloves and told the guy to try. Having said this, he rushed to attack. Kangwei was underneath his opponent in an instant. He then attacked the man in the stomach area. H1-Woong stopped and was very scared. Kangwei smiled madly. Seeing such a smile, horror seized H1-Woong. The guy's claws entered the enemy's flesh. Suddenly, dark energy came out of him. Seeing this, Kwang He was surprised. The next second, the dark energy quickly absorbed him. It also quickly reached Yunbai. In an instant, he was absorbed. H1-Woong, with a mad smile on his face, used instant rift entry. After that, he was absorbed by the dark energy. When it dissipated, everything around him changed. Kangwei and H1-Woong were in the same position as a few seconds ago. The guy looked to the side and asked himself what kind of place this was. H1-Woong, with burning eyes, leaned towards him and said if the rift had formed just a second later. Kangwei's sharp claws could no longer penetrate deeper into his flesh. He straightened up and finished speaking. He would have died, showing his temper in vain. Hearing this, Kwang He looked at his opponent and asked himself, the rift, adding that he couldn't believe that his claws weren't passing through him. Did he really use some kind of physical enhancement skill? Shrouded in a powerful aura, H1-Woong swung. Seeing this, Kwang He opened his eyes wide and felt this power. Without thinking, he jumped back, dodging the blow. The man's blow caused the ground to split. Seeing this, the guy said in his head in surprise that after that thing appeared, he became abnormally stronger and faster. H1-Woong slid along the ground far from the guy. With a crazy look, he looked ahead, asking where the other tails went. Kangwei looked ahead coldly. His eyes suddenly lit up with anger. Yubin began to cough up blood. Looking up ahead, he wondered where he was now. Frowning, he turned around, noticing the boys. The boy wondered if it was Kangwei. The boy extended his claws, glaring ahead menacingly. H1-Woong flexed his fists, rubbing his fingers. With a smile on his face, he thought that those tails were the source of his power. With a mad look, he asked if he was right. Kangwei glared ahead menacingly. He whispered, Shintaberi. Breaking into motion, the boy quickly rushed forward. Kangwei shouted that his power was Shintaberi, and this was not the ground they walked on. Frowning, H1-Woong asked what kind of Shintaberi. The veins on his arms stood out while he clenched his hand into a fist. Kangwei bared his teeth, glaring at him menacingly. H1-Woong ran up to the boy, hitting him hard. He shouted that in instant rifts, the strength of outsiders decreases, but it seems to him that the boy is much weaker than others. Kangwei suddenly covered his face with his hands, defending himself from the attacks. Dust immediately rose up. H1-Woong clenched his fists, looking ahead menacingly. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. He fell to his knees, clutching his heart. H1-Woong put his hands on his hips, thinking about Shintaberi. Putting his hand to his chin, he added that now he understood it and the essence of the power that the guy used, too. The opponent thought that he was seeing such an unusual power for the first time, similar to the energy from books on martial arts. With a smile, he said that the guy was a sacred animal. The guy continued to look at him menacingly. There was a clear sunset in the sky. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. He examined the humanoid in front of him. The girl's gaze was also riveted to the guy. She smiled sweetly. Kibong suddenly frowned. Suddenly, he called the system. The girl answered that the guy could talk. Kibong looked at her thoughtfully. The guy thought that this was the same voice that he had been hearing for 3,000 years. He asked if she had moved from his head here, to which she replied that she had completely synchronized with the rift humanoid. The protagonist was thinking about the rift humanoid. He wondered if there was a daystone on her forehead. Kibong remembered how the thing originally looked like a normal black mannequin. He he was thinking, but it took on the appearance of Bonsun. Looking forward, he was puzzled that it was different now. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, wondering if she had a transformation skill when he suddenly heard a crunch. The system was sitting on her knees, chewing something in her mouth. Kibong asked her in confusion what she was eating. She smiled, answering that she was consuming the Daystone because a lot of energy was spent due to the channel shift. The protagonist sternly ordered her to spit it back out. He added that he did not order her to eat them, so she should remove what was in her mouth right now. Tears suddenly gushed from the system's eyes. She tearfully screamed that it was unfair because she had only taken a couple and there were a whole bunch of them, so she was dying to eat. Kibong exhaled heavily, allowing her to eat only 3 pieces. With a smile on her face, the system asked, "Is it true?" The guy looked at her, thinking that judging by her speech, there was definitely a system inside this thing. Frowning, he looked ahead. Kibong thought, no matter how you look at her, she was just the spitting image of a person. In bewilderment, the guy wondered why Hype created this thing. The protagonist frowned. Remembering the monsters, he wondered what the villain had in mind. Having stuffed her belly, the system sat down on the ground. Kibong asked if she had finished eating, to which she exclaimed, yes. The guy asked what the system was going to do next, whether it would continue to be in this body or return back to his head. The system answered with a smile that at the moment, returning is impossible. She came closer to the guy. The girl added that she was going to continue acting together with the main character. Kibong listened to her attentively. He replied, okay, but first let him clean the crumbs from the Daystone from his mouth. The system wiped its mouth, saying that the crumbs also needed to be eaten. Looking at it, the guy thought that he needed to rack his brains about how to explain all this to the others. He peered closely at the stone. Suddenly, it lit up brightly. The system said that the absorption of the Daystone was complete and the total share of the main system was changed. It was very dark in the rift. S1 was smashing stones with his fists. He was sitting on Kanghui and furiously beating him. He screamed with madness in his eyes, ordering him to give him his tail. The guy tried to defend himself. Suddenly, he counterattacked with a loud cry, but unexpectedly, his claws broke. Seeing this, Kanghui was shocked. Rising to his feet, Yubin shouted his comrade's name. At that very second, he rushed to attack. But before he could attack, the man hit him with his elbow. From such a powerful blow, Yubin flew back. S1 turned around and asked him discontentedly, was he really going to attack again from behind? The guy tried to get up with his last strength. Gritting his teeth from the terrible pain, he cursed in his head. At that time, a huge fist rose to the sky. S1 stood with his hand raised and a crazy smile on his face. The next second, he said with burning eyes that it was time for him to die. After that, he brought down a powerful blow. It flew straight at Kanghui's head. The guy was lying unconscious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly. A bright flash illuminated everything around. S1 stopped his fist in surprise. It abruptly flew out of there, leaving a bright trace behind it. Yubin, seeing this, said to himself in surprise that the enemy was suddenly thrown back. But before he finished speaking, he felt a powerful energy and looked to the side. He saw 4 snow-white tails. They belonged to Kanghui, who was enveloped in a terrifying power. They looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, a black lightning appeared in front of them. It became stronger with each passing second. The boy's eyes were filled with great surprise. The rift was torn apart by the evil fox. He and the girls went inside. Turning around, he saw Kanghui and wondered in surprise if there was a monster here. The boy looked at the boy with burning eyes. Without thinking twice, the evil fox twirled the spear in his hands, then pointed it towards Kanghui. He said with eyes full of anger and hatred that he would protect Yui. The girl was confused, but thanked the boy. After that, she turned her gaze and was very surprised. She saw Yubin and rushed towards him. Looking at this, the evil fox asked himself in shock if she was really that close to him. Yubin looked up at the spear next to him. Akko ordered the evil enemy to reveal his identity. Yui jumped in front of him, shouting that the guy was not an enemy, to which Akko replied that it couldn't be. This man was an evil enemy, wondering how he managed to sneak in here. Yubin frowned, looking ahead. The dagger was flying down quickly. The weapon flew past the guy. Yubin said, no maneuvers at the first meeting. It's not enough that he suddenly put a blade to his throat. Akko said that he had a duty to protect Yui. The girl stood in front of them, ordering them to stop, asking why they were fighting when they were on the same side. Yubin threateningly said that next time he would teach him Korean manners, to which Akko was indignant, whose cow was mooing. Yui tried to figure out what this useless fight was about, while Ju watched the glowing bracelet. Her expression was worried. Suddenly, the girl noticed something in front of her. Kanghui came close to her. After a short silence, Ju called his name. The boy's eyes were shining brightly. Yu suddenly turned to the side, noticing him. Ju raised her hand up, saying that after the bracelet lit up, she heard Kanghui's voice, and even now, a loud voice was heard that if the guys went this way, they would be able to meet Kanghui. Jiu and Akko looked at the rift in surprise. The guy asked if these were his tracks. Raising his weapon up, he ordered them to step aside because he would open an instant rift. Kanghui carefully examined the bracelet. He said that his lost strength had returned thanks to Jiu, and then asked if he could borrow her help for a while. Jiu answered with a trembling voice, "Of course." Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind them, raising dust into the air. H1 held his fist to the ground, shouting that Kanghui was resisting well. He furiously yelled that this was his land. Standing not far from the guys, the opponent added that such resistance to the guy would not be enough to save his tails. H1 looked ahead in surprise. His gaze fell on Akko. The evil fox looked back at the man. Suddenly, rage appeared in his eyes when he remembered his grandfather. That day, the entire street was on fire. H1 stood in front of the defeated opponent. With burning eyes, he smiled maliciously. Akko could not restrain himself from furious rage. The guy's grandfather, lying on the ground, with the last of his strength, ordered him to run. The next second, he screamed loudly in pain. At this time, it was a warm evening outside. The system called the user, after which it corrected itself to Kibong. She asked with a smile if she could continue to be in this guise, to which the main character replied, "Well, yes, basically." The guy thought that he would just lie to the others and that's it. The girl asked what her name was then, to which Kibong replied, "Of course, the system." She was indignant, shouting loudly that she had been a system for 3,000 years. The guy folded his arms across his chest, thinking that if he wanted to pass her off as a human, then the name system would clearly not do, and then began to think. An idea suddenly came to his mind. The protagonist turned to the side and asked, "How about Sis?" The girl smiled, saying that she liked the name. Simon was very proud of himself, while Sis thought that this name was not very good, but the guy was so happy with it. Crouching down, the girl suddenly called out to the protagonist. Sis pointed her finger forward. The guy's body was enveloped in mana, and suddenly clothes began to appear on him. She said that if Simon continued to walk like this, then people would think he was a pervert. The protagonist asked in surprise if she could really do that, to which Sis replied that she did not create real matter, but simply made it look like light was refracted. She added that if she ate more daystones, she would be able to make real matter. The girl quickly walked forward. The guy looked after her carefully. He wondered who she really was. Sis, smiling, called the guy to go faster because she thought she knew where everyone else was. Kibong frowned. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. The guy followed her, answering, "Okay." The evil fox could not hold back and jumped up. Rising above his opponent, he swung. The next second, he hit H1 with all his might with his spear. The shock wave from such a blow spread over a large distance. The guys on the side covered their eyes with their hands, but the guy's spear was blocked by H1's massive hand. Akko pressed on his opponent with all his might. He said with fury and contempt in his eyes that he had been looking for him again and again for a long time, wandering all over the continent. H1 smiled broadly and said that it was somehow not very pleasant that some man was looking for him. Continuing to press on the weapon, the evil fox told the man to laugh as much as he wanted, because he would definitely cut off his head. Hearing this, H1 grinned. Then he suddenly raised his hand, pulling the enemy's spear with him. Feeling this, the evil fox was very scared. Unexpectedly for him, H1 hit him in the stomach with all his might with his knee. After that, he said with a crazy smile on his face that he thought that he had heard this phrase 1,000 times in his life. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth. The man held his opponent tightly. Suddenly, he swung with a turn. Throwing the guy, the evil fox bounced off the ground like a stone off water. H1 looked at him and said that those who eventually lost their heads were precisely those who said so. Akko lay on the ground without strength. H1 slammed his fists together. With a very satisfied face, he told the guy to attack. Smiling madly, he added that it was time to rip out his heart like his family had. Hearing this, the evil fox rushed to attack, shouting at the man to shut up. He began to furiously strike one blow after another. H1 blocked each blow. Suddenly, he looked away with displeasure. He saw Kanghui and Ju standing to the side. The man looked at the guy and thought that if they were in common and he got involved in a fight, the situation would become more complicated. The evil fox made a quick attack, but H1 ducked. Then he swung his arm and said that they should use the blitz scream tactic. Thinking about this, he hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. Blood spurted out of Akko's mouth like a fountain. His eyes immediately became cloudy, and he remembered his grandfather. At this time, Kanghui and Ju stood to the side. The guy's glowing hand grew claws again. He suddenly looked away. He saw 4 tails behind him. Lowering his hand, Kanghui turned to the girl and said that his condition was still unstable, but thanks to her, his strength had increased. Ju adjusted her bracelet and exclaimed that she would support the guy. Kanghui smiled. He looked at the girl and said, even though his appearance had changed, his essence remained unchanged, so let her do everything as usual. Yubin and Yui were watching them from the side. At this time, it was very dark in the corridor. A man was sitting in a dark office. It was the master. He was sitting at the table with his head propped up. His eyes were glowing and expressing dissatisfaction. In front of him was a huge magic ball. The man said, "So he is dead?" because this was clearly the work of Kibong. The ball replied, "Yes," and the rift humanoid was missing. The villain gritted his teeth, saying, "A worthless magician." He grabbed the chair with his hands. Walking forward, he asked if the protagonist was really that strong. The ball replied, "Perhaps the guy was even stronger than the villain." The man frowned in anger. The ball added that since the villain had lost the humanoid, Simon was definitely stronger. The man said that he did not understand, because how could the protagonist be so strong? The magic ball replied that there was a fragment of it next to the guy, which he had lost a long time ago. The villain's eyes bulged forward. He clenched his teeth in rage. With burning eyes, he said that the correct answer from the very beginning was that he should become one with the ball, and the man had in vain returned to the difficult path because of his pity for those inferior creatures. He put his palm to the magic ball. The ball screamed that because of his choice, all the rifts of this planet would be activated, and ultimately, his actions would lead to the death of the world. The villain looked forward, laughing maliciously. He menacingly screamed that the god of the new world must still rise in the destroyed world. After a short silence, the ball answered, "Since such is his will." It began to glow strongly with magic. The man's palm was tightly pressed against the ball. A stream of mana began to envelop his hand. Magic quickly rose up his body. The villain's neck was heavily enveloped in mana. His body glowed with strong magic. The man looked ahead with excitement. Japan. A group of children were standing on a bridge. The girl began to shout for everyone to line up, because today they would be examining the Varami's nest. With a smile on her face, she pointed her hand forward. In front of them was the Varami's nest of the 7th grade. The children rushed towards the teacher, shouting loudly that they were very scared. The girl replied that everything was fine, because the rift had already been cleared, so it was safe there. The students asked if there were any monsters there, to which the girl replied that it was time for them to go in. The player said that the world had changed after all, because even children were taken into the 7th grade rifts, to which his friend replied that it was a good world. Well, although it was sad that they had no work now. The teacher told the children to thank the guard uncles and move forward, when suddenly the children began to thank the boys happily. A strange sound was suddenly heard behind the girl. The child happily said that there was light coming from inside, which surprised the girl, asking what was going on. The boy clenched his teeth, wondering if that was it. With a drop of sweat on his face, he screamed, "Watch out." A stream of mana suddenly cut the girl's body in half. Blood spurted out of her mouth. The students watched her falling body with their mouths wide open. The boy's eyes widened. His body began to tremble and tears flowed from his eyes. He began to cry loudly out of fear. All the children began to cry out of horror. A huge number of monsters surrounded the city. In England, a monster surrounded a tower. In China, monsters continued to destroy the city. In the United States, buildings were smoking from the destruction of monsters. The sky was clear. A menacing monster looked ahead attentively. Sengrin held the monster's head, confidently looking forward. The girl said, strangely, but nothing hinted at the opening of the rifts. The president asked when they lived in the normal world. He pressed the button of the phone. Leaning on the table, he shouted that it was the president. Over the loudspeaker, he ordered all the guilds, in accordance with the agreement of the Great War, to do their utmost to save the citizens. He added menacingly, and destroy all the monsters. S1 furiously attacked his opponent. Akko tried to block the blows with his spear, but he did not succeed. The man screamed and hit the guy from all sides, causing his blood to splatter in all directions. From the last blow, he flew back. Stretching his arms, S1 mockingly asked if the guy would guess where the blow would come from now. The evil fox slowly rose to his feet. Blood dripped from his face. Looking at his opponent, S1 grinned. Suddenly, he jumped up. In an instant, he appeared in front of the guy and hit him in the stomach with all his might. Then with his other hand across his face. And finally, grabbing him by the head, he hit him in the face with his knee. Blood spurted out of the guy like a fountain. Unable to stay on his feet, he fell. Then S1 turned around and said that now it was that dog's turn, adding that he would finally be able to tear off his tails. But before he finished speaking, he saw the evil fox out of the corner of his eye. Akko got back to his feet. Looking at him, S1 smiled widely and said that he was just a fool, because he would have survived if he had just been lying on the ground. Turning to him, he added that it seemed like he wanted to die as miserably as his grandfather. The evil fox, with his head down, was breathing heavily. He remembered his late grandfather. Leaving the memories, he closed his mouth. Suddenly, he raised his head and screamed with all his might. At that very second, he rushed to attack. S1 swung and hit his opponent in the face with all his might the next second. Akko's spear flew out of his hands. He flew back and fell backwards onto the ground. Then he continued to fly head over heels. A few seconds later, the guy stopped. He was lying face down on the ground. H1 looked at him and said that he was just a brainless idiot, adding that it was time for him to go to the next world to his grandfather. Before he finished speaking, he saw someone approaching Akko. It was Kangwei. He looked at the evil fox and said that he had done a good job, so the rest could be entrusted to him. Akko was lying on the ground and did not answer. H1 smiled madly and asked if the puppy had really come on his own. While he was talking about tails, Kangwei was already in front of him. He swung. Seeing this, H1 tensed up greatly. Akko launched a powerful attack, but the man jumped back, unable to avoid injury. He gritted his teeth from the intense pain. He landed on the ground a few meters away from his opponent. His injured arm shook in pain as he wondered if Kangwei had regained his powers. He bared his teeth in anger and said to himself that he would have to fight with all his might. After thinking these thoughts, a terrifyingly powerful aura enveloped him. Everything around him shook. Kangwei looked at his opponent, feeling this power. Akko lay on the ground with a cold gaze. The boy thought about this energy. A large accumulation of mana was gathering in the air. A silhouette appeared in front of Kangwei through the explosion of mana. With a burning gaze, the knight said that this feeling was so mesmerizing that he wanted to contain it. His body was enveloped in mana, while he added that otherwise he would not want to return to reality. Akko tried with all his might to get to his feet. The boy suddenly screamed furiously. Did the villain dare to steal even this appearance? After all, this is the strongest secret weapon of their family. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood. H1 asked if he was dead yet, since he should have gone to his grandfather. Kangwei looked down menacingly. He thought that beings like humans really surprised him. In his mind, the guy suddenly remembered Kibong. He turned to Ju and called her. Kangwei asked if she could hold out a little longer. The girl grabbed her burning bracelet with her hand. The flow of mana became stronger and stronger. It quickly flowed towards the guy, enveloping him. Small balls of magic approached him. They immediately formed another tail for Kangwei. The opponents stood opposite each other. H1 said that only he and that spearman could use power in this place, so they had to rip Kangwei's belly open. The guy menacingly replied that the villain had rotted, so they would have to get rid of him. At that very second, they rushed towards each other. Kangwei extended his claws forward. Dust rose up from the strong blows. Yuban and Yui covered their faces with their hands. Explosions were heard in the air, throwing rocks to the sides. H1's eye was glowing brightly. Kangwei was fighting him menacingly, releasing a strong stream of mana. The guys from the side were watching their fight with alarm. You couldn't believe that Kangwei was so strong. Ju was carefully watching her bracelet. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she was trying to catch her breath. The girl grabbed her arm tightly in pain. Her body suddenly fell to the ground. Yu and Yuban turned to the side in excitement. The guys were asking if Ju was okay, while H1 and Kangwei were fighting. The guy thought that if he dragged out time, the child would be in danger. Ju gritted her teeth in pain. A loud explosion of mana was heard in the air. H1 and Kangwei were thrown apart. The guy bared his teeth. With his eyes glowing, he said that it was time to slowly finish because it would become boring if he stretched the rubber. Lightning was directed towards the mana. H1 raised his hand up, releasing a stream. He replied that he agreed with the boy. He swung, releasing a strong blow. Kangwei stood firm, looking forward. The mana was getting closer and closer to him. Lines of magic appeared in front of him. The boy quickly spread his arms to the sides. His eyes glowed, and he rushed towards his opponent. He flew forward at great speed. H1 covered his body with his hand. He suddenly directed his gaze forward. His pupil quickly narrowed. A strong blow flew at his body, throwing him up. Blood began to flow onto the ground. H1's armor cracked. In 1 second, it was completely broken. The man's body was cut by huge claws. Kangwei stood above him. He looked at him with disdain in his eyes and said that true perfection could not be achieved with stolen power, so it was time for H1 to die like an insect, as befits his position. Hearing this, the man smirked and said that a monster was showing off in front of him. Kangwei swung his sword. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from behind, begging him to stop. Hearing it, Kangwei froze. The evil fox rose to his feet. He stared at H1 and begged him to let him take his life. Kangwei lowered his hand and asked what. Akko suddenly fell to his knees. Hitting his head on the ground, he screamed that this was his request. He slammed his forehead on the ground, screaming and begging Kangwei. He remembered how his grandfather stroked his head when he was a child. The old man smiled, looking at his grandson. Leaving the memories, he continued to beg with tears in his eyes and a forehead pierced until it bled. The boy bared his teeth and asked for a chance to take revenge. Everyone looked at him as he shouted that if he was allowed to do so, he would die for them all in the future with a smile on his face. Kangwei looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, he finally dropped his hand. Turning around, he began to walk away. He passed by the evil fox and said that he had no particular interest in his life, so let him do what he wanted. Hearing this, H1 chuckled and said that they were just wasting their time. Akko slowly raised his head. Taking the spear, he helped himself up. Then he walked up to the man. Standing over him, she calmly said that this was karma. He said with tears in his eyes that he would kill him today, and when he met him in hell, he would do it again. S1 smiled widely and said that this was a lie, adding that a magician who was 200 years old would avenge him. But before he could finish speaking, Akko cut off his head from his shoulders. The man's body began to fall. The evil fox looked at him without looking away. The next second, he lowered his spear. Closing his eyes, he bitterly told his grandfather that he was finally. The boys from the side looked at him. Kangwei approached the girls and said that Ju tried hard. He smiled maliciously and apologized for burdening her like that. The girl smiled warmly. Suddenly, Kangwei's body began to glow. A few seconds later, the tails behind him disappeared and he became an ordinary guy. After the transformation, he smiled widely. Suddenly, Akko knelt down and thanked the boy. Folding his hands in gratitude, he said that he was finally able to repay the offense to his family, so he will never forget such a favor. Yui looked at him with a smile on her face. Akko said that it was time to leave here. His weapon was enveloped in mana when suddenly he activated the closing of the rift. The purple mana slowly started to flow out. It quickly enveloped the sky of the rift. A bright beam suddenly shot up. Kangwei happily shouted that they had returned. He shouted loudly, "Shintaberi," to which Yui said with a smile that he was completely different from the one from a while ago. Yu's eyes widened in shock. She looked up, noticing a monster above her. The monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly. A cluster of monsters were circling the ground. They had completely surrounded the city, destroying it. The girl's phone suddenly rang loudly. Taking it out, she thought that it was only used in case of an emergency. Ju answered the call. Sengrin informed her that a code black situation was in effect from now on. She shouted loudly, ordering everyone to return. Ju excitedly thought about code black. Code black means to immediately return to your homeland to participate in a war or an equivalent situation. Sengrin said that there was a massive opening of rifts all over the world, including South Korea, and then asked if there were any leads on what was happening, to which Ju replied that they were not sure, but they still had suspicions. The Prime Minister asked what was wrong with Kibong and if he was safe. Ju exhaled with a smile on her face. She laughed and replied that such a word did not suit him at all. The protagonist used a stream of mana to crush the monster's body into pieces. The monster quickly approached the guy with a loud scream. Kibong quickly clenched his fist, pointing it forward. He hit the monster with all his strength, breaking it into pieces. A strong stream of mana was emitted to the side. Sis pointed her finger forward, shouting that she had found the location of his comrades. The protagonist asked in confusion if she could also fly, to which the girl replied that she could not fly as fast as the guy. The guy ordered her to display the location of the guys, to which Sis replied that she would conduct it through his vision. Saiban's memories began to be scanned. The system showed him the location of his comrades. Sis suddenly exclaimed that monsters from the 6th to 7th class were approaching them. The protagonist's body took on a different appearance. Frowning, he told the girl to hold on tightly, and they would fly in one go. Enveloped in mana, Saiban and Sis quickly flew forward, leaving a magical trail in the air. The girl held tightly to the protagonist's neck. The buildings were smoking heavily because of the monsters. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. It jumped on the bones of the dead monsters. Yui extended her hand with a staff forward, activating the magnum wall. A wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of her. A dagger flew through the air, cutting the monsters. Yubin exhaled heavily, shouting that there were too many monsters. Kangwei's body was enveloped in strong mana. The boy shouted, asking to earn him some time, because then he would be able to reincarnate again if he absorbed a little more earthly energy. Ju excitedly shouted that she would help him, to which the boy replied that the girl could die, since that bracelet was a dangerous thing. Kangwei opened his mouth wide in surprise, looking up. The boy noticed a sparkle in the sky, shouting, "Come." Behind the guys, a loud slam on the ground was heard, raising dust up. The guys turned around with a smile on their faces. A silhouette appeared in the rising dust. Sis, with a smile on her face, was holding onto Kibong's neck. Kangwei immediately jumped to his feet. He happily ran towards the main character, but suddenly he stopped. He looked at the main character. On his neck, he saw a woman's hand, and next to him stood Sis. Shock appeared in the boy's eyes. He looked at them and did not understand anything. Covered in cold sweat, he asked who this girl was. Kibong removed the system's hand from his neck and replied that he would explain later, then asked Sis to protect the boys. The girl smiled happily and exclaimed that the master could rely on her. Hearing this, Kangwei pointed his finger at her and began to curse. Suddenly, Sis winked at him. Seeing this, Kangwei became even more angry. Suddenly, a huge monster loomed over them. The system raised its hand up. Looking at the monster, she used perfect defense. A bright flash lit up the surrounding area, and then a barrier was created. The monsters outside looked at it. Seeing this, the guys looked up at the sky in surprise. Without lowering her gaze, Yui asked herself if this was magic, and then immediately answered that it was not, because this power was not like the one used by Kangwei. Joyful Sis stood with her hand raised. The protagonist stared at her and thought that there was no need to worry. Immediately after that, he took off. Leaving the barrier, he found himself among the monsters. Looking at them, the guy said that it was time to begin. Having said this, he rushed to attack. A powerful aura enveloped him, and Simon used super speed. In flight, he swung. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. He flew through the monsters, destroying them. Leaving a trail behind him, he also left falling pieces of monsters. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes. In the next few seconds, he killed all the monsters that surrounded the barrier. Pieces of their flesh fell at the feet of the evil fox. He looked at it in horror. Kibong landed slowly. He stood among the corpses, while Akko wondered if he had really attacked this man. The protagonist turned his gaze. He looked at the evil fox, who was slightly frightened. Kibong asked what he was doing here with them. Akko suddenly coughed into his fist. With a smile on his face, he introduced himself, saying that he was going to swear an oath of loyalty to Yui for life. The girl quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Yui embarrassedly said that the guy was talking nonsense because you could say that they helped each other. She suddenly turned to Kibong. The girl turned her gaze to the side. Yui asked who it was, pointing at Sis. The girl smiled widely. She greeted everyone, introducing herself. Sis laid her head on the protagonist's shoulder. She hugged his hand and said that she would spend eternity with Kibong. The boys looked at them in confusion. With tears in his eyes, Kanghui asked if it was true. The protagonist said that they just knew each other for a long time, gently pushing Sis away from him. Ju laughed awkwardly, saying that they were seriously surprised. Kibong turned to her and asked what they were going to do now. The guy added that because of what was happening in Hong Kong right now, he thought it would be hard to find hype. Ju turned her phone, saying that she had just received a call from South Korea. The code was black, so everyone was ordered to return to their homeland. Yubin frowned, looking ahead. He pointed at the monsters, asking if it was possible in this situation. Ju said that she would try to find a flight, but if there were no planes, they would have to open the gate. Yui asked if she was sure that this was a good idea since teleportation between countries was prohibited, to which Ju replied that in a code black situation, a time period was set during which teleportation was allowed and this time had to be monitored. The girl asked, even if this was the case, who could use teleportation magic, since even among the strongest players, it was rare to find someone who couldn't do it. Ju said that such a person would have to be found as well. Sis raised her hand up. She screamed that she could. The girl smiled widely. The guy's eyes widened. The protagonist looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye. S-rank prison. The monster screamed loudly in rage. It flew into the wall at great speed. The prison guards gritted their teeth in horror. The monsters flew forward at a rapid pace. The guy screamed in a trembling voice that they needed to fight back in any way possible. The alarm suddenly beeped. The guy swung at the monster, asking if there was a message from headquarters, to which his partner shouted, "No, it looks like headquarters was under attack too." The guy thought menacingly, if they let the monsters break through, then dangerous criminals will escape from the prison. The monster jumped to the side, knocking him down. Blood spurted from the guard's mouth. Dust immediately rose up. The wall of the prison was broken. The guy grabbed his broken ribs, coughing up blood. He clenched his teeth in pain. The guy's body was chained to the wall. Taram's eyes were lowered downwards. The other criminals were also chained to the wall. Their bodies were suspended above the floor. A huge monster burst inside. It growled menacingly. The guard turned around with tears in his eyes. With its mouth open, the monster rushed towards him. Splashes of blood appeared above him. A second later, the guy's body was covered in it. He opened his eyes in surprise. A tear was slowly running down his cheek. Taram was holding the remains of the monster in both hands. With a serious face, he began to repeat something under his breath. Taram was standing not far behind the guard. After a short pause, he threw out the pieces of the monster. They fell right in front of the frightened guard. Turning around, he saw Taram walking towards him. There was emptiness in the criminal's eyes. The guard immediately jumped back, shouting that the guy was an especially dangerous criminal. He took a gun out of his pocket. Shaking from pain and fear, he shouted for Taram to stay away. But the criminal didn't care about the guard's words. He raised his massive hand up. He stood right above the guard sitting on the floor. The guy got scared and opened fire. Taram abruptly lowered his hand, leaving a trail behind him. The blood of the chopped monster splashed in all directions. The guard looked up, shocked. But Taram's face was still lifeless. Pieces of the monster's flesh fell to the floor. At the same time, the bullets that the guard fired did not even pierce the criminal's skin. They all flew out, leaving no trace. The cartridges fell to the floor with a ringing sound. Seeing this, the guard was even more horrified. But Taram passed him. Approaching the wall, he leaned his back against it. After that, he sat down on the floor. The guard screamed loudly and ran away. The criminal did not react at all. The ministry building. There was no one in the corridors. A loud scream came from Sengren's office that The girl hit the side and screamed, asking if the prison where Taram was being held had really been attacked. The two twins in front of her excitedly answered that they had just received a report. They say that all the prison's protective structures have been destroyed. Hearing this, Sangren screamed, asking what was wrong with Taram. Didn't they understand what would happen if he escaped now? The boys kept their hands behind their backs and replied that the reason was unknown, but the device restraining Taram had been unlocked. When the girl heard this, she clenched her teeth in anger. Clenching her jaw, she said to herself that she should have ignored the opponent and executed him a long time ago. After thinking these thoughts, she left her desk. A strong aura enveloped her, and a sword appeared in her hand. She looked at the twins with a very dissatisfied face and said that they needed to deal with Taram while he was in an unstable state, so they needed to prepare. Group of the prison was completely destroyed. A magical seal suddenly appeared in front of her, in which people appeared. It was Group A, led by Sangren. She looked ahead and said that if anyone found Taram and the remnants of the Shield Guild, they should report to her immediately. Okay, her subordinates shouted loudly, without a drop of fear in their voices. The next second, they rushed forward. Sangren calmly followed them. She passed through the mountains of dead monsters. She looked at the remaining pieces and asked herself who tore these monsters apart like that, adding that it would be impossible with the prison's fighting forces. The girl carefully walked around the monsters. In front of her, she noticed a running silhouette. The warden was running towards her in horror. The guy begged her to save him, when suddenly Sangren put her hand in front of him. Exhaling heavily, she asked what happened and where Taram was. The guy asked if the girl knew who turned this place into such a mess. He pointed his finger back in fear. The Prime Minister frowned in shock. Taram was standing with his back to them. The guy was looking forward. There were many corpses of monsters around him. One monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly. It rushed towards Taram. The guy quickly raised his hand up. Grabbing the monster by the head, he slammed it to the ground. The monster began to bleed, coughing. Taram swung his fist at it. The guy hit the ground with all his might, raising dust. He looked down menacingly. Taram suddenly turned to the side. The guy slowly walked towards the prison. Sangren frowned, asking what he was doing, to which the warden replied, killing monsters, and then returning back to the prison, and did this several times. The girl did not understand why, because he had more than enough chances to escape. The Prime Minister looked ahead menacingly. She suddenly screamed loudly, calling out to Taram. The guy stopped in place. He turned around abruptly. Taram began to repeat something under his breath. Sangren exhaled heavily. She slowly began to walk forward. The girl carefully approached the guy. She looked at him angrily. Taram looked away in embarrassment. The sky was clear outside. Sis shouted that she knew how to use teleportation because she was an expert in it. Yui came closer to her and asked if it was really possible, to which the system replied, yes. The girl was surprised how Sis knew her name, since she hadn't introduced herself yet. The system smiled sheepishly, falling silent. Yui said that teleportation between continents was considered a super high complexity magic, after which she asked if Sis would be able to use such magic alone, to which the girl replied that if she was told at what time teleportation would be allowed, she would be able to use it as much as she wanted. Ju thoughtfully replied that teleportation was allowed right now. Sis happily raised her hands up, shouting that she was starting. A magic seal suddenly appeared under the guys. Ju turned to Kibong and asked if there was any progress in finding him. The protagonist replied that there was more or less, and that it was probably all his doing too, so she thought that if she captured the enemy, what was happening would immediately end. The girl suddenly lowered her head down. Holding the phone in her hand, she thought that if the protagonist knew that Korea was under attack, he would definitely want to go back. Sis screamed, ordering it to open. Lowering her hands down, she released a stream of mana. A portal of magic suddenly appeared in front of the guys. Kibong thought that it would be better to send the guys to Korea, and he and Sis would stay here because they can't just leave him alone. In the closing rift, the guy saw a large number of monsters. He looked ahead with horror. The guy's pupil narrowed in fear. The protagonist looked at the enraged monsters. Frozen in fear, Kibong wondered why. The guys looked at the guy's back. The protagonist was afraid of what happened to the hospital where his mother was lying. He wondered what happened to his mother. Ju shouted in a trembling voice that the protagonist's mother was carefully protected by the government. Kibong asked if she really wanted him to repeat the same mistake. The girl excitedly shouted that it was not so, because she meant that in this situation the main thing was to keep cool. Before she could finish speaking, she opened her eyes wide. Kibong's eye lit up, and he ordered Ju to shut up. Silence hung between them. Ju was shaking in horror. Trying not to look at the guy, she lowered her gaze. The protagonist stepped forward. He firmly said with his head down that he was going to Korea. He was getting closer and closer to the portal. Coming closer, he stretched out his hand. But suddenly the portal closed right in front of him. Seeing this, anger appeared in Kibong's eyes. He immediately turned to Sis. Veins appeared on his face from rage, and he asked what she was doing. The girl with a wide smile on her face asked where he was going. The guy looked at her and asked if she hadn't heard the conversation just now, to which the system replied that she had heard everything. After that, she spread her hand and exclaimed that he couldn't go back to Korea now. What? Kibong asked discontentedly, frowning. Suddenly, numbers appeared in Sis's eyes. The reality around the guy changed, and he heard the voice of the system, which announced that it had started calculating the probability. She stood with her hand outstretched and said that in the case of Kibong's return to Korea, the probability of his mother surviving for 6 months was 99%, 12 months 50%, and 24 months 24%. With a smile on her face, she continued to say that 36 months equaled 10%. The protagonist stood still and listened to the system say that if he did not return to Korea but pursued and destroyed him, the probability of his mother surviving for 6 months was 93%, and 12 months was already 90%. They both stood still while the system said that the subsequent probability of survival was similar to the biological lifespan of a person. Yui suddenly appeared from behind and asked why they were silently looking at each other, since now was not the time to play a staring contest. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted her and very angrily ordered the system to explain so that he could understand. Hearing this, Sis smiled very widely. Then she ran towards the Lord. Running up to him, she touched his arms and legs. Kibong looked at the system in confusion and asked what she was doing. The girl raised her head and exclaimed that he had 2 arms and 2 legs. Kangwee suddenly pointed his finger at her and shouted that it was obvious, then ordered her to detach from the protagonist. But Sis put her finger to her lips and asked her to shut up. Seeing this, Kangwee was overcome with rage. While he was cursing loudly, Sis stood up and said that this opening of the rift was different from the previous ones. Everything would not end if you killed a couple of monsters. Opening her eyes, she firmly said that the main thing in this situation was to destroy him. The protagonist looked at the girl with great displeasure. He remembered that powerful old man with a bandana on his head. Then Sis pointed to the monsters in the sky and explained that no matter how much he fought back, monsters would still emerge from somewhere else, and they would break through power plants and important structures. The system stood in front of the master and added that it was possible to prevent the monsters from getting to his mother, but what if the electricity went out, and what if the water stopped flowing? She looked at Kibong with malice in her eyes and asked what he would do then. The guy lowered his head. The system suddenly raised her finger. The next second, the portal opened again. Closing her eyes, she exclaimed that she had only shown him the direction with the highest probability, and it was up to him to make the decision. The protagonist stood with his back to the portal, behind which the monsters were raging. Suddenly, an explosion was heard. A huge monster not far from them screamed furiously. Yubin and Ju turned around abruptly. The giant monster was furiously destroying the city. The protagonist heard it, but he remained standing. Suddenly, he turned around sharply. At that moment, he swung. Using super speed, he rushed to attack. Yubin and Ju turned around in shock. A strong flow of mana was above them. The protagonist stood in front of the guys. He ordered to protect. Kibong ordered to protect his mother no matter what until he returned. Sis happily ran after the guy, asking him to wait for her. The guys lowered their heads down in disappointment. The sky was clear of monsters. Taram looked away. Sengren asked him why he did not run away. The guy angrily clenched his teeth. His voice began to tremble. Taram began to remember the attack of the monsters, thinking about his sister. The guy said that they must pay for their sins. The boy said, upset, that this was the last pride he had left and the minimum remorse he could show for his sister. Sengren continued to look at him closely. With a smirk on her face, she said that the boy had been dumb before, but now he had become even dumber. Turning around, she added that no matter what he did, Urim's crimes would not disappear. The girl stopped, saying that if Taram wanted to at least slightly reduce his sister's sins, she asked to save people, just like during the Great War, no matter what the reason. Having finished, Sengren walked forward. Taram was thoughtfully silent. The girl confidently walked forward. The servants asked if she was going to leave Taram as is, so they asked to give the order to destroy him. Sengren indignantly asked who would kill him, really the boy, to which he apologized in a trembling voice. The girl raised her head up and exhaled heavily. She hoped that Taram would return to the person he was back then. The boy asked curiously if she meant the Great War. The Prime Minister replied, the invincible steel shield of South Korea, the protector of Taram, and there was a time when he was called that. The boy entered the prison filled with corpses. He looked down thoughtfully. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard behind him. An enraged monster burst inside. It slowly approached the boy. Taram said upset that his sister was right. Suddenly, he grabbed the handle of the weapon. The boy carefully squatted down. With an eye burning with rage, he turned back. Swinging, he struck the monster with his sword. With a sharp movement of his hand, Taram cut off the monster's head. A strong blow of mana was released outside the building. Sengren frowned, hearing a loud bang. She looked down, breathing out in relief. The impact sent rocks flying up. Taram looked down thoughtfully. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked up. The other prisoners were sitting on the floor. Carefully, they began to rise to their feet. The boy and the girl came closer to them. They stood menacingly behind Taram. The boy addressed the Shield Guild. Frowning, he added, "Let's gather." The city fell silent. There was not a single monster on the streets. The sky was also clear. The townspeople gathered in the square. The man in the suit loudly addressed everyone. He stood on the stage and loudly said that they proved that today is different from the past. People began to rejoice. They raised their hands up and rejoiced. The townspeople gathered from all over the city. Governor Burka stood on the stage, shouting that they can control the danger. The monsters' corpses were lying in different parts of the streets, while the man was shouting that the monsters kept coming out, but they had successfully dealt with them. Strong players were behind their murder. The governor was shouting that they needed to believe in their strength and return to their life's work. Players were also standing on the roofs of the creatures. After such a speech, people began to rejoice again. But among the people there was a man in a cloak who was not happy. Only his thick beard was visible from under the hood. One of the guys on the roof looked through binoculars and suddenly became very surprised, after which he asked his comrade if he saw that man. He stared at the man in the cloak and said that he was very suspicious. His partner Pradak on the neighboring roof asked if he was talking about someone else's, adding that if this was another joke, he would not get off so easily this time. The guy got angry and shouted that he was talking about a man in a purple robe at 11 o'clock. Hearing this, Pradak looked through his binoculars. He saw the man in the robe and said that he had found it. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes went cloudy. The donut fell out of the boy's hand. Pradak grabbed his eyes and asked what was going on. Everything suddenly began to swim before his eyes. Hearing this, his comrade was very scared and asked himself if this was blinding magic, adding that Pradak had a high resistance to magic. Suddenly, he was shocked when he heard a voice that said that all this was because he allowed only him to see him. Gritting his teeth, the boy suddenly realized that he could not move. He tried his best to resist. The next second, he turned his gaze. Suddenly, horror appeared in his eyes. He was looking at the man in the purple robe. He was looking straight at him. His eyes were burning with purple fire. He stared at the boy and said that the new god had descended to earth, so at least one person should see him first. Hearing this, the boy asked in fear, "New god, what kind of nonsense is this?" The man opened his mouth and added that in order to see, only the eye is enough, the tongue is not needed here. As soon as he said this, blood spurted out of the boy's mouth. Tears immediately appeared in his eyes. He fell to the floor, spitting blood. His blind comrade shouted at him what happened, but the boy could not answer. He held his mouth tightly and said to himself that he should report everything right now, but before he finished speaking, he heard a voice that told him that he did not need to worry because soon everyone would find out anyway. When Jacksonville heard this, it was shocked. A man with glowing eyes said that a new era would begin. Burke stood on the stage and shouted that this was not an era of monsters, but of people. Then he raised his fist up and added that standing in this place, he announced that today was the era of humanity. But before he finished speaking, a powerful explosion was heard. The townspeople were shocked. The people looked at the stones that rose up in confusion. The people suddenly started screaming in horror. The people started running away in fear. The guys started screaming that they needed to find the source faster. He was screaming that they needed to evacuate the citizens first, while a strange flow of mana was felt in the crowd. The guy was screaming that something strange was happening, because he couldn't see the monsters around him. The mana flow was released from under the villain. He jumped up and suddenly rose into the air. The whirlwind in front of the people started to spin quickly. The guys looked ahead with wide open eyes. They asked in confusion what it was. The villain with glowing eyes asked why the people were discussing their era. Pradak brought the radio to his ear, hearing that their sniper team was being called. He was told that emergency shooting was allowed, so they needed to get rid of the enemy right now. Pradak looked up at the spinning whirlwind. He quickly took out his weapon. With beads of sweat on his face, he took aim, answering, "Understood." The arrow was aimed at the villain. It flew down quickly. Having flown through the whirlwind, the arrow was aimed at the villain. It was getting closer and closer to him. At that very second, the arrow began to dissipate. Pradak opened his eyes in surprise, wondering what it was. The villain called him a brainless head, because the guy has eyes, but he does not see, he has ears, but he does not hear. He turned his burning gaze to the side, adding that there would be no need for it. The guy quickly raised his hand up, covering his face with his hands. Blood suddenly flowed from his eye. Pradak screamed loudly in pain, which shocked everyone. The masked guy ordered everyone to attack with a trembling voice. He opened his eyes wide in horror. Strong blows suddenly flew to the ground. The weapons quickly fell down. The villain spread his arms to the sides, continuing to spin the mana. With glowing eyes, he ordered to remember today, because the world will be reborn from the ashes. Bright lightnings began to appear in the sky. A strong blow of mana hit the ground, breaking it. People with weapons stood near the explosion. The spiritual king of fire growled menacingly. Lightning continued to hit the ground. People were shocked by what was happening. A huge number of angry monsters appeared in front of people. The sky continued to be polluted by buildings. Sis, with a smile on her face, began to call out to Kibong. Following the guy, the girl did not give him peace. She worriedly asked if he was silent because she told him not to go to Korea. Sis added that the probability of error is very small, because she counted all 83,000 times, to which the protagonist asked her to be quiet. Suddenly, the eyes of the system sparkled. The guy was very surprised, looking at her. Sis froze, standing in place. With glowing eyes, she replied that she had tracked him. Hearing this, the protagonist was calm. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped him. His hair turned white. Looking at the system, he said it was time to go. The next second, he left a trail behind him and flew away. Sis happily held onto his neck. In a second, they covered a long distance. Suddenly, Sis said that there were obstacles ahead on the air path. Not far in front of them, there were many black silhouettes. They were monsters. An obstacle, the protagonist asked discontentedly, looking at the monsters. Accelerating, he destroyed all the monsters in his path in the next second. After that, the guy looked at the girl and asked where, to which Sis replied, nowhere. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She looked ahead and said that a large-scale rift had been recorded in South Korea, near Seoul. Hearing this, Kibong was very surprised. He gritted his teeth. Flying over the ocean, he said that it was not necessary to tell him every little detail. Sis, with a smile on her face, said that humans were doing quite well, so there was no need to worry. The protagonist was very tense, while the system said that humans were much stronger than he thought. Hearing this, he accelerated, approaching the shore. Less than a minute later, he landed on the roof of a building. Sis got off and stood next to him. Looking at the destroyed city, Simon said that this was also done by a human. Monsters were walking in the streets. They were everywhere. Looking at all this, the protagonist asked what his true goal was. The system smiled widely and exclaimed that she did not know, but when she met him, she would definitely ask. After that, her eyes lit up because she began to search for a detailed location. She quickly scanned the entire destroyed city. Suddenly, she grabbed her eyes and said that there was so much interference that she could not complete the search. Hearing this, the guy turned around and said that they would have to make him come in person. Sis rubbed her eyes and asked in surprise what, but the protagonist had already swung. He punched the air with all his might. His destructive power blew away everything in its path. The monsters that were hit died. The terrifying shockwave spread for many kilometers ahead. When everything calmed down, the protagonist stood in a stance. His blow created a huge furrow. The system looked at Kibong in surprise, who said that if all the monsters that were here were destroyed, he added with anger and contempt in his eyes, he would crawl out himself. At this time, in South Korea, on the outskirts of Seoul, everything was destroyed. Monsters were walking along the streets. People were hiding in one of the destroyed buildings. The players carefully observed the situation. A little boy stood next to his father and said that he was scared, to which the man put his finger to his lips and asked him to be quiet. He also said that everything would be fine and they would soon be home. Next to them sat a man in a cloak and a flask in his hands. Everyone was on guard. The man suddenly lowered the flask and said how noisy it was. The boy looked at him in surprise. After a short pause, the boy asked if he wasn't scared, and the man lowered the flask and said that there used to be a time when this kind of thing was everyday life. Jewel asked if the boy was talking about a great war and that he was also a hero. Chiel wondered if he was a hero. He remembered himself in the guild. His memories of meeting the main character surfaced. The beaten boy was lying on the ground. Frowning, he thought that now he was just a criminal on the run. The boy addressed him with a trembling voice. An enraged monster suddenly appeared above him and his father. The people screamed loudly in horror. They began to run away in fear. The monster screamed loudly in rage. He suddenly bit the guy on the shoulder. With quick movements, the monster attacked everyone in a row. The guy in the mask screamed that all the players needed to start attacking. Looking at the monster, he screamed that the citizens needed to be protected. The guy grabbed his sword, attacking the monster. He stabbed the weapon into the monster with all his might. The guy asked to hold out as long as possible, because they needed time to evacuate the people. The monster screamed loudly in rage. The guy raised his head up in fear. Scarlet blood splashed to the side. The buildings in the city were destroyed. The ground began to shake and crack. The man hugged his son in horror, protecting him. The boy clutched his father's shirt in fear. The man quickly ran away from the monster standing behind them. Opening his mouth, he growled menacingly. Tears appeared in the father's eyes. The monster stuck out its tongue and rushed towards them. The man grabbed his son. The boy jumped in front of them, punching the monster. The monster flew away from the pain. Chiel whispered that he never thought he would see such a scene in Seoul again. Frowning, he said that the world had gone crazy. The boy happily shouted that his uncle was a hero. Chiel smiled slightly. He thought that he shouldn't be called that, remembering the past. Leaning against the wall, He was upset that he was no longer a hero nor a shield for South Korea. The monsters with glowing eyes roared loudly. The boy confidently stood in front of them. Crouching down, he suddenly jumped. Veins appeared on Cheel's face from anger and he screamed loudly. The man and his son watched the scene with excitement. Jewel watched attentively with glowing eyes. Cheel quickly approached the monsters. Pointing his fist forward, the boy thought that the pride of the first one to protect the world since the Great War still remained. The sky was covered in purple mana. Cheel exhaled in relief, trying to catch his breath. The boy stood among the corpses of monsters. The boy shouted that his uncle was cool, and when he grew up, he wanted to be like him. Cheel firmly asked the boy's name, to which the boy happily said his name. The boy smiled and asked Jewel not to become like him, but to become a much more outstanding person, a real hero. Putting on his hood, he walked forward. Suddenly, Cheel stopped abruptly. In front of him, he saw guys in cloaks. Jiwon and his partner turned around in shock. The rest of the guys continued to turn around slowly. Cheel remembered how he fought with all of them, attacking. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, after which he smiled in confusion. Jun immediately recognized the man. Everyone looked at him and wondered if this was Cheel from the Shield Guild. Cheel immediately covered his face with the hood. Then he turned around and started to leave. Suddenly, Jae-woong said to his back that he didn't think he'd meet him here, and then asked if he was still on the run after that incident. He looked at him with hatred in his eyes, adding that he was nevertheless glad to meet him because he had a personal grudge against him. Hearing this, Chi-yeol became very agitated. He remembered how his subordinate had stabbed Jae-woong with a sword. Leaving the memories, he clenched his teeth. After a short pause, he turned his head and apologized, adding that he knew that this was just an excuse, but back then he had received orders from above. He looked at the guy out of the corner of his eye, saying that even though he was a refugee on the wanted list, he had no intention of being arrested by them. Hearing this, the protagonist team looked at the former captain in surprise. Jae-woong suddenly pointed his finger at Chi-yeol and asked what arrest. Didn't he even watch TV? Hearing Jun's comrades laugh, Cheel was very surprised. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard right behind them. A huge worm-like monster burst out of the ground screaming. Seeing it, Cheel screamed in horror, asking if it was the bloody Dr. Boss. The giant monster looked at the people. The protagonist's team immediately turned to look at it. Jun flexed his fists and asked his comrade if he or she would go from the right, to which the guy replied that it made no difference to him. Hearing this, Cheel screamed in horror that they were crazy because they couldn't handle this creature. The guys turned around and began to mock the criminal. Cheel stepped forward and screamed that now was not the time for jokes, they needed to put this courage away and run. But before he could finish speaking, Jun said with displeasure that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. After these words, he and his comrade rushed to attack. At the same time, they dealt two powerful blows. Blood spurted out from the boss's mouth. Jun, with anger in his eyes, did not stop. The next second, he hit the monster with all his might. The rest of the team and Cheel watched the furious fight. The latter was shocked to horror. Covered in cold sweat, he asked how, because recently they were ordinary people who had not even awakened into players. Then one of Kibon's team, watching the fight, answered that the reason was simple. Without looking away, he firmly said that this was all for the sake of survival. Cheel looked at the guy while the guy asked if he had not also become stronger in the Great War. Cheel continued to look at the guy with surprise in his eyes. A few minutes later, the boss was dead. Jun turned to his comrades and said that the time was approaching. It was time to install the inductor. The girl took out a small magic wand. A small beam of light shot out of it into the sky. In a few seconds, it became many times larger and stronger. The monsters in the sky immediately saw this. The ground monsters also saw the bright flash. They roared furiously. All the monsters in the area rushed towards the bright beam. The monsters gathered in the area, screaming loudly. Cheel excitedly asked what they were doing. Did they really want to gather all the monsters? Because even with their strength it was too reckless. He looked down in bewilderment. A bright stream of mana appeared above him. Not far from them, a bright beam of magic was shining from the ground. The monster looked forward in surprise. Cheel covered his face with his hand, warily looking to the side. His eye lit up in bewilderment. The guy saw the guild in front of him. Sangrin was quickly looking forward. The others behind her followed her. The guild stood in a line. A bright blinding light emanated from them. Jun came closer and said, "Here we come." The girl took a careful step forward. She confidently said that they needed to stop the attack of the legion of monsters right now. Sangrin immediately pulled out her weapon forward. She shouted, giving the order to finish them all off. The guild jumped forward, preparing to attack. The enraged monsters rushed towards them with open mouths. The guild and the monsters confidently advanced towards each other. The magic staff appeared nearby. Yui shouted, ordering the team of magicians to prepare. After examining everyone, she ordered to fire. Magic balls quickly flew towards the enemies. The monsters suddenly began to scream in pain. Taram threw his weapon over his shoulder. He menacingly called out to the Shield Guild. The guy gave the command, ordering them to move forward. The guy spread his arms, jumping at the monster. The girl swung her sword, cutting the monster's body in half. The Shield Guild confidently attacked the enemy. Chiel stood to the side in fear. The guy looked forward in surprise. Jian approached him, patting him on the back. He asked Chiel to recover back. The guy turned around in confusion. He suddenly closed his eyes. Chiel exhaled heavily, looking ahead. The guy came closer to Tarim. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and then asked if Chiel had gone to another guild. The guy exhaled, answering that there was no place that would accept him. Tarim grabbed his partner by the cloak, answering, "Okay." He immediately threw Chiel's clothes. The guy looked down in confusion. Tarim passed by him, saying that the vacation was over, so the guy should join the others right away. Chiel hugged the clothes to himself. The guy remained silent. Suddenly, he threw a cloak over himself. Chiel confidently walked forward with burning eyes. The guy introduced himself as the commander of the Shield Guild search party, who was returning to his post. There was silence in the ruined city. Out of nowhere, the boss of the 8th class, the Black Dragon, suddenly appeared. He raised his head and screamed furiously, but at that very second, a terrifying force pierced him. Nothing was left of his head and wings. His killer was the protagonist, who was in the air with Sis. The system's eyes lit up, and it reported that the destruction of the 8th class Black Dragon boss was confirmed, and part of the interference in this dong was eliminated. At this time, someone was watching what was left of the boss. The protagonist saw an unknown hole above him. Turning to it, he asked Sis what it was. Looking at it, the girl did not know what to answer. She swallowed excitedly. Intently watching the hole, she said that this was only her guess. It seemed to her that after some time, this area could no longer be called land. The protagonist turned his gaze to the system, which continued to say that if before the two worlds were connected only through a hole called the Rift, now the entire Earth is turning into this world. The daystone in her forehead began to shine, and she added that when this process was complete, imagining the Earth, she finished by saying that it would absorb it. The boy asked in surprise, looking at the girl. Sis looked down and replied that it was difficult for her to give a clear definition of it, because the whole meaning could not be conveyed in any words. Silence hung between the guys. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth and asked discontentedly, what difference did it make? Hearing this, the system looked up and was very surprised. Simon clenched his hand into a fist and said that whatever it was, you just need to crush it. These words surprised the girl even more. Suddenly, she smiled widely. Unexpectedly, she grabbed her stomach and began to laugh loudly. Then she flew up to Simon and said that she had one request. She looked at the dead monsters and said that she had fixed the daystones on them, after which she asked if she could eat a little more daystones. She looked at the protagonist with shining eyes, waiting for an answer, and the guy allowed it. Hearing this, the girl happily rushed down. Kibong, however, looked down at her with displeasure. He saw the system take the stone and said to himself that he had never seen her eat human food, and then wondered if she was really absorbing energy through the daystones. Sis happily ate the stones. After chewing, she swallowed them. Suddenly, her eyes changed, searching for the presence of people. The next second, she sharply pointed her hand to the side and shouted that there was someone in that direction. Kibong turned around and said that it was time to go. Another part of the city was also destroyed. Everything around looked very strange. The houses seemed to be made of binary code. The protagonist and Sis were in the air and he said that all this looked familiar, to which the system replied that this place looked like a training rift in which the guy spent 3,000 years, adding that this was all because the riftization had begun. After these words, her daystone on her forehead lit up. The system reported that a living creature had been discovered ahead. A menacing monster stood in front of them with its mouth open. It looked forward threateningly at its full height. The monster began to loudly repeat, "Human." The protagonist asked discontentedly if today's section was really about remembering the past, to which Sis replied that this creature was a combination of a human and a monster, and it looked like what the guy had seen back then. Kibong began to remember the past. Opening its mouth, the monster growled loudly. The system stretched its arms forward, activating the nanoshell project. A protective barrier suddenly appeared above them. Pieces of the monster began to quickly fall to the ground. Kibong asked in confusion, wasn't it an attack, to which Sis laughed sheepishly. Lying not far from the protagonist, the monster growled. Its eye glowed bright red. The monster suddenly called out to the protagonist. It ordered the boy not to stop because they had prepared this party especially for him. Suddenly, a strong blow hit his head. Frowning, the protagonist said, "Abomination." The sky continued to be enveloped in purple mana. Yubin jumped forward, grabbing the hilt of the dagger. Dodging the monsters, the boy quickly flew forward. He suddenly landed neatly on the edge of the building. Looking down, the boy tried to catch his breath. Yui, standing below, called out to him. She shouted loudly that they were almost there, so they would go first and trust Yubin to finish everything with everyone. Zhu called out to Yui and said that they needed to hurry. The guys turned around and quickly ran to the side. Yubin looked down thoughtfully. He stood on the edge, looking at the monsters. The guys sped up, running forward quickly. Ju shouted that things were bad, because there were a lot more monsters than they thought. Akko ran ahead, shouting in a trembling voice for them not to worry. The guy turned to Yui, adding that no matter what kind of monster appeared, he would protect the girl at all costs, even if he had to put his own life on the line. Yui smiled, not understanding what the guy was saying. She said that since becoming a player, she only did what she did to protect someone, but when another person says that he will protect her, it gives her strength. Akko suddenly smiled embarrassedly. Kangwi pointed his finger forward, shouting that they have arrived. South Korea, the capital hospital. The guys were running closer and closer to her when they suddenly noticed 2 soldiers. The guy happily shouted that help is here. He happily said that they are ranked players. The soldier asked if they could retreat now since the monsters were coming like crazy, to which another shouted that there was only 1 patient left, so they needed to leave quickly with him. Juin interrupted him, saying that they couldn't. The soldier turned around in shock, noticing the girl. Juin looked at him menacingly. The hospital was empty. There was only 1 patient in 1 room. Kibon's mother was also lying motionless. The machine was still connected to her. Juin said that they couldn't move the protagonist's mother to another place since she would die if she was disconnected from the special machine that was keeping her alive. She shouted that they had to protect this place by all means. The soldier shouted in fear that it was impossible, since the fact that they had held out until this point was already a miracle. Pointing upward, he added that there was no end to the monsters and then asked how she imagined it. The guys answered that that was exactly why they were here. Yu confidently said that they would protect the hospital and Kibon's mother with their lives. Yu frowned, looking ahead. Akko winked, looking at Jian. Kangwi stood next to his friends with a smile on his face. Yu recalled the protagonist asking her to protect her. In her mind, he told her to protect his mother at all costs until he returned. She added that this was the least they could do for Kibon. There were pieces of the torn monster lying on the ground. The protagonist asked with displeasure what this man was trying to achieve. He stood in front of the remains of the monster and asked if he really thought he could stop it with this. Sis pointed her finger and said that it was unlikely, adding that she was sure he had prepared some kind of trick. The protagonist suddenly heard sounds from the side and turned his gaze. He saw many black silhouettes. Looking closely, he recognized them as people. The eyes of the system lit up and it said that it was conducting an analysis. After a short pause, while the people slowly walked towards them, it said that the analysis was complete. They were all really people. They moaned and their eyes glowed. One of them put his hand in his jacket pocket. Suddenly, he took out a syringe. Seeing this, the protagonist was surprised. He remembered how Taram also put his hand in his pocket. From there, he took out a small object. It was the same injection as now. Suddenly, the man stuck it into his neck. Veins immediately spread along it. All the people began to change abruptly. Looking at this, the system was very confused. Having formed, the monsters roared furiously. Then, shouting, "Kill," they rushed to attack. Then Sis asked what they would do, but the protagonist had already stepped towards them. Stopping, he said without any emotion that they needed to be given peace. Hearing this, the girl was very confused and said that they were humans. Saiban stood up. Looking at the monsters, he said, "That's right, because they were humans." After saying this, he delivered a powerful blow that tore all the monsters apart. But one of them was not hit by this attack. The protagonist immediately appeared in front of him. He ordered him to stop with these worthless games with eyes full of hatred. "Worthless?" the monster asked discontentedly, leaning towards him and adding that he was a great creature. But before he could finish speaking, Saiban hit him in the face. His blow caused a terrifying shockwave. When the dust settled, only the protagonist remained. He looked up and said that he was too weak to call himself great. After that, he turned to the system and asked how much time had passed since they came here. The girl began to count, after which she said that they had been here for 16 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes and 21 seconds. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. The city was silent. Only the protagonist said that he did not feel that much time had passed, to which Sis replied that it was because the time here was slower than the outside, adding that a significant dimensional deformation had already occurred. Hearing this made Kibon very worried. He remembered his sick mother. A cold drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The stone on Sis's forehead began to glow brightly. She shouted that the interference to the search had almost disappeared, so she pointed her finger to the side. The protagonist closed his eyes, lowering his head. Walking forward, he said that they needed to hurry. Strong mana emanated from the throne. A bright circle glowed next to the villain. With a magical gaze, he menacingly looked forward. The magic ball in his eye continued to emit mana. He firmly said that everything had almost reached the desired time point. Holding the daystone in his hand, he was curious to know what Kibon's true face was. The magic ball responded menacingly that the guy was a manufacturing error. He added, "An error created between dimensions." The man asked in confusion what it meant. The ball replied that it would show him now. In the center of the system was the villain himself. In his thoughts, the protagonist stood in front of the system. The guy was sitting on the floor, surrounded by the blood of corpses. He looked ahead in fear, and then screamed furiously. Saiban's body was filled with mana. With burning eyes, he looked ahead. The villain laughed maliciously. With a smile, he asked if the ball really wanted the man to believe this. The magic ball replied that it was a truthful creature and had never lied. The villain laughed thoughtfully, answering, yes. He slowly raised his hand forward. A rift suddenly opened in front of him. The villain said that since he called Saiban, it was time to prepare a real gift for him. A medical ward appeared in the rift. Inside it, the protagonist's mother lay motionless. The villain held a daystone in his hand, saying that if the boy was a creature of truth, then he was a creature of despair. With a wild look, he asked if the people could handle this without Saiban. The magic staff was pointed upward. Yui screamed loudly, activating a fierce tornado. A strong whirlwind rose up in front of her. The monsters screamed in rage as they were caught in it. Yuban covered his face with his hands, pointing the dagger forward. Swinging his arms, the boy quickly attacked several monsters at once. He sighed in relief as he watched their pieces fall to the ground. He heard a scream behind him, then frowned. Yuban raised his head and saw Kangui. Holding mana in his hands, the boy rushed to attack. He raised his head and looked at his opponents. Kangui suddenly stretched his arms forward, throwing out a strong stream of mana at the monsters. Yuban watched him, saying that he was truly incredible. Jun said with a smile that the guys were resilient. Ju happily said that these guys were strong to begin with, but she thought that that trip abroad was a great experience for them. Akko threw his spear over his shoulder and said that he was done, to which Jun replied, "Good job." The girl asked if the guy could be here, and didn't he say that he had to go to his homeland, to which Akko asked not to worry, because here was what he was obliged to protect with his life. He confidently added that this was his fiancée Yui, while the girl sheepishly asked when she had managed to rise to the status of a fiancée. Ju said with a smile that there was no need to worry about the hospital anymore, because at this rate they would be able to protect it before Kibon arrived. The girl added that they had dealt with most of the monsters that were nearby, so they could rest a little. Before she could finish speaking, a loud explosion was heard ahead. The guys covered their faces with their hands from the shock wave. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The strong impact caused dust to rise up. Bright red eyes appeared from it. Yuban looked ahead warily. Yui grabbed the staff, shouting that she couldn't believe such a huge mana. Beads of sweat appeared on her face and she asked if it was really a large group of class 7 and 8 bosses. The huge monsters stood in front of the guys, piercing them with their eyes. The girls looked at it in shock. Akko looked at the monsters in surprise, but Yuban was calm. He said with hatred and contempt in his eyes that they needed to prepare. Now some of the strongest bosses were in the city. Night had fallen. The girl pointed her finger at the sky and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow!" It was Yui. She happily said that this was the Milky Way. Ju, who was standing next to her, smiled and said that it was very beautiful, although the city had lost its light. The entire city was plunged into darkness. Yu suddenly turned to her partner and asked if she could ask something. The hospital was quiet, and the girl asked what was wrong with Kibon's mother, but it didn't seem like she was seriously injured. Ju lowered her head and said that there was an accident. Then she told him about the first day of the protagonist's return, when his mother was attacked right in front of him. Hearing this, Yu was very surprised and asked if it was some kind of 9th class monster. Ju looked at the girl and said that Kibon was also a human after all. That day, his mother was crying, and Ju asked Yu if she thought that he couldn't keep his cool because his emotions were running high due to being reunited with his mother. That day, Kibon cried with his mother. Hearing this, Yu lowered her eyes and said that she was right. Ju closed her eyes and said that the problems came later. She lowered her head and said that the stab wound on her stomach was completely healed, but it turned out that Kibon's mother had gotten rift cancer. Hearing this, Yu was shocked. She turned around abruptly and exclaimed, "Rift cancer, but there is a 100% chance of dying from it." Ju closed her eyes and replied that this capital hospital has technology that they are hoping for. That is the reason why they must protect this place. Opening her eyes, she quietly said that she didn't understand. She looked at the huge black silhouettes in the distance and asked why those monsters did not attack right away. Yu also looked into the distance and asked why they were just standing there. Without looking away, Ju excitedly said that she thought that they would find out about it soon. At this time, Evil Fox and Yuban were jumping on the roofs of the houses. They quickly covered a long distance. Suddenly, Yunbai stopped. He looked into the distance and thought that they were almost there. With these thoughts, he looked back out of the corner of his eye. He saw the hospital and said in his head that the distance between the hospital and the monsters was closer than he thought, and if something went wrong, the attacks could overwhelm the hospital itself. Akko landed nearby and said that he could smell blood too. Looking to the side, he said that there was a monster nearby. But before he could finish speaking, Yuban put his finger to his lips and asked him to be quiet. He heard sounds below them. It was the Lizard King, the boss of Class 6. Yuban looked at him from the roof and wondered if the bosses of Class 6 were scouting. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes and he wondered who their leader was then. Suddenly, the monster looked up. It saw the boy and roared furiously. The boy gritted his teeth, worried that they had been exposed. Yubin suddenly jumped up, dodging the monster's attack. Akko looked ahead, calling out to his partner. Yubin suddenly landed next to him. Akko asked if he was okay. The guy frowned, menacingly asking if Akko really thought such an attack would work on him. The monster carefully grabbed the building with its claws. The lizards with glowing eyes stood behind the guys menacingly. The guys quickly turned around. Yubin shouted that Akko had the right side, and he had the left, to which the evil fox asked if the guy really wanted to fight them since their task was only reconnaissance. Yubin listened to him and quickly rushed forward. Releasing daggers, he attacked the monster. The lizard opened its mouth, screaming in confusion. Yubin shouted loudly that they could not go back without obtaining any information, so they would finish everything quickly before the other creatures arrived. Akko grabbed his spear tightly. He rushed forward, shouting that the guy had absolutely no patience. He immediately jumped up. The evil fox was spinning his spear in the air. He landed behind the monster with a smile, stabbing it with his weapon. The lizard felt a piercing pain. Akko asked if she wanted to go to a cool place with him. The boy suddenly released mana upward, performing an instant rift entry. At this time, Yubin was fighting another monster. He tried his best to defend himself. The lizard screamed loudly in rage. Releasing its claws, it raised its paw up. Yubin watched its movements carefully. He put his hands behind his back, quickly running forward. A few seconds later, he stood in the center of the remaining pieces of the monster. Beads of sweat from the battle appeared on his face. Turning back, a silhouette appeared in front of him in the rift. Akko came out, shouting that the monsters were easy to deal with. Grabbing the spear, he said that he could help with the monster, to which Yubin replied that he was already done. Akko shouted loudly for the guy not to lie to him, since he couldn't finish the boss earlier, to which Yubin called him a snail with a smile on his face. He was wondering if they should continue their reconnaissance. The stars completely covered the sky. The guys carefully moved along the building. Yubin happily thought that they had arrived, and right now they were in front of the place where the explosion happened. Memories of it immediately popped up in his head. The guy slowly peeked out from around the corner. His eyes widened in surprise. He noticed that there was a large group of monsters near the crater. Yubin gritted his teeth, wondering where so many of them came from. Looking at them, the guy thought that they were all high class. Sweat appeared on his face from fear. The guy lost all hope. On the ledge of the stone, he noticed a silhouette, wondering who it was. Looking more and more closely, Yubin wondered if it was a humanoid monster. His head slowly turned to the side. Yubin thought excitedly that he looked in his direction. The monster's mask opened, and a huge eye appeared from it. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The monster quickly appeared behind the guy. Yubin thought in fear that this was impossible, because just now the monster was on the other side. The stone the monster was sitting on was empty. Akko pointed his spear at the monster, asking who he was and where he came from. Yubin interrupted him in horror and shouted, "Watch out." The monster turned back, hitting Akko in the face with his fist. The guy's body slid across the ground for a long distance, raising dust. The monster slowly turned to Yubin. He called people inferior creatures who should wait for their death. There was silence in the ruined city. The protagonist and Sis walked in step. There was silence between them. The guy looked around. He looked at the sky and said that even the sky had changed. The system smiled broadly and said that she thought that this place could hardly be called land anymore. Kibong raised his hand behind his head and said that the fact that it was not unfamiliar made it even more unpleasant. Sis put her hands behind her back and said that she did too, because there were similarities with the training rift. The protagonist suddenly stopped. Then he looked at the girl and said that there was nothing else to look at, after which he asked if there really were no such thoughts. Hearing this, the system pointed a finger at itself and asked in surprise if it was really him who was telling her. The guy with eyes full of hatred asked why he should show him what he had done again. Sis was very confused and asked what the gentleman was talking about, what she had done. But before she could finish, she looked to the side. She saw an open rift in which a man was standing. It was the one Kibong was looking for. The system raised her hand and asked in surprise why she could not feel anything. Then the man looked at her and answered that it was because he did not allow her to look. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised when suddenly she saw his eye. In the man's eye was a sphere that he had absorbed. Unexpectedly, he said that she was that very fragment. When the system heard this, it was very surprised. The man stared at her and said that the impudent creature dared to steal what belonged to him. Sis hid behind the protagonist and warned that she needed to be careful with that eye. She looked at it and added that it was creepy, very creepy. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. The next second, he exhaled heavily. After that, he stepped towards the man, suggesting that they do without long conversations, because they had already dragged out enough time. The man proudly raised his head and asked if this was confidence or self-confidence. Having said this, he extended his hand, enveloped in a strong aura, and told the guy to try to do as he wanted. The protagonist was surrounded by powerful magical energy. The next second, 4 creatures appeared. The man smiled widely and said that if the boy did not hurry, everything dear to him would disappear. The system standing behind him looked at the monsters and shouted that they were not registered in the system, at least they were 9th grade, no 10th. Hearing this, Kibong did not react at all. One monster had a helmet with an eye on its head. The second had wings, the third had many faces, and the fourth had only a crazy smile instead of a face. The man looked at the boy and said that if even one of the 4 level 10 monsters came out, the destruction of the human race was inevitable, so if Kibong was going to stop it, he should try his best. His eyes lit up brightly, and the man said that this was a reward for making him laugh, so it was time for him to face endless despair. The protagonist lowered his saddened gaze. He remembered standing in the hospital a month after the incident. His mother was already in bad shape back then. Leaving his memories, he asked discontentedly, 10th grade. He was suddenly enveloped by a powerful aura that illuminated everything around. The man felt this power and shook. Changing his appearance, the protagonist menacingly asked what class the villain thought he was. The sky was filled with stars. The girls were standing thoughtfully on the roof. Yui suddenly felt something from below. She noticed 2 silhouettes. Yubin was dragging Akko's weakened body on himself. The girl suddenly pushed off. She jumped high, soaring upward. Yui suddenly shouted, "Fly," activating levitation magic. Wings quickly grew on the girl's back. She suddenly carefully landed on the ground. Yui ran up to the guys, excitedly asking if they were okay. She wanted to ask who was doing this. Yubin interrupted her and asked where Kanghui was. Ju ran up to them, answering that the guy would be there soon because he said that he needed to get ready. She asked Akko excitedly what had happened to them. The boy replied that it was a class 8 monster, and that it was the first time they had encountered such a species, so they needed to contact the Prime Minister and ask for help from the government. Ju looked down at her phone, saying that she had just sent a request for reinforcements. The monster suddenly screamed in rage. Sangren jumped down, cutting its body in half. The girl put her hand to her ear and asked the boys to hold out for a week. She looked ahead, adding that she would sort things out at the front and come to them. Yubin looked down in frustration. Ju's body trembled, and she whispered that if they held out, help would definitely arrive. She held the phone in her trembling hand. Kanghui's body was brightly illuminated. Strong mana enveloped his body. Suddenly, a tail appeared. A large number of tails kept appearing from him. The boy held his head down with his eyes closed. Kanghui suddenly opened his eyes, saying forward. A strong flow of mana was directed forward. It was very dark and creepy outside. The monsters were growling furiously. They surrounded the buildings. The leader was sitting thoughtfully on a stone. He immediately rested his hands on his knees, carefully raising himself. He said that an order was given. Opening his mask, he menacingly ordered to destroy the people. Sis asked upward in horror. There were strong explosions from blows in the air. The protagonist was fighting the monster. Veins on Kibong's neck stood out from anger. With a wide smile, the monster ordered the guy to die. Having struck, the protagonist put his hand forward, stopping him. Loud explosions were heard from the side of them. Sis bit her lip in fear. She suddenly shouted loudly that she would help Kibong. The villain with glowing eyes behind her said that there was business for her. The system frowned, saying that she should go to the protagonist. The orb in the man's eye was shining brightly. A stream of magical power was released outward. Sis looked up in fear. The magic suddenly absorbed the girl. Simon turned back abruptly. He looked forward excitedly, calling out to Sis. The man calmly said that he saw the guy go through the device. He stared at him and added that it was quite interesting. The protagonist looked at him with disdain in his eyes. The monster suddenly growled furiously. He raised his other hand. He put all his strength into it. The next second, he hit Simon in the head with all his might. The man with a smirk on his face ordered him to show his fury, and then asked if he could defeat them without the device. The protagonist looked at his opponent and calmly said that he had no idea what kind of device they were talking about, but it seemed that he had not seen all of his past. Hearing this, the man and his monster were very surprised. Simon turned to the monster's hand, which did not even reach him. Then he grabbed it and finished speaking, since he thought he could stop him with this. After saying this, he tore off the arm of the class 10 monster. The boss screamed in pain. The man stood below and did not react. He stared at what was happening. The monster grabbed the torn off arm. He became furious and rushed to attack again. The protagonist saw this and waved his hand. Then he put his hand behind his back. The next second, he attacked. The monster was torn to pieces. Its remains began to fall from the sky onto the remaining 3 comrades. Staying in the air, Kibong ordered to respond. He looked at the man out of the corner of his eye and asked where he took Sis. Hearing this, the man looked at the guy with anger in his eyes. At this time, in another space. Everything looked like a training space. Sis was lying on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a voice that shocked her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl immediately sat down on the floor. Looking around, she wondered if this was really a training space. Everything around looked very similar. With a drop of cold sweat on her face, she said to herself that this voice had just come. The voice asked again what she was so afraid of. Sis was very surprised. She looked away and asked what it wanted from her. The voice told the system to return back to her. The girl stood up and asked what would happen next if she returned. In the void, the voice of the system was heard, saying that this was a strange question, because he was Sis, and Sis was him, so if she returned, the word next would lose all meaning. The girl stood there lost in the void. She looked up and said that she was still interested in what he was going to do next. Then the system said that through her eyes he saw what was happening outside. Hearing this, Sis was shocked. She looked away and said to herself, "I knew it." After this thought, she calmly asked if the system was talking about the earth being broken up. Exactly, the system answered. The space began to change. Then the system said that for this he allowed people to find the Daystone. One day, James put his hand in his jacket and use it, the system finished. The man took out the Daystone from his pocket. Hearing this, Sis was horrified because she realized that the more the Daystone was used, the more the energy of the rift spread across the earth, the system finished. Having said this, he suggested that the frightened Sis return to him and make him one whole. There was fear in the girl's eyes. A clot of mana appeared under her feet. It completely enveloped the girl's body. The cluster suddenly pulled Sis inside itself. The villain asked if the guy was talking about that device. He said with a smile, giving a tool a name is childish. Simon ordered him to answer the question of where Sis was. The man answered firmly, disappeared. The protagonist frowned. While in the air, he asked what. The man menacingly asked why the guy was so surprised, because his device was disconnected. He added that everything had returned to normal. Simon looked down coldly. Mana was shining brightly inside the system. Sis's body was shackled, being in the mana. She suddenly spread her arms to the sides, releasing the entire flow out. The girl's hair was fluttering. With her eyes closed, she hovered in the air. The girl's body suddenly began to slowly descend. The system asked her what she was doing. He asked if Sis really wanted to reject him. The protagonist shouted that this was nonsense. He was sure that the girl could not just disappear. With a smile on her face, Sis apologized. She recalled all the moments with Kibong, saying that 3,000 years were too long to go back. The girl extended her index finger forward. She pointed at the mana, shouting that becoming one again was too disgusting. The system threateningly asked if Sis had really decided to choose not him, but some worthless person. The girl gathered her hair into a ponytail, ordering him to watch his words. The system suddenly fell silent, unable to say a word. The mana rose up, and he said, "It's a pity." He shouted that this was also part of his calculation, so he would forcefully absorb the girl and achieve the ideal. Sis frowned, shouting that it would not be easy. Kibong looked forward threateningly. The guy quickly clenched his hand into a fist. A strong flow of mana lit up in front of him. From the punch he hit the monster, his head flew apart. At that very second, it was restored again. The protagonist looked forward. He asked if this was really endless regeneration, because he was already tired of this ability. The villain suddenly laughed loudly, saying that it was a pity to see the protagonist putting on a brave face to hide his anxiety. He asked when the guy would be able to kill all the monsters by doing so and when he would be able to protect this world. Kibong crouched down, clenching his hand into a fist in anger. The veins on his fist stood out. With his eyes burning, the protagonist directed an attack forward. His hand quickly moved towards the opponents. Veins on his neck began to bulge out of anger. Strong mana emanated from the guy's hands. The stream was released at the monsters. The monsters' bodies were thrown back. The entire space was filled with strong mana. Looking from space, a strong bright beam was coming from the planet. The villain stood still, putting his hands in his cloak. He looked forward menacingly. The protagonist continued to hover in the air in a swirling whirlwind. Kibong whispered with a burning gaze, "Now." An eagle was flying across the sky. Its eyes were burning. It slowly landed on Ju's hand. The bird began to report information. Listen to the eagle. The girl closed her eyes and thanked the bird. After that, she let it go. Yui looked away and asked what the eagle said. Ju said with her head down, in front. "What?" Yui asked excitedly. But at that very moment, she felt the ground shaking. Ju felt it too. The evil fox and Yuban understood everything. In the distance, the guys saw dust raised into the sky. The monsters ran towards them, screaming furiously. The guys stood in a stance. Lunbai gritted his teeth in rage. Then he twirled the blade in his hand. The next second, he rushed to attack. He made a powerful blow, leaving a trail behind him. He chopped down monster after monster in his path. Akko exhaled in displeasure. He also rushed to attack. He shouted with a wide smile on his face that he did not know defeat. He plunged his spear into the ground in the thick of monsters. A bright flash blinded him when he used the instant rift opening. The boy took many monsters with him. Inside, they looked at him in surprise. A few minutes later, Akko came out of the portal. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, he happily told Yuben that he killed 8 in one go. But suddenly, he saw his comrade standing among the crowd of corpses. Yuben turned around and said, slowly. After that, he broke away. Akko also rushed to attack his comrade. Yui said with a smile that the guys work well together, to which Ju replied that she thought so too. Yui asked if it was time for them to get to work, to which her partner replied, yes, because her friends were also ready. Gathering strength, the girl exhaled. She suddenly broke away, running towards the monsters. Yui raised her staff up. She grabbed it, activating air crash. She slammed the staff down, creating a strong blow. Pieces of monsters were scattered all over the ground. The girl shouted in the air that it was cool. She quickly spun in the air. Yui suddenly released mana forward, activating a lightning field. The powerful blows suddenly immobilized the opponents. The monster hit the ground hard with its paw, digging its claws into it. The lizard looked forward with glowing eyes. It roared loudly, noticing the silhouette. At this time, Ju looked forward. The monster slowly approached her from behind. It released its claws, raising its paw up. The monster stood on 2 legs, preparing to attack the girl. Ju turned back abruptly. The monster took a step back in surprise. Ju stood surrounded by animals. The animals looked menacingly at the monsters. The girl's eyes lit up. With a smile on her face, she told the animals that the lizards had a delicious tail. The monster excitedly grabbed its tail. In horror, it suddenly roared loudly. The soldiers looked out from behind in shock. The guy asked if the guys had always been that strong, because he had once seen them on TV, but he didn't think that these people were that strong. The TV was talking about the fire dragon equipment that Juin had given him, and also a real fight in Hong Kong in which his own life was at stake. Strong blows flew into the ground. Yuben pointed the dagger forward. The monsters screamed furiously, looking at the guy. With quick movements of his hands, he dealt with all the opponents. Compared to the past, they had become unusually strong. Lubin gritted his teeth in rage. In his head, there was a memory of meeting a monster. The guy continued to fight, thinking that the road was still long, so he needed to kill as many monsters as possible before that creature arrived. A rough voice of a monster was heard behind him. What a pity. Yuben turned his gaze to the side in fear. Strongly grabbing the dagger, he screamed loudly in anger. The guy turned around, not noticing anyone behind him. He looked ahead, confused. The guy started to laugh nervously, wondering if he was hallucinating, when suddenly a nasty voice was heard in his head that Yuben wanted to believe it. The guy held the weapon tightly in his hands. His teeth began to grind and his heart began to pound hard. There was a monster on the roof of the building. It said that he was helpless in front of an overwhelming force that Yuben couldn't handle. The guy abruptly raised his head up. He furiously thought that he should attack first. Yuben began to slowly raise the dagger up. He suddenly heard heavy breathing behind him. The guy's heart was pounding furiously. He began to carefully turn his head. The monster said that he always watched the people outside the dimension, and Yuben was at the top among people, having an S rank. He menacingly asked what was the meaning of the guy's attack just now. Suddenly, he quickly raised his hand up. She slowly pressed herself against Yuben's head while the monster spoke. The best option the guy could do was die painlessly. He added that Yuben didn't even understand the difference in strength between himself and his opponent, so it was sad that he was considered the top. His hand was shrouded in black magic. Yuben closed his eyes in fear. Bright traces of mana glowed in the air. The silhouettes of the monster and Yuben were visible through the dust. Kangwei appeared next to them and said that he didn't get any knowledge yet. The monster's eyes widened in confusion. Kangwei covered Yuben with his body. There were a huge number of tails behind him. Kangwei said, however, just like it was with him, the monster would also soon learn that. With a smile on his face, he added that humans are creatures that are always capable of surprising. The 3 black silhouettes were motionless. The monster looked at Kangwei and said, so he is a sacred animal, then asked why he is on the side of humans. Kangwei smiled and asked if he should speak, to which the monster replied no, because he does not need his answer. After that, he showed his strength and added that he is already a corpse anyway. Yuben tried to resist the terrifying power. Bright flames rose to the sky. They enveloped Kangwei. The monster looked at him and told him to burn slowly. But suddenly, a guy's voice was heard from the fire, who said that it is warm here. After that, Kangwei's claws appeared from the flames. He waved his hand and dispersed the flames. Then he smiled widely and mockingly said that compared to the fire dragon, his fire does not even reach the bonfire. Having said this, he attacked the monster. The boy with glowing eyes happily said that the first rad was hunting an 8th class monster without the main character, so he thought it would be fun. Because during the time of the fire dragon, he didn't want to interfere with the human world too much, so he just defended himself, but this time he would give it his all. The monster lowered his hands and said that his opponent was just an impudent beast. Suddenly, he dodged the attack and closed the distance with the opponent. Shrouded in a powerful aura, the two black silhouettes collided. A powerful explosion was heard. Kangwei blocked the monster's attack. They were shrouded in terrifyingly strong energy. There was a satisfied smile on the boy's face. There was disdain in the monster's eye. Suddenly, they flew apart sharply in different directions. The monster rushed towards his opponent. Kangwei gritted his teeth and did the same. They began to collide with each other over and over again. Yubin watched this from the ground. There was fear in his eyes because he realized that he was too self-confident. He saw the fierce clashes in the sky and realized that his overconfidence was based on the fact that humans had recently defeated the fire dragon, which was level 8, and that made him think that they also had a chance to win. He closed his eyes, realizing that this was his perfect arrogance. He kept his blade raised, saying to himself that it was not humans who defeated the fire dragon, but Kibong. With these thoughts, he lowered his weapon. The clashes in the air continued, with Yubin standing on the ground, realizing his own limit. But suddenly, he heard an angry shout from behind, asking what he was resting for, causing him to turn around. Behind him, he saw Akko, who was fighting several monsters. The evil fox looked at his comrade and shouted that Kangwei took that eye, so they needed to deal with the rest, so they can't stand by. These words made Yubin come to his senses. He stood there with his mouth open, collecting his thoughts. Suddenly, he bared his teeth. At that very second, he rushed to attack. A crowd of monsters moved furiously towards him. The guy's eyes were burning. Yubin brandished daggers, attacking his opponents. Yui fought the monsters with lightning. Ju's animals quickly rushed into battle. The stars shone brightly above the hospital. The whirlwind began to slowly subside. The protagonist landed on the ground. He looked ahead menacingly. He told the villain that his monsters, which he was so proud of, were finished, so what will he show now? They looked at each other. The man said that even without this scum, with a burning eye, he added that he was still the god of the fallen world. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard in front of him. A bright beam emitted from his eye, shouting that the guy was far from him. Loud explosions scattered throughout the area. Simon appeared behind the villain, responding, so blow. The man looked back when he saw a guy approaching with a fist. A strong blow hit him on the cheek. A loud explosion was heard from the side. Strong blows began to resound in all the houses. The villain crashed into the house, causing it to crack. Opening his eyes, he tried to cough. Suddenly, he looked up. Simon swung his foot at him with a burning gaze. Their gazes immediately collided. The strong blow raised dust again. The protagonist began to look around. Black blood flowed down. The villain was kneeling, spitting it out. He said menacingly that it was not over yet. His eye lit up when he said what he would become. The man spat out the blood, adding that he would become a god. The protagonist looked at him coldly. Memories of people who became monsters immediately surfaced in his head. The guy slightly narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered his mother. Simon quickly closed his eyes. He clenched his fist, saying it was time to finish. His powerful punch was directed forward. The villain sat with his head down. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The man's eye suddenly lit up as he said that he would become the god of a new world. Strong mana began to illuminate everything around. The protagonist squinted in confusion. The villain raised his head up. Strong mana was raging in his eye. It suddenly burst out. The clot quickly rose upward. Simon fearfully thought that this was what had recently befallen Sis. The memory of her absorption flashed before his eyes. The guy cautiously took a step back. The villain's body was covered in slime while he made strange sounds. The protagonist looked at him with disgust. The slime completely enveloped the man's body. The monster began to slowly rise to its feet. Carefully, it tried to maintain balance. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on its face. The monster spoke happily. Finally, the 3,000-year plan had borne fruit. The creature groaned, its body melting. The hero looked at it with disgust. The biomass began to grow, and the monster rose to its feet again. The disfigured face looked at the hero. Its meaty eyes were melting. It smiled, groaned, and said finally the 3,000-year plan had borne fruit. It was night. Blood was dripping onto the ground. The puddle was growing. Kangwei coughed. He looked at the monster. Its arm was torn off. It began to regenerate. The fibers created a new arm. The eye looked at the player and said that for a sacred animal he was not bad. The beast smiled and said that he was also not bad for a monster. It had a desire to tear him to shreds. The monster ran to attack. Its eye was filled with blood. It offered to go again. The blow threw the player aside. He gritted his teeth and groaned. He braked with his foot. He looked ahead. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He couldn't believe that an 8th class monster could be so strong. The Cyclops jumped on him, and a series of attacks began. Kangwei looked angrily at the enemy. The hero surprised him again. He asked himself how the hero managed to deal with such a monster so easily. The monster's pores opened. The guy screamed. A column of dust rose. Ju watched the fight in amazement. She turned and screamed. The beasts turned to look at her. She ordered them to cover her. The girl ran into the thick of the battle. She approached the guy and asked if he was okay. Kangwei looked at her and said that he was counting on her. The agent nodded seriously. Their bodies were covered in purple aura. The guy's hand was covered in aura. It flared up, and the claws stretched out even more. The fox stood up and closed his eyes. He looked forward seriously. Zhu covered herself from a bright flash of energy. The guy attacked the monster. It opened its pores in surprise. Kangwei gritted his teeth. Dust rose from the blows. The player's hand flared with energy. He put it forward and fired. The monster looked at the approaching flash and dodged, looked at the heroes and told them to stop senselessly resisting. A sword flew at him. It flew past the monster. It looked back questioningly. Yuban stood in front of him. The Cyclops said that he was a human who did not know his place. Yuban grabbed his sword. The monster clenched its pores and told him to continue having fun with his subordinates, but he had nothing to do here. Yuban raised his sword and said that he himself would like to hang out some more, but they were already done with his slaves. The Cyclops bulged his eye. Behind the man lay corpses, body parts, and a lot of blood. Kangwei and Zhu approached the monster closer. Yuban stood next to the girl. Yui and Akko returned. The monster looked at them. Kangwei smiled and suggested going for a third try. The creature tightened its pores to its eye. Clouds swirled above the battlefield. The creature smiled and finally spoke. It looked up at the sky and said that the plan was being put into action. The hero looked at it and asked again. The monster nodded and called Kibong a stupid person. He asked if there would really be some kind of miscalculation in his creation. The man frowned. He remembered how the system reported a bunch of errors. He remembered how he couldn't leave the test space. He remembered himself in the past. He pressed his lips together. He came closer and asked if it was really that he spent 3,000 years in the training rift. He knitted his eyebrows and asked if it was really planned by him. The monster laughed. He raised his slimy hand and said exactly the first piece of the puzzle for him to descend into this world. Simon frowned. The monster said that he needed an irregular who could break the rules. The man looked angrily and asked again. The monster narrowed his eyes and said that he was not able to come down here alone. That was the worldly rule. He lowered his hand and said that he had to create a double and raise it for 3,000 years. He could not cope alone, and then he was going to absorb his clone. Anything was possible. He pointed his finger. The hero looked at him. The creature said that the man was just a byproduct of the process, although his rampage had become a little troublesome. The man froze. He remembered his corpses. He clenched his fist. He remembered how he screamed over his mother's body. He narrowed his eyes. In his head, an image of his mother in a coma. Simon opened his mouth and asked, was all this really because he just wanted to get outside? The creature smiled mockingly and said yes. Simon was covered in electricity. He looked at the monster and said that it would regret crawling into this world. It only swayed and moaned. The system addressed the hero. Both enemies froze. The man looked forward in fear. With the last of his strength, the system asked the hero to run. The monster swayed and said that it was his clone. He smiled and said telling him to run. The player froze. He bent over. He swung. And he dashed forward. He approached the monster. He screamed and demanded that he return the system. The blow raised a shock wave. It became light over the city. Canvey smiled in anticipation. He made a cut. The monster's hand flew off. The Cyclops raised his stump in surprise, and a new hand began to grow from it. He grabbed the fox by the head with it. He looked at him and said that he was pathetic. He said that with the appearance of the company nothing would change. The sword was already flying at him. He cut the legs of the creature. It looked away. Yuban caught the sword back. The monster pointed his hand at him. He opened his palm and said that first he would have to get rid of the midge. Akko managed to chop off his hand. He smiled and mimicked the enemy. Kanwi cut off his other arm. Diko looked at it and said that it was soft just like tofu and cut just like a charm. He made a dash and tore the monster into two parts. The Cyclops bulged his eye. His veins began to pulsate. He said that people were disgusting. There was a flash behind his head. Yui pointed a stick at him and shouted that tofu would taste better fried. The stick pulsed with energy. There was a huge flash of magma. Yuban recoiled from the hot splashes. His face was sweating. The fire was too powerful. The girl landed and got into a fighting stance. The player was sure that this was the streamer's strongest spell. In front of her lay a handful of ash. It was smoking, and suddenly it began to gurgle. The girl's eyes widened. The monster began to regenerate. He recovered and looked at the others. The girl recoiled. She did not believe her eyes because the temperature of the fire was above 10,000 degrees. The Cyclops pointed his eye at her. Energy flared. Kangwei looked forward and shouted for everyone to be careful. There was an explosion. The players were thrown aside. No one stood. A purple sphere appeared over the city. The wind blew smoke. It rose above the destroyed houses. The fighters looked at each other. Akko was lying face down on the ground. Yuban did not move. The fox's tails went limp. Zhu looked up at him. Dirt and sweat were running down his face. The fox began to transform into his normal form. She remembered how he covered her with himself. Yuban tried to squeeze the handle. He looked at her heavily. His eyes rolled back and he cursed under his breath. The monster looked at them and said that humans are tenacious creatures. He glanced around and said that he should call them cockroaches instead of gnats. Akko coughed. He looked forward with difficulty. He drew his eyebrows together. Yu lay in front of him. Her mouth was slightly open. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that at this rate they would all die here. He leaned the handle on the ground and stood up, leaning on the weapon. The player was breathing heavily. The enemy looked at him and asked why he had to strain himself and stand up. He narrowed his pores and said that he was going to finish them off while they were lying on the ground. Akko looked at him. He remembered how he called his grandfather. He was standing on the edge of the cliff. The boy asked him why his dad did not come out of the instant rift. The old man stroked his hair and said that his father himself closed the entrance to the rift in order to save other people. He smiled. The boy asked why. The man said to contain a strong monster. He looked ahead and said that it could create destruction even inside the instant rift. But if the person who created the rift closed the entrance from the inside, then no one would be able to come out. Clouds floated across the sky, and the old man said never. Now Akko looked at the monster and thought that even the creator of the rift himself. Yui narrowed her eyes in pain. She looked at the player. Akko bent over. He drew his eyebrows together. He opened his mouth, addressing Yuri. Her image appeared in his head. He said that he had always been honest with her. He remembered how embarrassed he was. He said that from the very first time they met. He remembered how they looked at each other and said that up until this moment. Akko smiled and turned to the girl again. Yui tensed. The guy smiled. He said the first letters, and then he fell silent. He smiled again, turned around, approached the monster. He silently looked at him. He parted his pores and asked what the man needed. He said that if there was any business for him, besides death, let him speak and he would listen to it as a dying wish. Akko froze. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He called them friends. He remembered how he angrily looked forward and asked to let him take his life himself. He banged his head on the ground and begged the heroes. The ground crumbled from the blows. The guy begged and begged. The others looked at him in confusion. Akko opened his mouth and said that if they fulfilled his request, it would be for them in the future. He smiled and said that a man's words were worth their weight in gold. Then he cried and said that he would die with a smile on his face. Akko smiled and said that today was that day. Energy began to emanate from the player. Yui looked at the guy in surprise. He remembered how he ran from her and told her not to worry. He gave her a thumbs up and said that he would protect her, no matter what monster appeared, even at the cost of his own life. Yui smiled, not understanding what he was talking about. She looked at him cheerfully and said that after becoming a player, she did nothing but protect others, but when someone says they will protect her, it calms her down. Akko smiled and corrected himself. He looked at her tenderly and said that he loved her. The streamer shuddered. Akko smiled and said eternal closure of instant rift. A powerful beam hit the city. Yui looked at the empty crater. She looked down. She fell to her knees. Tears began to fall between them. The girl looked into the void and cried. Tears glistened on the stone. Yui turned to Akko. Stone fragments flew in the dust. Kibong stepped forward. He looked angrily. Only a hole remained in front of him. The player frowned and ordered to get out. An empty hole. Biomass began to crawl out of the cracks. It began to build a new body. The holes in the body were tightened with meat. An evil face appeared on the head. It said that the hero was trying in vain, who, in his opinion, gave him strength. The jaws opened in a smile. The monster said that people are brainless. Kibong closed his eyes and asked again. He walked forward threateningly and said that who of them is really brainless, they will find out in the end. He made a dash. The creature looked at him and said it was useless. It narrowed its eyes. It looked up. Kibong was approaching from behind, and with a blow, he smashed the monster to the ground. Dust shot up. Biomass flew to the sides. The hero gritted his teeth and growled. Buildings collapsed from the shock waves. They fell into a single mess. Kibong swung, and hit again, swung his other hand, and hit, deepening the hole. There was an explosion of energy. A flash rose above the city. Kanui twitched his ears and said, "Prick up." He looked warily to the side, exhaled, and took the form of a boy. He smiled and said that the hero could be trusted. The battlefield turned into a bare disk. Kibong stood at the bottom of the crater. He looked into the crack between the stones, and froze. He shifted his gaze. The monster regenerated in the air. His head was restored and he said that a man could not kill him. He folded his fingers to flick. He flicked and said that he was the world. The player backed away. Something was approaching him. The man was forced to block. A huge shock wave circled the globe. The satellite flew through space. It was swept away by the wave, and only scraps continued on its way. The hero's outerwear burned. Blood flowed from his mouth. He lowered his hands. In front of him was only bare earth. The monster laughed. He looked at the man and asked why he was so surprised. Did he think that he was on the same level as the enemies he had before? He spread his arms and said that he was the creator of the hero. Simon frowned and asked if this was the secret of his creation. He said that his creators were his mother and father. The creature smiled and noted that the hero was joking. He raised his hand again and folded his fingers. Simon shuddered. A shot of energy was heard. The monster looked into the smoke and said that the hero was able to survive even after such an attack. A silhouette flashed in the smoke. Eyes and teeth floated on the body. The voice said, however, the man's hair turned black. He froze. The villain said that the effect of the physical enhancement, which was his weapon, had dried up. The enemy's foot spread across the ground. The monster looked at the hero and said that if he wanted, he would make him his child and he would be reborn as a Class 11 monster. Kibong staggered and said to shove that sentence away. He applied physical enhancement and swung his fist. He punched a hole in the villain's body. It became light. The monster swung his fist back and hit the hero. He was thrown far back. The edges of the hole melted like ice. They began to tighten, and the hole disappeared. The monster smiled and said that all the weapons were defective, so why was he resisting so much? Kibong knelt down. The enhancement effect wore off again. Kibong gritted his teeth. The villain approached him. He pulled his legs back and said that he had been waiting for this ending for 3,000 years. He opened his mouth and told the hero to die. Swing. The monster hit the player in the face. Kibong was thrown back. Another blow. The monster threw him up and hit him in the stomach. Blood sprayed from his mouth. The beating of the man began. The monster smiled and struck. Kibong unconsciously took them. An image of a mother in a coma appeared in his head. Her son clenched his teeth. With difficulty he said the use of the physical enhancement skill. His hair began to turn gray, and then turned white again. Kibong staggered. The creature said that this was a pitiful sight and asked if he had any other talents. Kibong closed his lips, silently looked at the enemy. He said that he would not lose anyone else. His hair grew longer. The system reported the transition to the second stage of physical enhancement. Kibong lowered his gaze. He did not move. The monster approached and laughed. He said that this was the hero's last spurt before death. Kibong looked at him gloomily and said that today the enemy would die at his hands. The creature froze and attacked the man, wrapped his body in meat, looked at him and said that everything he had, he allowed to have. The monster opened its mouth and said that it did not allow the man to carry such nonsense. Kibong pressed his lips together. Together with them, he clenched his fist. The monster's eyes widened. The man broke the bonds that bound his body. He jumped at the enemy. His fist sparkled. He screamed. An energy wave rose above the globe. Explosions thundered. Kibong pursued the monster and hit. They moved all over the city. The villain swung and said that Kibong was a stubborn puppy. He hit the hero. He dug his body all over the ground. The creature looked at the deep ditch from the blow. The hero suddenly appeared in front of him, angrily looked at him and said that the villain could not take anything from him anymore. The monster was thrown back. Kibong grabbed him. The villain hit him on the head. The hero's eyes lit up blue. Both rivals began a simultaneous attack. The city shook. People looked around in fear. They trembled with fear. The wind blew away the smoke on the battlefield. The biomass began to regenerate and groan. The monster sat up. The hero approached it. He looked down and asked if this was part of his plan. The monster looked up at him and said that the hero was an impudent person. He kicked him hard. He looked angrily. He jumped and flew after the flying carcass. The hero went around the enemy. He swung with both hands and hit the monster. The villain hit the ground at great speed. Simon landed. He approached the puddle that was his enemy. The biomass spread around his feet. Simon looked at him angrily and ordered him to hand over the system. The monster silently regenerated. He said okay. The space around him began to disintegrate into binary code. Simon looked around warily. He found himself in a black space where the code runs. The hero frowned. The creature regenerated and said that this was the place where it created him. It took on a humanoid form. He smiled and asked if this place looked familiar to him. Simon closed his eyes and said it until he cried. The monster came closer and said that here he was a god, and he was just his creation, which he could tear to pieces with one finger. Simon was silent. He remembered how he screamed in the test space. He thought that he was a god and therefore hated him to death. He screamed and coughed up blood. Now the hero frowned and said that he no longer cared whether he was a god or a man. The monster staggered and said that the man was a bastard. He snapped his finger, and white pixels began to appear in front of him. A new monster began to form from them. He loomed over the hero menacingly. He opened his mouth and screamed. He rushed to attack the hero. His claw approached the white hair. Simon sighed and said, "How many years? How many winters?" He raised his fist and hit the test monster. The creator screamed in fear. Pieces of the body flew in different directions. The space around began to crack. Cracks appeared in the code. Glass and meat fell next to the hero. He looked down and asked, "What was this?" Body parts were lying on the floor. The creator looked around in amazement. He bulged his only eye and asked, "Is the dimension really shaking?" He looked at the hero, who said that there was no one who knew this place better than him. He frowned and turned to the system, calling it to him. Another crack appeared in the air. It was filled with bright light. It burst out of the crack and filled the entire space. The system grouped and jumped out. Her hair and eyes glowed white. She flew to the hero. Tears appeared in her eyes. She hugged the man and began to thank him for saving her, because just a little more and something terrible would have happened. Kibong put his hand on her head. She said that old monster almost swallowed her. The hero walked forward. The system looked at him in surprise. The man stood in front of the creator. He looked at him angrily and said that he had made a big mistake by dragging him here. The monster opened its mouth. The hero's fist began to glow. He squeezed it even harder and a riot of lightning began. Kibong immediately rushed to attack. A bright beam flashed. The system showed the hero's statistics. He had a first-level dragon fear. It began to change. Question marks began to spin like a roulette wheel, and the inscription Slayer of Gods appeared. The beam approached the creator. He changed his face and screamed in horror. His eyes bulged with fear. There was a huge explosion. The creator's body began to burn. Energy tore chunks of flesh from him. The light obscured the entire enemy, and he drowned in the hero's power. Kibong looked ahead. His eyes glowed blue. The smoke dissipated. Only a moving eye remained on the ground. It began to grow. An unhappy head emerged from the biomass. The distorted face looked forward and said that this was not the end. Kibong began to change its appearance. The eyes of the system were burning. It displayed a strip of values. A meat pillar grew in front of the couple. The share of the main system was being reduced, after which the absorption began. The monster looked forward in fear and said that this was impossible. The system frowned. Energy emanated from it, which embraced the creator. The strip of values began to change in favor of the system. The monster screamed. The girl frowned. The strip of values went over half. The creator's face melted. He screamed that the system was just a part of him. How dare it absorb him? The system closed its eyes and said that the daystone that he spread across the earth to create the rift was not worth making. She smiled. She adjusted her hair and said that her share was less than his, so she thought that she would be absorbed. But Kibong came to her aid. She said that the hero's blow was so powerful that for a moment the creator's share approached zero. The monster opened its fanged mouth and said that there were no mistakes in his plan. He flew at the hero and shouted that he had waited 3,000 years to implement this plan. The system created a barrier from which the monster bounced off. She smiled and said that she was sorry, but the creator had underestimated people too much. The villain opened his mouth. He said that he was perfect, but man was not. He turned into a huge creature and attacked the heroes again. Kibong looked at him angrily and told him to die at the hands of one of them. He clenched his fist and hit the huge carcass. A huge shockwave destroyed everything in front of the hero. The value bar began to belong entirely to the system. The stone in the girl's forehead darkened. Her system share reached 100%. The girl closed her eyes. The destruction of the creator was confirmed. Kibong walked forward, closed his eyes, frowned. His hair stood up and began to shrink until it became black. The man looked forward and said that they were done. The system hugged him again. She smiled and thanked the hero. Once again, Kibong smiled back at her tenderly. He looked forward and asked if this was all for sure. The system said that they were done. The hero frowned. The system said that the creator no longer existed in this world. The space began to disappear. The man said gloomily, "Excellent." He shuddered and asked what was happening with Korea, the hospital, and his mother. The system looked at him and said that according to the recent tracking results, the hero's comrade was fighting a Class 8 monster. The hero looked forward and loudly ordered to bring him there. The system said that the rift was unstable now and therefore they needed to find a rift that was connected to reality. The girl stretched out her hands and said that the entrances to the rifts exist all over the world and they would be able to reach the place by passing through several hundred rifts. Her hands began to emit energy. A portal opened in front of the couple. The system looked at him and said that the method was, of course, unconventional, but she thought the hero would succeed. Kibong looked forward and activated the second stage enhancement skill. His hair changed. The system hugged the hero and they entered the portal. It carried them forward through the spaces. They flew past rifts and code words. They flew past unknown monsters and tore them to pieces. In reality, a new day had come. A flash and cracks began to appear in the sky. Kibong looked ahead intently. In the rift, the spear pierced the ground. Akko grabbed his wounded hand. The monster approached him. His eye became bloodshot and asked, "Is it really all that Akko is capable of is making himself a useless victim?" The guy smiled and said that he did not regret his choice. He offered to kill himself. The monster turned his hand into a blade, raised it above his head, "As you say," he said. He looked at the guy and said that after that he would find a way out of here and incinerate everything he wanted to protect. Suddenly his head was blown to pieces. Akko was thrown back by a bright flash. Kibong landed. Akko covered himself from the strong wind. The hero was silent. He looked at the guy and asked what he was doing here. Akko stepped back in shock. He laughed nervously and began to cackle, looking at the sky. Kibong looked at him questioningly. Akko said that he was no stranger to show-offs. The player smiled, laughed and said that it was cool to tears. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yui was sitting by the ambulance. Ju looked at her sadly. The streamer hugged her knees. The agent turned to her. She shuddered. A rift began to appear above her head. She turned around and saw lightning. She opened her mouth in shock, not understanding why the rift was collapsing. The girl turned to the people and told them to be careful. The fabric of space cracked. Ju gritted her teeth, but suddenly she was surprised. And then she smiled happily. She looked at Yui and began to shake her. The streamer looked sadly ahead. She raised an empty gaze, and her eyes suddenly sparkled, and tears appeared in their corners. 3 silhouettes were reflected in her blue eyes. She stood up and ran to Akko. The guy sighed in relief and shuddered, seeing Yui. The girl hugged him. The guy laughed embarrassedly, then shuddered and smiled tenderly. Yui hugged him and cried. Everyone looked at them happily. Ju smiled. Yubin folded his hands together and sighed. Kanghui smiled along with the agent. The system smiled. Only Kibong remained silently and sullenly, but a smile touched his lips. He looked happily at his friends. The sky above the city was clear. An excavator was clearing the trash. Workers were taking away the corpses of monsters. The foremen were giving orders. Sangren and Ju stood to the side. The girl looked around and said that the battle must have been fierce. The agent agreed. She smiled and turned to the indie. Ju smiled devilishly and reminded them that the minister had promised to come to their aid immediately. She remembered how Sangren asked them to hold out for a week. She would sort things out on the front line in Seoul and then rush over. The girl's face darkened. The agent noted that she arrived when everything was already over. The minister smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness because her affairs had become complicated. Ju smiled. She winked at the indie and said that she just wanted to complain. Sangren chuckled and noted that Ju had already grown up since she could complain. Kanghui pointed a finger at the hero. He was jumping around the system with displeasure and asked what the system was still doing to him. Kibong put his hand on the guy's head. The hero looked at him, smiled and said that he was a good boy. The guy looked at the man in surprise and smiled happily. He ruffled his hair and said that Kibong praised him. The system ate into it and said that the hero had praised it a bunch of times already. The hero looked to the side, looked at the hospital, at its name, the IV, the hero's mother. Kibong looked straight at her. He did not move. He told his mother that everything was finally over. His hand touched the protective glass. Kibong looked into the void and said that he took revenge on those who hurt his family. The hero touched his forehead to the glass and sadly looked forward. He said that he had nothing left. The woman did not move. Kibong froze by the glass and asked what he should do now. The door opened. The hero's friends looked at him. Kibong wiped his tears. The system looked at him with excitement. The hero touched the glass again and looked into the void. He looked at his surprised comrades and thanked them for protecting his mother. He walked past them. Everyone looked after him. The hero's mother did not move. Her hand lay motionless, but suddenly one finger bent. Kibong froze and looked back sharply. His eyes widened. Everyone looked at the window of the ward. The woman opened her mouth. Her eyes opened and she began to cry. The hero shuddered. His mother called his name. He opened his mouth and smiled. A tear flowed down his cheek. A moment later, his lips trembled. Kibong began to cry and ran to his mother. He went to her bed and leaned against her face. The woman smiled and cried. The hero stroked her head. Hospital, people survived again. However, the war was not over yet. There was an explosion. Masked monsters attacked. People ran to attack. Although the creator had disappeared, the rifts were still open. The battle of people continues. Sunset came to the city, America. A couple walked through the destroyed square. The blonde looked ahead and asked why all the high-class monsters suddenly disappeared out of nowhere. His name was Steve. Then soon looked ahead and assumed that her mother called them for dinner. The monster watched them from around the corner. The guy asked if this was some kind of Korean joke. It jumped at them, gaping. The girl ducked and cut off the monster's head. The severed piece flew to the side. Steve shuddered and cursed. Then soon looked into the void and told the guy to wake up if he did not want to die. She asked him not to forget what they, former students of the Hunter Academy, were doing here. The guy smiled nervously and said okay. He walked up to the girl and asked if she had tried contacting her family in Korea. Then soon said her father and brother had died during the Great War. She smiled and said her mother was probably fine. She walked forward and the guy apologized. Then soon stopped and said Steve had nothing to apologize for. She was going to go back anyway. She turned around and said back to Korea. Space. The surface of the sun. Waves spread across the fiery giant. Plasma. There was a flash beneath it. A rift with a running code appeared. The monster's foot stepped into space. A menacing face appeared. An ominous silhouette hovered above the sun. Steam was released from its mouth. The creature screamed silently in outer space. Ring vortices began on the surface of the star. The entire star was surrounded by bursts of energy. A pile of meteors flew towards the Earth. They were approaching the continent. Meanwhile, in South Korea, in one of the cities, Kibong was pushing his mother in a stroller. He was looking ahead, but suddenly he turned around in horror, sensing something. The sun was shining brightly in the desert. The man took a step. He walked forward. His face was hidden by his cloak. Suddenly, the sand moved. Explosions began to occur. The man watched this silently. He grabbed his weapon. A huge worm burst out of the sand. It cast a shadow on the sand. The 7-star monster boss, the giant desert earthworm, looked at him. The man looked at it. Holes began to open on the worm. There were many teeth in its mouth. The stranger took out his sword. Taram, the master of the Shield Guild, took off his cloak. The worm stood in front of him and squealed. Suddenly, it rushed at him. There was an explosion. The worm lay on the ground. Its mustache rose warily. Its belly swelled. Taram pierced it with his sword. Pieces of the monster fell to the ground. Black rot poured out of it. The man closed his eyes. He threw the blood off his sword. Suddenly, a ball of light formed above him. There were more and more of them. A huge bolt of lightning hit the guy. He screamed in pain. There was an explosion. The man landed on one knee. He was leaning on his sword. Taram gritted his teeth. Chains were flying at him. They fettered his hands. His eyes were glowing. Many portals opened in front of him. The man was holding a book in his hands. Dragonov looked up at him. There were many sorcerers behind him. The chains squeezed Taram's hand. Petro looked at him seriously. The man looked at the warrior and turned to him. He said that he was a sinner who became a dog of the government and begged them to spare his life. He smiled and said that now he was able to destroy a monster of the highest rank with one blow. It seems his skills have become better. Taram frowned with anger. Snake came out of the crowd and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. His eyes were glowing. He asked how he chewed. The old man smiled and said that at their last meeting his sister was still with him. The redhead got even angrier. He grabbed his sword. Taram looked at the sorcerers and said that he thought who dared to break into the 7-star dungeon, and it was he, the old man. Petro frowned and said not to be sarcastic. Now without his witch sister his chances of winning are close to zero. If he obediently answers the questions, they promise that he will not be hurt. Taram lowered his head. He began to laugh. The guy frowned and asked if he really came for this. The old man opened his mouth and said that he thought that he had nothing but muscles, and he also knows how to think. His eyes lit up and he said that in that case the conversation will be easy. He must say where he is. Taram smiled and said that he will tell if he lets him go. Snake said that he is a fool. Without his sister he is still just as arrogant. The redhead gritted his teeth and asked how dare he with his filthy mouth. Suddenly the chain jerked. Petro looked at it in shock. Taram swung and screamed for them not to mention her. He ran at the sorcerers. Dragonov looked at him and said that he was an idiot. His book began to glow. He stretched out his hand and cast the spell strike of the heavenly hammer. Taram was crushed by an invisible force. He gritted his teeth. Petro sent his chains at him. The guy was immobilized again. He could not get out. The man looked at him and cast the spell Restore Chains. The chains began to move. Taram flew up. Petro swung. He hit the guy many times. His head fell back. The man folded his arms. He looked at the redhead and said that this is the end. There was an explosion. The guy coughed up blood. Petro smiled and said that now he finally opened his mouth. Suddenly he froze. Taram spat out blood. He smiled and asked if that was all. Compared to the blow from that bad man, it only tickled him. The man looked at him indignantly. The guy squeezed the sword. He gritted his teeth. A beam of light flew up. Taram smashed the chains with his sword. He frowned and screamed. The guy swung his sword. Petro looked at him in shock. He put on a protective mask. The red-haired man cut it. The man frowned. His pupil narrowed. Taram swung. His fist flew at high speed. He hit Petro with all his might. He frowned. Then he flew back. The red-haired man's eyes were burning. His pupils narrowed. A burning sphere appeared above him. The dragoon's eyes were burning. He called upon the spell strike of the heavenly hammer. A huge column of energy shot at Taram. He tried to stay on his feet. The guy screamed. He fell to his knees. Then he fell unconscious. Snake twirled his mustache. He raised one eyebrow and asked what to fight against two opponents and with the rank, what the hell happened to him? He looked at the guy and said that it seems he changed his mind. It would be better to take him as a guinea pig. Taram was unconscious. A portal appeared next to them. Snake frowned and asked if this was a teleporter, the only one in Korea who can make such a giant teleporter. The redhead laughed. He leaned on the sword and said that it seems the owner came to protect his dog. The old man frowned and said that they wasted their time. She is here. A group of people appeared from the teleporter. Sangren walked forward. She confidently looked forward. The woman approached the redhead and asked who it was, who the hell was able to break through the protective magic in the desert. She looked to the side. Dragonov and Snake looked at her. The brunette frowned and called out to them. The old man hit the ground with his staff. Energy emanated from it. A huge glow enveloped them. A group of villains disappeared in the teleport. Sangren gritted her teeth. The agents ran up to Taram and asked if he was okay. The redhead frowned and said that Snake, this old man is here. He brought a couple more S-rank people with him. The guy frowned and said that he was looking for that very person. The brunette froze in shock. He looked after the master and asked who exactly. Taram turned around. The agent looked at him in shock. He smiled and asked what he was saying. The guy looked up and said that there was someone. He frowned and thought that he still had something. The moon was shining in the sky. At this time, the city of Seoul, people were going about their business. The hero's mother was looking at the system. She turned her gaze. The girl was carrying groceries. The brunette looked at her and asked if she wanted to tell him anything. She smiled and said no. The system moved forward and said that although she had gotten better, she should still be more careful. The hero's mother agreed with her. The gray-haired girl raised her finger and said that she used a special ingredient to heal her. If she made a mistake, it would lead to serious problems. Two guys appeared in front of them. They looked at them angrily. The girl's eyes lit up and she thought that they were players. The woman raised her hand and asked who they were. The brunette frowned and said that this middle-aged woman and a girl in her early 20s had a gemstone on their forehead. Right. The green-haired man was silent. The guy took the brunette by the hand, apologized and said that she would have to go with them. She closed her eyes and asked what was going on. Suddenly, she threw the guy up. The brunette opened his mouth in shock. The green-haired man had something running out of his nose. The woman threw the guy dozens of meters away. He broke through the wall. He lay unconscious. The hero's mother looked at him in shock and asked how so. The system laughed. She smiled and said that she used a secret ingredient when she treated her. The woman looked ahead in shock when the girl said that she used the once conquered heart of the fire dragon. The gray-haired girl smiled and said that when she said that if she stumbled, problems could arise, she meant that she would not be able to control her power. The green-haired man looked ahead in shock and asked what it was. He had never heard of anything like it. The girl exhaled in irritation. She turned and told him to forget. Her eyes glowed. The guy frowned and said that he obeyed. The system reported that memory manipulation was taking place. A blue glow emanated from her. Everyone in the area was under the influence of her magic. The brunette attacker forgot everything that happened to him. The green-haired man too, as well as the witnesses of what happened. The system reported that the memory manipulations were complete. The memories of the townspeople in the area of effect were reset. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked what to do. It seemed he was badly injured, and the system told her not to pay attention. She smiled and said that they needed to go quickly. Kibong was waiting for them. After a while, the city was illuminated by the setting sun. The guy took a step forward. He put his hand in his pocket. The brunette took out his phone. He looked at the time and thought that she went to the store with the system, so they should be back soon. The hero put the phone back in his pocket. He looked ahead. Kibong remembered how he fought the monster. He remembered how it attacked a mother and her child. The hero then managed to save them. He remembered how the monster appeared behind him. Then the guy cried. He struck. In front of him was a huge hole. Kibong looked to the side. He looked at this hole. The brunette smiled. He remembered how he ran to his mother. They hugged then. The hero thought that this time it happened at sunset. The guy walked forward. He trudged behind the girl and complained that his legs hurt. The blonde looked around and asked where they were. The redhead told him to forget it. The task would only start tomorrow. The brunette looked at them and thought, are they really foreigners? What are they doing in their area? The guy smiled and asked why they came here. They dragged themselves up these stupid steps for so long. And there's nothing here. She replied that if he keeps whining, the way goes back to the headquarters. He said that he would be an obedient boy. Only for this reason she allowed him to go with her. He apologized. Kibong opened his mouth. He stopped. He looked ahead in shock. His eyes widened and he asked, is she really Bonson? The hero remembered her when she was little. The girl looked at him in shock. Her eyes widened. The blonde frowned and asked what he said. What does Bonson mean? The girl pulled the sword out of its sheath. She put the blade to Kibong's neck. He silently looked at her. The redhead frowned and asked who he was. She looked at him and asked how he knew her name. Bonson stood and waited for an answer. The hero smiled. He looked at her and said that she had grown a lot and said that she was his Bonson. The girl looked at him in shock. Her eyes widened. She remembered how she held her brother's hand when she was little. She looked at her brother then and called out to him. He smiled and asked what was wrong. Now he was smiling in the same way. Bonson gritted her teeth. She smiled and said that it was bad. She couldn't hide from those bad people anywhere. They would find her everywhere. The girl pressed the blade to his cheek and told him to answer. Who sent him? The double, NI6 or the secret lodge of E. The brunette smiled and said that mom told him that she went to America to become a player. By the way, maybe he should already remove this thing from his face. The girl gritted her teeth and told him to stop talking nonsense. What does he even know to get here to open? She asks for the last time who he is. The guy pushed the katana away and said that it was him, her older brother. What should he do to make her believe him? Bonson gritted her teeth. The redhead looked at him and asked where he was that day before he disappeared. If he was her real older brother, then he should know, right? The hero smiled and said that he was at the mini-market in front of the house. The redhead looked at him in shock when he said that he promised to buy chicken and soy sauce that day. He apologized for not keeping his word. The girl looked at him in shock. She remembered how he carried her in his arms. Bonson frowned. She threw the katana on the ground. The girl lowered her head and told him to stop talking such nonsense. A drop of sweat rolled down her face and she asked, is he really asking her to believe this? Does he really think she'll fall for the fact that a man she thought was dead because there was no news of him for 10 years suddenly showed up and said sorry? Kibong laughed and said what could he do if it all turned out like this? The girl clenched her teeth. She closed her eyes and said don't laugh. Tears welled up in her eyes and she screamed, does he even understand how this will affect her or her mother by showing up here and continuing to throw around such phrases? She ran away. The brunette scratched the back of his head and said that he never thought of making her cry. He turned around. Kibong looked at the blonde. He looked at him. The guy narrowed his eyes. There was silence. After a while, in another city, the Prime Minister pointed to the presentation. The slide showed the faces of the criminals and Taram. The man leaned on his hand and said that they were going to attack Taram, the master of the Shield Guild, in South Korea. The president of South Korea frowned and asked if they were trying to start a war. Sangren looked at him and said that they were in a hurry, because after that incident, the probability of magic stones dropped by monsters in the dungeon was almost zero. The president looked at her and said that the only exception was their Republic of Korea, and she agreed. Sangren frowned and said that magic stones were an excellent substitute for fuel, or rather, an energy source that could not be compared to oil or nuclear energy. The man frowned and said that this meant they should be prepared for war. The brunette frowned and said that they had enough resources. The president leaned back in his chair and said that he did not remember a damn thing. The woman closed her eyes and said that this was how it should be. 3 months earlier, the system raised its hand. She was smiling. A blue glow emanated from her. The girl smiled and said that from the moment Mr. Kibong left the training space until now, people's memories, TV recordings, books, photographs, etc. Yui looked at her worriedly. Yubin stood with his eyes closed. Kangwi held his head. Sangren frowned when the system said that he would be erased from everything that exists in this world. A blue glow appeared over the city. The hero smiled. He looked ahead and said he would do so. He was counting on her. The system looked at him and said that she would do so. A strong beam of energy came from her. The girl held her hands up. A beam of energy came from them. The brunette looked at her, remembered something and asked her to wait. He whispered something in her ear. The girl winked at him. The system reported that world amnesia had been launched. Energy went throughout the entire Earth. Kangwi held his head and said that he would. He closed his eyes and repeated many times that he would remember. Yui looked down sadly. She opened her mouth and asked to be allowed to remember him. Yubin looked ahead gloomily. The hero raised his head. He was smiling. The guy looked at his comrades and said that they all worked hard. The president held his head. He frowned and said that he did not understand why he erased some of the memories of others, and it was his memory that was worked on. After all, he is the president of this country. Sangren closed her eyes and said that he must have had his reasons. She opened her eyes. The woman looked at the president and thought that since he was not a player, there was no risk that he could be captured and his memories stolen. The man held his head and said that they would have a lot of trouble for a while, because people from all over the world were flocking to Korea. He turned around in his chair and said that since the Prime Minister's memory was fine, he would get to sort it out completely. Sangren looked after him and said that everything will be done. After some time, in the city, the girl ran quickly. Bonson ran forward without looking back. She thought about how her brother said that she had grown a lot. The redhead clenched her teeth. She remembered how the brunette smiled and said that mom told him that she went to America to become a player. Bonson closed her eyes and thought that this was a lie. Who would even believe such a lie? She ran out into the street. The girl was breathing heavily. She clenched her fists and screamed, why did she even try so hard to become a player in America? The redhead turned around. She frowned and thought that she needed to meet her mother and ask what was going on here. The girl walked forward. She opened her mouth in shock. Bonson walked forward and thought, why is there not a soul on the street? She reached for her katana and thought, is this really a mind distortion spell? The girl opened her eyes and thought that she had thrown the sword. The scabbard was empty. She remembered how she had thrown the sword. Ned approached her from behind. They looked at her gloomily. After a while, the hero was talking to the blonde. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He asked if Bonson had really had to go through so many difficulties in America. Steve smiled and confirmed. He said that she had to become strong to protect her family. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a prickly child. Kibong stood with his mouth open. Then he exhaled with a smile. The hero looked down and said that he should have come back a little faster. The blonde looked at him and wanted to ask if he had really been going somewhere very far away, but suddenly a loud sound interrupted him. He turned around and said that it seemed like something serious was going on. It looked like a fight had broken out somewhere. The hero opened his eyes and thought that Bonson had run in that direction. A city block was burning in the distance. The brunette looked at Steve and said that he needed to leave for a while. Let him wait for him here. The blonde looked into the distance and said that he would scan the area. Scanning is his superpower. His eyes glowed blue. He scanned the city and said that he felt Bonson's energy from the explosion. The guy frowned and said that the energy was moving, so she was fighting. Steve looked over and thought what kind of energy it was. Then the player was incredibly strong in close combat. Simon looked ahead gloomily. The monster inside him was furious. The American looked at him in shock. He jumped back. The blonde held his eye and thought, what did he just see? An ominous energy emanated from the hero. Bonson looked at the man opposite. The man in the suit frowned. The girl looked at them warily. The brunette frowned and asked, "She's Lucia from the National Security Agency, right?" The redhead frowned and said that it wasn't her. Actually, she was Korean. He told her not to deny it and asked where her partner was. I think his name was Steve. The girl frowned and said that she had no idea what he was talking about. She thought, could these really be agents from the Russian Special Services? Damn, she was too careless. The guy pulled out a stick. The brunette frowned and said, Elemental Sword Master Lucia, she must give them the information about the magic stones that is collected in the National Security Agency, then they will spare her life. Bonson put her fists forward and said that if they were not so curious, then let them go to the dungeon themselves and find out everything, worthless ones. The girl lowered her hands and called Fire Fist. Her hands were burning. The redhead looked up. She frowned. The man smiled and thought, could this really be an elemental technique? Now that he saw it in action, he became interested in taking a look at Steve's abilities. The report seemed to say about eyes in the form of essence. They rushed at the redhead. The brunette smiled and said that since she did not want to talk, then it would be as she wanted. He waved his weapon and said that they specialize in extracting necessary information. Then soon swung and asked why his tongue was so long. She hit him in the stomach. The guy coughed. He was engulfed in flames. The brunette was burning alive. The other man jumped up and said that she was an impudent girl, then soon put up a shield. She gritted her teeth. The redhead put out her leg. She swung to strike. The girl kicked the man. He flew back. Then he fell to the ground. Suddenly, he caught fire. Then soon stood in a fighting stance. Dangerous agents screamed, called for help and said that they needed to quickly find a fire extinguisher. The girl looked at her hand and thought that her limbs were stopping obeying her. It was unusual electricity. She gritted her teeth and thought that this was bad, if only she had a sword in her hands. The redhead looked around and thought that the first thing she needed to do was get out of the trap. The brunette stood up and said that he could see even from here how her eyes were darting from side to side. Bonson ran ahead. She frowned and thought that first she needed to run away and then think about what to do next. An electric lasso flew towards her. It grabbed her leg. The girl widened her eyes and thought that this was an ambush. She was pierced by electricity. She clenched her teeth in pain. Bonson fell to the ground. The bandit approached her and asked where she was going to run. He looked at his watch and said that there were only a few minutes left before the police arrived. They needed to quickly pick her up and get going. The guy put the girl on his shoulders. Suddenly someone appeared behind them. The agent turned around and asked what kind of shot this was. Were the police already here? Kibong was walking towards them. He was unhappy. The brunette frowned. The guy looked at him. Bonson was unconscious on his shoulder. The hero pursed his lips. He looked at the guys and told them to put his sister on the ground and get out of here the easy way. The leader turned around and said that he didn't care if it was the police or anyone else. He needed to be eliminated as a hindrance and retreat. Suddenly everyone disappeared and said forward. Their batons became electrified. They rushed at the hero. The agents frowned. They flew at the guy. Kibong waited patiently for them to get closer. He looked at them sternly. The gang flew forward. They missed. The brunette frowned and asked what the hell was that? Where did he go? Suddenly, an invisible attack pierced them all. Blood spurted from the leader's mouth. The rest fell unconscious to the ground. Kibong walked forward. The agents lay on the ground and groaned. The last one remaining looked at the hero in shock. He looked at his dying comrades. The guy frowned and asked what it was. His eyes widened. Kibong looked at him. He frowned. The hero stepped forward and said that this was the last warning. If he calmly put his sister on the ground, he would be able to get rid of her. The guy looked at him in shock and thought who this bad man was, how he was able to put down the entire team in the blink of an eye. He made a mistake and ran away. Kibong exhaled regretfully. The guy ran forward very quickly. He held Bonson on his shoulder. The brunette fidgeted in his pocket and thought what kind of monster it was. He took out the return sphere, it was set to return to the shelter. The agent launched it. He ran into the portal. The guy slowed down. He looked forward and breathed heavily. The portal was burning. Then it began to shrink. The agent looked at him with fear. The hero stomped towards him. He looked at him dangerously. The brunette widened his eyes. The portal collapsed. The guy swallowed nervously and thought, what the hell happened? Where did this monster come from? He turned around and thought that one way or another he should quickly report to his superiors. Suddenly he froze. Slowly the guy started to turn around. He looked nervously to the side. Kibong was expanding the portal with his bare hands. The agent looked at him and thought, did he really tear the space? The brunette frowned and said lively to give his sister here. The guy looked at him in shock. He tried to run away, screaming again. The hero grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He threw him into the portal. The guy frowned. He fell in another space. The agent raised his head. He clenched his fists and screamed, what the hell was this? The hero took a step forward. He walked out of the portal with his sister in his arms. The criminal tried to get up. The brunette frowned and asked who they were. The guy in the hat gritted his teeth and told him to kill him instead. Kibong frowned and thought that they didn't look like ordinary scumbags. Why were they trying to take his sister? He exhaled. The hero held his sister in his arms and called the system. The girl appeared in the air. The boy looked at her in shock. The gray-haired girl threw herself into his arms and asked, did he really call her? For what reason? The brunette looked ahead and said to find out who they were and why they were targeting his sister. The system looked at the red-haired girl and asked, is this girl the gentleman's younger sister? He replied that she was right, they had finally met. The girl stood in front of the agent. She frowned and said that they dared to attempt to kidnap Miss Bonson. She would find out all their background. The system reported that mind control had been activated. The guy gritted his teeth and said that even if they tortured him, they would not hear anything from him. His consciousness submitted to the system. He said that he was on the staff of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. An attempt was made to capture Agent Lucia in order to obtain information that the United States of America had received. The agent frowned and shouted that he had just said that. The system said that this is how he introduced himself. Kibong looked down and told the system to create a portal, coordinates Russia to a deserted place. The girl created a portal and said done. The hero put his sister on the floor. The guy turned around and asked what was going on. How can you open a portal without any tools? The brunette opened his mouth and said that he was warning you for the last time. He looked at the agent and told him to never turn his gaze or attention towards him or his younger sister again in the future. Kibong swung. He hit the guy. He flew into the portal. A beam of light fell from the sky. Evening came. The hero was climbing the steps, and he was carrying his sister on his back. She looked ahead thoughtfully and shuddered. She looked at her brother. He said that during this time that they had not seen each other. The hero smiled and said that his Bensoon had gained a lot of weight. The sister angrily pressed her lips together. She relaxed. She looked to the side and asked herself why was she on Kibong's back. Her eyes widened. The system was staring at her, and she smiled cheerfully. She walked next to him. Bensoon was trying to figure out who she was. Bensoon looked in the direction of the sound. Steve was standing next to her mother. The girl beamed and her mother exclaimed. Kibong smiled and said that if she had come to her senses, then she should continue walking on her own 2 feet, otherwise his back would break from the weight. Bensoon jumped down and hugged her mother. The woman looked at her daughter with concern and asked why Kibong was carrying her on his back. The daughter smiled and said that nothing had happened. She said that she had missed her mother madly. Everyone silently looked at the warm embrace. Kibong smiled tenderly. Steve looked forward in shock. The couple entered a beautiful mansion. The guy walked ahead and asked how this was possible. He was sure that they went down to the basement. The girl turned to her mother and asked if this was really their house. Mom joked that it had become a little more spacious. Everyone looked at the beautiful house again. Bensoon said that the problem was not the huge area, but that everything looked strange. She indignantly asked how such a mansion could exist in a poor area. Kibong looked at his sister and said that the government gave them this apartment. He said that he did some work for the good of the country, so the country provided him with housing. Bensoon looked suspiciously at her mother and asked if this was true. The woman laughed and said that thanks to her brother, the country provided them with this housing and paid for his treatment. Bonson looked away in thought. She looked at the system and asked what about her. The sister frowned and said that there was no time earlier, so she did not have time to ask who she was and what was her relationship with Kibong. The girl cheerfully hugged the hero and said that she was. The hero put his hand on her face while she tried to tell the whole truth. Kibong took her aside and said that he would tell her everything later. He offered to eat first. The sister frowned at them and thought that everything looked too suspicious. The couple went out for a night walk. Steve happily looked ahead and said how beautiful it was. They had a view of the night city. The guy said that this place was really beautiful. Bonson looked ahead and said that the Russian special services were targeting her. Steve looked at her in surprise and asked if the Federal Security Service was really digging under her. The girl grabbed his collar and asked him not to call her by her real name. The guy apologized and said that everyone called her Bonson, so he accidentally said that name. The girl grabbed her head and said that the services were targeting her because of the information they received about the magic stones. Steve looked at the tense girl and asked how she managed to avoid those idiots, because it didn't seem like they could be gotten rid of so easily. Bonson leaned on her fist and said that she had no idea either. She said that those people knocked her out, and when she came to, Simon was already carrying her on his back. Steve looked at her embarrassedly and asked if he had tried to scan her brother. She assumed that he was also a player. A bead of sweat ran down the guy's face. He remembered how he jumped back from the hero. He grabbed his eye in horror. The hero then looked at him and asked if he was really a censor type. He sternly ordered not to say anything to his sister. He flew away. Steve watched him go with his good eye, frightened. Now he was also looking at the sky. He swallowed nervously, realizing that he couldn't tell her anything, because if he said a word, he would die. He looked to the side and nervously said that Kibong was definitely not a player. Bung-soon said that it couldn't be that her brother was a player. She walked away and suggested going to bed, because starting tomorrow they should seriously start exploring the Korean dungeons. Steve looked at her with excitement. A new day had arrived. People were walking across the square. Bung-soon stopped and looked ahead. The hero was slowly walking down the street, and he was looking into space. He was following his sister and her partner. Bung-soon angrily clenched her teeth. She turned and asked why her brother was always following her. The sister pointed at him and said that the hero had been following them from their home. Kibong said that they were just walking in the same direction. He asked her to ignore him. The girl screamed and said that she had to go to work. The man sighed and said to go and work. Did he say anything against it? Steve raised his hand and offered to take Henim with him. Bung-soon looked at him indignantly and asked if he had gone crazy. She asked if he understood where she was offering to go with him. She said that the hero is a simple person, not a player. Has he ever killed anyone? Steve laughed nervously and said that his partner was right, because the hero is a simple person. He imagined a scary monster and the formidable face of the hero. He looked at Kibong. Mentally he said that the hero is not just a player. He did not know how to explain that appearance at all. Bung-soon walked on. She asked why Steve stood rooted to the spot. Kibong looked at them and chuckled. He sighed and thought that he could not allow his fragile Bung-soon to get involved in such a dangerous matter. He looked at his feet, said that if he followed her, she would flare up again. Something caught his attention. He said that it was a little awkward to ask the system for help again for something like this. He looked at the party supplies store. Kibong thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The forest, a herd of monsters screamed. They ran to attack Steve and Bonson. The girl got into a fighting stance. All the monsters crashed into an invisible obstacle. The player took the sword out of its sheath. She swung it. She looked forward seriously and said that from now on they would begin to investigate the probability of magic stones dropping. She ordered Steve to provide support. The guy smiled and said no problem. The guy's eyes lit up. He frowned and began to analyze the enemy. The monsters were rushing towards them. The player said that they were reptiles. Each had a 4-star rank. He said that they were vulnerable to fire. He completed the analysis and said that the probability of victory was 99%. The partners smiled. Steve gave the go-ahead for the fight. Bonson started the fight. The blade of the sword caught fire. The girl lunged forward, and severed body parts flew. One monster went around the girl and attacked her from behind. She dodged the blow. She did a somersault and swung her sword. The monster fell apart. Steve looked forward in surprise. He watched the girl excitedly and said that she was magnificent as always. Bonson stood epically among the burning reptiles. Steve waved to her and said that the monsters were not showing any signs of life. He said that the fight was over. The partner asked what about the magic stones. She saw one to the side. She looked at it in surprise. She put the sword in its sheath. She crouched down and took the artifact. It was burning in her hands. The player said that magic stones still drop in Korea. The girl put it in her bag. She looked at the guy and suggested going to explore the dungeons to confirm the data received. She said that they needed to quickly clear everything here and leave before other people arrived. A portal opened at the top of the slope. The red portal was burning and spinning. A man approached it. The old man threw his hammer on his back and asked who got ahead of them. He grimaced and asked why the entrance to the dungeon was activated. The fat man approached him and said that only their guild received permission to enter the dungeon today. The old man asked what kind of idiots dared to enter someone else's dungeon. He said to go inside immediately. The old man froze. They told him to stop. Someone approached the squad from behind. The old man looked at him angrily and asked what kind of bastard dared to shut his mouth. He looked at the small ears. the big nose, at the man with the horse's head. The stranger folded his arms across his chest and silently looked at the guild squad. The old man and the fat man looked at him in confusion. The leader asked who this suspicious guy was. The hero looked at him and ordered him to go back where he came from, that way he would remain safe. Everyone turned to the player. The big man asked what he was talking about. Was he really in cahoots with those thieves who had infiltrated the dungeon? The old man pointed at the hero and ordered them to catch him and reveal his identity. Everyone ran to attack. Kibong sighed and repeated that he had told them to go back the easy way. The horse head looked menacingly at the people and said that there would be a fight. A few moments later, everyone was lying on the ground. The old man could not believe his eyes. He twisted his mouth and thought that the unknown person was clearly an S rank. The hero stood menacingly at the portal. The old man knew that only with an S rank could he take down a dozen guild fighters single-handedly. The hero adjusted his mask. He assumed that the guild would not be able to enter the dungeon today, so he sent them back. The old man knelt down and asked if the hero knew who he was talking to, since he was throwing around such words. The horse looked menacingly at the squad captain and asked who they were. The man frowned, thinking that the hero was definitely an S rank, since he did not care at all about the insignificant, in his opinion, guilds. Everyone slowly stood up. The captain gave the order to leave. The fat man approached him and said that it was somehow wrong to refuse the guild's dungeon. The old man asked if he was really offering to lay down their lives here. Everyone looked tensely at the hero. The old man asked if the fat man was ready to oppose him. An ominous aura emanated from Kibong. Everyone shook their heads negatively. The squad turned around and walked away. The old man said that they would return and report to the leader about what happened. He looked gloomily at the hero. He looked at him silently. Dungeon. Bonson bounced off the rock. She looked up seriously. She screamed, demanding support. Steve created a magic circle using reverse gravity. The whirlwind spun the girl. She smiled and grabbed the sword, thanking the guy. The sword burst into flames. Bonson raised it above her head, and she struck furiously. A stripe flared up on the monster's body, and its carcass broke into two pieces in flight. Bonson began to fall head down. Steve used reverse gravity and the girl froze a couple of centimeters above the ground. The girl sat up and sighed with relief. A magic stone caught fire near the corpse. The player picked it up, calmly put it in her bag and said that the drop of the magic stone was confirmed. The boss is a strange bird. The guy and the girl looked up together. The sky was clear. Steve shook his head and said that the dungeon was cleared. Bonson noticed that they were not interfered with by other guilds. She said that luck was on their side. Steve thought about it and chuckled. The girl asked what kind of reaction was that. The guy looked away and asked if it was really all about luck. Bonson put her hand on her belt and asked what the guy was talking about. He replied that they had been inside for a long time, but until the very end no one had stood in their way. The partner went ahead. The partner said that as far as he knew, each guild was especially meticulous in controlling the dungeons. Bonson said that this was true and that was why she had taken a decent amount of return stones with her so that they could escape as soon as they were discovered. Steve froze gloomily and asked if they were really lucky. The girl suddenly hit him on the shoulder. She looked at him and asked what difference it made whether they came or not. Steve nervously turned and agreed. The girl looked ahead. She said that they needed to go back and send a report. She raised the returning stone above her head. The couple was enveloped in light, and the beam transferred them back. Blue Dragon Tower. Someone was resting on the helipad, with lemonade in hand. The leader of the external forces group was lying on a lounge chair, and calmly looked ahead. He was ranked 11th in Korea. An old man approached him. Hyunju looked at him listlessly and tensely and asked, "What is it?" The squad bowed guiltily. The player noticed that judging by their appearance, someone beat them up good. He asked, "Is this really the Shield Guild?" The old man bowed and said no. He looked to the side and said that he had never encountered that idiot before. Hyunju took off his glasses and asked, "Did the fighter really say not idiots, but idiot?" The player jumped back and said exactly that. The leader sat down discontentedly and said that they got so much from one person and then dared to come to him. The old man frowned and said that the unknown person turned out to be a dark horse and he had never met him before. He said that the hero clearly has an S rank. Hangju stood close to him. He bit his lip angrily and asked again. The fighter trembled with fear. He said that we are talking about an S rank, which he has never met before. The guy smiled. He stepped aside and asked what he looked like. The man looked at him and held it out. Hangju froze. The man said that the hero had a horse's muzzle. The leader smiled contentedly and asked again. He walked forward and said that the hero was an interesting bastard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard with a water mill, Snay watched the wheel spin. His eyes flashed. He said that it was interesting. Dragonov approached him and said that he was dying of boredom here. What was the old man so interested in? Snake turned to him and asked if he was bored. The man asked if it was possible not to be bored in the current situation. He looked at the old man and said that after clashing with Tarim once, he no longer does anything. Snake nodded and said that for now they have no other choice. The man asked if there is no other choice because of Sangren. Snake shook his head and said that although Sangren is an outstanding fighter, he can easily defeat her. Dragunov said that he decided to cooperate and even came to this small country, but how long is he going to talk in riddles? He adjusted his hair and demanded to tell everything, because he was irritated by omissions. Snake twitched his mustache and said that there is a force that deleted their memories. The man frowned. Snake continued to look ahead. He said since that force was not making any moves, they too had no choice but to remain in the shadows. Dragunov looked at the wheel and said that the old man was interested in the fact that that force had begun to act. Snake imagined a smoking island and said that recently there was an incident where an uninhabited island in Russia the size of the Korean peninsula completely evaporated. The man looked ahead menacingly and asked if a 9-star monster had appeared. The old man turned to him and said that the Russian government was keeping the incident a closely guarded secret, but there was no doubt that it was the work of that force. The man asked what he planned to do. Snake looked down and said that he needed to find out why that force had appeared and if the right opportunity arose. The man interrupted him and asked what then. Snake's eye flashed and said that he would like to recruit that force into their ranks. Dragunov shuddered. The old man turned to him. He asked how he was going to recruit such a huge force. Snake raised his hand and said that he had one way ready. A portal appeared in the yard. The old man turned to him and asked, "What kind of power is this?" He turned and offered to go and check it out once. The people screamed. They demanded to grab the horse's mug. The players ran towards the masked hero. The big guy jumped and swung at the hero. He easily dodged. Following the big guy, 2 more people attacked the hero. Kibong grabbed the man by the leg and hit the 2 attackers with it. Everyone looked in shock at the knocked out trio. The man with the horse's head looked at them menacingly. It seemed that the horse's eyes were glowing red. Everyone was eating. The couple was eating enthusiastically. The mother looked at her daughter and asked if something good had happened to her. The girl said that since she returned to Korea, everything was going like clockwork. She closed her eyes and sighed. The mother asked if her job was dangerous. Bonson said that it was not dangerous at all. Steve choked. The woman asked him if it was true. The guy answered that there was no safer job. Mother sighed and said that it was a great relief for her. Bonson put another piece on herself. She said that from tomorrow she would go to an open dungeon. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked again. The sister nodded. She thought that in an open dungeon with an excess of monsters and magic stones, an open dungeon is a dungeon with several entrances, and since there are several, the country or guilds do not particularly control it, so many players use it freely. Everyone looked at each other. Bonson slammed the table and asked why her brother was interfering in something that was none of his business. He was not even a player. She glared at her brother. Steve backed away. He looked at the gloomy hero, imagining his aura above him. He turned to the girl and asked how she could talk to her older brother in such a tone. Bunsoon was indignant and asked why the boy from America suddenly started talking about norms of behavior. The boy looked at her with fear and said that she was really an impudent child. Kibong looked at his sister and asked if since he was not a player, he could not go with them. The girl shook her head and asked why ask about something so obvious. Kibong looked at her in surprise. His sister said that even if he was a player, she would not have taken him with her. She looked at the system. It smiled back at her. Bunsoon stood up and advised her brother to pay more attention to his girlfriend. Steve stood up worriedly, and the system was happily embarrassed. He followed the girl and asked her to apologize to her brother. Bunsoon said that he had become strange. Kibong followed them with his eyes. He turned sharply and looked at the system. She asked what the master was going to do now. She said that the open dungeon has several passages, so taking control of everything is not an easy task. Kibong frowned and said in that case. The girl asked again. The hero smiled and said that then they will use that option. The system looked at the man in surprise and smiled. She waved her hand and said okay. Evening Kim. Bonson was sitting alone on the swing, quietly swinging and looking ahead. A worried Steve approached her, sat down on the second swing next to her. He looked at his partner and asked why she always snapped at Hume. Bonson looked ahead and thought. She lowered her gaze and said that her brother returned only now, but how can she allow him to go to such a dangerous place again, considering that he is not a player, but an ordinary person? Her gaze became sad. She said that she does not want to lose her brother again. Steve looked at the girl in surprise. He pressed his lips, realizing that it is not clear who is really more dangerous. The girl sighed and turned to her partner. She looked at him angrily and asked why he was so caring towards his brother. Had they really met before? Did he really care about him more than about her? Steve scratched his head in embarrassment and said that it was because he was her older brother. The girl nodded and smiled. Then she got up from the swing. She went up to the guy. She smiled and thanked him. Steve smiled back. Bunsoon suddenly raised her hand, and with a blow, she knocked the guy off the swing. He fell onto the playground. Bunsoon clenched her fist and asked, didn't she tell him not to call her by her middle name? She looked seriously at her partner and said that she was Bensoon. Steve looked at the ground dejectedly and again called the girl by her first name. A clapping sound and a girl's objection were heard above the houses. A 6-star open dungeon, the Ursian Deep Wasteland. People were gathering at the portal. A player approached another player and asked why there were so many people here today. The man told him that recently, guys from guilds were flocking to the open dungeon because some idiot was preventing them from entering the dungeons they reserved. The guy raised his hand and asked if guilds really just looked at this kind of abuse in silence. The guy shrugged and said that the idiot was so strong that even the guild had a hard time dealing with him. He had only heard that he was walking around wearing a mask of some kind of animal. Bonson and Steve came out of the portal. They looked around. Both were wearing masks. The girl asked why everyone was staring at them like that. Steve looked ahead and assumed that they stood out too much from the crowd. He asked why they were wearing animal masks. Bonson showed her horns with her fingers and said it was cute. She said that a cute look kills the opponent's vigilance. Steve shook his head and asked if this was a confirmed fact. His partner looked at him and said of course. Under the mask, she looked warily at the staring people. She could not believe that everyone knew who they were. The couple walked forward. The guy noticed that there was serious tension in the air. Bonson asked them to stop panicking and act as usual. Everyone looked at the passing couple. One player took out his phone, deciding that it was clearly them. He began to secretly film. Exclusive dungeon of the Blue Dragon Guild, the lair of the arrogant fire serpent. Hyunju was sitting on a huge boulder. His phone rang. The guy looked at him with displeasure and smiled. He stood up and ordered the others to move out. Huge fire snakes were crawling in the pit below them. Bonson approached the young company and asked to listen. Everyone looked at her in fear. The girl asked if they wanted to join their team. The girls looked at her in confusion. Steve approached them and said that they were not bad guys at all and were not going to harm anyone. The 3 girls ran away in fear and asked for forgiveness. The couple looked ahead in confusion. Bensoon asked what they did wrong. The guy asked why she was intimidating people. Bunny gave the bull a kick and asked where he saw her intimidating anyone. The Blue Dragon Guild was walking through the forest. Hyunju kept his hands in his pockets. He froze and looked ahead. There were people in cloaks standing in front of the portal. The man with the iron fist frowned at him. He approached the leader of the group. The guy lowered his glasses and asked who they were. The man got angry and ordered them to leave. He said that it was none of their business. Hyunju adjusted his glasses and said that if anyone heard, they would think this was not South Korea. The man's eyes widened. The iron hand flew to the side. Hyunju kept his leg raised. He recalled the saying, "If you come to Rome, then follow the Roman laws." The guy slowly lowered his hand. His eyes flashed angrily under his glasses and he cursed. Steve and Bensoon were sitting on a rock to the side. The girl leaned on her hands and complained that it was too difficult to assemble a team. The guy noticed that everyone was avoiding them and said that it was all because of her. His partner looked at him in surprise and reminded him that a cute look kills the opponent's vigilance. The guy added that she was not so cute, which is what he got. Bensoon sighed and said that without a team it would be difficult to clear the dungeon, because at least 4 people are needed to enter the boss's room. Steve adjusted his mask and asked how about taking off the masks and trying to assemble a team again. The girl shook her head and said that if their identities were revealed, the situation could become very complicated. The guy asked who could even know them. He imagined the group of players. He remembered how the girl was beaten. Bonson looked forward angrily. She was sure that they were not the only ones whose target was them. She understood that it was not worth showing her face once again. She jumped off the rock and suggested trying again. Someone approached them and asked if they were by any chance recruiting a team. The couple turned around abruptly. Meanwhile, the man in the cloak took a few steps forward. He pressed himself against the guy in the shirt and looked at him angrily. The big guy did not move and was silent. He stepped back and smiled. Hyunju looked at him with displeasure and asked, "Did scrap metal really laugh?" The man smiled and said, "Weak flesh laughs." The team leader looked askance and cursed. He kicked again. There was a pop. The guy's foot got stuck in the robot's neck. His hood flew off. He asked, "Is this really all he can do?" The guy smiled nervously and told him to stop clowning around or else oil would pour out of every crack. The cyborg grabbed the guy's leg and said that before that happened, he would drown in his own blood. He squeezed the leg tightly. Hyunju winced in surprise from the pain, and he jerked. The cyborg tripped and threw the guy up. His glasses flew off. The cyborg slammed him to the ground. Hyunju grabbed his bruised head. The man swung him again, and slammed him to the ground again. Then he threw the guy towards his fighters. He looked at them angrily and said that the Blue Dragon Guild turns out to be a bunch of weaklings too. He asked, "What can you expect from a small country in the east?" The guild members looked at the raised dust. Cyborg looked at his own and ordered them to find the idiot with the animal mask in the dungeon. Hyunju stepped forward and asked, where did he go? He fixed his hair and said that they weren't done yet. The man looked at him and said that if he had just kept lying down, it wouldn't have hurt so much. Hyunju walked past his fighters and ordered them to find the idiot in the animal mask faster than the people in the cloak. The orange guys ran away. The cyborg approached their leader and said that he decided to push his subordinates to the limit. Hyunju glared at him and told him to shut up. He lunged forward and shouted that the robot was about to end up in a puddle of oil. The bald man smiled in anticipation. The guy just gritted his teeth. There was a thud. In front of the couple stood a couple in a dog and cat costume. The dog looked at the heroes and asked if they were recruiting a team. Bensoon and Steve were stunned into silence. Both were covered in beads of excitement. The girl asked, "Didn't she say that animal masks were very popular?" Steve looked at his partner with concern and asked if that was really the case. Bensoon glanced at him and said that she was always right. She coughed into her fist. She waved her hand and asked if they were going to form a team too. The dog said yes. After all, it was almost impossible for two people to clear an open dungeon. The cat looked at the couple with embarrassment and said that she was glad to meet them. Bensoon looked at them and felt a strange feeling. The manner of communication seemed familiar to her, but she heard the voice for the first time. Steve looked at Bensoon and said that something was wrong here and that there was clearly a change of voice with the help of magic. The girl suddenly put her finger on his mask to silence him. She looked at him menacingly and asked if they were in a position to refuse help. The hare turned to the cat and dog and noted that they had very cute equipment. She asked where they bought this costume. Bonson led the cat forward and said that she often got her clothes in the same store. Steve stood and watched the people with his eyes. He definitely felt a piece of magical power in their voices. He understood that these people's voices were changed. Under the mask, Steve's eyes glowed blue. He used detection. The dog turned sharply towards him. Steve looked at her in horror. He saw a terrible aura from the strangers. It was beating out of their bodies like a pillar. The dog slowly showed the sign quieter, and under her mask was hiding Kibong. The American shook with fear. He looked at Lucia. She asked the system not to worry about anything, because she would figure everything out herself. She clenched her fist and asked for magical support from behind. Steve wilted and quietly called his friend. But she led the heroes forward. The guy quietly asked what kind of nonsense she was talking now. Bonson looked at the strangers and asked what their rank was. The dog turned and asked again. She froze. Kibong tried to remember what rank he had. He remembered how he broke the installation. Thoughtfully looked at the girl and said that he could not pass the test because the measuring machine broke. Bonson looked at him with displeasure under the mask and mentally said that if the rank is low, let him just say so. She hoped that he at least had a C rank. She decided that it did not matter, because if he showed minimal support, then she herself could handle the rest. She put her hand on the mask in surprise, laughed and said that even the Korean measuring machine can break. Kibong said that it was just too weak. Bonson tensed up, but laughed, mentally asking why he kept repeating the same thing like a parrot. Steve leaned over to her and suggested that they move forward. He said that they needed them anyway, because to pass through the portal that leads to the intermediate boss, a team of at least 4 people is needed. The portal leading to the intermediate boss is activated only when the team consists of 4 or more people. Bongsun looked down and thought. She pointed forward and said that they were there. They looked at the portal and the platform for it. The team of 5 players stood in the area of the white rectangle. The purple funnel swirled more strongly, and the people were enveloped in light. The team of heroes continued on their way. Bongsun stopped and said that she was going to the Korean Open Dungeon for the first time, so she was looking forward to this moment. Just like in the United States, only 4 or more people can move on to the next stage. She turned to the heroes and said that it would be enough for the 2 of them to simply provide support from the rear. The cat jumped up happily and said that they would provide first-class support, but soon sighed and said that she was counting on them. She glanced at them under the mask and decided that judging by the lack of weapons, they were fighters. The team entered the area of the drawn figure, but soon drove away thoughts about her teammates, deciding that it would be best to just get support from them from behind. A star lit up in front of them. The cat grabbed her head. She was all burning with impatience and wished everyone good luck. The funnel began to swirl and expanded in front of the team. The heroes teleported. The girl covered herself from the bright light and looked ahead in surprise. They found themselves in front of a pile of corpses. Then soon swung her sword and ordered everyone to be on guard and Steve to study the area. She looked at the corpses and asked, were they really attacked as soon as they entered? She remembered how she looked at them. They were clearly B-rank players, but now they were lying on the ground. Steve's eyes lit up. He began a wide search. The space around began to cover with blue. The guy began to scan everything in a large area. He pointed his hand at his partner. He confirmed the presence of hostile entities for 12 hours. He turned on shared vision. Lucia's eyes lit up. She saw the lights of auras and ran forward, telling the guy to provide support. The girl galloped along the rocks, jumped up and looked at the monsters. She began to fall towards them. She landed. All the monsters jumped. Steve folded his fingers and pointed them at the silhouettes of the monsters and created a wind barrier. A barrier formed around Lucia. The lizards swung their swords and screamed. Bonson set fire to the blade and made a wide blow, jumped, and hit the next lizard on the head. He crashed into the rock. He spread his arms and legs, then screamed. Bonson intercepted the sword with the blade down and pierced the monster's spine. She pulled out the bloody blade, brushed the blood off it. She put the sword back in its sheath. She looked at the team that had come up and said that she had put them all down. The cat said that she was really great. Steve looked ahead and said that it was strange. The dog asked what exactly. Steve scratched his chin and asked if it seemed like that to the Henemu. The dog asked again. Steve was sweating under his mask, realizing that the hero had put on a mask because he didn't want his identity to be revealed. Steve scratched the back of his head and said that he had a habit of calling everyone that. The dog said that it was a rather unusual habit, but what exactly seemed strange to him? Steve turned and said that there were dead people lying at the entrance, but there were no monster bodies. Steve looked at the corpse of the monster and said that the monsters they encountered could be caught by any of the players who went here. He said that even if the attack was unexpected, those players were not of such a level that they could just stand and helplessly wait for death at the entrance. Steve shuddered, realizing that there was clearly something else here. The cat looked at him. She raised her hands and called the guys with her, almost calling the hero by name. Bonson looked at the girl and decided to clarify what she meant by starting to say Kai. The system said that nothing special. Bonson pointed to the mask. She had a feeling as if she wanted to say some familiar word. Steve ran up to the girl. She hurried him. Kibong watched them from the side. His sister began to swear at her partner, demanding to call her by her real name. The couple continued to gesticulate animatedly. Kibong silently looked at them. Under the mask, he chuckled discontentedly and approached the team. Meanwhile, someone was standing on top of the cliff. The monster from the sun looked ahead. It opened its mouth and made strange sounds. An interface opened in front of it. It examined the team of heroes closer and laughed. A portal opened behind it. The monster bared its blade. A man in a cloak approached it and said that he did not come to fight. Snake looked at him and simply offered to talk. The old man's eyes sparkled and said that if the monster needed the thing that erased humanity's memories, then they could become friends. Lights began to appear behind him. He said that there is a saying on Earth that says, "The enemy of my enemy is a friend." The monster put away the blade, opened a portal, laughed and left. The portal slammed shut. Snake looked up at the sky and said that on the day he lost his memory, he managed to catch a creature with incredibly huge energy in space. He narrowed his eyes and said that at first he thought it was the same entity that erased his memory, but no, because this particle also has strong hostility towards that particle. The wind ruffled the old man's cloak. He asked himself, didn't he say that in this country there is a saying, subdue the barbarian, use the barbarian? From now on, they were going to act, and because the memories were erased, no one would help them. There was dust. Hyunju put his hands in his pockets and stepped on the cyborg's head. He glared at him and reminded him that he promised that the oil would spill. He poked the shocked man's head. He said that by all indications, it was clear that he had won. His head was shattered into pieces. Hyunju glared at him and said that this idiot should upgrade since he was still using 2G. The guy adjusted his hair and asked what the idiots from the Shield Guild were doing. How could they even allow such a misunderstanding to be installed in Korea? He walked up to the portal and said that they must not miss it. Dust rose above the rocks. Bonson dodged the stone golem's attacks. She did a backflip and asked the guy and said to repeat. The guy pointed his hand at the girl and used reverse gravity. The stone hand almost grabbed the girl. It threatened to knock Lucia down at high speed. There was a roar. The hero's sister began to be pulled back. She landed on the ground. The monster looked at its palm in surprise and screamed. The cat looked at Steve and asked if she really wanted to handle it alone. The guy asked not to worry. He pointed ahead and said that the girl in front of them was one of the best specialists in fighting bosses in her hometown. The cat looked at her questioningly and asked again. Steve said of course, but on the condition that he was next to her. He crossed his arms and used the speed of light, giving his partner a boost. Lightning poured out of her eyes. She crouched, covered in dark energy, and made a dash. The golem bent at the knees and hummed. The girl ran around it. The golem tried to crush her with its foot. Yellow smoke poured out of its eyes. He swung his fist and hit the ground. He began to beat her cruelly. In the dust, he swung again and looked in surprise at the empty pit. Something flashed to the side of him. Bonson jumped on the golem. She swung her sword, and the monster's head split into two halves. The eyes went out, and the face began to crumble. The huge body of the monster crumbled. Bonson landed and said that it was great. She waved her team and called Steve to her. The guy ran to her. The girl had loot scattered under her feet. Steve crouched. Kibong silently looked at his sister and thought about her. He closed his eyes and thought that she shouldn't fight, because even a fight with such a monster is hard for her. Steve grabbed the stones in his arms and asked if magic stones do drop even in open dungeons. Soon said that's right, as expected. There are no problems with magic stones dropping in Korean dungeons. Steve looked at her. She asked if they should find out if this only applies to low-rank open dungeons. Steve said that this is their mission. Soon looked at the strange partners. She coughed awkwardly and dragged the boulder towards them. She handed the stone to her brother and said that they didn't do much, but thanks for keeping her company. The cat jumped up and said that it was a lot of fun, but soon looked at them and asked if they had any plans for tomorrow. If by chance they also went to the dungeon tomorrow, then they could go together. The cat shook her hand animatedly and said that she was all for it and that she liked her proposal. The girl was glad to hear this. Bonson smiled nervously, noting that the cat was very talkative, but most importantly, that she didn't get underfoot. She looked at the others and said that on that note they would part ways. The girl raised the stone to the sky, and the couple teleported. The cat looked at the hero and said that his sister was a much more outstanding player than they thought, right? Kibong didn't think so. The system came closer and asked if the hero thought so just because she was his younger sister. The system pointed ahead and told the hero not to be a grump and suggested that he go home too. She created a portal. They were stopped right before the entrance. Hyunju was running towards them. He looked at them angrily and said that if they ran away, they would be corpses. He shouted that he would definitely find them and kill them. He ran and said that they would kill everyone he saw wearing an animal mask. Kibong stood with his back to him. He turned and asked again. The system looked at the hero questioningly and said that Miss Lucia also had a cute animal mask. Kibong walked forward and asked to wait a bit. He turned to the system's response and asked what else. She asked the hero not to overdo it. Kibong silently turned away. The guild leader ran at the hero, but he just stood there. Hangju made a powerful dash and told him not to move from his spot. The man in the dog costume did not move. His face was approaching. Hangju put his foot on the ground. It was covered in black fire, and the boy began to fall into the darkness. He looked ahead in horror and asked himself, what was this suffocating feeling? His silhouette was rushing down, as if he was being sucked into a quagmire. He looked ahead, realization came to him. Hangju looked up, his face illuminated by light. He remembered himself in the training space in front of a huge monster. It opened its mouth, letting out steam. Young Hangju looked at it in horror, and screamed. With the same horror on his face as now, eyes lit up in the darkness. He attacked the man in the dog mask. There was a rumble. Hyunju smiled and said that the idiot was caught, but the dog calmly caught his kick. He looked at him menacingly and asked what he was doing. The guild leader jumped out of the grip, and looked at the hero in amazement. His face was covered in sweat. He asked himself, was he really scared? A smile appeared on his face. He adjusted his hair and said that today he paid special attention to his appearance. His subordinates approached the leader. He said that he was very embarrassed because his hair was ruined by a single opponent. He put his hands in his pocket and said that he started for no reason. The subordinate nodded to him and said that everyone was gathered. Hyunju ordered to prepare. The guy asked what exactly. The guy looked at the dog and said that he was talking about the battle formation of the battle with the big boss. He looked ahead gloomily and said that the estimated rank was 8 stars. Kibong surprisingly tilted his head to the side. The subordinates imagined the huge monster and thought about the 8 stars. How many 8-star monsters had been discovered so far? They looked at the dog in horror and thought that every country had at least one monster that left an indelible mark on history. Hangju repeated his order. He frowned and mentally said that he just said the first thing that came to his mind. The hero did not move. The guy thought that the phrase 8 stars had already become a symbol of something large-scale and formidable. Kibong looked expectantly. Hangju thought that since it was impossible to classify the strength of monsters after 7 stars, he looked ahead and remembered that a purely symbolic rank of 8 stars was established, which was assigned to any monster of incredible power. He knew that if they retreated here, the Blue Dragon Guild would lose control of the dungeon. He frowned at his subordinates and thought that the reason they were able to become the Blue Dragon Guild and the reason why other players in Korea were afraid of them. The fighters held weapons in their hands. Hyunju thought that the reason they were them. Everyone pointed it towards the unknown person in the animal costume, the reason why the Blue Dragon was a blue dragon. Hyunju smiled. All these reasons were because they never backed down from a fight if the name of the Blue Dragon Guild was at stake. He stretched his neck and said that he should have brought all the guys who were fooling around at the headquarters. Hyunju smiled and suggested that they all go to battle. The fighters ran forward. Kibong looked at them silently. His mask was expressionless. The first attackers suddenly split into 2 squads. They pointed their clubs at the hero. A force field appeared above him. Kibong began to be pressed into the ground. A powerful beam destroyed the stone and pressed on the hero. Hyunju smiled and said that it would be hard for him to stand up to it, because it was their secret weapon. Like a child they had cherished, he mentally prayed for the enemy to fall. Kibong raised his hand and chuckled. He looked at his hands and said that it didn't look like he was using mana. He assumed that there was some strange jumble here. The guild members looked at the dog in shock. Hyunju gritted his teeth, and he ran to attack. He said that it was his turn. The fighters put their hands forward. A crystal appeared in the air. It hung over the hero's head and flew down at great speed. Hyunju approached and mentally said try to block it. Kibong blocked the crystal with his knee. The team leader flinched. He swung and mentally said go crazy. A blow occurred. The guy's leg hung near the hero's motionless leg. The guy bent over and groaned. It felt like he kicked a piece of iron. He swung his leg. He got into a fighting stance and noticed that the hero calmly stopped his low kick. He turned around, this time going to strike the player's body. His fist bounced off the hero's body. Hyunju looked at his broken arm in shock. He crouched down and screamed in pain. He cast a frightened glance at the hero, trying to understand what kind of absurd strength this was. The dog loomed over him, saying with its appearance that they had no chance. He looked ahead and wondered if he was shaking in fear. He remembered the explosion above the city and the fact that he had felt fear exactly twice in his entire life. He remembered the monster on the training ground. He looked into space. He grimaced and asked who he was. The dog looked at him and said that it was none of his business. Hyunju glared at the hero and began to sort through, imagining the master of the Shield Guild. But Taram was much taller and more massive, and the dog did not look like H. Waring. The subordinate pointed at the commander and ordered them to run and save him. Hyunju looked at them in fear and ordered them to stop. Covered in aura, the fighters ran forward. Many attacks rushed at the hero. He looked at them and noted the amazing technique of capturing the enemy. He asked how they do it. He struck, and the orange guys flew in different directions. Kibong threw them up with a blow. Hyunju looked at his destroyed squad in shock. Everyone fell to the ground. The player approached the leader and told him not to pursue him. He looked at him threateningly and said that there would be no next time. Hyunju received a blow to the stomach. His eyes rolled back, and the guy fell face down on the ground. Kibong took off his mask and said that he hit carefully. The system said that this is an excellent job, and if the situation escalates into a serious problem for Mrs. Bongsun, it will come out sideways. Kibong froze. They asked him to stop. Hyunju raised himself and said that since he has such power, he looked at him and asked why during the Great War, during the subjugation of the Fire Dragon, during the Battle of Seoul. His head fell. He asked, did the hero stand by and watch people die? The couple did not move. The leader's eyes closed. He asked why. Hyunju passed out. The hero looked at him and said that he was in that place. The Blue Dragon Guild was defeated. This rumor instantly spread among the people. The council, the guild leader looked at everyone and asked if anyone would explain this situation. He looked at everyone grimly and said that if it was the leader Hyunju and 50 members of the external force group, capable of destroying any average static guild in Korea in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at him tensely. The young man screamed and asked why they were facing such a situation. The man looked at himself in fear. The leader demanded that someone explain why rumors spread so quickly. He remembered how the leader beat his people. The man pursed his lips. He exhaled heavily. He looked at the leader and said that it was all about the abnormal speed of information dissemination and that there was clearly outside interference. The leader smiled and asked who exactly was behind all this. The man shuddered and thought that he had opened his mouth in vain. He said that they would have to find out now. The leader shook his head and said that there was no need to find out anything. The man introduced his family and mentally said that their dad had come to an end. He stood up and asked for forgiveness. The leader waved his hand and told the man to sit down. He smiled and said that no matter how much time passed, the lack of any basic etiquette remains unchanged. He called the man a feeble-minded old man. Lightning flashed in the darkness. A portal opened near the council table. Everyone stood up, and the leader calmly told everyone to sit down because they did not need to be embarrassed in front of a feeble-minded old man. Snake came out of the portal and said that the leader still had not learned to watch what he said. The guy smiled and said that he should have torn his mouth off back then. The old man frowned and laughed. He said that he would do it again. He said that he really liked the child and there was no other child like him in the empire. The guy touched his temple and said that the old man's record with the empire was stuck. He opened his red eyes and asked if the old man was really going to start a third war. Everyone froze in fear. The men trembled, experiencing a murderous energy. It was difficult for them to even take a breath. Snake raised his hand and asked to stop before all his subordinates died. The boy said that if this way the old man would disappear forever, then he did not mind. Snake looked at him coldly and spoke about what happened in the open dungeon. He asked if the boy had no questions. The leader stood up abruptly. He walked up to the old man and said that it was the old man who spread the rumors. A red blade appeared near Snake's head. They surrounded Snake. The boy demanded to spill everything and then he would be generous and turn a blind eye to the fact that he spread the rumors. Snake looked at him menacingly and asked if his memories were intact. The boy looked ahead sullenly. He closed his eyes. Snake asked why there were suddenly gaps in his memory, as if someone had cut off a layer of memories with a knife. The boy assumed that he must have aged as well as he did. The old man laughed and showed the note in case the boy wanted to know more. He told him to come to this place in a month. The president grabbed the flying note. Snake raised his hand and walked backwards into the portal. It slammed shut. The leader looked at the note and asked himself, did the old man really know anything? He burned the note and asked, did he really need magic stones that could never be found on the island? Snowstorm. The red monster slowly walked through the snow. He looked menacingly ahead. A tornado appeared in front of him. An ice monster began to emerge from it. He looked at the red one silently, his face covered in ice. The two monsters looked at each other. Both opened their mouths and called each other by name. Jotters waved his hand and attacked Mabio. A blow flew into his head. A pop was heard in the snowstorm. The ice monster froze. Jotters looked down at him and said obey. The two players walked through the snow. Juin looked at his subordinate, who suggested that they go slower. The deputy remembered the old days when he wandered through the dungeons for months. The red-haired man exhaled. He asked why they were suddenly given the order to investigate the movement dynamics of the Prozan boss, whose rank was estimated at 8 stars. He said that it was a boss that had not taken any action in history. The captain glared at him and said that this was the most banal reconnaissance. The red-haired man followed him and asked that if a fire dragon and a Prozan clashed in a battle, who would win? The guy said that both monsters were 8-star, so he was curious who would win. The deputy pointed ahead and said that the red-haired man did not seem to know. He looked ahead and asked the guy if the guy had heard of the terms 9 and 10 stars. The guy said that he had not. The captain began to climb over the ice floe and said that all monsters whose rank cannot be measured and which are impossible to cope with are rated at 8 stars. He said that ranks are only needed to understand how high the chances of success are. The man climbed up and said that a different rating system could be used. He looked at his subordinate and asked why instill unnecessary fear in people and cause panic. Something appeared in front of the players. The men hid behind a rock. The captain raised his hand. The red-haired man asked what happened. Juin dashed forward. He stopped and twisted his hand. A frozen corpse lay under his feet. There were many more bodies in front of him. Juin realized that these were players from Russia. He turned sharply to his subordinate and ordered him to immediately contact the main office. He said that this was a black code. The guy began to set up the radio. The deputy asked himself, has the Prozan really started to act? He noted that in the vicinity, in which there are no other monsters except the Prozan. He frowned and realized why they were the ones sent to search. 3 players gathered in a clearing in the forest. Yuban, the guild leader, and Taram looked at each other. The boy sighed. He felt disgusted that he was forced to look at those he did not want to see for the rest of his life. Yuban was of the same opinion. Everyone turned to the stranger's voice, which said that he was glad to see everyone here. Everyone turned their heads. The boy asked, where is she? He looked away with displeasure and said that they already knew that it was her, so she should show herself. The sorceress came out of the void and asked for forgiveness. She looked at the men and said that she had her own circumstances for such an appearance. She was the leader of the magic tower. The boy looked at her and asked what kind of magic she had. The woman said that it was difficult to explain. She asked to be lenient with the fact that the question would remain unanswered. The leader shook his head. He wanted to hear the reason why he was called. Yuban looked at him and said that if the leader of the magic tower had called them all, it meant it was serious. The boy hoped that it was, otherwise he would be upset. The sorceress smiled and said that the 3 would not be disappointed. She raised her hand. Green lights began to swirl around the boy and Taram. The leader looked angrily at the sorceress and asked what she was doing. The woman said that she needed to make sure of something. The boy looked at her from under his brows and said that she would have to give an explanation because his mood had completely deteriorated. The woman looked away. She thought that they should give an explanation. Taram glanced at her and noticed that she was bogged down in her new concept. An aura appeared around the sorceress. She said that the 2 of them had contact with Snake. The guild leader created a bunch of magical blades around the woman's body. He smiled nervously and asked how this was even connected. The head of the tower calmly raised her hand and said that she had confirmed evidence that the old man was in cahoots with a creature that posed a great threat to humanity. All of the head's blades disintegrated. The sorceress's eyes glowed blue. She said that the players would be arrested until she found out the truth. Her pupils narrowed. She said that she was the head of a magic tower that stood in defense of the world. Magic belts appeared around the boy and the big guy. The guild leader looked at the sorceress indignantly and asked if she had eaten too much henbane. He shouted that if she liked this concept so much, then she should continue playing such games in her magic tower. The guy angrily looked at the magic belt and asked why he could not remove the shackles. The woman said that their attempts were useless. She ordered them to just quietly follow her to the magic tower. Taram looked at his hands. He tensed up and began to try to free himself. The bonds broke and scattered in the air. Everyone looked at the swordsman in shock. The sorceress looked at the one who broke the mana ring with brute force. Taram turned around. He saw no need to give any explanations. The woman created fragments and said that the swordsman could not leave. The fragments flew at the man. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and easily repelled all attacks. He looked at the woman and suggested that they stop there. The head of the magic tower created magic spheres. She said that she would only stop if they went with her to the magic tower. She shot lightning at the red-haired man. Taram concentrated. Dust rose from the impact. From the smoke and dust, the blade of the sword jumped out to the woman's chest. The man's voice said that he would have to make her stop. The woman managed to create a barrier. Taram struck again. The head of the guild said to the side that this was to be expected from a shield. He watched the battle and asked Taram to save him. The player raised the sword above his head. The sorceress grabbed the staff and said to the wind she didn't think the Shield Guild Master was so strong. There was a swing. Taram looked in surprise at the red line that appeared. It knocked the sword off its trajectory. Yuban's sword hung in the air and flew at the Shield Master. Taram blocked it and asked what he was doing. Yuban caught the sword back and said that he was just curious too. He got into a fighting stance and asked why the man was meeting with Snake. Taram glared at him and said that he wouldn't get anything out of him. The veins on the guy's face bulged. He said that he should help the head of the magic tower. He threw swords at the player. He blocked them. The guild leader glared at him and said that he would do better to unchain him first. He sighed and asked why they were fighting among themselves. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Bonson looked around, hoping that the heroes would come today too. Steve mumbled and said no doubt. They were approached from behind. Bonson, she said that she had collected a gift for them yesterday. A man and a girl in horse masks were looking at Bonson and Steve. Bonson approached them and said that she was glad to see them. She noted that they had put on different masks today. The system called everyone to go forward. She said that they were also counting on them today. The team went forward under tense glances. Bonson looked around, feeling a strange atmosphere. She suggested that they should send a request to the main office. They approached the portal. Two players covered themselves from a powerful stream of energy. The portal turned purple. The girl assumed that the dungeon had begun to rupture, which was strange because the cleanup was done daily. Everyone took out their phones. Bonson and Steve looked at the screens. An emergency message from the association appeared on the screen. They reported that the dungeons were prohibited. An order was given to wait for further instructions. The system approached the girl and asked what happened. Bonson asked if they really didn't receive the message. The horse head looked questioningly and asked what was written in the message. Bonson looked at them in confusion, trying to understand what was wrong with these people, because everyone registered in the Players Association received this message. She looked at the phone again. The girl's eyes widened. The message said to continue reconnaissance activities in all countries where agents were sent. It was reported that a re-rating was planned among Korean players. There was an order to participate in the rank reassessment. Bonson looked at the phone in confusion, not understanding what had happened. The hero nodded his horse head silently. The excited crowd of people wondered what was going on there. The people standing in a row looked at what amazed them. Three guys came out of the portal and asked to move away from the portal and not to worry. The man asked discontentedly why they were blocking the passage and said that they wanted to enter. The guy in the mask persistently warned about the danger in the dungeon. Blocking the passage to the portal, one of the guys said that now all the dungeons were out of control, as a result of which everyone should return to their homes, and they also planned to organize a raid squad led by the government and the guild. People wondered in surprise what kind of raid squad. A voice from the crowd asked about the nightmare of the Great War, then the guy with silver hair asked everyone to leave the area. The masked couple looked at each other. The guy asked if it was her doing that Bonson could not enter the dungeon, to which he heard an affirmative no. The people in suits were discussing why all the dungeons had gotten out of control. The boy and girl looked at each other and were perplexed by what was happening. The girl in the rabbit mask stood in front of the two guys and discussed her desire to go into the dungeon with them. The masked couple turned to the young man in the bull costume standing behind them. The guy spread his arms and loudly suggested that they all undergo a rank reassessment. Bonson got angry and swung at Steve and asked what the hell he was talking about. The girl in the horse costume happily hugged Bonson and said that she was ready to go with them even to the ends of the earth. The lady with pink hair breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she could get lost in the crowd of other fighters with them. Turning to her acquaintances, Bonson confirmed the meeting place, to which they agreed. While the guys were talking, Steve sighed with relief. The guys waved to each other and went their separate ways. The red-haired young man looked at his phone in surprise while the rest of the squad talked to each other. The heroes looked at each other. Kibong suggested that his partner inspect the dungeon before returning home. The guys moved towards the portal, but there were defenders ahead. One of the squad members stretched out his hand in front of him and said that entry was prohibited. At that moment, the main character began to take off his mask. Jun and his comrade were amazed at what they saw. Kibong smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The two young men looked at each other. The two guys stood at the portal, after which Jun's partner asked if he knew him, but in response he heard a firm no. The main character smiled mysteriously. Kibong patted his old friend on the shoulder and said that he had become stronger. Jun looked at the main character's hand with fear in his eyes. A couple of people entered the portal, but the guy tried to stop them. Turning around, Sis grinned and said that they could forget about it. Smiling, the girl said that no one passed by them. She turned to the squad. Fear was red in their eyes. The guys, as if under hypnosis, said that no one passed by them. The main character and Sis entered the portal. The squad silently looked at the shining teleport. A tear ran down Jun's cheek. The whole squad shed tears. The guys stood in bewilderment and wondered why they were crying like girls. The sky turned bloody. Against the background of houses no longer residential, a young couple walked. The amazed Kibong and Sis were convinced that the place was very strange and there were many strong opponents in it. The young man confidently looked up and said to cling to him. The girl, without thinking twice, immediately hugged him. Flashing like lightning, the couple flew into the sky. Flying across the sky, strange creatures appeared on their way. Rushing to attack, the birds made frightening sounds as if threatening Sis and Kibong flying at them. The couple, holding each other, were amazed by the strength of the monsters, and they also believed that at the end they would have a battle with the boss of bosses. The girl beamed with delight and shouted that this was insanely interesting. The protagonist, concentrating, ordered to take him straight to the main boss. Rushing forward with even greater speed, they cut their way. Flying higher, Sis began scanning. The girl enthusiastically made it clear that the scan was complete and she was setting the course. The route appeared in her eyes. Like a flash, they flew over the destroyed houses. They flew like a snake, writhing over the roofs of abandoned houses. The protagonist and Sis rushed upward like a rocket. Continuing on their way, they noticed a huge monster that was making a furious roar. Kibong and Sis flew into its open mouth. The enraged monster clamped its teeth. The huge beast was torn apart from the inside and he could no longer do anything about it. Kibong and Sis pierced the creepy worm and got out. The surprised girl said that they had reached the place where the boss was. The sphere that enveloped the guys flew away and they stopped levitating in the air. Hovering above the ground, they watched something that looked like an egg. The strange object stood motionless on the surface. The guys were amazed and wondered what kind of creature it was. Sis, with wide eyes, claimed that it was definitely the boss. The couple quickly landed on the ground, watching the egg. Staring intently at the object, they wondered what rank it was. Thinking and slightly opening his mouth, Kibong asked Sis if she really thought that the rank of this boss was lower than those they had met before. Suddenly, the object cracked at the seams. A creature began to crawl out of the egg. It fell to the ground in bewilderment. The heroes watched what was happening in surprise, and then Sis named the approximate rank of the boss. Squinting her eyes a little, she changed her mind. The terrible creature looked ahead and made sounds. The young man, looking at the monster, doubted its rank. Being behind Kibong, the girl claimed that the enemy was strong, and the protagonist decided to test it in action. The guy moved towards the boss. The creature's fierce eyes suddenly flashed. The protagonist froze. Kibong dodged the enemy's attack. Looking at the monster, he noticed that the enemy was very fast. The creature, looking into Kibong's eyes, threatened to kill him. The guy, opening his mouth and not looking away, was surprised that the monster could talk, to which Sis agreed and noted that it was not even in her database. The young man, confidently looking ahead, suggested wrapping up. A blue glow began to spread from Kibong and the color of his hair changed. The creature jumped back, but the guy stood motionless in place. The protagonist was surprised to notice that the monster was not alien to the feeling of fear. The enemy got really angry and shouted that he would kill him. Suddenly, the monster pounced on Kibong. The guy grabbed the monster by the leg. Holding the demon's foot in his hand, the protagonist's eyes blazed with blue flames. The young man concentrated all his strength and threw the enemy into the ground. While the creature was lying on the ground, the protagonist took a swing. Kibong delivered a crushing blow. A powerful shockwave enveloped the ground. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist wondered if he was dead. Standing aside from the fight, Sis shouted that she could still feel the boss's life energy. The guy watched the enemy lying in front of him. The monster suddenly grabbed the ground and made plaintive sounds. The creature began to crawl away from Kibong. Sis, who was standing behind him, shouted that it was growing and becoming stronger. The young man said with an empty look that he was going to finish off the monster. Kibong found himself in front of the monster. They looked at each other. With unprecedented anger in her eyes, the evil spirit promised that her father would definitely kill him. The guy turned his gaze away and wondered if it really thought so. The main character was excited by the monster's words and, getting ready to strike, he said that they should try if they had enough strength. The sky enveloped the mountain peaks. Two guys were fighting each other. The guy and the girl watched the battle. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild got angry and demanded that he remove his shackles. The girl, without looking at the young man, said that she did not trust him. The two men looked at each other. One of them explained that he did not trust him and offered to end the squabble. Taram looked forward angrily and exclaimed that he was a government dog. Dodging the dagger, he added that he was not the dog of the head of the magic tower. The man tried to strike back, but to no avail. The guy threw a dagger. Taram parried the throw. The guys stood opposite each other. Yuban continued to attack with daggers. Looking into each other's eyes, Taram said that his opponent's abilities had improved. The angry head of the Blue Dragon Guild suggested that dispersing the enmity between them was what that fool wanted. After thinking for a while, the girl predicted a possible danger in the form of a monster. The lady with a displeased face said that Snake was trying to achieve something by using that essence. The blue-haired youth was dumbfounded. The men froze with indignant faces. The young couple stood and was clearly shocked by something. Looking at the phone where the emergency message was written, she said that it seemed to have already begun. People were entering the building for re-evaluation. Steve and Binsoon looked around and were surprised by the size of the center. The couple looked at something in surprise. A cold-blooded witch appeared in front of them. Kim Yoo-hyun walked past the crowd. The people around were discussing her. The crowd turned their attention to the couple of young people standing in front of them. Yui, with a smile on her face, was happy about the re-evaluation of the rating. The girl was enthusiastically thinking about what was happening. Everything around began to darken. In Yui's thoughts, it flashed that this was definitely the first time. The long-haired young man turned to the girl. Yui was broadcasting live where she explained why she came to this place. The young lady saw a large number of people. While Yui was broadcasting live in front of her, she saw Kim Yoo-hyun. The girl turned the camera to the cold-blooded witch and stood next to her, talking about how close they were. Two sisters were standing next to each other and talking to each other. Yui's partner appeared in front of the two girls. The cold-blooded witch asked if he was her sister's boyfriend. The long-haired young man bowed in front of Kim and introduced himself. Smiling, Ho said that he was the manager and Miss Yui's boyfriend. The girl covered his face with her hand and said that he was just a manager. Closing her eyes, she suggested that he calm down. Kim noticed that her sister was broadcasting live. The cold-blooded witch stood with Yui and asked if she was looking at the screen and talking to herself. The girl replied that there were people watching the broadcast. Kim abruptly left the frame and asked again about the people. The witch looked at the phone in surprise and asked if there was anyone. Yui, smiling, explained to her sister that all the viewers were at home. Kim began to leave and wished her luck with the broadcast, adding that she hoped to be in the same squad with her. Looking into the camera, Yui told the audience that her sister wanted to be in the same squad with me. The young man came up and hurried her. Winking, the girl said that she would be getting ready today. The gates opened. Yui showed the room and said that she would be a judge during the re-evaluation. Surprised, she suggested starting. Setting up the tripod, the girl said that this was a one-on-one fight with the judge or a demonstration of skills. Yui stood in front of the guys and explained that those who received a high score in the competition would receive the privilege of participating in the raid squad. Jumping with happiness, the girl gave the go-ahead for the fight to begin. A bunch of people rushed towards the couple. Ho and Yui smiled. The guy struck with a cane and struck the enemies. The girl grabbed a staff that emitted blue energy. Ho confidently stood over the prone opponents. The lady sighed with a tired look and said that she was so exhausted, but she thought that the opponents would be stronger. Looking into the camera, Yui said that enough time had passed and it was time for some ranker to show up. Smiling and spreading her arms, the girl asked the viewers if they were underestimating her too much. People in the chat wrote that she had really reached rank 5. Yui replied that this was not so, but she was standing at the very gates to this rank. Turning to the gate, the girl noticed other participants. Kibong was standing behind the opening doors. Ho and Yui were shocked. The protagonist and Sis were standing next to each other. With wide eyes, the girl said that unusual individuals had come to them. Standing in front of the phone camera, Yui told Ho to come forward. The guy appeared in front of Kibong and ordered him to go to him. The long-haired young man was interested in the mask of the man in front of him. With wide eyes and mouth, Yui noticed that the participant had a very interesting look. Standing behind Ho, the girl asked if the new candidate would be able to pass the test. The guy was asked a question that shocked him. Kibong stood in front of the young man and asked him what rank he needed to be in the squad. Yui and Ho exchanged glances. The girl answered with amazement on her face that of course he needed Ranka. The main character stood in front of his opponent and asked if they would give him Ranka if he defeated him. The young man stood relaxed and mockingly asked if he had really become that famous. Smiling, Ho said that if he defeated him, he would be Ranka or even higher. The guy stood in a stance, took the spear with both hands and suggested that they begin. Kibong agreed to start the competition. The main character took a step and stomped hard on the ground. Ho felt the unprecedented strength of his opponent with fear in his eyes. The young man took a step back, which surprised him greatly. Surprised, Yui stood behind the fighter. The young man hung his head and was ashamed that all this had happened in front of his girlfriend. Ho was horrified. The guy raised his spear and swung it. He hit the ground with the spear. A purple glow appeared between the fighters. Magic began to envelop Saibon. The glow spread throughout the entire room. A purple flash enveloped the room. Yui stood in front of Sis, then wondered why Ho had opened the entrance to the dungeon. The two girls looked at each other. The masked girl asked if it was possible to do so. The young girl, gritting her teeth and opening her eyes wide, explained that Ho only used this technique when he faced an opponent he could not handle. Yui, in surprise, looked at the masked girl, to which she turned to her. Sis spread her arms and wondered if she would be tested. The young girl opposite her agreed. Yui, slightly turning her head, decided to ask a question and find out what class the girl behind her was, receiving in response only that her opponent would fight with magic. Taking a stance and holding a staff in her hand, the young milady ordered an attack on her. Sis raised her hand to her face and asked if everything would be okay with the girl. Yui firmly answered yes and explained that despite her appearance she was very strong. The two fighters, standing opposite each other, decided to start the fight. Sis raised her hand up and extended her index finger. The young girl, with wide open eyes, was surprised by the witchcraft without any artifact and doubted the abilities of her opponent. The fighter in the mask extended his hand and began to point his middle finger forward repeatedly. Yui's eyes were filled with surprise. The thought of what her opponent was doing did not leave her. Sis attacked with magical spheres that flew towards the young girl. Glares of blue energy sharply and unpredictably changed their trajectory. Yui barely managed to jump back. While in flight, she was puzzled by the enemy's spell. Milady was enveloped in a barrier reflecting the opponent's attacks. Being inside the dome, Yui thought that he would withstand the spells. Sis continued her series of attacks at high speed. The young girl used a boost to dodge the spheres flying at her. Gritting her teeth, Yui ran and wondered about her opponent. The masked hero aimed his attacks at the running girl. Yui widened her eyes and guessed that her opponent was from the magic tower. Sis raised her index fingers up, watching the duelist. For a moment, their battle paused. They froze in front of each other and Yui asked if her opponent was from the magic tower. The masked hero asked again. The young girl waited for an answer with an excited face. Without taking their eyes off each other, the judge said that she acknowledged the abilities of her opponent. Sis asked if this meant that she had passed the test. Yui, standing close to her opponent, closed her eyes and answered in denial. Opening her mouth and slightly squinting her eyes, Milady decided to really test the skills of the challenger. The hero froze in bewilderment. The young girl rushed forward. With anger on her face, Yui created a fiery explosion. A huge cloud of fire flew towards Sis. The girl watched as the flames moved towards her. Being under the fireball, the masked hero froze. The girl pointed her palm upward. Sis cut the opponent's attack with a sharp movement of her hand. The flames scattered to the sides of the duelist. Yui predicted Sis's action, so she changed the direction of her attack. A fiery tornado formed. Watching her attack, she was sure that she had hit the enemy. The young girl opened her eyes wide and smiled. The masked hero reflected the magic. Milady stood there, surprise written on her face. Yui, in shock, could not believe what was happening. Sis swung her arm towards the girl. The judge closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, frozen in fear. Yui felt a light touch of her opponent's hand and opened her eye. The masked hero placed his palm on the girl's head. Sis spread her fingers and asked if she had won. Yui looked at the winner of the battle in surprise and admitted defeat. Turning around, the girls saw an incomprehensible gap. A portal opened and a guy appeared from there. An exhausted Ho came out of the teleport and fell to his knee. Kibong stood behind the young man. Sis ran to meet her comrade and asked about the results of the test, to which the girl received a positive answer. Yui looked at the guys in surprise and believed that their rank was at least 5th. The couple looked at each other and wondered if they could join the raid squad. The judge looked away and greeted the new team members. She handed over the pass and the masked hero accepted it without hesitation. Kibong held the map in his hand. The allies stood opposite each other and Yui explained to them what this map was for. The guys said goodbye and went to the exit. The young girl raised her hand. Yui looked at the kneeling Ho. She stood next to the guy and held him by the shoulders. Milady buried her face in the young man's hair. People in the chat were discussing Sis. The sky was covered with green treetops. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild walked along the path and was indignant. The guy's eyebrows frowned. He seemed displeased and said that the next time they met, he would not care if it was a magic tower or whoever else, he would just kill everyone. The hero, with his hands in his pockets, stood silently. The young man looked around and was indignant that there was no one. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild held a map in his hand and thought out loud about the head of the magic tower. He put his hand in his pocket and turned away, looking into the depths of the forest. The young man left the crystal with a slight movement of his hand. The rare mineral bounced off the ground. A portal appeared in front of him. Halfway there, the guy said that it was better to see once than hear 100 times. The young man found himself on the other side of the portal. The young man appeared in front of the squad. Dragonov and his partner looked ahead and Snake confirmed that the head of the Blue Dragon Guild would be here. The guy stood opposite the old man in the hood and said that he saw how many of them had gathered here, and also noted that if Prime Minister Gu found out, there would be an unprecedented fuss. Snake made it clear that he was doing big things, but he could not afford to worry about trifles. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild smirked and made it clear that he mistakenly considered the Prime Minister a small stumbling block. A man appeared in the crowd, warning the young man about his harshness. The young man clutched the map in his fist, preparing to vent his anger. Daggers appeared above the heads of the squad members, emitting red light. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild seemed to have gone mad. He raised his hand at head level and said that he was tired of them. An ominous aura circled around the young man, and his eyes sparkled red. Through the smile on his face, he made it clear that he wanted them dead. With one wave of his hand, the boy directed an attack into the crowd. Shining daggers dug into the enemy. The young man ordered the lightsabers to attack the enemy. The young man enjoyed watching how people wriggled like worms under his onslaught. Dragunov and Snake watched their comrades die. The two men continued to stand silently. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild stopped his daggers and looked at the defeated enemies. The young man raised his hand and looked forward. The guy stood in front of two enemies, about to attack them. Snake looked at the young man and tried to stop him, but the head of the Blue Dragon took it for fear. The man hit the ground with his cane. Red energy formed under their feet. The young man froze in bewilderment. The two opponents looked at the boy, later advising him to calm down. The head of the Blue Dragon thoughtfully bit his lip and thought about the strength of the enemy. The young guy raised his hand up and then said that his enemies paid for their disrespect. The young man closed his eyes and slightly opened his mouth, making it clear that he was ready to listen to them. Dragunov frowned and looked at Snake. The man standing in front of the head of the Blue Dragon raised his hands up, in one of which was a cane. The old man's eyes glowed red. Snake blinded the young man, emitting a bright flash of light. In a panic, the guy covered his face with his hands and asked what the old man was doing. The face of the head of the Blue Dragon Guild showed confusion. At that moment, all the colors around him changed to negative. The young man fell to his knees and began to make shrill sounds. The young man with a crazy face grabbed his head and screamed. He lowered his head and said what kind of memories these were. Snake appeared in front of the young man and clarified that he had rewinded his time and these were his old memories. The guy with an open mouth and crazy eyes raised his hands and asked if these were his memories. Snake, looking down, offered the young man a deal, offering to join them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild looked up with interest. The old man stood next to the kneeling hero. Saiban and Sis were standing nearby when suddenly she began to wave her hand and say that they were here. The guys met each other. Steve asked if they passed the test, to which he received a positive answer. The guy stood in front of Sis and bragged about the person who was taking their exam. The girl bent her arms and eagerly wanted to know their results. A smile appeared on Steve's face and with a sharp movement of his hand he pulled out a card. Bonson hit the guy in the back. The lady stood in front of the guys and asked about the results of their test. The couple raised their cards up, thereby making it clear that they also passed. Bonson widened her eyes, surprised by the guy's abilities. Steve looked at his partner in confusion and asked what was wrong with her face. She replied that nothing. A cold-blooded witch appeared behind the group, while Bonson was saying that she was glad to pass it together, but she interrupted them. Yuhyun, who was standing behind Lucia, said that she was looking for them. The test participants looked worried and asked if something happened. The cold-blooded witch stretched out her hand forward and asked them if they were in a guild or not. Bonson looked displeased and asked through clenched teeth that they didn't look like they belonged to any guild. Steve, who was standing behind his partner, was puzzled as to what was happening to her. Bonson guiltily brought her fingers to her lips and apologized to the guys. The girl's face was thoughtful. The heroine looked into the eyes of her opponent, simultaneously taking hold of the sword with her hand. She thought that Yuchen was a worthy option. Steve suddenly appeared in the conversation between the two ladies and thanked the witch for understanding. The girl in purple looked through the guy, namely, she was looking at Sis. The young lady smiled and said a spell. Yuchen frowned and carefully examined the map. The lady was surprised and handed the map to Steve and said that an animal farm was a funny enough name for a guild. The guy took the pass in his hand and did not understand how this was possible. Yuchen extended her hand to the guys and asked for their IDs. Bonson was shocked that Sis and Kibong were in a guild. The mentor handed over a pass and said that they were in the same guild. The masked hero confirmed this. Steve looked at Lucia, who asked if he had given them passes. The guy looked back at Kibong standing behind him and had no choice but to say no. Steve admitted to the girl that he had made several copies because they had already agreed to go together. Yuhyun stood in front of the guys and asked them to go to the same place. Sis, looking into the eyes of the cold-blooded witch, asked if they were really going on a raid, to which she confirmed her words. Bonson looked away from Yuhyun and offered to go. With an undisguised smile on her face, the girl thought about how smoothly everything had gone. Kibong's face looked wary. He was thinking whether he should interfere in his sister's affairs. The masked partners stood hand in hand. A banquet hall appeared where there were many people. Yui and Ho sat together, depressed, discussing the revaluation. The boy, barely holding back tears, said that he was ashamed of his appearance. The girl closed her eyes and smiled widely in an attempt to cheer Ho up. The young man lowered his head, regretting his weakness, while Yui said that she did not mean that. The girl turned around and noticed her colleague. The lady raised her hand and greeted her sister. Yui looked into the distance and something made her surprised. The winners of their fight appeared behind Yuchen. A displeased grimace appeared on Ho's face. The guys stood opposite each other and it turned out that they all already knew each other. The two sisters exchanged glances discussing the replenishment of the raid squad. Ho did not take his eyes off Kibong, who was passing by. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, the guy repeated to himself that he must issue a challenge. The young man grabbed the handle of the spear. Looking at Kibong, Huo realized how scared he was and how different their strengths were. The young man stood there and barely kept his eyes open, later saying that it seemed like it was urgent. The group at the table looked at the guys and mocked them. One of the guys pointed and said that the person who conducted the test was a clown, and whether it was really conducted properly. Their gaze fell on Huo and Yui standing in front of them, and they assumed that the country had finally gone crazy. The long-haired young man took hold of his spear and advanced towards the offenders. Huo frowned and stared intently. A group of 3 young men were discussing the guy who was walking towards them. Huo approached the guys. One of the members of the unfamiliar group approached the young man with displeasure and then asked why he was looking at them like that. Huo bowed and introduced himself. The guys laughed at the young man without hesitation and called him the manager of the clown from Shandong. The confident Ho made it clear that the stupid ridicule directed at him did not matter at all. The young man slammed the metal tip of his spear on the floor. Suddenly, a wind current formed around the group of people, which was developed by the young men. Manager Yui looked quite serious and kindly asked them to refrain from disrespectful remarks about his friends. The men looked aggressive. The guy swung at Ho, but he stood motionless. The young man dodged the attack of the offender. The enemy maintained his balance on one leg. Ho swung his spear, knocking the enemy off his feet. The man fell to the floor with a crash, after which he made a face in pain. Before his eyes, the enemy saw the tip of the dagger and shook with fear. Taking advantage of this, Ho stood in front of the defeated hero and said to him, "You just died once." The young man asked the guys who wanted to follow their comrade. The young man pointed his spear at Kibong and praised him. The young man held a weapon in his hand and promised to surpass the masked guy. Ho stood in a confident stance and said that you can look forward to this moment. The people around Kibong wondered if he really had such a powerful force. The defeated fighter asked what all this meant. Bonson looked at the masked hero and asked if he really was that strong. Steve's partner was perplexed by what was happening and asked him why such a strong fighter was just standing aside or if she had misunderstood something. In response, Steve said that anyone can draw the wrong conclusions. The guy and the girl discussed the strength of their ally among themselves. Bonson looked at Kibong with her mouth open, who did not even suspect the existence of a strong player in their circle. The guys stood opposite each other. Ho pointed his spear towards the masked hero, to which he gave a positive answer. The long-haired youth closed his eyes and smiled widely. Ho bowed in gratitude and promised to surpass Kibong. The guys paid attention to the side of the voice that said it was time to wrap up. A man appeared in the doorway. The muscular young man smiled and said that he was going to start a briefing regarding the raid. The man introduced the monsters and talked about them. The curator told the group of heroes about the successes of the raids. The young man, looking out from the crowd, raised his hand to ask a question, but clarified that he did not take part in that raid. The guy's expression became gloomy and he was curious how they managed to capture the fire dragon. Slightly upset, Yuvan Mu said that many players died. The amazed guys turned to the young man while the man was telling the details of the battle for Seoul. The group of people could not believe their ears. During the conversation between the men who were standing opposite each other, it turned out that at the time of the incident, the Prime Minister was on the outside of the barrier. The shocked guy asked if there was really no data left about the battle. Confident Muckle said that humanity was capable of catching an 8-star monster. The crowd could see the faces of surprised guys. Bonson exchanged glances with Steve and wondered how they managed to catch a dragon. The guy looked at his ally and told her not to underestimate the country, because there were many high-ranking players there. The man and the girl looked away, because from behind them came voices saying that they were quite capable of it. Yubin walked ahead and said that this did not receive worldwide publicity, but there was another case of hunting an 8-star monster. Adjusting his glasses, the guy asked if this was true. Taking up his daggers, the young man said that he never lies. Yubin approached the guy, who bowed to him and asked for forgiveness. The stranger in glasses turned to the master and asked if he had evidence to confirm the words about conquering the 8-star dungeon. Yubin glared menacingly and asked what kind of evidence the young man needed. Frowning, the guy replied that at least some data or witnesses. Closing his eyes, Yubin said about witnesses. The dark-haired young man pointed his hand at the couple and said that they were none other than the clown and her manager that you were laughing at. Confused, Ho and Yui froze. Putting his hands behind his back, Yubin said that he and his comrades conquered the dungeon on their own. With a serious look, the guy said that those who took part in this were present there and asked if they needed any more evidence. The puzzled guys began to look around. Raising his hand, the stranger asked how they could trust his word. He choked and wondered what he was even saying. Looking at Yubin, who was walking towards him, the guy noted that the head of the H-Warring Guild was talking to him. The stranger introduced various heroes and thought that this is one of the best and strongest players in Korea, adding that in fact this is the Prime Minister of Korea and those who are representatives of the most powerful guilds. Yubin approached him. Looking into the guy's eyes, the stranger realized that there was no need to doubt them. Yubin put his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, he offered to participate in the raid Prazan. The frightened guy noted that they can handle it. Yubin turned around and said that the composition was slightly different from what it was then, but they are able to cope with this misfortune again because everyone has something that they want to protect. The girl, taken aback, asked who they were fighting to protect that time, noting that, as she understood, they were not talking about the battle in Seoul. Yubin grinned. He looked away. Turning around, he said that they fought to protect all the inhabitants of the earth. Taram stood behind him and asked him in his thoughts if he remembered. The dumbfounded guy wondered why. His gaze fell on the guys in horse masks. Frightened, Taram asked what he was thinking and what he forgot there. He dropped his sword. Taram picked up the blade. The guy put his sword behind his back. He began to leave and said that everything would go without any problems. The door slammed shut. A snowstorm enveloped the city. Passers-by were in shock. Mabio was chasing people. The ice monster stretched out his hand. Ice shards pierced the guys' bodies. The demon walked past the dead bodies. Running away, people asked how it killed everyone. The sad guy asked what the heroes were doing. Sitting on the ground, he said that everyone had escaped and they were abandoned. Mabio stood in front of the girl. The enraged monster said a Prazuna. The squad in hoods walked through the blizzard. They blocked the people and told them to run away from there faster. The girl asked, puzzled, if they weren't here to catch the Prazuna. The guy took the sword in his hand and went to meet the monster. The warriors stood in front of Mabio. Frowning menacingly, the blonde asked why the enemy crawled out if he could continue to sit quietly in his dungeon. His comrades raised their weapons, preparing for battle. The man said that they had to buy time for the people to escape. The squad rushed forward towards the ice monster. The monster's red eyes lit up. A few seconds later, the team members were already lying on the ground. Blood was coming out of their leader's mouth. Turning his gaze to the enemy, the blonde said that by now those who could catch him should have arrived. An ice block pierced his body. The man fell to the ground. The boss turned away and left. A group of people gathered in the open space. They raised their weapons up. A magic circle appeared in front of the man with the staff. Suddenly, a bright pillar of light appeared above him. Similar magic circles appeared on different parts of the road. Someone stepped forward. Taram appeared from the portal. Yubin followed him, looking around. Yui frowned tensely. The protagonist and his comrades came out of the portal. The Sword Emperor noticed someone extending a hand to him and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and that the last time they met, he was with his sister. Waving his hand away, the former head of the Shield Guild asked him to shut up and threatened to kill him before Prazuna did. The man lit a cigar. A smirk appeared on his face. Taking the cigar in his hand, the man greeted the guests. There were people standing on the observation tower. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and expressed his dissatisfaction with the terrible cold. Looking back, his friend asked if Prazuna had finished her business here and decided to move south towards the Korean peninsula. The boy said that he would know the answer if Prazuna was here. Raising his eyebrows, Lichen asked his comrade not to stand here for too long because the enemy will not appear here anytime soon. Smiling, White Wind reminded that other monsters could come here too. Closing his eyes, the player said that it was not for nothing that they were talking about 8 stars and that Prazuna always went out alone without the accompaniment of other monsters. Hearing that his friend was going to rest, the boy looked after him in surprise. People had gathered in the conference room of the Russian military base. Frowning sternly, Yamaguchi asked if it would not be better to hit the enemy as the main target in Russia, where the most information about him was collected. Looking to the side, the man confirmed that this was the best option, and said that it would be nice if Russia was in the center and the rest provided support from the flank. The commander lowered his head, realizing that no one wanted to die in a foreign country. The player raised his eyebrows at his point of view, wondering if it wasn't natural for the Russian forces, who knew the enemy better than them, to be in the vanguard. The old man smirked, asking why they even came here with that kind of thinking, and suggested that they wanted to profit at someone else's expense if the raid on Prazan was successful. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the man called him too rude to those who came to help him, and the commander asked if he didn't think Russia should handle the enemy on their own. Yubin stepped between them, asking them to stop. The boy winced when someone suggested that Korea, who had experience in conquering the Fire Dragon, should take the center stage of the raid alongside Russia. Yamaguchi looked at him and reminded him that Korea was the only country that had sent 2 S-ranked players so far, because if Prazuna broke through Russia, then its next destination would be the Korean peninsula. The boy looked down and thought that there was some truth to that. Sengrin closed her eyes and declared that the enemy must be stopped in Russia at all costs. The Prime Minister looked at her comrade and explained that if Prazuna broke through Russia and reached the Korean peninsula, it would be a great disaster for the entire country. The girl frowned sternly and explained that the neighboring countries would send quite powerful raiding parties, but the countries from other continents would only send insignificant forces. The boy concluded that they should succeed in the raid even with a limited force, and the woman closed her eyes and confirmed it. The player looked up and promised to complete the task without fail. Sengrin extended her hand to him. The heroes shook hands. Yubin turned away. The Prime Minister decided to remind him of something. The guy turned around. The girl said that a situation might arise where their forces would be insufficient. Smiling, she asked her comrade to find a horse in such a case. The young man looked down and remained silent. Spreading his arms, the commander confirmed that the Russian troops would stand in the center. Clenching his fist, he said that the enemy liked to have fun alone, unlike other monsters, so they had enough chances to win. It began to snow heavily outside. Hugging himself, Lichen asked how much longer they had to stand here, and said that he was about to get frostbite. White Wind replied that their shift was already over. Looking over the fence, the guy explained that players from Japan should come now to replace them. Someone approached them from behind, praising the allies for their excellent work in Japanese. As they were going down the stairs, the young man asked what the man had just said. His comrade assumed they were being praised. The player explained that without a translator, the words sounded like an insult. The guys turned around and called out to their ally. Giving him a thumbs up, Lichen asked him to keep going. The man turned away. The guy was indignant that he was putting people in an awkward position. A strong hurricane began in the sky. A huge snowstorm was approaching the base. Seeing it, the Japanese player shouted that there was an emergency. Looking back, the young man asked what happened this time. His comrade opened his mouth in shock. The guys saw a vortex outside the military base. A group of ice monsters were moving forward. There were armored vehicles on the street. Someone turned on the alarm. Looking ahead, the soldier asked if Prazuna should not act alone. His comrade turned around and ordered the others to prepare shells. Tanks drove out into the snow. Someone ordered to open fire. Flashes flashed near the base. Shells hit the snow near the monsters. The huge yeti bared its fangs. There was not a scratch on its body. Lowering his hand, the soldier realized that it was all useless. Players from different countries rushed forward in teams to intercept the enemies in each location. Looking ahead, Steve asked if it was time to engage in combat, complaining about the terrible cold. Holding out a weapon in front of him, Bonson asked him to cover her. The blonde agreed and offered to show the enemy a real fight. Grinning, the guy began to scan. The girl raised her sword. Two masked men watched them from afar. Sis turned to the protagonist and asked if he was going to engage in combat. Kibong looked at her and asked why she was interested. Putting a finger on the mask, the system thought that it would attract too much attention to its owner. Lowering her head, the girl asked if she could do this job. The boy nodded affirmatively. The woman happily closed her eyes and smiled. The heroes stood far behind Bonson. Raising her hand in front of her, Sis asked if she should be the main character of this battle. The monsters opened their mouths wide and roared. The eyes of one of them sparkled. The projectile hit his brother. Some players rushed into battle, while others stood aside. The cold-blooded witch said that Prazuna still hadn't shown up. Frowning, the man remembered that the report said that the enemy always acts alone, without involving other monsters. Taking out her sword from its sheath, the girl realized that their plans could be disrupted and that this raid would be difficult, and decided to go first. After these words, the woman ran forward. Smiling, her comrade thought that there was no better place for her to be active than Russia. Banging his fists together, he thought that it was time for him to move out too. Hearing strange sounds behind him, the player turned around. Bonson rushed past him at high speed. Looking after her, the man wondered who it was. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the hunter wondered if there was such a person in their squad. Sis's hand sparkled. A wave of blue energy broke through the crowd of people. Looking after her, someone asked what it was. His comrade said that a person was moving at an incredible speed. Looking straight ahead, the girl felt lightness in her whole body and wondered if her friend had learned a new spell. The girl caught up with the cold-blooded witch. Looking at her, the woman was surprised at how strong she was. The monster swung its paw, seeing the approaching enemy. The sword in Bonson's hands caught fire. Waves of fire cut the monster into pieces. Steve watched the battle from afar. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, unable to believe that his girlfriend had become so strong, and he assumed that his abilities had improved. The young man looked back as someone approached him. The masked man stopped next to him. The player lowered his head, realizing everything and thinking that his abilities couldn't have improved that much. The cold-blooded witch approached the group of enemies. She swung her sword. The monsters surrounded her from all sides. A sharp swing of the sword cut their bodies in half. Bonson pounced on the monster with a flaming sword. Hearing someone's voice, the girl turned around. The woman stood in front of a huge number of torn-apart monsters. The heroines looked at each other. Suddenly, several monsters pounced on the girl. A couple more enemies approached the cold-blooded witch. The huntress frowned resolutely. Her ally looked to the side. Bonson swung her flaming sword. The woman cut the monsters into small pieces. The girl jumped into the air, controlling the streams of fire. Her ally did not lag behind, destroying the monsters in her path. The huntress turned around, noticing the girl above her head. People watched as a fiery whirlwind engulfed the ice blocks. Someone asked who was next to the cold-blooded witch. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy said that he had never seen her before. Looking around, the young man noticed that it was not an S-rank player. His comrade assumed that these hunters would easily deal with the enemies together. Bonson pierced the monster's chest with her sword. New opponents ran towards her. The girl asked if they had gone too far. Looking back, she asked her comrade for support. Seeing only pieces of bodies in front of her, the girl realized that Steve was too far away to hear her request. Squeezing the hilt of her sword, the huntress decided to calm down. The viscous flesh did not allow her to pull the sword out of the monster's body. The monsters came close to her. Bonson opened her mouth in fear. In the meeting room of the Blue Dragon Guild, people gathered at a round table. The guild leader frowned with displeasure. Raising his hand, the brunette asked if none of their guild members had joined the raid squad, and reminded them that they were still in contact with the relevant authorities. Catching the leader's menacing look, the man apologized and promised to immediately call and announce their refusal. Waving his hand, the guy asked him to stop. Looking up, he asked what his thoughts were on this matter and whether they should take part in this raid squad. Sitting on a chair, the young man asked his subordinate to share his honest opinion on the matter. Standing up from the table, the employee said that they absolutely must participate. Frowning, the man explained that the Blue Dragon's position would be greatly shaken by the fact that they refused to participate in the raid, while the other guilds responded to the call. Standing up from his chair, the guild leader said that he understood everything perfectly. Adjusting his jacket, he asked his subordinates to contact Prime Minister Gu. Looking to the side, the guy explained that they had to meet. The monsters attacked Bongsun. The girl closed her eyes. At that moment, the monsters were destroyed. The frightened girl opened her eyes. In front of her stood the protagonist in a horse mask. Kibong turned around. Looking at his sister, he asked if everything was okay. The huntress answered affirmatively, her eyes widening. They stood opposite each other for a while. The boy asked why she was standing in one place and reminded her that there were still many monsters left, but soon looked at her sword. The girl took hold of the hilt. Looking forward, Sis realized that her friend had not held back and interfered in the battle despite her request to entrust this work to her. A spark appeared on the tip of her finger. Fire ignited around the girl's hands. She managed to pull the flaming sword out of the monster's body. A huge wave of fire rose into the air. People saw how the flames pierced the sky. Yuban and Taram frowned. The cold-blooded witch fixed her gaze on the wave of fire. The huntress opened her mouth in shock. Walking up to her, Steve asked if she was okay. Looking back, Bunsoon answered in the affirmative and asked if his abilities had really improved that much. The boy asked what that meant. Scratching the back of his head, the young man immediately confirmed it. Smiling, the girl realized that they only had to do the last touch. Navia walked forward, leaving footprints in the snow. Looking up, the monster saw fire in the sky. His eyes lit up. People gathered on the territory of the military base. Looking back, one of the players noticed the protagonist's squad. The girl walked forward with her comrades. The people around could not believe that Korea sent another S-rank player, because such a powerful flame can only be demonstrated by having an S rank. Smiling, the huntress laughed. The players wondered who it was and what guild she was from. The man, widening his eyes, said that this person was in no way inferior to the cold-blooded witch. Bonson continued to walk forward. Many thought that this was their chance because no one knew about her here. Frowning, the men decided that they could recruit her. The girl held a fiery sword in her hands, being a player who would sooner or later reach S rank and who was not a member of any guild. People surrounded the girl to find out what guild she was from, considering her the best target for recruitment, which must be taken at all costs. Standing in front of his friend, Steve asked everyone to make way and declared that all interviews were prohibited. The huntress turned away and left. The guy shouted that no one should disturb the tired player. Clouds gathered over the building. Bonson put her scabbard on the table. Scratching the back of her head, the girl said that fighting monsters is much better than dealing with crowds of people. The young man was glad that no one followed them. The girl approached him. The player asked what happened. Giving him a slap on the back of the head, the huntress asked when his abilities had become so strong. Closing his eyes, Steve laughed and was glad that she liked everything. His friend asked why he did not immediately tell her that he had such skills. Raising his eyebrows, the boy imagined Sis's face and thought that this was the first time he saw such a powerful magical force and that she was also no slouch, just like the protagonist. Remembering how he saw the people in masks, the boy decided that he would not have known about them if he had not activated the scanning spell and wondered who they were. Then soon sat down on the bed. The player thought that he could not find the answer to this question no matter how hard he tried, and wondered if he should send a report about them to his country. The heroes were standing in front of the map. The reason why they first came to Korea was to collect information and report on everything that was happening in this country. Closing his eyes, Steve decided not to report it. Crossing his arms over his chest, he realized that he should do it, but for some reason he did not want to. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought that he did not fully understand what they were yet, so it was too early to send a report. The boy looked back when the girl said she saw something strange. Looking down, she said there was something suspicious about the masked man. Raising his hand, the boy asked what was suspicious about him since he looked like a normal player. Remembering how the protagonist covered her with his body, the girl said that there was definitely something wrong with him. Lowering her head, the huntress said that the man was far behind, but in an instant, he appeared right in front of her and destroyed all the monsters that were attacking her. Smiling, the player suggested that there was some kind of misunderstanding, and asked if his friend could have confused his attack with that of a cold-blooded witch. Closing her eyes, Bensoon said that everything happened very quickly, and came to the conclusion that she really could have confused something. Someone called out to her, and the girl turned around. Entering the room, Sis praised her for her work. Looking at her, the girl thought that her manner of speech seemed very familiar to her. The huntress glanced at the protagonist, standing in front of them, but soon asked how they ended up in front when they had always been standing in the rear. Steve tried to stop her, but the girl raised her hand and said that she needed to hear the answer. Frowning, she asked if the strangers were hiding their abilities. Approaching Kibong, the girl said that she could not find a single explanation for what happened and asked them to tell everything honestly. Looking at the guy, the huntress asked who he was. The blonde trembled in shock. The horse mask opened its mouth. Pointing at Steve, the young man called his magic extremely useful. The player laughed. Looking at him, Bensoon asked what that meant. Sitting on the bed, she said that in that case everything was logical. The girl lay on her side and said that everyone worked hard today. The masked men looked at her. The girl thanked them for saving her. The protagonist smiled. Holding the documents in her hands, Sengren asked what happened. Grinning, the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild remarked that she should have spoken to him more respectfully. The Prime Minister asked if he had done anything to earn her respect. Raising his hand, the guy replied that he did not remember anything like that, and asked her to address him as she pleased. Frowning, the girl asked what business the Blue Dragon Guild wanted to see her for, having refused to take part in the raid. Getting up from the table, she assumed that the guild still wanted to take part in the raid, albeit with a delay. Sitting on the back of the sofa, the young man replied that it depended on the answer they gave him. The player frowned menacingly. The woman squinted intently, wondering what it was, and said she would listen to him. The guild master smirked and uttered only one word, memories. Sengren asked what it meant. The boy lowered his head and said that he had found out why they were in such a state. The Prime Minister leaned towards him and asked if he had come here to play a game of questions and answers with her, and wanted to know what memories they were talking about. The boy looked at her from under his brows and thought that the old man had lied and that she really didn't know anything, and said that the Blue Dragon would not cooperate with them if they continued to act like this. The girl looked sternly into his eyes. The player smiled, confirming that she knew everything. The woman turned around. Sengren was a living legend and a hero who had protected the Republic of Korea from the Great War until now. Without taking his eyes off her, the guild master decided that something was clearly wrong and asked who had touched his memories. Closing her eyes and sighing, the Prime Minister realized that he had failed to regain his memories on his own and asked if Snake had told him everything. The boy replied that it was not that important because what was more important was who had done this to him. Looking down, the girl asked if it would not be the same if all the memories disappeared. The boy asked if that was exactly what she was talking about. A red star appeared above his head. Bright blades appeared in the air. The player warned that he would get angry if he did not hear a normal answer. Flames appeared around the woman's hand. Raising her sword, Sengren said that she would show him leniency for the last time and only because she was the leader of the Blue Dragon. Waving his hand, the guild leader stated that she could have just told him what was going on. The red knives above his head disappeared. The Prime Minister asked him to act according to his status and warned that his current actions could cause him great trouble in the future. If he had nothing to say, the guy promised not to bring this up again. The girl frowned sternly and asked him not to even try to find out anything about his memories and stated that she could not tell him anything about this. Clenching her fists, the young man realized that she knew everything and asked if her memories were intact. The woman looked away. The player hoped that he was right. Suddenly, Sengren swung her hand. Opening her mouth in fear, the guild leader assumed that they wanted to kill him right here. The Prime Minister hit the ground with force. Looking at her, the guy asked what was going on here. Covering him with her hand, the girl asked him to leave here as soon as possible and asked how the enemy dared to sneak in here without a drop of fear. A cloud of smoke and dust rose in the room. Snake was hiding behind him along with his entourage. The blue barrier around him dissipated, and the old man realized that, as expected, the woman knew the identity of this young man. Gritting his teeth, the guild leader asked if he was simply being used. Looking down, the man replied that it was not being used at all, but simply a step towards achieving their shared goal. Looking at him, the boy realized that he really should have torn this man to shreds. Turning her head, Sengren said that she was just looking for the villain and thanked him for coming. Narrowing his eyes, Snake called her arrogant and noted that no one was around her now because they were all off on a raid against Prazen. The man slammed his cane on the ground. Looking up, he asked how she had the courage to say something like that to his face in this situation. With a frown, the Prime Minister explained that there is a saying in the East that only those with bad intentions come uninvited. With a stern frown, the girl said that it did not matter what their purpose was and asked them not to even hope that they would be able to return unharmed. With a blazing eye, the villain explained that he did not plan to simply return as he had too many questions for her. White clouds floated above the building. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from the upper floors. The woman jumped high into the air. The enemies were behind her. Turning around, Sangren asked if they really thought they could defeat her. Frowning menacingly, Snake noticed that she had no dignity at all. Swinging her sword, the Prime Minister explained that she did not have time to worry about her dignity in front of her opponent. The swing of her sword created a wave of red energy in the air. She approached the old man. An explosion was heard in the sky. At this time, a group of people were heading towards the snowy mountains. Bonson was walking in front. The girl closed her eyes, upset that she had to be in charge of the squad. Steve said that it was all her fault. Looking at him with a smile, the girl decided that it was not bad, because this way they would be able to gather the most information. The guy reminded that at this rate they would be among the first to lose their heads. Pointing her finger forward, the huntress asked why her friend was pretending to be weak, and asked him to give her exactly the same buffs as last time so that she could catch the enemy. The young man concluded that she still had not guessed anything. The main character walked in the crowd. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to step aside. Smiling slyly, the stranger greeted the heroes. Pointing at himself, Choi Long introduced himself as a member of the Day and Night Guild and asked the huntress to join them, promising her better conditions. Clenching his fist, someone called out to him. The man turned around and asked what he wanted. Kibong threateningly asked him to leave, the veins on his horse mask bulging. The heroes froze in the snow. Choi Long raised his eyebrows, asking what he wanted. The hero wondered if they weren't talking about a small guild. The man pursed his lips, thinking about the animal farm. He had never heard of a guild with such a name, so he didn't pay attention to Kibong at all. The hero frowned, reaching for the hilt of his sword, wondering why he was afraid. Choi Long raised his head, looking at the guy in the horse mask and thinking that he himself was a rank player, so why was he afraid? He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide. Bung Soon raised her hand, telling him to go to his team. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, saying that she would come by after the raid was over. Choi Long thanked her. The hero looked nervously at the guy in the horse mask, thinking that he was somehow uneasy. Two more people approached Bung Soon, trying to get her to visit their guilds. The protagonist did not take his eyes off his sister. Sis took the guy's hand, addressing him by name. The girl frowned sadly, asking if he was going to block Ms. Bung Soon's way. The hero turned his head at her, repeating her question in surprise. Sis raised her hand, asking what would happen if he chased away everyone who approached her like that. The girl looked at him, saying that Mrs. Bonson also had her own life. Kibong turned, saying that she was of course right, but he did not understand what benefit those who had not even reached the basics could bring to his sister. Sis smiled, saying that it only looked like that from his side. The masked heroes looked forward. There were 3 people in jackets near Bonson. The girl raised her eyebrows, smiling happily. Kibong looked forward, saying that she was right. The guy smiled, saying that Bonson would figure out what was best for her. Representatives of different guilds stood around the girl. Sangren frowned, swinging her sword. The girl swung, sending streams of bright energy forward. Snake held the weapon out in front of him. The hero was thrown back, leaving a giant dent on the building. Sangren opened her eyes in surprise. Streams of smoke were coming from the protective field. The girl raised her weapon, looking at the people inside the protective dome. Sangren gritted her teeth and raised her other hand. The girl swung it, sending a bright stream of energy towards the hero in the brown cape. Dragonov appeared in front of Snake, holding a book in front of him. He used a force shield. Bright flashes stopped in front of them. The man furrowed his brows, saying that the Prime Minister had amazing magical abilities. Dragonov looked at the girl in front of him, saying that she was no match for him, a purebred wizard, a magical swordsman. Sangren frowned, asking if that meant she had to fight as a magical swordsman. The girl raised her hand, using a quick maneuver. Her eyes glowed brightly, and streams of red energy surrounded her body. Sangren rushed forward, leaving a bright stream of energy behind her. She swung, standing above Dragonov. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she would make them pay for daring to set foot on South Korean soil. A bright red flash appeared between the heroes. One of them used blink. Dragonov frowned and opened his mouth wide. Sangren made a swing, being in the middle of streams of bright energy. The girl froze, looking at Dragonov and Snake behind him. The man's eyes were shining brightly. He was surprised that her magical abilities and swordsmanship reached extraordinary heights. Sangren frowned, saying that she had no desire to listen to his compliments. Snake took the staff in his hand, saying that unfortunately, he would have to destroy such an outstanding person with his own hands. Bright streams of energy surrounded the girl's body. She asked if he really thought he could do it, since Snake was currently in South Korea and she was the Prime Minister of that country. The man pointed the staff at her, asking so what, since there were no strongest players on this earth right now who could help her. A bright stream of blue energy spread from the top of the staff. Sangren opened her mouth, thinking that it was dangerous, but it was too late to dodge. Then the only thing left was to slash at the forehead. The girl swung her sword. The tip of her weapon pierced the ball being created. Snake narrowed his eyes, saying that the greater the power, the more energy is expended. Sangren raised her sword in front of her, her eyes wide. The girl gripped the weapon's handle tightly. Her eyes widened as she realized she was falling down. Sangren gritted her teeth, not understanding what it was. The girl was flying upside down. There were 3 people on the ground. She was trying to use the flying skill. Sangren opened her mouth wide, using the reverse gravity skill. She stopped a few centimeters from the ground. The girl knelt down on one knee and raised her head. The people around did not understand what was happening. Sangren opened her mouth wide, ordering them to get as far away from this place as possible right now. The heroes obeyed. The girl froze, seeing Snake in front of her. The man folded his hands on the staff, saying that she was a real professional, because she was the first one to restore her mana so quickly. Sangren frowned, thanking him for the compliment and saying that she would do the same to him. The girl smiled, saying that he would be the first person she killed in so many years. The Blue Dragon Guild Master's eyes widened as he saw the Prime Minister. The boy opened his mouth, saying that all she had to do was answer a few questions. The hero asked if she really had to spill blood. Sangren turned to him, saying that she was giving him a straight answer now. She called him a traitor. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The girl closed her eyes, repeating the man's words about how there was no one who could protect her. Sangren frowned, saying that she had never needed someone's protection until today. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stood in front of Snake. The man narrowed his bright eyes, saying that it made him feel sorry for her. He slammed his staff on the ground, saying that he was very sorry. From behind him, creatures in brown robes walked towards the girl. Sangren frowned, holding her sword out in front of her. A bright light could be seen at the foot of the high mountains. Yui brought her hand to the staff, using the skill Campfire. The poster burned brightly. The heroes sat around it, trying to warm up. Yui closed her eyes, saying that everyone worked hard today, because walking such a distance on foot is not an easy task. Steve closed his eyes, saying that because of the terrible cold, walking was much harder. The girl opened her eyes, looking at the phone and asking why there was still no answer. Bonson looked at the girl, asking if she was waiting for a message from her boyfriend. Yui smiled, saying that it was not a boyfriend. The hero nervously coughed into his fist. The girl opened her eyes wide, saying that she meant the Prime Minister. At this time she always reports to her about the situation, but now she is not responding. Bonson widened her eyes in surprise, asking if she was reporting on her phone. She thought they were using magic to do so. Yui laughed, saying that cell phones were faster than magic nowadays. The girl widened her eyes, guessing that the Prime Minister was probably busy. A boot was visible behind the boy. The hero cried out in joy when he saw everyone. Yubin frowned, saying that a message came from the Information Bureau. He thought that they would encounter Mabio tomorrow, and from the information they received, the monster was currently leading a huge army. Yui widened her eyes, saying that she understood everything. Yubin furrowed his brows, saying that it was decided that the majority of the players would confront the Legion, and only a few players would attack Mabio. The boy closed his eyes. Yui widened her eyes in surprise. Steve and Bonson widened their eyes. The protagonist was sitting next to the cold-blooded witch. The masked boy looked forward. Yubin looked to the side, saying that the team that would strike the monster tomorrow consisted of him, the shield, and everyone sitting here. The boy opened his mouth, looking at the people present. Yubin frowned, saying, "Strike." Bonson widened her eyes, asking if when he said strike, he meant that the strike on Mabio would be carried out by a small group of hunters. The hero introduced the satellite. He opened his mouth, saying that according to the reconnaissance satellites, Mabio was currently leading a huge legion of monsters. Yui widened her eyes, repeating his words. Yubin looked at the girl, saying that there were too many variables in a confrontation with Mabio leading a legion. Or rather, it was a judgment on how advantageous it was to attack the monster that was left alone while the other players were dealing with the legion. Bonson furrowed her brows, asking if that was possible. Taram looked at her, saying that there was a good chance. She looked at the hero, who folded his arms, asking if he was the master of the Shield Guild and if he shared this confidence. Taram frowned, asking why she thought they couldn't do it. Bensoon widened her eyes, saying that it was about the monster with 8 stars. The boy closed his eyes, saying that she didn't know anything. The girl looked at Taram, asking what exactly she didn't know. The hero sat down by the fire, saying that she didn't need to worry about it. The plan was already announced, so he would go. He straightened up, looking at the main character in the horse mask. Taram put his sword on his shoulder and turned around. Bensoon looked after him, not understanding what he was talking about. She widened her eyes, seeing the outstretched hand. Yubin smiled, saying that he was impressed with her work today. The boy looked at the girl, saying that he would count on her in the raid too. Bensoon smiled, saying that she was also hoping for him. The heroes shook hands. The protagonist froze, looking at this. A shudder ran through his body. Sis grabbed his sleeve, asking him to calm down and control himself. Yubin opened his eyes wide, asking what kind of killing energy was this. The hero turned around, looking at the people in horse masks. Yubin looked around, saying that he felt killing energy. Was it his imagination? But it was clearly a huge wave of killing energy. The guy turned away from the girl, telling them to rest, but soon put out her hand, saying that he also needed to rest. A shudder ran through Kibon's body. He clenched his hand into a fist, looking forward. Yubin turned around, saying that he clearly felt killing energy. Was it possible that monsters appeared nearby? Sis pushed him in the back, saying that there was nothing like that here, and he needed to quickly leave here. Yubin walked forward, asking Taram to wait for him. Monsoon smiled, telling Steve that the guy was extremely polite. Neurons raised their eyebrows, about to say that he completely agreed with her. The hero opened his mouth wide, seeing the protagonist's glowing eyes. Veins on Kibon's mask bulged with rage. Steve opened his eyes wide, not finishing his word. The guy frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he completely disagreed. He asked what happened to her eyes. Monsoon opened her eyes wide, asking what he was talking about. Steve opened his mouth wide, asking how such an idiot could be called polite. He looked like a slow-witted person. The girl closed her eyes, saying that this was complete nonsense. The guy looked at the protagonist. Kibon gave him a thumbs up. Steve awkwardly laughed, giving him the same gesture. Yubin followed behind Taram. The guy frowned, saying that he still didn't know what the hero was hiding. Taram opened his mouth, saying that he would find out when the time came, since he couldn't explain anything. The hero turned around, asking if they still couldn't contact the Prime Minister. The boy looked at him, saying that they couldn't contact her even through the emergency channel. He was worried that something might happen. Taram closed his eyes, asking if there was a person in Korea who could harm the Prime Minister. The very thought seemed absurd to him. The hero frowned, looking ahead. He opened his eyes, saying that there was such a person. Yubin confirmed his words. The boy looked at Taram, asking if Snake was really targeting the Prime Minister. The hero widened his eyes, asking if he had already forgotten what the head of the magic tower said. Yubin frowned, saying that Snake was up to something with the monsters. The hero wondered if the raid on Mabio was some kind of ploy to leave the Prime Minister alone. Taram closed his eyes, asking him not to worry too much, since the Prime Minister was not someone who could be easily defeated. Yubin looked away, saying that they should finish the raid as soon as possible first. The hero agreed with him, saying that they should hurry. There was a blue sky above the high mountains and forest. Ilian was climbing up the rocks. The head of the magic tower was breathing heavily, moving forward. The girl's attention was caught by a movement to the side. A white animal opened its eyes wide, looking at her. Ilian looked at it, asking if he could take her to his friend. The animal turned around, looking back at her. It quickly moved up the rocks. The girl raised her head, looking at him. The head of the magic tower raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth. The little animal watched from a tree branch as the girl climbed up. Ilion's eyes widened as she looked at the little white animal in front of her. She sighed heavily as she looked ahead. The little animal climbed onto the rocky peak. The girl bowed, saying that a human was greeting a divine being. The little animal smiled happily, asking how she knew that. The head of the magic tower smiled, saying that she was a human who knew much more than she seemed to know. The little animal leaped forward, pushing off from the rock. Ilion's eyes widened. She saw the little animal transform into Kangwi. The boy's eyes widened as he greeted her. The girl closed her eyes and bowed, asking permission to introduce herself again. She was Ilion, the head of the magic tower. Kangwi sat down on the rock, saying that it had been a long time, and he was still wondering why she smelled so good. Ilion thanked him. The boy widened his eyes, asking what business the head of the magic tower had come to see him for. Was there a reason for a divine beast and a girl to meet in the mountains? Ilion raised her head, saying that she had come to ask for his help. The girl opened her mouth, saying that the netherworld was in chaos, so she had come to ask for help from a deity. The hero looked at her with wide eyes. He noticed that deities were not originally involved in the affairs of the netherworld. Kangwi widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He grabbed his head. The girl looked at him, asking if he was okay. Should she use a healing spell? The boy held his hand out in front of her, saying that there was no need for that. The hero closed one eye, saying that it was a momentary headache. He wondered what kind of pain it really was. Why did he get a headache just thinking about the netherworld? Ilion closed her eyes, saying that it was a well-known fact that deities did not interfere with the affairs of the underworld, but she was asking him for help. Kangwi clenched his fist, saying that he would go to the underworld with her because he needed to find out why he had a headache. The hero opened his eyes wide, assuming that he had left something important in the underworld. The girl opened her eyes wide, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Ilyon bowed, thanking the respected deity. The hero climbed down from the rock and stood in front of her, saying that he was not a deity. The boy smiled, asking to be called Kanghui, which was his name. Ilyon smiled, agreeing with his words. The hero opened his eyes wide and smiled, looking at her. A group of people moved forward through the snowfall. Yubin saw people on snowmobiles. The hero in the helmet bowed his head, saying that the Mabio Legion had appeared 3 kilometers ahead. Yubin opened his mouth wide, saying that they should act according to the plan. The players from different countries hold back the Legion and clear the passage. Yamaguchi knitted his brows, saying that they can rely on them. The man smiled, saying that they will lead them to the goal so that they can conserve their strength as much as possible. Yubin frowned, saying that they are counting on them. A group of people approached the crowd of monsters. The people stopped, looking at the legion of terrible creatures. The raid began. Yubin and Taram stood in front, the protagonist and Sis stood behind everyone. The people frowned in concentration, looking forward. An object hit the ground. Yubin and Taram took a fighting stance, saying that they will make Mabio regret coming out of his hole. The boys looked at the giant ice monster in front. The creature opened its mouth, saying something incomprehensible. Yui opened her eyes wide, asking if he was calling his legion. The girl held the staff in front of her, asking what he should do since his own legion couldn't come to his call. The people from the squad and the monster got into a fight. Yamaguchi and the man fought back to back. The boy frowned, looking at the monsters surrounding them. Mabio looked ahead with brightly shining eyes. He opened his mouth, addressing the people. Bonson opened her eyes wide, asking if the monster was using human language. Taram frowned, saying that even if it was still a monster, they should finish it off quickly. The hero looked at Yui, saying that he would stand in the vanguard, so he was counting on her buffs. The girl smiled, saying that he could rely on her. She held the staff in front of her, using the skill quick movement, indestructible body. The hero ran forward. Taram frowned, looking ahead from under his brows. His eyes glowed brightly as he swung his sword at the creature's body. Mabio held his hand out in front of him. The boy's eyes widened as he saw the ice blades coming towards him. Yui opened her mouth wide and held her hand out, using a force shield. Taram gritted his teeth. Streams of bright energy surrounded his body. The boy swung his sword, fending off the ice shards. Mabio opened his mouth, looking at him. His eyes glowed brightly, telling the hero to get out of here. The creature grabbed the boy by the collar. The monster threw Taram back. Yui raised her staff, using reverse gravity. The hero stopped in midair, looking ahead with a scowl. He landed on the ground next to the others. Bonson opened her eyes wide, telling Steve to watch and learn how to look natural and casual. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what she was saying. Steve opened his mouth, asking if she was really going to act as the Shield Guildmaster. Then he would have to sell his soul to the devil and start using black magic. The girl frowned, asking if he had said everything. Yubin looked forward, asking if this was a style that relied on strength. Somewhat unexpectedly, the cold-blooded witch opened her mouth, saying that she thought the monster would defend itself using its special attribute, Grandfather, so she was also extremely surprised. The guy closed his eyes and summoned a blade, saying that the reconnaissance was finished. It was time to start fighting. The hero frowned, moving forward. His blade left a bright mark in the space. The cold-blooded witch and Taram also moved to attack. Bonson opened her mouth, saying that she would go too, because she was counting on Steve. The boy widened his eyes, saying that he would start casting a dark magic spell. The girl frowned, saying that he couldn't even joke. Steve looked at the protagonist, asking if he could start providing support. The boy in the horse mask said that he could start without worrying. Steve smiled, thanking him. The boy closed his eyes. He widened them, using a fixed target analysis. The hero looked after Bonson. Mabio's eyes shone brightly. Visible vessels appeared in the boy's eyes. Steve pressed his hand to his face, saying that the analysis attempt had failed. He put his hand forward, asking the girl to be careful, because the target's weak point analysis had failed. Bonson widened her eyes, saying that weaknesses could be created. The girl frowned and held out her weapon in front of her, using a double flame sword. The boy opened his mouth, telling Miss Yui that it was time for him to go. The girl's eyes widened, asking him to be on guard, because the opponent was a monster with 8 stars. The hero took a step forward. The boy twirled the spear in his hands. He straightened up. The hero smiled, saying that he would not lose. The boy moved forward. Yui clutched the staff in her hands. The heroes in horse masks stood behind her. Sis turned her head, asking if he was really going to stand and watch. The protagonist asked if she really thought they would lose. The girl looked at the people fighting against Mabio, saying that it was true. Although the creature was far from a fire dragon, it was stronger than she thought. The monster raised its hand above its head. Sharp ice flows fell from the sky. Sis looked ahead, assuming that Lady Bonson would have a hard time. Kibong frowned, saying that he did not like this. Sis smiled, looking at him. There was a blue sky above the tall buildings. Kanghui and Ilyon were walking down the street. The guy turned around, asking if it was her first time in the city. The girl noted that it was. The head of the magic tower smiled as the hero said that she had a face like she had been here many times, since she had only lived in the mountains her whole life, so the city environment should surprise her. Ilyon asked if he was serious about this. The boy put his finger to his chin, saying that he seemed to have thought a lot about wanting to go down to the city and explore it. The girl smiled, saying that when you come face to face with the object of your desire, it may not be that interesting. She asked if that was the case, since she did not think so herself. Kanghui opened his eyes wide, asking where they were going. The girl closed her eyes, saying that they were going to where the evil entity that was wreaking havoc in this world was. The boy smiled and folded his arms, saying that he had often knocked out such fools since ancient times. Kanghui started waving his hand at the passers-by, asking where that scoundrel was. Ilyon looked at him, thinking that the sacred beast was not at all what she imagined. The girl closed her eyes. Streams of energy appeared around her body. She used wide detection. A bright flash rushed into the sky. It was visible from the continent itself. Ilyon opened her shining eyes wide. The hero's eyes widened, looking at her. Kanghui smiled and took her hand. Bright streams of energy enveloped their bodies. The heroes disappeared, leaving behind a flash and raised streams of dust. Mabio looked ahead with burning eyes. Taram held his sword in front of his hand, trying to defend himself. Cracks appeared on his weapon. The hero's sword broke. He was thrown back. The boy fell into the snow. Yubin and the cold-blooded witch rushed forward. Mabio bent his arms, directing ice shards towards the people. Yubin covered his face with his hands, and bright flashes appeared next to him and Yuhyeon. The girl covered one eye when a bright flash appeared near her shoulder. The boy's eyes widened, seeing a flash on his stomach. They fell to the ground helplessly. The heroes raised their heads, looking at the monster standing in the distance. Taram frowned, leaning on his bent knee. The boy was breathing heavily, tightly clutching the spear in his hands. Yui covered one eye. Steve's eyes widened, then soon wiped her face with her hand. Yuhyeon raised her eyebrows, saying that Mabio was much stronger than they thought. She asked how they managed to defeat the fire dragon and what to do with the other monster with 8 stars. Yui's eyes widened, saying that she barely remembers what happened. The hero frowned, saying that now there was only one way. The girl opened her mouth wide, asking if he really wanted to do this. Yuhyeon pressed her hand to her chest, asking what kind of method this was. The guy opened his mouth and smiled, saying that this was a copy of the dungeon. He could create a copy where no one could escape. He would enter the dungeon with Mabio and seal the entrance. Yui widened her eyes, saying that in that case, he wouldn't be able to escape either. The guy smiled, asking if this wasn't better than everyone dying now. Taram closed his eyes and straightened up, saying that they weren't done yet. He frowned and turned around, asking if it was time to stop standing aside and take off that cozy horse face already. All the heroes turned to look at Kibong. The guy with the horse mask was looking at them. He pointed at himself, asking if the hero really knew him. Taram turned to him, saying that he didn't know what he was thinking, but since he was here, he had to help. They needed Kibong. Sis and the protagonist let out a surprised cry, looking at the guy. Bensoon's eyes widened. She frowned, saying the name Kibong. The girl came closer to the guy, saying that her older brother had the same name. Steve closed his eyes, saying that it was true. Bensoon put her hand to her mouth, saying that it was surprising, because her older brother's name was not a common name. The guy widened his eyes, asking if she really didn't understand anything or was just pretending. The girl widened her eyes, asking what he was talking about. Steve turned, asking her to look more closely. Bensoon looked away, asking what he was talking about. They just have the same names, and their voices are completely different. The girl put her hand out, saying that her brother is not a player. The guy began to remove the mask from his face. Kibong closed his eyes and clutched the mask in his hands. The protagonist frowned, looking forward. Bonson widened her eyes, looking at her brother. The boy looked at Taram, asking how he knew about this. The hero frowned, wondering if Kibong was trying to play a joke on him or wanted him to pretend that he didn't know about his true identity. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford either. Taram glanced at Mabio out of the corner of his eye. The monster moved forward. Ice figures fell from the sky. Sharp ice shards headed forward. Mabio opened his mouth, pointing a finger at the people. Giant ice blocks rushed towards the group of people. Yui opened her mouth wide and clutched her staff, using the force shield area. Sharp ice blocks crashed into the protective dome. The tip broke through the barrier. The girl opened her eyes wide and puffed out her cheeks. Yui lowered her head, spitting out blood from her mouth. Taram clenched his fist, asking the protagonist if he was just going to watch everyone die one after another. Was that why he followed them around wearing that stupid mask? Saibong frowned, turning to Sis. The girl smiled, saying that she understood everything. She raised a finger with bright energy up. The ice blade began to crumble inside the barrier. Mabio's eyes shone brightly. He growled angrily. Bonson widened her eyes, watching the ice crumble. She turned around in surprise to see her brother standing next to her. The girl widened her eyes, asking where he was going. S1 took a few steps forward. Bonson put her hand forward, saying that it was dangerous. Steve put his hand on her shoulder, trying to stop her. The girl opened her mouth, telling her to let her go because she could not lose her family again. Taram looked at her, asking who she thought was in danger. The girl frowned, saying that it was naturally them. The boy furrowed his brows and looked ahead, saying that it was naturally Mabio. Bunsoon widened her eyes, wondering if the hero had completely gone crazy. She decided that she should help her brother. The girl tilted her head and opened her mouth, asking Steve to provide support. The boy opened his mouth, asking her to just watch what was happening. Bunsoon widened her eyes, asking why even he was acting like this. The girl furrowed her brows pitifully, calling her brother's name. The protagonist walked closer to the giant monster. Mabio opened his mouth and raised his hand above his head. Yuban opened his eyes wide. Taram and Bunsoon watched carefully. A giant block of ice appeared in the sky above the boy. Kibong looked ahead, chuckling in displeasure. Taram frowned, saying that this was the most effective attack. Yui widened her eyes, asking what he was talking about. The hero looked up, saying that attacks filled with mana could be blocked by dispersing the mana, but attacks using such overwhelming masses were quite difficult to block. Yui placed her hands on her knees, saying that even if they managed to block, they would also be swept away by the shockwave. Mabio had thought of everything in detail. The girl clenched the weapon in her hand, saying that they would have to do everything in their power to block his attack. S1 looked at the creature in front of him, saying that he would only ask one question: why did it crawl out of its hole? Mabio opened its mouth, saying that it wanted to kill. The boy sighed heavily, saying that words probably wouldn't help here. The hero took a step forward, saying that if the monster was more accommodating, he wouldn't have to work so hard. S1 stood in front of the monster, who raised his hand. The protagonist's hair began to turn lighter. His body was enveloped in bright energy. He used physical reinforcement. A bright stream of light surrounded his body. The ice block was approaching him. The heroes froze under the protective dome, looking at the bright flash in front. Bonson opened her eyes wide, asking what kind of power this was. Steve raised his eyebrows, asking her forgiveness for not telling him about it earlier. The girl frowned, asking if he really knew everything. The hero smiled, asking how he could not know because his special ability is scanning. The monster told the guy to die. The giant block approached him. Mabio opened his mouth and stretched his hand forward. Bonson opened her eyes wide and frowned sadly. The girl opened her mouth, screaming, "No." Taram smiled widely, saying that he had a chance to see this appearance again. The protagonist stood still as a giant ice block descended on him. S1 clenched his fist, saying that he needed to smash this thing so that not a single piece remained. The boy frowned, looking ahead. The hero raised his fist to strike, moving forward. S1 raised his hand, striking the bottom of the ice block. The people froze in place, looking at the streams of dust and snow raised in front of them. Ice blocks covered everything around. They began to crumble. Streams of bright light were visible. Ice fragments flew to the side. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. Bonson's eyes were wide open, looking up. The girl looked at the raised curtain of dust, calling her brother's name. Kibong stood in front of Mabio, asking if this was all. The hero frowned, saying that he would be a little disappointed, as in his opinion, the monster was not only weaker than the fire dragon, but a real weakling. The monster's eyes shone brightly. It opened its mouth, saying that the man was arrogant. Mabio pointed a finger at it, telling it to die. Yuban and Taram's eyes widened. The heroes froze in place, looking forward. Steve opened his mouth wide. Bonson's eyes widened in surprise. Kibong assumed a fighting stance, raising his fist to strike. Only legs remained of the monster standing in front of him. The sky above the city was blue. Kangwei looked away, saying that this was quite an amazing place. He asked how much longer they had to go to their destination. Ilyon looked ahead, saying that they were almost there. The girl looked at the guy happily, thinking that this was really an appearance that she couldn't even imagine because she thought that a sacred animal would be formidable and stern. Kangwei opened his eyes wide, looking up. Ilyon looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong. The hero pressed himself to the ground and closed his eyes, saying that he could smell the bad guys. It smelled terrible. The head of the magic tower frowned, wondering if he could really smell the bad guys. Kangwei pointed his hand forward, saying that it was there. The girl clenched her weapon in her hand and looked at the bright light among the buildings, thinking that she was right. The guy clenched his hands into fists and ran, saying that they needed to hurry because the smell of the bad guys was slowly moving away. The heroes stopped, seeing a group of people ahead. The girl called out to Snake. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around, saying that he hadn't seen the head of the magic tower for a long time. Ilyon frowned, saying that she thought he was a traitor. The boy's eyes widened, asking what kind of traitor. Snake placed his hand on his staff, saying that they would see the head of the magic tower next time. A bright magical seal appeared under the people. Bright streams of energy surrounded the man's body. He said that he had finished what he was going to do today, so he had to take his leave because he did not have the strength left to fight the head of the magic tower. Ilian and Kangwei rushed forward. The girl opened her mouth, telling him to stop. The hero raised his hand to strike, telling the man that he was forbidden to leave. Snake's eyes widened, asking what it was. The boy's eyes widened, leaving a dark trail behind him. Ilion came closer, saying that they should go after them. Kangwei closed his eyes and put his finger to his nose, asking to leave it to him. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The protagonist returned to his group. Kibong smiled, saying that everything turned out this way again. Sis closed her eyes and smiled, saying that he was great. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at his trembling sister. He placed his hand on her head, saying that he did not deceive her on purpose. The boy removed his hand from her head, calling her by name. Wet spots appeared in the snow near the girl's foot. She said, "I will lose." Kibong widened his eyes, asking what she was talking about. Unsoon widened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She said that she thought about losing him again. The girl closed her eyes and hid his hand, calling him a fool. She screamed, looking at her hand throbbing with pain. The protagonist smiled, looking at his sister. She closed her eyes, smiling back at him. Kibon raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Above the building with large windows was a blue sky with white clouds. People with cameras gathered at the entrance. The doors opened. People screamed, seeing the heroes coming out. Taram showed up first. The reporter asked to look here. He asked how they managed to successfully complete the raid on Mabio. Who exactly ended the life of the monster? The heroes opened their eyes in surprise. The reporter approached Huey, asking her to say a few words because the people of South Korea are interested in learning about the heroes who saved Asia. The girl and the guy smiled widely. Yui noticed that they were called the heroes who saved Asia. The man handed the microphone to the master of the Shield Guild, asking him to say something. The reporter assumed that he was probably the one who captured Mabio. Taram opened his eyes in surprise. The reporter guessed that in that case, it could be the cold-blooded witch or Yuban who was alive. The heroes looked down. The man smiled, saying that he seemed to have asked an inappropriate question. Since they certainly succeeded with their combined efforts, Taram gritted his teeth, asking what he was talking about. He opened his eyes wide, saying that they were no match for Mabio, since he was not just strong, but incredibly strong. The reporter opened his mouth in surprise, asking what he was talking about, since they were informed that Mabio had been defeated. The people held microphones to Taram's face, asking if the monster was still alive. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking what kind of nonsense they were talking about. If the creature was alive, they wouldn't be standing in front of them now. The reporter raised his eyebrows, saying that in that case, they didn't understand what he was talking about at all. The guy turned around. Taram frowned, looking at the protagonist and saying that he was the one who destroyed the monster. Bright flashes of cameras appeared in front of the guy's face. Kibon gritted his teeth, saying that everyone would bother him again. Sis smiled, saying that it was not bad. Bonson followed them. The girl's eyes widened. Steve raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with her. Bonson looked ahead, saying that she still couldn't believe it. The hero asked what exactly she was talking about. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she didn't believe this situation. The brother she was beating was a person who couldn't even kill a small bug. How could she believe that he killed Mabio? She clenched her hand into a fist, saying that he was not a player before he disappeared. Steve looked at her, saying that the guy could have awakened at some point because she was not a player from birth either. The girl looked away, about to say something. Taram held out his hand, saying that since they had seen everything, they should move aside. The group of people followed the guild leader, passing by the reporters. Steve smiled, telling Bensoon to go. She widened her eyes. The girl furrowed her brows, looking down. She followed the hero, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Bensoon looked up at her brother walking in front of her. Kibon furrowed his brows, looking ahead. There was a photo of Tiberias on the internet and a news headline about Mabio being defeated. Korean players successfully landing a hit on the monster in Russia. The boy's mouth fell open, looking at the comments under the news. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that they had succeeded. The man standing next to him widened his eyes, asking who had managed to capture Mabio. The boy crossed the road, looking at his phone, saying that S-rank players from all over the world had gathered. It was impossible not to catch the monster. Snake turned around when he heard the hero's question about why they didn't do it right away. The man's eyes lit up. He knew that the hero had finally arrived, or was it the one? Snake opened his mouth, saying that Mabio was just the beginning, because you can't block 10 hands with one hand. He stood in the crowd, saying that they, humans, never obey. The passersby widened their red eyes. The two boys widened their eyes, saying that they, humans, never obey. The girl held her mother's hand, completing their sentence. The man behind the wheel looked ahead, finishing their sentence. Snake put his hands on his staff and began to disappear, saying that it was time to start the main game now. The people's eyes returned to their normal color. The boys looked up in surprise. The people continued on their way as if nothing had happened. The street lights were on. The sky above the buildings was purple from the sunset. The protagonist and Sis looked ahead. Bensoon folded her arms over her chest, asking why he hid everything. Kibong sat on the couch next to her, saying that he didn't hide anything. His sister slammed her fist on the table, saying that it wasn't true. Bensoon stood up and clenched her hand into a fist, asking if it wasn't true. Then why did he follow her around with that damn horse face on, when he could have just walked in and uncovered their faces? The boy smiled, asking if she thought horses were cute animals. The girl's mouth dropped open, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Bensoon pursed her lips nervously, asking if he knew how worried she was. She looked at Steve, asking if that buff was definitely his. The boy raised his eyebrows. The girl pointed her finger forward. Bensoon looked at the boy with wide eyes, telling him to answer, did he put the buff on her or did she do it? Steve raised his eyebrows, asking for her forgiveness. The girl frowned, looking at him. She hurried out of the room. The guy put out his hand, trying to stop her. Steve looked after her, saying that he would explain everything. The protagonist stood up, saying that he would talk to her. The guy went outside. The sky was dark. The protagonist looked around from the balcony, asking where she could have gone. Kibong looked ahead. His eyes widened when he heard a strange sound. The protagonist closed his eyes. The guy reached down with his hand and opened his mouth, saying that it was him. Kibong picked up Kanghui by the collar. The young man smiled contentedly. The guy closed his eyes, saying that the hero smelled wonderful. The protagonist frowned, asking how he ended up here. Kanghui raised his eyebrows, asking if he knew him. The protagonist wondered what was going on here. Kibong turned his head, seeing a bright energy sphere ahead. The guy frowned, thinking that this was magic and belonging to a high-ranking wizard. The girl took a step forward, telling him to let go of the boy. The hero opened his mouth, saying that he did not want to do this. Ilyon held her weapon out in front of her, saying that if she did, she would make him regret it. The girl held out her hand, sending bright streams of energy towards the protagonist. Kibong opened his eyes wide. His eyes shone brightly when the boy raised his hand. The hero bent his fingers. His body was illuminated by bright streams of light. The boy clenched his hand into a fist. The head of the magic tower opened her eyes in surprise. Kibong was holding Kanghui by the collar. Bright streams of energy were coming from his clenched fist. They looked at each other in silence. With surprise in her eyes, the girl asked how he broke her spell so easily. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise and asked who she was. Ilyon stood up and replied that she was more interested in who he was. She knitted her eyebrows and said in her head that even S-rank players are not in the strategy to destroy her spells with their bare hands. Then asked who he was then and why she did not know anything about such a strong hunter. Kanghui looked at the protagonist and said that she was sure that this was their first meeting, but why did his smell seem so familiar? Kibong gritted his teeth and asked in displeasure what smell, then ordered him to answer the reason for coming here, to which the guy replied that he came here because he smelled the smell. Smell? The protagonist asked in surprise, looking at Kanghui, who replied, yes, there is a subtle smell of only bad guys here. Hearing this, Kibong raised his hand and said that he did not smell anything. Suddenly, he began to wave Kanghui up and down, asking if he was not going to answer properly. The girl immediately raised her staff. But suddenly, Kibong looked at her and said, not one more step forward. A terrifying power enveloped him and he said that there were many eyes. Horror gripped the girl. She felt the terrible power of the protagonist and wondered what it was. He hadn't even done anything. Gritting her teeth, she said in her head that she had to save the divine beast. The next second, she pulled out her staff and used mana bind. The protagonist's leg was entangled in a magical rope. After that, his hands were tied. The boys looked at Ilyon in surprise, who screamed loudly, now. Then Kanghui asked what she was talking about, to which the girl screamed loudly for him to run away quickly. Why? The guy asked in surprise, without a drop of fear in his eyes. Ilyon screamed in fear that she would not be able to hold back the protagonist for long. Kanghui suddenly spread his hands and asked why she was holding him back. Unexpectedly for the girl, Kibong raised his hand. Seeing this, the girl screamed in shock that this couldn't be happening, since he had a restraining spell cast on him and was moving so easily. Kanghui looked at the girl and asked if it was supposed to be hard, to which Ilyon explained that when she cast her restraining spell, even some high-ranking monsters would be immobilized, but the human body couldn't do that. Hearing this, Kanghui looked at the protagonist and exclaimed that he was truly amazing. Suddenly, Kibong jumped up, saying that his patience had run out. He then let go of Kanghui. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ilyon. The girl was shocked to see a guy in front of her. She closed her eyes and thought that she was too late. But suddenly, a hand fell on the protagonist's shoulder. Kanghui said with a smile on his face that he had better not touch this child. Hearing this, Kibong breathed a sigh of relief. The boy looked at him and calmly asked if he had calmed down. The protagonist suddenly pulled his hand back. No, he said firmly and swung at the boy. He made a quick strike, but Kanghui jumped back. He was very confused and said that he almost got hit. Kibong lowered his hand and said that he had not changed at all. Hearing this, Kanghui was surprised and asked if he really knew him. But the protagonist suddenly jumped towards him. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he flew at him. The boy looked at him and shouted that this was against the rules. At that very second, Kibong kicked him hard. After blocking the attack, Kangwee told the protagonist not to touch that child, and then he would not harm him. Hearing this, Kibong with anger in his eyes asked if he really should thank him for not harming him. Kangwee looked at him confusedly and asked if it was true that he would not touch anyone, to which Kibong replied that he would think about it. Hearing this, Kangwee got angry and said that such an answer, swinging, he added, puts him in a difficult position. Kangwee hit the protagonist on the side with all his might. His eyes widened in bewilderment. With tears in his eyes, the guy grabbed his leg in pain. Kibong asked what was wrong, to which Kangwee tearfully replied, "It hurts." The protagonist sternly asked if his memory serves him correctly. Kangwee did not receive it from him, to which the guy replied, "Of course not, because this is their first meeting." With burning eyes, Kibong said that it was time to fix it. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he asked what. The street was quiet. The guy raised his fist up. The protagonist stood in front of the guys, asking them to explain everything in order. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked why they came here. Kangwee shouted what he did for the smell. The protagonist turned to the girl and asked her to explain everything. Ilian pursed her lips, thinking that she couldn't even imagine how strong the guy was. She said that the Prime Minister was recently attacked, and those attackers kidnapped the Prime Minister. Kibong frowned, asking if the Prime Minister was from South Korea. The Prime Minister of South Korea, and also a rare S-rank player known throughout the world, who received high marks even among the same S-rank players, Sangren, so Kibong didn't immediately believe the news that she was kidnapped. Ilian said that it was hard to believe, so she and the Divine Beast set off on the trail of the kidnappers. The protagonist menacingly asked if this smell really led them here, to which Kangwee replied, "That's right." The guy shouted that the smell was subtle, so it was extremely difficult to follow the trail, but it definitely came from here, and he was not 100% sure. But this irritating smell must definitely belong to the bad guys. Ilian bowed, asking her to forgive her once again, since it seemed she had misunderstood everything, to which the protagonist asked her not to apologize, since it was about kidnapping the Prime Minister, she should hurry. Kibong asked if she knew who the kidnapper was, to which the girl nodded. Snake, a cunning and old S-rank mage from England. The girl said that after entering the country, there were several clashes with players from other countries. The guy asked curiously why he was doing this, to which the girl replied that she did not know the reason. She added that one thing is known for sure, and that is that the kidnapping and the incident with Prazan are the result of his cooperation with something of an unknown nature. The guy asked what something was, to which Ilian replied that she did not know what it was, but it was clearly something strong, capable of controlling high-ranking monsters and remaining in the shadows. Kibong thought that it was all over, but it seemed that there was still something left, and he was finally reunited with his family. The guy's eye suddenly lit up. Kangwee and Ilian's bodies began to tremble, wondering where such energy came from. The protagonist asked to start the search and lead him. He turned to Kangwee, who growled. The guy asked how the protagonist knew his name. Kibong replied that he did not need to know, and then asked if the guy remembered a person named Ju. The girl is the only person who can greatly enhance Kangwee's abilities, a must-have masterpiece for humanity to fight monsters of 8 stars and above. Kibong thought that this means these memories were also erased. The protagonist patted the guy on the head, asking him to definitely find her, to which Kangwee replied that he would. Sis stood on the roof, watching the guys. The girl was surprised. The bright sun was above the house. Snake was sitting at the table. His eye was glowing with mana. The sun was shining brightly outside. Snake's eye lit up as the street quickly darkened. He looked forward with a wild look. Suddenly, he began to cough loudly, leaning forward. Scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. Snake exhaled heavily. He said that he wanted to look into the guy's time, but why was his time so deep, like an abyss? After all, you can't find a person who lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He carefully placed his hand on the staff. It was night outside. The protagonist was walking down the street, saying that because of Kangwee, he had just wasted a lot of time. He chuckled and added that this brat hadn't changed one iota. After that, he turned around and asked displeasedly where Bensoon had gone, adding that the area was small, you couldn't even turn around, and if they managed to kidnap even the Prime Minister, they could pose a serious threat to such a fragile child Bensoon. After thinking this, he looked forward and used physical reinforcement. Releasing his power, he closed his eyes. The next second, a terrifying aura enveloped him. He opened his eyes, looking forward. Leaving a trail behind him, he rose into the sky. There, the guy looked one way. Then he turned the other way. At this time, Kangwee and Ilian were walking down another street. The girl looked at the guy and asked if he was okay, to which Kangwee asked why she was asking. Ilian looked down and replied that she thought the man had some unusual abilities, after which she added that she was sure that if Kangwee fought with all his strength, he would not be his equal. But No, the girl interrupted Kangwi with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Ilian looked at the guy and asked what his denial was. Kangwi looked forward and replied that even if he put all his strength into the blow, he would not be his equal. Ilian was shocked by what she heard, saying in her head that a divine beast is a creature whose power cannot be compared to human capabilities. Even an S-rank player would not be able to cope with a divine beast. Suddenly, she saw a bright trace that rose to the sky. Looking closely, she saw the protagonist. A flash of light flashed in the sky, and Ilian said that he really knows how to surprise. Kangwi looked at the sky and said that he has not changed at all. He added with a smile on his face that 1,000 years ago, now, like a star shining in the sky. Hearing this, the girl turned to him and asked what he was talking about. The guy waved his hand negatively and answered, "Nothing special," adding that the hand with which he blocked the attack went numb. Suddenly, Ilian saw that the guy's hand was swelling badly and reported this. Kangwi immediately handed it to the girl and shouted for her to use a restoration spell or a healing spell. At this time, Sis was sitting on the couch. She picked up the cup and drank some tea. Suddenly, someone came up to her from behind. It was Bingsun, who asked the system where her brother was. Sis then replied that he went after her, and then asked if they hadn't met. Bingsun came from the other side of the couch and replied, "That's how it is, no, they hadn't met." She then sat down on the couch and asked the girl if she would mind talking to her. Sis poured tea into the cup and replied that she wanted to talk to her herself, so she came at the right time. Bingsun stared at the system and asked what kind of relationship she had with her scary brother. Sis smiled and asked if she was only interested in what kind of relationship she had with Mr. Kibong, to which Bingsun replied with displeasure, "Isn't it natural for her to be interested? After all, she is his younger sister." The system raised its hand and replied that it had a relationship with the protagonist that could not be broken. They had a very close connection. Hearing this, Bingsun asked herself in shock, even if the world was not the same as before, how could one talk so openly about intimate matters? Putting down the cup of tea, she asked in confusion what the system meant. But the next second, she coughed into her hand and said that she understood everything. After that, she looked at Sis again and asked her to tell her about her brother, to which Sis asked what exactly she wanted to know. Without looking away, Bingsun asked what kind of work he did, where he had been, and how he became so strong. Hearing this, the system folded its arms and exclaimed, "So that's what it was curious about," to which Bingsun replied, "Yes," and then asked her to tell him everything. Then Sis's expression changed and she said that Kibong had become stronger on his own bones. In the training space, he had been killed over and over for a very long time. Hearing this, Bingsun was very scared and wondered why she was shaking. But it didn't seem like she was just talking nonsense. She folded her arms and said that if it was 10 years, it was indeed a long time, although she had no idea what she meant by saying that he had become stronger with his own bones. Suddenly, Sis said that it hadn't been 10 years at all. Hearing this, Bingsun was confused and asked what the system was talking about, since her brother had disappeared and reappeared exactly 10 years later. Sis smiled maliciously. Seeing this, Bingsun was embarrassed and wondered why she was smiling. Then the system calmly said that it would be better for her to hear the details directly from Kibong himself. Without looking away, she added that she could tell for sure that the protagonist was much stronger than she thought. Bonson thought she knew it herself, because if he didn't have incredible power, he would never have dealt with Prazen with one blow. But how did he become so strong? Because none of the techniques she knew would allow her to achieve such results. Sis called out to the girl with a smile. She asked Bonson to take care of herself, because if something happened to her, then neither fire nor water, nothing would stop Kibong. The girl lowered her head down in disappointment. Sis got up from the sofa, saying that she would go look for the main character, because he had gone to look for his sister, so he was probably combing the area now. She slowly walked towards the exit. Bonson cautiously asked what kind of strange atmosphere was there now. Taking a sip, she thought it was funny. Kibong was in the air at that time. He asked where the girl had disappeared to. He sensed something wrong behind him and turned around abruptly. A bright beam was quickly moving towards the guy. The protagonist raised his hand up, parrying the attack. Looking at his hand, he saw smoke coming from it, when suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Kibong noticed a wound on his palm. Frowning, he called out to Sis. The girl appeared behind the guy, saying that she was just looking for him. The protagonist asked if she saw that beam, to which the girl replied that she did. The guy ordered her to track it. With glowing eyes, Sis activated the display of the source of the attack in his field of view. A few seconds later, she said that tracking was complete, when suddenly the guy's gaze lit up. Looking ahead, the system reported that the distance to the attacker was 430 kilometers. She said that the enemy was in the open sea behind Dokdo Island. The guy's eye lit up with rage. He directed a punch forward. The guy directed a strong blow with the beam forward. The mug on Bongson's table began to shake. She turned around in fear, asking what just happened. The man came out of the garage. He looked up in confusion. A bright beam flashed over the man's head, which scared him. Falling to the ground, he screamed, asking what flashed there. The monster was standing on the ground. He looked ahead with a furious look. The monster looked at the approaching beam. He suddenly decided to stand up for defense. The monster's body rose up. A protective barrier appeared in front of his face. The protagonist's beam flew into this barrier at great speed. A bright shine appeared on the planet from space. The protagonist and Sis looked ahead carefully. Simon asked about the enemy's condition, to which Sis replied that no signs of life were detected. The guy asked if he was dead, when suddenly the system answered, no. She added that the monster disappeared immediately after blocking the blow. The protagonist replied that a very annoying character appeared on the scene, so they need to find the Prime Minister and find out from her what is going on here. Sis hugged him and replied, okay. The veins on the guy's face stood out from anger. Prime Minister Sangren had gone missing, and there was no public announcement of her disappearance, but rumors that she had disappeared began to spread little by little. The guys from Jun's team were walking down the street. Jun walked ahead and said that before this news reached the enemy, they needed to quickly find the Prime Minister, and his comrade, walking next to him, said that she seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was not a single clue on their hands. Maybe she decided to go into hiding. Jun frowned and answered displeasedly that this was not true, because there were traces of a fight at the scene, so she was either kidnapped or forced to follow them. Hearing this, the guy was surprised and asked who could dare to kidnap the Prime Minister in the territory entrusted to her, and whether it was even possible to pull off a kidnapping, although the Prime Minister went on active duty, but she is an S-rank hunter after all. Hearing this, Jae-woon looked at her comrade and asked with displeasure if it was really necessary to publicly announce the disappearance of the Prime Minister so that many would stretch their hands towards South Korea. Looking away, he presented a magic stone and said that now everyone knows for sure that they only fall in South Korea, and if the disappearance of the Prime Minister were suddenly revealed, countries greedy for magic stones might do something stupid. Suddenly, he received a message and Jae-woon picked up his phone. It was a message from the National Intelligence Service, which reported that the result of satellite reconnaissance had been received. Jae-woon raised his head and said that it was time to go, since they seemed to have found a trail. After a while, he and his 3 comrades were walking along a path. Jae-woon turned around and said that they needed to speed up, and he was suddenly asked if he was sure that the Prime Minister was here. The captain looked at his comrade and said that there was no firm certainty, but now they needed to grab onto this small clue and use it to find at least some information. Having said this, he turned to the building in front of him. Looking at it menacingly, he said that everyone needed to be on guard because there could be enemies there. Suddenly, a man came out from around the corner. Seeing the intruders, he immediately blew his whistle. Then he started running, shouting, "Intruder!" The guys immediately rushed after him. Having caught up with him, Jun grabbed him by the collar. Then he threw him back. The man fell to the ground. At the same second, Jun kicked him hard in the face. Putting his foot on him, he menacingly asked if the Prime Minister was here now, to which the man said to speak English. Then Jun turned to his comrades and asked if anyone here knew English, but everyone immediately turned away. Seeing this, Jun rolled his eyes and told them to start studying already. His comrades turned to him and said that he himself did not know a single foreign language. After that, the guy approached the man and said that he had no lack of impudence. Since he came to South Korea, he should use the national language. While Jun was saying that it seemed like the tip was wrong, a man in a cape appeared next to him. It was Petro. He looked at the guys and said that it seemed like rats had visited them. The team looked at him and one of them said that this man seemed to know Korean. Another decided to approach him. He put his hand on Petro's shoulder and asked if he was not even going to try to dodge. Having said this, he pulled him towards himself. Using all his strength, he could not move him from the spot. Suddenly, Petro grabbed him by the chest. Lifting him above himself, he asked himself what kind of small bugs were. Having said this, he slammed the guy hard into the ground. Then he looked at the remaining guys and said that they needed more people. He looked at them with burning eyes and said that even though they were insignificant worms, he should catch them. At that very moment, his minions appeared around him and he ordered them to grab the guys. Jun turned to his comrades and shouted that they needed to retreat immediately. Petro smiled and said that they could have come of their own free will, but they couldn't leave just as easily. His men immediately rushed to attack. A furious fight ensued. They quickly exchanged blows. Jun turned back in shock. He put his leg forward, fighting off his opponent. The enemy fell on his back. Jun turned back to his partner. He picked him up and asked him to come to his senses. The guy threw his partner's arm over his shoulder and noticed a strange movement behind him. He was scared, thinking that this was the end and they would not win, because he never expected that they would be in such a helpless situation. The guy turned to the captain, saying that at least he had to escape and call for reinforcements so he could leave him. Jian thought that there was no other way out. He said that he would come to their rescue as soon as possible, and until then they should try to hold out. The guy asked if their command was an empty phrase, to which the captain replied that he would return like a bullet. He jumped forward, shouting that they should not miss anyone. The guy quickly ran forward through the forest. Suddenly, a stone appeared under his foot, which he caught on. Jun quickly began to fall down. The guy frowned, lying on his stomach. Silhouettes appeared behind him, which scared Jun. The guys ordered him to stop this senseless resistance because he had no chance of winning. Jun stretched his hand forward, coming up to him because he would also spray gasoline. The robot thrust his fist forward, replying that they only run on diesel. He punched the captain in the stomach with all his might. Jun fell to his knees, resting his hand on the ground. He closed his eyes in pain. The boy's vision suddenly began to deteriorate. Out of the corner of his eye, Jun noticed a dog in front of him. The boy closed his eyes in horror, hearing the sounds of blows. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes wide. With a burning eye, the bear was holding the enemy's cloak, and there was a hand in the dog's mouth. Jun suddenly looked up. Jiu asked with a smile if this was really Captain Jun. The boy answered fearfully, yes, but those animals, to which the girl replied that they were children who had volunteered to help her. The girl asked if they were cute, to which the boy agreed, because he was sure that he would die on the spot if he answered negatively. Jun pointed forward, saying that his comrades were there, so he asked for help. Jiu waved her hand, telling the animals to go forward. The boy looked forward, frightened. The sun was shining brightly over the city, then soon asked menacingly where the guy was going. The protagonist replied that there was one person who needed to be found. The sister asked if he really wouldn't tell her anything again. Kibong turned around, replying that it was a very dangerous thing, when suddenly the girl screamed that she was also a player and she also wanted to be useful. The protagonist agreed that she was a player, only her abilities were lame. Then soon asked if she couldn't go with him because of her lack of abilities, but if she demonstrated them, would he take her with him, to which the protagonist replied that she should show her skills. The guys approached the gate. The girl asked Steve for support. Stretching his arms forward, the guy activated speed and strength. The protagonist asked to prove that she could be useful, then soon furiously rushed forward. Then soon rushed to attack. She made a quick strike, but the protagonist dodged. The girl continued swinging her sword, missing every time. Realizing that it was useless, she stopped. Raising her sword, it caught fire. Looking at this, the guy asked if this was her unique skill, to which Bensoon replied that it would not be easy. She added with a very menacing face because she desperately wanted to achieve her goal. The guy looked at her and said that he was looking forward to it. Bensoon furiously rushed to attack. She made a quick strike with her sword on the ground. Fire rushed at the protagonist. The girl immediately went from the side. Kibong raised his hand, and his sister realized that she had succeeded. Then she hit him with all her might with her sword. But suddenly the sword was knocked out of her hands. The protagonist with a smoking fist said that with this, she would not be able to leave even a scratch on the body of the 8-star monster. His sister's sword fell to the ground with a ringing sound. Bensoon lowered her head in disappointment and asked if he was asking her to watch silently from the sidelines this time too. The protagonist was confused and said that it was not that, it was just that monsters were extremely dangerous. But the girl raised her fists and shouted loudly for her brother to shut up, because she would also follow him. Raising her head, she furiously shouted that she would do as she wanted. At that very moment, Kibong hit her. The girl turned away, and the guy said that she had a very stupid habit of slipping up with her older brother. Bensoon turned around and screamed, asking what he was doing, being her older brother. The protagonist hit her again, telling her to brace herself. After that, the slaps and screams of his sister began to be heard throughout the street. At this time, Jun's team was kneeling in front of their opponents. The man in the cloak above them said that, whatever the case, it was a great stroke of luck that the bastards on the elimination list had come into their hands. The boys looked at them and said to themselves that they thought they had become stronger. The man turned around and ordered his subordinates to eliminate everyone. But suddenly, a drop fell on his head. Putting his hand on his head, he wondered what it was. Looking at his hand, he wondered if it was bird droppings. When suddenly, he saw a huge eagle above him. The bird grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. The eagle lifted the man into the sky, and his comrades shouted that they needed to quickly intercept the tamed animal. They immediately stretched out their hands and released powerful magic beams. The eagle began to deftly dodge in the air, but suddenly he was hit in the wing, causing him to release his prey. The man screamed loudly in fear. He flew down rapidly. There was a strong thud where he landed. One of his comrades was looking into the distance and said that there was a tamer nearby. Suddenly a bear appeared behind him. He felt a strong aura and asked what it was. But before he could finish speaking, the bear tore off the man's upper body with one blow. His comrades looked on in shock, saying that even if it was a tamer, a black bear was no match for him. The boy shouted that the tamer had unusual abilities, so he should not let his guard down for a second. The wolf suddenly jumped towards the boys. The boy screamed loudly when he saw the wolf grab his hand. With all its strength, the beast suddenly tore off his hand. With burning eyes, the wolf threw it to the ground. The bear and the eagle suddenly appeared above the boys. With frightened eyes, both turned back. They suddenly screamed in pain. The boy with red hair asked if it was the tamer. A silhouette appeared behind them. Jian and Ju approached the boys. The boys were happy to see the captain, to which he praised them, shouting that they held out well. The guy asked if the girl was the same tamer Ju, because he had heard a lot about her, and it was a great honor for him to meet her in person, so he was glad to meet her. Ju was suddenly very surprised. She turned around, sensing the approach of a huge energy. Jian asked what happened, to which the girl replied that something with great power was approaching them. She suddenly called the animals, who ran away into the forest in fear. The girl looked after them in bewilderment. The guy excitedly said that it was somehow quiet. Ju rushed forward in horror. Frowning, she ran quickly. The girl was suddenly very surprised, stopping in place. All the animals bowed before Kangui. The guy stroked the wolf, saying that the girl was using such cute little ones as her subordinates. Ju felt a strange feeling, unable to say a word. She grabbed her head, saying that she felt as if she and the guy had met before. Ilian came closer and greeted the tamer. Ju greeted the head of the magic tower, to which the girl asked to stop the formal greetings. Ilian said that in front of her was the divine beast of this land, so it was no wonder that her pets were so scared. Ju was very surprised by the divine beast. She thought about what would happen if she tamed it. The girl knew that she could resist any creature, perhaps even. Pursing her lips, she thought, an 8-star monster. Kangui asked what she was thinking about, saying that she had a pleasant smell, to which the girl introduced herself, saying that it was a great honor to see a divine beast for the first time. The guy smiled, saying that she had a wonderful name. He said that this was definitely their first meeting, when suddenly Ilian asked if her name was Ju. She was surprised that the girl was the tamer that the man asked them to find. Ju asked who the person was, to which Ilian replied that she hadn't figured it out herself, so it was hard to explain. She thought that the reason he asked her to find a tamer was most likely because. Ju listened to her attentively. She clenched her hand into a fist in anticipation. The girl groaned from the weight. Carrying a briefcase on her shoulders, Bensoon said that it was a bit heavy. Kibong said that if she didn't want to carry the luggage, she could go home right now, to which her sister replied that it was an interesting experience. Steve exhaled heavily, asking the girl to take his luggage too. Bensoon tripped him, shouting, calling him slow-witted. Sis asked what their plan was, to which Kibong replied that if they didn't know where the enemy was hiding, then they needed to catch everyone they saw on their way. He added that then he would have to crawl out of his hole. The girl asked, catch everyone. The guy answered, those bastards' favorite, looking at Bonsun and Steve. He added, 8-star. Hearing this, the guys stopped and asked themselves if it was too easy to say. Was it really that easy? After all, there was no one in the world. Looking at the protagonist, whose face was not afraid, they finished. Who would talk about an 8-star monster so easily? Steve's confusion was clearly felt in the air, who was terrified, saying in his head that the guy was talking about something impossible. However, he thought and remembered how Simon dealt with the terrifying monster with one blow, after which he asked himself why he could not leave the feeling that it was still possible. Steve looked at the protagonist and Sis. Simon looked at the girl and asked which target was the closest. The system's eyes lit up. The search signal spread to the entire city. After a few seconds, it analyzed the surface of the entire planet. After that, Sis closed her eyes and reported that all the dungeons that can be explored around the world have been checked. Hearing this, Steve exclaimed in shock that it was impossible, and Bing-soon added in surprise that there were too many dungeons on Earth, and if the system said that it had checked all the dungeons in South Korea, she would have a hard time believing it. Sis opened her eyes and said that the nearest 8-star dungeon on planet Earth was an open-type dungeon located in Kibong. The dog's nickname was Godant. The guys looked at each other and asked in surprise, Godant. Then Steve looked at the girl and said that this was the first time he heard of a monster called Godant, and even located in Kibong. After which Bing-soon added that the northern territory was completely closed after the cataclysm, so of course, no investigations were carried out there. Sis turned to the protagonist's sister and said that when they reached their destination, she would see everything with her own eyes. Kibong turned away from the boys and said that the pair should go, since they didn't need to waste time on useless chatter. Sis took his hand, and Steve ran with Bing-soon after them. At this time, at the house in the forest, he had Kangui and everyone else. Ju looked at the house and asked if the Prime Minister's trail ended here, to which Kangui answered yes, adding that he didn't know how glad he was already repeating it. Ilian raised her head and asked what their intentions were, to which Jun asked if all this was done to hide their location. Without taking her eyes off the building, Ju said that the situation was very dangerous, because no matter how the Prime Minister was kidnapped, one should not forget that she is a famous S-rank player, so with her abilities, she could easily escape. Ilian lowered her head and said that she agreed with it, then asked why the Prime Minister did not do it. She disappeared as if she had followed the kidnappers of her own free will. Ju replied that they had to find her first if they wanted to get answers to their questions. Then she turned around and addressed the animals. They immediately pressed their heads to the ground in fear. Next to them, Kangwei did the same. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, and the animals did the same. Then he pointed his finger to the side and shouted that they should go there. Ju smiled and said, "Go ahead." At night, a man in a cloak stood by a wide panoramic window. A woman approached him in the darkness and said that she still did not fully believe his words. Looking at the man, she added that she was only driven by curiosity. The old man turned around and said that his words would be confirmed soon because he was not going to lie about something like that. The girl with the earring said that even the words about her were true, and then asked what he or that being had in mind. The old man with the glowing eyes said, "Completely." A strong aura enveloped him, and he finished the liberation of humanity. He looked into the distance and said that he was not at all interested in the intentions of those beings because they would be destroyed anyway. The girl stood in the shadows and asked if he would be able to realize his intention, to which the old man replied that humanity was always looking for an answer. Then the girl said that she hoped that this answer would not be a thoughtless phrase, and upon hearing this, the old man turned around. She clenched her hand into a fist and added, "Because if this turns out to be so." The Prime Minister dealt a hand in which fire appeared and said, at that moment. The old man looked at her and said, "Of course, there is hope for humanity." Hearing this, Sangren clenched her hand into a fist and asked discontentedly, "What the hell hope?" The old man waved his hand sharply and shouted that if they, who had gathered here, were not the hope of humanity. Many eyes lit up in the darkness. The old man pointed at them and shouted, asking who could take on such a role then. The people's eyes lit up red. The entire city was devastated and broken. Pieces of stone were falling from the walls. A mouse was sitting on the ground. A silhouette suddenly appeared behind it. Steve jumped aside, shouting that the mouse had scared him. He said that they should think about the plan again, then asked if they were sure they couldn't teleport to the right place, to which Bonson replied that she had been told that they could not withstand the stress of instant teleportation. Stomach added, so they should stop showing up for no reason and thoroughly scan the area. Steve's eyes lit up when suddenly he began scanning. The guy moved his eyes in different directions. He exhaled, saying that there was no one here except for animals and they had been walking in circles for days, which was very tiring. Monsoon asked if the guy could just go back, and as for her, she would never turn back, to which the guy asked if they definitely did not need to report everything to the main office. The girl replied that this time they would report when everything was sorted out. She went ahead, saying that since they had decided to take on the role of pioneers, they should strictly adhere to their mission, to which Steve replied that no matter how you look at it. There was still no information regarding the north of the South Korean peninsula, so it was unknown what kind of monsters were here or who lived here. The guy quickly turned around. He shouted that the energy of unidentified life forms was red in the direction of 13 o'clock. Bunsoon jumped to the side, shouting, "Check." They quickly ducked lower. The girl rushed forward, asking Steve to strengthen her, to which the guy released mana forward, activating acceleration and strength. The girl swung, activating a flaming sword. She suddenly jumped up. Someone's hand was sticking out from behind the wall. Bonson flew high into the air. She looked at the people in surprise. The people raised their heads up in shock. The girl narrowed her eyes and swung. Suddenly, she fell on her back, losing her balance. Bonson grabbed her shoulder, surprised by the people. The man and woman exchanged glances. All four were sitting in a circle. Bonson excitedly asked if they really lived here. The couple nodded their heads in fear. The girl asked with a smile not to be afraid of them, because they were good people and would not harm them. The woman asked with a trembling voice if they could give her something to eat. The girl slowly took out food from her pocket. The couple quickly snatched it from their hands when suddenly Steve said that no one was chasing them, so they could eat quietly. The man thanked them with a smile. Bonson suddenly asked them to wait. The woman did not know why they came here, but let them go home when suddenly the man shouted that they needed to leave quickly. She turned around in fear. Their bodies began to tremble when suddenly the woman shouted that they had arrived. Bonson shouted that someone had arrived, so she asked Steve to check. The guy's eye lit up. Through scanning, he saw spots. Insects appeared in front of them. With a trembling voice, Steve asked if these were really ants. The woman turned around, begging the guys to run away. Steve asked in bewilderment if this was really the same ant god that was mentioned earlier, and if they were really scattered throughout the entire territory for several hundred meters. Steve's scanning magic is a skill that the government and guilds want to obtain, since it can see from a distance and check anything hidden behind objects. But even scanning, which looks like some kind of cheating technique, has its limitations. Namely, the scanning range is very narrow. The ants crawled towards the guys. Steve looked at them and asked Bonson, is it true that she will not tell him to scan this entire perimeter of several hundred meters now, because he cannot even imagine how much such a person would be worth. Then Bonson turned to him and asked displeasedly, that is, there is nothing strange in the fact that a person single-handedly caught an 8-star Prozem. The guy looked at the girl and confusedly said to himself that this family was strange from the very beginning, so he should stop trying to understand them, after which he answered, "Right, because if you think about it." After a short pause, he finished saying that Bonson is also not quite normal. Hearing this, the girl angrily exclaimed, "What?" Then she hit her comrade hard and screamed at him to stop talking nonsense and find out what kind of creatures they were. Steve immediately used scan and his eye lit up. He stared at the ants. After a few seconds, Steve screamed that this was not a qualified monster, estimated rank 5 stars, success in identifying weak points. He waved his hand and screamed, confirming combat mode, launching Bonson. The girl immediately rushed to attack. She jumped on the monsters, and her sword lit up. With one blow, Bonson cut through an ant. Then she killed another one. Suddenly, an ant jumped at her from behind. Reacting, the girl hit the monster with her elbow. After that, she lunged towards it. With the same blow, she cut the ant into pieces. After killing the monsters, Bonson stopped. Putting her hands on her hips, she turned to the people and said that now they don't need to worry, it's over. But the people suddenly shouted that they needed to run urgently. Hearing this, the girl was surprised and asked, "A rake?" Because even if several more of these individuals came running, then there was nothing to worry about. She spread her hands and added that they needed to calm down, because they would protect them. But the people turned around and shouted that it was useless, so they needed to run quickly. Bonson suddenly heard a strange sound. She immediately looked up and said, "That's it." Then she turned to Steve, who was also scared. At this time, the protagonist and Sis were walking along the road. The girl walked ahead and happily waved her arms. Kibong looked at her and asked how things were, to which she replied that she had just encountered ants. Hearing this, the guy asked if it was dangerous, to which Sis laughed. The protagonist stopped and asked discontentedly why she was laughing, to which the system replied that he was always very worried. Kibong looked at the system and said excitedly that he could not act differently because it was about his younger sister. Sis slowly walked forward and said that he was worried not only about his sister, but about other people too, because now he also began to act out of concern for other people, although earlier they said that he was no longer interested in the problems of the earth. The guy silently looked at the girl. Sis spread her arms and added that she certainly liked this Kibong, but she would like him to think more about himself than about other people. And also, she said, turning to him. Sis winked and said that she would like the protagonist to think about her too. Then she recalled the day when she was captured by him. That day, the protagonist was furious. With a smile, she said that the guy was worried about her, which touched her. With a sly grin, the protagonist looked back. Joyfully, Sis raised her hand up. She wanted Kibong to think more about her or himself rather than the land and such, like in the training dungeon. Time dragging on forever while trapped in the training dungeon. At that time, the protagonist only thought about surviving. There were no thoughts of other people in his mind, and as Sis said, there were only Kibong, him, and Sis. The boy lowered his head, saying that he did so back then. Joyfully, the girl thanked him for remembering that. The protagonist looked up at her. A car suddenly appeared behind her. The boys quickly turned to look at it. A silhouette appeared from the car door. The soldier asked the boys to stop, asking why they were here. Kibong asked in confusion if they were not allowed to be here, to which the soldier replied, "Although the border between the two countries has disappeared now, civilians are still prohibited from entering the north." He ordered them to go back, because if they didn't, he would report that 2 people had crossed the border a few minutes ago and an investigation team would be called here. The protagonist asked why they couldn't move north, hadn't the war already ended, to which the guy replied with a smile that the war between people had ended. He frowned, adding that the north was teeming with uncontrollable monsters, because who knows, maybe the monsters would move south if provoked. The guy closed his eyes, calling out to Sis. The soldier's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. The girl's eye lit up. She said with a smile that no one had passed here, neither today nor before. The guy's eyes lit up with magic. Sis suddenly ordered them to delete all the records on the black box, to which the soldier replied that he would delete everything. Getting into the car, they quickly drove forward. The girl said that by this time, Bensoon had already crossed paths with the ants. The ants are unclassified monsters that humanity has never encountered before, which will be a good experience for her. The protagonist said that they should hurry up too. Sis grabbed his hand, answering, with pleasure, and after a long time, she felt like they were traveling, so she was incredibly happy. The girl quickly ran forward. All 4 tried to run as far as possible. Steve turned around, shouting that there were a lot of monsters and they were clearly looking for them, to which Bensoon shouted, "The main thing is to run away quickly." She shouted that she was not sure that she could withstand such a huge number of ants. Trying to catch their breath, they stopped. The guys looked around in shock. People were looking at their backs. The man asked who the girl and the blonde guy were, to which the man replied that they helped him with Suni. The old man asked with a trembling voice if the couple had really encountered those creatures. He shouted furiously why they had gone down there, to which Bongsun asked him to calm down, asking why he was so angry. He frowned, saying that everyone was in mortal danger now, and she still dared to ask why he was angry, when suddenly the girl asked in fear if everyone was really going to die. The old man put his hands on his hips, saying that it was too late. He asked everyone to sit down. He firmly added that he would tell them why North Korea looked like this. The guys looked at him carefully. When the world faced the horrors of the Great War, unlike other countries, North Korea was unable to effectively fight during the Great War, and there was only one reason. In North Korea, people were afraid to awaken as players. As a result, they were unable to effectively fight the monsters, and when they had to make changes later, it was too late. The country had gone down the path of destruction, reaching a state where it was impossible to fix anything with their own hands. Out of control, North Korea was out of control, and because the entire country was literally teeming with monsters, no country wanted to set foot on its territory after the end of the Great War. The man closed his eyes and said that in the end, the people who remained here were slowly dying, or like them, hiding. After listening to the man, Bongsun said that if they managed to gather people together to some extent, then there was a good chance of putting up a fight, but the man said that it was not to say that they did not try. He raised his head and added, as the guys themselves had already noticed, they could not do anything about those ants. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that one by one, those ants were clearly very weak, even the average hunter could handle several at once. But, she added, slightly lowering her head, and Steve continued that this was an army, no doubt about an entire army. He looked at the man and said that the leader of the anthill, as he had told them earlier, was an 8-star monster. Then he told about the 8-star monster that controlled the anthill. A high-ranking monster had never appeared on the scene before, and the general pattern was that 8-star monsters either acted alone, like the fire dragon, or moved with only a very small number of monsters, like Prazen. But an 8-star monster that led an entire army was a new type that humanity had never encountered. Steve turned his gaze to Bongsun and finished that perhaps the government from the country was aware of how things were in North Korea, which was probably why they did not try to infiltrate North Korea. After listening to her comrade, Bongsun tensely said to herself that not only the United States, but also other countries in the neighborhood had long ago assessed the situation. Otherwise, they, who needed magic stones, would not have left this territory alone. Suddenly, the ceiling began to shake. The people immediately cowered in fear and said that this was their end. The man calmly put his hand on his leg and said that even this damned life would end in the cesspool. They were advancing. Steve raised his hand and told his partner that he saw that many of the players present here, and then asked why they continued to belittle themselves. The girl looked at the guy and asked if he had scanned them. Then she turned to the people present and said to herself that, as Steve said, if it was not the boss, then they could easily withstand such an opponent. Squinting, she wondered why they had lowered their hands. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard, which made the guys shudder. The ants burst into the shelter. Some of the residents jumped to their feet. Several men began to wave pipes. Looking at this, Bongsun asked Steve to scan them. The guy's eyes lit up. One of them was named Ikshul, his class was Elementalist, and the second was named Ukwin, his class was Summoner. The third man was named Kangchul, a mage. After seeing their classes, Steve said in fear that there was not a single combat class among them. At this rate they would all die here. Hearing this, Bongsun said excitedly, the fact that a wizard came forward without the support of a combat class indicates that he is either confident in his abilities or does not know who he is. She took up her sword and added that it was too dangerous to face such an opponent in such a tight space, so first, they needed to break through and get out of here. Steve looked towards the ants and said that he understood everything. Stretching out his hands, he cast buffs on his partner and shouted, confirming the entry into battle, speed, strength, reverse gravity. An ant suddenly jumped on the man. But at that very second, Bongsun cut him into many pieces. The girl did not stop and began to destroy ant after ant. The man opened his eyes wide in surprise. Looking at the guys, he ordered to run into battle. The frightened people grabbed their weapons. They looked at the remaining parts of the ants. The people began to look around happily, smiling. The organs of the ants fell out while the people turned around. Ilian stood at the edge of the building. She wondered where they went. The girl asked, despite the fact that there was a battle, how could Snake even kidnap the Prime Minister so calmly? Ilian suddenly stretched out her palm. Mana brightly glowed next to her. The girl requested a report from the members of the Magic Tower, and everyone who is in the Magic Tower must report every action of foreign players in South Korea. She shouted that in order to carry out this order, she removes all prohibitions and restrictions. The girl suddenly waved her staff. She said in a frustrated tone that keeping the search a secret was the wrong decision, since she no longer had time for it. Ilian said that she had to find her as soon as possible, no matter what. Snake looked ahead thoughtfully. He said menacingly that the head of the Magic Tower had begun to act in earnest. Petro asked if it would be better to destroy the head of the Magic Tower as well. He added that the fact that the Magic Tower had intervened was very annoying. Snake replied that it should be gotten rid of, and that the head of the Magic Tower had no intention of making peace, and that was very upsetting. Petro turned back and asked who would go. Snake said that the head of the magic tower and the magic tower itself were not simple opponents. He noticed a silhouette in the crowd, calling out to it. The guild leader answered in a trembling voice that his abilities were not enough to destroy the head of the magic tower. Snake replied that if he were alone, he really would not be able to do it. He asked if the guy would change everything if he was with his guild. The guy slowly took a step forward. He came closer to Snake. The guy thought that he wanted to avoid this at all costs, but now that he had come this far, it would be hard to back down. He exhaled and thought that he could sacrifice his guild members for no particular reason, saying that Snake was right, and then asked if Snake shouldn't give him an S-rank player. If the shield or another S-rank player interfered, it would make things much more difficult. The man answered menacingly that he would. The guy looked ahead in fear. The protagonist and Sis were walking forward along the street. The guy looked around, saying that there were no people in sight. The girl replied that there weren't many known hotspots of people in North Korea, when suddenly Kibong asked if the residents hadn't been trained. With a smile, Sis replied that the training platform was open in all countries, and in North Korea, there were also many people who woke up upon first contact with monsters. The guy didn't understand why only North Korea suffered such a fate, to which the girl said that she knew little about matters related to the human liver. The protagonist turned to her in bewilderment. Sis repeated, about matters related to the human liver. Kibong suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. With all his strength, he hit the girl's side. His fist crashed into the wall next to Sis's head. The guy said menacingly that lately the girl was increasingly using abstruse phrases. Laughing, the system asked, seriously? The guy frowned. The era of the Great War, everything was on fire. Not all of humanity's enemies were monsters, people were very scared. People themselves killed people. Man turned his back on man, but as history has shown, a small part of people still have at least some humanity left. Bonson wiped the sweat from her face. Turning to Steve, she asked him to perform a scan. The guy extended his hand and asked for time to catch his breath, to which the girl said that they should check if the ants were following them. Steve immediately raised his hand to his face and used the scan. But suddenly he saw a red glow beneath him. He shook his head, asking what it was, and his partner asked what was wrong with him. The boy rubbed his eyes and asked why everything was colored red. This had never happened before. Hearing this, Bensoon was surprised and asked, everything was colored red? Isn't red usually the color for creatures that show hostility? Steve raised his hand behind his head and replied that it was, but he must have been neglecting his training too much lately. He then looked down and exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be happening. They got very scared and said that right now he saw red webs underneath him and said they were standing on an anthill. Hearing this, Bensoon turned around to look at Steve and screamed, asking what he just said, to which the boy responded by screaming that they couldn't escape. As soon as he screamed that the ants knew they were here, a monster burst out of the ground. All the survivors looked at the ant in shock. The soldier ants were becoming more and more numerous. Steve looked at them in fear and screamed, soldier ant. Bensoon ducked down and yelled for the guy to give her buffs because they needed to take them out before more of them came. Steve held out his hand and yelled for his partner to be careful because they were much stronger than the ants they had met earlier. Sweating profusely, he yelled out their estimated rank. As the girl jumped on one of them, he reported that each ant soldier was 6 stars or higher. The next second, Bensoon thrust her flaming sword into the monster, but her sword did not even penetrate the ant's skin. Seeing this, she was shocked. The monster immediately threw the girl off itself. Bensoon fell to the ground. Without thinking twice, she rushed to attack again. But turning around, she wondered if she could not penetrate its shell. Suddenly, another ant rushed at her. The girl managed to react by cutting off the ant's antennae. The monster screamed in pain. Bonson was immediately surrounded by monsters on all sides. Then the girl called Steve in horror. The next second, the ants completely swallowed the girl. Steve put all his strength, screaming that because of these ants he could not see his partner. Bonson, he screamed in horror, looking at the crowd of monsters, when suddenly a flame burst out of it. A pillar of flame unexpectedly tore the ants into pieces. Its source was Bonson's sword. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the sword. Steve lowered his hands and said, "That's it." The guy turned around in fear. The guys were passing by the ants. Steve suddenly screamed joyfully. The ant opened its mouth, rushing towards Sibon. Sis quickly activated the protective barrier. Looking at the corpse, the main character asked if these were really the offspring of that ant. Sis nodded and replied that they were monsters living in groups about which humanity knows nothing. Steve happily ran to the guys, joyfully shouting that they survived. Kibong stopped him, asking who those people were. The guy answered with a smile that they were survivors in North Korea. The protagonist turned around, asking if there were many survivors in North Korea, to which Sis answered, quite a few, but did he remember what she said earlier? Frowning, the guy asked what. The girl answered that man's enemies are not only monsters. Kibong raised his hand up, saying that he knew nothing about it, but anyone who gets in his way. Suddenly, he struck forward with mana, pushing the monster away. All three turned to the side. The guy added that he would destroy it. Beads of sweat appeared on Steve's face, and in a trembling voice he said that the person in front of him was not a person. Sis nodded, hoping that everything would be so. The ants suddenly appeared in front of the boys. A huge army was advancing forward. They were growling with their mouths open. The protagonist rushed forward with a fist, saying that he was extremely grateful that the monsters had gathered together like this. At the same moment, he struck, throwing the mana strike forward. The magic quickly approached the monsters. Their bodies flew back. The survivors covered their faces with their hands. The man frowned, asking what was this. There was a deep crater in the ground, from which dust was emanating. A trembling voice was heard behind the protagonist. The man fell to his knees, begging for their salvation. Simon turned around, asking what, when suddenly the survivor added that they would do whatever the guy asked. Sis reported that there was a presence of other people nearby, and it seemed that the man was talking about them. The protagonist nodded, asking to take him. The girl suddenly stopped him. She added that there was a boss on the way. The boy took a step forward, saying, "Great, then they'll finish it faster." The boys walked forward through the forest. Ju said that since it was the Prime Minister, she would definitely leave traces, so they should find them first. To which Ilian said that all the members of the Magic Tower had started searching, so if there were traces, they would find them quickly. The girl said with a smile, if the Magic Tower was in action, then they would really find the trace quickly, and although they were not a group bound by obligations like a guild, in terms of skills, they were very talented individuals. Ilian replied that her praise was making her blush. Kangwei turned to the side. The boy took a step forward. The guild leader stopped with his team. Ilian said that everything turned out this way in the end. The boy nodded and said that everything turned out this way. He said that he had a reason for this, and he wanted the girl, the leader, to listen to her too. Ilian screamed, asking if he couldn't come up with a better excuse. The leader extended his hand forward, releasing mana. He frowned and said that he was also just a subordinate. He directed his magic power at Ilian and her friends. Before attacking, he said that he wanted to fight the leader of the Magic Tower at full strength at least once. He extended his index finger and shouted that this option was quite good. His magic projectiles rushed towards Ilian. The girl immediately raised her staff, but the boy waved his hand and used a gust of wind. Because of this, Ilian was unable to cast the spell. The guild leader's deadly attack was already in front of the girl's face. At that very second, many of these projectiles flew into one place, raising dust and dirt. The boy waited for the dust to settle with his arms outstretched. What he saw made him embarrassed. Ilian managed to put up a protective barrier at the very last moment. Then the guy spread his arms and said that this was exactly what he expected. The defense of the head of the Magic Tower was excellent. After that, he put up 2 fingers and used the skill Earthquake. The ground under the guys began to crack. Suddenly, it began to collapse. While the guys were distracted, the guild leader attacked them again. Ilian stretched out her arms and used dual magic, Reflection. The guys' magical attacks were reflected by the girl's shield. Because of this, they flew back to the sender. Upon collision, they raised a lot of dust. Covering his face with his hand, he waved the other. When the dust settled, he saw Ilian flying in the sky. The girl looked at him and said that she had to deal with all sorts of tricks like this during the Great War, so the guild leader had an extremely boring repertoire. Stretching out her hand, she used force gravity. The guy rushed to run, shouting at his subordinates to dodge. But at that very second, everyone else was pressed to the ground. Force gravity is a gravity spell that the head of the Magic Tower has the most confidence in. She pressed on the opponents who screamed in pain. The guild leader stopped and shouted for the sagas to stop her. Several silhouettes immediately rose into the sky. The mages of his guild stretched out their hands towards Ilian. They released a wave of wind that drenched the girl. Unable to resist it, the girl flew down. She landed on the ground nimbly. Looking at the mages, she angrily screamed, asking how dare the mages of the Magic Tower stop her. The guys excitedly pulled their hoods over their faces. Then Ilian put down her staff and said that now she will clearly and distinctly show why she became the head of the Magic Tower. Having said this, the girl stood in a stance. Raising her hand, she used triple magic, wind, flame, and thunder. The next second, she released a terrifyingly powerful magic flow. The guild master turned around and shouted for everyone to activate their shields. Everyone immediately put all their strength into the protective barrier. Ilian put all her power into the attack. After that, she raised her hand and said that if they thought they could block it, then go for it. 3 dark spheres of emptiness, darkness, and suffocation appeared above her. Their terrifying power enveloped the guild master's subordinates. The guy was very scared. Throwing his hand forward, he aimed an attack at Ilian. The girl immediately put up a protective barrier in front of herself. Seeing that everything was useless, the guy lowered his hands. He put his hand in his pocket and said that magic really was a headache. From there, he took out a red stone. Without thinking twice, he swung. The stone quickly flew forward. Ilian was surprised to see that it bounced off the ground. Dust rose up. Ju shouted loudly that under no circumstances should you enter the smoke. Ilian stretched her arms forward, activating the wind. The girl covered her face with her hands, protecting herself from the smoke. She suddenly opened her eyes. The silhouette of a boy with glowing eyes told her that he would now tell her how he became the guildmaster of the Blue Dragon. With a wicked smile, he said that here she would not be able to dodge his blows and block his attacks. Ilian clenched her hands into fists, shouting that it would not work. She extended her arms forward, activating a protective barrier in front of her. The boy immediately launched his attacks forward. They crashed into the shield at high speed. The girl opened her eyes in fear. Her barrier disappeared when suddenly the attacks flew at her. Ilian fell to her knees. Holding her side, she asked how. The boy exhaled, saying that he did not see the need to go into details. He extended his palm with mana forward, telling the girl that they would never see each other again. Ilian bit her lip. Jiu and Kangwei looked forward worriedly. The girl turned around and shouted that they had to save Ilian from there. She quickly ran to the forest, calling the guys. The girl looked ahead carefully. The wolves immediately rushed forward with burning eyes. The girl quickly slid along the ground. She fought off the frenzied animals with her foot. Shirin looked ahead with a smile on her face. She told Ju that she had heard about her and now they had a chance to meet. The girl said that Shirin spoke Korean well, to which Shirin replied that it was thanks to the spell cast by Snake, and she had no reason to learn the language of some insignificant peninsula. Ju cautiously thought that this was a difficult situation, because if she fought Shirin, she would not have time to rescue the leader. Shirin looked ahead with a smile on her face. Ju turned back and asked Kangwei to help her, because now every second counted. The guy looked ahead, shouting, "Okay." With wide open eyes, he looked ahead. He suddenly raised his hand, fighting off the enemy. The enemy loomed over Kangwei. With a smirk, he asked where the guy was going. Kangwei said that he smelled a disgusting smell of oil. The ants quickly moved forward. The guys looked menacingly towards the monsters. A huge army was quickly approaching them. The man asked in fear if all the people from the south were so angry, while he thought that the protagonist would be able to save them. Sis called out to Kibong. She said that the boss was approaching, and it seemed that he was furious about losing his army, to which the protagonist replied that he should go, because only by getting rid of the army could he crawl out of his hole. With a trembling voice, the survivor said that the Queen of the Ants was about to appear, so they should save the people, avoiding her. The protagonist turned forward. The impact in front of them caused the stones to fly apart. The queen ant suddenly crawled out of the ground, looking menacingly at the guys. Opening her mouth, she screamed furiously. The ants were advancing forward in a crowd. The man fell to the ground, shouting that they had run into her. Steve asked if this was an 8-star monster, because the boss was really strong, so how to catch him, to which Bonson replied that the monster was stronger than Prazem. Kibong suddenly jumped up, soaring upward. Out of anger, he clenched his hands into fists. The guy menacingly headed forward. The queen ant raised her head up. At great speed, the main character flew into her head. The guys stood to the side, covering their bodies with their hands. Sis said with a smile that no signs of life were found and the boss was destroyed. Kibong took a step forward. He confidently stood on the boss's head. The guy frowned, looking down. After killing the queen, the ants were lost. The protagonist looked at them with contempt in his eyes. After a short pause, he said menacingly that if they wanted to survive, they would better run away from his sight. The monsters turned to him. A few seconds later, they began to run. Steve looked at this and said that it seemed that the ants understood what Kibong had told them, but monsters would not help them understand human speech. Then Sis, without turning to him, said that this was intelligence. After all, monsters also have intelligence. Hearing this, Bonson was confused and asked if the monsters really felt fear. What about her brother then? But before she finished, she turned around and saw how the survivors hugged each other with tears in their eyes and rejoiced that they had managed to survive. After that, she turned to her brother. The protagonist approached and turned to Sis. Looking at her, he ordered to find all the people nearby. Hearing this, the system was surprised and asked if the guy was joking now, to which he asked why she was clarifying. Sis smiled widely and explained that if she did this, then they would face a problem not between monsters and people, but only in the relationship between people. The protagonist was surprised and asked if this was a problem, to which the girl nodded and replied that it could become a serious enough problem. Then she pointed to the saved people and said that however, everything would turn out differently if Kibong took responsibility for everyone present here. The protagonist thought about it. Closing his eyes, he turned to Sis again. Without thinking twice, he ordered her to start searching. The system raised her hand and said that she was starting to carry out his order. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand glowed brightly. She sent a magical impulse into the sky. Looking at this, Steve was shocked, saying that this was a high-scale scam. Without taking his eyes off the bright glow, he said that if he had the opportunity to master wide area scanning, everything would change dramatically, to which his partner told him to give up, because it was the same as if she said that she was going to become as strong as her brother. Hearing this, Steve lowered his head and thought that in a normal situation, he would definitely say something in response. He silently looked at Sis because he understood that in the face of her overwhelming magic, he had nothing to say. Turning to his partner, he said sadly that she was right, because this was a wall that he would never be able to climb. These words made Bonsun angry. She suddenly hit him and screamed at him, screaming what he had just said. She stood over him and furiously screamed that he was exactly the same person, so why did he think that he could not climb some wall, adding that now he too would begin special training today. Hearing these words, Steve was very confused and said that the girl was saying such correct words for the first time, to which the girl replied that it was a cliche. She suddenly kicked him and screamed, which she would prove with her fists. At this time, Sis finished searching. Putting her hands behind her back, she said that there were many signals about signs of life in the surrounding areas, after which she asked whether to take the protagonist there, but the guy asked her to wait. He stepped aside. Approaching the survivors, they asked him in surprise if there was really any business with them. They suddenly bowed and said that they were really very grateful to him, adding that they did not even know how to repay his kindness. Kibong looked at them and said that they should tell everything instead, to which the man asked about what. Then the protagonist said about the reason why they began to live such a life, because it is not only about monsters, right? Hearing this, the man shook with fear. He looked down and quietly said that he did not understand what the savior was getting at, to which Kibong, looking over his shoulder, said that if he wanted to save the people, he had better tell them everything right now, otherwise they would just leave. The people were very surprised by such words. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face from excitement. He pursed his lips from fear. Lowering his head down, he said that they had nothing to say. Bonsun looked at them and asked them to tell him what had happened. She added that if they did not say anything now, Kibong would really turn around and leave. Suni screamed loudly, asking why Abai could not just tell them everything, to which he asked her not to interfere. The woman begged her to help them, although those monsters were a problem, but a much more serious problem, when Abai suddenly interrupted her, ordering her to be silent. The protagonist looked at her and asked her to continue. Suni said that there were bastards here who hunted the survivors. Kibong asked in confusion why they did not resist. The woman answered fearfully, because they were holding their family members hostage. Bonsun was indignant, since they were in such a difficult situation, shouldn't they help each other? The protagonist asked if he should help them, because if they asked for help, he would help. Help and opportunities only come to those who sincerely seek them. Suddenly the words appeared in her head that the god of opportunities has nothing but banks. Sunya's voice trembled when she tried to say something. She fell at the guy's feet, begging him to lend a helping hand. The survivors rushed towards Kibong, asking for help. People fell to their knees, begging him to save their children. Abe menacingly asked what they were doing. Bonsun called her brother. The protagonist ordered him to lead him. Tears of joy appeared in the eyes of the people. Many people walked around the buildings. Workers carried stones. The leader watched them. The girl tripped, spilling rocks from her backpack. The man frowned, asking if she was going to work properly, to which she apologized. The man ordered her to work properly, otherwise he would kill her son, who had gone to the city. His partner asked why they had not returned yet, to which the leader replied that they must have encountered some ants on the way. The man said menacingly that if they did not return having found what they needed, the captain would be very angry. A voice was heard from behind, asking what they were whispering about. The captain said with a smile that if there was something to say, then let them report it. The man said nothing serious, just that those who had recently left the nest had not returned yet. The captain thoughtfully asked if those sneaky ones had escaped, to which the worker replied that this was impossible, unless they had decided to kill all members of their families. The captain laughed, saying that such individuals had been encountered in the past. He said if they didn't come back by tomorrow to kill them. The guy said he thought they would be dragged in for questioning and it was good that everything worked out, when suddenly the man exhaled and added that something good had happened to the captain. The guy turned around in shock, asking to see. He asked if these weren't the same sneaks, but why were they coming back empty-handed? Holding a bat in his hand, he screamed loudly. He ran forward, calling them pathetic. A fist suddenly appeared near his face. A strong blow flew into his face. The guy quickly fell to the ground, raising dust. A silhouette appeared from behind the smoke. A man with beads of sweat on his face turned to the side. The protagonist stood in front of him with an outstretched fist. Kibong was angry. The boss slowly walked down the corridor. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of destruction behind him. Then a loud cry was heard that there was an emergency. It was a person. The boss turned around in shock. His minions flew into the wall. The boss ran out into the street. He looked around in fear. Not far in front of him, he saw the protagonist. The boss tensed up and asked himself where this guy came from, because since the Great War, this was the first time they had seen a person who was not North Korean. Kibong looked at the man with contempt in his eyes. The boss looked at the guy and said to himself excitedly that the fact that he had laid out the minions with one blow showed that this was not an ordinary fruit. After these thoughts, he spread his arms and asked where the protagonist came from. He was walking towards him and talking with those creatures, ants-like, but the protagonist instantly jumped up. Seeing this, the man stopped in shock. The protagonist was above him. At that very second, he pressed him into the ground with all his might. His terrifying power split the earth for many meters around. When he got up, Sis said that she thought that the man should have been heard to the end. Kibong looked at the enemy and asked if he could speak, adding that she seemed to have made a mistake. The system, with a smile on its face, said that it thought he could just ask other people about everything. 4 more servants were already running towards them. Where exactly? The protagonist asked discontentedly. The people stopped and asked discontentedly if he was really asking what kind of place this was. Kibong, with hatred in his eyes, answered that he asked where the boss was. One of the servants put his hand behind his back and said that he was the one who would shed tears when he saw his coffin. He took out a gun. The next second, he pointed it at the protagonist. Looking at this, Kibong asked if they really confronted monsters using guns, to which the servant mockingly asked why the corpse was talking. He opened fire, shouting for the guy to go to hell and talk there. The bullet quickly flew towards the protagonist's head. Unexpectedly for everyone, Kibong caught the bullet with his hand. Seeing this, the servant was shocked. He lowered his weapon and asked if he had caught the bullet, was it even possible? The protagonist looked at his fist. Looking at the bullet, he said that it was impossible to fight a monster with such a crappy gun in his hands. In the past, people tried to harm monsters with firearms, and the reason for this was that the normal weapons that people had were ineffective against monsters. The protagonist clenched his hand tightly into a fist and said that they use their weapons against people, not monsters. He angrily said that all of them, stretching out his hand with the bullet, he finished, are not worthy of living. Having said this, he fired the bullet. It hit the sender's head perfectly. Seeing the corpse of his comrade, the subordinate shouted to the others why they stood up, ordering them to attack S1 after. Everyone rushed to attack. The protagonist prepared himself, but unexpectedly for him, many bullets pierced the bodies of the servants. This made the guy very surprised. The bullets were approaching him quickly. The dust rose high into the sky, and Bonson screamed in horror. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and said that such an attack would not leave even a scratch on Kibong's body. The dust settled, and Steve added that even more so for the one with the machine gun. The protagonist stared ahead. The drum of the minigun stopped, and a male voice said that he heard that a creature had appeared, which was incapacitating his subordinates. The man with the minigun in his hands asked who he was. Having asked this, he bent down. Kibong clenched his hands into fists, again seeing the weapon in front of him. The guy asked if he had ever managed to catch a monster with this. The opponent laughed, answering that he did not know about monsters, but he managed to catch a decent number of small bugs. He asked if the protagonist really thought that he was holding a simple machine gun, so he asked to take a closer look. Steve shouted that it was an artifact, because the weapon was enhanced with magic, and it was a huge power capable of tearing even monsters apart. Bonson asked if it was worth installing at least a shield, to which Sis replied that such a trinket would not cause any harm to S1. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully. The guy asked with a grin if the protagonist was really scared. S1 asked why, having such a weapon, he did not go to destroy monsters. The enemy began to laugh loudly. He asked why he needed it if he was now in paradise, because if he were to touch those creatures in vain, he would book himself a ticket to hell. He added that this was also a good business relationship. The protagonist was surprised by the business relationship. The guy said that he did not know how S1 managed to break through the hordes of ants, but they help each other and the ants hold their ant colonies and he reigns in his paradise. The protagonist's body glowed with mana. The opponent was very surprised. S1 asked if he sold out people and made a deal with ants. The opponent laughed, asking what was wrong with that. They were pathetic nothings anyway, they would have died even if he did nothing, so he just decided to put them to good use. The protagonist stood on the ground. He said that other people risked their lives fighting monsters to protect people, but the opponent sold out people to protect himself. The guy pointed his weapon forward, shouting, "Shut up." S1 walked forward, ignoring the attacks. The opponent was surprised, asking what was going on and why the guy was still alive. The protagonist replied that the guy should go to the afterlife and apologize to those he sold out. The opponent told him to shut up with a sly smile. He pointed his fist forward, asking him to wait a bit, because the ants would come running here to protect him. Kibong raised his hand up sharply, stopping the blow. He squeezed his hand tightly. The enemy began to scream in pain. The protagonist said, finding himself in the afterlife. With burning eyes, he added, the enemy will also find the ants he was waiting for. Raising his leg up, he directed a strong blow forward. The enemy screamed loudly, grabbing his leg. Kibong hit him in the other leg, saying that he would not need it either. The guy fell to his knees, screaming loudly. The protagonist swung his hand, asking how many people the enemy had harmed with that mouth. The guy punched him in the face with all his might. The enemy threw his head back from the strong attack. Kibong loomed over the guy menacingly. Turning around, he said that the guy was still alive, so the people needed to take their revenge themselves. The people looked back in fear. They suddenly jumped up. The people quickly ran forward. The man suddenly came closer to Kibong. Abe bowed, saying that he was very grateful. The protagonist said that this was just the beginning, because now people would have to protect their families on their own. With tears in his eyes, the man thanked him. He added that he was very grateful. Kibong approached Sis. He asked if she knew. The girl replied that she was not sure because she was not interested in anything except Kibong. The guy exhaled heavily, asking where the next goal was, to which the girl replied that they would have to go to the East China Sea and it was not that far from here. The protagonist said that they had to go, so on the way he asked to notify about all high-ranking monsters. Sis said that the boy had done enough, so now these people could handle themselves quite well, and there was no need for him to get rid of other monsters, to which Simon replied that she was talking too much. The girl laughed and asked to follow her. She walked forward, humming a song. The protagonist watched her carefully. At this time, an old man and jotters were hovering over the ocean. The old man calmly reported that it was acting seriously. It seemed that it was decided to dry all the seeds. Without moving, the monster began to speak in binary code. The old man lowered his head and said that it was predictable, adding that he did not know what he foresaw there, but why after Prazen's death no further enemies were undertaken. Jotters raised his hand to his head. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and answered, and the old man said that people should decide their own human affairs. He looked into the distance and said that he thought that they were sailing on the same ship, but he did not show himself at all. He looked at the monster and added that if he continued to act like this, it would be difficult to achieve the goal, so he hoped that he would still make a wise choice. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped Jotters and he said, "A weak human." After that, magical seals appeared under and above him. The next second, he evaporated. The old man looked at his last place and said, "A monster that imitates human emotions." Without moving, he asked what those words about a weak human meant. At that time, in North Korea, in a rocky area, suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist destroyed the huge monster with one blow. After that, he waved his hand. Sis, along with the others, looked at him and said that the disappearance of the 7-star monster swamp demon was confirmed. Steve looked at this in confusion and asked how Simon could even be called a human. He leaned towards the system and asked if the guy was really a human, maybe he was a 10-star monster or. But interrupting, Sis replied that the protagonist was a human. Hearing this, Steve breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was a great relief, adding that if a monster like Simon suddenly appeared, then humanity would face complete destruction. Sis turned to him and asked, most likely, probably, to which Steve threw up his hands and said that it was as obvious as could be, because the protagonist had also defeated Prazen alone, but no one believed him. Suddenly, Simon jumped towards them and immediately asked where the next target was, to which Sis replied that he had already dealt with more than 300 monsters of the 7th level and above. "Can't they stop already and move on?" the girl asked, bowing her head. The protagonist turned to her and replied that not yet, because in this area, people were not yet able to resist high-ranking monsters, so they needed to cleanse their ranks a little more. Suddenly, his sister approached him and asked why he was trying so hard. She continued to speak, asking what was the need to go so far when these people had no connection to him. As she spoke, the protagonist placed his hand on her head. After that, the girl quietly said that she knew he was strong, but if he were to suffer even a little by fighting like this. Without removing his hand, Kibong asked if they did not help each other, then who would help them. He said with a smile on his face that the reason she had survived without him was because of the help of a person like her now. Sis approached them and apologized for interrupting them mid-sentence. She added with a smile on her face that she hoped that they were going to start acting seriously now. Hearing this, Kibong looked at the system and asked why she was saying this. Sis, with excitement in her eyes, said that both enemies with identification numbers 0 and 1 had appeared on the scene. Hearing this, the protagonist said with displeasure that number 0 was that bastard who was in the open sea at that time. "That's right," the girl replied, adding that she was curious about what happened to him since his presence completely disappeared, but he reappeared. She smiled widely and added that identification number 1 is the person who came into contact with him. Hearing this, Simon frowned and asked if the person was in contact with the monster. Sis kept her hands behind her back and answered, yes, but she thought that this person also knew how to avoid her gaze, since he disappeared very quickly. "It doesn't matter," the protagonist said emotionlessly, adding that they could just continue to beat up monsters, then asked where the next target was. Sis asked if they were going to China, since that was the closest place where the monsters were concentrated. Walking up to her, the protagonist said, "China, then." He remembered his first trip there. Leaving the memories, he said that he had not been there for a long time. At this time, in the forest, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild was very scared. He gritted his teeth and asked discontentedly why they did not stop resisting, because they still did not leave here alive today. Ilian was holding her wound, and her comrades were standing behind. Kanghui wiped his sweat and said that he fought well. Looking at him, the head of the guild discontentedly asked how he was like this, why there were so many people here who were unknown to him. Then he stood up and said that half of the guild personnel died at the hands of this guy. Perhaps he was even stronger than the head of the magic tower. The guy called the guy over and ordered him to fight Kanghui. He pointed his hand forward, shouting for the rest to fight the head of the magic tower. The guy quickly jumped up, dodging the attacks. He soared up. The guy in the cloak attacked the guy. The silhouette's hand suddenly grabbed Kanghui's neck. Shuren held his head, squeezing his neck. Ju turned around in fear. She suddenly called out to the guys. The girl suddenly ducked. She clenched her teeth in anger. Shuren squeezed his neck with a malicious smile. Ju did not understand what to do. The guys from the guild were slowly approaching her. Ilian suddenly jumped forward, ending up in front of the girl. Stretching her hand forward, she activated the reflector. Mana instantly enveloped the opponents. Ilian ordered them to focus on the battle. Ju's bracelet glowed, and she thought that doubts were a luxury, so she should try first. She suddenly activated the divine beast. The flow of mana was in Kanghui. The guy's eyes suddenly glowed. He opened his arms, emitting strong mana. People began to close their eyes because of the bright light. Kanghui developed ears and tails. With his eyes shining, he said that he hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. The guild master asked in surprise if the guy was a divine beast, since all the divine beasts were extinct. Kanghui asked if now that the guy realized who he was, he could at least retreat now, since this was his mercy towards humanity. He said that he was not joking. The guild master thought that if he retreated now, there would be a huge misunderstanding between him and Snake. He thought that including him, there were 3 S-rank hunters here. Looking ahead, he thought that if the divine beast was an S-rank, then there were 2 people, and was there any chance of winning at all? Shuren smiled, saying that she thought Kanghui was a human, but he turned out to be a wild animal, so there was no reason to doubt it. The girl screamed loudly. All they had to do was beat the animal to death. Running up behind the guy, she swung her sword. Kanghui said, "There are no manners at all." Releasing his claws, he quickly swiped them across Shuren's body. Blood suddenly spurted out from her body. Kanghui ordered her to writhe on the ground like a worm in its death throes. He asked the girl menacingly, "Isn't she now akin to a bug?" The guildmaster asked in confusion, "Don't they have a chance?" He walked closer to Kanghui. The boy bowed and said that they were rude to a divine beast. Beads of sweat appeared on the boy's face, and he asked for mercy. Kanghui glared at him. With a smile, he said if the guildmaster had learned his lesson, then that would be enough. His tail caught fire, and he said, however, that would be fine. Releasing his claws, he added, if the boy understood that, unlike the others, his mercy was not directed at humans. The guildmaster swallowed his saliva, frightened. The battlefield was silent. Kanghui was giving off a terrifying aura. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster looked at him with a worried expression and wondered if they could win if they fought him. He looked at the dead Shuren and answered, no, they couldn't win, because the girl was an S-rank player and she was instantly killed without even having time to put up a proper fight. The Guildmaster thought very hard that this was for the best, because he didn't want to lose any more of his subordinates. After thinking this, he turned to his comrade and said that they should stop for today, because it looked like they would have a hard time winning, to which the man in the cloak agreed. The guy turned to his opponents and said that he was very sorry that today turned out like this. He just wanted to find out who would win and who would lose until the very end. Turning around, he said that they were leaving. Hearing this, Ilian stepped towards him and shouted furiously, asking where he was going. But Ju grabbed her hand. Stopping the girl, she shouted that they should leave them, because they were also exhausted. She looked at her comrade and added that what was more important was that she no longer thought that the Prime Minister's disappearance was an accident. Hearing this, Ilian turned around and asked if the Prime Minister could really do such a thing. Kanghui approached them from behind and said that even if they knew the person, there were still many things they did not know. He added with a smile on his face that they should not jump to conclusions too quickly. The girls nodded. At this time, the city was calm. The man reported on the news that a large number of refugees from the north were currently crossing the ceasefire line and heading south. People on the street stopped and listened as the news reported that the government had announced that it would begin exploring the northern region that had remained unknown until now. The citizens looked at the big screen in surprise and asked why they were suddenly heading towards South Korea, to which his colleague responded by asking if there was some kind of split in North Korea. He also asked if all the North Koreans had not died during the Great War. As he was saying this, a man appeared behind them. It was Taram. He was looking at the TV and saying that it was his doing. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked who he was talking about. Chil asked his boss in surprise if someone had crossed over to the North Korean side. Tarim glanced at the man out of the corner of his eye and asked if he still couldn't remember. Cheel was surprised and replied that he really didn't understand what he was talking about, then asked if the person who had crossed the border was a member of their guild. Suddenly he waved his hand and said that he envied him because he also wanted to go there at least once. Tarim closed his eyes and said that the world had lost its memory, but there was one guy who could not be forgotten. Then he raised his head to the sky and asked where he was now and what he was doing. At this time in China, the city was very busy. The protagonist and his team were standing on the sidewalk. Kibong looked away and asked if it was not time to do everything, to which Sis said with displeasure that she was not omnipotent either. Steve raised his head up and said admiringly that intercontinental teleportation was amazing, to be in China in an instant. The protagonist looked up and asked the system if there was really an 8-star monster here. The girl smiled widely and replied that it was definitely here because her scanner was never wrong. Looking at her, Kibong agreed that it was never wrong. Suddenly his sister asked if the girl really wanted to say that there was a monster living in the center of Beijing, but where could a high-ranking monster be? Sis raised her finger and explained that from now on they would have to find his location, because he was hidden very well, glad even she was unable to determine his exact coordinates. Hearing this, the protagonist sighed with displeasure. On the empty street, a guy's voice was heard who suggested splitting up and looking for him. In one of the houses, the girl stood in a stance. Clenching her hand into a fist, she quickly struck it forward. Lin looked ahead carefully. The girl quickly swung her legs, practicing her strikes. She kicked hard, rushing forward. Behind her, a stick hit the ground. Lin turned around in surprise. The girl hit her fist into her palm, meeting the teacher. The old man laughed, asking what kind of teacher he was. Nubik asked to call him grandfather. He said that from what he saw, he could tell that the girl had definitely surpassed a rank, to which Lin replied that it was all thanks to Grandpa. Nubik said that unlike other countries, they had the foundation to become stronger through training alone. Shrouded in mana, he added, and that is martial arts. The old man immediately began to swing his stick. Jumping back, he pointed his hand at Lin. The girl looked forward in surprise. Nubik frowned, saying that this was the strength of their family and the strength of their people. Lin smiled, saying that Grandpa was great, to which the old man replied that he also started out as a B-rank player. He added in a frustrated tone that no one could tell him that he was not an S-rank player now. The reason why there were so many high-ranking players in China was because before the Great War, martial arts were nothing more than an old martial art that had lost its roots. However, the Kai breathing method that was practiced was noticed by the physical effort that arose from the awakening of the player, and martial arts showed their true power. The same goes for the Lin family, and thanks to their own martial arts training system, all of the family members were able to become S-rank players. Nubik asked them not to forget that they are the center of the world, only they can save humanity. Lin ran up to her grandfather and asked what the next hunting ground was. Nubik said that the next hunt would be for a fairly high-ranking monster and they would have to go all the way to Hainan, so they needed to prepare well. The girl smiled, saying that she would prepare to be useful. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. The street was very busy. Steve asked how to find a monster in a huge city like Beijing. He suddenly smiled, saying that there was one thing. He suddenly took out a ball from his jacket. The guy held it up, saying that this was the navigation crystal ball that Sis gave him, and as soon as the monster approached, this crystal ball would instantly react. Bonson folded her arms, saying that if he had such a thing, he should have told her right away. The boys suddenly turned to look at the stall. The girl asked if they would have to search the area until they lost their pulse to find it right. Taking a step forward, she shouted that they needed to eat first. Running up to the stall, the girl happily asked for 2 kebabs. Taking a bite, Bonson said that it was delicious. The man standing next to her wondered if they were foreigners. Steve's orb lit up, surprising them. The boy turned around, asking where the monster was, and Bonson asked if the orb was definitely not broken. Steve shouted at her not to say that, since it was an item given by the unrivaled Sis, when the girl suddenly asked where the monster could be. Their bodies were immediately enveloped in mana. Lin confidently said, "Players." She suddenly smiled shyly when the boys turned to look at her. Holding a kebab in her hand, she greeted the boys. With a smile on her face, she thought that exchanging martial arts skills with players from other countries was not such a bad idea either. Bongsun lowered her hand and asked how she knew. She then turned to Steve and asked if it was really that obvious that they were players, to which he replied that there was no sign of scanning. Lin suddenly put her hand in her pocket and said that he had a simultaneous translation device somewhere. Putting the device in her ear, she said that it would be easier to talk now. Turning her gaze to the boys, she introduced them and asked if they were swollen, to which the protagonist's sister confusedly said that she was from South Korea. Then she smiled and said her name, after which Steve introduced himself with a smile on his face and said that he was from the United States. Hearing this, the girl spread her arms and exclaimed, "So they came from the east." She folded her hands and said that she was very pleased to meet you. The guys were very confused, and Steve asked Lin if she was also a player. The girl silently looked at the guy, who asked in confusion if he was mistaken. Lin lowered her hands and said that they did not call themselves players, after which Bonson asked what they called themselves. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that they called themselves warriors. Awakened in China are not called players, but warriors, creatures who use martial arts to save everyone and destroy monsters. Their pride in martial arts was different from the pride of other players. Warrior, Bonson said quietly, looking at the girl. Turning to her comrade, she whispered, asking if martial arts really existed. This is not some kind of fraud. The guy looked at her and whispered that a lot of things are happening in the world, so he does not know either. Lin folded her arms and asked if they would mind dropping by for a drink, since it was fate that they met here like this, so she thought it would be nice to get to know each other better. Bunsoon smiled and said that they were exactly the ones who needed information here, so she fully supported her suggestion, then asked if she would mind if she asked questions about various things. And Steve raised his fist and happily exclaimed that it was a great idea, since his partner hadn't been doing any thought process for a long time. The girl immediately punched him in the side. Putting her hands on her hips, she screamed if that rock was still broken, then asked if Steve was sure that it wasn't him who did something to it, to which he screamed that it wasn't. After that, he took out a glowing stone and said that it was really strange, because this stone only reacts if there are monsters nearby. Lin looked at the stone in surprise and asked what it was, to which Steve said that it was a stone that searches for monsters nearby. The girl stared at the stone and asked if it was glowing now because there were monsters nearby, to which the guy replied that in theory everything should be like this, but since he did not see anyone around, most likely, it was malfunctioning. Lin suddenly clenched her hand into a fist and said that it must really be malfunctioning, because where they were, a monster could not appear, and even if it did, it would be quickly destroyed. That's right, Bonson exclaimed happily. After staring at the glowing stone, she thought that it was really broken. After a while, they came to Lin's domain. They looked at the gate in shock and asked if she was from a rich family, adding that they had never seen such a huge house. The guard bowed to Lin. After that, they opened the gate for them. Once inside, Bunsoon and Steve looked around in surprise. Lin suddenly turned around and asked if she could ask the girl for a duel. Bunsoon was happy and exclaimed that this was exactly what she wanted to ask her for. A few minutes passed. It was a warm evening outside. The girls were standing opposite each other. Lin put her fist in her palm and said that she was Lin, the 27th student of Taiwan High School, and she was asking Bunsoon to fight her. Bunsoon looked at her, confidently introducing herself. Lin said with a smile that her opponent had a sensitive name, so it was time to get started. Both grabbed their weapons. Bunsoon looked at her, thinking that she had no idea how Lin would attack, because the Chinese children she met in America were clearly not like this. Suddenly, she jumped. She thought that she would make the first move as she rushed forward. The girl took out her weapon, activating the flame sword. Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at her opponent, she thought that she should retreat. She quickly took out her sword. Swinging her weapon, she hit Bonson's flame sword. The unexpected blow made the girl grit her teeth. Lin smiled sweetly. It was a clear day outside. Kibong and Sis were walking forward. The guy said that he was curious about something, to which the girl replied that she would answer any question he had. The protagonist asked if she really didn't know, when Sis suddenly asked what exactly she didn't know. The guy asked if she really had no idea that there was a boss monster in China right now. The girl happily replied that he was really no slouch, and it was a monster whose style she had never seen before, and she herself was curious to know what it looked like. The boy thought that more and more strange things were happening gradually, and Sis said that the monster was naturally able to hide its presence, and if Kibong caught it, then it should be given to her for training. The protagonist looked down, answering, "Okay." The boys shouted loudly, asking the old man where the money was. Newbeak closed his eyes. Sis asked if the protagonist would help him. Kibong exhaled heavily, saying how fed up he was. The boy immediately called out to them. Coming closer, he asked what kind of gathering they had arranged here, so they were ordered to disperse quickly. The protagonist frowned menacingly. Newbeak put his hands behind his back. He looked at the boy. Flicking his hands, the old man mocked that one could rise to such a level and feel fear. Looking at Kibong, he wondered where this young man came from. The boy put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, asking who he was. The boy slowly brought his hand to his forehead. Kibong hit him with all his strength. The boy looked at his partner in shock as he was hit. The protagonist's eye lit up, and suddenly he raised his hand to the other boy's forehead. He hit him with all his strength. With quick movements of his hand, the protagonist scattered them. Kibong exhaled in relief. Newbeak looked at him and thanked him. Turning back, the boy said that the owls were very dangerous, so they should be careful. Sis turned back in surprise. The old man asked why she was staring so closely. Did he really have some kind of dirt on his face? Kibong suddenly put his hand on the girl's thigh. Catching it, the boy said that it was impolite for him to stare like that. Nubik said that if he had time, he would like to repay for helping him. With a smile, the old man asked if the boys wanted to visit his house, while he thought he was curious that he could not help himself. The old man frowned, wondering who was stronger. Lin immediately counterattacked with her foot. She punched her opponent in the stomach with all her might, but Bonson managed to block the attack with her hand. Using more force, Lin threw the girl away from her. Bonson did a somersault in the air, landing perfectly. Lin immediately rushed to attack. The protagonist's sister managed to block the blow at the very last moment. Then she blocked another one with difficulty. After that, she counterattacked, but Lin easily jumped up. She jumped back a distance. Without lowering her weapon, she suggested making another approach. Bonson lowered her gaze and realized that her left leg was not moving. Looking up at her opponent, she said to herself that at this rate, she would lose. Lin suddenly rushed to attack. Bonson gritted her teeth, preparing herself. She carried out several quick blows, but Lin, dodging each one, kicked her at the end. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Lin looked at her opponent with her leg raised and asked if these were all the skills they had. After saying this, she quickly brought her foot down on Binsoon's face. She hit the scale hard, breaking it, but her opponent jumped back. The protagonist's sister stood heavily on her feet. Looking at this, Lin said to herself that if this was all, then there was nothing more to look at. After thinking this, she handed the sword to the servant and said that it was enough, adding that the players had not exceeded her expectations. Hearing this, Binsoon looked at her opponent with displeasure and said that she was talking as if she was not a player herself. Lin smiled and replied that she was a warrior. This made Binsoon even more wary. Lin closed her eyes and explained that they were completely different from players. Then she took a stance. Suddenly, she sharply punched the air with her fist. The shockwave she created flew past Binsoon's and broke the wall behind her. Standing with her fist outstretched, the girl said that this was a martial art. The protagonist's sister chuckled and asked if that was all, then asked if Lin wanted her to show her what a player was, to which she replied that she thought she would regret it, because the pain of the collapse of something they believed in was stronger than they thought. Binsoon asked without a trace of doubt in her eyes whether the girl would watch or not. Lin took a stance and replied that she would watch with pleasure. Binsoon then told Steve to use a buff. Stretching out his arms, the guy cast the speed and strength buffs, but Binsoon suddenly told him to cast that buff too. Lowering his arms, Steve was surprised and asked if she was joking right now, to which the girl screamed, "Steve." The guy immediately stretched out his arms and cast the Lightwalker buff on her. A black magic aura enveloped the girl. Her eyes lit up and she asked what kind of martial arts. Bonson quickly rushed to attack. Lin said that it was an amazing and wonderful technique. She punched forward and screamed, asking what to do if she was not impressed. Bonson suddenly appeared behind her. She grabbed the weapon tightly and swung it. Lin noticed a cut on her shirt, screaming loudly, "How dare she?" The girl slid on the ground. She got angry and started swinging her leg. The girl suddenly stopped abruptly, feeling a flow of mana. Lin gritted her teeth in anger, jumping up. She looked around in shock. Steve said that the Lightwalker is a power-up created with large boss battles in mind, and it is difficult for a person to handle such a power-up alone. Lin exhaled in anger. She said that she acknowledged this invulnerability. However, it was not the player's own enhancements, but merely his skills. Bongsun frowned, glaring at her. Lin clenched her fists, adding that it was martial arts acquired through repeated trials. The girl closed her eyes, and a menacing figure appeared behind her. She suddenly opened her eyes, directing a piercing gaze forward. Jumping up, she shouted that the boys would not be able to surpass her. The ground beneath her feet immediately cracked into small stones. Bongsun looked down in confusion. The girls' gazes suddenly met. Lin swung her attack, shouting for her opponent to block this blow as well. Bongsun's expression changed, wondering what would happen if she dodged. Looking forward, she knew that in this case, she would lose. The boys stood in front of the fence. Nubik laughed, saying that the old man's house was a bit shabby, but he hoped that they would forgive him for this. The old man thought that the young man's heart was deep. Sis looked ahead and said that Binsoon was there. She asked what the boy would do, to which he replied that it was dangerous. Nubik thought that these young people had no manners at all, because they did not answer the old man's question and continued to communicate with each other in their own language. Turning back, he asked if this was the energy of the smashing fist technique, and why Lin was using this technique. He suddenly turned around to look at the guys. The protagonist confidently walked forward, ignoring the old man. At that very second, a loud blow was heard, from which Nubik covered himself with his hands. He turned around with his eyes wide open. He cried out in bewilderment, "Really?" The old man jumped up, loudly calling Lin. Sis laughed, watching him go. The girl's blow was stopped. The protagonist covered Bongsun with his body, blocking Lin's blow. The girl asked in shock, "Brother?" Lin frightenedly turned to look at her grandfather, who put his hand on her wrist. Nubik frightenedly turned to look at the girl. Kibong frowned, asking if the old man had invited him here to show him this, to which he replied that it was some kind of misunderstanding. The boy said menacingly that his younger sister had almost died, asking if the old man knew this. Mubik asked if the protagonist should let go of his granddaughter's hand first. He grabbed the boy's wrist with all his strength. Kibong said menacingly that the old man was applying pressure with force, thereby creating a bad impression of himself. The old man shouted that if the boy did not let go of his hand, his granddaughter would be in danger, which is why he was doing this. He said that this was necessary to understand the situation. He squeezed his hand even harder. Mana began to emanate from the old man's body. Everyone looked at him in shock. Kibong closed his eyes, saying that he was not the one who started it, so he asked Sis not to think about lecturing him. The girl replied that she had not even thought about it, because on the contrary, she wanted to ask him to take revenge on them. The protagonist's body was suddenly enveloped in mana. With glowing eyes, he said that the old man had better give it his all. Mubik swallowed his saliva in fear. Looking at the protagonist, Mubik expressed his sincere surprise and said that until now, there had never been a single person who told him to fight with all his strength. Frowning, the man said that they were all already dead. Throwing a stern look at him, Kibong replied that today would be the first time. Opening his mouth wide, the old man furiously asked him not to regret his decision later. The ground beneath their feet collapsed. The teacher swung his leg to hit the opponent. Dodging the attack, the boy said that quite a long time had passed. With a stern frown, Mubik asked what they were talking about. The man grabbed his opponent by the arm. He looked back when Lin called out to him. The youth tried to free himself from his hand. Looking askance at him, the player noticed that his hair had not been cut by anyone for a long time. After saying these words, the protagonist threw the opponent over himself. The old man's body flew towards the wall. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He managed to land on his feet, causing the ground to crack. Looking up at his opponent, the teacher could not understand how the man dared to throw him. Frowning, Mubik called his opponent talented and asked what brought him here. Narrowing his eyes, Kibong suggested that he find out for himself since he was so interested. Taking a fighting stance, the man accepted his offer. Putting his fists in front of him, the old man said that he had realized the strength of his opponent and asked if he had ever heard of the so-called martial arts. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked if he was talking about the arts described in the Muram novels and was surprised that it was true. With shining eyes, the teacher explained that in the past, martial arts were indeed considered mere rumors. Rushing forward, he wondered if everything had remained the same even now. Bongsun gaped in surprise at his speed and realized that she couldn't even follow his movements. Lin widened her eyes in shock and realized that she never knew how fast her grandfather was. Mubik swung his fist. Using the dragon fist, the man struck his opponent. Feeling the pain, the youth opened his mouth. The old man raised his hand for another blow. He began to beat his opponent furiously. At this moment, his eyes burned red. The decisive blow threw the opponent's body back. A cloud of dust rose. The teacher lowered his fist. Looking ahead tensely, he asked if this was an ordinary strong child. Closing his eyes, Mubik explained that the fight was fought with techniques, not strength, and asked the student to consider today's incident another lesson. Lin warned him of the danger from behind. The man widened his eyes and asked what they were talking about. A silhouette of a man appeared behind him. The protagonist asked if this was the so-called martial arts. Scratching his head, Kibong called it stupid. Clenching his fist, the old man could not stand such impudence. Approaching the enemy, he swung his fist. Suddenly, a guy's fist appeared in front of his face. A powerful blow threw him back. Looking up, the young man was surprised. Frowning menacingly, the player said that his fists were not related to martial arts. The teacher silently looked at him from under his brows. The man clenched his fist. Pure strength is something that cannot be stopped or avoided, the most perfect martial art. Feeling such strength coming from his opponent, Mubik lowered his hands and said that he always ardently desired to meet someone like him. Spreading his arms, the man explained that he did not expect the heavens to grant his wish. The protagonist asked if his wish was really death. The old man rushed forward and shouted that techniques were superior to strength and that if he couldn't prove it, then death wouldn't be such a bad outcome. Kibong raised his fist to counterattack. The teacher raised his hands to use a martial art technique. The opponents approached each other. The boy's fist was right in front of Mubik's face. However, he managed to dodge such an attack. The youth flew past him and fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the man wanted to ask something, but the opponent's leg appeared in front of him. Knocking him down, the player asked him not to be distracted. A cloud of dust and smoke rose from the powerful blow on the battlefield. The old man looked up and shuddered. Swinging his fist again, the awakened one ordered him to dodge. Putting his hands in front of him, the teacher suggested that they end it here and now. Blue flames lit up around him. The protagonist made a dash towards him. A bright flash illuminated Bonsun and Steve. The boys covered their faces with their hands to avoid the effects of the blinding light. Lin also covered her eyes with her hand, but continued to watch the fight. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in fear. Mubik was kneeling in front of Kibong. The man lowered his head, thinking that he dodged at the very last moment. and wondered how a person could even have such strength. Clenching his fist, the boy declared that dodging or blocking was pointless. Suddenly, the girl stood right in front of him to stop him. Shielding her grandfather, the student asked for mercy for him and said that it was all her fault. She closed her eyes and cried. The boy looked at her and narrowed his eyes. Bonson lowered her hands and called out to her friend. Steve flinched. He was holding a sphere in his hand. The buffer asked why it suddenly lit up. Sis looked at the sphere in surprise. A smile appeared on her face. Frowning, the player sighed heavily. Turning away, he said that it was time for them to go. The protagonist looked back when the old man asked him to stop. Grabbing his shoulder, the teacher invited the guest to stay here for a while and explained that he had one request of him. Raising his eyebrows, Kibong asked if he really had no dignity. Closing his eyes, Mubik said that he understood that it would be shameful to ask him for something and added that he really needed his help. Approaching his friend from behind, Sis invited him to stay here. The guy asked if there was really a need for that. Turning to him, the girl asked him to stop. Pressing her ear to his, the woman told him that there was a monster here that surpassed 8 stars. Looking back, the young man asked what this meant. The sunset was visible over the roof of the pagoda. The heroes were sitting at the dinner table. Looking at the guest, the man thanked him for agreeing to listen to his request. The player said that gratitude was not needed here. The old man looked at the system and asked if this was his wife. The protagonist shuddered and replied that he didn't have a wife yet. Lin blushed as the teacher pointed at her and told him that his granddaughter, despite her young age, had a talent for martial arts that even he would envy. Looking into his eyes, Kibong suggested dropping the topic and asked him to tell him why he was asked to stay here. Closing his eyes, Mubik explained that there was one monster that he would definitely like to catch. The man frowned furiously and said that they, being warriors, were unable to catch it. Bonson and Steve were waiting for their comrades outside. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl said that she still couldn't understand something. Closing her eyes, the guy agreed with her. Looking ahead, the woman explained that the old man and his granddaughter were clearly S-rank players or close to that level and that there were many players like them on this earth. The huntress frowned thoughtfully and asked why they hadn't been able to catch that monster yet. Lin stood behind her grandfather. Bonson found it hard to understand this information. These people were really strong. The party had encountered a huge monster. It seemed that if they united with other Chinese players, there shouldn't be a monster that they couldn't catch. The people shook hands. In fact, after Prasuno was destroyed in Russia, each continent began to unite S-rank players and troops to prepare for the hunt for 8-star monsters. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said that she didn't understand what her brother was thinking. Since he agreed to help them, the young man assumed that for him it was just a trifle. The woman looked down, thinking about what she would do in his place. Buffer said that his girlfriend would never do a job that didn't bring money. The huntress hit him in the side. Steve trembled from the impact. Bonson explained that she was very interested in how strong that monster was. Looking at the night sky, Mubik said that the masters from the continent were already on their way. Looking at the protagonist, he added that they would immediately begin the raid as soon as everyone gathered. Frowning, Kibong suggested heading there right away. Throwing a stern look at him, the man asked if it wouldn't be better to wait for the other masters, since they had all long since surpassed a rank. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that there was no need for that. Turning to him, the old man asked if this was his arrogance speaking or if it was true. The young man stated that he did not intend to waste time. The teacher left, asking for time to prepare their warriors who were already in the martial arts faction. Mubik headed towards the building. Sis appeared behind her comrade as soon as she was called. Turning around, the player asked what kind of monster it was. The girl replied that she could not find it because its energy was too weak. Putting her hand to her chin, she added that she was also curious because she had never encountered this type of monster before. Pityingly knitting her brows, the woman assumed that her comrade probably also felt that all this was very strange. The protagonist asked what they were talking about. Putting her hand to her chest, the system said that it continued to smell. Despite the fact that those people were ordinary people, Kibong asked what kind of smell it was. Sis explained that a similar smell came from her friend and, seeing how the guy began to sniff himself, asked what he was doing. The boy said that she had just said that he smelled something. The girl closed her eyes and laughed, saying that her friend would soon figure it out himself. The player looked at her questioningly. Bonson and Steve approached the Chinese players. The girl asked what kind of clothes they were wearing. The boy called the sight amazing. Approaching them, Mubik said that everyone was gathered and that it was time to move out. The squad headed towards the forest. The man walked in the lead, followed by the main character's team. Putting her hand on her scabbard, the girl thought that this was quite strange and asked if the monster really lived on the mountain right behind his house. Looking back, the boy explained that their companions did not look like those who were prepared for an attack. Standing behind her brother, the huntress assumed that this was all because of his participation in the raid. Kibong lowered his gaze. There was a cave ahead. It was so dark inside that nothing could be seen. The heroes approached the entrance to the tunnel. The boy looked back. Looking at the old man, he concluded that there had already been other people here. Looking into the darkness, the teacher explained that they had made several attempts to destroy this place. Standing next to him, the young man realized that he was scared. Mubik replied that it would be a lie to say that he was not. Squinting, the player said that it was quite curious. Turning to him, the man said that if they went with him, they would definitely be able to succeed. Lin nodded and thanked the guest for his help. Looking towards the cave, the old man suggested going inside. The heroes went forward. Bonson stopped in front of the entrance to the cave. Two warriors stood in front of her. The protagonist and Sis turned around. The girl asked why she was not allowed to go inside. Frowning, Kibong asked her to stay here with Steve. Pointing a finger at herself, the girl asked if she really had to wait for her brother here. The boy confirmed this. He closed his eyes and continued walking forward. Putting his hand to his chest, the blonde said that it was even for the best. His friend sighed with displeasure. Looking ahead, she thought of her brother. The heroes were walking through a dark cave. The young man looked to the side. Looking back, the teacher noticed that, despite the lack of any lighting, the guests were walking with a very firm gait. Lin was carrying some kind of bundle in her hands. Looking at her, Mubik asked her to look ahead with her heart, not her eyes. A cloud of light energy appeared in Sis's hand. Smiling, the girl concluded that her allies were seeing someone for the first time who could summon light with such ease. Frowning, the man concluded that this was no ordinary person in front of him. Bowing, the student thanked her. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the woman explained that it wouldn't hurt to light up this cave now. The system added that an unknown life form was approaching. The heroes turned around. Hearing the strange sounds, the teacher and the player looked around. Mubik, sternly knitting his brows, announced that he had arrived. The man in tattered clothes took a step forward. Clenching his fist, the stranger stepped into the light. His eyes seemed empty. Placing his fist in his palm, the man greeted him. The old man cast a menacing glance at his granddaughter. Lin put the bundle on the ground and untied the knot. It turned out that the bundle contained buns. Sajo took one of them. Bringing it to his mouth, the hermit bit off a small piece. Inside the bun was a delicious filling. Sitting down on the ground, the man began to eat the buns one by one. Soon the bundle was empty. Wiping his chin, the cave dweller noticed that his friend had aged greatly. The teacher said that this was an exaggeration. Scratching the back of his head, Sajo asked if he was ready to bury him. Mubik closed his eyes and said that he could not surpass him. The hermit asked why his companion had come here then, and suggested that he simply wanted to show him the appearance of a man who had completely gone mad. The old man frowned and denied this. The man smirked and repeated his question. A blue aura appeared around the teacher. Clenching his fist, the warrior stated that he had come here to wipe the shame from the martial arts faction. Throwing up his hands, the hermit explained that he was using the martial arts that Ono had taught him, which would cause his friend to suffer the same fate. Gritting his teeth, Mubik said that they could have become stronger even without the intervention of that being. Smirking, Sajo called his words stupid. Sis called out to her friend. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what happened. Smiling, the girl asked if this person really had the same energy as that unidentified being. Frowning, Kibong remembered Jotters and said that he had questions for the stranger. Standing in front of the old man, the man asked if he really believed in these people and came here. Flames appeared around him. Turning into a horned demon, the hermit decided to show them without any mercy how useless their faith was. Bonson and Steve were waiting for their comrades by the cliff. Lowering his head, the blonde saw that the sphere had started to glow again. The guy took it out of his pocket. The girl assumed that either it was broken or a monster had appeared in the cave. The young man looked at the Chinese players near the cave. He had a tense expression on his face. The teacher's eyes widened in fear. Sajo's hand turned into a blade. Smiling widely, the man laughed. Running past Mubik, he headed towards the protagonist. Turning around, the old man urged him to dodge, because everything that the energy of this sword touched would be cut. Kibong stopped the blade with his hand. The hermit froze in place. Frowning, the boy said that it had not cut him. Dust rose around the heroes. Grinning, the demon called his opponent an amazing child. Raising his eyebrows, the young man realized that this was not a human being in front of him, but, to be more precise, a human being who had nothing human left in him. Squinting slyly, Sajo asked if this mattered and said that the main thing was only who was stronger than whom. Throwing a menacing look at him, the player remembered that he had already met such people. The weapon pierced Eric's neck. Wings appeared behind Yurum's back. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist said that these people refused to be human because of drugs or something similar. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what drugs he was talking about. Kibong kicked his opponent with his foot, asking how they dared to compare him to such people. Kibong dodged his blow. The demon tried to attack him with the blade, but to no avail. Mubik and his granddaughter watched the fight. The old man frowned sternly and said that he couldn't keep up with his old friend's attacks. Lin widened her eyes in surprise and asked if that was really human strength. The teacher looked ahead tensely and said that his guest had exceeded his expectations because the boy remained relaxed even under the onslaught of that monster. Sajo swung his blade. The blade flew right in front of the boy's face. The powerful blow destroyed the ground to the side. Looking at the weapon, the player called this technique impressive and asked if that was magic. The man opened his mouth wide and asked him not to even dare compare martial arts to magic. Red marks from cuts appeared in the air. The protagonist dodged another blow. Kibong ducked so that the blade would not touch his head. The hermit tried to hit him again. The boy dodged and looked up. Looking at his comrades, he asked Sis to activate the defense. Agreeing, the girl raised her hand up. A shield appeared above her head, preventing the debris from falling on the Chinese players. Looking at his ally, Mubik thanked her for her concern and explained that they were able to withstand a shockwave of such force. Looking back, the woman asked if this was really so. Looking at the enemy, the young man noticed that his blows were sharp. Clenching his fist, the player offered to test its strength. Rushing forward, the enraged demon promised to cut him into pieces. A powerful wave of energy was directed towards his enemy. The protagonist thrust his fist forward. He managed to destroy the wave of energy. Sajo bared his teeth furiously. The stone lying on the ground trembled. Looking at it, Bonson asked if an earthquake had really started. Steve assumed that it had. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the cave. The boys covered their heads with their hands. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked away. Two black silhouettes appeared in the air. The people wondered what happened. Kibong appeared in the air in front of his enemy. Dispersing the blade on his hand, the man realized that his opponent was not a human, because an ordinary person would not be able to withstand his Kai energy in the sword. The hermit turned around when someone standing on the ground called out to him. Pointing his hand at him, the demon asked how pathetic mortals dared to address him. The Chinese players widened their eyes in shock. Suddenly, they grabbed their throats, feeling suffocated. Sajo unleashed waves of red energy on them. Clenching his fist, he called them weak and decided to make good use of their swords. The people fell to the ground, swords flying out of their sheaths. Raising them around himself with magic, the hermit declared that this was a martial art that everyone could only dream of. The demon smiled widely, realizing that he had indeed mastered it. Frowning, the boy realized that this was the first time he had seen such a technique. Saju put his index finger forward. The swords were aimed towards his enemy. They left a trail of red energy behind them. By putting his hand in front of him, the boy was able to deflect all the attacks. The man raised his finger up. The blades flew into the air again. They ended up behind the player. The protagonist looked to the side as dozens of swords flew past him. The weapons described circles around him, under the control of the caster. Looking at the sphere of swirling blades, Bonson called out to her brother. Watching the enemy, the hermit called him pathetic. Grinning, the demon promised to kill him and destroy all life in this world, because now was the time to tell this world about the greatness of his martial arts skills. Opening his mouth wide, he laughed. A voice came from the sphere of red energy. Kibong asked if this was all. Sajo looked at him in shock. Streams of light energy burst out from the sphere. The red aura of the swords around the boy dissipated. The opponents looked at each other in silence. Frowning menacingly, the young man asked his enemy where his vaunted strength was. The man clenched his fist in anger and cursed at him. Sis created a barrier around herself and her comrades. The boys looked at the sky in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, Mubik asked if this was a battle between people. Looking at the swords lying on the ground, the old man realized that his old friend had mastered this martial art and wondered how that child was able to repel such an attack. Glancing at the sky, the girl guessed that their enemy was stronger than most monsters with 8 stars. The teacher frowned and said that there were records of this hermit single-handedly killing countless 7-star creatures. The system was surprised and called him an outstanding master. Looking ahead, Mubik thought that if there was an 8-star monster here, he would have already cut off its head. Behind the demon was a dragon. The old man felt great regret, because if his old friend had destroyed the 8-star monster, the reputation of the martial arts faction would have been on a completely different level than it was now. The teacher furrowed his brows menacingly. The woman smiled and pointed out the fact that the enemy had made a bad choice for the sake of this power. Mubik turned to her and asked what she meant. The old man frowned sternly and asked how the choice could be bad when it came to power. The system raised its eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really thought so and was willing to make any sacrifice for the sake of power. Throwing a stern look at her, the teacher explained that his comrade had indeed gone down the wrong path, but their martial arts skills had by no means been forgotten. Sis asked why he had to be killed in that case. Mubik looked down tensely, not knowing what to say. Looking up at the sky, the old man thought that his old friend wanted to destroy the martial arts faction. Sajo gritted his teeth. Looking at him, the embittered teacher thought that in order to ascend to the next level, he needed to overcome a stronger wall. Smiling, the girl laughed. Raising his blade above his head, the man called his strength a gift from heaven and a power that would make even the heavens tremble. Hovering in the air in front of him, the protagonist said that strength was something that could only be acquired over time. Squinting sternly, Kibong added that he would not build up his strength in the way that his enemy had chosen. Rushing forward, the hermit asked how such a young man dared to discuss time with him. He cut the air in front of him with his blade. The boy jumped to the side to dodge. The blast wave passed by and hit the ground. Looking at his opponent, the boy asked if the demon was sure about his age. The player appeared behind the enemy. Frightened, S1-2 turned around. Swinging his fist, the awakened one called out to him to block this blow. The man raised his hands in front of him. The protagonist punched him in the face. The hermit's body turned over in the air, blood poured out of his mouth. He fell to the ground. Mubik and his granddaughter covered their faces with their hands. The old man, opening his mouth wide, called out to his old friend. Frowning, the teacher said that he needed to overcome the wall himself because this was the only way to prove his strength. Kibong landed in front of his enemy. Taking a step forward, the boy asked if the enemy really wanted to become stronger, even if it meant turning into a monster. Looking at her grandfather, Lin asked what this meant. The bloody demon lay on the ground. Lowering his head, S1-2 said that this was the feeling. The man swung his fist. The youth kicked him back. The hermit hit the rocks, raising dust from the ground. The player stopped in front of him. Spreading his arms on the ground, the demon confirmed that this was indeed the feeling. Frowning, the awakened one declared that he had lost. Grinning, the monster asked what the hell he was talking about. S1-2 opened his mouth wide and screamed. His body was covered in bright red energy. The flash lit up the entire area. The man shouted that this was the power he was looking for. Mubik looked at his guest in horror. The old man frowned tensely, realizing that his comrade had finally overcome this wall. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind. The hermit clenched his fist. Rising to his feet, the demon looked at his hands. Grinning, he realized that this was the power he desired. S1-2 spread his arms and felt a refreshing feeling. Closing his eyes, the man said that he hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. Frowning, Kibong realized that the smell had become even stronger. Standing behind him, Sis said that her friend was absolutely right. The boy asked if there was another way. The girl smiled and confirmed this and added that now the chance to return was lost. Mubik and his granddaughter looked at her in amazement when the woman said that this was the first time she saw a monster that looked exactly like a human. The old man asked what kind of nonsense this was, his eyes wide in shock. Lin asked what kind of monster they were talking about and tried to explain that the martial art S1-2 practiced was just a little unusual in nature, but that did not make him a monster. The woman raised her index finger to her mouth and replied that she was never wrong and that there really was a monster in front of them. Clenching her fist threateningly, the teacher asked her not to insult the martial arts faction anymore, otherwise no one would forgive her. Someone asked them to stop. Mubik shuddered in amazement. Turning around, the young man asked where he had seen a martial artist who killed his students like that. There were dead Chinese players lying on the ground. The old man looked down, at a loss for words. The teacher looked up at his old friend. The player turned his head. A blue aura appeared around his feet. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that it would soon be known for sure whether the person in front of them was a monster or a human. Raising his hand, the man asked if he was really so interested in his strength. Raising his eyebrows, Kibong asked if he really didn't know anything. The hermit frowned slyly and asked why he needed to know anything. The guy, enveloped in blue energy, promised to teach him a lesson. Squinting sternly, the young man added that he would do it with his fist. He immediately rose from the ground. Approaching the enemy, the player swung his fist. He managed to deliver a powerful blow. The awakened one froze in place. Stopping his fist with his hand, the demon asked what was going on. Bonsun and Steve watched in shock. Frowning, the girl asked if the enemy had just blocked her brother's attack. The blonde replied that he had never seen a monster that could do that before. Mubik furrowed his brows in determination and said that his comrade had gone beyond the limits and that they would finally become the best in the world. Standing next to him, Sis asked if that was really how it would be. The old man looked at her and said that she should ask S1-2 for forgiveness and promised to do his part to make sure that she was forgiven. Clenching her fist, Lin agreed and explained that now that the man had risen to the highest level, no one could stand against him. Smiling, the girl asked if someone who had killed his own disciples could forgive anyone. The girl pursed her lips and wondered why her master had killed all of his disciples and guessed that he was still in the grip of madness. Swinging his hand, the hermit asked where his opponent's audacity had gone. The protagonist took the blow. A cut appeared on his jacket, and Kibong noticed that his enemy had become much faster. The demon smirked and asked if he didn't want to learn this art. Continuing to strike lightning fast, the villain offered his opponent to learn by bleeding. The guy's clothes were torn to shreds. Having to duck to avoid the attack, S1-2 shouted that his strength was nothing compared to his own. The young man slammed his foot into the ground. He could barely stand on his feet. The player grabbed his jacket. Throwing off the scraps of clothing, the awakened one asked if the enemy really had nothing left to stand on. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. The hermit lunged forward to attack. Having hit his opponent in the stomach, the demon decided to see how long he could behave so insolently. Continuing to beat the enemy, the villain shouted that technique defeats overwhelming force. Swinging his leg, the villain declared that this is martial arts. The protagonist staggered. He had a disdainful look. Frowning menacingly, S1-2 asked how he managed to stand on his feet since he had nothing but strength. Opening his mouth in rage, the man asked why the one in front of him was just lucky to have such strength. In the memory, Kibong's head was cut off. He had to die several thousand times, each time bleeding from his mouth. The boy narrowed his eyes angrily and asked if he really was just lucky. The hermit took a fighting stance. The boy said that he did not become strong because he was lucky. The demon jumped up and rushed forward. Leaping into the air, he swung his fist. Clenching his fist, the player said that he became strong on his bones, trapped in endless time. The awakened one pointed his fist forward. The villain's eyes widened in shock. A bright flash lit up his face and the entire battlefield. A blast wave swept over the mountains. A cloud of dust and smoke appeared in front of Mubik and his granddaughter. They had amazed expressions. S1-2 fell to the ground, a black mark from the blow on his chest. The man narrowed his eyes and asked why he had to lose if he worked so hard to become stronger. The protagonist approached him. The hermit raised his head. Kibong said that it was impossible to become stronger by borrowing someone else's strength. Frowning, the demon asked him to shut up and asked what he could possibly understand about this. The boy lowered his head and clenched his fist. Lin and her grandfather raised their hands in front of them, asking him to stop. They covered their comrade's body with their bodies. The boy asked them to get out of the way. Frowning, the old man asked if the guest really thought he could calmly watch his friend being killed in front of him. Turning to him, the player asked if the man was protecting a scoundrel who had gone beyond his limits just because he wanted to become one. Closing his eyes, Mubik thought that this was the truth because with S1-2's help, he would be able to go beyond his limits. The other Chinese players stood behind him, the old man furiously wanting to become famous on the continent as the best of the best. The protagonist gave him a stern look and asked if he also knew that the power of the martial arts they learned would turn them into monsters. The teacher confirmed this, and the girl looked at him in shock. Her eyes widened, realizing that her master was indeed a monster. Mubik tried to object, but Kibong frowned and asked if he really thought he could control this power. Taking a step towards the man, the boy asked if protecting humanity would still be his top priority even after turning into a monster. Getting closer to him, the young man decided to ask him something before killing him, and wondered who told him about this method. The old man lowered his head and replied that it was a secret martial art. Stepping back, the player called it a good excuse and asked him to go to hell with his excuses because they would also become monsters anyway. The teacher closed his eyes and said that he would not resist because he had no intention of defeating the guest and that he had no choice but to calmly accept it. Jumping to his feet, S1-2 asked his opponent to kill only him and leave these people alone. The man opened his mouth wide and called himself the culprit of everything that had happened. Mubik and his granddaughter looked at him in amazement. A malicious grin appeared on the hermit's face. Suddenly, the old man began to tremble. The demon pierced his body with his hand. With his other hand, he pierced Lin's body. The veins on the frightened teacher's neck bulged. The girl's eyes turned white. With a flash of burning eyes, the villain declared that he had become perfect. S1-2 looked up. The protagonist concluded that the monster was not a creature that deserved trust. Sis appeared behind him. Kibong swung his fist to strike. Determination was visible in his eyes. The man smiled slyly. The guy made a huge hole in his body. A crater appeared in front of him as if from a powerful explosion. The young man froze in place, holding his fist in front of him. He raised his gaze and looked ahead. His hair had regained its natural color. Clutching his head, Mubik rose from the ground. Looking ahead, the man shuddered. The heroes silently looked ahead. The man's mouth opened in shock. Looking at the crater, the old man thought of his mentor. Placing his hands on the ground, he asked how this could happen. Lowering his head, the teacher asked if this was what they asked for. Looking at him, the player asked if he should forgive those who had abandoned their humanity. Clenching his fist, Mubik stated that they were going to save humanity with this power. Throwing a pitiful look at him, Lin asked if her grandfather knew that their master had truly become a monster. Frowning, the man confirmed this and asked his granddaughter for forgiveness. Raising his hand, he added that all this was done for the sake of humanity. Squinting, the protagonist assumed that they were simply taking care of their own greed under the pretext of serving humanity. Kibong frowned sternly and reminded them that neither the Seoul disaster nor the expedition against Prazan had any Chinese players shown up. The heroes looked at him in amazement, and the boy asked if this was also done for the sake of humanity. The old man looked down and thought that he knew everything. He placed his hands on his knees. Squeezing his pants with his fingers, the teacher realized that he simply wanted to become stronger and everything else was just an excuse. Looking up at the sky, Mubik concluded that everything was useless. Squinting, the man asked what the point of living was for someone who had once become a monster. The old man raised his hand and clasped his fingers. Pointing it toward his neck, he wanted to commit suicide. Lin opened her mouth wide and called out to her grandfather. White clouds floated in the sky, and the sound of a blow was heard. Bonson and Steve's eyes widened in surprise. A blue barrier protected the teacher's neck. Newbeak looked at Sis, who had saved him, in fear. Jumping to his feet, the man asked why she had done this without giving him a choice, since it was better to die than to become a monster. The girl replied that this would no longer happen. The old man's mouth opened in shock and asked what that meant. With her hands clasped behind her back, the woman explained that the monster had previously taken all of his power and that Sajo would have sucked it all out if her friend had not made it in time. The teacher spread his arms and asked if this meant that there was no more monster energy in his body. The system confirmed this and called him an empty vessel. Looking at his fingers, Mubik realized that he would not become a monster. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he did not feel any regret about this. The answer was negative. Lowering his hands, the man said that he was satisfied that at least now he had managed to correct the mistake of the past. Turning away, Kibong called it a trifle and suggested that he leave since there was nothing else to do here. Looking after him, the old man asked him to stop. Taking his granddaughter by the hand, the teacher asked the guest to take them with him. Frowning, Mubik assumed that this was shameless of him and said that this was his last request. Putting his hand on Lin's shoulder, he asked her to follow these people and learn from them, since even without taking the easy way, she could become stronger. The girl's eyes widened tensely. Looking at them, the boy said that he was not going to take anyone with him. Bowing to him, the man asked permission to atone for his sins before him. Bonson looked at her brother and called out to him. Turning to her comrade, Sis asked if it would be beneficial for them to have more people in their ranks in the future. The young man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Turning away, the player said that he would not care about her and that she could follow them if she wanted. Falling to their knees, the old man and his granddaughter thanked him. With tears in their eyes, the teacher said that he was truly grateful. Steve and Bonson helped them up. Night had fallen and lights were burning in the city. People in robes were standing in front of the window. Snake's red eyes flashed as he realized what had happened. Turning around, he reported that creatures had suddenly begun to appear one after another. Looking down, the Blue Dragon Guildmaster apologized and explained that he had not known that they would encounter such creatures. The old man glared at him and said that no one thought that the divine beast would side with him, so it wasn't his fault. The boy pursed his lips and wondered why he was in such a pitiful situation. Looking away, the boy wondered if it was the right decision to side with this man. Clenching his fist, the player couldn't believe that he would have to bow his head here. Relaxing his fingers, the guildmaster wondered if he should run away right now. Someone entered the room. Looking at the guest, the man asked what was the best course of action. The stranger took a step forward. A group of people stepped out of the shadows. The prime ministers of France and Japan were holding glasses of whiskey. The master of the British Dragon Guild smiled. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement, surprised that there were other people here all this time, since he hadn't even felt anyone's presence. Raising his hand, Gillen greeted him. The man twirled his glass and reminded him of the time he was beaten and called his face quite cute. The young man gritted his teeth in displeasure. Turning around, the player asked why his mentor had called these people to Korean soil, since if other guilds found out about this, a war would break out. Frowning, the villain asked what the problem was. Someone came to the window. Snake said that the Prime Minister of South Korea was also here. Sangren approached them. She had a confident look. Spreading her arms, the guild leader was surprised that she was here. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that if the chairman had done everything right, this would not have happened. Narrowing her eyes, the woman asked what their plan was, since the villain would hardly invade this country because of some trifle. Smiling, Miko noticed that her colleague was very angry. Closing her eyes, the Prime Minister of Korea asked her to be quiet. The woman frowned and lowered the corners of her lips. Turning away, the old man explained that he was trying to deal with the ordinary pawns before starting the main game, and in that case, he would have to get rid of them all at once. Throwing a menacing glance at the guests, the man apologized and said that he would have to burn this land. Sangren looked at him incredulously and asked what he meant, since that was out of the question. Heading towards the exit, the scoundrel asked her not to be too nervous. Hitting the ground with his cane, Snake explained that everything depended on the causality of time. Henry and Miko shook their glasses. The prime ministers raised their glasses up. With their hands facing each other, they decided to drink to the era of humanity. Behind the girl, the trembling head of the blue dragon stood. The old man's body was covered in bright flames. There was a dark night sky above the building. The full moon was shining brightly. There was a red carpet in the corridor. Sangren appeared in the room. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She screamed, slamming it on the table. Sangren frowned, saying that she was just going to watch, but how dare he say right in front of her that he would burn the land of South Korea to the ground. The girl closed her eyes, asking if she had made such a choice. Then should she really accept it if things continued like this, then the people of her country would suffer. Sangren's attention was drawn to a sound outside the door, and her eyes widened. The girl held her hand out in front of her with bright energy. The hero opened his eyes wide and he looked into the office, saying that he clearly heard some noise inside. The girl approached him, assuming that he was just imagining things, because if the Prime Minister returned, she would immediately inform them of this. Sangren remained invisible, watching them. She gritted her teeth and tilted her head, wondering what she was doing now and what this was all for. The hero smiled, saying that they just needed to have faith in the Prime Minister and wait for her. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that was true. Sangren clenched her hand into a fist, asking what she should do. Snake stood surrounded by people with drinks. Miko looked at the man, saying that the Prime Minister looked like she was not at all pleased with his actions. She asked if they had to keep dragging Sangren along with them. Henry looked at them, saying that was true since the girl was not the type of person to give up her land easily. Snake asked if that was what was bothering them. They were afraid that the girl would betray them. The man looked at Miko, smiling, asking if the Prime Minister had ever been that kind of person before. Snake's eyes shone brightly. He said that they needed to convince her completely of the right choice she had made, or else force her to cross the river where once she stepped into the waters there was no turning back. The man smiled widely. Miko smiled as she looked at the boy and asked if he was talking about the river that the chairman couldn't cross. The hero frowned, asking who she thought he was. The woman frowned, saying that he was a fool who just had an S-rank label. The boy frowned, his eyes shining brightly, asking how dare she insult him in South Korea. Was she tired of living? Miko's eyes widened, bright streams of energy engulfed her body. She asked how he felt about that. A suit of dark samurai armor appeared behind her. The hero smiled widely, asking if she thought that would stop him. Miko raised her eyebrows, suggesting that he should try to attack if the boy was confident in his strength. Snake looked at them, saying that they didn't need to fight each other, and if they had strength, they should use it wisely. The boy's eyes widened as he looked at the woman, nodding. The hero looked at the man, asking what his plan was. Was his goal to attack the people who couldn't be won over to their side? Snake narrowed his bright eyes, saying that he understood very well that it was extremely difficult to calm an agitated heart. Just hearing his words and seeing a few signs that opened the era of ordinary people, he thought that they also had doubts about it. The man raised his staff in front of him, saying that he was going to show them everything as it is. The heroes cried out in surprise. Snake's eyes widened, glowing. He raised his staff. A bright light appeared above the heroes. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The city was half destroyed. There were dark clouds above it. The people formed a circle, standing with their backs to each other. The leader of the Blue Dragon Guild gritted his teeth, looking to the side. Giant monsters appeared in front of the people. Ghislaine put his hand forward, calling for a magic seal. The guy fought off the monsters behind him. The people froze, looking at the streams of dust raised. In front of the monsters stood the protagonist and his team, their eyes shining brightly. They advanced on the people standing in the circle. The guy opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. Cybone froze in place, his eyes shining brightly. In front of him were the bodies of the defeated ministers. Henry frowned, saying that this was the guy. Snake thrust his staff forward, saying that he was one of the two pillars that they must destroy. He slammed his staff onto the ground. A bright flash appeared in front of him. He said that this was a monster whose essence was not identified. Snake looked forward, saying that they would overcome both and repay the coming of the era of man. Henry opened his eyes wide, saying that he assumed that this was not an easy task, but this could truly be the end of humanity. The man bowed his head, saying that this was why Prime Minister Sangren had also joined them. They needed to leave their doubts behind. Snake looked at the people who raised their glasses, saying that they would change the future. Sangren leaned her hands on the table behind her. The girl looked down, asking if what Snake had shown her was really the future, or if it was just some kind of magical trick. She shook her head, saying that it didn't seem like a magical trick. She would have noticed it right away. It was definitely an ultra-high-level magic that could see the future. Sangren sat on the edge of the table, asking why Cybone had sided with the monsters, why he was going to burn the world to the ground. The girl's eyes widened. Seeing a bright stream of energy in front of her, she assumed it was a quest spell. She looked away, saying that she knew who it was, but she didn't understand if there was anything she could do. Sangren summoned a bright magical seal beneath her, using teleportation. She disappeared, leaving a bright trail behind her. The heroes were walking along a forest path in Japan. They opened their eyes in surprise, looking ahead. Bonson closed her eyes, asking where they were going now, since they immediately moved from China to Japan. Sis turned to her, saying that Kibong would only return after he destroyed all the high-ranking monsters on this land. Lin folded her hands in a lock, saying that this was a true manifestation of initiative in the fight against monsters. It had been a month since he dealt with more than 100 monsters of 7 stars and above. She respected him immensely. Steve smiled, saying that Sis's magic was truly amazing. She asked how she managed to find all the monsters. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if he wanted to learn it. The guy clenched his fist, asking if she could really teach him this. Sis smiled, saying that it was not difficult. If he had the desire, then from today she would take care of his training. Steve happily raised his hands. Thanks to her, a beautiful glow appeared in front. The heroes paid attention to the bright magic seal. The guy opened his mouth, saying that this was a huge teleportation magic circle. A group of heroes appeared in the circle. The guy frowned. The protagonist and the others froze, seeing the strangers. The girl tilted her head, looking at him. She frowned, asking if it was them. S1 frowned, asking if she had business with them. The priestess of the battlefield looked at the guy, saying that they were clearing monsters in the territory of other guilds, and they still dared to ask if they had business with them. The girl asked what organization or guild they were in. Bonson's eyes widened, thinking that she had seen her somewhere. The girl frowned, asking if they were really Japanese since she looked like a foreigner. The protagonist frowned, asking so what? The priestess of the battlefield opened her mouth, saying that this was a national conflict. She reached for the hilt of the sword, saying that even if they cut them into pieces now, no one would say a word to them. Bonson's eyes widened, saying that this was that woman, the priestess of the battlefield. She imagined a dark silhouette of a girl standing on a monster. The priestess of the battlefield frowned, saying that they were Korean. Even the Shield Guild did not dare to do something like that in Japan. She noticed that the guy really wanted to die. Kibong opened his eyes wide, asking what next. The girl's eyes shone brightly as she approached the hero. The guy opened his mouth, seeing bright streams of energy in front of him. The girl stopped in front of him, leaving bright traces of the weapon swings in the space. The priestess of the battlefield frowned, saying that she had cut it. The protagonist looked down at her, asking what she was doing. The guy frowned in displeasure. The girl's eyes widened, looking at him. She opened her mouth, thinking that her swordsmanship was not working. The girl asked if it was magic, an occult technique, or an illusion. The protagonist frowned, saying that she could look at it however she wanted. The priestess of the battlefield sheathed the blade, saying that there was a synthesis of magic and illusionary techniques, otherwise he would not be able to stop her sword with his bare hands. The guy looked at her, saying that it was funny since she immediately grabbed the sword. The girl let go of the hilt, saying that her sword was capable of cutting through everything, even his insignificant spells. The blade's edge shone brightly. S1 opened his mouth, asking if he had sinned so much that he deserved to die. The priestess of the battlefield widened her eyes. She grabbed the hilt of the sword. The girl looked at the blade, wondering why she had immediately used the sword the moment she saw it. The priestess frowned, saying that it was because he had emptied all the dungeons. The protagonist furrowed his brows, asking if it was so important that she would point her sword at him. The girl widened her eyes, looking at him. She looked away, thinking that S1 was right, but the overwhelming feeling that arose the moment she saw him was the desire to win. The priestess of the battlefield closed her eyes and froze in place, the desire to win taking over her entire being. The girl frowned, imagining the guy and thinking that she, who was one of the strongest rankers in Japan, felt a burning desire to defeat this man. Kibong looked at her with displeasure. The priestess of the battlefield gritted her teeth, wondering if she could defeat him. The guy looked at her, asking why she was silent. The girl straightened up, saying that her name was Eureka. She apologized for drawing her sword first. She looked at the protagonist, saying that clearing the dungeons without their knowledge was a big mistake, so she should get compensation and an apology right now. Kibong frowned, asking for what reason she controlled the dungeons. Eureka furrowed her brows, asking if he really asked that question because he didn't know. It was all about the items that dropped there. The guy looked at her, saying that he didn't touch any of the items that dropped. She cried out in surprise. Mashizawa behind her said that it was true. Eureka looked at the hero, wondering what was going on in his mind, why he didn't take the items after diligently clearing the dungeon. Len hit her fist into her palm, saying that they made a mistake because they didn't know the rules. She asked her for forgiveness. The girl pressed her fist to her chin, saying that 3 times they didn't touch the items and apologized first, then she too apologized for drawing her sword right away. The priestess of the battlefield bowed to the heroes. The protagonist passed her, asking if they could go. Steve smiled, thanking the girl. The heroes widened their eyes, looking forward. S1 looked at the frowning Mashizawa. Eureka put her hands on her hips, telling him to let them pass. The protagonist frowned. The heroes watched the people leave. Mashizawa turned to the girl, asking if she was just going to let them go. Eureka closed her eyes, asking what he felt when he first saw her. Mashizawa rubbed the back of his head, saying that he felt like he was standing in front of a crying precipice since she was an S rank and he was a B rank back then. The girl frowned, saying that she felt the same today. The hero asked in surprise if the boy was that strong. Eureka placed her hand on her waist, saying that no matter what happened, they should not attack such a person. The priestess of the battlefield frowned, saying that this was her order. The group of people nodded obediently. The girl's eyes widened, hearing the sound. She picked up the phone, asking if this was an emergency. Eureka's eyes widened, frowning. In the distance, tall mountains could be seen through the trees. The group of heroes moved forward. Sis smiled and hugged the protagonist's arm. Turning to him, the boy widened his eyes, asking what had come over him. Lin looked at them, asking if she had acted like this at first. Steve smiled, saying that they would soon get used to it, then soon closed her eyes, saying that even though the hero was her older brother, she was at a loss for words. The girl nudged Steve when he asked how such an outstanding human could have a blockhead like her under his command. Sis closed her eyes and laughed. She raised her eyebrows, asking if Kibong knew about this. The hero widened his eyes, asking what she was talking about. The girl widened her eyes, saying that a huge magical force was currently moving in the strait between South Korea and Japan. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking who it was. Sis smiled, saying that given the magnitude of the magical energy, it was clearly not one person. The scent was deep and ripe, no doubt several human mages had done this trick. Kibong opened his mouth, asking what of it. The girl put her index finger to her nose, saying that all the monsters in the sea between the two countries had begun to stir. She looked at the heroes behind her, saying that they would most likely be pushed back towards land. The protagonist looked at her, ordering her to open a portal to South Korea right now. Sis turned away, saying that it would not work. The girl smiled widely, saying that at the same time as this incident, South Korea had further strengthened the barrier prohibiting spatial movement along the entire perimeter of its borders, so even she would not be able to teleport them. Steve rubbed the back of his head, saying that it seemed like a serious matter. Lynn widened her eyes, asking if it wasn't natural for spatial movement to become difficult when the barrier was strengthened. She didn't understand why they were surprised. The boy turned around and raised his hands, saying that none of magic was literally the best in the world. It wouldn't even bat an eyelid if there was any interference. Lynn looked away. Sis smiled widely, looking at the protagonist. The waves were roaring at Beta. The girl took a step forward. Eureka frowned, asking what that meant. She pursed her lips, looking at the monsters rising from the sea. The creatures emerged from the water, moving towards the land. The priestess of the battlefield clutched her sword in her hand, asking why the sea monsters were moving here. The girl raised her head, looking at the bright streams of energy in the sky. Eureka watched as the bright flashes approached the monsters above the water. The girl looked at the tanks behind her. The monsters flew apart, dodging the attacks. The voice ordered to inflict as much damage as possible before she reached the land. Eureka opened her mouth, ordering the protective circle to set up a barrier. The tanks behind her fired projectiles. The girl drew her sword, ordering not to let a single creature reach the land. The heroes froze, looking at the approaching giant monsters and saying that their orders were clear. The creature opened its mouth wide, approaching the reaper of the battlefield. The girl frowned, swinging her sword. Bright streams of energy cut through the monster's body. Eureka opened her mouth, saying that they should attack. The heroes ran forward with a scream. The guy put his hand with a bright magic seal in front of the monster. The heroes fought with the approaching creatures. The main character looked away, saying that they would have to cross the sea. Sis should lead them. The girl smiled, saying that they were heading this way. Steve opened his eyes wide, asking what happened to Bongsun. The girl closed her eyes. She gritted her teeth, asking if he couldn't smell the blood. Sis raised her index finger, saying that it was true because there were people fighting monsters ahead. The heroes cried out in surprise. Kibong turned away and closed his eyes, saying that they didn't have time to confront them. The guy frowned, saying that they were heading straight to South Korea. The sea monsters came out onto land. The heroes actively fought them. Eureka opened her mouth wide, telling them to hold out a little longer. They needed to block them from the other side. The heroes opened their eyes wide, looking at the gaping mouths of the monsters. The priestess of the battlefield swung her sword, leaving a bright trace in space. The girl froze, looking at the approaching monsters. The giant creatures opened their mouths and eyes wide. Eureka frowned, asking when the reinforcements would arrive. Mashizawa stood behind her, saying that he did not know because he did not have time to check it now. The girl raised her head, asking about the army. The monsters in the sky attacked the approaching plane. Eureka opened her mouth wide, looking at the bright flashes in the sky. The girl frowned, asking why the invasion happened at a time when they were the only ones here. Mashizawa closed one eye, saying that it was because after the Great War, the monsters attempted to invade from the sea for the first time. No one could have known that things would turn out like this. Eureka gritted her teeth, saying that if they broke through here, there would be a city right ahead. The light buildings of the city were visible in front of the high mountains and the sea. The girl took a fighting stance and held her sword out in front of her, saying that until reinforcements arrived, they must hold out at all costs. This was the job of the players. Eureka frowned, saying that they were players, not some gang of gangsters. The girl rushed at the monsters, saying that they needed to block them. Enough talk. Mashizawa smiled widely and clenched his hands into fists, happy with the boss's action. He struck the monster, saying that she was magnificent. The hero pressed his hand to the monster's lower jaw. Mashizawa knocked the giant creature to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The heroes cried out in joy as they looked at him. The man froze in place as he heard a sound from his pocket. He brought the phone to his ear, asking if it was reinforcements. The girl's eyes widened, asking what they were saying. The man smiled, saying that the situation was the same in other places, so they couldn't come to help right now. Yurika frowned, asking why he was laughing when they could all die now. Mashizawa smiled and presented a map, saying that the situation in South Korea was much more serious. The Western Sea, the Southern Sea, the Eastern Sea, from all directions to the borders, high-ranking monsters were heading towards South Korea. The girl pressed her hand to her face, asking why he was so happy about this. The man smiled and clenched his fist, saying that advancing into South Korea was something she had always dreamed of, and if South Korea collapsed, they could enter without shedding a single drop of blood. Yurika kicked him, saying that before that happened, they would be finished off here. She looked up, looking at the approaching monsters. Mashizawa clenched his fist, bright rings of energy appeared on his hand, the girl swung her sword. The man smiled, saying that no matter what happened, they needed to give these creatures a good beating. Yurika smiled, agreeing with his words. The heroes fought off the approaching giant monsters, but of course they knew that the result of this fight, which they were not prepared for, would only be complete destruction. The boy gritted his teeth, holding his sword in front of him. The hero put the giant axe on his shoulder, standing in the water. The monsters were approaching. The giant creature opened its mouth wide, with smaller monsters next to it. It froze, looking at the people on land. The monster opened its glowing eyes wide. The heroes looked up at it. Mashizawa opened his mouth, saying that he would welcome death with open arms. Even if he had to die like this, he would not regret it at all. Yurika held her sword in front of her, saying that she would deal with that creature herself, and that they needed to block the other monsters with all their might. The girl looked at the monster, saying that if she quickly dealt with this creature, they would be able to hold the line of defense. High splashes rose from the wave. The giant creatures opened their mouths wide, coming out onto land. The monster arched its long neck, looking at the people. The giant fish opened its eyes wide. Yurika opened her eyes in fear, saying that there was not one 7-star monster here, but 3. It was beyond their strength. She wondered if they should run. The girl gritted her teeth, thinking that even for her this was too much. The man placed his hand on her shoulder. Mashizawa smiled and gave her a thumbs up, asking if she had forgotten the promise she had made. He winked, asking her not to worry about them. Yurika closed her eyes, saying that she had not forgotten. She swatted him away with her sword, and the man cried out in surprise. Yurika smiled and raised her hand above her head. The girl gritted her teeth and grabbed Mashizawa, asking how dare he put his hand on his boss's shoulder. She looked up, looking at the giant monster standing in front of her. Yurika clenched her sword in her hand, telling the man to get up, because today this place would be their grave. Mashizawa smiled widely and cried out in satisfaction. The heroes picked up their weapons and smiled happily. The giant octopus opened its eyes wide. The monster twisted its body. The heroes were on dry land next to it. Yurika crossed her arms in front of her, protecting herself from its blow. The girl landed on one knee. She opened her mouth, breathing heavily. The protagonist appeared behind her, asking what they were doing here. Yurika widened her eyes when she saw the guy. She asked him to help them. Kibong looked away, asking why on earth he would do that. The girl bowed, saying that she would help them too. The hero widened his eyes, asking how she would do that. Yurika raised her eyebrows, saying that he was from South Korea. She was now the main target of the monsters. The girl asked if they wouldn't need their help. The guy frowned, saying that they didn't need it. The girl widened her eyes, asking why. Kibong looked forward, saying that he alone was enough. He froze in front of the giant monster, which opened its mouth. Bonson's eyes widened, asking her brother not to tell her that he would be sailing towards South Korea on this creature. Steve smiled, saying that movement had become impossible. Jumping onto a plane would also be impossible, so this was a tolerable option. The girl pressed her hand to her head. Bonson's mouth widened, asking how he intended to ride this monster. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Kibong raised his fist above his head, moving forward. The girl covered her face with her hands, protecting herself from a bright flash. Streams of bright light fell on the giant body of the monster. The creature opened its mouth wide. A bright stream of energy came out of the water. A deep hole in the seawater appeared in front of the heroes. The giant fish opened its eyes wide. Yurika's eyes widened in surprise, admiring his strength. Mashizawa smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this was a great job because they survived. The girl agreed with his words. Kibong froze in place, looking forward. The boy jumped on the giant monster's head. The fish opened its eyes wide. The protagonist was floating in the air in front of the giant creature's face. The boy pushed off the monster's nose, jumping onto its back. He took a few steps on the scales. Sis jumped on him. The boy turned to the heroes, telling them to get up. Mashizawa looked at them, saying that it was the first time he saw such a thing. He asked if it was even possible to conquer South Korea. Yurika asked him to shut up because it was impossible. The girl frowned, saying that they should go somewhere else to provide support. She looked away. Yurika watched the people sailing away on the monster. The creature moved across the sea, cutting through the water. Kibong frowned, looking ahead. Busan. Dozens of high-rise buildings stood near the ocean. A white-haired man in a military uniform stood in front of columns of troops and equipment. Opening a lighter, he lit a cigarette. The colonel, who had a rifle in his hand, looked around. Putting away the cigarette, he, looking forward seriously, spoke unflatteringly about the monsters. Turning his head, he looked at the warriors, asked what was wrong with their faces, saying whether they really came here to die. Raising his head and closing his eyes, the man asked who had pulled his tongue, and declared that they would really all die here. He began to raise his weapon. Taking it in his hands and raising his gaze, the colonel told them not to be too afraid, adding that since there were many magic stones in their South Korea, their weapons should be equipped with mana. Addressing the soldiers in front, the colonel stated that one drop of spilled blood could save the life of one citizen of their country. Gesturing with his hand, the man ordered the nearby artillery to prepare to fire to kill. Looking forward seriously, one of the soldiers reported that the heat dissipation was complete and he was ready to fire. Opening his eyes wide, the colonel ordered to open fire. Several guns fired. Shells rushed towards the crowd of monsters. Smoke from the explosions covered the various monsters. The guns continued to fire. Lowering his head, the colonel stated that no matter how many of these damned monsters were killed, they continued to crawl out from somewhere. Looking up, the white-haired man told them to attack because they, humans, are not the same as before. His gaze reflected shock when he heard a sound from ahead. He saw several purple spiders approaching one of the soldiers. Opening his mouth wide, the monster roared, creating a powerful air wave. The soldiers covered the colonel and began to attack the monsters. One of the soldiers screamed in fear, turning to Colonel. The man instantly pointed his gun at the monster that had jumped. A moment later, he opened fire. The white-haired man turned to look at the spider lying behind him. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, the colonel again spoke unflatteringly about the monsters. Picking up a lighter, he said that highly developed science is indistinguishable from players. Throwing his gun over his shoulder, Colonel said that people pay taxes to prevent situations like this from happening. The tanks continued firing volleys, destroying the city street. The man asked where the hell those damn players were. A huge fish quickly covered the distance. 5 people were swimming on its head. Looking to the side, Bongsun asked what the hell that was. Looking ahead, Sis said that all the nearby monsters were flocking to South Korea, adding that this was not a natural phenomenon. Looking at her, the protagonist asked the reason. Smiling, the girl replied that someone had used magic to attract the monsters, adding that they must have intentionally created a barrier so strong that it made it impossible for her to move through space. Looking forward, the protagonist stated that it was that bastard. The gray-haired girl confirmed, saying that he was using amazing magic like that creature. Looking at the fish, the protagonist stated that it was too slow and asked if he should hit it again. With glowing eyes, the huge green fish rushed forward. Looking down, the protagonist stated that it had sped up a bit. Turning his head, the yellow-haired man asked what his purpose was, adding that if he had come this far, it must have a reason. Smiling, the gray-haired girl said that he knew that they were in Japan, adding that if he had sent monsters to South Korea and Japan, there could only be one target. Looking ahead with a slight fear, the red-haired girl asked if they were the target. Turning around, Sis answered that they probably were. Bongsun asked why he needed to do this, why go so far, since countless civilians would die because of his actions. Smiling, the gray-haired girl answered that they would find out later when they captured him. The protagonist looked ahead seriously. A city began to appear on the horizon. Turning around, he declared that he would go first. A powerful pillar of energy instantly appeared at the place where he had been before. The protagonist rushed forward with glowing eyes. Several dragons flew towards him. He approached them with a loud roar and a stream of magic. The dense energy smashed all the dragons' bodies along the way. The protagonist turned around, looking at the scattered remains of the monsters. Looking ahead, he stated that there was no need to go abroad, or maybe this was a reaction to the fact that he went abroad. The colonel and his squad continued to attack the advancing monsters. Turning his head, the white-haired man stated that they had broken through from that side and clarified what about air support. Shifting his gaze, the soldier said that they were told that they were fighting a flying monster. He added that air support would most likely be impossible until all the flying monsters were eliminated. Shifting his angry gaze, the colonel asked what about the civilians. Looking to the left, the uniformed soldier replied that they were told that half of them had been evacuated. Looking forward seriously, the colonel stated that this meant that they were being told to die here. The soldier apologized. The white-haired man looked at him in surprise and asked what he was apologizing for, saying that those bastards from the guild who feed on money should be killed, and they would die soon anyway. Looking ahead, the colonel asked if they would only lose valuable personnel who were loyal to the motherland. Raising his head, the man thought of the S-rank player. An image of the player standing near a huge number of monster corpses appeared. The man grabbed his head, and the soldier turned to him in fear. Looking ahead, the colonel said that he thought he had encountered something like this in the past. He abruptly turned around to see a huge red monster jumping out. The 5-meter monster began to attack with its hand. The colonel stared at it in fear, realizing that he did not have time to dodge. In an instant, the upper part of the monster's body was destroyed. The monster's body fell motionless to the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the corpse. The protagonist silently looked ahead. The two soldiers looked at him. The colonel, with his mouth slightly open, asked who he was. Looking forward, the protagonist introduced himself as Kibong. The man asked again. Raising his head, the protagonist asked what the situation was. The colonel shuddered slightly and reported that the entire seacoast of Busan was currently teeming with monsters. Taking a huge rifle in his hands, he said that if they could at least catch all the high-ranking monsters that could withstand magic bullets, then they might be able to hold out. Turning his body, the protagonist asked what about the other cities. Turning, the man said that the information had not yet arrived, but the situation was probably the same in other places. Turning around, the protagonist said that they should try to hold out as long as possible. A veil of bright blue lightning covered his body. He took off and soared into the sky. Looking up at the sky, the colonel said that he looked familiar and asked who the hell he was, asking if there was such a player in South Korea. Looking up, the soldier said that it was obvious at first glance that he was clearly an S rank, adding that if he could only catch all the high-ranking monsters, they could hold out for a few more days. Looking in the direction the protagonist flew, the colonel said that they should hope that he would do so. The protagonist soared into the sky, enveloped in powerful energy. He soared above dozens of monsters breaking through the city street. Various monsters turned their gaze to the protagonist. Enveloping himself in energy, the protagonist swung. He sent a powerful beam of magic at the enemies. The monsters roared in pain from the bright attack. A bright light enveloped the entire location. Smoke covered the ruins of the city street. Clenching her fist, the protagonist declared that he would definitely kill everyone. Several classic blue buildings stood in the middle of the forest and mountains. The girl impulsively hit the table. Sangren cursed as she hit it. Getting up from the table, the girl declared that once this problem was solved, she would definitely cut off his head. She shuddered. Raising her hand, she activated transparency. The brown-haired girl looked into the room. Looking at the girl looking around, Sangren mentally declared that it meant that after her disappearance, Ju also returned. Closing her eyes and exhaling, she mentally said that she comes here every day for information. She was tired of constantly hiding. The girl looked at the protagonist near her feet in surprise. He closed his eyes and made a face. Smiling kindly, he stated that she was here. Kanghui was sitting opposite the girl. She tensed up, not understanding what to do. The girls burst into the room. Sangren frowned, deciding that she needed to leave immediately. Ju approached her worriedly, stating that she knew her sister was here. She looked down, thinking that this was not the way to do it. Kanghui looked at her carefully as Ju asked Sangren to explain why she was doing this. To this, her sister only closed her eyes, wincing. Suddenly, she became visible. Ju immediately became happy. Sangren smiled slightly, noting that even after becoming the prime minister, there was no place for her to be alone in peace. Kanghui happily raised his hand, knowing that he was right. To this, the girl only slapped him on the back of the head. She looked down, allowing those around her to ask whatever they wanted. Ilyon greeted her calmly, receiving a question about her condition in return. She smiled awkwardly, thinking that there was no way she could be okay. Sangren frowned when she was asked if she had sided with the enemy. She closed her eyes and said that she had never betrayed South Korea. The girl bowed to her, calling her a hero of the country. She was surprised when Sangren began to deny it. Placing her hand on her chest, the lady said that she shared the same will with Snake. Everyone was amazed. Ju tensed up, asking about the reasons for this. Sangren only frowned, choosing her words. She appeared, standing on a snake. Closing her eyes, the girl said that there was some truth in Snake's words. Ilyon excitedly exclaimed that the lady had been deceived. Gritting her teeth, Sangren said that she had seen everything with her own eyes. Frowning, she spoke of the future of humanity. Ilyon was embarrassed, asking what was so special about this future. She worriedly believed that Sangren could have been deceived with magic, but the lady did not agree. Ju frowned, realizing that there was no way to deceive an S-rank player. Ilyon calmly asked what happened in the future. Sangren frowned, saying that she was trying to find out about the person Snake was chasing. She looked away, saying that in the future, the entire world was engulfed in flames because of one creature. The girls looked at each other worriedly. Kanghui only smiled. Then Ilyon seriously asked who that person was. Sangren lowered her head, to be more precise. Everyone stood in silence, waiting. Tornadoes appeared against the blue sky. The monster roared furiously. Bongsun jumped at it with her weapon. She swung desperately. The next moment, she swung her sword. The creature grabbed its face, screaming in pain. Suddenly, Lin appeared. She hit the monster's legs. Bongsun decisively gave the order for action. Steve stretched out his hands forward. They began to hit the monster. They stepped on it with a heel. Bongsun pointed her sword at it. She immediately stabbed it. The creature suddenly fell to the ground. The girl lowered her gaze, announcing victory. The ladies began to rejoice. Steve looked up at Bensoon, declaring that she had learned a lot. The girl clenched her fist contentedly, believing that she had indeed leveled up well, following in Kibon's footsteps. Lin looked at her palm, believing that her eyes had also begun to see the bigger picture. Bensoon jumped off the monster. Steve raised his hand, announcing that this road was now safe. He smiled, telling the people to move faster. Lin looked contentedly at her friend, and it turned out that reinforcements were slowly being drawn here. The girls smiled at each other. Buildings with cracks appeared. The young people were in a protective barrier. Kibong was holding a joyful sis in his arms. He turned his gaze to her, asking why the people were targeting South Korea. She raised an eyebrow, thinking it wasn't because of him. Sis extended her hand forward. She pointed her finger at the creatures. Something exploded in the sky. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking Saiban's opinion on what was happening. She looked up at the boy, who noted that even normal humans were now able to stand up to monsters. Sis frowned, stating that this was a violation. She looked at Saiban, who was thinking in surprise. The girl looked away, wondering what it could be. The hero frowned, stating that both options were unacceptable to him. Sis narrowed her eyes, stating that trampling on other people's lives for personal gain was a terrible act. Saiban agreed, clenching his hand into a fist. He looked at the girl, who advised him to leave the monsters to the humans who could handle them, and for him to handle the difficult ones. Sis pointed her finger at something. It turned out that there was a monster below. The girl held tightly to Kibong, saying that they had to stop him. The young man immediately rushed towards the creature. The young man ran with a determined look. The night city appeared. The man, his eyes sparkling, believed that everything had begun. The other seriously noted that the invasion was proceeding slowly. The old man folded his arms, believing that the soldiers were using magic bullets instead of regular ones. His partner thought about it, believing that this was possible, but only in South Korea. Suddenly, he was surprised, understanding the situation. The man smiled slightly, calling the old man treacherous. Laughing, he agreed with the elder. The gray-haired man lowered his gaze, deciding to begin. He raised his head, telling the enemy to feel the pain that humanity would give him, turning away from him. Defenseless people found themselves in a barrier. Sis smiled happily. A building surrounded by trees appeared. Sangren frowned when the question was asked what they should do next. Ilyun slightly closed her eyes, saying that she could understand the girl now, but did not want to. Suddenly, Sangren spoke seriously about the head of the magic tower. Ilyun frowned, asking if this trivial reason was so important for the destruction of humanity. She gritted her teeth, asking if Sangren was ready to sacrifice a large number of people now. The lady tensed up, but said that the army would protect the residents. A screen appeared in front of Ilyun. She calmly addressed Sangren, asking if this was what she wanted. Suddenly, the girl put her hand on her chest, not understanding what to do. Ilyun lowered her gaze, noticing that monsters with an 8-star rating were heading towards the shores of Korea. Ju worriedly interrupted her, asking why her sister did not give the order to the shield to protect the motherland. Sangren remained silent to this, believing that the shield was too valuable to waste here. The girl frowned, calling out to her sister. Ilyun turned away, stating that the person in front of her was not the one she knew before. Ju watched her leave with an uneasy expression. She glanced at her sister. Ju closed her eyes, frowning. Kanghui calmly told Sangren not to think too deeply. Smiling slightly, he noted that too much thought could lead to making the wrong decision. After finishing his speech, he turned around. The door slammed shut. Sangren was left standing alone. She did not say a word. Suddenly, a magic sphere appeared in her hand. A man's face appeared in this sphere, noting that it was too late for the shield. Sangren frowned, ordering the shield to stand up for the innocent citizens. The boy decisively accepted the request. The sphere began to dissolve. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, remembering Kanghui's words. She looked up, asking why the boy appeared in the human world again. Destroyed buildings appeared against the red sky. The monsters opened their mouths, growling. Suddenly, they were cut down. The guy began to actively cut them. The people gathered together to fight. Yubin turned around and was informed of the situation. He looked up, noticing that the line of defense would fall in no time after the appearance of monsters that were immune to magic bullets. His partner just laughed, saying that they came here to prevent this. Their hands clashed as Yubin scolded him. The guy awkwardly chuckled, noting that there were few things in the world better than money. The brown-haired man cried, denying that his heart was broken. Yubin put his hand on his shoulder, talking about this anger and sadness. They turned their attention to the monsters after the offer to direct these feelings at them. The young people prepared for battle. The brown-haired man swung at the creatures, declaring that he loved money more than women. Yubin furiously rushed at the monsters. A pair of people hovered above the pond. Petro noted with displeasure that their enemies were defending themselves well. The old man calmly replied that something like that could not easily break a man. The boy looked down, noticing that the creature was too strong. He frowned, speaking of Sangren's duality. Turning to him, The old man said that he had foreseen such an act by the Prime Minister. He looked down, speaking of his original goals. When his eyes flashed, it turned out that he also wanted to close that creature on this earth. Petro calmly accepted his thought. The old man narrowed his eyes, realizing that their plans could be disrupted. Taking hold of his robe, the man decided to go there. He threw off his cloak. Petro immediately took off. Civilians appeared on the destroyed road. The man turned around when his son asked for food. Smiling, he told him to be patient for a while. Suddenly, something fell in front of them. Enraged monsters appeared. They growled at the people. Everyone immediately ran away from them. One child fell. He was reaching out to his dad. The monster was right behind him. The man immediately covered his son with his body. The creature's mouth was approaching them. People looked around tensely. A shield sign appeared near the monster. The creature raised its head, noticing the silhouette. Suddenly, it was attacked. The shield gritted its teeth. Frowning, it decisively declared that it would take the people of Korea under its protection. The father and son found themselves behind the shield. The red-haired man raised his sword, looking at the monsters. Clenching his hands into fists, Petro declared that this time he would be able to win. Looking menacingly, he said that those who fight for others can never win. Cannons appeared from his back. Immediately, lasers flew to the sides. The attack fell right on the shield. He gritted his teeth, looking at the enemy. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose from a powerful blow. The guy covered himself with his hand. Smiling, Petro said that he expected this. The shield covered itself with a sword from attacks. Unexpectedly, he lowered the sword, clenching his jaw. He desperately called out to Petro. The man turned his attention to him. Suddenly, there was a blow to the ground. The shield was rushing straight at the enemy. He pulled his hand with the weapon back. Suddenly, there was a swing of the sword. Taram jumped on Petro and raised his sword to attack. Petro immediately put up a defense in front of himself. The guy's sword almost fell behind the defense, but Petro was calm. He frowned at the enemy, saying that Taram was fast, but all his data had already been entered and analyzed, so his attacks would not be able to break through his quantum barrier. Suddenly, Taram's behind began to crack. Taram continued to press on the barrier, and finally his sword pierced Petro. The man looked in surprise at the weapon that had crashed into his shoulder. Taram angrily muttered that this was the end of the machine. He swung his sword and forcefully pushed Petro away. He fell, raising clouds of dust into the air. Petro's fall left a crater in which he was now lying. He looked at the sky indifferently, after which he told Taram that the data had been changed. The boy landed next to his opponent. He looked at the motionless Petro. Two engines emerged from Petro's back, helping him to rise. He took a step forward, supported by the engine's work. Petro looked at his opponent intently and said that the data correction was complete, so they would begin the fight again. He stopped because his joints had been itching a lot lately, but he had to hold back. Taram frowned and said that it must have been the bearings that itched, not the joints, and then mockingly asked if Petro had lubricated them with oil, hinting that he was a soulless machine. Petro smirked, noticing that Taram's manner of speech had now become the same as his older sister's. Without warning, Taram attacked Petro. However, his blow was in vain, as the sword only slid along the barrier. Petro concentrated on Taram's actions, saying that he had already mentioned that his data was entered. At that moment, the barrier disappeared and Petro's iron hand reached out to Taram's face. Petro used the burn command. A huge pillar of fire shot out from Petro's hand towards his opponent. The fire engulfed the space where Taram was. Petro held the fire in front of him indifferently, saying that against a physical-type player, the most effective method was to use magic attacks. He clenched his fist, continuing to explain that among magic attacks, the most deadly were attacks like fire and ice, and of course, for an S-rank player, ordinary fire was nothing. Petro smirked because his fire was on a completely different level, as it was real fire created from the core of science, and the purity was different from the fakes that used magic. Unexpectedly, Taram, engulfed in flames, broke out of the fire and attacked Petro. He did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore missed the blow. He looked at the sword mark on his stomach in surprise. Taram shouted that he couldn't stand such phrases, so if Petro wanted to burn him, then let him bring the sun with him. The blow made Petro fall on his back again. He got up, leaning on his bare, muscular arm, because his jacket was torn. Petro looked at the fire, which was still blazing. He used the space detection radar. Taram shouted that he was from above, while he was already attacking, raising his sword to strike. Taram brought the weapon down on his opponent with all his might. However, Petro managed to dodge, staggering back a few steps. Taram threw the sword over his shoulders and cursed in annoyance. Petro said that the data had been corrected again, after which he noted that today would be a difficult fight. Taram repeated about the fight in a surprised echo. His face expressed disgust when he said that he looked at what was happening as if he were scrapping a car. The Shield Guild was deserted. Jiu stood next to Ilian, who was sitting on the floor. Ilian did not understand why the Prime Minister had made such a choice. Jiu asked the girl not to be too upset, because the Prime Minister was not the kind of person who would do such a thing without a good reason. However, Ilian knew, and this upset her even more because the Prime Minister was not like before. Ju said sadly that this was all a so-called great cause. Ilian remembered that the Prime Minister was ready to sacrifice herself rather than let the citizens of her country suffer. She believed that this was the duty of the Prime Minister, and then tears began to flow down her face. Ju, in a burst of desire to support the girl, put her hand on her shoulder. She asked her not to be so sad, because she was sure that her sister had good intentions. Ilian stood up abruptly and said that she had to see it with her own eyes. She needed to see for herself what the Prime Minister was worried about. Ju smiled and agreed to see for themselves. Ilian called Kangwa and asked him to come with them. He happily stood up and immediately agreed. The sky was covered with gray clouds. Kyan scratched his ear. Sis asked him if his ears itched, to which the guy replied that he thought someone was calling him names. This was strange for the girl, so she chuckled into her fist. She explained her laughter by the fact that everyone who could curse him was already dead, and Sis looked at the huge number of monster corpses in the water. It was Kibon's turn to be surprised, because he did not understand why monsters would curse him, to which Sis replied that there was no one left among the people who remembered him, so only monsters remained. Kibon turned to the sea and agreed with Sis's words. Suddenly, the monster's eyes appeared from the sea foam. The monster looked condemningly at the opponents standing on the shore. On headed for the shore, Kibon looked at the monster, saying that one was still alive. He walked into the water and raised his fist to strike. The monster let out a startled cry before he could dodge. Sis watched them fight silently. Finally, Kibon came out onto the shore again. The girl was surprised and said that she thought he would let the monster live, but Kibon asked her if she had ever seen him let a monster live. Sis put her hands behind her back and asked if that meant that all monsters had to die, to which the boy asked why she was asking. However, Sis was wondering if she herself was a monster. This surprised the boy greatly, so he asked her why she assumed she was a monster. Sis closed her eyes, because in that case she did not understand whether she was human. Ibam hesitated, because he did not understand why the girl was asking such questions. She looked away and explained that she suddenly became curious. She turned away in embarrassment, saying that Saiban wanted to kill all monsters, and if she turned out to be a monster, she would have to die at the boy's hands. Suddenly, Saiban put his hand on her head and began to stroke her hair. He closed his eyes tiredly. Saiban chuckled, saying that his had said a funny thought. Sis chuckled in response, saying that even she thought that thought was funny. She hugged the boy's hand when he suggested that they go back. Suddenly, Sis's eyes flashed blue. She said that Mr. Saiban was captured in the human broadcast network. He asked her again in surprise. Sis opened the system window. Saiban looked at the image that opened and said that it looked like manipulation, to which Sis replied that the problem was that they were the only ones who knew about it. Saiban became angry since this must have been a trick of those bad people. He walked towards the city with determination, calling Sis along with him. The boy's face was frozen in concentration. In the image, Kibong looked like he was the one who brought the crowd of monsters with him. His eyes were the color of a bloody sunset. People were looking at the TV screens, which were showing the news. Surprised questions began to be heard from the crowd about whether all these troubles had befallen them because of Kibong. The reactions of the citizens were divided into 3 categories, the first of which were angry citizens. Next came the citizens groaning in despair. The man was leisurely holding a cigarette in his hands. He sullenly asked what kind of nonsense he just heard, because everything was the opposite, since the man knew that it was not Kibong who created the disaster, but tried to reduce it. But no, a phrase was heard behind him that the colonel was right, because in fact, if not for Kibong, the southeastern coast would have already been lost. The colonel closed his eyes tiredly and said that there were people who benefited from making this man into a devil incarnate, to which one of his soldiers asked who these people were and why they were doing this. The colonel threw away his cigarette, saying that it was none of their business. The weapon was lifted off the floor. The colonel grabbed the machine gun more comfortably and told his subordinates that they should mind their own business, after which he asked if something like this was happening for the first time. The clouds hung low over the city. Kibong approached the edge of the hill from which the city was visible, saying that they were there. Kibong and Sis silently looked around the houses. Sis looked at the guy with a smile and suggested that they go around the city. Kibong asked her if she meant that he should avoid meeting people, to which the girl replied that as long as such news was broadcast on TV, people's eyes would be directed at him and a conflict would clearly be inevitable. Kibong turned away and replied with a serious expression that if it were just him and Sis, everything would be fine, but Bensoon and the others would not be able to handle this pace. Sis worriedly asked that they needed to eat and sleep properly, because at times like these, being a so-called human was extremely inconvenient. Kibong reminded her that he was also a human, and he believed that Sis was a human too. Sis hid her gaze behind her hair, asking if Kibong was serious. She then reminded him that these people would point their sword at him, but Kibong did not answer. The girl then asked if Kibong regretted erasing people's memories, because if they had not been erased, what happened today would not have happened. Kibong looked into the distance and said that he did not regret it for a moment, and that he saved them, too. Sis smiled contentedly. She walked forward, spread her arms and said with a happy smile that she was always on Kibong's side. She turned around and asked if the guy knew about it. Ibum chuckled and called it idle chatter. He asked where Bingsun and the others were now, to which Sis replied that she felt Bingsun's energy off to the side, after which she suggested that they go there. Lin, Bingsun and Steve were standing on the road and talking about something. Woni all turned around, noticing movement from the forest. Bingsun immediately raised her hand, greeting Kibong. The guy immediately asked if they were injured, to which the girl hurried to calm him down, and immediately asked the question that interested her about whether he saw the news. Bingsun was interested in whether Kibong was okay. She shook her head, saying that he couldn't be okay since he had put in so much effort and he was forced to listen to something like that. Sis immediately said that she was right, but no matter how much she said, Kibong kept saying that he didn't care, to which Bingsun said that it was just like her brother. Steve worriedly suggested that they file a formal protest right away. Lin countered that it wouldn't help since they had prepared an edited video and they would need more to prove their case. Bingsun turned to her friend and agreed with her that there was no arguing with her. Ibium placed his hand on the girl's head, trying to calm her down. When Bingsun looked up at him, he said that he didn't do it to get a confession. He then asked everyone to go home since he wanted to wash up, to which Bingsun was indignant because if they just went like that, it would definitely cause a ruckus. Sis smiled and asked the girl not to worry. Her eyes lit up and she snapped her fingers. Kibong's body immediately began to shimmer with a subtle light. Bingsun looked at Sis in surprise and said that nothing had changed, but the girl replied that it was only in their eyes that everything remained the same. She explained that in the eyes of other people, Kibong looked different. Bingsun immediately enthusiastically asked to change her appearance too, because she wanted to look like an idol. Steve frowned and indignantly exclaimed what Bingsun was thinking in such a situation, to which she rudely replied that she wanted to be a beauty at least once. The people stood with weapons at the ready, guarding the cordon. A group of guys calmly approached the players. Bingsun muttered in surprise that it seemed like the players had finally come to provide support. Steve turned around and said that they looked fierce. Suddenly, one of the players stood in their way, forcing them to stop. He raised his hand up and asked where they were coming from. Kibong replied that they were from Busan, to which the guy said that they had been informed that there were no civilians left in Busan. He then decided to clarify whether the people who had arrived were players, after which he asked to see their ID cards, and since times were difficult, they could not let just anyone into the city, and there were foreigners here too. Steve nervously watched as they checked his ID and thought that they would have problems if it became known that they were in the service of the US government. The player said that he was fine, then asked the documents of the next one. Sis came up to the player from the side and her eyes began to glow again. The guy was enveloped in an aura and froze for a moment. He looked at the empty card and said that there were no problems. Sis with a good-natured smile asked if they could go, to which the player replied that everything was fine and they were refugees from Busan. The players parted, letting the guys who had arrived in the city pass. The stones flew up from the impact. Petro soared into the air, leaving Taram alone on the ground. He summoned 2 scarlet spheres when he heard that it was all useless since Taram would pierce through his shield. Cannons appeared from the spheres. The ears shot out and the beams rushed towards Taram. The guy concentrated. The beams fell on the sword that he held out in front of him. Petro shouted with superiority in his voice that Taram would not be able to stop this laser beam. And since he was called a shield, then did he really think that he really became one? However, Taram spent all his strength to reflect the attack. Petro saw how the ground below exploded. The entire space was covered in smoke, obscuring his vision. Petro, remembering his previous experience, asked if he melted Taram. And, even if he was still alive, he was unlikely to be safe and sound. Suddenly, a table of smoke flew out like a dangerous spike, almost hitting Petro. Taram flew over Petro, leaving him in confusion. He did not understand how this was possible and why Taram was able to fly. Taram shouted about strength and swung his sword. He hit Petro with all his might, falling on him from above. Petro crashed into the ground, breaking the asphalt. Taram landed next to his opponent. Half of Petro's body was missing, and he said that the last time he saw Taram, he was not that strong. The guy explained that this is because there is someone he wants to surpass. Petro was surprised that his opponent became stronger because of this. Taram closed his eyes and leaned on me. Suddenly, a man with a tablet appeared behind him and asked to watch something. He handed the tablet to Taram and turned on the video. The guy was watching a news clip about Kibong. He said that he needed to go check it out, to which his assistant asked why check if there was a video. Taram stopped. He slung his sword over his shoulder and said that he wanted to check how close he was to the boy. He lowered his sword. Taram remembered fighting the boy. They had stood opposite each other, and the dust they had raised obscured the area around them. Taram looked determined. Many monster corpses lay on the ground. The monster attacks continued. The city and the order that had been restored to society had collapsed once again. People were flocking to the mass graves to pay their respects. They laid white chrysanthemums on the graves. Some of them asked why they had to endure this, to which they answered in the same tired and disappointed voice that they were still living in this era. People thought that someone should be held responsible. The man decided that it should be the man from the news who had invaded Korea along with the monsters. The idea that he should be held responsible was growing stronger in the people's minds. The hot food was on the table and gave off a wonderful smell. Kibong ate it with relish. The group stopped for lunch at one of the cafes. Banoon listened to a conversation at a nearby table about how the news said that the rescue services said that the death toll in Busan exceeded 100,000. Soon called out to Kibong, who immediately answered. She wondered what the guy would do now. Steve also joined in the conversation, saying that magic that forbade spatial movement was widespread throughout the country, so he did not think that they would be able to easily go anywhere, to which Soon replied that this meant that they had to continue to toil here. Steve leaned back in his chair and worriedly said that they could just go home and wait for the storm to subside, and if they flickered on the horizon once again, they might be noticed. Sis looked at the boy and asked if there was a reason why Kibong should remain unnoticed since he had done nothing wrong, and Steve knew this very well. But he still doubted it. He looked at the boy with concern and said that he thought that they could get into unnecessary trouble that way, to which Kibong snapped that he would not hide. Steve sighed sadly, knowing that it was natural for Kibong not to hide, and he immediately said that they would go to Incheon. He, chewing intently, said that he was worried about his mother. Lin, with concern in her voice, said that if those who had set him up had information, they would never leave his family alone. Bongsun tensed up, since she had completely forgotten about what she should have always remembered. She looked intently at Kibong and said that he did not have to shoulder such a burden. Instead of answering, Kibong looked at Lin and said that it would be better for her to go back as well. The girl smiled and explained that although she was not much help, she was there to support her benefactor, and if she was going to go back as soon as it became dangerous, she would not have gone with him at all. Sis agreed with the guys that Kibong could not solve all the problems alone. Lin bowed and thanked the girl. Suddenly, men in uniform entered the cafe, and the administrator greeted them. The woman watched tensely as the men began to go inside. Yule, the commander of the attack group of the Mount Pun Guild in the Busan district, looked around the cafe. He headed to the table where Kibong's group was sitting. He approached the guy, apologized for disturbing them in the middle of their meal, but he had to take Kibong with him. A tense silence reigned at the table. Steve worriedly asked what Yule meant, because they were just eating and not bothering anyone. Yule said that they had received a message that there were suspicious people here and they needed to check, to which Bongsun immediately jumped up and indignantly said that they were neither the army nor the police, so what right did they have to do that? The man laughed, saying that of course they were, because in wartime they were the law. He folded his arms over his chest, saying that no matter how you looked at it, the group looked suspicious. He loomed over Bongsun and said irritably that he would not repeat himself twice, so they should follow him. One of Yule's subordinates immediately drew his blade. He stood behind Lin. The customers began to hurriedly leave their seats. They moved fearfully towards the exit, afraid of being caught in the middle of a fight. Kibong asked who had made the report. Yule could not say for sure, but he thought that the guys would find out when they went with him, but first they needed to go. Soon stood between Kibong and Yule, saying that she would not tolerate such unfair treatment. Yule said that if they refused the recommendation and chose punishment, there was nothing they could do about it. Sis said that she would handle it. However, Kibong covered her hand with his palm as if stopping her. He told the surprised girl that they could not always solve problems this way. He tiredly closed his eyes and said that he had done nothing wrong. July looked at the guy tensely. He thought about what he had been told, that there was a simple criminal here. A bead of sweat rolled down the man's cheek. This happened because Kibong emitted a frightening aura. However, the guy just looked at Yule. He stood up and walked towards the man, but he suddenly recoiled. Kibong rudely asked Yule why he stood up, because he himself had told her to follow him. Kibong took off his mask and asked if Yule recognized him like this. He squeezed the invisible mask and the space near his face sparkled. Kibong made a movement as if shaking something off, which frightened the soldiers. Yule fell to the floor in surprise. The men immediately recognized Kibong. Yule shouted to his soldiers that Kibong was the guy from the news. Kibong heard that he was the man from the video who invaded South Korea with the monsters. Kibong took a step towards them and said that if they were going to stop him, then let them stop him, and it wouldn't be on his conscience either. The soldiers abruptly parted, forming a living corridor through which Kibong walked. Steve and Bongsu watched the unfolding scene nervously. They immediately followed him. One of the soldiers watched Kibong tensely as he walked until he was left behind him. The soldier cursed and then attacked the guy from behind. He raised his weapon and wished death on Kibong. Bunsoon screamed in fear. Kibong turned around with concentration and made a sweeping movement with his hand. The red flash from the blow could blind a person. The soldier's sword was broken in half. On Kibong's hand, on the contrary, there was no trace left. The soldier fell to his knees as his legs gave out from fear. Kibong clenched his fist and said irritably that he was not hiding or running away. He looked at the soldiers, offering them to drop in at any time of the day if they wanted. Everyone stood in silence. Bongsun put her hand to her face and said that they were really in serious trouble now, and Steve quietly said that they had done nothing wrong. Lin looked at what was happening in surprise. At this time, in the Erongrol cafe, Yubin was sitting at a table with Yui. The girl was carefully looking at something on her phone. She was watching the live broadcast of the Fat King saying that he had received information that the bastard was heading towards Incheon, so he hoped that those who were there would continue to give him useful information. Yubin turned around and saw the news on TV, which reported that the townspeople were evacuating due to his appearance. Yui pointed at the TV and asked if that wasn't the man who had raided Prazan. Yubin turned away and said that he had gone somewhere and had now arrived in Incheon. Yui continued watching the news and asked if that man was the culprit of the current situation. Was that even possible? Yubin closed his eyes and put his hands in his pockets and said that the theory that the man who had destroyed Prazan had made a mistake sounded like complete nonsense, since he didn't need to involve monsters to help him. Yui looked at him and asked in surprise if that was true, to which Yubin said that if he were asked to go up against that man, he wasn't sure he could handle it. He remembered his terrifying strength. Leaving his memories, the man put his hand to his chin. Yui looked at him and suddenly asked what he was thinking about. Yubin came to his senses and said that even if they knew it. Yui and Yubin were both shocked when they understood everything. The girl looked at the man tensely and said that those who did not know this could make a mess. The man got up from the table and said that they needed to hurry. Suddenly, the door to the cafe opened. Akko walked inside and waved to Yui. He called out to the girl with a wide smile on his face. Yui winked at him and said that she was here. The evil fox immediately approached their table. But before he could bow, Yubin put his hand on his shoulder. Akko turned around and asked displeasedly what was going on. Why was he stopping him? Was it really him? Yubin exhaled heavily and said that he shouldn't worry, because it wasn't what he was thinking, they just needed to go. Akko narrowed his eyes and said upset that he was thinking that he finally had the opportunity to spend time with Yui, and then asked where they were going. The girl stood up from her chair and said that there was a matter where they would need his help. Akko joyfully punched his chest and shouted that if this was Yui's request, he was willing to go even to hell. Turning around, he shouted loudly that it was time to go. Incheon, Nonhyandong. There were two people standing on the roof of one of the houses. One of them looked down and saw the chubby king walking down the street. The guy was broadcasting live. Walking forward, he informed the viewers that he was there. He smiled ominously and said that they were talking about the evil one living here. Looking at the camera, he firmly said that he would meet him in person. Hearing this, the people in the chat laughed. Minho menacingly said that the guy was already on his way, but he was still not there, and then asked if he was really shaking the hive unnecessarily. Chubby appeared in front of them with a smile, enjoying the 100 pieces of cotton candy. Suddenly, he stopped in confusion. Minho frowned, ordering him to stop filming and go back. Chubby asked if they were government officials, and government officials would protect the enemy. The people in the chat laughed at the agent. Chubby smiled widely. Raising his hand up, he quickly grabbed Minho's wrist. The agent wondered what kind of power this was. After all, he was a B-rank player, so he should take the initiative. He suddenly took a step back, putting his hand behind his back. A bright light of mana shot forward. Minho kicked Chubby with all his might, swinging his leg at him. With a drop of sweat on his face, he said that he had no choice. Chubby's eyes lit up with rage, and he asked if government officials were beating up civilians. He grabbed the agent's arm abruptly. At that very moment, Minho screamed in pain, wondering if his bone was broken. The agents charged, their eyes blazing. Chubby grinned maliciously. He swung the selfie stick in anger, shouting loudly. He attacked the agents with quick movements of his hands, throwing them aside. They lay motionless on the stairs. The spectators laughed, praising Chubby. Minho groaned in pain as the fat man twisted his arm. Chubby asked if it would probably be better if the guy fainted, and if the bastard they were watching was inside right now. The agent asked him to shut up with a trembling voice. Chubby turned around abruptly, noticing the movement. The protagonist's mother was looking forward in fear. The fat man laughed, saying that they could just ask that person. He threw the guy, shouting loudly that he didn't need him anymore. Approaching the woman, he asked if she lived in this house. As he approached, he asked sarcastically if her son was home. The woman took a frightened step back, asking what he wanted from her. Chubby frowned, saying that the woman could be used as bait. He quickly moved his hand forward. The fat man grabbed Kibong's mother by the wrist. He was smiling widely. Suddenly, everything around him began to shake. At that very second, the fat man was in the air. Chubby spun in the air above the woman. At great speed, he fell to the ground. The viewers were very puzzled. Chubby suddenly leaned his hand on the ground. He asked if this was a magical object, which meant he was careless. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was really angry, so he asked people to carefully watch the broadcast from now on. He immediately stood up. Scratching the back of his head, Chubby said that if we are talking about an object, then it is enough to simply break it. Suddenly, he kicked the ground. The woman looked forward in fear. The fat man with a fist was approaching her. At that very moment, he narrowed his eyes in fear. The guy quickly began to look around. Beads of sweat appeared on his face when suddenly he asked if it was his imagination or if this was also an object. He quickly turned his head back. Kanwi looked forward with a smile on his face. Frowning, he asked the chubby man if he was the villain here. The fat man furiously screamed, asking who he was, to which the guy introduced himself. The chubby man with a fist jumped forward, chasing the guy away. Kanwi directed a quick glance at the opponent. With a quick movement of his hands, he wounded the villain with mana. The chubby man immediately lost his balance. With a loud sound, he fell to the ground. Kanwi said that the opponent was trying to touch someone who should not be touched, and he should learn to distinguish right from wrong. He smirked and called the chubby a pig. The chubby king slowly opened his eyes and wondered what had happened. His face was bloody and bruised, and he felt hot. His body was deeply scratched. The streamer closed his eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed his wounds and screamed loudly. People watching the broadcast saw Kangwi standing in front of the chubby king with his arms folded. The chubby man slowly rose to his feet, saying to himself that he could not allow himself to be knocked down like this, no matter what. Holding his stomach, he stood heavily on his feet. Looking at him, Kangwi mockingly said that it was not bad, then called the guy a heavy child. The chubby king smiled and said that he had a disgusting manner of speech, and at the same time, he said to himself that he needed to heal his wounds first. With his free hand, he took out a small cylinder from his pocket. Seeing him, Kangwi was very surprised. With a scream, the streamer threw him under the opponent's feet. Kangwi and the protagonist's mother covered their faces with their hands. But when the smoke settled, the guy was very confused. He saw that there was no one else in front of him, so he said with displeasure that this child was smart. At this time, heavy breathing was heard in the neighboring alley. The chubby king, leaning against the wall, was walking down the street. He stopped and drank the contents of a small bottle. After that, he threw it on the tiles. After wiping it off, he asked who this bastard was who looked like a red maiden. Before he could lower his hand, he heard footsteps behind him. They were two people in black cloaks. They stared at him and said that he was unable to do anything properly, after which they asked if he hadn't been told that his job was to provoke him at all costs. The fat man turned around and shouted, "Didn't they see on the broadcast that the bastard appeared out of nowhere?" The man with a small beard asked in displeasure, "And who is he? Is he really that strong that he made him, a ranked player, retreat?" The fat king spread his arms and shouted that he was telling the truth, and if they saw his broadcast, they should know it. The men looked at each other. Waving his arms, the fat man said that he is not saying that he refuses to fight, he just needs to heal his wounds, and he will rush into battle again. Hearing this, the man with a beard said that they will help him so that he can defeat that creature. Hearing this, the fat king became very happy and asked if they will give him something like a mythical rank weapon, because if he has something like that, he will definitely be able to deal with it. The man with the bright eyes smiled madly and told the boy to think that he would get something as good as this. He just needed to think about his mission, and they also prepared more people to help. At this time, it was quiet outside the protagonist's mother's house. 4 men in suits stood in front of Kangwi and Kibong's mother. They bowed at once and thanked the teacher because if it weren't for him, they would have been in serious trouble. Kangwi rubbed his nose and happily exclaimed that the boys could leave it to him because he would take care of all the bad guys. Minho stood up and said that they had to rely on him. Kangwi suddenly took the woman's arm. He put his hand on hers and with a smile on his face exclaimed that they should first dispel the mother's worries. The protagonist's mother smiled and said that everything was fine, and then added that the guy was very nice. Minho looked at them tensely and said to himself that it was a little unpleasant about the civilian's favor, but since he was providing protection, he should request backup. Then he looked at the house and wondered if he was not home, adding that it was a great relief. It was a warm evening outside, and after these thoughts, the man said that it was time to leave. After some time, Kangwi was sitting on the roof. The camera was secretly filming Kangwi. Viewers wrote that they had already seen the guy somewhere. Kangwi turned around with a smile. From above, he noticed an approaching silhouette. The chubby guy was walking forward with shining eyes. The guy raised his hand up, joyfully calling out to the villain. The fat man turned around abruptly. Frowning, he ordered him to close his mouth, calling him a traitor. He kicked the ground with all his might. He jumped up, heading towards the guy. The chubby guy screamed loudly, pointing his fist forward. Kangwi looked up, thinking how the enemy had become faster. Without looking away, he looked forward. The chubby guy kicked the ground with all his might, throwing the guy back. Kangwee started looking around, examining the dust that had risen. The chubby guy looked ahead with his eyes burning with rage. Kangwee asked if the flying pig had become faster and stronger. The chubby guy looked ahead menacingly. Suddenly, a fast silhouette rushed past him. The guy looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly, the chubby guy appeared above the guy's head. A loud explosion was heard to the side. The guy in the cloak laughed, saying that the chubby guy would not lose so easily, and his partner replied that in any case, the goal was to reveal that creature. Suddenly, movement was heard behind them. The guys turned around in fear, shouting who they were. The protagonist and Sis were standing in front of them. The guy asked in horror how the guys got here. Sis asked with a smile who was behind them, because then she would safely deliver them home. Looking at the girl, the guy replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. Sis suddenly shook her finger. The girl told them not to lie because they had been watching the whole thing from the beginning. The guy frowned, wondering why the guys had come out on stage. The guys looked at each other and thought they should run. He shouted menacingly, asking what if the guys had seen everything. They sent their mana forward and shouted that they would continue to sting them. The guy had a stone in his hands. He suddenly threw it on the ground. At that very moment, it began to glow brightly. The portal immediately opened. The guys jumped into it, shouting, "See you soon." Strong mana burst out of Kibon's chest. His hand glowed with a bright light. The guy watched the portal dissipate. The main character frowned angrily. The guys in cloaks looked at the leader. A bright light appeared behind them. The man jumped out, leaning his hand on the floor. The guy in the cloak asked why they used the return stone and what happened. The man replied that they had no other choice because they had encountered that creature. The boy got angry, asking if they had encountered it but had used the return stone. The man replied in fear that they had fled after attacking the enemy and that teleportation was impossible in that country, with the only exception being the return stone, so everything should be fine. The guy grabbed him by the cloak, screaming furiously that they should have just laid down their lives there, since he had repeated many times that they should be extremely careful with that creature. The man replied in a trembling voice that the guys wouldn't be able to follow them. The guy screamed for everyone to take Snake and get out of here, and ordered the rest of the members to prepare for battle. The people in cloaks immediately rushed in different directions. The man asked in bewilderment why they had gone so far, to which the guy menacingly called them idiots. A lightning strike appeared next to them. It began to sparkle brightly. The guy looked away with wide open eyes. Hands began to break out. With glowing eyes, the protagonist was pushing the portal apart. Frowning, he realized where they were. Sis waved her hand, saying that they had finally found them. The men looked ahead in fear. Simon furiously asked where that bastard was. Snake's building. The old man's office. Snake was sitting on a chair. He looked into the distance with burning eyes and said that this was a situation that he had never foreseen because a fragment of a small mistake had led him to it. Having said this, he stood up from the chair. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal next to him. Approaching it, he asked if it was worth checking whether this was a mistake or an inevitability. At this time, the protagonist was trying to break out of the portal. The main one present used his power and shouted for the others to do the same to prevent the guy from entering. His subordinates immediately joined in. The next second, everyone present gave their strength to close the portal. The man clenched his teeth and said to himself that a little more and they would be able to close the portal. But the protagonist's leg suddenly appeared from the portal. Seeing this, the man turned around and shouted that all his subordinates were idiots who were incapable of anything. Then the boys began to try even harder. A terrifying force was pressing on the protagonist, but he calmly walked out of the portal. Then the main one among them put his hand in his pocket, thinking that they had no choice but to use this. He took out a red stone. He pulled it out towards the protagonist and used time stop. A powerful aura was released from the stone. Everything around froze. The male subordinates froze in place. Simon also stood still. The man stepped towards him. He walked towards the protagonist, saying that he was forced to use the only remaining magic stone that stopped time. The man pressed his hand on the opponent's shoulder and said that they needed to push him out and then close the portal so that he could not follow them. But Simon suddenly turned his head. Seeing this, the man asked in shock, what, did he really just look at him? Staring at the enemy intently, he said to himself that this was impossible since time had stopped, so he was unable to move, because this was an item prepared to catch the 8-star monster, so he could not move at all. But suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his hands. Then he squeezed them hard, causing the man to scream. A magic stone suddenly fell from his hands. Kibong broke the enemy's hands. After that, the man fell to his knees. Kibong saw a red stone. Without thinking, he picked it up. Looking at it, Sis stood next to him and said that people know how to surprise because they did such a thing. The next second, the guy squeezed it tightly in his hand. Time started moving again. The subordinates put all their strength into closing the portal, when suddenly they stopped and asked in fear what just happened. The protagonist stepped towards them and menacingly asked where that bastard was. Receiving no answer, he calmly said that if they did not want to answer, then they did not need to, and then turned to Sis. The system happily said that at such a close distance, nothing would interfere with her search. She spread her arms to the sides, starting the search. A huge grid appeared above the guys' heads. The system suddenly returned an error. The protagonist was surprised, to which Sis said that time zones of different depths were found in the same space, and the guy asked to do so in a more accessible language. The girl said that if he asked why it had been so difficult to find him until now, it was because he was hiding not in space, but in time. The guy thoughtfully asked if she could find him, and the girl answered, of course. S1 looked forward. A huge flow of mana appeared in front of them. Taking a step forward, Snake said that he did not think that they would meet like this. The men in cloaks happily turned to the gentleman. The protagonist became wary. Snake's eye glowed with rage. The space was suddenly enveloped in magical lightning. S1 began to carefully look around. Mana glowed brightly. Having burst out, the magical hand quickly approached the guy. Raising his fist forward, S1 blocked the attack. Enraged monsters surrounded the protagonist. Strong red attacks began to attack the monsters. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist took a step forward. He stood in front of Snake. Taking a step, S1 was suddenly surprised. He frowned, calling out to Sis. At that very second, the girl appeared behind him. She quickly broke the protective barrier. S1 turned his gaze to the side, asking what was that. Sis replied that time and space were distorted, and it was something like magic, which was surprising. Snake began to carefully examine the girl, when suddenly she asked if he knew her. The old man menacingly said that he had to do a lot of things to look after her. Sis covered her face with her hands, asking why he was watching her. Snake leaned on his staff, saying that he was a magician who controlled time, and neither the past nor the future could escape his gaze, but at one point, when he tried to look into the future, all he could see was the image of a girl. He added menacingly that he considered her an enemy of humanity, so he planned to remove Sis from this world, because only then would humanity return to its lost past. The girl was outraged, answering that she and S1 were working for humanity. The old man hit the floor, saying that he was also working for it. The protagonist ordered him to stop talking nonsense. His vision suddenly began to blur. S1 quickly appeared next to the old man, menacingly swinging at him. The guy's body began to double. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that this was another trick. The glass quickly flew in different directions. Snake stretched his hand forward, shouting that this was not magic either. Directing mana at the guy, he ordered him to stay in his past. The protagonist stared forward piercingly. Sis was very scared, asking what he was doing. The magician replied that the protagonist was locked in his own past, so he would remember his painful past over and over again. The girl said that the old man ordered the people to make evil of them and sent S1 into the past, which is really bad, to which the magician replied that he better not listen to the girl. Raising his head up, Snake said that the time was not right, but now is their chance. Releasing mana, he ordered to come out. The people appeared behind him. The old man looked forward from under his brows, ordering to kill Sis. Enraged silhouettes appeared before the girl's eyes, running towards her. Strong blows were heard in the air. The people quickly fell down, flying to the sides. With trembling in their bodies, they stood up on their feet, turning back. The body of the protagonist was enveloped in mana. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that this magic had ruined his whole mood. Snake was surprised, asking how S1 was able to get out of the past. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. He replied that he had already overcome his past. The guy looked down. His body was enveloped in strong mana, and he furiously asked if he could also overcome the enemy. People looked at what was happening in fear. The old man with burning eyes looked at the guy and said that it was simply amazing to defeat S-rank players behind the wall with one blow. Henry looked at S1 and wondered if he was a monster. Gillian said to himself in fear that even having put all his strength into the blow, he could not really do anything. The old man kept his hands on his cane and asked how the human body could reach such a limit, to which the protagonist replied with displeasure that he was talking too much. Snake kept his eyes on the guy and said that it didn't really matter, because whether it was a human or not, anything that threatened humanity should be eliminated. S1 frowned and asked discontentedly, a threat to humanity? Was the old man really saying that he was a threat to humanity? Snake asked without a drop of fear in his voice, did he really think that it was not so? The protagonist exhaled and said that the bad guys always have the same excuse, after which Sis raised her hands and exclaimed, right, and asked to beat up the villains. But the old man suddenly asked if the guy knew what this creature was. He did not move and asked if he was really a human, then wouldn't it be better to get rid of this creature with his own hands? His eyes were burning as he asked how about getting rid of her and contributing to the development of humanity. The protagonist's eyes showed anger and he firmly said that he refused. After that, he immediately took a stance. The S-rank players rushed to attack. Gillian extended his hand and used blood mist. A red mist was released from his hand. It quickly swirled around the protagonist. The next second, the mist completely engulfed him, and Gillian shouted that this was a magic spell that sucked out all the bodily fluids from a person, so if he was a human, he would not be able to handle it. After a short pause, he smiled and said that as expected, a human would not be able to withstand his attack. Henry raised his fists and said that it did not look like it worked. The protagonist waved his hand and dispersed the blood mist. Seeing this, Ghislaine was very scared and wondered if he was safe and sound. Henry looked at his comrade and said that he couldn't do anything properly, just like a newbie. Then he waved his hand and asked Snake to help. The next second, his outerwear flew off. Standing in the sink, Henry prepared to fight. The old man snapped his fingers. The man was suddenly filled with a strong aura. He aimed at the protagonist's leg. At the same second, he kicked the guy in the leg with all his might. His leg suddenly shook with terrible pain. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the bastard must be in pain too, then added that if what the players missed. He tensed his arms, saying, "Martial arts." Then he tensed his legs, saying to himself, "You should use the martial arts most optimized for combat." He imagined a stance and said, using the player's enhanced physical abilities. After thinking these thoughts, Henry looked at the protagonist and shouted furiously that even before he woke up, he was number one in the ultimate fighting ring. After shouting this, he hit the guy in the face with his knee with all his might. But the protagonist easily blocked the attack with his hand. Seeing this, Henry was very scared and asked himself if he blocked or grabbed. Simon began to squeeze the opponent's leg. Feeling pain, the man exclaimed in his head that if he did not do something, he would break his knee. With these thoughts, he wrapped himself around the protagonist's arm. He grabbed him in a hold and shouted that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to withstand this because science decides everything. Simon shook his hand and asked him if he was sure about this, which surprised the hero. The protagonist looked at him with disdain in his eyes and said that he would be better than others. Having said this, Simon easily raised his hand up. Henry turned towards his partners and asked menacingly if they weren't even going to help him. They looked ahead with a sly smile on their faces. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he would die here. The protagonist swung his hand hard. Simon directed it forward, letting go of the enemy. At great speed, Henry smashed the stone wall. Blood flowed from his mouth and he said that they were not finished yet. Simon ordered him to stop while he was given a chance. Henry's body was shaking with anger and he asked how the guy even dared to mention giving him a chance. With burning eyes, he suddenly took off. The protagonist quickly dodged his attacks. Snake shouted, "Enough." Henry gritted his teeth in anger, continuing to swing his arms quickly. Simon suddenly ducked, dodging. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that was it. With all his strength, he hit the enemy in the chest. Raising his fist up, the guy thought about a counterattack. Henry punched Simon in the face at that very moment. The protagonist's head snapped back. Henry grinned, saying that it was. Having been punched in the face, he added in a trembling voice, "Counterattack." The guy flew back from the strong blow. The protagonist looked at him menacingly. Looking back, he said that they needed to slowly finish, because if a joke drags on, then it no longer is one. Snake looked menacingly ahead. Those who had lived without knowing fear until now felt incredible horror in front of Simon. The magician said that such a scenario was not in his plans. Looking at the guy, he said that he and Sis were beyond all his predictions. However, Snake looked down, adding that even despite such an outcome, his plan would still succeed. With all his strength, he hit the ground with his staff. Everything around quickly began to fade. Simon and Sis froze in place. Ghislaine asked in fear if now was not a good time to fight, to which the old man replied no, since the protagonist was the one who had already broken the time stop once, so they should retreat first. A portal suddenly appeared behind him. Ghislaine and Miko immediately entered it. Snake turned towards him. As he left, he glared menacingly at the protagonist. The old man was quickly heading towards the portal. Simon appeared behind him, asking where he was going to run. The magician turned around abruptly, asking if Simon had already managed to break the time stop. The protagonist suddenly grabbed him by the cloak. Ghislaine turned around in horror. They suddenly started running away. The guy stretched his hand forward. A strong stream of mana was directed towards the guild, covering their faces with their hands. Simon looked at the portal furiously. Suddenly, it began to close quickly. Sis looked at Simon's back with a smile on her face. Snake whispered that the girl always surprised him, so he was confused, wondering if she was the main character or that creature. The protagonist turned to him menacingly, ordering him to close his mouth. Pointing his fist forward, he offered to paint the magician's face a little. With glowing eyes, the guy swung hard. His fist flew at the old man, but suddenly, he used the time run skill. The next second, he and the protagonist were enveloped in powerful magical energy, after which they evaporated. Sis put her hands on her hips and said, "Oh, these people." Then she spread her arms to the side and used time travel. At the same time, she disappeared in a stream of powerful aura. At this time, powerful blows were heard near the protagonist's mother's house. A foot pounded furiously on the ground. The fat man threw Kang Wei away with a powerful stomp. Jumping on him, he furiously screamed, "Where did his recent fighting spirit go?" Kang Wei dodged each blow and asked him what he ate. The fat king laughed and asked if he was making an excuse because he thought he was going to lose. A mad grin spread across his face. Kang Wei took a stance and said no, he was just curious if the guy had decided to give up being a human. The fat man charged at him and shouted furiously for his opponent to stop talking nonsense. The moment the punch hit him, the veins on the guy's hand stood out. Kang Wei was surprised to see this. He easily dodged the punch by ducking. Then his palm landed in front of the fat king's face. He punched him in the face with all his might, but the punch only split the fat man's lip. Kang Wei looked at this with excitement. Then the guy smiled madly. Then he grabbed Kang Wei's shoulder tightly. Feeling this, the guy looked at his shoulder. Looking up at his opponent, he said that in the end, there were other bastards who refused to be human. After saying this, sharp claws appeared on his hands. Without thinking, he made a quick attack. The chubby king suddenly trembled. Suddenly, blood spurted out from him in all directions. A few seconds later, he fell to his knees. The next moment, the fat man fell face down on the ground, dead. Kang Wei turned away and said that he tried to save him, but he had no mercy for those who refused to be human. Behind the chubby king, his phone was still lying. Its camera continued to record everything. At this time, in another space, everything consisted of fragments. The protagonist was inside. Looking around, he wondered where he was. Suddenly, he saw a man in a black robe. The guy immediately turned to him. Without thinking, he rushed towards him. In midair, he swung. Snake looked at him without any emotion. There was no emotion in Saiban's eyes except hatred. His fist was a few centimeters away from the old man's face. The protagonist was approaching him at great speed. Directing mana forward, Saiban easily pierced the time-space. He said angrily that this was some kind of trick again. Snake did not understand what was happening, because he believed that no one except him was able to move in this space. Saiban approached him, saying that now there were two of them. Straightening his cloak, the magician said that he would definitely grab the guy in this place, and only then would people find peace. Sharp glasses immediately flew in different directions. The monster's hands grabbed the protagonist by all parts of the body. Saiban asked if Snake was really a bastard fighting for the sake of humanity. The old man spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the guy was underestimating him too much, because it would be more correct to think of it as simply opening a door to space and time for a moment. The protagonist's hand shot out. Spreading his fists out to the sides with all his might, he abruptly killed the monsters. The magician realized that he was unable to be stopped by such monsters, but he had one outstanding guy. His body glowed with bright mana. The monster looked at the guy with glowing eyes. Kibong frowned, asking if it was Prazan. The old man narrowed his eyes, telling the protagonist to defeat the monster again. Prazan roared loudly and rushed forward with his arm outstretched. The protagonist dodged, jumping in different directions. He said that the tricks the monster used to catch him were child's play. Swinging his arm, the guy kicked him with all his might. The fragments flew in different directions. Snake was confused that Saiban defeated the 8-star monster with one blow. He frowned and said if one doesn't work. The protagonist raised his head up while the magician added how about 10. The shards quickly flew apart. They were rapidly moving forward. Saiban tensed up, carefully watching their movement. The old man looked at him from under his brows, shouting that the guy would be crushed by the ice and disappear into the time rift. The huge block immediately swallowed the protagonist. Being inside, he replied that he was glad on the contrary. Snake was surprised, asking if he was really glad in such a situation. The protagonist menacingly said that he could give it his all here, and there were no people either. The magician was confused, shouting that. The guy hit the ice, saying that this was enough for him. A bright light of mana suddenly blinded everyone around. The shards of ice quickly flew towards the monsters. Prazan opened his mouth wide in rage. The monster screamed loudly as its body dissipated into thin air. A few seconds later, there was no trace of it left. Everything around was shrouded in smoke. The rift began to disappear. Snake looked up menacingly. The protagonist's body was shrouded in strong mana. Holding a fist in front of him, he looked forward furiously. Snake looked up in confusion. He suddenly shouted loudly that this was some kind of nonsense, surprised by the power that could destroy space and time, and then asked what kind of magic the guy was using. Saiban was surprised. The old man shouted menacingly, if this was not magic, then what was it? Sis appeared next to the guy and replied that high-class fist techniques were equivalent to magic. The magician said that this was absurd, and he never expected to be expelled from this space. His face changed. He whispered, escape. The portal quickly closed in front of the guys. Sis raised her hand and said that Snake wasn't the only one who could use the capture trick. The old man asked furiously if they really thought it was over, since he was a magician who could control time. From the closing portal, he shouted loudly that it wasn't over yet. The boys watched him go. The girl said that they should go back too, since this space made her feel disgusted. Saibon turned to her and asked where they were now. The girl looked around, saying that it looked like a rift between dimensions where time was intertwined, and she didn't know for sure either. But as expected, humans were amazing creatures. The boy looked at her carefully. Sis asked excitedly if the boy was asking because Snake said it wasn't over anymore. Saibon looked down sadly. The girl hit him in the direction, shouting that he didn't need to worry. Flying up, she said with a smile that it was time for them to go back. Sis extended her hand forward, activating the transport. Snake's building. A portal opened in his office. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster stepped out. He lowered his head and quietly said that Snake was dead, and he had come this far because he believed in him. He shook in fear, saying what if Snake was dead? Suddenly, he calmed down and, raising his hand to his chin, said that the Prime Minister was also involved in all of this, so he thought that what happened would simply be turned a blind eye. Looking away, the Guildmaster wondered where the Prime Minister had gone. She had not gotten along with Saibon. Biting his finger, the guy thought that she would definitely take revenge, no doubt about it. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him, and upon hearing them, the Guildmaster became very scared. He turned around abruptly. Raising his hand, he created magic projectiles above himself. Preparing to release them, he shouted, asking who was there. He looked into the darkness, where footsteps were approaching him. What the boy saw made him confused. Snake came out of the darkness. Upon seeing the old man, the Guildmaster shouted in shock, asking if he really survived. Snake chuckled and said that one was just dead. Hearing this, the boy was confused and asked what he was talking about since that bastard grabbed him. But the old man suddenly extended his hand. Lowering it, he replied that it was just like that. In the timeline, he died like that. When the Guildmaster heard this, he said in surprise, "Huh." Snake proudly raised his head and replied, "That's right," adding that he was the one who came from a different timeline, but nevertheless, they all shared the same beliefs. The boy was very happy and exclaimed that then everything would be easier, since if they gathered all the S-rank players from the other timeline and fought. But the old man said that if the problem was that simple, the solution would be found in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he was the only one who had mastered the art of space and time and could transcend time and space. Hearing this, the guy put his hand to his chin and asked if the old man would die at the hands of the protagonist anyway. Snake lowered his head and said, as expected, as soon as a gap appears, he immediately starts thinking about something completely different. The guy spread his hands and said that it was not that, because he was trying to find a solution, because there was a way to defeat that bastard. The old man raised his head and said, of course, and until then, there was no need to be distracted by extraneous thoughts, but to do as he said. The guild leader smiled and said that he would do so. Snake silently looked at the guy. The next second, he began to dissolve into the darkness. When he disappeared, the guy said that Snake could not meet such a meaningless end. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. At that moment, they opened and Hyunjin screamed and asked what happened. He stopped when he saw the boss. The guild leader turned around and shouted furiously, asking when he called them, so why did they just come now? The boy and the old man were very confused. The leader walked past them. Stopping, he ordered to call all the guild members. Opening his eyes, he asked himself what this was, why this particular timeline. After this thought, the guild leader stepped forward. Turning around to his subordinates, he ordered them to gather all the guild members, after which they started running. The boy wondered why Snake left his timeline and came to this one. Kanghui was sitting on the edge of the building. Yawning, he said that he was kind of bored because there was no one else. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something from below. The boy quickly jumped to the ground. He happily waved to Ilyon and Ju. The girl smiled and said that they were back. Kanghui replied that he had done his best to complete his task and that the fat man had been defeated. Ju exhaled and said that she had had a hard time too. Ilyon said that they were trying to find out who the fat man the boy had dealt with was receiving orders from, but someone had already attacked him. The tamer was surprised at who they were since she was unable to comprehend the magic they were using. Ilyon asked if the divine beast knew anything and if it knew anything. Kanghui suddenly became thoughtful. Pointing his finger forward, he asked them to ask him personally. The girls were very surprised. They quickly turned around. Kibong and Sis were walking behind them. Ilyon pursed her lips, wondering if that man was really their target. Ju thought that she had finally seen the one the whole world was targeting and why his older sister was like that. The boys came closer. The protagonist asked if it had been a while. Ju was surprised and asked if they had met before. Kibong replied that it had happened once, when suddenly Sis asked if the guy could really say such words. The tamer was surprised, asking what it was, because the divine beast had acted the same way. Kanghui took a step forward. Approaching the protagonist, he said that he protected his home. Kibong smiled sweetly. With a smile, he patted Kanghui on the head, saying, "Good job." Ilian was shocked that this was the first time she saw a divine beast like this, asking who the human was. A divine beast is a magical animal that has been practicing the path of enlightenment for a long time, gains its own individuality and awakens, and their enlightenment surpasses that of a human, and the time they have experienced is also so significant that it surpasses human imagination. The protagonist asked if Kanghui knew him. With a stupid smile, the guy shook his head. Kibong asked if he really didn't know. Taking a step forward, he asked to go into the house. Coming closer, he said that he had many questions, and the boys had many too. France. The sun was shining brightly above the church. A huge portrait hung in the building. The coffin stood next to candles. The woman was crying bitterly. The girl asked how they dared. Lopers, with tears in her eyes, asked who killed Henry. Payne answered that they said he died in battle in South Korea. The girl screamed loudly, asking if the monster had been defeated, because if not, then they should go there immediately and punish him. The lieutenant answered that Henry had been killed by a man, not a monster, because he had been defeated. The girl grabbed the handle of the weapon. Shedding tears, she said that she would avenge Monsieur Henry. Payne answered that he forbade it, because she would never defeat someone whom even Henry could not defeat. The girl wiped the tears from her eyes. She grabbed the shoulder strap, saying that she was resigning. Lopers dropped it on the ground. She said confidently that she was going to take revenge. The girl quickly walked forward. Payne watched her go. Frowning, he said that everything was going according to his will to save humanity. The protagonist's house. Inside, Sis and Steve brought food. They quickly placed it on the table. Everyone in the room sat in silence. Only Kanghui was eating contentedly. Steve and the others looked at the protagonist. Ilian looked at the guy and suddenly asked who he was and why the whole world was trying to grab him. Kibong raised his head and asked if who he was that important. Zhu raised her head and said that it was very important, after which Kanghui also shouted for the guy to answer. The protagonist picked up his cup and replied that his name was Kibong. Suddenly, his mother hit him on the head and shouted, asking how he spoke, since it was usually girls who were asking him. The guy looked at the guys and said that now he would ask them what they thought, why the whole world was targeting him. Jui kept looking at him and said that they were wondering the same thing. It was strange that the whole world was working together to target South Korea and especially Kibong. Hearing this, the protagonist asked without looking away, so they didn't know the reason. Ilian looked down and replied that they really didn't know. Then she looked back at the other man and asked what their common purpose was in coming here, since they had never encountered anything like this before. That's right, Jui supported, adding that even during the Great War, the world had never been so united. Steve, Lin, and Bong Soon were sitting on the other sofa and listening in silence. I see, the protagonist answered firmly, looking at the girls and adding that he didn't know why, but the whole world wanted to kill him. Sis suddenly raised her fist and said in displeasure that people were very funny since her master hadn't done anything like that. Bonson also couldn't help but exclaim that her brother had done nothing wrong. She looked at him and said the opposite, but suddenly saw that he asked her to calm down. The girls looked at each other. Zhu continued to look at the interlocutor and say that the coordinates of this house were revealed. So what did he think about moving to a safer place so they could find out what the enemy's intentions were? Ilian looked up at the protagonist and added that there were quite a few places in their magic tower where they could hide for a while, but Kibong firmly answered no. Hearing this, Zhu was surprised and asked if he really wanted to stay here. Without looking away, Ilian said that this was a very dangerous choice. It was unknown what to expect from them. The protagonist exhaled heavily. He answered without a drop of fear in his eyes that he would not run away because he had never run away. But still, Zhu exclaimed excitedly. Sis looked at her, but soon lowered her head. Steve and Lin silently listened to the conversation of everyone present. Not receiving an answer, Zhu and Ilian looked at each other in confusion. Sis sat on the sofa and said that even in such a situation, the protagonist did not even have the slightest thought of running away. Having eaten his fill, Kanghui exclaimed, "This is right, because Kibong is not someone who will take blows." Having said this, he looked at the surprised protagonist and Sis. Kibong, looking at him, said, "Is he really?" And the system tilted her head and said that this cannot be. She stood up and asked what it was. Approaching the guy, she thought. She suddenly put her hand to her chin and asked if she could make it out. Hearing this, Kanghui was pierced by horror and fear. The protagonist closed his eyes when the guy screamed in horror that a terrible person wanted to kill him. There were smiles on Steve and Bingsoon's faces. Lin was also smiling. Ilian lowered her head and Zhu was surprised. While Sis was running after Kanghui, the protagonist told the girls that he would have one request for them. Hearing this, the girls looked at the guy in surprise. It was a bright day outside. A man with a cane was standing on the ground. It was Snake. Ghislaine and Miko were looking at him. The guild was scared. The guys gritted their teeth in horror. Miko and Ghislaine were retreating back. Snake said that judging by their faces, they had a lot of questions. Ghislaine gritted his teeth, saying that they were confused, and they confirmed that his life signal was cut off, but suddenly reappeared in front of them. Miko frowned, asking if an explanation was needed. The guild looked forward menacingly. Snake said that they must be unsure whether he was even real or not. The mage said that the Blue Dragon's leader did not doubt his authenticity, but the guild did. The master clenched his fist, saying that they were different from the rats who adjusted to the situation like him. He added that they were only following the case that Snake spoke of, and they were not following. The mage said that before he could speak, he needed to let them see for themselves. Ghislaine and Miko frowned in confusion. Suddenly, loud explosions were heard in the air. The old man raised his head in confusion. Ghislaine soared above the mage's head. Stretching his arms forward, he activated a mega thunderclap. The boy sent a huge stream of mana forward. Miko clasped her palms together. Her body was enveloped in mana when suddenly she activated the summoning of ghost monsters. The fire monsters quickly rushed forward. Snake grabbed his cane tightly. The old man activated a protective barrier in front of him. Lightning strikes were directed towards him. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, raising dust into the air. It began to quickly disperse in the air. Snake remained standing. His cloak fluttered in the wind. With a burning eye, he ordered to advance. Strong mana began to quickly flow forward. The guild boys gritted their teeth from the wind. Ghislaine asked if this was magic, since he did not feel the mana flows. Miko tensely said that this was another of his insidious machinations. They quickly turned around. Snake glared menacingly ahead from under his brows. A clone appeared behind him, and he said that now he would reveal the truth. The clone took a step to the side. The old man asked what happened to their world. Ghislaine and Miko were very shocked. The clone asked why their world was destroyed. The guy asked in fear how it was destroyed. Snake and the clones confidently said that they would never fail again. The protagonist frowned. The guy's sword was stuck in the ground. Taram looked ahead menacingly. The guys jumped, quickly rushing into the distance. The magician said even if they had to team up with the devil himself. In one voice, the clones added they would definitely kill him. It was deep night outside, an airport. There were many people inside. Among them was Lopers. Behind her were her colleagues and comrades. Looking ahead, she firmly said that it was time to go avenge Henry. Everyone else put their fists to their hearts. After that, they went forward. At this time, in the Prime Minister's building, Sangren was sitting inside at her desk. It was clear from her face that she was very tense. She pressed a button on the phone and ordered to come in. There was a knock on the door. Suddenly, it swung open, causing the subordinate to fall, and his colleague joyfully exclaimed that the Prime Minister had returned. The guy grabbed his head and asked where Sangren was. The girl looked at her boss and said that there was such a commotion now, which had never happened before. When the guys approached the table, Sangren asked what about the president. The guy was confused and quietly said that it was the president. Some time ago, the president, surrounded by security, ordered to find the prime minister and let her sort everything out herself, and then asked if this was not originally the prime minister's duty. He looked ahead and firmly said that he was going to the underground bunker. Among these guys was Sangren's subordinate. He told the prime minister this. Hearing this, the girl frowned and said that so that's why there is such a mess here, and then added that it was indeed her duty, but people from all over the world were currently leaving the country through Incheon Airport. She mentioned Lopers and her comrades. Then the guy confusedly said that this is why reports were coming in every day with questions about blocking entry into the country. The prime minister looked at her subordinate and asked under what pretext they could do this. The boy was even more confused, not knowing what to say. Sangren looked at the guys and asked what the Shield Guild was doing now. The Shield Guild, the guy said quietly, bending down, they are heading to that place. Hearing this, the prime minister was very surprised. At this time, Taram had a massive broadsword on his shoulder. Behind him were his men. They were walking along the alley when they were watched. It was a guy with spiky hair, who folded his arms across his chest and said that the Shield Guild had entered the scene, and if Taram helped, they had a good chance of winning. Having said this, he rested his foot on the curb of the roof. The next second, they jumped from their place. They also pushed off from the other roof. They landed behind the Shield Guild squad, the main character's house. Taram's broadsword glittered under the moonlight. The guy himself looked at the sky. Suddenly, the guy who was watching him from the roof came up to him and asked if they were really going to attack right away. Attack? Taram asked in surprise. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and asked if they hadn't come here to attack. Since it was about the shield, then naturally they thought they would attack. Taram suddenly stood over him and menacingly asked what kind of nonsense this was. Why would he do this? Hearing this, the guy shouted in rage, asking if he really thought he was a coward. After that, he turned to his comrades and shouted that they needed to go. Taram, with a very menacing face, said that from now on, the entire staff, with the exception of himself, would guard this place. Yes, his comrades exclaimed behind him. Sheil asked if they shouldn't also stop those boys who had spoken to them earlier. Taram said that he didn't understand him, after which he asked why he thought they had come here. Sheil asked if it wasn't to protect the people inside, since it was reported that not only South Korea, but the entire world was targeting this place. Taram smiled, asking who was protecting whom. Did they really think they could protect those guys? Cheel asked in shock. What was he talking about? The ground suddenly shook. The guy frowned in bewilderment. In front of them were the wounded guys from the guild. The guy took a step forward. The protagonist was approaching the guys. Frowning, he looked menacingly ahead from under his brows. The guys shouted loudly that this was the enemy of humanity. Waving their weapons, they wished death on Kibong. They jumped up, advancing on the protagonist. The guy looked up nervously, saying that he was bigger. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added, "He will not show mercy." Veins appeared on his fist from anger. The guys from the guild swung their swords menacingly. A strong stream of mana illuminated the surrounding area. The guys started screaming loudly in pain. Magic burst out. The opponents' bodies were floating in the air. With one blow, he took the lives of several dozen players. Cheel and Taram were greatly shocked. Kibong landed behind them. Cheel called out to the leader with a trembling voice. Taram came close to the protagonist. Frowning, he asked if the guy was also one of them. Taram replied that it was nothing like that, because now was not the time for that, so Kibong did not need to worry about his family members and go where he was going. The protagonist took a step forward. Approaching the guys from the guild, he said that no matter how much he thought, it seemed like he did something wrong. People unanimously menacingly called him the enemy of humanity. Kibong said that there was not a single moment when he fought for the people. The guys screamed that they would save humanity by killing him. A strong stream of mana was directed towards the protagonist. S1 responded if they could. The guy effectively repelled the attacks with his fist. He directed them high into the sky. The protagonist said that these bastards who claimed to fight for humanity did not even think about the deaths of citizens. The guys loudly shouted that sometimes it was necessary to sacrifice a cow for the common good, rushing forward. The protagonist called out to Sis. The girl quickly ran up to him. She smiled sweetly. The guys took a step back, scared by the mana. They opened their eyes wide in horror. The guild looked at S1 and Sis. The girl kicked the ground hard. Lopers turned around, saying that this was some kind of strange magic, and this was not a real place. Frowning, she added that it would be better this way because there would be fewer casualties among the civilians. Raising her hand up, she shouted for her comrades to attack because they needed to avenge Amri. The guys suddenly rushed to attack. The guild quickly ran towards Kibong. The protagonist frowned, looking at them. Suddenly, he smiled maliciously. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, pointing it forward. Kibong was ready to rush to attack. He hit the ground with all his might, breaking it. The guild took a step back, frightened by the dust that rose. A loud explosion was heard ahead. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. After the dust cleared, he saw corpses lying on the ground. Lopers cleared her throat, asking who the guy was. Behind him, they called him an enemy. Blood flowed from the girl's mouth. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds. Heavy rain began to fall outside. The protagonist ordered the monster to come out, because he was clearly watching what was happening now, after which he asked how the dead man managed to return from the afterlife. It was gloomy outside. Taram looked around. He raised his hand with the sword up. The guy quickly swung it, leaving a line. He was looking at his sharp sword. Taram said that anyone who crossed that line would die. Hearing this, the male player stopped and asked discontentedly why the shield that protects the Republic of Korea was protecting a traitor. Taram chuckled and asked who he was calling a traitor, to which the man furiously shouted, asking if he hadn't seen who led the monsters to this land. That's right, the people behind him started shouting. Taram said with a smile on his face that all this was complete nonsense. Cheel leaned towards him and whispered that there were too many opponents, so first from a strategic point of view. Taram tightly clutched the broadsword in his hand. Frowning, he said that the guy had fought with many more opponents for the sake of humanity. He stepped forward and said that this had happened too, so they would protect this place at all costs. The male player put his hand behind his back and said that if they did not get out of the way, then there was only one answer: they would have to use force. Taram proudly raised his head. Seeing this, the man became furious and shouted that he had asked for it, so he declared the shield to be the doctor of humanity. Shield, Taram shouted without moving from his place. He looked at the opponents and said that they had many questions, but the story was too long, so he could not voice it in full. The guys looked at the boss while he said that he could say one thing. Taram raised his weapon and said that Sevastopol they were protecting the Republic of Korea, now they were protecting humanity. Having said this, they rushed to the attack. A furious fight broke out between the players. Taram jumped on the man who was negotiating. He slashed hard with his broadsword, but the man blocked it. But suddenly he fell to his knees. Holding the heavy broadsword, the man shouted, asking why and what for he was going so far, wasn't he a human like them? Taram pressed his weapon and replied that he simply knew what they didn't know, he couldn't see it, and it was not for him to be accused of anything. Suddenly, two players jumped on him. Seeing them, Taram tensed up greatly. He swung his broadsword with all his might, knocking the opponents back. The sounds of a fight could be heard throughout the street. The teacup was shaking on the table. Bonson looked away and said that she seemed to hear some noise outside. Ilian looked away and said that the magical energy was also fluctuating, so there was definitely something going on outside. Hearing this, the protagonist's mother excitedly asked if they should go out and check. Kangwee crossed his arms and shouted, "No." Kibon said not to go out. Steve looked at the protagonist's mother and added that it was true. Kibon said not to take a step from here. The chandelier on the ceiling was shaking from the battle outside. The protagonist's mother was very scared. Kangwee suddenly smiled and said that everyone should sit here while he went to check out the situation. After saying this, he moved towards the exit while everyone present looked at him in shock. Raindrops were falling from the sky. The protagonist stood silently under them. Looking up, he suddenly asked how the dead man could return from the afterlife. Suddenly, darkness appeared from which red eyes were looking at him and a voice was heard saying that he would not die until he killed him. Looking into the darkness, the protagonist called out to Sis, who immediately appeared next to him. The system looked at the guy and asked if this was the same person they had crossed paths with last time, to which Kibon asked if it was. Sis smiled and said that they were all the same person. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked, "All?" The system nodded and answered, yes, they were all the same person. The guy frowned and asked discontentedly if he had really multiplied himself. Sis's eyes lit up and she answered that it was not so, because if we talk about differences, then this is a different timeline. It seems that they came from a different time. Looking into the darkness, the protagonist said that he used his damn tricks again. Hatred appeared in his eyes, and he added that he did not care if it was one enemy or several, because he was ready to destroy them again and again. The eyes in the darkness burned brighter. Suddenly, many copies of Snake came out of it. The clones ordered to go to him. Snake grabbed the cane, saying that they would save the world by killing the guy. They said that the magicians who control time and the flow of his time would stop here. The magic seal began to glow brightly in the sky. The protagonist cautiously raised his head up. The world around suddenly became discolored. A bright beam was directed at Sis and Sibon. The flow of mana became stronger and stronger. The seal continued to spin in the air. Sis frowned, activating the defense. The beam flew into the protective barrier at great speed. Having hit it, it flew into pieces. Snake said that they were surprised that Sibon could destroy the time stop. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. With a burning eye, he used an annoying binding technique. The magician said that no matter how strong the guy was, in the end he would have no choice but to stop and die. Sibon looked around worriedly. His body continued to be frozen. A vein suddenly appeared on his neck in anger. The mechanism continued to spin. The protagonist kicked the ground with all his might. Sibon suddenly activated physical reinforcement. The seal suddenly cracked into small pieces. Snake suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. The seals began to shake rapidly. Sibon jumped forward, seeing the restored seals. At that very second, they broke. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, breaking the mechanisms. They continued to hover in the air. Sibon swung his fist. With all his strength, he sent mana forward. The magician suddenly activated the time stop. The magic seal began to spin rapidly in the air. She glowed with a bright light. Finding himself inside the strong mana, Snake asked if they had failed again. The magic was brightly blinding everything around. Sibon looked at the crater in front of him. The protagonist pointed his fist to the side. Snake stood in the center of the hall. The girl came up to him from the side. Singrin asked if the man was right. The old man frowned, asking if it mattered, since what mattered now was that she was here. The girl said that she didn't even know, and then asked if the future he had shown her was true anyway. The old man asked if it really mattered now that they had reached this point, since what had been shown had already happened. He snapped his fingers, activating a portal. In it, the Shield Guild furiously rushed to attack. Snake looked at the girl and said that their relationship with him had already become irreversible, and then asked if she really cared whether it was true or not despite the current situation. Singrin screamed loudly, asking if that was all he could say now after he had started this mess. The mage said that the girl would be the first to hear it, so he apologized since she was the president in his world. Singrin frowned menacingly. The old man said that she should know who Sibon was and what was next to him, as well as how many worlds they had destroyed so far. The girl thought about it. Snake added that this timeline was also the only timeline in the universe where humans were thriving. The old man asked if she wasn't here to stop him, since the fact that she had come to him showed that she had changed her mind despite everything she had heard. Sangrin replied that she was going to stop him, and that she was in this timeline, so she didn't know how many worlds had been destroyed or anything. Activating the fire behind her, she knew what the boy had done to protect the humans. Snake said that from now on, Prime Minister Gu should also be considered an enemy. The moon was shining brightly above the ground. Something was quickly approaching the ground. One of the stars was shining brightly in the sky. A monster was hovering menacingly in the air. Its eyes glowed brightly. It began to repeat something quickly. The monster said that Saiban's choice. Noticing him on the ground, he added, will once again lead to the destruction of humanity. At this time, the shield stood in front of the players. All of them were injured and very angry. The shield members were also injured. Shield turned to the leader and said that he thought that it would be difficult to call off the next attack because defending the location without killing the enemy, But Taram did not listen to him. He said in his head with hatred in his eyes that the lives of his bastards were much more important to him. With these thoughts, he looked at his comrades and shouted that from now on they would switch to active defense, so destroying enemies was allowed. Accepted, the shield members shouted in unison, looking at their opponents. Turning to face the enemy, Taram said, forward. Having said this, the shield rushed to attack. Seeing this, the players were afraid. Taram, with hatred in his eyes, said that there was no need to blame him too much because this was just a catastrophe caused by human ignorance. The next second, he launched a quick attack. With one blow, he destroyed several opponents at once. A furious fight broke out between the players again. The sounds of battle could be heard throughout the street. A male player lay on the ground and with his last strength asked why. With such strength, Taram threw his broadsword over his shoulder and replied that he had no grudge against them, but this was how he protected the world. One of the players suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, ordering them to retreat, adding that they would reorganize their battle formations and return. After that, the players began to slowly leave. Taram, with a broadsword in his hand, watched his opponents. Shield let out a sigh of relief and said that they had retreated for now. Taram closed his eyes and said, no, it was just the beginning. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. The shield master turned around and asked how far they planned to go. He saw Kelvin, the leader of the American Raspel Guild, who said that the shield had lost its power. She took hold of her cloak while Taram said that even though they were not of the same race, they were still not missing out on the precious opportunity that gave them the right to be called humanity. The girl suddenly held out her staff and screamed, a wave of earthquake. At that very moment, the ground in front of her began to split. Feeling a strong shaking, the shield master was surprised. Suddenly, the ground beneath him and his comrades began to shake. The ground collapsed, raising dust into the sky. The shield guild managed to jump back. Chiel said with a very tired look that the Archmage of North America was also here and there was not a single mage on their side. The staff rose into the sky. Holding it with both hands, Kellen screamed furiously, an extra power rocket. A powerful magic projectile flew from it towards the opponents. Taram tightly gripped the broadsword and said that he heard that overwhelming power is no different from magic. A powerful magic attack was already right above him. He hit it with all his might with his weapon. The head of the shield delivered a perfect blow. Seeing this, Kellen was terribly shocked. Her magic attack was reflected into the sky. At this time, nothing was left of the snakes. Sis smiled sweetly. She asked if she could go back now and clean up the area around the house. The protagonist suddenly asked the girl to show him. The guy menacingly asked for the universe of other dimensions. Sis asked why he wanted to see this and if there was a need for it. Kibong turned around, answering that he was curious whether his words were true or not. The girl spread her arms, saying that it was none of their business, but that of another world, and it was strange that a person would go so far with regrets about what happened there. The guy knew what the girl meant, but he was simply curious as to why they from another world made such a choice. With a smile, the girl asked if they would try to look in once. She added that she had never used such magic herself, but the system had fully recovered, so she thought she could do it. Kibong placed his hand on her palm. Sis said that she was not even sure if it would work or not, because if it were that easy, then wouldn't she and he from another dimension have already appeared here? The guy asked with interest, is that so? The girl smiled, joyfully shouting that she would try. She suddenly activated the dimension, expansion, connection. Strong mana suddenly glowed brightly. Being around the stars, the protagonist asked where they were. Sis happily shouted that she had succeeded, and here they could access the branching of the timeline, and if they looked at the records of the system that had been absorbed earlier, everything was written exactly like that. Kibong asked about the timeline, to which the girl pointed forward at it. The stars began to shine brightly in the sky. The girl asked if they could start from a certain one, because she thought that they could look into the memories of the timeline. The light was shining brightly in front of them. The angry monsters were screaming furiously. The girl took the guy's hand out of fear. They noticed Kibong from the past along the street. The protagonist said that his body was cut in half and then he was moved to the training space. Kibong suddenly jumped. The guy quickly ran forward. He accelerated at a tremendous speed. His body suddenly began to glow. It began to dissipate, when suddenly Sis asked if the guy's body was cut here, and it seemed like he simply moved to the training space. The protagonist was surprised, asking to move to the point of destruction. The girl's eyes lit up when suddenly she said about moving to the moment in this timeline when the signs of life disappeared en masse. Before their eyes was a scene of an immobilized mother lying on her son's lap. Then they saw Saiban's formidable battle. The guys saw a huge explosion. With glowing eyes, the protagonist looked ahead. Sis said in fear that here, it seemed like Saiban could not save his mother. Frowning, the protagonist asked to look at other places too. Sis agreed with him with a smile. Suddenly, a rift with monsters appeared in front of them. With great force, Saiban hit the barrier. A bright stream of strong mana was directed forward. Sis was very surprised, asking if everything was really destroyed by the guy. But she does not see her image anywhere because she really did not manage to get a body. The protagonist looked down, answering, apparently, but here they already looked. Pointing forward, he suggested taking a last look at the last star. The guys were standing on the edge of the building. Kibong frowned, looking down. He looked at the broken city in bewilderment. He peered closer and closer to the ground. Sengrin was dragged along the ground by her hair. Sis was standing next to them. The protagonist said that she was here, to which the girl replied how long ago she had such a style. Stretching her hand forward, she suggested looking at how the world was destroyed. The protagonist stood next to Sis. The protagonist sensed someone's presence in the past. Sis looked ahead carefully. With a sarcastic smile on his face, Kibong asked who did this. The girl's body began to tremble in fear. The Sis from the past was surprised because she had never met such an enemy before. The girl asked in fear if the guys from the past could see them, because they couldn't be, they were just watching from the side. The guys from the past flew up. Kibong asked where they came from because he had no idea that such a method existed. The protagonist shouted, spit, and then soared upward, heading forward. The Sis from the present screamed that it was dangerous. The guys clenched their hands into fists, preparing to attack. Kibong's eyes lit up brightly with anger. They quickly approached each other. The guys' fists hit each other with all their might. A bright light illuminated everything around. The silhouettes immediately ceased to be visible due to the brightness. The protagonist flew back. The Kibong from another dimension also flew back. They both hung in the air, looking at each other. The protagonist tore off his torn clothes and said that he was in a bad mood. The other dimension Saiban tore off his clothes and said that he was in a better mood. He began to stretch and say that he was so bored, but suddenly he appeared. He liked it madly. The city was completely destroyed. The protagonist looked at himself and asked why he did something like that. The other dimension Saiban said with a smile on his face that since we were talking about him, he thought that he knew what was what. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was very unhappy. Looking at himself, the other dimension Saiban asked if he could do it too. The protagonist suddenly swung. He put all his strength into his fist. He punched the air with all his might towards the enemy. His terrifying power demolished everything in its path. Suddenly, the protagonist and Sis found themselves in the space for choosing a timeline. The system looked around and said that it seemed like they had been thrown out of that timeline, so they needed another way to stay there longer. After saying that, it created clothes for Saiban and suggested that they return. The protagonist's hand was shaking. He clenched it tightly into a fist. At this time, it was still a dark night outside. The people from the shield were healing each other. Karam and Cheel were standing in front of everyone. They turned to look at their comrades and the latter said that he thought that it was all over now. The guild leader exhaled heavily. Looking ahead, he said that he had not said that. He saw cloaks fluttering in the sky. There were 10 of them. Taram suddenly shouted loudly, "Shield." All the guild members stood in formation. Raising their weapons, they prepared to fight. Snake looked at them and said that they were more magnificent than he thought, but today there would not be a single living person left in this place. All the elders raised their staffs and said that they did not expect understanding from humanity because they only cared about achieving their goal. They created a portal in the sky. Looking at this, all the players were very surprised. Cheel, looking at this, excitedly asked if humans were able to open portals, to which Taram tensely answered, perhaps. Monsters began to crawl out of the portals. The monsters suddenly burst out into the world. The shield members raised their weapons in fear. The guild leader rushed to attack. Leaping at the monsters, he swung. He cut the monster in one powerful blow. Together with his comrades, he killed the monsters. Suddenly, 2 monsters pounced on Cheel at once, but out of nowhere, several quick attacks appeared. They cut the monsters into pieces. Cheel turned back in shock. Kangwee extended his claws, calling them bad guys. His eyes shone brightly with rage. He rushed forward and began swinging his mana, attacking the monsters. Taram gritted his teeth, dodging the blow. He screamed. Even after seeing all this, people still couldn't tell right from wrong. The knight said that he clearly heard that those bastards had summoned monsters into this world, to which the other asked why their country was summoning monsters. Snake screamed loudly, asking when it came to punishing evil, shouldn't all methods and means be used, so they should think about their loved ones and friends who died. The guild looked forward menacingly. The magician furiously screamed that it was their appearance that had destroyed the world, then asked why they all always looked the same. The men in cloaks raised their canes up, activating a rockfall. Huge boulders began to fall from the sky quickly. Taram turned around, ordering them to dodge. Kangwee looked up menacingly. The two boys rushed forward, dodging the rocks. Taram swung his weapon while Kangwee swung his claws. Both of them pushed off the ground, rising into the sky. Taram asked who these crazy bastards were who intended to kill all the civilians too. The girl raised her staff up, activating a mega huge defensive shield. The rocks fell down quickly. At great speed, they crashed into the barrier. The boulders bounced sharply. They immediately shattered into small particles. Ilian pulled her staff forward, saying that magic should be fought with magic. Snake suddenly thought. Enraged monsters burst out from the portals. The rift suddenly began to glow brightly, opening. The knight held a heavy sword in his hands. The knight took a menacing step forward. The boys suddenly landed on the ground. Taram frowned, saying that the 8-star monster was a black knight, wondering why he was here. The villain looked forward furiously. The guild boys looked forward in fear. Snake said that if humans can stop the monster, then let them try. The knight took a loud step forward. Taram gritted his teeth in rage. The enraged opponent immediately jumped towards him. Their swords suddenly clashed with each other. Taram shouted loudly, calling for Kangwee. The divine beast shouted that it was already coming. Ears appeared on the back of its head. Jumping forward, the boy shouted that his blood had not boiled in his veins for a long time. He immediately directed a strong blow towards the monster. The knight slid along the ground. The boys defended themselves from the opponent, who menacingly swung his sword. Snake shouted loudly, "Before he comes back, we must finish everyone here." A bright splash of mana suddenly appeared in the sky. Taram looked up in bewilderment. Kangwee's eyes were shining brightly with anger. The knight stood menacingly in front of the boys. Kangwee and Taram rushed forward. The enemy took a step, gripping the weapon tightly. Sweeping the sword, he left a magical trace in the air. Kangwee soared above the knight. The knight's eyes glowed with mana. He turned back abruptly, grabbing the divine beast by the throat. Kangwee tried to scream in pain. The sword was quickly approaching his face. Taram's expression changed, calling out to Kangwee in fear. The protagonist rushed forward, knocking the knight's head off his body. Kibong tensed his cheekbones. A loud sound of the monster's knees hitting the ground was suddenly heard from behind him. Snake was very surprised, starting to tremble with anger. The helmet fell to the ground with a loud thud. The protagonist looked up. The shield leader looked at the protagonist. His subordinates were terrified. The enemy players were also very scared. The snakes were scared no less than the rest. Kibong looked at them and said that those who protect people. A powerful aura enveloped him and he finished speaking. They released monsters where people live. The monsters stood in place with their mouths open. The players also did not want to move from their place. The severed head of the Black Knight lay on the ground, but his body stepped forward. He stood in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, he rushed to attack. Kibong took a stance. The shield immediately turned to his comrades and shouted for everyone to retreat back, because if they were drawn into this fight, they would die. Everyone immediately started to run. The boss slammed his sword into the ground with all his might, but the protagonist was already above him. He swung his sword and prepared to attack. The next second, he pressed the enemy into the ground with all his might. The ground beneath the players began to shake and crack. Kibong's fist crushed the armor of the Black Knight. Having destroyed him, he stood up. Turning around, he took a few steps. He walked towards the players and asked them if this was really what they wanted, to release 8-star monsters in the center of the city. The people looked at the enemy in confusion. The protagonist suddenly stopped. Snake shouted loudly behind him that it was for the common good. Several people ran along the ground while the old man shouted, asking if the enemy was evil, then why avoid using the same evil against them. 2 people ran out in front of the players. Snake raised his staff and shouted, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, we must be determined. After all, this is a holy war." Sibon looked at him and said that he would regret this later. The old man from the sky looked at the guy and asked what he would do now. Would he really kill them all? Since it was him, then he would not do something like that, since he always acted like that. Taram looked at the protagonist's back and asked himself, is it true that he was not going to kill everyone? All the players looked at each other in silence, while Taram said to himself that if the guy killed them, then the truth would become an enemy of humanity. Sibon raised his fist. Seeing this, Snake was very surprised. The protagonist stood up. Then he slowly began to raise his hand back. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a girl from the side furiously screamed that from this moment on, all foreigners would be expelled from South Korea. Kangwee and Taram turned around in surprise. The SHIELD members also looked back. Even Kibong turned around in displeasure. They all saw the Prime Minister. Yubin stood on one side. Yui stood on the other side. Sengren continued to stand unwaveringly. Beads of sweat appeared on the people's faces. Snake frowned. He said menacingly that there was no need to be timid. Looking at the guys, he said that they were also on the same side as the monsters. With eyes burning with rage, the magician added that there was no need to hesitate and stand firm, because he would help. The guy raised his head up in fear, saying that they did not come to fight with people. The old man was angry. He called the foreigners fools because they were told that they would do all this for the sake of humanity. Snake whispered that there was nothing else to do. The old man pointed his cane at Simon, saying that the blame for all the deaths today would fall on his shoulders. Stretching his hand forward, he activated mind control. The magician confidently raised his hand with strong mana. It began to quickly descend towards the people. Sangren looked up, shouting loudly, carefully. The girl screamed menacingly, activating the anti-magic zone. A protective barrier enveloped everything around. Akko and Yui were very scared of the attacks. The foreigners bowed their heads down. The girl's eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist thought that he needed to sort this out as soon as possible, otherwise everyone gathered here would die. Sangren carefully turned her gaze to the side. The girl confidently said that she was counting on Yubin. The guy nodded his head positively. He and his team rushed forward. Grabbing the dagger, the guy deftly dodged. Yui menacingly raised her staff up, getting ready to attack. The Shield Guild charged forward, fighting the opponents. Snake shouted loudly for his men to kill the enemies at all costs. The protagonist took a step forward. He looked at the clones of the magician. The old man added, in the end, Simon's choice is destruction. The guy frowned, saying that he had no words, and then asked what would not be destruction. Snake ordered him to die by his own hands, because this is the last option he can choose if he still cares about humanity. The protagonist smirked, saying that this was absurd. The magician directed a blow forward, activating mind control. Mana flew down rapidly. Simon's body was enveloped in this mana. The system said that there was resistance to mind control. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He asked why the enemy did not run away, because he knew that it was useless. Snake slammed his cane into the air, shouting that they would not run away and their will would become a sharp spear that would pierce the boy's heart. A powerful mana suddenly rushed past him, cutting him off from finishing. Simon made half of his body disappear. He relaxed his fist. The protagonist looked up warily. The boy slowly walked forward. He came closer to the guild. The foreigners looked at him with puzzled eyes. Simon stopped next to Sangren. The girl passed by, asking for forgiveness and thanking him. The boy thought about it, saying if she wanted to apologize. With anger in his voice, he added for her to find the remaining bastards. Sangren turned to him, answering, "Okay." Near the protagonist's house, everything was destroyed. The people around were scared. At night, many black silhouettes gathered on the street. Taram, Ilian, Ju and the others were standing together. The Prime Minister was walking towards them. Seeing this, Ilian and Ju were very happy. Sangren nodded with a smile on her face. She stood in front of the girls. The head of the magic tower looked at her and asked if she had finally made a decision, to which she firmly answered yes. Then she frowned and said that she forgot that her people, her citizens, were more important than any other good deed. The guys looked at her silently. Yui and Yubin also did not take their eyes off her. Jack suddenly broke the silence, turning to her sister, who immediately nodded. With a wave of her hand, fire appeared. After that, she raised her sword up and shouted that from now on, no matter what. She looked up, adding, "They will protect this place." The players nodded. The members of the Shield Guild also nodded. The Prime Minister's burning sword illuminated everything around. Suddenly, the woman lowered her head and said, "The fate of the world." Without a trace of doubt in her eyes, she finished speaking, and was once again in his arms. At this time, in the mountains, there were two snakes standing on her. One of them looked into the distance and said that in the end, everything had gone wrong again. The second one nodded his head and said that he knew that he was strong, but seeing his power gave him goosebumps. Standing behind, he asked if the first one had really fought such a creature for countless hours. Then the first one, going down in his memories, said that it had been difficult, very difficult, truly. He remembered how everything around him was blazing in bright flames. Leaving his memories, he looked at the forests in the distance and said that everything here was still drowning in greenery and light. The second one looked at the first one and said that all his comrades were dead, only the two of them remained, and then asked what the plan was now. The first one lowered his head and answered that he thought that there was a way to defeat him if he gathered all his comrades together. Raising his head, he added that he thought he could get rid of him if the entire earth turned against him before he was fully prepared. Hearing this, the second one asked what he was talking about, let him tell him what his next plan was. Without answering the question, he asked if it was absurd that only his world was being destroyed. He narrowed his eyes and said angrily that if they could not save him. He raised his head and screamed furiously, "Then let's just destroy him to hell." The old man raised his hand to the sky. Seeing this, the second one asked what he was doing. A bright light illuminated the first one, and he replied that he was making his dream come true. Evil would be knocked out with evil. A powerful magical energy enveloped his hand. When the second one saw this, he screamed in horror for the old man to stop. The first one released a powerful magical beam. A huge portal began to form in the sky. The second one looked at this in fear and screamed, asking what kind of dimension he had just opened. The old man asked if he didn't know, since he knew the answer very well. The clone screamed loudly, ordering him to stop, to which Snake replied that he couldn't do that, since it was the only way left now. With eyes burning with rage, the clone screamed that it was a lie, asking how it could even be the only way left. Still holding his hand up, Snake replied if he couldn't save his world, then he couldn't save this one either. He gritted his teeth in anger. A blow flew into his chest at great speed. The old man turned to the clone, asking if he had really decided to betray their cherished wish. The clone whispered that it wasn't their cherished wish at all, but his cherished wish. The magician spat blood, calling him a traitor, but it was all useless since this land would also be engulfed in flames. Unable to stay on his feet, he fell. The rift suddenly closed in mid-air. Snake gritted his teeth, saying that in the end, everything turned out like this. The sky became overcast. It immediately started raining heavily outside. The cameras were pointed forward. Sangren stood behind the counter, saying that from now on she was declaring martial law in the Republic of Korea. The girl added menacingly that all foreign players in South Korea without a valid reason must leave the country. A girl from the crowd asked why Sangren was declaring martial law and whether it was somehow connected to the recent events. People began to shout that citizens were interested. The Prime Minister replied that they were doing this to protect themselves and fulfill their human duty, and there was no other reason. Suddenly, the broadcast ended. Snake appeared on the screen. The news said that the old man was wanted because he had ruined many lives. The man gritted his teeth, not understanding what was going on. But last time the villains burst in as if they were going to kill someone. His friend replied that the main thing for them was to somehow survive themselves. A strong blow of mana quickly flew forward. A bead of sweat from fear appeared on the man's face. A magical portal opened in front of the people, which surprised them. The people ran away in horror. The portal brightly illuminated everything around it. Mana suddenly appeared from it. The portal became larger and larger. The guys from the guild looked up in confusion. Cheel asked warily what it was. The guy from the guild asked if it was strange, because why did the portal open, but no one appeared from it yet. Cheel asked menacingly, does he know? Besides, strange things happen on every corner now. They looked closely at the portal. The lamps in the building were shining brightly. The protagonist was sitting on the couch, his arms folded across his chest. Sis worriedly asked if everything was okay. The guy looked up, asking what she was talking about. He said that he had a feeling that people were trying to provoke the girl at all costs. Sis said that he did not need to hold back, because it was black ingratitude and for the sake of people he had done so much. Kibong interrupted her, asking what exactly she wanted to say. The girl exhaled heavily, answering that she was simply offended. Turning around, she added that it would be better to return people's memories and tell them how much the protagonist had done for humanity, when suddenly Kibong asked if she was really going to tell everything. Sis asked her to at least not help people from now on, but just protect her family. The protagonist jumped up from the couch, calling out to her. The guy stroked the girl's head, asking her to throw away such thoughts. Sis whispered that the guy was an idiot. She put her hands on her hips, saying that he would definitely get hurt again and it would hurt him, because those who acted knowing that they would get hurt and feel pain were idiots. Kibong grinned maliciously. The girl frowned menacingly. She began to stamp her feet in anger, saying that the guy was a real fool. Sis suddenly opened the gate. She was very surprised, noticing movement ahead. She frowned and activated the perception disorder. The boy was suddenly surprised that he seemed to have seen something. Sis asked menacingly, what could be so good about such a stupid person like Simon? She quickly descended the stairs. Suddenly, something appeared in the air. The monster's eyes lit up with anger. Standing on the roof, he looked down. The next day had arrived. Sis walked down the street invisibly. Her face showed that she was tense. Suddenly, a bright red flash appeared in the sky. The next second, it became brighter. Suddenly, she threw herself to the ground. Jotters landed on the street. The townspeople turned away from the powerful flow of wind, but when they turned away, they saw no one. Jotters slowly rose to his feet. Sis looked at him in surprise. People passed by while she asked the monster why he came here. Looking at the girl, the monster answered that the end was approaching. Hearing this, Sis got angry and told Jotters not to speak a language he didn't really understand. Hearing this, the monster started speaking in binary code. Then the system asked, so what? Without moving, Jotters answered her question, and Sis, slightly lowering her head, said that it was not something he should worry about. Jotters suddenly cried out in displeasure. Hearing this, Sis gritted her teeth and said displeasedly that she would solve this problem herself, so he should not meddle in something that was none of his business. Jotters turned around. Before he could fly away, the system sternly told him not to even try to do something stupid, because otherwise she would finish him off with her own hands. The monster looked at her out of the corner of his eye. After a short pause, he began to walk away. He walked past the townspeople. Suddenly, he stopped and said that the settings had been reset. Having said this, he flew away. Sis looked around and said in her head with displeasure that Jotters was just continuing to cause unnecessary trouble for the protagonist. At this time, in the protagonist's house, everyone had gathered in the hall except Sis. Steve, Bongsun, and Lin were looking at Kibong. Ilian and Ju were also looking at the guy. Kangwei looked at the protagonist happily and asked what he was going to do now. Kibong looked at the tied animal and wondered if his memory was really erased. Kangwei leaned towards him with shining eyes and asked if he would find that bad old man and scold him properly. The protagonist remembered the Prime Minister and said to himself, even though she interfered, but if Snake decided to lie low, it would be difficult to find him. Leaving his memories, he folded his arms. Kangwei stood up and asked if he should try looking for the old man. Rubbing his nose, he added that he could remember his smell. Hearing this, Kibong exhaled and thought that it was probably better to find him before he did anything else. He turned to the guy and asked if he really needed to be entrusted with this. Kangwei raised his fist and joyfully shouted for the protagonist to trust him with finding the old man and he would be found in no time. Having said this, Kangwei jumped over Kibong. Sitting on the floor, he began to sniff. Bongsun looked at her brother and asked in confusion if he knew the man. Steve added that they really seemed very friendly. Ilian confirmed that although the divine beast had a bright appearance, he treated Kibong as if he had met an old friend, which was a bit unusual even for her eyes. The protagonist thought irritably that even if he rushed into a detailed explanation, the guys would not understand anything, since Sis had erased all their memories. The guy exhaled, answering that it was true. Standing up abruptly from the couch, he said that he would also be leaving for a while. The protagonist told Bensoon that it was dangerous for them outside, so it was better to stay safe at home. The girl's mind recalled the night. Frowning, she thought that it was a force that she would not be able to handle, but still not be able to help him in any way. Steve scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, wishing Saibong a safe return, and in his absence, he would protect this place. Bensoon suddenly hit him on the back with all her strength. The girls laughed maliciously. The protagonist nodded to them with a smile on his face. It was a clear day outside. The old man suddenly stopped in place. Snake held his heart. Frowning, he asked what he needed to believe in to finally kill that bastard. He thought irritably, no matter what the method, no matter the strength, nothing could break Saibong. He was thinking that even his own self from the multiverse, which was considered the final salvation, was actually trying to destroy the world. The mage suddenly fell to his knees. Looking up, he cried out in confusion, asking what he should even believe in and what he should do. A bright flash appeared in the sky. Mana quickly rushed forward. The blow flew at a high speed towards the mage. He looked ahead in confusion. Snake peered into the dust that had risen. The monster looked ahead menacingly with a burning gaze. The mage asked why the monster had only appeared before him now. He had no idea what the monster's will was, but he was sure of one thing: even though they were moving in different directions, he thought they had the same goal. The monster stuttered that it wanted to kill everyone, but was unable to do so. The old man knew that he was unable to do so, to which the monster added that a human could become the key. Snake put his hand to his chest, asking if he could do that, then asked if he could save humanity with his own hands. The monster got angry and rushed forward. It quickly pointed its hand towards the magician. The monster grabbed the old man's head, lifting it up. Snake's feet suddenly left the ground. The monster bared its teeth, ordering him to become a key. It looked menacingly at the old man. His body began to absorb mana. The monster continued to squeeze Snake's head. It suddenly raised it up, pulling the slime with it. Snake was sitting on one knee. He was bowing to the monster. The magician's head had massive horns. The monster looked forward with fury in its eyes. Looking at Snake, it ordered him to become a key with misfortune. The weather was clear above the forest. A quick movement appeared between the trees. Kangwei stretched his hand forward. With burning eyes, he and his friends ran forward. With a growl, the boy pointed forward, shouting that he was there. Kangwei immediately jumped up. All four of them quickly ran. The boy shouted with a grin that a foul stench was coming from there. The girl added with disgust that the smell was disgusting, to which the boy asked to speed up, because if they were late, then Kibong would scold them. At that very second, he pushed off, jumping up. His friends quickly rushed after him. There was silence in the desert. The divine door sniffed the ground. Kangwei rested his hands on his lower back and said that he was very tired. The tiger looked at him and said displeasedly that he was already exhausted, after which he asked if he had really weakened completely after sitting on human feeding, to which Kangwei replied that human food was delicious, after which he offered to try it too. The tiger looked at his friend with displeasure and said that if it were not for his request, he would never have descended to the world of people. Therefore, as soon as they finished with this matter, he would immediately return back. The hare standing behind was chewing grass and saying that the tiger was absolutely right, because there was not a single tasty blade of grass in this world. Suddenly, a terrifying energy began to rise from behind the mountains. Kangwei immediately looked in that direction. The hare stood next to him and said that anyone who looked would say that that side looked suspicious. Kangwei rarely rushed there, shouting that it was time to quickly end this. His friends rushed after him, and although he asked as he ran if they should report what they had seen to that person, were they sure they could handle it themselves. Kanwi turned around with a wide smile on his face and said that they could do it. The hare did not lag behind and said that he did not want to interfere in human affairs at all, but they were in debt, so he would have to do it. Holt ran ahead and answered the hare that he said the right thing, because thanks to that person, they, the divine doors, also escaped the wrath. That's right, Kangwi exclaimed happily, adding that Kibong had put in a lot of effort for them. The rabbit ran alongside and suddenly said, "By the way," without stopping, he asked why he had erased the memories of all the people, but left them, the divine beasts, untouched. Kangwi turned around with a smile on his face and replied that this was Kibong's will. The hare was embarrassed and said that if the boy liked that man so much, then let him become a man himself. Hearing this, Kangwi turned around happily and asked if he really thought that he should become a man. Suddenly, a column of dust appeared in front of them. A fist suddenly flew out of it. The monster hit Kangwi with all its might, causing him to fly back between the friends. Seeing this, they turned around in fear. At that very second, they suddenly stopped abruptly. Not far in front of them, they saw a one-eyed monster. Looking at this, Holt asked in surprise if there was really a monster in such a place, to which the hare replied that it was a summoned golem, which meant that the magician had summoned it. The monster laughed and said that they would not be able to pass. Kanwi was lying in a chest of broken stones. Getting up, he said discontentedly, "Here is a stone block." Getting to his feet, he said that this golem hit him painfully. Having said this, he rushed to attack. With one blow, he tore off the monster's head. The stones fell to the ground with a crash. The golem fell to his knees. Then suddenly he raised his body. Seeing this, Kanwi was very surprised. Suddenly the monster waved his hand, but the guy quickly reacted. The severed head of the golem flew up behind him. Kanwi deftly pushed off, after which they joined together. The guy landed neatly on the ground. In front of him, he saw two golems. Seeing this, the hare was surprised, and the rabbit explained that it was a magical golem. If its core was not destroyed, it would multiply endlessly like this. Raising his fist, Kanwi said with a smile on his face that it was necessary to find its core and destroy it. Having said this, he rushed to attack again. After a while, it was already dark. Kanwi was holding a stone in his hands, rejoicing at his success. The guy suddenly squeezed it in his hand with all his strength. The divine beasts asked him in bewilderment what he was doing. They shouted, asking if the guy had really spawned so many golems to destroy just one, to which Kanwi scratched the back of his head, answering that from now on, they all just need to be smashed to smithereens. The guy suddenly pursed his lips. A bright stream of mana immediately blinded the golems. With shining eyes, Kanwi asked what the problem was, even if there were 100 of these stones, or even 1,000. Holt frowned upon hearing these words. Tails appeared behind Kangwi. The bodies of the divine beasts were enveloped in strong mana. Kangwi threateningly ordered to kill all the monsters. All 4 of them jumped up, rushing forward. The ground began to tremble. Negative mana began to gather in the sky. Snake shouted that he had not felt so good in his soul for a long time. Sitting on the stone throne, he smiled maliciously. The sky continued to spin. The magician realized that the answer was so close, and here was the way to avoid the destruction of the world. Frowning, he said that if everything was destroyed by him, then naturally there would be nothing left to destroy. The monster directed its gaze forward. Taking a deep breath, it said that the first ones wishing to destroy this world have already appeared. Snake raised his finger up, shouting that they would not be able to destroy anything. Fiery boulders began to fly quickly from the sky. At great speed, they crashed onto the ground, raising dust. The stone monsters stood up. A huge angry crowd looked forward menacingly. Snake looked back from under his brows. A strong whirlwind suddenly rose in front of his face. The wind monsters laughed maliciously. The magician ordered them to go forward and cause destruction. He asked, "When there is nothing left to destroy, what will the destroyer crush?" A strong wind rose in the air. The monsters were getting closer and closer to the enemy. Kangwi heard a strange sound. Looking at the whirlwind, he realized that a serious game had begun. The divine beasts looked forward warily. One of them said that that creature looked strong. He asked fearfully if he should run away. Kangwi gritted his teeth, shouting, "Yes." The beasts looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, Ilian's staff appeared. Jiu, with a malicious smile, offered to fight them. The guy smiled, shouting that the girl had come just in time. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces. The hare was very surprised, saying that this man had a strange energy. The girl said that if they sent Snake's exact coordinates, then Cybin would immediately come here, but they could try to test their strength once. The guys nodded positively. The divine beasts looked at them warily. They all rushed forward, shouting that they could do it too. The street lights were dimly lit. Sis was swinging alone on the swing. She thoughtfully looked down. A guy came up to her and called out to the girl. The protagonist asked if she had let off at least a little steam. Sis smiled, answering, "Of course," and her heart always remains the same for Cybin. She asked why the guy didn't ask where she had gone. The protagonist thought about it. Sis looked into his eyes with a sweet smile. Without taking his eyes off the girl, the guy asked if she would tell him if he asked. Sis smiled. She looked at the gentleman and asked if it was natural for her to give an answer since she always followed his words. Then the protagonist calmly said that he had no intention of asking her. The system closed its eyes and said that it was to be expected since there was no one in the world who believed in him except him. Kibong smiled. Turning around, he suddenly asked where everyone else was. Even Kangwi was nowhere to be found. Then Sis, looking at the gentleman, said that not only Kangwi, but other people had also left this place. Hearing this, the guy turned around and asked if they had left. Sis nodded and answered yes, adding that they seemed to want to help him at all costs before he changed his mind. Looking at the girl in surprise, Kibong asked if that was how, then turned to her. He remembered stroking Kangwi and said that no matter how much he thought, it seemed like he had not lost his memory. Leaving his memories, he raised his hand to his chin. Sis also put her finger to her chin and said that if she thought about it, that was true. Kibong clenched his fist. He looked closely at the system and said that he wanted to know for sure who exactly had the memories and why that happened. Sis grabbed her chin and thoughtfully said that it was really interesting, since she was sure that she had erased everyone's memories, which was why even villains like Snake were making such a fuss to find the memories. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that that was true, except for Kangwi, Tarim, and the Prime Minister. Everyone seemed to have their memories erased. Sis looked away in confusion and said that that was indeed the case, which was why the situation seemed strange, then added that she thought that she had left the Prime Minister's memories in order to make everyday life more convenient. Hearing this, the guy was surprised and asked if she really left her memories. Sis hit herself on the head and replied that she had no other choice. One could say it was some kind of administrative favor so that he could live in peace. The protagonist frowned and asked if she was sure she had nothing to do with the other memory anomalies. Yes, the girl answered firmly, adding that it was definitely not her. While still sitting on the swing, she suddenly asked how about giving the others a chance to reminisce a little about how things had unfolded. Shouldn't people know what he did and how he did it? Then the protagonist calmly said that there was no need for that, after all. He didn't do it because he wanted anyone to know, and if they knew everything, nothing would change much. Sis exhaled heavily and said that, however, people didn't know what he did, and every time they had a grudge against him, her insides clench. Hearing this, the guy asked if she was offended. The system looked up at Kibong and replied that she was not offended, but rather unpleasant. Standing next to her, he asked if she was unpleasant. He grabbed the chain of the swing and said that she had also gone through many difficulties, but she hadn't told anyone about it. Having said this, he lightly pushed the swing. While swinging, the girl asked who said that. She just did that to herself because her heart bleeds just thinking about the master. Putting his hands under her back, the protagonist turned to Sis. When she turned around, he used all his strength and furiously shouted at her to turn around because it spoiled his mood. The girl began to spin on the swing at high speed. She screamed in horror with tears in her eyes. While the system screamed, Kibong turned around. Turning around, he said that he hoped that she would not make the worst choice. Some time passed, it was still night outside. Sis sat on the stopped swing. Looking at the sky, she asked if the protagonist would be able to make the same choice when this moment came again. At this time, there was silence in the desert. Kangwi clenched his hand tightly into a fist. It was clear from his face that he was very tired. The divine beasts looked menacingly ahead. Ilian narrowed her eyes. Ju pursed her lips, looking ahead intently. Akko and Yui stayed close to each other. Kangwi saw the blows in the air, shouting that the monsters were advancing again. The boulders began to fall down quickly. The monsters opened their mouths wide in rage. Holt asked if it wasn't better to retreat now, since he was slowly approaching his limit. The girl sadly added that her internal energy was exhausted and she was already quite hungry. Kangwi was surprised, asking if they were really exhausted because of such a trifle, so they should remember their old years. Holt asked what years. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. The monsters roared loudly. Kangwi turned around. He ordered Ju to show his abilities to those ignorant bastards. The divine beasts were very surprised to hear these words. The girl smiled and replied that this was her first time casting a spell on so many objects, so she wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. She carefully raised her hand up. Her bracelet suddenly glowed as she called out to the divine beasts. Their bodies were enveloped in powerful mana at that moment. The hair began to grow stronger. Kangwi's eyes glowed brightly. Ready to fight, the beast took a step forward. Holt looked at his paw, wondering how this was even possible. The girl added that she felt like she was reborn, and then asked if she would be able to feel something like that if she trained for 100 years. With a smile on his face, Kangwi asked if it was time for them to rush into battle again, since they shouldn't wait too long and deal with the monsters in one fell swoop. The divine beasts with glowing eyes rushed forward menacingly. Snake was perplexed, asking why. The magician immediately grabbed his head. he suddenly realized that the beasts were the enemies of humanity. The monster looked up at the vortex, adding that since it was the key to saving humanity, it needed to destroy the beasts once and for all for humanity. The silhouette suddenly burst out of the vortex. Snake said that destruction should most likely precede the moment of salvation. He wondered if it was in vain that he killed that bastard. The monster thought about how a person who did not belong to this world dared to take the initiative. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he was the key to saving humanity. Snake released the monsters, adding that his actions were the truth. The boys looked up in confusion, noticing the monsters. Ilian shouted in fear that they needed to hurry, because it seemed that Snake had finally lost his mind. Kangwee replied that they would have to work hard for a little while longer, to which Ju agreed with him. Turning around, the girl thought that the divine beast clearly knew about her abilities. Memories of their first meeting and when Kangwee said that he hadn't felt this feeling in a long time came to mind. Ju watched him go, wondering how he knew about it. Ilian grabbed the staff, asking them to also gather their willpower, to which Yui added that it was their turn to step forward. Akko quickly ran forward, shouting that for Yui, those monsters were nothing to him. Ilian's magic seal suddenly appeared in the air. A powerful stream of fire burst out from Yui's staff. Akko slammed the staff onto the ground with all his might, blocking the monster's movements. A bright sunset was above the building. Sangren folded her arms across her chest. She menacingly asked if they still couldn't find that bastard, to which her servant replied that a report had been received that his exact coordinates would soon be calculated. The girl said that as soon as they found the enemy, they should immediately pass the information to Kibong, and then this country would continue to live. The Prime Minister looked ahead. The girl thoughtfully looked at the sun setting behind the horizon. For a while, the city was quiet. A man was reporting on the news that they were asking all residents of Gyeonggi to evacuate to a safe place, so they were reporting again that the sky had opened. The townspeople were looking at a huge TV and heard that all residents of Gyeonggi should evacuate to a safe place. The boy looked at his mother and asked what it meant that the sky had opened, to which the woman replied that it meant that terrible monsters could appear from the sky. She took her son's hands and ran. The soldiers stood up to defend themselves. There were tanks almost everywhere. Colonel stood at the head of one such barricade. Having finished his cigar, he threw it on the ground. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked discontentedly why he did not have a single peaceful day. He looked up at the sky and asked if the monsters had screwed up something or if the people had done something stupid. Juin, who was standing nearby, asked if it was important now. The old man looked at her and said that she was right. The main thing was that they could protect their country. The soldiers were holding modified weapons in their hands. Colonel took the weapons in both hands and said that it was time to protect everyone because that was their job. Without moving from his place, he added, because someone was probably already doing someone else's job. At this time, the desert became very dark. There were many corpses of monsters lying on the ground. Ilian raised her staff and screamed, a gust of wind. The next second, a powerful tornado appeared above her. The monsters in the sky began to be sucked in. At this time, Akko rushed to the attack. He destroyed several monsters at once with one blow of his spear. Stopping, he knelt down. He wiped the sweat from his chin and asked why there was no end to the monsters. Yui stood next to him and excitedly said that she herself did not know, but nevertheless, they were better. At this time, Ju stood with her arms outstretched. She was giving her energy to the divine beasts, who were telling her to stop or she might get into trouble. Ju removed her hands and said that they would rest for a while. After saying this, she lowered them. The bracelet on her hand went out. Kangwee's friends returned to their normal state. Hare approached Kangwee and said that they were all very tired, so it would be better to retreat for a while. The guy looked at his friends and said excitedly that the sky had already opened and the monsters had slowly begun to appear, and if they did not find out the exact location of that old man, they would not be able to contact Kibong. Ilian approached them and quietly said that it was true. If they were even a little late, there was no telling what that crazy guy would do. Looking at his comrades, Kangwee said that Snake was definitely somewhere nearby, so they needed to move forward a little more. At this time, a little deeper in the desert, Snake in the form of a monster was moving forward. His body was terrifying. He was looking ahead with burning eyes. He was walking ahead of his army of monsters. Kangwee and Hoda were watching. Suddenly, they saw a monster with a horn on its forehead. Looking at it, Kangwee asked in surprise what it was, adding that it was necessary to check it out. Suddenly, the tiger put its hand on his shoulder. It held him tightly and said that it was necessary to simply inform the protagonist of the location of that old man. Then Kangwee, looking down, said that he did not want to put too much weight on Kibong's shoulders. Ilian quietly said from behind that if they called or used magic, Snake would immediately notice. Ju looked at her comrades and suggested that they leave here. The tiger immediately turned to Kangwee. Suddenly, the guy noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Taking a closer look at Snake, he wondered if the strange monster standing next to him had really disappeared. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The monster with the horn was above the boys' heads at the time. It was staring at them with its glowing eyes. Kanghui raised its head and said in confusion that they had been discovered. The sacred animals were very scared. Yui and Akko tensed up. Ilian took out a magic stone and said that since they had been discovered anyway, she would contact it right away. But unexpectedly for her, the monster appeared behind her. The next second, it grabbed her hand. The girl dropped the magic stone in fear. Out of despair, she screamed loudly, calling for lightning. A magic seal appeared above them, from which lightning bolts were released. They hit the monster, who immediately let go of Ilian. Freed, the head of the magic tower knelt down. At the same moment, the boys jumped up. Akko and the divine beasts attacked the monster from above. They made many quick attacks, but the monster only narrowed its eyes. Suddenly, it swung its leg at the evil fox. The boy hit him with all his might and flew back many meters. The divine beast saw how the boy flew into the nearest stone, raising dust. The monster's appearance suddenly dissolved. It appeared behind the unsuspecting divine beasts. It hit the ground with all its might, raising dust and dirt. It was a rare sight for just one monster to attack everyone at once. The monster defeated 2 divine beasts with one blow. Ju looked at the monster in horror and realized that it had at least 8 stars. At this time, the protagonist's street was quiet. There were many soldiers and people from the Shield Guild there. There was no one on the playground, except for Sis. Suddenly, a portal began to open next to her. Ilian appeared from there. She fell to the ground exhausted. Raising her head, she shouted to the system that they had found him, and then asked to transmit the coordinates to Mr. Kibong. Sis did not react at all. After a short pause, she looked at the head of the magic tower and coldly asked why she would hand them over. Hearing this, Ilian was very confused and asked what the system was talking about. Sis looked at her with disdain in her eyes and said that at this rate, Mr. Kibong would have to suffer and get injured again for the sake of the people, and then asked if she really thought that she would help them with this. The head of the magic tower was speechless. The system exhaled heavily. Closing her eyes, she said that everyone must be on the verge of death, but there was nothing that could be done. After saying this, she opened a portal. Jumping to her feet, Ilian did not understand anything, and Sis told her that it was time to go. Looking at the portal, the head of the Magic Guild wondered if it was without that person, adding that she seemed to be using magic well, but the opponent was an 8-star monster. At this time, Kwang He was breathing heavily. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his opponent and said that he needed to hold on a little longer, then asked if he hadn't said he would come. He was kneeling in front of the monster with his last strength. Suddenly, the monster broke away. He jumped on the divine beast. Seeing this, Kanghui prepared to defend himself, when suddenly a powerful stream of magic hit the monster. A bright flash illuminated everything. Kanghui stood with his face covered in his hands. When he lowered his hands, he saw Sis standing nearby. The girl raised a smoking finger and asked in displeasure how it was possible not to deal with just one such creature. Blowing on her finger, she said that this is why Lord Kibong has to protect too many. Ilian, seeing this, said in her head in shock, not only was a movement in space done, but also the use of such magic. To use magic, an instrument is needed that becomes an intermediary for the deployment of flows of magical power, and a conclusion that materializes the will. When these two aspects become one, a phenomenon called magic appears. Looking at Sis, the head of the magic tower wondered if she was really using magic without a staff or voicing a spell. A monster rushed at the system. She pointed her finger at the air and said that she was in a hurry. A powerful energy enveloped her and the monster. The next second, the monster flew away from her. Flying into the mountain, it split it, raising dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw that there was little left of the monster. Sis lowered her finger and ordered the monster to sit still. The monster immediately fell to its knees. A powerful magical energy enveloped it. Suddenly, the glow died out. Sis slowly approached it. Putting her finger to her chin, she thoughtfully said that this form did not come from her, but whose handiwork did it then? The monster looked at its rival with glowing eyes. Receiving no answer, the system exhaled heavily. Turning around, she said that everything was fine, adding that although she did not like doing this, for the sake of the main character, she could take such a step. Having said this, she raised her hand to the sky. A huge hammer appeared in the sky. A bright glow illuminated the surprised faces of the girls. The sacred animals were also very surprised. The next second, the hammer began to fall on the monster. At that moment, it crashed down on him. Stones and dust flew in all directions. A bright flash blinded everyone around. When the light died down, there was nothing at the site of the collision. Sis was standing in clouds of dust. Turning around, she asked who was next in line where they should go to meet the annoying bugs. The guys looked at her in confusion. Some time passed, and the sky was still dark. The whole team was walking along the road. Kanghui caught up with the system and said that it was very strong, but Kibong must definitely be here. Hearing this, the girl did not turn around and retorted with displeasure that calling the protagonist over something like this was the height of tactlessness. After saying this, she looked at the boy and ordered him to pick up the scent and not waste time. Kanghui immediately crouched down. The tiger and rabbit did the same. The hare joined them. Suddenly, a monster jumped out at them. At that moment, a powerful magical attack destroyed it. The monster fell dead, and Sis stood with her finger outstretched. Pointing at the tornado, she said that the old man seemed to be over there. Kanghui raised his head and replied that that was right, since the scent was coming from there. Ilian approached the system and asked how about approaching the target after they were fully restored. Yui, Ju, and Akko stood to the side, worried. The system turned to them and asked what was the point if they would be of no use anyway. What? The head of the magic tower asked in surprise. Sis turned away and replied that they could not help her even if they fully restored their powers. Having said this, she stepped towards the raging tornado. The boys looked after her with excitement. The tornado raged more and more. Sis suddenly stopped. She was standing a few steps away from the epicenter. She looked at it and said with displeasure that where was it, adding that the old man knows how to annoy people. Having said this, she raised her hand and said that he stopped sending his pawns and went out. Waving her hand, she used destruction. Her magic power destroyed the tornado. Kanghui looked at this in surprise. Sis stood with her hand outstretched when she heard an ominous voice that said, so it was her. Snake appeared in the ravaged tornado and finished speaking. A child using magic never seen before. Ju and Ilian shook with fear. The divine beasts felt the same way. The system was very embarrassed and said that they were like cockroaches, no matter how many you kill, there is no end to them. Hearing this, the monster became angry and said that his brothers gave their lives for humanity. Emitting a powerful magic wave from himself, he shouted at the girl not to insult them. Spreading his arms to the side, he released another wave, stronger than the last one. Such a force threw all of Sis's comrades back. The system created a protective barrier around itself. When everything calmed down, the old man said that she was definitely a master of her craft, but she was not his opponent. The system smiled and asked if that was really true. Snake extended his hand towards her. Before attacking, he told her to try to stop it. After saying this, he released a powerful stream of flame towards the girl. He quickly swallowed her. The old man stood with his hand outstretched and said that he was now free from the restrictions of magic, and then asked if she dared to say that she could defeat him. Without taking his eyes off the fire, he said that in that case, Sis should burn to ashes, adding that he would kill the boy she served in the same way. But suddenly, the voice of the system was heard from the flames, mockingly asking how he was going to deal with Saiban with such a paltry force. When the fire dissipated, the girl under the protective barrier said discontentedly that there was no escape from them, and then asked why they always annoyed her master. Seeing his opponent, Snake tilted his head and asked if she could really withstand this heat. Sis pointed her finger at the enemy and replied that something so trivial would not even leave a scratch on her body, and then added that he should watch how to use magic. Having said this, she extended her arms and released a powerful stream of fire at her opponent. The old man raised his hands to protect himself from the furious flames. Absorbed in the fire, he realized that this was tetrahedral magic. Sis did not stop and created several magical seals above herself at once. Each of them immediately released its own element. But suddenly the girl said loudly, "Stop." Time stopped. The system slowly approached her frozen opponent. The old man looked at her and asked how she dared to use time magic on him, a time mage. He became very angry and began to shake. Sis stood in front of him and said that he would forever remain trapped in time and would suffer eternal pain because he was just a bug that dared to annoy Mr. Saiban. A huge magical seal appeared above Snake. It suddenly began to suck the old man inside. Resisting with all his might, Snake screamed that it couldn't be because he had never heard or seen such magic. In his eyes, he saw the black silhouette of Sis with glowing eyes, asking how about 5,000 years, adding that if he survived until then, they would see each other again. After saying this, the magic seal absorbed the old man. Turning around, the girl snapped her finger and said that the bug was eliminated. She had a satisfied smile on her face, but suddenly her face changed. Shock appeared in her eyes. She slowly lowered her gaze. She saw Jotters pierce her with his hand through and through. Time passed, and Ilian and Ju were horrified. Kanghui clutched his chest. The divine beasts were surprised. The pierced Sis tried to turn around. Jotters looked at her and said that the homunculus locked himself in that place with his own hands. The eyes of the system suddenly lit up and she asked displeasedly where he pulled his paws. A powerful magic ball appeared above them. The next second, a terribly powerful lightning struck both of them. The same lightning rushed towards the boys. Putting out their staffs, Yui and Ilian set up an impenetrable barrier. The lightning struck the protective wall, but the first wall was easily broken. Seeing this, the head of the magic tower applied all her strength and asked herself what level of magic Sis had. At this time, the system jumped away from the monster a distance. Jotters stared at her and said that he was re-evaluating the enemy's combat power from SS to SSS. Having said this, he stepped towards the girl. Sis frowned and asked displeasedly, did he really want to see the end? Not a bad idea. In this case, the protagonist will not even have to lift a finger. Slowly approaching, the monster said that the probability of winning was 99.8%. Having said this, it took off. Suddenly, it was above the system's head. The next second, it hit her with all its might, but the girl put up a protective dome. His blow did not penetrate the defense, and Sis lowered her finger and asked who allowed her to be above her. The monster was immediately pressed to the ground. Lying on the ground, Jotters said, confirmation of the hypergravity phenomenon, adding that it reduces gravity. Having said this, it jumped high. Seeing this, Sis smiled and said that it was very interesting that magic did not affect it, and then asked how about it. At that moment, the ground shook. Ilian, Yui and the others looked at their feet in shock. Huge stone blocks rose from the ground. Sis spread her arms, holding the blocks next to her. Jotters, seeing this, was very surprised. Suddenly, boulders flew at him. There was a powerful impact, and stones flew in all directions. Ilian covered her face with her hand from the powerful wave of dust and wind. Watching with one eye, the head of the magic tower asked if the system really crushed the earth into pieces and threw it at him. Was that possible? Clouds of dust obscured the entire view. Being under the protective barrier, Sis said with a smile on her face, if magic does not work on him, then a significant mass should work. Because this is the most direct force, when such a huge mass collapses, even a super high-level monster will not be able to survive. Suddenly, the ground shook. Dust rose into the sky again, and stones flew in all directions. A black silhouette appeared in the dust. When the dust settled, Jotters appeared. Seeing the monster, Sis was embarrassed and said that he was a tough nut to crack. Jotters looked at her and said that he was waiting for the moment when the two of them would separate, so she wouldn't be able to escape today. Hearing this, the system tilted its head and asked if he was tired of living, really, and thought that he could catch her without the protagonist around. Without a trace of fear in her eyes, she mockingly asked if he was afraid of Kibong, since he was aiming at her for no particular reason. Without moving, Jotters said that everything has its own turn. Sis was very tense, because she realized that magic didn't work on the monster, which meant that she was at a disadvantage. After thinking this, she frowned and sternly ordered them to leave this place. After that, she added that she would buy some time. Hearing this, the girls behind her were very surprised. What? Ilian and Yui asked at the same time, confused. Ju and the divine beast tiger were excited. Suddenly, Kangwei raised his fist and shouted, suggesting that everyone fight together. Sis glanced at them out of the corner of her eye and firmly said, no, because their presence here would only hinder her. Hearing this, Kangwei became very embarrassed. At this time, Jotters took off. Suddenly, he rushed to attack. Seeing this, Sis was very scared. But unexpectedly, the monster flew past her. Ilian and Yui were horrified. The system turned sharply, stretched out its arms and used gravity enhancement. A terrifying magical force fell on Jotters, but the monster did not even move. With glowing eyes, it continued to fly, saying that once immunity appeared, then using the same trick again is useless. Jotters quickly approached Sis's comrades. Akko suddenly turned to Yui and said that it seemed that he could still be useful. He jumped out in front of her, and the girl screamed loudly, no, not this time. He raised his spear and without a drop of fear in his voice said that for Yui, he would not mind giving up his life. After saying this, he tightly gripped the weapon and shouted, a copy of the dungeon. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a quick movement in front of him. Jotters was met by a fist. The protagonist hit the monster in the face with all his might, causing it to fly backwards. It bounced off the ground, leaving behind clouds of dust. The evil fox and Yui looked forward in surprise. The protagonist stood in front of him. Raising his fist, Saiban asked in anger how the monster dared. Sis turned to him. The protagonist glared at her. Calming down, he asked if she was okay, to which she replied, yes. Walking further, he said that he was glad to hear it, but let her wait a little. The system suddenly shouted after him to be careful. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around and asked in displeasure if she really meant it to him. Sis was confused and answered, no, adding that it was that monster that needed to be careful. When Saiban heard this, he immediately turned away. Jotters suddenly jumped out from under the piles of stones. Seeing the crack in his chest, he said that the limit of physical resistance had been exceeded and fighting was impossible. Having said this, the monster raised its head to the protagonist. At the same moment, Saiban appeared in front of him. His eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He delivered a powerful blow, causing Jotters to fly into the sky. The monster opened its mouth in terrible pain. Bent over in pain, he said that the body's reaction speed was decreasing. It was necessary to retreat. The current percentage of winning was 0, and when re-entering the fight, the chances of winning were 50%. As soon as he said this, a portal opened behind him. The monster immediately rushed into it. The next second, the portal began to close. Jotters was on the other side of the portal and watched it close. But suddenly, the protagonist's hand burst out from there. Saiban grabbed the monster by the neck. Having done this, he pulled him towards himself. With a sharp movement, he pulled Jotters' head out of the portal. The monster looked at his opponent in shock. The protagonist looked at the monster with contempt in his eyes. Swinging, he said that it would hurt. The protagonist's fist was already at the monster's face. Jotters tried to raise his hands, saying that it was impossible to dodge, they needed to go on the defensive. At the same second, Kibong hit the monster with all his might. Jotters flew into the ground at a gigantic speed. With his body, he left a huge stone crater under him. His head was split, but he said, dysfunction. But suddenly he saw the protagonist flying at him. Enveloped in a powerful aura, Kibong was quickly approaching. Swinging, he said that the monster was strong. Looking at the enemy, Jotters said that it was impossible to dodge, there was a 100% chance of losing physical defense upon impact. As soon as he finished speaking, an insanely powerful explosion was heard. The ground shook, making it difficult for the guys to stand. When the dust settled, Kibong stood with his fist raised. Under him was a giant crater from the impact. Running up to the master, Sis said that the monster seemed to have escaped. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that he felt like he had struck it. The system smiled in confusion and apologized for acting on its own. The guy cancelled the technique and asked the girl how her body was, to which she closed her eyes and replied that it hurt a little. She kept her hand on the hole in her stomach. The protagonist watched this tensely. Sis suddenly brought her hand to her head and said that she was getting sleepy. After saying this, she buried her forehead in the protagonist's chest. Kanghui immediately rushed to them, joyfully shouting that he knew that Kibong would come. The protagonist handed Sis to the guy and asked him to take her. Looking at him, he firmly said that he was responsible for her with his head, adding that Kanghui would bring her home safe and sound. The sacred beast picked up the girl in his arms and said that he would do so he could rely on him. The protagonist then turned to Ilian and spoke to her. He asked her with eyes full of hatred and anger if she could find that bastard who had just escaped right now. Ilian stared at the boy and wondered if he was a sacred beast, why she felt like he had a very long time on him. After a short pause, she narrowed her eyes and said to herself that she was the head of the magic tower, which meant she could find that creature. The protagonist went on, ordering the girl to find Jotters. Approaching the others, he ordered them to return home and wait, because this was not an enemy they could handle. The guys listened to him silently. Each of them felt it. The divine beasts did not say anything either, and it was difficult to deal with the current enemy. Kanghui looked at the protagonist and firmly said that they would be home, but if he needed help, he would have to call them. Everyone present understood that they needed to become even stronger. At this time, on planet Earth, the continent of South America, there were many powerful explosions. They occurred both on water and on land. Fire shot out of cracks in the ground. Horrible monsters burst out. The water began to swarm with water monsters. In one of these holes there was lava, and it was Jotters with a hole in his chest. He plunged into the lava and said that all protection was lost, life support functions were lost, 5% of consciousness was retained. After he said that urgent restoration was needed, the lava completely swallowed him. There was nothing left of him. After some time, a woman on the news reported that martial law had now been declared in South America. Monsters were appearing from time to time throughout the country. Residents listened attentively as they said that in addition, eliminating previously appeared monsters was becoming a big problem, after which they asked citizens to return to their daily lives, but to check text messages about safety in case of possible cataclysms. The protagonist and Ilian looked at the TV with interest. The protagonist looked down and asked if it was Jotters who summoned these monsters. Ilian looked at him and asked if he was referring to the monster they were currently chasing. No, she said firmly, then explained that it was Snake, who had become a monster due to a distorted sense of justice. Hearing this, Saiban became embarrassed and said, a distorted sense of justice, then. The city was undergoing repair work on houses, and the head of the magic tower said that the old man believed that his actions would save humanity because he believed that the protagonist would destroy this world. They were walking down the street, and then Saiban asked her why she was so sure. Descending into her memories, Ilian remembered Snake's power and answered that he was a magician who controlled time. She also heard that he used his powers to show people an illusion of the future. He wanted to show that the protagonist and his confidants were connected to monsters, which is why people believed his words and became hostile towards him. Hearing this, Kibong looked at the girl and asked why she did not join them. Without looking at the guy, Ilian quietly replied that she did not know. Closing her eyes, she said that she had a well-developed intuition, so she thought that the path was not the return. The protagonist looked at her out of the corner of his eye and told her to use her intuition to quickly find the escaped monster, because she had been looking for him for too long. A flash of light flashed in the sky. Magic power descended down to the construction site. After that, it flew even lower. A few seconds later, it was above Ilian. It turned out to be a small green butterfly, which the head of the magic tower looked at menacingly. Stretching out her hand, she firmly said that she found him, adding that perhaps due to the injury received, there was an energy leak, so she knew his approximate location. Hearing this, the protagonist ordered to lead him there, to which the girl confusedly asked her to listen. She looked at the guy with a worried expression and said that due to the martial law, a spell blocking teleportation was currently in effect throughout the country, and if they chased after him using magic, he would immediately notice them and run away again. Hearing this, Kibong turned to Ilian and asked what she was suggesting then, to which she replied that in her current state, using teleportation was too difficult. Perhaps if that girl were here, she would be able to do it. She imagined Sis in her head and said to herself that she was a mage whose potential was limitless, so she would definitely be able to handle this task. The protagonist, without moving from his place, said that Sis was currently recovering, so he would not be able to use her help, and then asked what they should do in this case, to which Ilian replied that they had only one way left. Hearing this, Kibong was surprised. A bus was driving along the road. The protagonist sat inside and asked discontentedly if this was really her way, to which the head of the magic tower, sitting in front, answered yes, since it was too far to walk. Kibong looked out the window and thought that he could just fly there, when suddenly he saw monsters flying through the sky through the window. The bus stopped abruptly. The driver left his seat and told the passengers that a message had been received about monsters appearing nearby, so everyone should evacuate to the nearest shelter. Everyone began to get off the bus. After leaving the transport, the protagonist looked at the sky. Lowering his head, he said that there were still too many monsters. Flying monsters were destroyed with special weapons right in the air, while Ilian said that monsters appearing at portals are easy to deal with, but monsters appearing randomly are more difficult to deal with, and they cause significant damage. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the girl and asked the magic tower, what is she doing anyway? Ilian turned to the guy and replied that the magic tower is a community of wizards, which includes most of the mages. They share knowledge and eliminate threats to the world. Without taking his eyes off the girl, Kibong asked, does that mean they destroy those monsters too? To which Ilian exclaimed in confusion, of course. Next to him, a boy was crying bitterly, shouting that he was very afraid. The driver not far from them looked at the monster and asked what the military and guilds do in general. The protagonist paid attention to the crying boy, after which he asked to lend him his candy. The boy had a lollipop in his mouth. In that same second, it disappeared. Kibong held it in his hand. Then he put it on his middle finger. After that, he released it with great speed. The lollipop instantly reached the monster. Upon impact, the monster was torn into small pieces. Seeing this, people began to rejoice and shout that the monster was defeated. Ilian was also happy and shouted to the protagonist if he saw it, adding that it was undoubtedly magic used by one of the magicians of their magic tower. Kibong closed his eyes and replied, it seemed so. The crying boy suddenly realized that he did not have a lollipop. He suddenly shouted loudly that his candy was gone, and upon hearing this, the protagonist was confused. The bus was moving along the road next to the high mountains. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, sitting on the seat. Ilian smiled, saying that the guy seemed bored. He must have not traveled by bus for a long time. There was no public transportation during the cataclysm, so it was not surprising. Kibong frowned, saying that it was true. The memories of his trips on public transportation were so old that they were blurry spots. The girl widened her eyes, wondering if the protagonist only traveled by private car. She turned her head, asking if she could ask one question. The guy allowed her to do so. Ilian looked to the side, asking where they met, because she had no idea such a mage existed. The girl imagined Sis with brightly shining eyes, thinking about her, who had reached a level that she could not even dream of as a mage. Ilian smiled, saying that she would like to get to know her better. Kibong closed his eyes, inviting her to him and saying that he would arrange a meeting with Sis for her. The head of the magic tower clenched her hands into fists and opened her mouth. The bus pulled up to the stop. The heroes got off the vehicle. The guy looked into the distance, asking if the monster was here. Ilian opened her mouth slightly, saying that it was. It might seem too obvious, but there weren't many people here, so it was a good place to hide. Bright streams of energy surrounded the girl's body. She said that she would ask the spirit of the wind to scan a large area. A green sphere appeared around the heroes. It increased in size. The sphere expanded over a large distance. Bright green particles appeared in the air above the heroes. Ilian pointed her finger forward, suggesting that the monster was there. The protagonist frowned, saying that they needed to go there. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, suggesting using a flight spell. Kibong grabbed her by the waist. Ilian opened her mouth in surprise. The hero asked her to hold on tighter. The guy turned his foot on the ground. They moved forward, leaving a bright trace in space. Ilian clenched her hands into a fist. The guy looked forward. The girl opened her mouth wide, thinking that this was not magic. She did not understand how the hero could move like this. The heroes were rapidly approaching a high mountain. Kibong gritted his teeth, asking if the monster was in the right mountain. The girl opened her eyes wide, confirming his words. The heroes moved forward, leaving a bright trace behind them. The flow of energy was approaching the top of the mountain. The guy and the girl sank to the ground. Kibong looked forward, saying that there was no one here. Ilian frowned, saying that the monster was definitely here because she felt its presence. The guy looked down, assuming that he was there. The girl opened her eyes wide. Ilian smiled, saying that this could not be. The protagonist looked at her, asking if there was life on this mountain. The head of the magic tower closed her eyes and raised her hand up. There was a blue sky above the high mountain. Ilian opened her mouth, sighing heavily. Kibong looked at the girl, saying that he hadn't seen a large scam like this for a long time. There was nothing alive except for plants. The guy frowned, looking down. He turned to the girl, asking her to step aside. The hero jumped into the air. Kibong clenched his hand into a fist, raising it above his head. He moved towards the ground, leaving a bright trace in space behind him. The flash raised streams of dust and stones into the air. Ilian covered her face with her hand, summoning a protective sphere around herself. A hole formed in the ground, from which cracks extended. The protagonist put his fist forward, continuing to move downwards. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, looking at the hole that formed in the mountain. She went inside, her eyes wide in surprise. Kibong stood by streams of bright lava. The girl landed next to him. The guy frowned, asking if it was here. Ilian widened her eyes, saying that it was true. The protagonist looked forward, asking how to pull out the monster. The girl frowned sadly, saying that for sis it would be easy. She looked at the guy, thinking that in her case there was no way to do it. Even if she put up a barrier, it would not last long, because the human body is not able to survive in magma. The girl looked at the bright lava flows, thinking that if it was a player, then for some time he would be able to withstand the hellish heat, but along the way to look for an enemy and engage in a fight with him is beyond human capabilities. Ilian looked forward, asking for forgiveness because she is not competent enough, so she does not know a way to penetrate the thickness of the magma. Kibong widened his eyes, saying that if they cannot enter, then they need to make the monster come out from there. The girl looked at the bright streams of energy that enveloped his body. She asked how he was going to do this. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly, and his hair turned lighter. This is something that cannot be done with any kind of magic, but the guy had something else besides magic. S1 clenched his hand into a fist. There were bright streams of energy around. The guy raised his fist above his head, his eyes wide and shining. He moved forward, gritting his teeth. The protagonist hit the ground, raising streams of bright lava and rock debris. The monster froze in place, looking at them. Its eye was shining brightly. It opened its mouth, saying that a variable has occurred. Hiding due to loss of function has failed. It is necessary to engage in combat while the body is recovering. S1 frowned, asking if he really thought he could escape. The monster released sharp tails from its body, saying that the enemy's level is being adjusted. All restrictions are removed. The boy froze in place, looking at the approaching sharp tails. Streams of dust rose into the air. Ilian opened her mouth wide, shouting his name. The protagonist lowered his head. S1 stopped the sharp tail with one hand, looking forward. Jotters gritted his teeth, saying that the attack failed. The enemy's physical defense is being recalculated. The hero clenched his hand, pulling the tail. The boy opened his bright eyes, moving forward. He threw the monster into the hole created in the mountain. The protagonist pushed off the ground, heading up after the creature. The monster put his hands forward, saying that it was not time to face him yet. Everything is done according to rationality. His death now goes against rationality. S1 frowned, moving forward and asking him about rationality. The monster released sharp claws from its back, saying that this is why if the hero smeared it now, this dimension will refuse in crisis. The protagonist raised his fist above his head, saying that if he believed in it so much, then everything must be so. He told the monster to continue living with his rationality. Kibong struck the creature in the stomach. The monster flew higher into the sky. It was rapidly moving away, flying past the white clouds. A bright flash was visible in the orbit of the Earth, and the monster's chest was a hole. It was looking at the planet, saying that the enemy was being identified. A bright stream of energy hit its body. A bright light came out from the surface of the Earth. It began to dissipate. Kibong frowned, clenching his hand into a fist. The heroes looked up, looking at the bright flash in the sky. The guy looked at the girl, telling her to try to find him again. Ilian's eyes widened, asking if the monster hadn't died. Kibong gritted his teeth, saying that the creature had not died yet. It would not let the one who tried to kill Sis die so easily. A bright flash shone near the satellite in space. Jotters pressed himself against its surface. His eyes shone brightly as he said that an evasion or re-entry was needed. A feasibility study was in progress. The creature clenched his hands into fists, saying that if the battle was to be the same as before, then a 100% cessation was required. Alternatives were being sought. A bright flash appeared on the continent. Ilian raised her staff above her head. The girl looked up, saying that she had found it. The head of the magic tower closed her eyes and put her hand forward, saying that she would carry out the attack. A bright stream of energy appeared in the sky. It took the form of a sharp spear. The protagonist frowned, saying that he would do it himself. The boy grabbed the bright spear. He raised his hand above his head, trying to aim. S1 opened his mouth, asking her to indicate the exact coordinates. Ilian raised her staff above her head, saying that she understood him. The enemy was being designated. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The protagonist frowned, ordering the monster to fall here. He swung the bright spear forward. It shot into the sky, leaving a bright trail behind it. The monster's eyes widened, glowing. It stretched its neck, saying that a projectile had been detected. There was a 100% chance of hitting, and emergency protection was activated. A red protective barrier appeared around the monster. The bright spear approached the protective sphere. It crashed, creating a bright flash. The protective barrier was destroyed. A bright stream of energy passed through the monster's body. It began to fall downwards, its body engulfed in flames. The fiery body fell back to the continent. A flash of fire moved rapidly downwards, passing by the white clouds. Jotters fell, raising streams of dust into the air. The protagonist and Ilian were floating in the air, watching this. The curtain of dust began to dissipate. The heroes lowered their heads, looking at the monster lying in the stone rubble. There was a hole in the creature's body. It said that the analysis of the results differed. In the current state, it was impossible to resist the enemy. Evacuation was required. S1 landed on the ground next to the monster. The boy frowned, asking what its true nature was. Jotters opened his mouth, saying that he was the balance of the world. He destroyed unnecessary things in order to maintain balance. The hero looked at him, asking why the creature calling itself balance did not appear when people died. The monster opened its glowing eyes wide, saying that it was because it should not have done so. Balance has no history or reason. The boy looked down, asking why he tried to kill S1 and only now. Jotters gritted his teeth, saying that this was all to balance the scales. He must take action before the world falls apart. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that he would ask the last question, whether he stepped on the balance scales. The monster with a hole in his chest stood up, saying that the boy was something outside the standard. He was not on the balance scales. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, asking, however. Jotters imagined the ruins of the city, saying that because of this creature, the entire balance in this world is collapsing. The accuracy of the calculation is 99%. There are no deviations. S1 frowned, looking ahead. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he does not understand anything about these calculations. The protagonist bent his hand, saying that since the monster tried to kill S1, he must pay for it. Jotters stood on his feet. There was a hole in his chest. He said that if the guy killed him, this world would definitely be destroyed. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that it was no longer his concern. First, he needed to finish off the monster. The guy raised his fist to punch. He raised it above his head, moving forward. A bright stream of energy rushed towards Jotters' body. A beam of bright energy was visible from the Earth's orbit. A deep hole from the used energy appeared in front of the guy. Ilian opened her eyes wide. The girl opened her mouth, wondering how a person could have such power. The protagonist looked at his palm, thinking that he was achieving his goal. He offered Ilian to come back. The girl agreed. Helicopters were circling above the deep hole in the ground. There was a bright blue sky above the house. S1 was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. The girl jumped up from her place and opened her eyes wide, saying that there was another woman next to Kibong. She put her hand to her forehead, saying that she was a little jealous. S1's eyes widened when she heard the question of if she had regained consciousness. Bengsoon was holding a tray. The girl asked if she was really taking care of her now. She was very grateful. The girl widened her eyes, asking if she was feeling better since she had been hurt so much. S1 closed her eyes, saying that since she had been with Kibong, this was the first time she had almost died. On the tray were towels, a glass, and a teapot. Bengsoon noticed that she had seen her wound. Kangwi held S1 in his arms, standing surrounded by the other heroes. They laid the girl down on the ground. Bengsoon unwrapped the bandage, thinking that she was not human since there was not a drop of blood. The girl widened her eyes, asking if the gentleman thought she was human. Bengsoon looked away, saying that it was natural. The girl pursed her lips, thinking that although S1 was a bit strange, she was sure that she was human. Who would have thought that it was another life form? S1 winked at her and gave her a thumbs up, saying that the main thing was that she knew everything now. Bengsoon widened her eyes, asking what she was talking about earlier, since she seemed to have heard her voice. S1 frowned sadly, saying that it was not her next to Kibong, but another woman, and it seemed that she was doing a very good job. Bengsoon looked at her in surprise, asking how she knew this. S1 raised her eyebrows, asking if it should be called a woman's intuition. Bengsoon agreed with her. S1 thoughtfully rubbed her chin, saying that there was something strange. Mr. Kibong had clearly figured everything out, but she still had a feeling of discomfort inside. Bengsoon widened her eyes, asking why. The girl lowered her head, saying that she herself did not know. S1 frowned, saying that it could be because she had not fully recovered or because Mr. Kibong was not around. She covered herself with the blanket and turned away, asking to wake her up when the protagonist came. She thought she should sleep some more. Bengsoon widened her eyes, wondering what was going on. The girl left the room. The protagonist was almost completely destroyed. A silhouette of a person was visible among the bright light. Streams of light fell on the guy's clothes. The protagonist was moving along the road. He froze, seeing himself on a mountain of wrecked cars. The guy was sitting on the roof of the car, looking into the distance. Kibong raised his head, saying that he realized where he was. The guy turned around and smiled, saying that he was just about to visit him, but he himself came here. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, saying that he couldn't call this the place he was eager to come to. His other self stood up and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he was a good man for coming, because thanks to him coming, he also wanted to act. The guy smiled, saying that he should be the only one who goes somewhere else. The protagonist with a scar on his face looked at him, saying that he thought so too. Even for him alone, the whole world is not enough to destroy it, so he does not intend to do this with someone for company. The guys froze opposite each other in the middle of the half-ruined city. The hero smiled widely, moving forward. Kibong opened his eyes wide, moving towards him. The guys approached each other, creating a bright flash. Its bright light illuminated everything around. The wheels of the bus were spinning. The transport was moving along the road. Ilian opened her eyes wide, looking at the guy. The protagonist rested his head on his hand, closing his eyes. A white car drove past the bus. The sky above the buildings was pink from the sunset. Clouds were floating across the sky above the protagonist's house. Kibong and Ilion approached the heroes. Bong soon opened her eyes wide, turning to her brother. Kan Hwi and Yui frowned sadly. The guy looked at them, asking what was wrong with their faces, if something had happened. The hero frowned when his sister said that Sis's condition had worsened. Kibong gritted his teeth, asking if this had happened because of such a trivial attack. Bong soon spread her arms, saying that the girl had been pierced through the chest. Ilion opened her eyes wide, looking at the protagonist. The guy passed by the others, saying that they needed to go to her. The heroes froze by Sis's bed. The girl closed her eyes, turning to Kibong. The hero frowned and chuckled. Bong soon looked at her sadly. The guy bowed his head. He imagined a happy Sis, thinking that she was not human. She did not feel sleepy, hungry, or in pain. The hero looked at her, wondering why this was happening now, then soon turned around, offering to bring a doctor. Kibong opened his eyes wide, saying that she was not human, so the doctor could not help her. The girl looked at Sis, saying that she was in great pain. Ilion came closer to the heroes, asking if she could examine her once. The girl's eyes shone brightly when she said that it would be unpleasant, but they had to endure it for a while. She put her hands in front of Sis. Bright streams of energy enveloped the girl's body. Ilion opened her mouth, saying that she was conducting a maximum detailed scan. There were bright streams of energy around Sis's body, then soon cried out in surprise, her eyes widening. The girl lay with her eyes closed among the streams of energy. Ilion widened her eyes, saying that she knew that Sis was not human. Then there was a high probability that the current problem was not related to the body, but to magic. Bright streams of energy surrounded Sis's body. The head of the magic tower thought that she did not see the end of her magical power. She did not understand to what level the girl had risen. Ilion pursed her lips, thinking that with such magical power, theoretically, it was possible to use all the magic that existed in the universe. A bright stream of energy rushed upward. Among it, tongues of dark energy appeared. Streams of dark energy came out of Sis's chest. Ilion widened her eyes, saying that she found the reason, magical power of an unknown nature, was tormenting the girl. Bonson opened her mouth, asking if she could make her feel better. The girl smiled, saying that she would try to do so. Ilion put her palm forward. The girl closed her eye and turned her hand away, seeing the dark streams of energy. She opened her mouth, looking at Sis. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking how things were. Ilion looked at him, saying that the magic power was so powerful that she needed to analyze it a little more. Kibong frowned as he looked ahead. His eyes shone brightly as he told her to definitely take care of this. In return, if he wished, he would help her with any matter, no matter what it was. Ilion pursed her lips, thinking that if Kibong was helping, she would be able to solve any problem. She imagined a tall tower, thinking that it was an opportunity to solve the difficulties that had engulfed the magic tower or even the entire world in one fell swoop. The girl put her hand forward, saying that no one should enter or approach this room because they might be sucked into the magic flow. From now on, she should use large-scale magic. The protagonist nodded. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Raindrops were falling from the sky. The guy was standing on the roof of a house. The rain fell on his shoulders. The protagonist looked ahead. Kibong frowned, seeing an umbrella above him. Bongsun came closer, asking why he was standing here alone. The boy opened his mouth, asking why she went out. It was raining. The girl frowned sadly, asking how a person who knew this could go outside without an umbrella. The hero turned around, then soon opened her eyes wide, thinking that her brother looked lonely. She held the umbrella over his head, asking if he was really that worried. The boy asked if it was really visible from the outside. Bung-soon looked at her brother, saying that she had never seen him like this. She frowned sadly, thinking that she had never seen him like this before he disappeared or after he came back. The girl stood behind the main character, asking if Sis was really that important to him. Of course, she was undoubtedly a great mage, but still. The boy opened his mouth, looking at the rain and asking if that was important now. Bung-soon raised her eyebrows, saying that it was important. Was that why she had become a player and worked so hard all this time? The girl pursed her lips, wondering what had happened during the time her brother had been missing, what Sis's true nature was. The hero did not turn around, saying that when she found out, her reaction would be exactly the same. Bung-soon stood still, saying that they were probably closer than she and Steve were, so she probably wanted to get to know her a little better. The girl looked up at her brother when the hero said that it would be over soon. Kibong looked ahead, saying that he would do so. Dark streams of energy appeared in front of his face. Bung-soon's eyes widened in fear. Streams of diverging dark energy appeared on the roof of the house. Kanghui, Steve, and another hero came out onto the roof. The guy opened his mouth wide, asking what kind of energy this was. Kanghui's eyes widened, saying that they were facing a powerful enemy. Steve frowned, saying that he realized where Bung-soon had been all this time. The heroes froze, looking at the streams of dark energy in front of Kibong. The guy frowned, looking to the side. He turned around, looking at the heroes surrounding Bung-soon. The girl was trembling, her eyes wide in fear. The protagonist stroked her head, asking for forgiveness because he could not control his power. Kanghui opened his eyes in surprise. Tears appeared in Bung-soon's eyes. She asked where her brother got such strength from. Dark clouds obscured the sky. The protagonist widened his eyes when a bright stream of energy appeared to the side of them. A bright beam shot into the sky. Kibong opened his mouth, saying that it seemed like it had started. They should go back inside. A bright stream of energy was coming out of the guy's house. The beam shot upward, piercing the dark clouds. Yubin turned his head, looking at the bright light. Sangren knitted her eyebrows, watching this through the window. Yurika and Mashizawa froze, looking at the bright stream of energy. Karam turned his head, noticing this phenomenon. The city was almost completely destroyed. In the middle of the city, there was a deep hole. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. A guy with a scar on his face was lying on the ground. The protagonist with blonde hair stood next to him. He looked forward, the sky was red. Kibong frowned, there were traces of blood on his lips. The guy licked his lips, looking up. A beam broke through the ground. It soared straight into the sky. The glow was among many buildings. It turned out to be coming from Sis. Ilyon was intensely casting a spell on her. They were separated from other people by a barrier. The girl was kneeling with her eyes closed. Kanghui worriedly noticed that he was trembling and assumed that he was a divine beast. Bong-sun, worried, said that she could not help but agree that it was magnificent. The boy looked down, stating that besides Kibong, it was the only creature that made him shudder. The girl looked away, wondering about Sis's true nature. Ju spoke up, frowning. She reached for her head, confused. Kanghui placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her not to strain herself too much. Sis lay with a frown on her brow, and it turned out that she looked more human than humans themselves. The young men watched her humbly, and a question was asked about whether she was a divine beast. Kanghui only smiled slightly. He calmly concluded that he looked more like a child than Sis. Bung-soon looked worried. Ju watched, frowning. She turned to Kanghui, remembering that he had lived for over 1,000 years. Bung-soon joined the conversation, noticing that her brother treated him like a junior. Kanghui frowned, saying that it was not just that. He smiled resolutely, thinking about the long life of Kibong and Sis. The boy confidently stated that the girl would simply shake off all the dirt and wake up. Ilyon continued to cast her spell, but she was already shaking. She clenched her teeth from the tension. Suddenly, blood gushed out of her mouth. She began to fall, saying that everything worked. Then she fell to the floor. Everyone tensed up, watching with concern. They tried to pass through the barrier. Ju covered one eye, noticing that the flow of mana was too strong. Bong-sun resolutely stated that she would call her brother, but this idea was rejected. Kanghui grew several tails. Beast ears appeared on his head. He transformed, deciding that he could not put everything on Kibong's shoulders to such an extent. The boy reached for the barrier. Lightning began to emanate from the protection. Kanghui frowned, realizing that he was unable to even touch the barrier. Suddenly, Ju, looking determined, said that she would help. She also extended her hand forward. Finally, the barrier broke. Kanghui walked up to Ilyon. He held her head, praising her. The girl was lying unconscious. Kanghui looked at his partners, telling the girl to call Kibong. A picture appeared on the wall. Ilyon was already on the bed. She awkwardly said that she found a way. Suddenly, Kibong seriously asked who he should kill. Bong-sun looked at her brother tensely. Ilyon silently looked away. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Sighing, the girl asked everyone to leave the room. Kibong turned around, looking meaningfully at his friends. They headed towards the exit. Ilyon sat with her head down. Closing her eyes, she said that Sis was a homunculus. Kibong calmly confirmed this. A sorcerer appeared, and it turned out to be a creature artificially created by him. The girl tensed up, and a question was asked about how such a powerful magical force could be contained inside such a body. A spark flashed in Sis's body, and it turned out that her soul also lived in the body of a homunculus. Ilian opened her eyes slightly, noticing that while disassembling the body, foreign energy entered her. Kibong seriously asked her to patch up Sis's body. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, because she needed certain ingredients for this. The young man calmly asked what specific ingredients she needed. Ilian became embarrassed, and the thought of monsters that she was unable to hunt sounded. Scary creatures appeared, and the girl assumed that Kibong would be able to get all the ingredients. Kibong stared at her. Turning her gaze to him, Ilian said that she needed the devices that dropped from 8-star monsters. Kibong turned around, asking the girl to send him the list and coordinates. He closed his eyes, and Ilian noticed that he didn't care even if the monsters were 8 stars. Turning around, Kibong told her to protect Sis until he returned. The girl nodded obediently. The BBC control room came into view. The building was dark even inside. The man sat with his arms crossed and yawned. Opening his eyes, he noticed something. Suddenly, he became alarmed, shouting about an unknown object approaching. The man behind him tensed, realizing that this was an emergency. The observer, in shock, reported that the object was flying from the land to where the monster was. The silver-haired man frowned, thinking that someone had fired a missile. The creature was calmly swimming in a pond. Its tail was sticking out of the water. Suddenly, something rushed out of the sky. The monster's eyes widened. It jumped up, opening its mouth in fury. The creature looked at the enemy with its glittering eyes. Kibong rushed towards him with determination. Suddenly, a magical sphere of water appeared. The monster decided to attack the young man. The stream of water rushed forward. Kibong did not stop even as it approached. He only clenched his hand into a fist and pulled it back. A clash of forces occurred. The hero's attack was directed at the monster. Suddenly, there was a powerful blow. Everything was illuminated by a magical glow. There was a strong splash of water. Drops flew to the sides. The worried man noticed that the designation of the water dragon had disappeared. People stood thoughtfully in front of the monitors. The gray-haired man tensed, believing that anti-monster missiles had really been launched. A moving object was shown on the screen. His voice was tense as he asked if anti-monster missiles had actually been fired. People were constantly wondering how many high-ranking monsters there were in this world. Every country was constantly monitoring what high-ranking monsters existed in their territory. All military forces were constantly monitoring the high-ranking monsters they had discovered, trying to prevent the worst from happening. Or rather, that was until today when a new dragon appeared. Despite this, Cybin rushed into battle. Then, all countries sounded the alarm. Soldiers in the United States were worried that it had started again. This time, the target was the nest of the poisonous Snake King, and the time spent in this location was only 1 minute and 48 seconds. The army captain did not understand what it was and why this unidentified object was rushing back and forth, searching only for the nests of 8-star monsters. The reason for the commotion was that an unidentified object was flying at an incredible speed to the location of a high-ranking monster, which was also being observed in Russia. The captain of their army was worried that if at this rate the 8-star monster would awaken. Similar questions were also raised in France. The soldiers of the army of this country were required to find out who they were dealing with. The Chinese military was worried that their country would be destroyed, so at all costs it was necessary to block this unidentified object, to break their foreheads until they bled, but to find out what its true nature was. Everyone was seized with fear that the object that was now heading to the nest of 8-star monsters would awaken them, including the Republic of Korea. The Prime Minister sat in her office, listening to a report from a subordinate. She flipped through the pile of papers that had been brought to her today. The woman said dejectedly that the fear that had arisen when Prozan had appeared must still be alive in their hearts. She knew that Snake would fail, but she did not understand what kind of events were unfolding this time. The man nervously asked if she had any further instructions. The Prime Minister waved her hand and ordered that she tell the people to ignore what was happening, and to convey that nothing special had happened. The man nervously asked that since nothing special had happened, she knew what was going on. The Prime Minister looked sternly at the subordinate and said that although she knew, she could not explain it anyway, so she simply asked him to convey her words as is. The man simply spread his arms and said that when sending such a message, at least some information was needed. The Prime Minister frowned even more. She leaned back in her chair and asked about the fact that she had to work, receiving permission for this from a subordinate. The Odd immediately stood at attention and said that it should not be like this. The Prime Minister ordered the man to leave. She looked after him with displeasure when he headed for the door. Janina exhaled heavily. His beautiful lips were tightly pressed together from tension. She muttered to herself that she did not like it when she could not control the situation, but they really needed him. The sky was covered with black clouds over the Black Queen's nest in Canada. Two people quietly approached the cliff above the bird's nest. They lay down on the ground and slowly crawled to the edge of the cliff, trying not to make a sound. The girl turned to her partner and asked him to move carefully so as not to touch the patna, because if he touched it, they were finished, to which the guy angrily asked how long they should stay there. Chloe, Special Agent Canada, explained that this place was one of the next targets of that unexplained phenomenon, and their task was to observe that unidentified object. Villain, Special Agent Canada asked what would happen if the Black Queen ate them. Would they be observing from her stomach? The girl Low replied that if he did not want that to happen, then he should just shut his mouth and keep an eye on what was happening here. Suddenly, there was a noise, and both agents immediately tensed up. An unsuspecting mouse ran past them. Chloe looked after the rodent and asked Villain not to be too scared, because if it was the Black Queen, they would already be in cocoons of web. To which the guy in response suggested that she not be scared either, after which he shared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Suddenly Chloe began to move, and the guy immediately asked what she was doing, and the girl explained that since there was some noise, they needed to check what was going on. She pulled out a drone and admitted that she was afraid to go by herself, so she would use it. The girl launched the drone over the cliff. The device flew, making a quiet sound of the motor. Suddenly, a couple of drops fell on Chloe's shoulder. Barely turning around, the girl asked Willen to stop her stupid jokes, since she was busy with work. However, several farts were descending along the wall behind her, one of which managed to twist the guy in a web. The monster jumped on Chloe from above. The girl looked up in fear. She turned around, hoping to repel the attack. Chloe's blow landed on the oak's head. The monster's head immediately separated from the body, but the other spiders continued to attack the girl. Chloe turned to Willen and demanded that he come to his senses. The guy seemed to be moving, but due to the abundance of webs it was impossible to tell for sure. The spiders surrounded Chloe, not giving her room to maneuver. The girl tensely turned to the guy and thought about running. However, she understood that she could not leave, leaving him in the clutches of the spiders. Besides, she regretted that she took only the dagger because this was a sortie light. Chloe swung the dagger, and one of the legs simply fell off. The girl began to wield the dagger to the limit of her abilities to deal with the monsters. After a few moments, many spiders if immobilized or decapitated. She ran to Willen, still covered in webs. Chloe began to quickly tear the web. She helped the guy get up and offered him to retreat, after which she asked him to be patient a little. Suddenly, the agents felt the monster's pressure. Chloe froze in unbearable horror. A huge spider loomed over them. Willen began to come to his senses, hanging on the web. He groaned, opening the gas. It turned out that the guy was covered in web again. Chloe worriedly asked if Willen had come to his senses. He answered fearfully that in the end everything turned out this way, after which he began to be indignant how it was possible to send people to reconnaissance in the Black Queen's nest. The girl asked him to calm down, after which she suggested that they get out of here alive and write a complaint to the office, but Willen asked if at least one person returned alive after being captured by the Black Queen. Chloe sullenly thought to himself that there were no such people, because until today not a single person returned after facing something like this. Spiders began to surround them. Chloe and Willen cursed in unison. Suddenly, arrows of light pierced the space. They smashed the spiders, tearing them apart. Chloe said admiringly to Willen that she thought they would be the first to return alive. She looked at the figure looming in the distance, hoping it was him. The boy frowned, realizing that there were people there because that would add a little trouble to him. A stream of web flew from their backs at him. Simon quickly dodged it. Releasing a stream of web above himself, the boy rushed towards his opponent. The Black Queen did not give up, hoping to hit the one who destroyed her monsters at once. The web began to shoot with greater force. Finally, Simon found himself entangled in a dense cocoon. Chloe exclaimed that she was wrong, and no one can get out of the Black Queen's web. However, Simon simply clenched it in his fist. He threw the web away like some kind of useless detail. The monster roared in surprise. The Black Queen jumped at Kibong, hoping to knock him down with the surprise of the attack. Simon immediately activated his combat form. He rushed towards the spider with a blinding beam. The blow hit the spider's face. There was an explosion. Simon calmly walked towards the nest that belonged to the Black Queen. He carried her head in his hands, bleeding. The guy climbed onto the corpse of the monster. The agents were very shocked by what was happening. Simon, still in his combat form, asked if the people were okay. The web ties finally fell off the bodies of the tired agents. They slowly approached Simon. He sternly asked the agents what they were doing here. Chloe looked at the guy intently and realized that he was a foreigner, but first she decided to clarify whether he was really human. She inserted an earphone into her ear, since the first thing she needed to do was connect the automatic translator. She began to slowly say words of gratitude for saving them, and then asked him to tell her if he had visited other places before he came here. Simon looked at the girl indifferently and reminded her that he was the one who asked the question about what the two of them were doing here. Chloe hesitated. Willen joined the conversation, explaining that they thought someone was trying to get closer to the high-ranking monsters, so they were watching the nest. However, Simon did not understand why they were doing this. Chloe, already a little calmer, answered that they were worried that such actions could bring out the high-ranking monsters from the static state and make them act more actively. Simon only chuckled in displeasure. He promised that nothing like that would happen. Chloe pursed her lips in displeasure, thinking that she had not even been able to see how exactly he killed the Black Queen, and his words could not be called unfounded self-confidence. Willen called Chloe, tearing her out of her thoughts, and asked what they should do. The girl looked away and said that, although it was hard to believe, their savior was the one they were looking for. They looked at the guy, whose body was still glowing. Willen asked if they should report what happened in that case. At that moment, Simon took out his pouch. He began to pour the power from the severed head of the spider into this pouch. Chloe, mesmerized, began to watch this process. She was impressed by how smoothly the stream flowed into the unusual container. When the power ran out, Simon hid the pouch in his breast pocket. He turned around and, without saying a word, walked towards the exit. However, freezing, the guy asked them not to wait for him from now on, because nothing would happen in the future that could cause them concern. He suddenly jumped up, leaving a tail of white light behind him. The guy shot off down the canyon like an arrow. Willen exclaimed in shock that it wasn't magic. Chloe asked him in surprise what it was if it wasn't magic. Willen assumed it was just physical force. Chloe stared thoughtfully at the ground. The agents abruptly rushed to the exit because they had to report to headquarters immediately because they had to find out who this guy was. The alley was quiet. Sis seemed to be sleeping, but it wasn't a peaceful sleep. Her body was enveloped in a glow, and she was taut as a string. Ilian and Bonson were standing by the bed. Ilian worriedly said that they couldn't drag this out any longer. Bonson agreed with her because Sis's condition was only getting worse with each passing minute. They looked at the girl, and Ilian said that if too much time passed, her body wouldn't withstand the pressure. The two girls fell silent, considering the situation. Suddenly, Sis's body arched. She shot up, arching her back at an unnatural angle. Ilian's eyes widened in fear. She closed her eyes, protecting them from the bright light, and then decided to detect mana. Streams of light were emanating from Sis's body, which were too bright. Ilian could barely look at her through her fingers. She could only see the girl's silhouette. Ilian exclaimed that they were in serious trouble, which frightened Bonson, and then began to say that it seemed like monsters would soon flock here, attracted by this magical power. Bonson looked tensely at Ilian, who said that they should call for help because they needed to hold out until Kibong returned. The girls immediately rushed to the exit. A thin beam of light pierced the gray Uchai. It rushed towards the high tower, looking for an open window. An owl, enveloped in green light, flew towards the man. A man dressed in similar clothes as Ilian asked if this was the first time he had received an owl since the Great War. Neo was pulled over another similar tower. Another owl knocked on the window, attracting the attention of a man in a red hood. The next tower was in the forest. The owl landed on the hand of a man who was just outside. He said that he had to answer the call of the head of the magic bathhouse. Ilian stood on the roof of the house, raising her weapon and sending out a signal. She called for an area of an absolute shield. Immediately, the sphere enveloped the area close to their house. The girl concentratedly muttered that they must withstand at all costs. Ju turned to Ilian, saying that she had already installed more than 10 super strong shields, and even just holding them was extremely difficult. However, Ilian believed that this was not enough, and perhaps with the help of this it would be possible to stop the small fry, but when the real enemy came, they would be of no use. Ju worriedly said that only those who were here now could stop many. Ilian admitted that if it was a monster from their reality, she would not be worried. But anyway, until the 8-star monsters came here, the defenders had more or less enough power to stop the enemy. Ju asked again that there was more or less enough power. Ilian was surprised that the girl forgot about the creatures that sometimes appeared during the Great War. Ju exclaimed in fear that they could appear on the horizon. Although they were monsters, they were not. They were creatures similar to divine animals, but clearly not them. Such creatures were called demons, since they sometimes appeared for unknown reasons and caused the greatest damage to humanity. Ilian hoped that this would not happen, but now the situation was developing in this way. Ju did not understand why the girl thought so and why she suddenly decided that they would come. Ilian said that after the end of the Great War, their magic tower continued to investigate their existence. What they passionately desire is magic power. These creatures thirst for enormous magic power, and in order to obtain it, they will definitely show up. At the moment, magic power that is difficult to measure is flowing out of Sis's body, and it is clearly attracting demons. Ju could not even imagine that they would become their opponents. Eli seriously said that this is why they must prepare as best they can by any means necessary. Ju swallowed nervously. The shield gradually enveloped the city. The traffic light turned green for pedestrians. People began to cross the road, completely unaware of what awaited them. A young man in a red suit resolutely crosses the crosswalk, not paying attention to his bare feet. He stopped abruptly when he saw an obstacle in the form of a shield. The guy smiled, realizing that it was there. Suddenly, he perked up in surprise. It turned out that someone blocked his way, which greatly upset the guy. The man in the cloak made a fist and activated magic. He threw his hand forward, attacking the guy. The young man's eyes flashed scarlet and he arrogantly asked who allowed the man to look at him. It was the enemy's turn to be surprised. The guy simply walked past his attack spell, and something flashed at the man's eye level. He began to fall on his back. The man screamed and fell, attracting the attention of passers-by. He began to rub his eyes, which were stinging with pain. No one paid attention to the fact that the young man in the red suit had gone somewhere. It was quiet in the courtyard. Ilian stood in front of her subordinates who responded to her call. She thanked everyone who had gathered here, and then decided to tell the reason why she had called everyone. The people were waiting for them to finally tell them. They were silent, but their faces were frozen in tension. Ilian shook her weapon, thinking that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times. She used the spell to detect the flow of mana. A white light flashed above one of the houses. It immediately began to flood the surrounding area. Rays emanated from the sphere that was formed as a result. One of the men asked what kind of energy it was. Another man shared that he felt evil. Ilian looked at the sphere and said that they had to protect this place until the process of releasing this magical power was finished. The blonde man said that in any case, it was a flow that could not be seen unless someone was experienced enough, like the head of the magic tower, so he did not understand why it needed to be protected. Ilian turned to the people and asked what if she said that there was someone who was attracted to this magical power. Sometimes magic power attracts monsters, but such an opponent is not scary to the head of the magic tower. At that moment, an image of other creatures appeared in the heads of high-ranking magicians. One of the men muttered that these were really those creatures. He looked seriously at Ilian and said that they had not shown up for a long time. He was supported by another man in a hood, saying that now divine animals and demons have become like legends. Ilian interrupted them, saying that they will never disappear. People began to exchange glances with each other. Canvi appeared behind Ilian. He greeted all the people who arrived. Ilian looked at him worriedly. The people perked up when they realized who exactly was standing in front of them. Canvi called on the power, and his eyes immediately lit up, and his hair immediately showed ears. The hair grew longer, snow-white tails appeared behind the guy, and claws grew on his hands. The people recoiled from him in fear. They immediately began to whisper that it was a divine beast. One of the men began to talk about the existence of divine beasts, but he never finished his suggestion. Instead, another man did it for him, saying that in that case, demons would not cease to exist either. Ilian said that demons were attracted to pure magical power like no one else. She looked at the new arrivals and decided to clarify something. The girl explained that if demons appeared, they would not attack them head-on, but would try to attack them in different ways. The people listened intently to the important information. Night fell over the North American Aerospace Defense Command post. A man looked out the window, asking his subordinate about the report and where it was. The soldier, sweating, promised that the report would be coming soon. The commander slammed his fist on the glass in a fit of anger. He turned to his subordinate and asked angrily if there was any point in tracking Santa without knowing which way he was flying. And, what's more, he was only targeting high-ranking monster nests. Suddenly, something distracted the man from his angry tirade. Chloe ran into the office, out of breath. The commander, without giving her a chance to speak, yelled at her to quickly connect all the communication devices and return with a report. Chloe saluted and reported that they had come to report that they had established the identity of the unknown flying object. The man could barely contain his anger when he demanded to know whether it was a monster or a new enemy weapon. Chloe explained that it was a person, and Willen added that it was clearly a person in front of them. The commander folded his arms and said that they were indeed tracking Santa. The man looked at the agents and asked if he had done this to his men. Chloe quickly assured the higher-ups that this was not the case, and then explained that they had fallen into the clutches of the Black Queen, and that man had killed her and saved them. The commander was surprised that the man had killed the Black Queen and that it seemed like he was alone, and then asked if there was an alliance of S-rank players in Europe or Asia. Chloe hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The commander heard that there was such an alliance. He had never thought that someone could kill an 8-star monster, but that man was not traveling with a squad, but alone. At this rate, all the monsters in the Pacific Ocean would be destroyed. He folded his arms. The man asked about the fact that this man was capable of destroying all the 8-star monsters that were causing them problems. However, Chloe did not quite understand her commander. The man turned to the two agents. He turned to the window and said that he needed to immediately activate all military capabilities to cooperate with this person, so he ordered the agents to work with him to destroy all high-ranking monsters nearby. A pillar of white light flew through the sky. Simon did not understand where the nest of the next monster was. The guy hovered in the air, looking for the nest. He took out his phone. Simon looked at the screen and muttered that it seemed like the monster should be around here, so was he wrong? Suddenly, the noise of a helicopter was heard. Simon looked around irritably. The helicopter hovered right above him, which greatly irritated the guy. Simon flew a little to the side to avoid getting hit by the blades. The door of the helicopter opened. A smiling Chloe jumped out of the helicopter. Simon immediately assumed his combat form and reminded him that he said not to wait for him, so he did not understand what she was saying now. Chloe, trying to block out the noise of the helicopter, asked if he was looking for a monster now and then promised to help. Kibong sighed heavily. The protective dome gradually grew larger. The people raised the dome together. It grew larger with each passing minute, covering more and more of the city. Kangwee and Ilian watched from the roof of the house. Kangwee listened to his feelings. He looked at his hands and admitted that even his divine beasts would have a hard time getting through here. Ilian decided that they were more or less prepared now. The magicians were confident in themselves. No one could break through the barrier they had set up now. A barrier of such a scale had never been set up except during the Great War. The man muttered something about a demon. He decided that human magic had become so great that even a demon would be too much for him. Suddenly, a red glow was reflected on the dome, and the man stared tensely into the space in front of him. An explosion was heard, causing Ilian and Kangwoo to turn around. They looked at the sight of the explosion in fear. Clouds of smoke were rising from the dome. The space was filled with smoke and dust. The man tried to breathe through this smoke, despite the fact that the blow had struck him. He coughed violently. A figure appeared through the smoke. A bare foot stepped onto the ground in front of the dome. The man in the red suit appeared right in front of the defenders, and a grin played on his face. He extended his hand, on which a fire immediately flared up. He clenched his fist and with a grin asked in surprise that he had failed to break through the barrier. However, the guy was clearly not going to give up. The entire group froze in shock due to the fact that although the barrier was not broken, the shock wave overcame and struck the wizard. Looking at the grinning demon, those present became worried, because the barrier that was supposed to protect them could not do this. The blonde gritted his teeth. He was the one who was not completely sure that demons still existed, so he called this situation an emergency. The gray-haired man glared at the demon. At this time, Kangwee and Ilian jumped off the roof. They landed behind the man. The old man stood up, asking Ilian to let him fight the demon. The demon grinned and spread his arms, calling the old man an interesting kid. The wizard angrily shouted, saying that he had no right to call him a kid. He suddenly began waving his hands, preparing a spell. Mana enveloped his palms. A moment later, the demon became alarmed, feeling a threat. His body was suddenly thrown into the air. The man formed magic circles and said that he would personally see what demons were like. Soon, Meryl spears began to form. They instantly caught up with the demon, forming a cocoon of thorns. The group saw this and rejoiced. The man himself raised his hand, holding the spell. The wizard's face was tense. He believed that even a demon could not withstand such an attack. Suddenly, the spikes trembled as the demon told the man that he had surprised him. The demon emerged from the cocoon with a grin on his face. The monster, thanks to the elementalization of his body, began to quickly regenerate his wounds. The wizard gritted his teeth as he saw this. He could not even understand how the enemy had dodged the spell, and the inability to understand magic indicated that the enemy was superior to him in magic mastery. The demon continued to grin as he looked at the man. The wizard frowned. From now on he had to fight not to punish the demon, but to survive. The old man crossed his arms, concentrating his mana. Magic circles immediately appeared in the sky. The wizard laughed and said that humans had become much stronger. Ilian, who was standing behind him, ordered the man to return behind the barrier. The old man glanced at her, saying that even if he could not win, he would not be easily defeated. Suddenly, the demon turned into flames. In an instant, he appeared behind the old man. The man received the blow and started coughing up blood. The demon looked at his hand and asked his opponent what he was just talking about. Smiling widely, the kaiju said that he did not come here to have a magic duel. The old man received a severe wound and started to fall. His blood spread on the ground. The demon walked forward, touching the barrier. He said that there were too many layers installed here. Kangwee gritted his teeth in anger when the demon told them to open the way for him and then he would not touch them. Ilian extended her staff in front of her. Kangwee tensed up. Smiling widely, the kaiju asked if they would do that. Forming the image of a demon, the boy asked if he should try to break through. A moment later, flames crashed into the barrier. Meanwhile, a helicopter flew over the mountains. The protagonist closed his eyes. Chloe, who was sitting opposite him, told the guy that they would soon arrive at the light-blooded dragon's nest. The protagonist opened his eyes and thanked her for accompanying him. Chloe smiled and said that they should thank him because he was getting rid of the monsters that were a problem for them. Looking at her partner, she told him to film everything he saw. Simon stood up, saying that he would take the heart for himself. A moment later, he jumped out of the helicopter. Chloe jumped up in fear, saying that she shouldn't jump like that without any preparation. The girl froze when she saw the mana beam. Chloe looked at the guy when he said that they shouldn't worry about him so much. The helicopter rushed after the mana beam. The energy beam soon began to dive. It crashed into the ground in one of the gorges. The monsters immediately screamed in anger upon seeing it. An entire army of monsters rushed towards Simon. The protagonist stood motionless, waiting for the enemies to approach. Meanwhile, Chloe and Willen jumped out of the helicopter. The girl landed behind the protagonist. While Willen filmed everything, the girl tried to understand how the protagonist was going to defeat so many monsters. The bird-like monsters began to dive. Simon continued to stand, waiting for them to approach. The guy did not even flinch at the sight of the monsters. One of the birds suddenly stopped, sensing a threat. A moment later, the protagonist slammed its head into the ground. Simon jumped straight at the monsters. With one blow, he destroyed the enemy's head. The guy began to jump on the monsters, killing them in one blow. Not a single monster could survive his blow. The limbs of the gargoyles began to fall to the ground. Willen froze in shock, saying that Simon was incredibly strong. Chloe, being surprised, said that she had never seen such power before. Suddenly, monsters rushed towards them from behind. Willen, feeling the threat, turned around. He immediately screamed, warning his partner. Suddenly, someone attacked the monsters, killing them. Willen and Chloe turned their heads looking at the attacker. The protagonist frowned, trying to take a stable position. Straightening up, he ordered the couple to lead him. The couple led him along the inner side of the mountains. Simon walked ahead. Soon they arrived at a gorge. Looking back, Simon told Chloe and Willen not to die because they still needed to lead him to the next monster. Chloe frowned and said that they could protect themselves. Suddenly, the entire earth began to tremble. Chloe, very worried, told Willen to record everything on camera. A moment later, a huge monster appeared in front of them. Simon, not feeling fear, began to approach the dragon. The couple, unlike him, were trembling with fear. The protagonist swung his arm to strike. His entire face tensed up as he struck. The force of the blow raised a huge amount of dust. Willen and Chloe froze in shock at the result of the attack. The upper part of the dragon was destroyed in one blow. Having calmed down, the couple began to approach Kibong. He looked at them and asked where the next target was. The events take us to the city. The demon was standing on the roof looking at the barrier. Grinning, he said that people are still capable of surprise. The magicians retreated in great fear. The barrier remained intact even after the demon's attack. Ilian frowned looking at the enemy. She looked at the destruction around her. The girl was angry realizing that civilians would continue to die if nothing changed. Suddenly, 2 helicopters appeared in the sky. The demon looked at them in confusion. Smiling widely, he said that he had not seen steel birds cutting the skies for a long time. Canvi and Ilian looked at the helicopters and immediately realized that the army had decided to intervene. Bonson frowned and asked if the reinforcements from the army were useful. Ilian glanced at her and said that the army would not be able to resist the demon, and this would only increase the number of victims. Realizing something and shocking Ilian, Bonson said that it was definitely not a player. Meanwhile, the helicopter aimed its warheads at the enemy. The pilot aimed right at the demon's head. Frozen for a moment, he asked for permission to open fire. Having received permission, he began to launch. A moment later, a bullet flew out of the cannon. An armor-piercing bullet hit the demon's head. When he fell, the pilot said that the shell hit the kaiju directly. Smiling widely, the demon said that this is not what it used to be. He raised his hand, concentrating the flame. A moment later, a fireball rushed towards the helicopter. The pilot tried to steer the helicopter away from the trajectory of the fire. When the ball of flame hit the helicopter, the pilot immediately began to report the emergency to his superiors. Ilian sharply waved her hand, activating the barrier. The entire helicopter was doused with her mana, helping to cope with the flames. Using this, the pilot took the helicopter away. Frowning, the girl said that the fall was barely prevented. Suddenly, a blue flame flared up. The demon began to rise, taking on his true form. Grinning, the guy said that he could no longer stand this hunger. Cracking his neck, he said that they needed to choose, either surrender or die. The wizards became wary upon hearing his words. Bonson screamed, feeling how the temperature began to rise. The demon, having finished his transformation, stood on the edge of the roof. Dispelling the flames, he told the group that if they refused the offer, then there was nothing he could do about it. Flames began to thicken on the demon's hand. Feeling dissatisfied, he ordered the flames to explode. Many explosively immediately fell on the barrier. The magicians standing behind the barrier strained themselves, pouring in their mana. One of them began to cough up blood, unable to withstand the load. Explosions continued to rain down on the barrier. Ilian covered one eye and ordered everyone to hold on. The girl herself felt anger, realizing that if this continued, it could be dangerous. The demon said with a wide grin that he wondered how long they could hold out. Suddenly, something began to approach at great speed. The demon frowned, feeling it. A moment later, 3 wounds appeared on his chest. The kaiju, feeling displeasure, looked back. Behind him, he saw Kanwi. The fox looked at his hand and told the demon that he had been looking for him for a long time. Angrily, the demon asked Kanwi what he was doing here and how he ended up here. Smiling, Kanwi said that it did not matter because they had already met. The demon, standing motionless, asked the fox if he was looking for him, who raised his hand saying that he had gone through a lot to find them. Frowning, the demon asked why he needed him. Continuing to grin, Lee said that he had business with him. Raising his hand, he offered the boy to end their long history here and now. The demon clenched his fist accepting the offer. A moment later, their fists collided. The fox swung his hand attacking the enemy. He began to press the demon back, forcing him to retreat. Mocking the demon, the fox asked him if he had forgotten how to fight or was simply strong against the weak. Suddenly, the demon smiled, telling the fox that his tongue was longer than his claws. With one wave of his hands, the demon created a flame in front of him. Kangwi tensed up, not expecting this. Becoming serious, he repelled the enemy's attack. A moment later, he smiled again, saying that the flame was warm. Sacred beasts were mystical creatures born from the essence of nature in the forests and mountains. When the Great War began and the beasts developed, Kangwi along with the others immediately realized their purpose. The task of the sacred beasts was not to fight the kaiju or save humanity. Their purpose was also not to help the kaiju and destroy humanity. The demon frowned, knowing everything. Kanwi, smiling widely, said that he thought they were all extinct since they were nowhere to be found. The demon got angry and said that they were always here. Striking, Kanwi said that in that case they hid in the dark alleys of human hearts and fed on their energy. Getting into a stance, the demon said that one-on-one, he would not be able to win. Kanwi, misunderstanding him, puzzledly asked if he wanted to be beaten by a crowd. A moment later, the fox's entire body tensed. He abruptly struck from behind. His hand was grabbed by another demon. The fox was angry while trying to free his hand. The demon took advantage of the moment and struck the fox. He began to mercilessly trample his enemy. Ilian was horrified to see this. The leader of the demons only grinned. Approaching the edge of the roof, he told the group that they would no longer survive. Meanwhile, the second demon stood in the middle of the dust. He carefully examined the space below him. Suddenly, someone struck him, splitting him in half. Kangwi split his opponent in one blow. The head of the demons turned around, hearing the noise. Kangwi smirked, saying that he also did not come alone. The demon immediately looked at the house in the distance. Ju stood inside the house, concentrating mana in her hands. The fox stood in front of the demon and told him that he should not underestimate humanity. Suddenly, a girl landed on the rooftops. The girl straightened up, looking at the fox with hostility. Kangwi saw her, realized that she was a demon and frowned. A couple more demons landed near Kangwi. More and more demons arrived. Kangwi watched them intently. Suddenly, all the demons rushed into battle, deciding to attack Kangwi at the same time. The guy did not move from his place, but raised his hands to counterattack. Humanity's dream was a world without monsters. A world where humanity would win. A world as it was before. Chloe thought that no one thought it was possible. Absolute monsters, so powerful that they were classified simply as 8-star monsters, without going into further divisions of the Yangs. Because of these monsters, humanity was ready to surrender. But now, everything was different. Victory for humanity no longer seemed unattainable, as there was a man who destroyed 8-star monsters as easily as he cut up insects. Chloe did not know if he could even be called a man, as she had never seen such a man. Willen said that he had not met such a man either. He crushed an insect and thought about how the 8-star monsters had previously considered them insects. He watched how easily Saiban fought the enemy and thought that this time, everything was different. The boy turned to the agents and asked where they should go next. Chloe and Willen ran up to him, informing him as they went that there were no more of them left in the Pacific Ocean. Then Kibong wondered where they should go, to which Chloe, looking at her phone screen, explained that their closest destination was China because there were still quite a lot of 5-star monsters there. Kibong turned around and said that they needed to move. However, Chloe hesitated, which attracted the guy's attention. She explained that unlike the Pacific Ocean, they could not simply break into China. Even the strongest player could not violate the borders of states with impunity because it could lead not only to a diplomatic scandal, but also to death. Although modern weapons were not very effective against high-ranking monsters, they could cause serious harm to people. This is why state power still retains its importance. At the thought of going to China, Chloe's head hurt, because she did not understand how she could achieve cooperation with the Chinese authorities. The girl thought tensely about the fact that of course it would also be a good thing for China to get rid of the monsters that were causing them so much headache. But the whole world covets the byproducts obtained from monsters, and Kibong needs them too. Their interests diverged slightly. Chloe asked Ivan if he needed anything else, to which he replied that there was one more thing left. The girl asked what it was and whether their government might have it. Kibong said that he needed the golden horns. It was quiet in the command posts. The soldier reported to the commander that Bayan and Chloe had submitted their report and they were asking about the golden horns. The commander got angry because he thought that this could not be. The soldier assumed that Kibong was going to China, but the commander believed that they should not do this under any circumstances. He explained that Kibong could be kidnapped or killed in China. The soldier tried to object since the guy was a strong player. However, the man began to irritably explain that the Chinese were ready to detonate a nuclear bomb to protect their sovereignty. He didn't understand what to do and how to stop the guy from going there, to which the soldier asked if the commander thought that Kibong would listen if they forbade him. The man pointed his finger to the side and ordered to immediately connect him to the Chinese hotline. He believed that humanity could not lose Kibong. It was quiet in the cannon. Kibong stood opposite Chloe and Willen. The girl worriedly asked about the guy going to rest. Kibong answered that he did not have time for that. Chloe did not understand why the guy was in such a hurry. He frowned and briefly explained that there were reasons for that. Chloe and Willen looked at each other in confusion. Chloe smiled amiably and explained that they needed to refuel, after which she asked the guy to wait a little and thought to herself that this helicopter had a magical stone engine, so it could fly around the earth several times. However, the girl understood that she needed to somehow stall for time. Kibong wondered if there were any gas stations nearby. The shield covered the entire city, protecting it from invasion. Kangwee raised his clawed hand as he attacked. He cut the demon's torso in one sharp movement, then rushed to the next opponent. The demons did not give up and attacked, trying to get to Kangwee as quickly as possible. The guy covered himself with his hands clenched into fists, trying to avoid attacks from above and from the side. His eyes began to glow even brighter and rage froze on his face. He abruptly spread his arms, attacking both attackers at the same time. The demoness flew up to him from behind, ready to pierce his back. She was about to grab his hand when Kangwee turned around. He began to attack the demoness, but at that very moment he felt that his back was now open to a blow from the main demon. Because Kangwee was fighting alone, he took a strong blow to the back. The demon hit him, causing him to fall. Kangwee was on his knees, trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible. He muttered irritably that the evil spirits must have found something tasty. The demon stood up and looked angrily at Kangwee. He quickly looked from one to another demon and suddenly realized that the little one was gone. At that moment, a demon fell on him from above, summoning fire into his hands. He noted with a satisfied grin that you can't go against a crowd. The demon attacked Kangwee with blue flames. The guy barely managed to avoid the flash, jerking to the side and falling to the ground again. At the last moment, he managed to stop with his hand and somehow straighten his body. Kangwee thought irritably that there were too many evil spirits here, so it was impossible to go for a frontal attack, but there was a chance to enlist the help of people. However, he thought about the wizards and realized that the barrier might be compromised then, and if he couldn't protect this place, he would be ashamed to look Kibong in the eye. Kangwee smirked and said that those who play with fire fear the night. The fire flared up again on the demon's hand as he suggested with a satisfied smile that Kawu was about to wet himself. He attacked the boy with fire again. Kangwee ducked, falling to his knees, his legs shaking from fatigue. He tried his best to dodge the attacking wall of fire. Suddenly, Ilian's long brown hair flashed from the side. Her weapon glinted in the sun as she summoned the barrier. Kangwee was immediately enveloped in a green sphere, protecting him from the demon's attack. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around, wanting to make sure that the girl had arrived. The barrier withstood all the attacks, not allowing Kangwee to be hurt. Ilian leaned on the ground, trying to keep her balance after using magic so quickly. The demon was as surprised as his opponent. It turned out that in addition to Ilian, Ju and Lin had also arrived. In addition, Steve and Binsoon were approaching from the side of the shield. Kangwee fearfully asked them about what would happen to the barrier if the magicians came out. Ilian grinned and reminded them that people are stronger than they think, both those who are here and those who are not. Binsoon reached for her weapon and agreed with the girl, asking Kangwee not to try to take everything on himself because one brother who blew everything on his shoulders was enough for them. Lin and Ju were silent, but they were ready to accept the battle at any moment. Kangwee smiled happily and perked up. He turned to his opponent and said that he was not trying to distrust people. The demon smirked arrogantly. He was counting that it would be nice to have an appetizer before the main course. Binsoon turned to Steve, clearly urging him to act. He immediately raised his hands and said that now they should be in full combat readiness, after which he allowed Binsoon to join the fight. The girl's body was immediately covered by a magical aura, after which she warned that she was joining the fight. The demons tensed, watching as the girl began to attack. They were surprised at how quickly Binsoon moved. Ilian also entered the fight, capturing a target. One of the demons was caught in her spell and was now unable to move. Binsoon's face remained furious as she rushed towards the target. The girl opened her mouth in a silent scream, ready to attack. As soon as she hit the demon, he cried out in pain. Kangwee decided that it was their turn now. Binsoon turned around so as not to leave her back open to attack. Kangwei thought as he attacked that for evil spirits, humans were creatures that could be killed or left alive at will. Ilian kept up with the guy, sending ice arrows at her opponents. Lin also attacked with her sword, thinking that she was nothing more than an insect in the demon's eyes. However, now these same creatures were tearing off the demons' heads. The main demon thought that this was even better because for him, too easy prey was boring, and fewer mouths meant a lot of magic for the rest. Besides, those who died here were not worthy of this power anyway. The demon's body was engulfed in flames as he said with a smug smile that it would be delicious. Ju raised her hands and cast a spell. In response, Kangwei also called on magical power. The demon licked his lips, accusing Kangwei of being the only one who devoured all the most delicious things because he was a perverted creature that fed on magic. Ilian got angry and said that if the demon was so thirsty for power, he would have attacked the lair of the 5-star monster. However, the demon grinned, saying that whoever was doing this was completely crazy because even the most severe hunger did not justify such a choice. He took a few steps towards his opponents. The next moment, the demon soared upward, looming over the wizards. He demanded that they give him their power quickly. The demon rushed towards Kangwei, hoping to defeat him with a quick attack. Their forces clashed, causing the demon to recoil. Ilian and Ju also hurried to avoid the blow. The demon demanded that his opponent turn to dust. Kangwei was engulfed in flames so strong that his features became impossible to discern. The boy's voice was heard, saying that demons never learned anything because they were forever rotting in the darkness. The demon was puzzled because he did not understand what was happening. Kangwei's clawed hand appeared from the flames. Then all of Kangwei emerged from the fire and reminded that he had already said that humans are strong. The demon shouted that this could not be, and then demanded that the enemy say what he did. Kangwei said with a smile that an individual could be weak. He attacked the demon, saying that together humans were stronger than anyone. They clashed again in battle, and Kangwei asked if the demon understood what humanity's strength was. However, he again called the guy a fool, reminding him that he was not human. Kangwei grinned and pretended to have just remembered this. Steve ordered to act quickly and accurately. Ilian called for speed. Kangwei's body began to glow even more intensely from the magic she was using. The demon realized that he could not break through Kangwei's wall of magic. Suddenly, he felt someone dangerous appear behind him. He managed to create a sphere in his hand, but was immediately struck in the back. Kangwei said with a satisfied grin that there really are people stronger than any other creatures, those who can crush an opponent with one finger. The demon turned around and said that Kangwei was making his nasty jokes again because such people don't exist. Kangwei cursed and hit the demon again, slashing his back until it bled. The demon screamed in pain, and Kangwei's magic enveloped his body. The guy watched as his opponent's body disintegrated. The other demons immediately froze, frightened by what had happened. Kangwei asked them if they would still gather like cockroaches. He began to concentrate magic in his hand, saying that the cockroaches should be poisoned in advance. Meanwhile, at the US airbase, Kibong and Chloe were standing near the helicopter. Chloe was stubbornly trying to do something with the phone, not understanding why there was no connection with headquarters. Her thoughts were chaotic since she needed to quickly decide what to do. Kibong irritably asked the girl how much longer they had to wait. Chloe awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said that everything would be ready soon, but this helicopter was on special fuel. Kibong said that he could not wait any longer. The guy braced himself, clenching his hands into fists, but asked for a little more patience. Kibong assumed his combat form, ignoring the agent's words. He looked irritated at the girl, who looked upset. The guy grabbed her hand, which surprised her greatly. Chloe froze, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, she was jerked upward with force. Kibong, holding the girl's hand, flew into the air. He demanded that Chloe direct him. Still scared, she shouted that the right turn was in 1,000 kilometers. They rushed into the sky in a bright white stroke. Meanwhile, in the China Space Command, the tanks were ready to attack and turn towards the approaching object. The commander-in-chief of the China Command base asked about the probability that the approaching object was a monster. His assistant immediately replied that the probability that it was a high-ranking monster was 99.9% because neither a person nor an airplane could fly at such a speed. The commander-in-chief demanded that they check again and take into account all options, including ballistic missiles from other countries. The assistant looked at the screen and warned that there were 5 minutes left before the interception, because after that time the interception would be impossible. The commander-in-chief thought hopelessly that there was nothing to be done, because if it really was a high-ranking monster, they would need to inflict maximum damage on it while it was still in the air. He shouted to his subordinates that they would think that it was a high-ranking monster, so they needed to begin the interception, and the more damage they inflicted, the easier it would be for the players on the ground. The cannons immediately went into full combat readiness. The missile launchers also fired, trying to hit the object. Kibong and Chloe flew straight towards the loaded weapons. In the distance, missiles sparkled, rushing towards them. Chloe shouted to the boy that there was danger ahead. The girl was surprised that the military actually immediately began intercepting, and even if they survived, the problems were just beginning because she doubted whether they would survive at all. However, Kibong, as if he did not notice, flew forward rapidly. His expression was determined and focused. The missiles exploded in the air, but Kibong flew between them unharmed. He skillfully dodged each successive explosion. Finally, the combat interception zone was left behind. Kibong headed straight for the China space base. He landed abruptly, causing the asphalt under his feet to explode. For a while, the base was covered in smoke. One of the soldiers shouted that an unidentified object was heading towards the ground, and it was unknown whether it was falling or landing, so he ordered the rapid response team to arrive at the scene. The soldiers immediately rushed to carry out the order. They stood in front of the country of dust, ready to fight at any moment. The commander-in-chief ordered to attack without respite and not give the monster time to recover. The smoke slowly began to dissipate. A silhouette became visible through the veil of dust. His eyes clearly glowed even through the thickness of the smoke. The players began to attack. Fiery shots rushed forward. China brought down all available firepower on the object. Lightning, magic, and shots flew at the hero. Such power that any ordinary monster would have turned into mincemeat in the blink of an eye. Explosions thundered. The players continued to attack. If the 8-star monsters died from this, there would be none left in China. Another explosion thundered. The tired players looked forward. They peered tensely into the smoke. Despite the power of the attack, anxiety was written on the players' faces. The smoke dissipated. The wind blew it away, showing cracks in the ground. Everyone shuddered, preparing to see the result of the attack. The old man took a fighting stance. He assumed that it was not a giant monster. He asked if it was dead. The man looked forward and said that he did not see the monster. The smoke showed Kibong. He angrily looked forward and covered himself with his hand. He lowered his gaze. He turned to Chloe and asked how she was. The agent smiled and thanked the hero for saving him. The man nodded silently. He looked at the players and asked if this was really how they greeted each other in their country. The players backed away in fear. Kibong clenched his fist. The clash between China and Kibong was threatening to have catastrophic consequences. Chloe nervously looked ahead and thought that this needed to be resolved somehow. The man shouted and asked everyone to stop. He pushed all the players aside. Nubik looked at everyone and asked them to stop again. He approached the surprised hero. The old man fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. The players looked at the old man in surprise and asked why. Kibong clenched his fist. He menacingly approached the man and asked if this was really how they greeted guests. Nubik nodded nervously, mentally asking why of all of them, the hero had arrived. He imagined the 8-star monster and decided that if it were him, they would at least try to fight to the last. Kibong looked at him menacingly. The old man knew that any fight against the hero was pointless. There was only one option: death. Nubik angrily turned to the others and ordered them to kneel. The players immediately fell to their knees. Kibong looked at them silently. The old man put his hands together and asked for forgiveness. He said that they didn't know what they were doing. He said that if they knew, they would never have done it. The hero changed his appearance and sighed. Chloe looked at the hero with concern, trying to figure out if they knew each other. She looked at Nubik and assumed that he was an influential player in this region. The girl smiled, thinking that everything would be fine. Kibong looked at the old man and said that he needed something. Nubik looked up and asked what exactly. Some time later, at the Chinese Space Command, people gathered around the table. The woman looked at the crowd and said that the body of an 8-star monster was priceless. She asked if they were just going to give it away. The woman looked forward and said that they should receive decent compensation. The man said that it was a matter of national sovereignty. The old man looked at them and said that sovereignty can only be discussed when you have obtained the monster yourself. The woman looked at him seriously and asked why they had not obtained it yet, but created such a situation. The old man nodded silently. The men looked at him. The woman looked at them and asked what nationality the hero was. Nubik leaned over and said South Korea. In normal times, they did not care about it. Everyone looked at each other. The player nodded to the advisor. Now everything was different. Content: most of the magic stones now come from Korea. Everyone introduced the monsters. If this very Korea was asking them for trophies from a high-ranking monster on their territory, they were not going to give it away just like that. They needed to get something in return. Everyone looked at each other slyly and thought that until you catch it, it's not yours. Everyone shuddered. The man looked at the others and asked if the hero could even kill an 8-star monster. Everyone silently looked at each other. Nubik tensed up. He knew that Kibong could definitely do it, but he didn't know if the others would believe him. The fat man looked at everyone and suggested letting the monster kill the hero. He said that this way they would weaken Korea. Everyone smiled contentedly. The fat man smiled and said that if the hero miraculously killed the hero and survived, they would help him go to the next world. Everyone imagined the silhouette of the hero. Everyone knew that if Kibong died, Korea would weaken and they would take revenge for the humiliation. Everyone silently looked at each other. They unanimously approved of Kibong's raid into the dungeon. Newbeak looked tensely at the smiling player. He looked at the others and mentally asked himself, had the heavens turned their backs on them? He was going to pull himself together. The forest, the mountains. The squad walked along the path. The hero and the old man walked forward, a trump card. The Chinese players did not care. They looked at the hero's back. If the monster was destroyed without problems, it would strengthen national security. Everyone smiled evilly at each other if the battle was difficult. Kibong nodded to Newbeak. They were going to get rid of the hero. A portal was humming ahead. China was going to weaken South Korea. The old man said that they had arrived. The hero approached the portal. Newbeak looked at him and whispered to be careful. He asked not to get a scratch. Kibong frowned and looked back at the others. The old man said that they were like a pack of hungry wolves. The hero smiled silently and went into the rift. His body was covered in lightning. They jumped out. Forest, mountains, birds rose into the sky. The old man shuddered. The earth shook. Lightning began to strike from the portal. Its boundaries became unstable. Lightning struck high in the sky. The monster jumped out into the real world and screamed. The players backed away in horror. Newbeak became wary. The menacing monster looked at him. It kicked the ground with its green hoof. The players looked at it in fear. It was a disaster. Everyone ran away as if the time of the Great War had returned. The old man approached Newbeak and said that the hero had brought trouble upon them and died. Newbeak looked up. He knew that Kibong was not someone who would die so easily. He remembered the scene at the base. The player knew that the hero had killed his teacher who had turned into a monster, endured a barrage of fire, and he would just die like that. Newbeak gritted his teeth and looked ahead. In his mind he said that this could not be. He looked at the fleeing players and gave the order to hold the line. He thought about the hero and decided that no matter what state he was in now, the main problem now was that Kirin was coming out of its lair into the real world. The monster rose above the forest. The man understood that if they did not stop it here, China would face disaster. Kirin opened its mouth. The ground shook. Newbeak looked forward in fear. Sweat was pouring down his face. He could not move. The aura of the monster paralyzed him. He looked at the player and ordered to urgently call the headquarters. He ordered to order them to bomb this entire area without restrictions. The guy looked at him in fear and said that they would all die. The man looked at him angrily and asked if he was sure he could escape from Kirin. The player took out his phone. The hoof hit the ground. The dragon looked at the people. His eyes flashed and shot beams. He directed 2 beams from his eyes. The people came under fire. An explosion was heard above the forest. The players looked around. Newbeak got into a fighting stance and said that they must prevent Kirin from leaving this place at any cost. The man looked at the monster and shouted for the spellcasters to prepare the most powerful spells and for the fighters to create an opportunity for this. The magicians began to create magic circles. The warriors ran at the dragon. Its eyes flashed. The magicians fired. Magic circles appeared in the air. Lightning struck from them. The monster was electrocuted. The fighters jumped and rose to the level of the monster's head. Newbeak swung his fist. He released a powerful whirlwind from it. It hit Kirin in the face. His eyes sparkled with lightning. He opened his mouth and began to form a cloud of energy. The men were hit by a powerful beam. Newbeak did a somersault. He landed. The players around him lay wounded. The bald man looked up and asked, "Is that all?" Newbeak narrowed his eyes. The guy asked him, "Why did he talk to the hero like that?" The guy looked at the old man in surprise. He said that he could only hope that this would somehow weaken Kirin. He looked at the player. He was asked what he was saying. Newbeak turned around abruptly. Missiles were flying at them. The guy said that the hero was no match for Kirin anyway. The missiles were approaching the back of the monster's head. He turned around abruptly. The monster destroyed the missiles with a beam from his eyes. Newbeak clenched his teeth in horror. Kirin blocked the sun. Newbeak shuddered. A flash appeared in the sky above the dragon. Kibong was approaching him. He swung his fist. The monster's head flew into pieces. The beam began to tear the body apart. The players looked at this spectacle in fear. Newbeak froze. Kibong froze in the air above them. Evening had come. The demons were making their way forward. The monster opened his mouth and asked how dare they. He looked at them and reminded them that he told them to wait. The monster angrily looked at the demoness and asked if she really dared to touch his food without his permission. The girl looked down guiltily and asked for forgiveness. She said that if it weren't for that sacred beast. The demon smiled and said that he would go and eat all the animals and humans himself. Lightning struck the rock. The monster turned around. A portal opened in front of him. Someone came out of it. He was smiling. The demon raised his hand to strike and asked how pathetic humans dared to chase them. He struck. Simon smiled evilly. He cut off the upper half of the monster's body with a blow. The hero looked away. The demons looked at him in fear. The man spread his arms and began to shout that he had finally found him. Simon glared at the demons. They jumped on him. The man asked what was going on. The demons approached and asked how a man dared to attack their king. Simon just smiled. It was sunset. Simon was sitting among the corpses of monsters. He stood up and shook himself. The evil clone looked away and asked where the hero was. He bit his lip and looked away. The clone looked towards the forest. The demon was hiding behind a tree. The clone went forward and said that he hadn't smelled blood for a long time. He took a step forward. The demon fell to the ground and backed away. He was covered in sweat and shaking all over. The villain loomed over him. He smiled and said that he had already met creatures like him. The guy looked down and asked to spare him because he was just hungry. The clone smiled angrily. His eyes flashed red. The demon thought in horror that a man was standing in front of him, but he felt great fear in front of him. He imagined a predator and a victim. The villain nodded silently. He leaned even lower and asked if he was really afraid. Kibong said that the smell of fear tickled his nostrils. The demon looked up and asked for mercy. The evil hero looked at the sky and said that he hadn't seen such a picture for a long time. He even felt sorry to destroy it right away. A shadow fell on his face. The demon looked at the scary silhouette of the man and noted that he was truly insane. Evil Kibong smiled. He extended his hand to the surprised demon. The villain smiled. He asked to help him and then he would spare him. The demon looked up. He immediately grabbed the hero's hand. The player bared his teeth. He squeezed the demon's hand. The guy screamed in pain and asked why. The villain smiled and said that he would not need his help. Kibong was covered in lightning. An explosion thundered over the forest. The beam was destroying Kieran. The players looked at this sight in fear. Nubik gritted his teeth. The headless Kieran fell to his knees. Kibong hung in the air. His feet touched the ground. Chloe ran up to the hero. Nubik looked at him with excitement. He knew that Kibong was alive. The player silently looked at the Chinese players. The monster's corpse was shaking. His head was restored. He hung behind the hero. The dragon began to form a shot from his mouth. Simon blocked the beam shot. The hero looked forward with concentration. He resisted the pressure of the beam. He put his hand forward. The player clenched his fist. A blow occurred. The hero's eyes glowed blue. The monster's head shattered into pieces. Body parts flew in all directions. Nubik smiled. Chloe's mouth opened wide. The Chinese players looked forward in amazement. In their minds, the fat man flashed at the same time, saying that if the hero suddenly miraculously killed the monster and survived, they would help him go to the next world. They understood that confronting Kibong was not just destruction. Kibong raised his fist. It was complete destruction. The players nodded to each other silently. They came closer and asked why the hero with such strength allowed so many people to die. Kibong glared at them. He turned and asked what he had done wrong to them that they decided to use him and kill him. The bald man looked at the hero in fear and said that with such strength, the hero should have acted like a man. Nubik raised his hand. He slapped the player. The boy staggered. The old man ordered him to stop it immediately. The boy grabbed his cheek and asked how he dared to defend the hero. Nubik shouted at him and said that one more word and he would cut off his head and his family would be wiped off the face of the earth. The players looked at him silently. The monster's corpse turned into a trophy. The trophy was covered in golden energy. Kibong collected it in a bag. He shook it in his hand. The man abruptly turned to the old man. Nubik respectfully sat down and said that they were again in his debt and had once again committed the unforgivable. The hero looked forward. He said that the main thing was that these people were saved. Wasn't that enough? Nubik looked at him and said that they were constantly in the hero's debt. The white-haired man walked forward. He said that he was leaving. The hero froze. He looked at the old man with a smile and said that Lin had become much stronger and had already surpassed the teacher. Nubik smiled and said thank you. The hero flew away. The other players approached the master. The old man looked at the sky. He looked ahead and said that he missed his apprentice. The motorcycle moved forward. It was approaching a turn. The driver in the helmet looked ahead. Lin under the helmet said that the enemy's tracks were being tracked and she would make a report as soon as they found him. Someone appeared on the road ahead. The girl slowed down. She braked sharply. She took off her helmet. Kibong was standing in front of her. Lin looked at the hero with a smile and asked, did he really come back? The demon looked at the hero with fear. Kibong's clone smiled maliciously. Lin looked at him and asked when the hero arrived. The girl came closer and said that Mr. Kibong's house was attacked, but they fought it off. She said that it was safe now. Lin froze. The guy looked at her with fear. The girl got into a fighting stance. She said that an evil spirit was hiding in the man. She ran to attack. The guy gritted his teeth. He looked at the villain. The demon set his hands on fire and got into a fighting stance. He attacked back. Lin raised his fist to strike. The demon smiled. The girl struck. The guy released a flurry of fire. The wind collided with the fire. There was an explosion. The opponents flinched. Kibong said enough. He stood between the fighters. He looked sternly at the girl and ordered both to stop. Lin looked at him in surprise. The man ordered to leave the enemy alive because they would still need him. The demon's eyes bulged at the villain. Lin looked at the hero and asked if Master Kibong knew what kind of creature it was and therefore wanted to leave it alive. Kibong looked at her and ordered to do as the master ordered. The girl sighed heavily. Her hand dropped. She looked askance and said that since the master ordered so, they would obey. The clone turned around and offered to get down to business. The girl came closer and asked if she had any instructions. The clone smiled evilly and said of course there were. Lin frowned and thought that this was the first time the master had given them any kind of task. She wondered what he was going to do with this evil spirit. The master looked at the girl and asked who was the strongest mage in this country. The girl straightened up. She wasn't that familiar with Korean mages. She introduced System and Ulian. Both girls were exhausted. She looked at the master and said that in that case, that leaves Prime Minister Sengren. The villain introduced the girl. She was the Prime Minister of South Korea and its strongest swordsman mage. Due to her title as a swordsman, her magical abilities are often overlooked, but she is also an incredibly powerful mage. The clone turned around and said that Sengren was the Prime Minister here. The girl looked at him warily and thought that the hero couldn't help but know that she was the Prime Minister. The master walked forward and ordered him to follow him. The girl reached out her hand to him and asked where. The player turned and said to Sengren, "The Blue House." Sengren looked at the TV. She screamed. She looked forward angrily and ordered the shield to be sent to Gangnam. She said that the capital house must hold at all costs. The military looked at her and asked if the shield guild should not be sent to the capital region. He said that if it was broken through, there would be damage. The girl slammed her fist on the table. She stood up and asked if the man wanted the shield to sit in the capital and wait for a monster that could appear anywhere. She asked if the people of Gangwon-do should really die. The man looked at her anxiously and accepted the order. The screen went dark. Sengren waved her hand and asked what kind of nonsense was happening only in Korea. The subordinate looked at her anxiously. He agreed and said that the situation was indeed strange. The minister closed her eyes. The man said that even if many monsters appeared because of the sneaker, the fact that they were all rushing to Korea was clearly something else. Sengren sighed angrily. She created a magic circle. She said that she had to go. She couldn't sit idly by. The subordinate watched the minister with excitement. Lights were left flying in the room. The military front in Gangwon-do. Cannons were pointing to the sky. Columns were moving forward. Military camp. A circle appeared on the ground. Everyone looked at it. Sengren and her employee appeared in the camp. The military man nodded to her, embarrassed. He saluted and said that everything was calm at the post. Sengren folded her arms over her chest and asked what they had there. The soldier reported that high-ranking monsters had appeared. They were preparing for a strategic retreat. The minister looked ahead angrily and said that even with magical technology, it was difficult to deal with high-ranking monsters. 3 portals opened in the camp. People in cloaks came out of them. They looked at the surprised Prime Minister. Tarim came out of the portal. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sengren smiled and agreed. A soldier approached them with a tablet. He handed it to the girl. Tarim frowned at the screen and said that it would not be easy. He said that the territory was too large and there were too many high-ranking monsters waiting for them. The minister raised her hand and asked, could it be that even a shield couldn't handle it? The man said that a shield was not an impenetrable wall. He pointed to the map and said that in order to hold this line, they would need to throw all of the shield's forces here, but then other areas would be left unprotected. He said that the front was too stretched. Sengren frowned and said that even if they tried to surround and destroy the monsters with an army, it would not be easy. Tarim nodded and said that losses were inevitable. The minister nodded and said that it would be impossible to protect everyone. She looked at the guy who approached. The guy showed her the phone. Sengren gritted her teeth. The shield master looked at her in surprise. He looked down nervously. He smiled and said that they had returned. Sengren looked at him and said that there was no need to worry now. A man approached them and shuddered. The screen showed a photo of Kibong. The evil clone was looking forward angrily. A military tent. The minister looked at everyone and said that the small creatures should be cleared out by the ordinary members of the shield. She rubbed her chin and said that they needed to gather all the high-ranking monsters in one place. Shield looked at her and asked who would fight the high-ranking monsters. Sengren and the shield master looked at each other. They decided that there was no problem. The captain nodded and said that even the two of them with all their strength would hardly be able to cope with so many high-ranking monsters. He looked at the 2 masters and the minister. They were indeed strong. They were able to cope with high-ranking monsters even with some below 8 stars. He imagined a bunch of monsters and thought that the 2 of them could defeat an entire horde. As in the case of monsters, for players the standard tactic is to act as a group. However, for Chul, Tarim and Sengren were just expendable material in the name of humanity. Chul looked at them and suggested finding another way. He said that both of them were needed by humanity. Tarim looked at the captain and said to just gather all the monsters together to make it easier to sort things out. He asked what he was talking about. Sengren looked at him, sighed and said that this was the former member of the shield speaking. Chio looked at them in confusion and mentally asked himself, what does this all mean? The girl slammed the table and said that wherever he was. She smiled and said that Kibong was coming here. Did he need any more explanations? Taram smiled contentedly. Chio and the subordinate looked at them with worry. The captain frowned. He asked himself, who is Kibong really? Explosions were heard in the forest. Sangren and Taram were running away from a bunch of monsters. Huge creatures were chasing them. Two players ran forward. A group of fighters were standing in a clearing in the forest. The guy looked at the captain and noted that he was talking about it so calmly. Although any mistake could be fatal, he was glad that he was not a monster. Sangren flew on sparks from a giant shark. Taram jumped, swinging his sword, and cut off the monster's head. Sangren turned around and cast a magic circle. A bunch of monsters were covered in fire. The girl flew away, dodging the attacks. Chio looked at the scouts and asked if they were really just going to stand there and watch. He said that they needed to work too. The players looked at the captain and said so. The entire squad ran to attack. The sounds of battle thundered over the forest. The hero's clone looked ahead. Lin looked at him. The man said that he could smell it. There were lights in the sky. The clone assumed that there was a monster cleanup going on somewhere nearby. Lin looked at the man. He said that cleanup was a beautiful name. A bead of sweat ran down the girl's face. She noticed that something had changed in the master. The demon looked at the villain and thought that he needed to somehow escape. He remembered how Saiban's clone walked among the corpses. He did not understand how a person could have such power. He understood that if he stayed with him, he would be finished, so he needed to run. Something flashed in front of the car. The player turned the steering wheel sharply. The car drove around the torn-off part of the monster. The transport spun, and the car flipped over. The girl crawled out through the broken window. She looked at the high-ranking monster right in front of her. The girl sighed and mentally asked, where are the others? The master folded his hands together and watched her. Mentally she asked, when did he leave? The man smiled and beckoned her with his finger. Lin tensed up. Did the master really want her to deal with the monster? She decided that the teacher wanted to see the results of her training. She ran to attack and shouted that she would do it. The player jumped. Lin landed on one of the monster's claws. She swung her arm to strike and hit it. The monster opened its mouth and let out a scream. The player dodged all the blows. Lin lunged forward and folded her hands together. Spikes jumped out of the monster's mouth. The girl was thrown back by one of them. She hit the ground and somersaulted. She looked forward angrily, as expected of a high-ranking monster. Kibong approached her and said that the people here were just as worthless. Lin looked at him in shock. The master passed by. He stretched his neck and said that at this rate, even the Last Supper would be tasteless. He approached the monster. The monster attacked. The master easily caught its claw. The clone looked at the monster's face. The villain smiled and said that they were all just as stinky and useless. The hand squeezed the claw and it cracked. The man smiled and said, get lost in the underworld. One blow tore the monster apart. Kibong threw the limb aside. Lin looked at him in horror. The demon lay on the road and trembled. Sweat was running down his face. Mentally he said that the monster had completely gone crazy and gone mad. The master approached the car and put it on its wheels. He looked at the girl with displeasure and hurried her. The demon and the player shuddered. Lin nodded tensely. Sangren and Taram were surrounded. The girl smiled and said that she had not seen this for a long time. Taram looked around and suggested continuing on. The minister nodded and said no need, because they were already here. The shield master looked towards the road and agreed. Behind the crowds of monsters were torn to pieces. Kibong was furiously tearing and throwing. The monsters were flying apart. Tons of blood flew in the air. Blue rays pierced all living things. Taram looked ahead gloomily and noticed that the hero had become more reckless. The minister agreed. Kibong hung in the air. He smiled contentedly. Evening was approaching. Kibong was approaching the couple. Sangren smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The clone smiled sarcastically and asked, really? Taram was amazed. He looked at the man and said it was good that they made it in time. The player said that since they were alive, it meant he made it in time. He looked at the girl with satisfaction. She spread her arms and suggested going somewhere else because they had a lot of things to do. She pointed her hand forward. The villain waved his hand and asked to wait. He smiled and said that he needed her help. Sangren looked at him and asked how she could help him. The white-haired man smiled evilly and said magic. The minister pressed her hand to her chest. She looked at the villain and said that there was the head of the magic tower. The man spread his arms and said that asking him about it was problematic. He smiled evilly, realizing that the head of the tower could reveal his identity, and this was not interesting. He did not want to kill everyone so quickly because it would spoil the fun. Sangren looked at the enemy and asked what kind of magic he needed. Kibong put his hand to his chin and said that it was the highest magic. He slyly rubbed his chin. The girl looked at him warily. He said that it was about the indicator of higher dimensions. The minister nervously looked at the clone and asked, is it really about magic that indicates the path between dimensions? She said that the indicator of higher dimensions requires a huge amount of mana and therefore it is impossible now. Kibong moved his hand to the side and asked not to worry about it. He pulled the demon to himself, grabbed him by the throat and smiled. Sangren looked at him and asked who it was because he did not look very friendly. Kibong turned to her and said that the demon is needed for magic. He said that they use it to activate the spell. The guy was distorted. Mentally he said that the man promised to spare him. The girl looked at him displeasedly and said that he was not his type, and since the hero asked, an aura appeared around her body. She hoped that no changes were required. She offered to begin. A magic circle appeared in the air. Mana began to be drawn out of the demon's body. Kibong smiled and said that it was good. Taram looked at him sullenly. He nodded to the girl. Kibong lifted the guy higher and smiled. Taram jumped to attack and struck with his sword, cutting off the demon's head. The villain threw the corpse to the ground. He looked angrily at the swordsman and asked what he was doing. Taram pointed his sword at him and asked who he was. Sangren looked angrily at the villain and said that he looked just like the hero, but something was wrong. Lin fearfully approached the fighters. Taram looked angrily at the enemy and asked if he really didn't want to answer. The white-haired man wiped the blood and said that the guy noticed everything faster than he expected. He asked why everyone was in such a hurry. The villain clenched his fist and said that in any case, he would kill everyone himself. The red-haired man's eyes turned red. He grabbed his sword and attacked the enemy. A blow rang out. Sangren jumped to attack. She glared at the enemy and created fire from her hands. She created a fiery tornado. Taram jumped into its center. He raised the sword above his head and hit the villain with it. Dust from the blow flew in all directions. Taram smiled and said that his strength was not at all like the hero's. Kibong smiled. The sword did not pierce him. He said that now he remembered his last appearance. The swordsman twisted his mouth and said that this was nonsense. The villain grabbed the blade and said that the plan was not perfect. He glared at the guy and asked, "And when did everything go according to plan?" Taram shuddered. The blade broke away from the body. Kibong easily stood up, holding the sword. The guy's legs trembled. He clenched his teeth and grunted. Kibong smiled and suggested that they go ahead and he would soon send the others to them. Sangren was approaching the villain from behind. The player turned around abruptly and threw the swordsman at the minister. He clenched his fist and said goodbye. A powerful beam of energy shot at the heroes. Stone fragments rose into the air. The villain walked to the edge of the created pit. Lin looked at him in horror. The man froze and told her to follow him. The girl shuddered. Kibong turned around. He did not promise that he would spare, but he could kill her last. He looked angrily at the hero's student. After a while, Kibong stood in front of Chloe. The girl smiled and asked if the hero had found everything. The man smiled and said that it was all thanks to her. He looked away and said that now he would return to Korea. The agent adjusted her clothes and asked if the hero would like to visit the United States and meet their president. Kibong looked forward seriously and said that he needed to do something else. Chloe looked at him and said that Mr. Kibong would be welcomed with open arms. The man smiled and said that he did not do all this for this. The girl extended her hand to him. Kibong looked at her questioningly. The agent thanked him for helping her fight the monsters and everything else. The players shook hands. The hero smiled gratefully and said that he would repay the girl for her help later. Chloe said that the hero should definitely come to the United States again. The player's hair turned white. Kibong was covered in mana and looked ahead. Chloe covered herself from the wind. The hero flew away. A beautiful blue trail remained in the sky. Chloe waved goodbye. Kibong flew over the sea. He looked ahead seriously. Shiel looked at his phone. The scouts shared the news in surprise. The ministers looked tensely at the screens. Everyone received the news that Sangren and Taram were missing. Panic began. The employees nervously looked at the screens. Everyone stared at one point. But if this news had not spread, the panic would have intensified even more, so they acted secretly without attracting attention. Sunset. Body parts. The scouts arrived at the scene of the battle. A surviving monster jumped on Shiel. The man punched it away. He flexed his wrist. He looked forward seriously. In front of him was a deep hole from the impact. Shiel opened his eyes wide. Everyone looked at the hole from the impact. The captain said that it was not a person. The subordinate looked at the captain and asked, "Did an 8-star monster appear? What kind of monster in South Korea could deal with Taram and Sangren?" The captain nervously looked into the void. Nothing came to mind. The blonde looked at the commander and said that there were no more 8-star monsters left in this country. The man looked forward and said exactly that. He touched the crack and said that these were the commander's marks. He looked at the deep cut. The man rubbed his hands and said that a skirmish had occurred here. He imagined the swordsman. He saw traces of a fierce battle here, but he knew that the commander could not have died just like that. Shiel looked forward and thought that Taram was definitely alive. The squad went forward. The man said that there were more traces here, not far away in the forest. The villain and Lin were walking through the forest. Kibong smiled contentedly. The girl watched him with fear. She came closer and asked where to go. The villain turned and asked, was she really scared? The girl looked down and said nothing. She remembered the hero and began to ask herself, why had he changed so much? A cruel smile of Kibong appeared in her head, who had always been cold-blooded, but not that cold-blooded. The clone rubbed his chin and offered to take a look. He scratched his chin and looked at the student, said that the magic did not work. Lin shook her head. The enemy said that a new magician was needed. He leaned towards the girl and asked if she knew anyone else. Lin was shaking. She knew that she couldn't talk. It was necessary to make it so that they could not return home. The owner of the magic tower was in danger. Kibong twisted his mouth and asked, did the girl really not want to talk? The student shuddered and said that she didn't know anything. She was from China and she didn't know much about the local magicians. Kibong closed his eyes and smiled. He straightened up and laughed. He put his hands in his pocket. His eyes flashed. He asked, is he serious? The girl looked askance. She assumed that the hero was just pretending to test her. Kibong frowned and asked if she was really doing this. He said that if Lin did not do as he said, he would turn everyone living on the Chinese continent into a bloody mess. Lin sighed nervously. She realized that the enemy was not lying. She told herself to remember. After all, the fate of the continent and the fate of this land were at stake. The clone frowned. Lin looked up at him and said that she had one person who came to mind. Kibong yawned. He winked at the girl and said that he warned her not to dare deceive him, and she still tried. He said that this would not do and she needed to be taught a lesson. Lin shuddered and asked again. She was enveloped in electricity. The pair flew into the sky. The villain flew forward, carrying the student with him. He smiled and told the girl to watch what her antics were leading to. Lin closed her eyes and screamed. The villain carried her away across the sea. In the ocean, two Kibongs were flying towards each other. The villain saw a flash in the distance. They flew parallel to each other. The enemy smiled and said that there was still much interesting here. The hero flew forward. He turned around and asked himself, what was that flash? He continued to fly forward. The sun was setting behind the mountains. The monster's corpse lay in a pit. Nubik turned around, seeing two lights. The old man looked ahead, trying to understand why the hero had returned. Lin screamed, squeezed by energy. Nubik shuddered, noticing the student. The girl screamed and told everyone to run. The old man's eyes widened. Kibong glared at him and said that this was a great warm-up. He began to descend. The master looked at him in bewilderment. A beam struck behind him. There was a roar. A flash appeared on the ground, visible from space. There was dust. Dead players lay on the fragments of stones. Kibong grabbed Nubik by the throat. The old man was shaking. He asked why and for what. The villain smiled and pierced the master with his hand through. Nubik spat out blood. The enemy dropped the body to the ground. Lin looked at the dead grandfather in horror and screamed. Kibong looked at the blood on his hands. The girl was crying and asking why. The villain turned around and reminded her that he told her not to cheat. He said that the girl herself was to blame. He smiled madly and asked if the girl was ready to show him the way now. Lin clenched her fist. She gritted her teeth. The whole world was in confusion. Cities were burning. Intelligence could not determine what burned 20% of China's territory. Fearing that this catastrophe would reach them, countries began to close their borders. Barriers appeared above the cities. When it was necessary to unite, mistrust blossomed. People looked at the sky with concern. Teleportation between countries was banned again, and the borders became even more guarded. People said that the forces of humanity began to fragment. Barriers covered the houses. Kibong flew home, landed, looked ahead. He approached the barrier. The ground was covered with cracks. Kibong looked ahead in surprise and asked himself, how are they going to stop the threat with this? The player reached out his hand to the barrier. The barrier began to blur into waves. A crack appeared in the barrier. Inside the house, everyone was sitting on the couch. Then soon stretched. She thought that evil spirits were all. But how many more were climbing? Steve smiled and said that thanks to her, they were still holding on. Ilian smiled warmly. Kangwei and Jeon looked at the others. The ceiling shook. Everyone looked around in panic. Ilian jumped up and said that the barrier was broken. Then soon looked at the witch and asked what was going on there. Everyone ran outside. The girl looked around. She jumped. Steve pointed his hand at her and said that he understood everything. The girl looked at the hero. She understood that the others were already at their limit. He had to deal with this. She made a dash forward, noted that magic, strength and speed, everything was perfect. She swung near the hero. The sister froze in horror. She made a blow to the terrible aura behind her back. Kibong stopped her blade with his hand. He looked at his sister seriously and smiled, then soon shuddered. The sword fell to the ground. The sister hugged her brother. Kangwei jumped to hug. Steve and Ulian looked at them in surprise. The sorceress tensed up and asked if they had always been so close. The guy repeated the question in shock, then soon cried. The hero asked if everything was okay. The girl said that it was very hard. Kibong smiled and suggested going inside. The system was lying on the bed. Green smoke was pouring out of it. Kibong looked at her warily. Ulian glanced at him and asked if they had found all the ingredients. The man put his hands in his pockets and said maybe. He showed her the pouch. The sorceress shuddered and asked if the hero had really killed at least 10 8-star monsters. She said it was impossible. The player looked at her silently. He handed the pouch to the mage and asked if she could now cure the system. Ulian took the pouch. It was her first time doing this. She told herself that she could do it. The pouch began to emit rainbow energy. Green light began to shine from the house. They approached him. Shiel and his team looked at him tensely. Then they stood by the pit. The captain looked ahead and said that the commander and the prime minister were waiting for the hero, but the more they searched, the more they found only his tracks. Shiel looked ahead seriously. He couldn't help but suspect the hero. He said that it was not suspicion, but confidence. The blonde looked at the captain and said that they would follow him. The squad approached him. Kangwei jumped on them. He landed and asked irritably what was wrong. Shiel looked at the beast and said that they came to him. Kangwei looked at them with displeasure and asked again. He pointed his fingers at them and asked why they needed Kibong. The man tensed up. He said that they needed to find out something and told them to get out of the way. Kangwei clenched his fist and asked why he would let such suspicious guys get to the hero. The man gave the signal. The squad rushed to attack, and he said that they would have to pave the way themselves. Kangwei blocked 2 kicks. Shiel ran forward. He jumped and clenched his fist to punch. Kangwei blocked it. The guy was thrown back. He slowed down. He looked angrily at the captain and asked if he was serious. Shiel began a series of attacks. Kangwei barely blocked all the blows. Everyone took out their weapons and ran to attack. Kangwei threw a nervous look at them. He threw everyone back with cuts. Shiel made a dash. The beast got into a fighting stance. The captain jumped, but a formidable hero appeared between them. The guy was thrown back. The captain crashed into something heavy. Kibong looked around and said stop. Kangwei bit his lips. Shiel angrily looked at the hero and asked where they were. The player looked at them in confusion. The captain angrily asked where he put the guild leader Taram and Minister Sengren. Kibong shook his head and said that he had never seen them. Shiel raised his head and was amazed. The hero looked at him questioningly. The captain angrily looked at the hero and said that the hero was definitely lying to them. They were told that he was coming. He remembered how he saw this information on the tablet. Kibong looked at him in confusion. The captain in his thoughts said that he was clearly lying. He sat on his knee and covered himself in mana. Kangwei looked at the hero. He shielded his master and asked the captain what was going on. He asked if they had proof. Shiel gritted his teeth. He didn't know why the hero was lying, but he said that they would have proof now. The man straightened up. He created a portal and said to wait here. The captain disappeared into the portal. The guy and the hero looked at him silently. A magic disc appeared in the air. The system was placed on it. Ulian frowned. It was the first time she had performed such a ritual. The materials were priceless. She had to be extremely careful. She raised her hands and they glowed green. The circle glowed. The girl raised colored lights into the air. Kibong was waiting in the kitchen. Bongsun stood opposite him. She looked at her brother with concern and asked if everything would work out. Kibong frowned into the void and said that it should work out. The sister approached him and asked where the hero met Sis. She did not look like an ordinary person, and was she even a person? Kibong shook his head and asked, does it matter now? Bongsun looked down and hesitated. She stepped back and said that her brother was taking too many risks. Kibong looked away angrily and said that without Sis, he would not exist. He lowered his hands. The sister said that if his brother decided so, then so it should be. A green light began to shine from the passage. The brother and sister approached her. Kibong took hold of the handle and said done. The door swung open. Ulian leaned tiredly against the wall. She glanced at the hero. The system was sitting and holding her head. She looked at the hero happily. The girl hugged him tightly. She closed her eyes and said that she missed him a lot. Kibong stroked her head and said that he was glad to hear it. The system smiled warmly and said that she was so worried that during her absence, the hero could have gotten into trouble. Kibong kindly pushed her away and said that everything was fine. The system looked happily at the sorceress and assumed that she had had a hard time. Ulian smiled. She said that she did it for her. Kibong looked seriously at the girl and said that he had a question. The hero looked at the girls and asked to leave them for a minute. Everyone left. Kibong turned to the surprised Sis. The hero shook his head. He knew that Sengren retained her memory. The system frowned. She said that she had talked about this last time. Kibong approached her and asked to find out who else he needed to know for sure. The girl asked why he was interested in this. Kibong frowned. He had a premonition that something strange was happening. The system thought about it and said that there was such a thing. She introduced the swordsman and the minister. Kibong turned around. Kangwei smiled happily. The system smiled. The hero knew it. The hero slowed the guy down. He patted him on the head and said that he was a real fox. Kangwei and system hugged the hero. The guy said that the hero had a hard time. Kangwei looked at the hero in surprise and said that something strange happened. Kibong looked at him with concern and asked what exactly. Shiel gathered the scouts around him. The blonde looked at the captain and asked what he was going to do. Someone suggested beating the truth out of them by force. The man looked at everyone seriously and asked if intelligence had called. The girl looked at him and said that intelligence could not find anything, but they hoped that Kibong would not have to be touched. Chio closed his eyes. He remembered the photo of the hero and said that he would find evidence of Kibong's involvement as soon as the evidence was found. He looked forward seriously and said that then the heroes would need to be held accountable. Everyone shuddered. The scouts walked around the city, questioned the locals. Chio looked at the city. An agent approached him and said that there was information on his request. The man turned around. The agent said that after his visit, the hero never left the house. Chio frowned and asked what the probability was that the hero came out with magic. He said that there was a mage with him whose power could not be measured in the head of the magic tower. He looked away. He looked down in shock. The agent said that no traces of magic were found and he was seen in the house every day until recently. Chio smiled. He looked down and said that the information was wrong. The man stepped on the edge of the roof and pointed at Kibong walking down the street with a girl. Chio put his hand in his coat pocket and raised the device to the sky, released a signal beam. The shield icon lit up in the sky. The scouts sharply raised their heads at the signal. The general assembly of the Shield Guild began. Chio and the others jumped to attack. He menacingly said that he knew it. He was approaching the double. The captain began to kick. The villain smiled and looked angrily at the player. There was a roar. Chio hit the double in the head, landed in front of him. Kibong curled his lips. He wiped his mouth and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Chio frowned. The enemy was covered in scratches. The other scouts were approaching. They gathered around the commander. Kibong smiled and said that in Rome, you must act like a Roman. His body was covered in mana. He asked what was the reason for the attack. Chio gritted his teeth. He felt an incredible intent to kill, but he could not retreat. He looked at the enemy and asked, is it really him? The captain shouted and said that he was talking about the disappearance of 2 people. He said that the last person to see them was him, right? Kibong laughed. He thought it was something serious. The captain looked at him blankly and asked, what's so funny? The double looked at the man and said that all the disappearances and deaths in this world were his doing. He asked, are these 2 any different? Chio tilted his gaze and asked, is the hero really admitting everything? Kibong shook his head and said that he had never lied in his life. Chio frowned, assuming that the hero had a split personality. He said that it did not matter. Everyone got into fighting stances. The captain asked one last time, where are those 2? The villain glared at them and asked how he knew. He called them despicable bugs. The shield scouts glared at the hero. Shield chuckled nervously and said that further conversation was pointless. The shield members ran to attack. The captain made a dash. He hit the hero in the face. His fist only slightly dented the enemy's face. The rest of the scouts attacked at once. Kibong looked at each of them. They all hit him in the head. They surrounded him and began to beat him. Len flinched. Shield screamed, ordering to kill the villain. The double looked down. The captain opened his mouth in shock. Kibong smiled madly. The man flinched. The guild scouts were torn apart. Kibong appeared behind the man and asked, what now? Corpses fell to the ground. People ran away in horror. The villain clenched his fist. A blue light flashed behind the frightened people. It turned into a bright flash. Shield turned around. He was thrown back by the explosion. The clone looked forward angrily. The captain trembled in pain. He opened his eyes. He stood up with difficulty. Kibong was standing with his back to him. He turned around. He had the aura of a black monster. He asked, where did all the man's enthusiasm go? Shield darkened. It was as if there was a monster of the highest rank in front of them. In front of the captain lay body parts of his subordinates. Under the rubble lay corpses of civilians. Shield flexed his fingers. He told himself that they would avenge the shield, even at the cost of their lives. The squads on the roofs listened to the message. The captain told all forces to retreat to the headquarters. Everyone panicked. The captain ordered to retreat and prepare for the future. Kibong saw the players running away. He smiled and said that they were just like cockroaches. Shield jumped at him to attack, asking what the two-faced idiot was looking at. The captain gritted his teeth. He punched the villain furiously. Shield glared at the enemy. Kibong smiled maliciously. Shield flinched in shock. The man immediately closed the distance. The double smiled. The player grabbed his bruised hand. Kibong raised his hand and asked if he really wanted to die quickly. He said that they would all die soon. The man looked at the enemy in confusion, asking what this two-faced idiot was talking about. He dashed to attack again. Kibong smiled evilly. He hadn't seen such victims for a long time, but he still didn't understand them. He dashed forward, hitting the player several times. The villain froze and sighed boredly. The player fell to his knees. He lowered his head and coughed. His body trembled. He asked the Shield Guild not to forget the offense. He fell. Kibong approached him. He smiled and asked what would change if people like them did not forget. He stepped on the captain's foot. The villain bit his lips and asked him to beg for mercy so that he would spare him. Shield closed his eyes and sent the enemy away. Kibong frowned and the captain's scream echoed through the street. The man was trembling. The devil called him a fool. Kibong looked around. He said that he would cause him suffering worse than death. He looked at the frightened Lin and ordered her to lift Chil. The girl approached the man. She lifted him. The villain told her to watch how what he was trying to protect disappears. Kibong clenched his fist and began to strike. A light flashed. It was visible in space. Part of the city was blown away by a shock wave. The double smiled and asked to take him to the magician. He said that for every day of delay he would kill 1,000,000 people. Chil and Lin looked at the enemy in horror. Kibong looked at the destruction and said that it was a very pleasant smell. He smiled and said, "I wish I could meet you again and burn everything to the ground again." That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.